Wang Jing'an, I have tested in a grade talent, and I suddenly feel that we are no longer suited for each other. Wang Jing'an, I prefer boys with higher talents. You're not my type. Wang Jing'an, the end of a beginning is an ending. The end of life is death. The end of familiarity is strangeness, and our ending is going our separate ways. Wang Jing'an, I hope you find a better girlfriend in the future. Daxia, Beijing City, the college entrance examination venue. As Wang Jing'an opened his eyes, he was confronted with a girl's deeply emotional breakup. Is this how it begins? It is not suitable. Wang Jing'an decisively retorted. If I can't even keep someone like you, how could I possibly find someone better? His words struck hard. Song Yinshi, the classmate in a school uniform with twin ponytails, stood dumbfounded. Typically, upon discovering one has a grade talent, one would beg and plead to be retained, wouldn't they? Why has Wang Jing'an's attitude shifted so dramatically? Isn't he supposed to be the devoted admirer? What did you say? Song Yinshi asked, incredulous. Can't you understand plain language? Wang Jing'an replied nonchalantly. The gap between us will only widen. After today's examination, I will attend a prestigious martial arts academy, while someone like you will inevitably end up working at the lowest rungs of society. With a stomp of her foot in anger, Song Yinshi marched over to her friends. Meanwhile, the examination on the playground continued. Women only slow my draw. Once his so-called ex-girlfriend was out of sight, Wang Jing'an finally had time to digest the memories of the original owner. This parallel world resembled the one he previously inhabited, yet it was not entirely the same. For this was not a peaceful, technological society, but rather a realm plagued by monstrous beasts. In the face of these beasts, human life is as insignificant as grass. Though this world is perilous, it is also one where martial prowess is revered. Every human who turns 18 can randomly awaken a talent. The higher echelons of humanity categorize talent into 9 tiers: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Talent, it allows the mute to curse, the blind to perceive all directions, the deaf to hear from afar, the lame to soar through the skies, the disabled to speed along in their wheelchairs, and some can shatter rocks, break mountains, divert rivers, and pluck stars. They stand shoulder to shoulder with deities despite their mortal forms. We call these individuals martial artists. Those hailed as the chosen ones, the pillars of humanity, are burdened with great expectations. Talent determines a person's limits and potential. As long as one's talent is not too low, prestigious martial arts academies will eagerly recruit them. Wang Jing'an recalled his past life, where he was a well-meaning citizen who was struck by a car while helping an elderly woman cross the street, sending him flying several meters. The woman died instantly, while he held on just long enough to format his phone before passing away himself, only to awaken and discover that he had traversed world show absurd. Coincidentally, these days mark the college entrance examination period. It should be my turn for testing soon to A.S. Wang Jing'an muttered to himself. A synthesized voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You successfully helped an elderly woman across the street, resulting in your awakening of a system. The system is binding. System binding successful. A gift package has been awarded. Host, do you wish to open the gift package? Wang Jing'an was taken aback for several seconds. Is the golden finger finally here? Host, do you want to open the gift package? Host, can you please open the gift package? Please, host, will you open the gift package or not? The increasingly irate system left Wang Jing'an in a daze for several seconds. How was this system so different from what he had imagined? Are you telling me to open it or not? You're making me confused. Wang Jing'an began to feel irritated. I beg you, host, just open the package for a surprise. Wang Jing'an was left speechless, and after a few moments of silence, he finally thought to himself, open. Generating system page. Name. Wang Jing'an. Age. 18. Gender. Undisclosed. Cultivation level. None. Talent. Unawakened. Reputation. 0. Items. Classic of mountains and seas treasure. Chest 1. Congratulations, host. You have received a classic of mountains and seas treasure chest. Do you wish to continue opening it? Wang Jing'an suspected that this system was playing tricks on him, but he had no proof. However, he noticed the gender field. Wait, is there something strange in the entries? System, fill in your mother. Are you going to open it or not? Do you not want the cheat? Damn. Wang Jing'an felt utterly bewildered. How was this system so unlike the ones in the novels he had read in his past life? Fearing that this cheat might slip away, he steeled himself and muttered, "Open. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. Unlock Classic of Mountains and Seas. Gain 10,000 points of reputation. Note, reputation can be used to draw abilities from any beast or deity in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, or to supplement the host's mental energy. How much reputation does it take to draw once?" Wang Jing'an asked casually. System, 1,000 points of reputation. Wang Jing'an, let's give it a try. No sooner had he spoken than the Classic of Mountains and Seas in his mind began to flip through its pages, thousands of pages trembling. In the end, system, draw failed. Thank you for participating. Wang Jing'an was stunned. Can a draw really fail? Aren't there supposed to be consolation prizes? Damn, he suspected the system was seeking revenge. System, does the host wish to continue drawing? A 10 consecutive draw is recommended, which not only offers a 10 discount, but also has a guarantee. Wang Jing'an, can I trust you? System, yes. The system operates on mechanized procedures. All data follows the program and will not seek revenge. Wang Jing'an, then let's go for a 10 consecutive draw. As soon as he said this, the Classic of Mountains and Seas in his mind began to flip once more. 10 consecutive draws resulted in 9 failures. Wang Jing'an was left speechless. Damn, and you said you wouldn't seek revenge. However, just as he finished speaking, the 10th draw seemed to freeze on a page at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. This page bore the imprint of a fiery bird. It appeared to be engulfed in flames. This is the Vermilion Bird. Host successfully drew partial abilities of the Vermilion Bird Queen. Southern Brightly Fire. Compatibility 1. When the host compatibility with Southern Brightly Fire reaches 50, the remnants of the Vermilion Bird Queen can be summoned for battle at 100 compatibility. The Vermilion Queen will descend. Southern Brightly Fire. This fire, burned to the utmost, appears pure white and can incinerate anything, with few weaknesses. Wang Jing'an was astonished. After traversing worlds, he actually had the opportunity to summon the divine beast from his previous world into this one. This is a journey across dimensions. It is well known that the Vermilion Bird is one of the 4 mythic beasts in folklore, also known as one of the 4 spirits of heaven. If the Vermilion Bird Queen were to descend, what demon king or demon emperor would stand a chance against her? Wang Jing'an seemed to realize something and instinctively inquired, in this world, what level of talent does the Vermilion Bird's ability correspond to? System, SSS. Wang Jing'an's eyes widened. One ability is already SSS level. If I were to draw all the deities and divine beasts from the Classic of Mountains and Seas, wouldn't I be able to dominate among the monstrous beasts? System, in theory, yes. The divine abilities from the Classic of Mountains and Seas are defined as SSS level because this parallel world's highest talent tier is SSS. Wang Jing'an comprehended the situation. It was akin to how an academic prodigy effortlessly scores 100, while others struggle to achieve the same merely because the exam is capped at that score. If that is the case, does it not mean I would be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? Recalling that so-called ex-girlfriend who merely needed to attain a grade A to gain admission to a prestigious martial arts academy, he mused, should an SSS grade emerge, would it not attract frenzied recruitment from the foremost martial arts institutions? Chapter 2. Commencing the tests, however, what Wang Jing'an truly desired was the ability of the Vermilion Bird to be reborn through nirvana. After all, who could resist the chance for a second life? By the way, how does one acquire reputation? And what about compatibility? How can it be enhanced? As a modern, tech-savvy youth, Wang Jing'an had long accepted the notion of transmigration and the arrival of a golden finger as part of a privileged narrative. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. If fate had closed a door on his past life, then surely a window in this life had been opened. And it was well ventilated. System, the host can earn reputation by slaying monsters or through the conversion of wealth. Wang Jing'an inquired, I understand slaying monsters. But how does wealth conversion work? System, the system will evaluate the wealth possessed by the host. If the host has 10,000, it translates to 10,000 reputation points. Wang Jing'an, does that mean my wealth will vanish? System, no, it merely assesses the wealth value to calculate reputation. Wang Jing'an, it seems reputation has extensive uses. But at my current stage, accumulating it may be slow. System. The host can only rely on personal effort or the plundering of wealth to convert into reputation. Should the host inform others, even the closest companions, of the desire for vast wealth or reveal the existence of the system, the reputation conversion will be rendered invalid. Wang Jing'an pondered, initially contemplating whether he could request a substantial amount of money from the government, thus enabling infinite reputation conversion. It appeared that this system was not easily outsmarted. If slaying monsters could yield substantial reputation, he would have to wait until after university, when specialized mentors would guide them in their training. Before Wang Jing'an could further contemplate the Shanhai Jing in his mind, a sigh reached his ears. The homeroom teacher stood nearby, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. This cohort of students is quite impressive, with one B-level talent. Teacher Li Yin observed that a student from the adjacent class had achieved an A-level in the entrance exam and felt no jealousy, only contemplation. What expression does the homeroom teacher of class 7 have? Clearly, they have a B-level student, yet he continues to shake his head and smile bitterly. The students from other classes began to discuss amongst themselves. A girl named Jiang remarked, "Do you remember Yang Zhen, the wealthy heir from class 7? Teacher Li Yin made a military pledge to the principal, claiming that this year they would surely produce an A-level talent, but that brat Yang Zhen transferred schools instead. When Yang Zhen first came to the school, there were high expectations for him. Ultimately, he ended up in class 7, and one could only surmise that Teacher Li Yin, in a fit of youthful bravado, made a grand promise in front of the principal, resulting in an insurmountable debt now that he needed to fulfill it. A boy from class 2 chimed in, making a pledge in front of the school leaders. If they don't produce an A-level talent, the consequences must be severe, right? Someone replied, I don't know how severe it is, but I do know that Teacher Li's 2-year-long hopes for a promotion are likely dashed. In the next 10 minutes, 6 students from class 7 took their tests. Most achieved D levels, with one even receiving the lowest E-level talent. Teacher Li Yan's demeanor shifted from calm to anxious. He was at a loss as to how he could remedy the situation regarding the A-level talent. Watching his students approach for testing, the results were consistently disappointing. Hey, have you tested yet? A boy approached, beaming with joy. I haven't started my test. Have you already? Wang Jing'an replied. I just finished testing. The boy, Lin Xinguang, was Wang Jing'an's close friend, who affectionately called him dog, while Wang Jing'an referred to him as son. Their banter was a playful back and forth. What level is your talent? Wang Jing'an asked curiously. Generally, those who awakened talents rated S-level or higher were rare prodigies destined for greatness. However, many overlooked the fact that if one was a true genius, they would undoubtedly grow. Those who did not grow could not be considered geniuses. As for the so-called prodigies, they were merely attention-seeking weaklings. Lin Xinguang replied with a grin. My talent is SSS-level, substance metabolism, final product recovery, and maintenance cleaner. If all goes well, I should be approached by top martial arts schools tonight or tomorrow. Wang Jing'an, realizing that Lin Xinguang was serious, he pressed further. Your talent is SSS-level? I've never heard of that talent name before. Is it a newly emerged ability? That seems incredibly powerful. But why is the name so lengthy? It feels somewhat off. At that moment, Teacher Li Yin approached and playfully tapped Lin Xinguang on the back of the head, saying, You tested a D-level talent and are boasting as if you've achieved something grand. Don't think that top martial arts schools will come calling. If you're lucky, maybe a third-tier school will show interest. Wang Jing'an asked, Teacher, he has a D-level talent? He then shot a glare at Lin Xinguang. If it's a full cleaning, why go on about it so grandly? Lin Xinguang politely smiled. Is it a crime to sound impressive? Wang Jing'an was left speechless. Though it wasn't illegal, it could easily lead to a fight. After a moment, he patted Lin Xinguang on the shoulder, smiling. Son, it's all right. It's just a D-level talent. At least it's not the worst. Lin Xinguang, seeing his smile, felt his face fall. You can comfort me, but what else with the grin? Then Wang Jing'an delivered a line that left Lin Xinguang astonished. Can I hire you to clean my villa in the future? With your extraordinary talent, a villa over 1,000 square meters would be spotless. Dog, watch my lips, Lin Xinguang exclaimed, as the two playful friends exchanged jibes. Many others had already completed their tests. Unlike the liberal arts exams, which were divided into multiple venues, the talent testing for the entrance examination in the city had only one location. However, the venue was extensive, divided into 4 areas: East, South, West, and North. The East area was for first-tier high schools, the West for second-tier, while the South and North were for third-tier institutions. For instance, Lingwu High School, where Wang Jing'an attended, was situated in the West area. Today, the best talent tested in the West was a girl from Class 1 at Lingwu High School named Xingtian, who had achieved an A-level Frost Rabbit. This Frost Rabbit was considered one of the better A-level talents. However, A-level was by no means the pinnacle. It was likely that in the East area, an S-level talent had already emerged. Lingwu High School, Wan Yungu, A-level talent Water S song, strength value 102. As the official's voice fell, all the students in the field gathered around. A-level. It's actually Water S song, with a strength value exceeding 100, once awakened. If she consumes a medicinal pill, she could directly become a martial artist, right? Wan Yungu is likely to get into a first-tier school. Why did I test an F-level? Why? The disparities between people. In the West area, after Sister Yinshi, the 4th A-level talent was born. Some students were astonished. Some were envious, but most were filled with admiration. The average person's strength value ranged between 50 and 55, while those who toiled in labor often reached 65 to 70. A strength value exceeding 120 marked one as a true martial artist. Old Li stopped frowning. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 approached Li Yan and began to boast. Your class is quite commendable. At least you have produced 3 B-level students. Aside from the lack of A-level talents, everything else is satisfactory. Li Yan, wearing an expression of indifference, retorted, just leave me alone. I am not in the mood for idle chatter. Oh, come on, Li, don't be so disheartened. If a promotion is delayed, it can always wait a few more years. You'll eventually encounter students with A-level talent. This year, I will first ascend to the position of academic dean, and when you rise, I will be here for you. The teacher from Class 3 patted Li Yan's shoulder, chuckling meaningfully before departing. Li Yan was left speechless, accompanied by a subtle sense of disappointment. As the examinations in the West District drew to a close, the best talent among the students in Class 7 at Lingwu High School was merely B-level, which further dampened Li Yan's spirits. His melancholy was not rooted in disappointment with his students, but rather a profound disappointment in himself. The inability of his students to showcase superior talent could jeopardize his promotion, yet for them, it represented a pivotal moment that could determine their destinies. Why must I tether my students' talents to my own prospects for advancement? This is not the conduct expected of a teacher. Li Yan pondered deeply, realizing that he needed to engage in some serious self-reflection. With that thought, he ambled toward the playground. Unable to bear witnessing the expressions of disappointment and helplessness on his students' faces when they received E or even F-level results. Should any student receive an F-level rating, their prospects of attending a reputable martial arts institution would be effectively extinguished. Of course, institutions beyond the 3rd tier would still accept F-level students, albeit with significantly higher tuition fees. Many students hailed from impoverished backgrounds, and those with F-level talent typically graduated high school only to enter the workforce. At that moment, the official called out Wang Jing'an's name. It's your turn, dog. Please, don't score an S-level. We must endure together, Lin Xingguang remarked, barely concealing his eagerness to witness the unfolding drama. Son, I will not let you down, Wang Jing'an replied. Afterward, he approached the testing apparatus, nodding gently at the staff responsible for the assessments. Stop flaunting your hair and hurry up. There are others waiting behind you, a female official admonished. In the distance, a group of female students stood watching, among them Song Yanxi, who had been closely observing Wang Jing'an, still harboring a hint of anger. Although they had broken up, Wang Jing'an's final words had ruined her mood for the entire day. Yanxi, if your ex-boyfriend scores a D or F level, will you still continue your relationship? After all, you are now an A-level talent and set to attend a prestigious martial arts institution. If Wang Jing'an's abilities fall short, he won't be able to attend such an institution, inquired a girl with braids named Chun Yinyan. We just broke up, Song Yanxi replied coldly, recalling his hurtful words about not being able to keep someone of her caliber. As an A-level talent, She was confident that with effort, she would easily gain admission to a top university after the college entrance examination. Moreover, with her attractive appearance and figure, it was not unreasonable to desire a tall, handsome boyfriend with S-level talent. True, you have not wronged him in any way. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't harass you afterward, Qin Yinyan remarked. After all, our Yinxi is destined for a prestigious martial arts institution. Her future partner will certainly be found in university. While they conversed, Wang Jing'an had already taken his place at the testing apparatus. Chapter 3. A shocking revelation. The staff commenced their assessment of Wang Jing'an's innate abilities. Utilizing cutting-edge scanning technology, the instrument could accurately measure an individual's dormant talents, achieving a precision rate of 99.99. In other words, among 1 million tests, errors would occur only once, if at all. As a green light enveloped Wang Jing'an, scanning him, seconds turned into minutes, yet the device remained unresponsive. No response? After waiting several more seconds, the female supervisor frowned upon realizing that the screen displayed no indication of the type of talent possessed by Wang Jing'an. This shouldn't be the case. Even the most mediocre talent should be detected immediately. Could it be that he possesses no talent at all? Wang Jing'an feigned confusion and inquired, "Auntie, could it be that my sensitivity to talent is rather low, making it difficult to measure?" "Auntie." The supervisor nearly burst into laughter. "It has nothing to do with sensitivity. Do you think talent is akin to that?" Wang Jing'an was astonished. "You understood immediately." The supervisor remained nonplussed. Meanwhile, Lin Xingguang grew anxious. "Dude, is it true? I'm only a D-level talent, yet you can't keep up? You truly are a disappointment. Just relinquish the title of the worst in our group to yourself." Typically, the testing duration ranges from 10 to 30 seconds. Yet over a minute had elapsed without any response for Wang Jing'an. Students in the West District Examination Hall began to murmur. Logically, everyone should possess some form of talent. Even the weakest would be detectable. There had never been a case of someone lacking any talent whatsoever. Initially, Wang Jing'an had his doubts, but upon hearing the system's notification, he relaxed. After all, the Shanhai Jing belonged to his own world, thus it would not be detectable here. Different dimensions, indeed. Nevertheless, Wang Jing'an prepared to unleash the Nanking fire, intending to allow the instrument to accurately detect it. By the way, Yinxi, what did you see in Wang Jing'an back then? A group of female students, witnessing Wang Jing'an's prolonged testing, were at a loss for words. Lacking any talent, he was likely setting a precedent. In such circumstances, the prospect of attending a martial arts academy was virtually non-existent. In her youth, Song Yinxi had been naive and enamored with love, particularly during her high school years. She no longer wished to discuss her ex-boyfriend. "Let's go to the East District Examination Hall. I suspect some S-level talents have emerged there." As the students of the West District Examination Hall completed their tests, remaining there became futile. Just as Song Yinxi and her group turned to leave, a sudden surge of energy emanated from the vicinity of the instrument. A pure white flame erupted from Wang Jing'an, illuminating the entire playground like a snowy realm. Wang Jing'an transformed into a figure of pristine white, capturing everyone's gaze entirely. Above the flames, a divine bird appeared to soar, akin to an eagle piercing the sky. This was not the summoning of the vermilion bird, but rather an illusion of it, its first manifestation in this world. Li Yan, the homeroom teacher, was startled by the commotion behind him and hurried back to the playground to investigate. Finally, results emerged. No, this Wang Jing'an had directly awakened. The officials seated beside the instrument were rendered speechless, astonished by the magnificent fiery bird. They had never encountered such a divine creature, its feathers ablaze like flames. The screen failed to display the type and level of this fiery talent. Testing and awakening were distinct processes. The former indicated what talents students would awaken in the future. Yet, this student had awakened directly. What could this mean? Li Yin and several teachers rushed to the instrument, feeling the overwhelming heat, prompting them to channel their energy. The female supervisor furrowed her brow, stating, "This student from Class 7 has awakened, and the talent is of an unknown type." However, that was not the end of it. Various testing devices began to emit a crimson glow. The female supervisor, incredulous, gasped, "The power level has reached 169. This examinee is now a first-realm warrior. Another male supervisor gravely remarked, "Initiate the talent registration. We need to ascertain if this student's awakened type has any overlaps." After several seconds of searching, the female supervisor continued to shake her head. No overlaps found with the pure white flame talent. It can be determined that this is a new talent type. The male supervisor gazed in shock at the student encased in flames, then declared, "Notify the Tianling Pavilion. A new talent type has emerged in the West District Examination Hall of Beijiang City, characterized by a pure white flame and the illusion of a divine bird, which appears to be capable of materialization." The Tianling Pavilion is the department responsible for cataloging martial artists' abilities, akin to an official institution. The term materialization refers to the manifestation of a specific characteristic upon reaching A-level talent. For instance, if the talent measured is that of a rabbit, the individual could manifest the divine rabbit within a certain realm in the future. This phenomenon is exclusive to talents of A-level and above. So, what was the situation now? Lin Xinguang rushed over, eagerly questioning, "What level of talent has Wang Jing'an awakened?" Not only Lin Xinguang but all teachers and students turned their expectant gazes toward him, especially Li Yan, who, being of considerable skill, could sense the swirling white flames surrounding Wang Jing'an, realizing their formidable nature. Song Yinshi, initially prepared to head to the East District Hall, was intrigued by the commotion and decided to investigate. "We also wish to know what talent it is." One female supervisor regarded Wang Jing'an with a gaze full of intrigue. However, it can be confirmed that this student, surnamed Wang, has awakened a completely new talent. At least at an A-level standard, given the appearance of a divine bird, there is even a possibility it could be S-level. This was no exaggeration. New talent types do occasionally emerge, typically 2 or 3 times a year. However, none had ever manifested in the manner of Wang Jing'an's awakening, particularly with such intensely high temperatures. The most terrifying aspect was that this flame was not crimson but pure white, with the faint silhouette of a divine bird soaring above. Had they not summoned their energies to resist, the instruments and the clothing of all present would have been incinerated. Good heavens! At least an A-level standard, and possibly S-level? Lin Xinguang was astounded. "Dude, you abandoned me. We agreed to be lazy for life, yet you secretly rose to prominence." Wang Jing'an shrugged, fully aware that the Nanking Fire was certainly not A-level. Once the officials responsible for talent assessment arrived at the examination hall, this matter would undoubtedly cause a stir. If the Nanking Fire were classified as SSS-level, would Lin Xinguang not regret it for eternity? The possibility of it being S-level. Li Yan's earlier despondence evaporated instantly. Though he had not wished to tie his promotion opportunities to his students' talents, hearing that one of his students might be S-level filled him with uncontainable joy. "Oldly, well done. Hidden talents indeed. I recall that Wang Fellow was notorious for being at the bottom of the class. Who would have thought he is your greatest asset?" The homeroom teacher of class 3 gave a thumbs up. Who could have imagined that the seemingly carefree and slightly rebellious Wang Jing'an would turn out to possess the most exceptional talent in Class 7? The mere possibility of attaining an S-grade status was sufficient to transform Wang Jing'an into the most sought-after figure at Lingwu High School. Even some female classmates in the examination hall gathered around him. "Jing'an, I previously mishandled your confession. After much contemplation, I have decided to be with you," one classmate suggested. "Let us connect on WeChat, and perhaps we could catch a movie this weekend. Classmate, do you have time this Sunday?" In that moment, Wang Jing'an found himself in a state of bewilderment. When had he ever received such attention during his high school days in his previous life? Indeed, the allure of an extraordinary life after his reincarnation was hard to resist. He was at least of A-grade caliber, perhaps even S-grade. In the distance, Song Yinshi murmured to herself, her mind filled with the notion of S-grade. Just after she had broken up with Wang Jing'an, he suddenly awakened what seemed to be an S-grade talent. How could this be? Song Yinshi questioned the reality of her perceptions. What justified Wang Jing'an in awakening such exceptional abilities? She herself was merely A-grade. Chapter 4. Commencement of Evaluation. Yuanqi, it's all right. We haven't confirmed that it's an S rank yet. Chun Yinyan comforted her. Your talent is commendable in the entirety of Beijiang City. Those who have tested as a rank likely do not exceed 30. Wang Jing'an is at most a rank. He could never be S rank. I hope that's the case. Song Yuanxi's mood darkened instantly. Yuanxi, let us head to the East District. Remaining here will only dampen your spirits, Xingtian said, not wishing to see her dear friend disheartened by Wang Jing'an. Song Yuanxi cast a complex glance at Wang Jing'an. After a moment, Xingtian took her hand and turned to walk toward the examination venue in the East District. At that moment, the female supervisor's face broke into a radiant smile. If this student named Wang Jing'an is confirmed as S rank, we will secure this year's S bonus. Another supervisor chimed in, however, his power level is exceedingly high, 169. This is the first time I have encountered such a high figure during the college entrance examination, although the results would be consistent regardless of who conducted the test. The fact that it was measured under their supervision assured them of the bonus. Gazing at the carefree student, a sense of reverence blossomed within them. Moreover, a power level exceeding 120 signifies that one is a true warrior post-awakening. These supervisors foresaw that once the exams concluded, Wang Jing'an's score would indeed be impressive, at least within the top 100 nationally. Scores are assessed based on a combination of talent level and power. If one possesses a lower talent rank but a significantly higher power level, their score would surpass that of others. Should both attributes be exceptionally high, the resulting score would undoubtedly reflect that. As Wang Jing'an awakened his pure white flames, accompanied by the majestic vision of a soaring divine bird, nearly all examinees in the West District became familiar with his name. Particularly, several teachers and supervisors who had assessed him speculated he could potentially be S rank, which sent shockwaves through countless candidates. S rank, is it true? In one city, producing 2 S ranks each year is considered prolific. Could this year SS rank emerge from our Lingwu High School? My goodness, Wang Jing'an is on the fast track to one of the 4 premier martial arts academies. In an instant, the examinees in the West District were abuzz with discussion, and news began to ripple towards the neighboring North and South Districts. After all, awakening during the testing process is exceedingly rare. Lingwu High School, principal's office. Upon answering a call, the principal's brow furrowed with concern. Minister, must we produce 10A ranks this year? Is it possible to lower the requirement? On the other end, a middle-aged man's voice responded, Principal Jiang. It's not that I wish to maintain the standards, but the state has instituted a new policy. If each high school fails to produce 10A rank students within a year, educational resources will be reduced by 40. Meeting the standard doubles the resources. Principal Jiang sought to negotiate further. If it's too difficult, can we postpone the reduction of resources until next year? That would give us time to nurture promising students. The voice on the line replied, You know as well as I do that the ferocity of the beasts increases year by year. The pool of talents with a rank or above is dwindling. Either they have perished or have grown too old to fight. If the younger generation does not rise, we will face a complete depletion of resources. Faced with the minister's resolute stance and reflecting on the current state of the Great Xia, Principal Jiang resigned himself to the grim reality of this year's resource reduction, letting out a deep sigh. Very well, I shall not disturb your work any further. After hanging up, Principal Jiang gazed skyward, then summoned his secretary. Secretary, isn't the college entrance examination happening these days? Please check with the teachers and tally how many ranks we have produced this year. The male secretary nodded and complied. Approximately half an hour later, the secretary returned with a report. Principal, this year, we have only 4A rank students, possibly 5. For Principal Zhang's expression turned melancholic as he quietly lit a cigarette. In my time, Lingwu High School produced an S rank each year for 5 consecutive years. Since I took over, we have gradually declined from a first tier to a second tier school. Are we now on the brink of falling to a third tier? Old principal, I am unworthy of your legacy. Yet, after lamenting, Principal Zhang's attention was captured by a specific detail. Wait, what do you mean by possibly 5? 4 is 4, and 5 is 5. How can there be a possibility? The male secretary recounted the day's testing events. There is a student in class 7, Wang Jing'an, who awakened during his test, displaying a talent for flames with the manifestation of a divine bird. It is an entirely new type of talent. Are you implying? Principal Jiang inquired, puzzled. The secretary nodded. The testing staff believe Wang Jing'an's talent may be classified as S rank, and the personnel from Tianling Pavilion are likely en route to the examination site. Principal Jiang shot up in astonishment. What? S rank? Are you certain? The secretary shook his head. I cannot be certain. We must await the arrival of the Tianling Pavilion personnel for the final assessment. Quickly, summon Wang Jing'an to see me. Principal Jiang instructed, donning his coat and preparing to leave the office. No, I shall go to the examination site myself. The prospect of a potential S rank was sufficient to warrant the principal's attention. Should it be confirmed as an authentic S rank talent, it would surpass the importance of a mere 10A ranks. The cultivation of one S rank talent could eclipse that of numerous A ranks. This illustrates the vast disparity among talents. Just as Principal Jiang arrived at the examination site, the personnel from Tianling Pavilion had already commenced their final evaluation of Wang Jing'an's talent. Student, please unleash your full potential so we may accurately assess your talent. A bespectacled gentleman urged, his face alight with anticipation. They had received word of the emergence of a new type of talent. Dear, are you certain? Wang Jing'an expressed concern. As the system rated the South Ming leaving fire at a level above SSS, he feared it might inadvertently harm other candidates. After all, the reason South Ming leaving fire is classified as SSS is that it represents the pinnacle of talent ratings in this world. Its true potency far exceeds SSS, capable of overpowering even the highest tiers in this realm. Fear not. Unleash your full strength without concern for collateral damage. I am here as your principal. Jiang stood confidently behind Wang Jing'an's homeroom teacher. Unbeknownst to others, some might mistake him for an older student repeating the year. Upon hearing the principal's reassurance, Wang Jing'an cast aside his reservations, allowing the South Ming leaving fire to manifest as a small flame. In the West District Examination Hall, the 4 Tianling Pavilion personnel began to channel their spiritual energy, preparing various apparatus for further assessment. However, soon after, the flame, burning at its zenith and devoid of any impurities, radiated outward from Wang Jing'an, taking on a form reminiscent of the vermilion bird. As if a divine avian soared through the skies, the flames ascended hundreds of meters into the air. The rapid expansion of the flames left the 4 Tianling Pavilion personnel momentarily stunned before they swiftly mobilized their energy in defense, confronted by the extreme heat. In an instant, the examination venue in the West District, lined with delicate lace-like trees, was completely consumed by flames. Even the principal, upon witnessing this scene, was taken aback and promptly intervened, employing his formidable prowess to suppress the inferno. However, the subsequent spectacle left even him, the principal, in a state of astonishment. This pure white flame seemed impervious to extinguishment, a fire that refuses to be quelled. Surely, this must be classified at least as S rank or higher, wouldn't it? Chapter 5, classified at the highest level of confidentiality. SSS, what is happening? The principal stared in disbelief at the still-burning flames. Why can't they be extinguished? Quickly. Skin it with the instrument. One of the Tianling Pavilion personnel urged as he noticed Principal Jiang attempting to assist. Another person took out a small device to scan the flames. After a few seconds, the man with the device wore a shocked expression. How can this be? It's impossible what occurred? Principal Jiang hurriedly inquired. The man with the small device was filled with astonishment. The talent index of this candidate has surpassed the standard. Surpassed the A-level standard? The principal was overjoyed. Surpassing the A-level standard means that this year, Lingwu High School will produce an S-level student. Lingwu High School can maintain its status as a second-tier institution without further resource reductions. They might even apply to return to the first tier. Outside the crowd, Li Yin let out a sigh of relief. Not just an A-level, but an S-level has emerged. We made it through. After this lesson, Li Yin vowed never to casually make military pledges before school officials again. No, it's not merely surpassing the A-level standard, it has exceeded the SSS-level criteria. This was the source of the man's astonishment. What? Surpassed the SSS-level criteria? The principal's expression froze. What does exceeding the SSS level entail? The SSS level represents the highest talent, and it can be surpassed? The man with the device instinctively stepped back from the pure white flames, saying, The SSS-level talent index ranges from 91 to 100, but this flame's value has already exceeded that, surpassing 100. Surpassing 100. The principal doubted his ears, repeatedly confirming. In this case, does it still count as SSS? It does, and it's significantly stronger than a typical SSS level. The man with the device trembled, gazing at Wang Jing'an as if he were a monster. Our Daxia is about to produce another 9th realm warrior. SSS level. Li Yin rushed over to examine the instrument. How can it be SSS level? What I mean is I've brought out an SSS level student. Not only the homeroom teacher, but even the principal was dumbfounded. He had never encountered an SSS level student, or rather, he had never seen anyone from Beijiang City achieve even a single SSS. What does SSS level signify, and what does it represent? They, as elders, were well aware. Throughout Daxia, no, throughout the entire human race, there are only 30 individuals with SSS level talent. 30 kinds of high-risk talents. SSS level is not duplicated. This means that globally, there are only 30 people endowed with SSS level talent. Such talent cannot be replicated. To continue awakening, one must wait for the death of any one of those 30 individuals before the possibility of further awakenings arises. However, today, at Lingwu High School, they have broken the precedent of 30 kinds of high-risk talents. They have welcomed the 31st SSS level. This talent is not duplicated. Rather, it sets a new precedent, a completely novel talent. Characteristics: pure white flames that cannot be extinguished, a celestial bird phenomenon. The talent index exceeding 100 can only be explained by the fact that the student's awakened talent is stronger than any SSS level we have encountered. The leading Tianling Pavilion personnel pulled out a walkie-talkie and switched to a specific channel. I am Zhang Yang, calling the Tianling Pavilion Center. The following report is of the utmost urgency. Please immediately inform the pavilion master that during the college entrance examination at Beijiang City, a candidate from Lingwu High School has awakened an SSS level talent, surname Wang, name Jing'an. Zhang Yang set down the walkie-talkie and, in less than a second, continued. This report will not be repeated. I must emphasize that Wang Jing'an's awakened talent is unprecedented, and the characteristics of his SSS level talent are flames that cannot be extinguished unless he retracts them. Most importantly, the flames faintly reveal a celestial bird soaring in the sky. Initially confirmed as a talent phenomenon, danger level, extremely high, recommended to be classified as top secret. Immediately after, a female voice came through the walkie-talkie. Zhang Yang, please confirm. Is it indeed a brand new talent? Zhang Yang replied, yes, I confirm. The female voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie responded, understood, I will archive this immediately. Classifying this flame talent as top secret, confidentiality level, SSS. Please provide a name for this talent. Hearing this, Zhang Yang looked at Wang Jing'an, clasped his hands, and slightly bowed. Student Wang, we will name your talent. At this moment, Zhang Yang and the remaining 3 Tianling Pavilion members were completely respectful towards Wang Jing'an. Cultivating an S-level talent, if not lost, would at least achieve the 7th or even 8th realm. Not to mention an SSS level. If he survives, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of Daxia and a backbone of the entire human race. Wang Jing'an pondered for a moment and said, the talent is named Naming Lihua. Zhang Yang nodded solemnly, understood. Once the team members of Tianling Pavilion reported the events, they began to pack up and return. However, the shock left in their hearts would take time to dissipate. Following this, at the Western examination site, all candidates gasped in unison. Just now, I was stunned by that flame, and didn't he notice what level of talent Wang Jing'an possessed? Can someone tell me? Is it SSS level? Someone, please tell me I heard wrong. No, you heard correctly. It is indeed 3S. 3S, oh my. I have never seen what a 3S talent looks like. I witnessed it today, and I have no regrets in this life. Brother Jing'an, do you mind having another boyfriend? Oh my. You're acting strange. The candidates erupted with unprecedented astonishment. Who would have thought that the unattainable goal and idol of 3S would appear right beside them today? This will be a historic moment. And the candidates from the Western District are the witnesses. Principal Li Yin patted the principal's shoulder. The principal had yet to recover from the shock. It wasn't he that he lacked experience. On the contrary, It was precisely because he had seen so much that he understood clearly what 3S represented. The principal had once witnessed an SSS-level 7th Realm warrior defeat an 8th Realm Demon King. Although they perished together in the end, it demonstrated the terror of SSS-level talent. Such talent, when fully realized, would protect the entirety of Daxiao and serve as the backbone of humanity. And the future achievements of an SSS level are immeasurable. Student Jing'an, come. Let the principal give you a kiss. Principal Jiang disregarded his dignity and leaned in. Principal, please don't do this. My sexual orientation is normal. Wang Jing'an quickly ran away. He wanted to say that it was just an SSS-level talent. There was no need to be so excited. Talents of this level. He could extract another from Zhuke. Moreover, with the Shanghai Jing in hand, controlling hundreds and thousands of SSS-level talents in the future would be no trouble. Quickly, please invite Student Jing'an to my office for a chat. Principal Jiang waved to his male secretary, leaving Lin Xingguang, who felt as if he had eaten excrement. Dog. How could you do this? We agreed that our useless duo would never disband. How could you? How could you awaken as an SSS level upon finishing? Lin Xingguang shed tears of frustration. Chapter 6 began to captivate the entire examination scene. Meanwhile, on the path to the East District Examination Hall, Song Yinxi's close friend Chun Yinyan remarked, Yinxi, that senior Yangzhen from number 1 high school, just messaged me, inviting us to karaoke tonight. Yangzhen. Song Yinxi pondered the name, recalling it vaguely. Wasn't he a student from Class 7 of Lingwu High School? Yes, but unfortunately, he has little regard for second-tier universities. Given his affluent family background, and thus transferred to number 1 high school, Chun Yinyan explained, subtly hoping that Yinxi would accept the invitation. Yangzhen messaged me. He's at the East District exam venue and just achieved an S rank with a power level of 119. I believe the entire East District is buzzing about it. After all, his main intention seems to be inviting you, Yinxi. If you decline, we won't be able to bask in the glory. Yangzhen achieved an S rank. Song Yinxi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Are you sure it's an S rank? Absolutely. Several of my friends have already posted about it online. He's the second S rank achiever from Beijia City this year, and such talent is highly sought after by the 4 top martial arts academies. Chun Yinyan linked her arm with Song Yinxi's, grinning. So, Yinxi, will you attend Yang Zhan's celebration party tonight? Well, Song Yinxi feigned contemplation for a moment before nodding. Of course, we must honor the S-rank genius. Besides, with the Young family backing him, his future achievements will surely be remarkable. I estimate he might enter the top 20 in the national examination. Exactly, Yinxi. We must always look forward. Although your ex-boyfriend awakened an A-rank talent, he pales in comparison to Yangzhen. Moreover, Yangzhen seems interested in you, Chun Yinyan added. Perhaps influenced by some favor from Yangzhen, subtly steering the conversation in that direction. However, as they continued their discussion towards the East District examination venue, they began to notice numerous students hastily rushing towards the West District examination hall, engrossed in conversations regarding Wang Jing'an. My childhood friend just messaged me, urging me to hurry to the West District examination hall. Apparently, an SSS rank has emerged. I can't believe it. I must see it for myself. My cousin told me the same, even wagering his father's life on its authenticity. I'm becoming increasingly impatient. If I go now, I might just see the person. Although I'm skeptical, someone in our class has already shared a photo. It looks like a divine bird engulfed in white flames. SSS rank is likely an exaggeration. After all, SSS rank talents are unique and cannot repeat. To my knowledge, none of the 30 current SSS rank warriors have perished, making it impossible for duplicates to exist. I've heard this new SSS rank has set a historical precedent, becoming the 31st SSS rank. It sounds absurd. It's probably an S or S rank, exaggerated to SSS. As more candidates gathered, especially around the perimeter of the West District examination hall, it was inevitable that Song Yinxi and her companions overheard their chatter. Upon hearing SSS rank, Song Yinxi's brow furrowed. Chun Yinyan approached a few students to inquire, "Excuse me, are you discussing an SSS rank talent?" The students, upon seeing the attractive senior, eagerly responded, "Senior. You're unaware? An SSS rank candidate has emerged from the West District examination hall. SSS rank. How could that be? Aren't the 30 SSS rank predecessors still alive? Qiongqi questioned, her face filled with skepticism. I doubt it's SSS. It could be 2S or S, the students replied. Do you know the name? Qiongqi's interest shifted. She was no longer keen on the East District examination. I think it was something like Wang Jing'an? I can't recall. Enough chit-chat, senior. I'm heading to the West District examination hall. With that, the students hurried away, eager to witness the spectacle, leaving Qiongqi in disbelief. Wang Jing'an? Did I hear that correctly? Even Song Yinshi appeared skeptical. How could it possibly be SSS rank? Wasn't it said to be a rank? The staff who tested earlier only indicated a possible S rank. How could it escalate to SSS in less than 2 hours? It might not be Wang Jing'an. Perhaps Wang Jing'an. Wang Jing'an. Qiongqi herself struggled to believe. Yinshi, should we go check it out? Song Yinshi, filled with urgency and lacking patience, turned away without a word, heading towards the West District examination hall. Along the route, many candidates were drawn in by the news, occasionally exclaiming, I've never seen an SSS-ranked talent in my lifetime. Meanwhile, at the West District examination hall, Principal Jiang intended to bring Wang Jing'an back to the school office for a detailed discussion about which martial arts academy to apply to. However, given that it was examination season, the heads of the admissions departments from various martial arts academies had been waiting outside the examination venue since early morning, eager for the candidates to emerge. As Principal Jiang escorted Wang Jing'an through the main entrance, they were inevitably intercepted by the crowd of admissions officers. Jing'an, it seems you won't be leaving without signing up for a martial arts academy today, Principal Jiang observed, feeling a headache coming on as he watched the throng outside. They likely aren't aware that an SSS rank has appeared in the West District. If they knew, they wouldn't just be waiting on the periphery, they'd rush in to snatch you up. Principal, surely it can't be that serious? Wang Jing'an replied with a wry smile. You'll see. When the 4 top martial arts academies invite you, feign a painful dilemma, and ultimately choose Jingda, Principal Jiang instructed. Wang Jing'an inquired, Principal, are you receiving kickbacks? Principal Jiang retorted, it's not a kickback. Lingwu High School has Jingda backing it. Eventually, I'll transfer 1 million to your account as educational funding. Wang Jing'an, having been a seasoned professional in his previous life, understood that the situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared. 1 million is too little, Principal. You know what SSS rank signifies. If other martial arts academies make offers, they will be far more enticing than a mere million. Principal Jiang nodded in satisfaction. You possess high talent and intelligence. Very good. I'll increase it to 3 million. Wang Jing'an shook his head. 5 million. He was acutely aware that the original owner's family was not particularly affluent. The earlier suggestion of inviting Lin Xian to clean his villa had been a jest. If Wang Jing'an's family truly owned a villa, they would not be concerned with a few million. Principal Jiang frowned. 5 million is excessive. The school would need to subsidize you 50,000. As the words left his mouth, Principal Jiang abruptly realized something, but it was too late to retract. Wang Jing'an questioned, 5 million is merely a subsidy of 50,000? So, you initially offered 1 million to gauge my response. If I had agreed, the remaining 350,000 would have gone straight to the school's finance department? Chapter 7. The Birth of the Top Scholar. Principal Jiang chuckled awkwardly. Well, Jing'an, let's change the topic. He inadvertently revealed the budget, which was rather embarrassing. Behind every prestigious high school stands a martial arts school. Once, Lingwu High School was the finest in the city, producing an S-class student each year for 5 consecutive years, supported by Jing University. Consequently, Jing University provided Lingwu High School with a substantial scholarship budget. For an S-class student, 3 million, along with a spacious apartment in the city center. For an SS-class student, 8 million, with the option of selecting any villa in the urban area. As for an SSS-class student, the budget was limitless, with the privilege of choosing any villa in the city, along with access to the best training resources. Most importantly, the government would assist in finding a spouse, relieving them of such worries for a lifetime. However, it is true that individuals with such exceptional talents rarely lack for partners. Before Wang Jing'an could speak, the person in charge of the West District Examination Center had already announced the results of the college entrance examination. The candidates had completed their tests, and it was time for the admissions offices of the martial arts schools to take over the proceedings. The enormous screen displayed results that were synchronized in real time with the other 3 examination regions. Initially, the top scorer was the S-class talent, Night Phantom, Zhulong, with a strength value of 121. The second was S-class talent, Equal Domain, Yang Jing'an, with a strength value of 119. However, with Wang Jing'an's emergence, the top position was replaced by an SSS class. The first place in the North City College entrance examination, Wang Jing'an, SSS class talent, Southern Ming Fire, with an astonishing strength value of 169. This result was dazzling. Zhulong and Yang Jing'an were pushed back a position when everyone beheld the first place's SSS rating. The entire West District Examination Center erupted in excitement. It was too eye-catching to go unnoticed. I must attend the same martial arts school as Senior Jing'an. I need to secure my position. Senior Jing'an is bound to enter one of the 4 top martial arts schools. What makes you think you can attend the same one? My talent is A-class. I still have a chance at one of the top 4 schools. What's wrong with that? If only I were a beautiful girl. I would simply cling to him and not have to put in any effort. Our North City is among the last to take the college entrance exam. We await the national results tonight, and I predict Wang Jing'an will emerge as this year's top scholar. Is that even a prediction? Unless a second SSS class emerges. Wang Jing'an is undoubtedly this year's champion. Not only were the candidates at the West District Examination Center stirred by the news, but candidates from other centers also arrived one after another. Upon seeing the enormous screen at the center of the examination hall light up with countless names, everyone could easily spot Wang Jing'an among them. This included Song Yinshi and Chun Yinyan, who had just arrived at the West District Examination Center. Song Yinshi repeatedly confirmed that the name following first place was indeed Wang Jing'an, her pretty face filled with disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out. Is there an error in the examination results? Wasn't it said that he might be S-class? How did he become SSS class? Song Yinshi even recalled the rumors about Wang Jing'an at school. He was nicknamed the Tail-End Charlie and had formed a waist duo with a certain Lin Xianguang. How could such an unambitious person possibly be SSS class, and by what merit? Chun Yinyan initially intended to defend her friend, but Wang Jing'an's talent was simply too glaring. She couldn't muster the courage to belittle him in support of her friend. For Chun Yinyan, an S-class was already worthy of respect, but SSS class that was an insurmountable mountain. Then came the historic moment that shattered Song Yinshi's worldview. The screen displaying the examination results began to shuffle and change. Since North City was among the last to conduct the college entrance examination, once the results here were released, they would begin to synchronize with the national scores. The top 10 results became the focus of everyone's attention. Top scholar, North City Lingwu High School, Wang Jing'an, strength value 169, awakened SSS class talent Southern Ming Fire, setting a historic precedent by coexisting with the 30 SSS class martial artists of the current era, becoming the 31st SSS class on June 8, 2023, holder, Wang Jing'an. Second, Fengding City Jingwu High School, Chen Yin-su, strength value 142, awakened SSS class talent Absolute Command. Third, Fengding City Jingwu High School, Lin Jifeng, strength value 141. Tested SSS class talent Ether Body. Fourth, Fengjing City Jingwu High School, Chu Xiao, strength value 141, tested SSS class talent Spirit Master. Fifth, Chang'an City Shilling High School. Sixth, Guangzhou and Shenzhen City. The introduction of the top scholar was more detailed than the others. Among the top 10 results, there was one SSS class, along with 8 SS classes, while one S-class barely made it into the top 10. Yang Jing'an, with his S-class talent, ranked only 29th nationally. This year, the entire Great Xia had over 30 students with S-class and above talents, including 8 SS classes and 1 SSS class. Only 71 individuals awakened during the college entrance examination period. Most individuals were around 17 years old during this stage, as one could only awaken after reaching 18. Some students, having started school a year later than their peers, were just turning 18 during the examination. In cases of equal talent levels, rankings were determined by the comprehensive ability of the talent and the individual's strength value. The strength values of the top 10 were generally close, differing by only 2 to 3 points. Yet, the emergence of the top scholar shocked everyone. With a strength value of 169, he surpassed the second place by nearly 30 points. This was an astonishing gap. At the moment, the national examination rankings synchronized in real time. Some candidates in the West District Examination Center even fainted from the excitement. The top scholar, I, a mere commoner, will be attending the same school as the top scholar. A strength value of 169. Can Wang Jing'an single-handedly take on all of us? The entire examination hall was in an uproar. Even Principal Jiang, standing beside Wang Jing'an, removed his glasses to wipe away a few tears of joy. Old principal, did you see it? A top scholar has emerged during my tenure. Is it your blessing? I shall burn more incense for you on your Memorial Day. At that moment, outside the examination site, the officials waiting on the periphery observed the conclusion of the examination and prepared to allow the admissions officers in. As soon as they were permitted entry, a multitude of admissions officers rushed in. One man cast his gaze at the examination rankings. The top scholar this year, could it possibly be from Fengjing City again? This question echoed among the admissions officers. Each martial arts school had numerous admissions offices responsible for different districts, and many aspired to oversee Fengjing City. Renowned as the cradle of top scholars, for 8 consecutive years, the top scholar had emerged from Fengjing. However, when this group of admissions officers realized the top scholar's district, they were momentarily stunned. Chapter 8. The major martial arts schools begin their recruitment Beijing City? Am I not mistaken? However, what astonished the admissions offices of these martial arts schools even more was the introduction of the top scorer, which upon a cursory glance left everyone breathless. An SSS-level talent? A completely new aptitude? Incredible! An SSS-level talent that is entirely unique and without repetition. Who is Wang Jing'an? Wang, the top scorer, come forth. At the examination venue, there were no fewer than 20 admissions offices present, with 8 representing a prestigious first-tier school. The remainder consisted of second- and third-tier institutions. The 4 renowned top martial arts schools, all first-tier, stood out, yet one was particularly distinguished. These elite institutions were Zhulong, Jingda, Shida, and Wuda. Among them, the admissions office from Jingda took the lead, with the head female instructor exclaiming with laughter, "Ha ha ha, the top scorer is from Lingwu High School, which is affiliated with Jingda. You other 3 schools should save your energy and not compete with us." Upon realizing that the top scorer hailed not only from Beijing City, but also from Lingwu High School, the members of Jingda's admissions team could hardly contain their joy. What nonsense! Who says that just because they are affiliated with you, they must attend Jingda? Retorted the head of Shida's admissions office, approaching to confront Jingda's representatives. The other 2 top schools did not shy away either, each expressing their determination to secure this year's top scorer. The prestige of this year's top scorer far surpassed that of previous years. An SSS-level talent? Whichever institution claims this individual will be etched into history. Observing the fierce competition among the 4 top schools for this year's top scorer, the second-tier institutions, fully aware of their limitations, discreetly withdrew to the sidelines. They recognized they had little chance of vying for an SSS-level talent and could only aim for an A-level candidate. The subsequent scene left Wang Jing'an astonished as the heads of the admissions offices began to bicker without even having met him. One of the Jingda officials, suddenly kicked by someone from another school, shouted in anger, "Who kicked me? I declare today that we will secure Wang, the top scorer, for Jingda." The excitement surrounding the SSS-level talent drove these officials to madness, akin to how ordinary people might resort to violence over trivial gains. Song Yanxi, witnessing the fierce competition among the 4 elite schools for Wang Jing'an, felt a whirlwind of emotions and deep unease. After taking her own assessment and obtaining an A-level, she had initially felt a sense of surprise, thinking her boyfriend would no longer be worthy of her. She had envisioned attending a first-tier school and finding a boyfriend with S-level talent. Yet, the very person she wished to distance herself from had, in less than half a day, completed a remarkable turnaround by awakening an SSS-level talent, an achievement unattainable in her eyes. The psychological contrast and emotional blow were overwhelming. At that moment, One of the admissions heads from Zhulong stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Enough, enough. Stop the quarrel. There are numerous candidates watching. Maintain your composure. First, let us call forth the top scorer. How can you argue when you don't even know who he is?" "Yes, let the top scorer come out," echoed the head of Jingda, crossing her arms. Under the call of the 4 top schools' representatives, the heads of the other schools also began to express their anticipation. Who could possibly awaken an SSS-level talent? Their excitement was palpable. Before Wang Jing'an could say a word, Principal Jiang pushed him forward from the crowd. Winking as he did so, "Remember, pretend to be conflicted for a moment, then express your willingness to join Jingda. You are Wang, the top scorer?" The Jingda representative rushed over to the young man, pushed forward by Principal Jiang. The head of Shida, smiling, remarked, "At first glance, he may seem ordinary, perhaps even a bit rustic, but with the SSS-level aura surrounding him, Wang Jing'an, you exude an extraordinary presence." However, the representative from Wuda, being quite sincere, immediately presented his conditions. "Wang Jing'an, come to Wuda. We offer 1 million in scholarships, a villa of your choice, and jobs for your parents within the system. If you desire, Wuda will even assist you in finding a girlfriend, as it is time to start dating during college." Such enticing offers truly exemplified the correct approach to attracting talent, and these conditions were hard to refuse. Moreover, as one of the 4 top schools, Wuda was among the elite institutions. 1 million? Is that all you think an SSS-level talent is worth? The Jingda representative approached Wang Jing'an with a broad smile, stating, "Wang Jing'an, come to Jingda. We will match Wuda's offer and add one more condition. Jingda will spare no effort to help you become the next 10 saints of humanity." The mention of the 10 saints of humanity sent shockwaves through the crowd of candidates. Even the representatives of the other 3 top schools were taken aback by Jingda's commitment to securing Wang Jing'an. What does it mean to be one of the 10 saints? It signifies being among the 10 most powerful individuals in humanity, each generation's saint standing at the pinnacle of human strength. The admissions team from Jingda instinctively lowered their voices, cautioning, "Chief, the principal didn't mention this benefit, and not everyone can become one of the 10 saints. Is the price not too steep?" The head representative, Chao Yunjian, smiled faintly and replied, "The principal certainly did not anticipate that this year's top scorer would be an SSS-level talent. Had he known, he would undoubtedly support me." After patting the shoulder of the official beside him, he continued, "Moreover, do not underestimate the SSS-level talent. Consider the 30 predecessors who awakened SSS-level talents. Our Daxia has 11 among them, with 8 seats in the 10 saints. How could someone with Wang Jing'an's aptitude not achieve greatness in the future? For now, let us focus on bringing him to Jingda. Wang Jing'an, come to Zhulong. 4 of the 10 saints from this generation hail from Zhulong." The Zhulong representative, appearing much more amiable than the others, added, "We can offer you everything the other 3 institutions can, plus a boundary-breaking pill that will solidify your power and give you an advantage when advancing to the second realm." As Song Yanxi listened to the enticing conditions being offered by these top schools, assistance in finding a girlfriend, providing pills, and luxurious villas, her heart sank further. Particularly, the conditions presented by Jingda, pledging their full resources to assist Wang Jing'an in becoming the next 10 saints of humanity, weighed heavily on her mind. If Wang Jing'an were to thrive, he would undoubtedly become a figure of great significance. Yet, mere hours earlier, she had cast aside such a promising individual. As she surveyed the representatives from the first-tier schools vying for her attention, she realized that, although they were all first-tier institutions, there remained a significant disparity between them. The 4 top schools represented the pinnacle of first-tier education, having nurtured countless exceptional individuals and even saints. Song Yanxi recalled her earlier words about how she was destined to attend a first-tier school, while Wang Jing'an would only be relegated to the lowest echelons of society after graduation. How ironic. Chapter 9. Joining the martial arts school, awaiting the start of term, Wang Jing'an found himself at a crossroads. Besieged by offers from the 4 prestigious martial arts academies, unsure of which path to take. He occasionally cast a glance at the principal, who was persistently winking at him, seemingly reminding him of the words spoken earlier. However, Wang Jing'an was reluctant to be restrained. Although Lingwu High School was affiliated with Jingda, It did not imply that graduates were obligated to join Jingda. Wang Jing'an yearned for autonomy. His choices should not be swayed by others. Moreover, he recalled the system's wealth conversion. If he were to join one of the martial arts schools, the villas and elixirs would be credited to his name, transforming into prestige points. How many prestige points would that amount to? Hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions. Just think of the potential tenfold draws. At that moment, the prospect of acquiring a second SSS-level talent didn't seem so distant, and perhaps even a third or fourth. By the time he was ready to accompany his mentors on demon-slaying missions, he would likely have evolved into an unparalleled powerhouse. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. A life of extraordinary fortune requires no justification. Come on, stop overthinking it. They're all top-tier martial arts academies. Just pick one. Lin Xingwang, watching anxiously from the sidelines, felt genuine joy for his friend's promising future. Though they often presented themselves as carefree and formed a so-called slacker duo, deep down, both harbored aspirations of awakening extraordinary talents. After all, who wouldn't dream of attending a prestigious martial arts academy and serving their country after graduation? Before long, Wang Jing'an began to act, displaying an exaggeratedly tormented expression. He first glanced at the representative from Zhulong, then shifted his gaze to the others, Shida, Wuda, before finally resting his eyes on the representative from Jingda. Principal Jiang observed the boy's performance with a tinge of amusement. The Jingdao admissions office, noticing Wang Jing'an's lingering gaze, revealed expressions of delight. Wonderful, Wang, the top scholar, indeed has discerning taste. However, before the head representative, Qiongqi, could finish his sentence, Wang Jing'an boldly declared before the assembly, I choose to join Zhulong. Qiongqi stood momentarily stunned. The representative from Zhulong was equally taken aback, regaining composure only after a few seconds. Quick, register Wang for the admission process. Bring over some chilled drinks. We mustn't let him suffer from heat stroke. And summon the solar-powered fans. Why Zhulong? Qiongqi inquired. Wang Jing'an's reasoning was straightforward. Zhulong has produced 4 of the 10 saints of humanity. Principal Zhang's expression tightened, fearing that the Jingda admissions office might react unfavorably and withdraw financial support for Linwu High School. Yet, to his surprise, Qiongqi approached Wang Jing'an and, with a hearty laugh, asked, if Jingda were to produce more saints than Zhulong, would you still choose Zhulong? Absolutely not, Wang Jing'an replied resolutely. Haha, Wang truly possesses spirit. It seems Jingda is not destined for this one. Qiongqi held Zhulong in high regard. Producing 4 of the 10 saints of humanity was no small feat. It would not be an exaggeration to proclaim Zhulong as the foremost among the 4 elite martial arts schools, though they were commonly referred to collectively. Qiongqi then turned to Principal Jiang, saying, this student has been well cultivated. Upon my return, I shall inform Jingda's president to triple the financial aid for Linwu High School next year, considering that Wang is one of your graduates. Principal Zhang's face lit up with joy as he prepared to offer a token of gratitude. Qiongqi cleared his throat. Let us not resort to such measures in front of so many people. Even without my intervention, Jingda will extend special consideration to Linwu. As Qiongqi began to approach other students, Principal Jiang turned to the side and remarked to Li Yin, I recall you once made a military pledge here. Li Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the mention of the pledge. He had hoped to avoid that topic. Were it not for the emergence of the extraordinary Wang Jing'an at a crucial moment, he would have been at a loss. Principal Jiang continued, when you return, prepare accordingly. It's time for a larger office. Initially, Li Yin failed to grasp the implication, but soon, excitement surged within him. Thank you, Principal. The unspoken implication was clear. He was to be promoted. Principal Jiang regarded Wang Jing'an thoughtfully. You ought to express your gratitude to your student. He is truly remarkable. I eagerly anticipate the heights he may reach. Will he become the next saint of humanity, or will fate cut his journey short? This final thought remained unspoken, nestled within his heart. Meanwhile, Li Yin cast a glance at Wang Jing'an, who was busy completing his registration, unsure of what to convey. This student stood vividly in his memory. Despite appearing carefree, he was, in truth, a beacon of optimism. On the day of the entrance exams, He had become the focal point for countless peers. Li Yin noticed Lin Xingguang's face, radiating a smile of heartfelt pride. Since the announcement of the exam results, a palpable distance had emerged between Lin Xingguang and Wang Jing'an. Perhaps Lin Xingguang understood that, from that moment onward, he and Wang would no longer walk the same path, one a prodigy, the other bearing a mediocre D-grade talent. Ultimately, Lin Xingguang chose not to join any martial arts academy. Even when approached by 3 lower-tier institutions, he declined and opted to withdraw. Li Yin observed Lin Xingguang's retreating figure, refraining from pursuing him. At this juncture, perhaps all Lin Xingguang needed was a quiet space, free from disturbances. Once Wang Jing'an completed the registration process, the Zhulong representative informed him. Classes commence on September 1st at Zhulong Martial Arts Academy, located in Fengjing City. You may report directly to the school. Understood, Wang Jing'an nodded, then inquired. I have a small request. May I bring a fellow student to join Zhulong? What is his talent? The representative asked. D-grade, fully washed out, Wang Jing'an replied. After a moment's hesitation, the head of Zhulong's admissions office nodded. Very well. A large academy can accommodate 1 D-grade talent. This shall grant Wang the respect and leeway he deserves. Yet, as Wang Jing'an turned to summon Lin Xingguang, he realized the latter had vanished. Teacher, where's Xingguang? Li Yin pointed outside the examination hall. He left. Wang Jing'an questioned. He joined which school? Li Yin replied. He didn't join any school. Reading the significance in his teacher's expression, Wang Jing'an chose not to probe further. He was not oblivious. He understood the reason behind Lin Xingguang's withdrawal. Li Yin continued. Let me speak a harsh truth. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle. The moment you awaken an SSS-level talent, you are no longer on the same path as others. You may have once been close friends, sharing grand aspirations, but today, reality must take precedence. Chapter 10. Wishing all candidates a brilliant future. After listening to the class teacher's words, Wang Jing'an chose to remain silent and did not pursue Lin Xingguang. The representative from the Zhulong Martial Arts School also refrained from further inquiries, as he and Li Yin shared a common understanding. Regardless of past friendships, the paths of the students would inevitably diverge after the college entrance examination. The class teacher was correct. From this day forth, their relationships would no longer possess the same purity. One would be thrust into the workforce, while the other would embark on the journey of higher education, honing their skills to combat the beasts. By the afternoon, nearly all candidates had joined various martial arts schools and completed their registration procedures. Those who had not either lacked talent or possessed abilities that proved utterly ineffective, rendering them undesirable even to the third-tier martial arts institutions. These students were destined to enter the workforce prematurely. The responsibilities of slaying beasts and safeguarding humanity were no longer connected to them. Reflecting on the day before the examination, many students harbored dreams of becoming heroes defending humanity. After the exam, those dreams shattered, particularly in this cohort, as one student achieved an SSS-grade talent, marking a devastating blow. Principal Jiang of Lingwu High School observed some candidates exiting with disappointment and could not help but exclaim, "It is only through regrets that life finds its meaning." Such is the reality of our world. Every year, these educators witness similar scenes. A portion of candidates always departs with regrets after the examination. Meanwhile, Wang Jing'an called out to the leading representative of Zhulong Martial Arts School, inquiring about the conditions mentioned earlier. The representative smiled, reassuring him, "Rest assured, Wang, your share is secure. The first-grade breakthrough elixir will be delivered to your residence tonight. As for the villa, just sign the contract at your convenience." Then, recalling something, the representative added, "Regarding the state's assistance in finding a partner for you, I was merely following the trend. However, with your SSS-grade talent, I assure you that many female students will seek you out once the semester begins." Before the representative could finish, Wang Jing'an, with a dignified countenance, interjected, "Teacher, until peace is restored among humanity, we should not squander our energies on romantic pursuits. Our duty is to strive diligently to become competent warriors, join the slaying beast hall, and engage in battle against the monstrous foes, even if it leads to our demise. At the very least, we will lay a solid foundation for our race." Such noble sentiments deeply resonated with the admissions officers present. Their perception of Wang Jing'an elevated significantly. Chao Yunjiang, the representative from Beijing University, found the young man's character commendable, humble, and composed, untainted by arrogance despite his newfound SSS-grade talent. If only he would choose to attend my university, Chao Yunjiang sighed regretfully. Wang Jing'an, meanwhile, felt perplexed. Why had the system not responded? Wasn't reputation converted through wealth? With a villa and the promised breakthrough elixir from Zhulong, the value should be substantial. System, are you attempting to deceive me again? He pondered silently, inquiring. The system clarified, the conversion of wealth into reputation requires equivalency. The assets have not yet been transferred to your name. Thus the conversion failed. Wang Jing'an responded. So I must wait until the villa's ownership is transferred to me? Precisely. The system affirmed. Suddenly enlightened, Wang Jing'an thought it was no matter. He could wait a couple of days since the semester had not yet commenced. At least he now understood that the system was not riddled with bugs. Once the conversion succeeded, he could seek promises from others to accumulate reputation, potentially garnering billions in a single day and extracting hundreds of SSS-grade talents, rendering him invincible the following day. At that moment, an invigilator in the examination hall addressed all candidates in the Western District, proclaiming, "May your futures be bright and your journeys prosperous." This heartfelt blessing stirred the emotions of all candidates. Once the examination concluded, a designated vehicle transported Wang Jing'an home. As he departed the examination hall, Song Yinshi could not help but fixate on the back of the boy, yearning to call out to him. Jing'an. Wang Jing'an turned, confusion etched on his face. "Junior, are you calling me?" Upon seeing his gaze, akin to that of a stranger, the words she intended to voice faltered, leaving her in silence. In that moment, she realized she could no longer reach him. Beside her, Chun Yinyan and the other friends wore expressions of unspoken sentiments. Why had everything changed so abruptly? They had initially thought that senior Yang Zhen's S-grade result was formidable, only for Wang Jing'an to reveal that such grades were trivial in comparison. In Fengjing City, within the Chun family's towering office building, an elderly man, the chairman's steward, entered, announcing, "The young master's top rank has been snatched away." Didn't Tisu achieve the SS grade absolute command yesterday? The chairman pondered, considering that an SS grade talent was already exceptional among the younger generation. This year's top candidate must be Chun Yen-so. However, all the examination results have been released, and the young master is actually the second. The steward lowered his gaze. The second? Who is the top candidate? The chairman frowned. The top candidate is a student named Wang Jing'an from Linwu High School in Beijing City. The steward replied in shock. Wang achieved a new SSS grade talent, the South Mingli Fire, with a power value of 169. What? The chairman exclaimed, rising in astonishment. SSS grade? Such talents are not supposed to repeat. As the chairman pondered, the implications of the steward's statement dawned upon him. A new SSS grade? This means the 31st SSS grade talent has emerged without duplicate. Investigate this Wang Jing'an, ascertain his background, and consider potential alliances if necessary, the chairman instructed. He feared that having his son competing alongside such a prodigy would overshadow his own achievements. The steward shook his head. "Chairman, we cannot investigate." "Why not?" The chairman pressed. "I was just on my way to report to you, and I have already checked. Wang Jing'an's personal file has been encrypted by the Tianling Pavilion at the highest SSS security. I suspect the state is already aware of this matter, and it will soon spread throughout humanity." The encryption of his personal file indicated that all information regarding Wang Jing'an was off-limits for investigation, including the details of the South Mingli Fire. Of course, many within the Tianling Pavilion were unaware of the specifics of this newly emerged SSS-grade talent. Highest security level, the chairman marveled. It was indeed reasonable for the state to prioritize such a groundbreaking SSS-grade talent. The young master intends to transfer to Zhulong, the steward reported. Isn't he already enrolled in Beijing University? Let him transfer. The semester hasn't begun yet. The chairman massaged his temples, resigning the affairs of the younger generation to their own devices. After all, Wang Jing'an did not belong to his era. However, it was evident that after today, a seismic shift among the younger generation was imminent. Numerous candidates from various nations might soon transfer to domestic institutions. Chapter 11. A severe talent gap emerges among the younger generation upon returning home in a private vehicle. Wang Jing'an had not yet crossed the threshold when a barrage of phone calls ensued, all from relatives and friends. It seemed the news of his awakening a new type of talent had spread rapidly, for an SSS talent is neither an S nor an A. It represents the pinnacle of the talent hierarchy. Once inside, he called out for his parents but received no reply. They were likely away on business again. His parents typically worked out of town, only returning home for significant holidays throughout the year. Wang Jing'an's residence was decent, spanning approximately 130 square meters. After a brief moment, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. 5 seconds later, the call connected. "Son, where have you gone? I just spoke with the admissions office at Zhulong Martial Academy. You must enroll with me," he said. Upon hearing Jing'an's words, Lin Xingguang seemed momentarily taken aback, and Wang Jing'an refrained from urging him. Approximately a minute passed before Lin Xingguang's indifferent voice came through. Don't worry about me. I know I'm not cut out for university. With my level of talent and abilities, even if I attended, I wouldn't be able to join you in hunting demons." Wang Jing'an was not oblivious. He could detect a slight tremor in Xingguang's voice, indicating he had likely wept silently during the pause. "I don't care who looks after you. Your parents left early, and all you have left are your grandparents. Do you wish to enter the workforce at 17 or 18? This time, Lin Xingguang fell silent again, the pause stretching longer than before. Yet Wang Jing'an maintained his hold on the line. After 2 minutes, Lin Xingguang spoke with a profound tone. "Jing'an, what I truly seek is respect. Though we often act carefree, the college entrance examination is over, and many of our classmates who have shared our daily lives are now parting ways." Now it was Wang Jing'an's turn to remain silent. Lin Xingguang continued, "If I could secure admission to a prestigious university on my own merit, I would certainly go. However, I do not wish to enroll merely because of your influence. After all, working in society is also a form of opportunity." Wang Jing'an chuckled. "You are right. Attending university is not the sole path forward. Let us gather tonight, for who knows when we might meet again." Lin Xingguang replied, "Jing'an, let us plan to meet another time. I've already purchased a high-speed train ticket, departing around 6 this evening." Wang Jing'an inquired, "So soon?" Lin Xingguang explained, "My parents were slain by the demon race while guarding our kind. Since middle school, I've longed to visit the city where they once fought for survival. And now I finally have the chance. I hope you can support my decision." Wang Jing'an nodded. "Then, let us each strive for our own paths." He left the rest unsaid, allowing the conclusion to linger. A few moments later, Lin Xingguang's laughter resonated through the phone. "We shall meet at the pinnacle." Despite knowing that after today's farewell, he would be left far behind by Wang Jing'an, he felt compelled to utter a few parting words. After hanging up, Wang Jing'an found it difficult to calm his emotions. The college entrance examination had just concluded, yet it felt as if everything had changed. In the subsequent hours, his phone was inundated with calls. Irritated, he tossed it aside and logged onto his computer. To his astonishment, he was captivated by numerous news articles. All of them pertained to this year's top scorers. He even spotted his own name. The examination had only concluded in the afternoon. How could there be news coverage so swiftly? After some contemplation, he realized the magnitude of his new SSS-level talent would undoubtedly reverberate across various sectors. He wondered if the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion would disclose that his talent surpassed the 30 known SSS types. Wang Jing'an was acutely aware that his understanding of himself was minimal, or rather, his awareness of the nation was lacking. He had no knowledge that his records were classified at the highest level of confidentiality. As he perused campus forums, he was astonished to find that the largest campus thread in Jiang City had been inundated with references to Wang, the top scorer, and the SSS level. Across campus forums nationwide, similar sentiments echoed. "I am also from Zhulong Martial Academy, eagerly anticipating the first day of school. After yesterday's exam, I shared a testing room with Chunyan Su and Lin Jinfeng. When the results were announced, I initially thought Chunyan Su would be this year's top scorer, only to be astonished by the emergence of an SSS talent. Conversely, a comment surfaced questioning, "Isn't it true that the 30 SSS talents cannot repeat?" I recall none of those 30 predecessors have fallen. Another voice chimed in, young brother upstairs. I suspect you've just emerged from seclusion. It has been stated that the SSS-level Nanming Li Hua is an entirely new talent. Why pose such foolish questions? I can't sit still. I am eager to spar with this Wang, the top scorer. Indeed, the emergence of severe gaps in SSS talents means that, aside from Wang Jing'an, we are unlikely to see another SSS among our generation. As Wang Jing'an continued to explore the campus threads, he found himself drawn to the comment regarding the absence of a second SSS talent. Initially, he struggled to grasp how there could be no other SSS level among. However, it dawned on him that the current generation faced a significant talent gap. With 30 high-risk talents that cannot be duplicated, it implied that if those 30 predecessors had not perished, then no one from this generation would awaken an SSS talent. Thus, he was indeed an anomaly. No, he was not merely an anomaly. Wang Jing'an was acutely aware of the nature of his awakened abilities. They transcended the SSS level. He could foresee the myriad troubles awaiting him once school commenced, feeling certain that many would seek him out for sparring. After all, he was the sole individual with an SSS talent among his peers. Later that evening, a representative from Zhulong Martial Academy arrived personally at Wang Jing'an's home to deliver a boundary-breaking pill. This pill was reputed to facilitate the ascension to the second realm of cultivation. The individual responsible for delivering the pill stood nervously at Wang Jing'an's doorstep. What are you so anxious about? I am merely an 18-year-old high school student, not a monster, Wang Jing'an thought, puzzled. I simply feel honored to converse with a future prominent figure and to personally deliver this pill to you, the representative replied, holding out a wooden box. After a moment, he presented it. This is the boundary-breaking pill promised to you by Zhulong. The transfer of the villa's ownership will be handled by me tomorrow morning. Chapter 12. This frustrating system, the possession of an SSS-grade talent, has propelled Wang Jing'an to national fame. It won't be long before the entire human race learns of the emergence of the 31st SSS-grade talent from Beijiang City in the Great Xia. Noticing the stiffness of the representative, Wang Jing'an invited him into his home for a cup of tea. However, the representative insisted on attending to the transfer of the villa first and promised to return the next morning. Wang Jing'an did not press the matter further. He took the wooden box, closed the door, and returned to the living room. Before he could open it, he received a call from the principal. Principal? You know my number? He inquired. I got it from your homeroom teacher, Principal Jiang replied. Is there something you need? Are you planning a celebration for my success? Wang Jing'an said with a playful tone. Actually, I contacted you because a steward from the Li family conglomerate reached out to me for your home address. Principal Jiang explained, succinctly revealing that Wang Jing'an's personal file had been classified as top secret. My file is encrypted? Wang Jing'an exclaimed in astonishment. Upon reflection, it made sense. Being the 31st SSS-grade talent, he was bound to attract the government's attention. Perhaps the state had already dispatched agents to protect him in secret. It was not an impossibility. Well, they couldn't even find your home address, so the steward offered me 100,000. I'll transfer the entire amount to your account shortly. If I accept it, it would be a violation, Principal Jiang stated. Confused, Wang Jing'an remarked, I understand your reluctance to accept the funds. But given that you are aware of my file's encryption, aren't you concerned about accountability for disclosing my address? Although he did not fully grasp the intricacies of the matter, he had some understanding. Principal Jiang replied, the steward is the Li family's prized possession seeking you. Oh, I forgot to mention, his grandfather was one of the 10 saints of the previous generation of humanity. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. One of the 10 saints of the previous generation? That explains it. A family with such a legacy must be serving the nation. But what could this Li family's jewel want with me? Does she think I've achieved top honors and wishes to personally seek me out? He mused, letting his imagination run wild. Jing'an, don't get the wrong idea. She's likely here due to her grandfather's affairs. You'll find out tonight or tomorrow morning. I need to go. I have matters to attend to. 100 million. As Principal Jiang ended the call, Wang Jing'an distinctly heard the mention of 100 million and wondered what the principal was up to. Was it possible that this year's financial aid for Lingwu High School had come through? It made sense, with an SSS-grade talent emerging from Lingwu. The prestigious Jing University would surely not overlook them. Shaking off his thoughts, Wang Jing'an began to open the wooden box he held. Inside was a pill exuding a rich fragrance and gleaming brightly. This pill was not concocted from mere herbs, as one might find in fictional tales. The breakthrough pill was formed by hunting magical beasts and obtaining their demon cores. These cores were then refined until they were devoid of impurities, rendering them suitable for human consumption. Detected a change in host's wealth value, gaining 42,900 points of reputation. At last, it had arrived. Wang Jing'an had been anticipating this moment all night. Let us go for a 10 consecutive draw. In the depths of his mind, the pages of the classic of mountains and seas began to turn rapidly. In the end, draw failed. Thank you for your patronage. Draw failed. Thank you for your patronage. Draw failed. Thank you for your patronage. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. What? ISNT, there's supposed to be a guaranteed draw in a 10 consecutive attempt? He recalled that during his last 10 draw, he had received a portion of the Vermilion Bird's abilities as a guarantee. System. The first time was to accommodate the host's emotions, allowing for one guaranteed draw in a 10 consecutive attempt. Now, with the increase in rank, the guarantee has been upgraded. Name, Wang Jing'an. Age, 18. Gender, undisclosed. Rank, Black Iron. Energy, 169. Cultivation, First Realm. Energy must reach 220 to break through to the Second Realm. Talent, SSS grade Southern Mingli Fire. Reputation, 33. 900. Guarantee, 10 times. Rare items appear once in every 100 draws. Items, none. Black Iron rank. What does that entail? Wang Jing'an had previously overlooked this detail. System. Upon reaching the Black Iron rank, subsequent draws will not fail, but will yield some supplementary rewards. Wang Jing'an retorted, Can I still trust you? System. Of course. The system operates on a mechanized program. All data is processed according to the program, devoid of personal vendettas. Wang Jing'an felt a sense of familiarity with this statement, as if he had heard it before. Then let us go for another 10 consecutive draw. The classic of mountains and seas began to stir once more. Draw failed. Cumulative increase in Southern Ming Leaf Fire compatibility by 0.1. Draw failed. Cumulative increase in Southern Ming Leaf Fire compatibility by 0.1. Draw failed. Cumulative increase in Southern Ming Leaf Fire compatibility by 0.1. Southern Ming Leaf Fire compatibility. 2. Wang Jing'an exclaimed, Damn it, a scammer. I'm done with this. The system coaxed gently, a guarantee of 100 times will yield rare items. Wang Jing'an snapped back, Get lost. Exiting the system interface. Wang Jing'an returned to reality, unwilling to continue being duped by the system. He suspected that this irritable system was acting out of spite. He decided to save up the remaining reputation points. This lottery was unequivocally a trap. What if the 100 times guarantee yielded something he did not desire? Once Wang Jing'an returned to reality, he focused on the breakthrough pill in his hand. He was astonished to discover that this small pill was worth over 40,000. Should he swallow it directly or refine it? He had forgotten to inquire about the process of consuming the pill. After careful consideration, Wang Jing'an concluded that the best course of action was to ingest it directly. After all, he was already a martial artist, with an energy value of 169. Even if something went awry, how serious could it be? Without hesitation, Wang Jing'an swallowed the breakthrough pill whole. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, he felt a soothing sweetness caressing his taste buds, accompanied by a hint of bitterness, melting away into a smooth texture. He felt energy radiating from the breakthrough pill coursing through him, overwhelming his surroundings. The force of the medicine hit him unexpectedly, causing him to collapse to the ground in distress. Desperately, he clawed at his throat, attempting to expel the pill. He regretted his decision to swallow it whole. Outside in the hallway, a young woman had just arrived on the 4th floor via the elevator. This should be the home of the esteemed Wang scholar, she mused. Accompanying her was an elderly man. Yes, miss. I paid a hefty sum to obtain Wang scholar's home address from Principal Jiang. This must remain confidential, he cautioned. Given the classification of Wang Jing'an's personal file as top secret, those of certain status were generally aware of it. Therefore, when the national examination results were released in real time that afternoon, the elderly man had already arranged for the miss to visit Wang Jing'an. My grandfather's condition is worsening. I've heard that the southern Mingli fire, when burned to its utmost, manifests in pure white. I wonder if it could alleviate my grandfather's ailment. As the long-haired young woman approached room 411, Wang Jing'an's residence, she heard muffled sounds emanating from within. What was happening? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the steward sensed something was amiss and kicked the aluminum door with tremendous force, unleashing the powerful energy of a martial artist. Chapter 13. The top scholar of last year. The aluminum door was forcefully kicked open, revealing Wang Jing'an sprawled on the living room floor. His neck flushed as if he had taken a tumble. The butler, possessing considerable skill, sensed the potent medicinal energy swirling around Wang Jing'an and swiftly approached him. With a decisive motion, the butler infused a surge of energy into Wang Jing'an's back, initiating the flow of the concentrated medicinal power into his body. A warm current coursed through Wang Jing'an's limbs, nourishing his entire system. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until, at last, his meridians were unlocked, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. This surge signified that he had ascended to the realm of a first-level martial artist. Wang Jing'an recalled the principal's words and connected them to the individuals from the Li family. You are from the Li family. It appeared that Principal Jiang had spoken to them about him. Indeed, we represent the Li family, one of the 5 great families, the butler replied softly. Greetings, Wang Jing'an. My name is Li Jing'an. Li Jing'an was notably courteous. Hello, I am. Wang Jing'an, hearing his name mentioned, felt no need to introduce himself further. Did you just swallow a breaking boundary pill whole? Li Jing'an found the earlier scene somewhat amusing. Wasn't it supposed to be taken in doses? Wang Jing'an scratched the back of his head, uncertain. It is indeed to be taken directly, but the breaking boundary pill is meant to be consumed in 3 doses, morning, noon, and night. Swallowing it all at once would surely overwhelm you. If we hadn't arrived in time. Li Jing'an left the rest unsaid. Well, I am grateful for your timely intervention, Wang Jing'an expressed. What do you mean by timely intervention? I meant that if we hadn't arrived, you would have bled from all 7 orifices and your clothes would have turned to dust. You would only awaken from your stupor tomorrow. Taken aback by Li Jing'an's teasing, Wang Jing'an was at a loss for words. He then glanced at his own door, a look of regret crossing his face. Did I lock the door? The butler was astonished. You didn't T-lock it? I didn't T-double lock it. Wang Jing'an replied, his expression puzzled. The butler said, we will take responsibility. That won't be necessary, Wang Jing'an stated directly. You came to find me for what reason? Li Jing'an exchanged a glance with the butler, who cleared his throat and explained, it is quite simple, Wang. My mistress's grandfather, due to his battles in the past, was poisoned by the venom of the 9-poisoned emperor serpent. Although he managed to expel most of the toxin, he is left with a lingering ailment that prevents him from fighting again. The butler elaborated. The venom of the 9-poisoned emperor serpent is particularly afraid of flames. My mistress has heard that your southern bright departure fire is pure white, and she wishes to invite you to the Li residence. Wang Jing'an recalled the principal's words and inquired, is Li Jing'an's grandfather one of the 10 saints of the last generation? Though surprised, both Li Jing'an and the butler found it reasonable, suspecting that the principal had informed Wang Jing'an of the situation. However, before the butler could continue, Wang Jing'an firmly declined. While I appreciate your assistance, I prefer not to overreach my capabilities. Your grandfather, as one of the 10 saints, must possess immense strength. While I am merely at the 1st level, how could I possibly dispel the poison? To agree would be sheer folly. Although the southern bright departure fire is extraordinary, transcending this world as an SSS-level talent, it remains a talent built upon potential, lacking in actual combat prowess. The thought of confronting such lethal poison and potentially losing his life filled him with dread. Rest assured, during the detoxification process, there will be protection for you. You merely need to summon your southern bright departure fire, the butler assured him. Regardless of the outcome, the Li family will offer you a reward of 100,000. If you successfully suppress the toxin, the reward is negotiable. 100,000 regardless of success. Wang Jing'an sighed, realizing that money speaks volumes. Very well. I shall reluctantly give it a try, but let it be known that if I sense danger, I will withdraw immediately. The butler nodded with a smile. appreciating Wang Jing'an's decisiveness and humility. His talent foretold a promising future, raising hopes that he would become a significant figure in the world. Agreed. Speaking of which, you should address me as senior sister, Li Jingyan interjected. You are also from Songlong? Wang Jing'an asked, intrigued. What was your ranking in last year's entrance examination? I was the top scholar, Li Jingyan replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Last year's top scholar. A sense of awe washed over Wang Jing'an. To achieve such a rank, her talent must be at least S-level. In the younger generation, an SSS-level talent was rare, making it necessary for anyone aspiring to the top to possess S-level capabilities. You need not regard me with such reverence. My S-level talent pales in comparison to what you are capable of, Li Jingyan chuckled. I predict that it won't be long before the rankings of the 30 high-risk talents are shuffled, and your Southern Bright Departure Fire will certainly be among them. The exact ranking remains uncertain, though. The 30 high-risk talents are ranked based on their overall abilities. The more formidable the abilities, the higher the rank. Moreover, once school starts, be prepared. My cousins are eager to spar with you, and I suspect that more will come seeking to challenge you at Songlong once the semester begins. Li Jingyan recognized that their generation was experiencing a gap in SSS-level talents. The emergence of the only SSS-level talent in their cohort would undoubtedly draw attention from those eager for battle. Senior sister, please don't say that. Although Wang Jing'an appeared meek, he was internally elated. He felt no pressure at all. With 2 months until school commenced, and with the system at his disposal, accumulating enough wealth to achieve the second or even third level before classes began was entirely feasible. If fortune favored him, he might even acquire a second SSS-level ability. Wang, if you have no plans for tonight, shall we head to Donghai early? The butler suggested. The Li family is one of the 5 major families based in Donghai City. Wang Jing'an replied, I should have no other matters to attend to, but the principal did mention a celebration banquet for me. The banquet can be postponed, the butler insisted. Wang Jing'an nodded, understood. The health of senior sister's grandfather is of utmost importance. Finally, the butler symbolically secured Wang Jing'an's front door. Wang Jing'an then took a seat in the back of a business vehicle parked downstairs, setting off towards the highway. The distance from Beijiang City to Donghai City was not excessive, merely over 300 kilometers, easily traversable in just a few hours on the expressway. Chapter 14 Your grandfather's condition has reached a critical stage. Donghai City is the stronghold of the Li family consortium. On the surface, it appears as a financial empire. Yet behind the scenes, it is a distinguished lineage that has made significant contributions to the nation. These families resemble a less formidable version of a martial arts academy, continually nurturing talent for the country. Upon Wang Jing'an's arrival at the Li family estate, he was struck by the grandeur of the residence. Standing outside, one might mistake it for a village, while those unfamiliar might believe it to be a vast residential complex. Indeed, his senior sister was truly the cherished daughter of a prominent family. For a fleeting moment, Wang Jing'an felt as though he had latched onto a substantial opportunity. By the way, Junior, I haven't mentioned this to my father yet. Please wait in the living room for a moment, Li Jingyan instructed. Understood, Wang Jing'an replied. Following Li Jingyan into the expansive estate, which could also be described as a village, they eventually arrived at the heart of the property, where a sizable courtyard reminiscent of a palace awaited them. Though high-rise buildings were scarce, the opulence was unmistakable. As they entered the courtyard, a figure approached. The man bore a long blade, reminiscent of a Tang sword, and despite the sweltering heat, he was draped in a black cloak. Little sister, who have you brought back? The cloaked figure inquired. Brother, this is this year's top scholar from the college entrance examination, Li Jingyan recounted to her brother. The man's expression shifted. Little sister. That old expert who once attempted to cure grandfather's poison, he could not fully eradicate the illness. Are you not concerned about father's wrath in bringing Wang here? Li Jingyan replied. Brother, whether it works or not, we must try, mustn't we? Wang Jing'an's talent is unprecedented. No one knows if the Southern Mingsley fire can completely eliminate the poison. If not, we can always send him back to Beijiang. If it works, grandfather could reclaim his former glory. After hearing his sister's words, the cloaked man fell silent, refraining from further argument. Once their conversation concluded, Li Jingyan turned to her brother. Brother, Please entertain my junior while I discuss this with father. Once Li Jing'an left, the cloaked man suddenly resumed a haughty demeanor, gazing down at Wang Jing'an from his elevated position. Having read numerous urban novels in his previous life, Wang Jing'an anticipated the snide remarks that were likely to follow. However, just as he expected a few mocking words, the cloaked man instead rolled his cloak and commanded, "Prepare a cup of tea for Wang Jing'an. Use the finest tea, at least SSS grade. We must not neglect our esteemed guest." For a moment, Wang Jing'an perceived the cloaked man as someone attempting to appear cool in the sweltering heat. The steward, standing beside Wang Jing'an, advised, "Do not take it to heart. Young master, the eldest son is typically like this, cold on the outside but warm within. His apparent arrogance is merely a fade." In a hushed tone, the steward added, "In truth, the eldest son possesses a touch of Thunderous. I've noticed." Wang Jing'an chuckled softly, following the steward into the living room. He then inquired, "By the way, what is my senior sister's brother's level of cultivation? I sensed a profound energy fluctuation from him a moment ago. He's already a mid-tier martial artist. Currently at the 4th stage," the steward explained with a smile. "He studies at the Capital University Martial Arts Academy, in his 3rd year. He will graduate next year and join the Demon Slayer Pavilion. Moreover, he was the runner-up in the college entrance examination 2 years ago." "I see," Wang Jing'an nodded thoughtfully. Just then, he suddenly realized the cloaked man had silently positioned himself behind him. Wang Jing'an gasped in surprise. The cloaked man spoke. "I have yet to spar with someone of SSS grade talent. I pondered for an afternoon if we were to engage in an unrestricted battle at the same realm. What are the chances you could defeat me?" Wang Jing'an was unnerved by this somewhat eccentric older brother and glanced at the steward. "Is this?" The steward nodded, indicating that this was a normal exchange. Wang Jing'an felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Was it normal for someone to ask how likely he was to kill them? Composing himself, he met the cloaked man's expectant gaze and finally replied, "That would depend on your talent." The cloaked man perked up. "SS grade talent, though I shall keep the specifics of my abilities confidential for now, rest assured." "It is an offensive type." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jing'an responded, "If we are of the same realm, barring unforeseen circumstances, I should have about a 70 to 80% chance of defeating you." Wang Jing'an anticipated that this statement would provoke excitement or anger from the cloaked man. However, the man appeared invigorated, even slightly eager. "Quickly, let us spar. I implore you to defeat me," the cloaked man exclaimed. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. The steward reassured him, "This is merely normal discourse. There is no cause for alarm." Wang Jing'an thought, "What do you mean normal discourse? He has just asked me to kill him." He began to question the sanity of his senior sister's brother. Meanwhile, the steward explained, "Young Master Qiongqi is quite combative and possesses a particular fondness for sparring with those of exceptional talent, especially someone of your caliber, standing at the pinnacle of the talent hierarchy." At that moment, Wang Jing'an found himself at a loss for words. On the other side of the courtyard, Li Jing'an stood in a study. Inside, a middle-aged man sat, the head of the Li family, Li Hanxiao. After listening to his daughter's account, Li Hanxiao furrowed his brow. "I have heard that this year's top scholar possesses an entirely new SSS grade talent, indeed promising for the future. However, you are well aware of your grandfather's condition. It has become dire." Li Hanxiao added, "Previously, your grandfather specifically invited a renowned elder. Do you know what his talent was?" Li Jing'an shook her head. Li Hanxiao continued, "He possessed one of 30 high-risk talents, number 23, SSS grade ice and fire duality. This elder's flames are the monarch of all fires, yet even so, he could only manage to expel 90% of the toxins from your grandfather's body. The remaining portion can only be suppressed over time." With a sigh, Li Hanxiao reflected on the family's regret. His own father was once a legendary hero, hailed as one of the 10 saints of humanity, having slain demon gods. Yet in his twilight years faced such a calamity. For a hero, dying on the battlefield is an honor. But to perish in bed, tormented by illness, is a torment and a disgrace. Since Wang Jing'an is already here, how can we know without attempting? His talent is the southern Ming's fire, burning at its peak. Pure white. Li Jing'an sought to persuade her father. Chapter 15. The pinnacle of incandescent flames. Li Hanxiao mused. Jing'an. That senior son's cultivation is among the most exalted in the human race, and his mastery of flames is virtually divine. Wang Zhuangyuan's fire is also of SSS grade. Do you believe he can surpass senior son? Li Hanxiao did not intend to disparage Wang Jing'an, especially since the latter's Nanming Lihua was also SSS grade. Such a talent would be the envy of the entire human race. However, the senior son he had invited recently, also an SSS grade talent and one of the contemporary 10 saints of humanity, had shaken his head, saying he could only spend time suppressing the remaining toxins in Xingtian's grandfather's body. Which fire-wielding martial artist of this era would dare to claim they could eradicate it? Li Jingyan fell silent upon hearing her father's words. Indeed, her junior brother's cultivation was only at the first realm. Even if his flames were on par with senior son's, could he truly suppress the toxins? Li Hanxiao, discerning his daughter's filial piety, forced a smile. Since our Jingyan has invited Wang Yuan to our home, we must treat our guest well. Let us go. Your father wishes to see this Wang Yuan who awakened an SSS grade talent. Shortly, Li Hanxiao and Li Jingyan arrived at the hall in the courtyard, where they witnessed an astonishing scene. Li Qingyi was holding Wang Jing'an's hand, repeatedly uttering phrases like, "Please, kill me." Li Hanxiao shook his head helplessly, saying nothing. Li Jingyan rebuked, "Brother, you are frightening our guest." Wang Jing'an, seeing his senior sister, quickly rose and distanced himself from the cloaked man, genuinely alarmed. Seeing his father and younger sister, Li Qingyi composed himself, reverting to his initial aloof demeanor. Wang Jing'an found this contrasting arrogance endearing, though he noted the man's eccentricities. "Jing'an, this is my father, Li Hanxiao, the head of the Li family," Li Jingyan introduced. "Father, this is Wang Jing'an, this here's Zhuang Yuan, whose title holds more weight than those of the past." "Greetings, head of the Li family," Wang Jing'an said, now aware that the Li family was one of the 5 major conglomerates. Despite their commercial pursuits, these conglomerates contributed immensely to the nation. The Li family alone had produced one of the 10 saints of humanity, which spoke volumes. "Wang Yuan is indeed a man of talent," Li Hanxiao remarked, instructing Li Qingyi to brew another pot of tea and not frighten the guest. "Head of the Li family, when shall we begin detoxifying senior sister Jingyan's grand?" Wang Jing'an inquired, preferring to expedite the process and return to Beijiang. Even if he proved unable to remove the toxins, he did not want to linger. He was scheduled to sign the villa contract the next morning, which would likely yield tens of millions in prestige points. Li Hanxiao chuckled and said, "Wang Yuan, we appreciate your concern for Jingyan's grandfather. However, our family does not wish to involve you in this matter. The 9-poison Emperor Serpent's venom is exceedingly potent, and even a trace could be fatal to someone of your cultivation." Wang Jing'an was puzzled, struggling to grasp the Li family head's meaning. "We won't let you make a wasted trip to Donghai," Li Hanxiao declared, instructing his men to bring forth 100,000 yuan in cash. "Consider this 100,000 yuan a token of goodwill from the Li family to Wang Yuan, forming a connection with a future luminary for a mere 100,000 yuan was an excellent investment." Wang Jing'an, seeing the Li family head's generosity, declined. "A gentleman loves wealth, but he earns it justly. I cannot accept undeserved rewards. It would be inappropriate to take 100,000 yuan after only drinking a cup of tea. Even a brief examination of Jingyan's grandfather would justify accepting the sum." "Indeed," Li Hanxiao conceded, his perception of the Zhuang Yuan shifting. At least the young man understood the principle of earning one's keep, rather than simply taking the money and leaving. "Father, since junior brother Jing'an is here, it would be wrong to send him away with money. Why not let him try?" Li Jingyan pleaded, genuinely concerned for her grandfather's well-being. She hoped to see her grandfather regain his former glory, and she was willing to explore any possibility. Li Hanxiao sighed, "Very well. Let us indulge Jingyan's filial piety. However, I must set a condition. I must first witness the power of Wang Yuan's Nanming Lihua. If its intensity is insufficient, the matter ends here." Li Hanxiao was subtly protecting Wang Jing'an. Given the young man's recent graduation and limited cultivation, he feared the potential effects of the toxins permeating Jingyan's grandfather's residence. With Wang Jing'an now under state protection, Li Hanxiao could not bear the responsibility for any mishap befalling him on the Li estate. Junior brother Jing'an, unleash your Nanming Lihua for my father to see. Li Jinyan requested, eager to witness the power of the Nanming Lihua. What would the pure white flames look like? Since the National College entrance examination results were released, she had only heard tales of the flame's pure white hue. Li Hanxiao merely sought an excuse to dismiss Wang Jing'an. Once the Nanming Lihua was unleashed, he would have ample reason to send Wang Jing'an back to Beijing with the money and a meal. Li Jinyan was unaware of the danger, but the family had understood the venom's potency. Even the remaining traces could be lethal to a low-level martial artist. Li Hanxiao did not wish to harm Wang Jing'an, whose journey had only just begun. As Wang Jing'an prepared to unleash his Nanming Lihua, Li Qingyi, holding a pot of tea and draped in his black cloak, stood transfixed outside the hall, his face flushed with excitement. He was finally about to witness an SSS-grade talent. Even the butler held his breath. Li Hanxiao narrowed his eyes. For while he sought a reason to refuse Wang Jing'an, he still eagerly anticipated witnessing the SSS-grade Nanming Lihua. Simultaneously, a small flame ignited atop Wang Jing'an's black hair. The flame, pure white, did not burn his hair but appeared with gentle warmth. Soon, a large cluster of flames exploded from Wang Jing'an's center. If immaculate purity could be embodied, Wang Jing'an's surrounding flames would perfectly exemplify it. These flames were so pristine, devoid of any blemish. What does it mean to burn to the extreme? The Nanming Lihua revealed it vividly. Chapter 16. Is there such a flame in the world? When the southern Ming Li fire ignited, it was as if a blizzard had descended, obscuring everyone's vision. The temperature soared to a terrifying level, evoking a sense of returning to simplicity. Li Jinyan instinctively recoiled several meters upon witnessing the blazing flames, feeling a profound shock for the first time in the presence of another. Is this what it means to possess SSS? As the top scholar of the previous year, awakened with an S-class talent, she seldom felt such awe towards anyone other than her grandfather. Yet now, she was undeniably shaken by Wang Jing'an. Such a flame exists in this world. Is this the pure and pristine form of fire burned to its ultimate state? Li Hanxiao rose to his feet the moment he beheld the flames, his face registering a complex array of disbelief, shock, bewilderment, and awe. Having witnessed the ice and fire duality of senior son, he had assumed that nothing could surpass it. However, the southern Ming Li fire before him felt even more formidable, its intensity surpassing that of the ice and fire duality. Moreover, why did the flames seem to take on a shape reminiscent of a divine bird during the burning process? Does such a flawless, pure flame truly exist in this world? Li Hanxiao remained silent for a prolonged period. Master, the steward reminded him. Coming back to his senses, Li Hanxiao thought. The flame, burned to its utmost brilliance, indeed gives an illusion of being immaculate. No, this is not merely an illusion. The master's astonishment stemmed from having experienced the ice and fire duality, yet, that too was an SSS-level phenomenon. Given that the southern Ming Li fire was also classified as SSS, why did its burning state appear even more terrifying? It even conjured an ethereal shadow resembling a divine bird. What on earth is amiss? Wang Jing'an observed the astonishment on Li Hanxiao's face and could surmise the source of his shock. Why, despite both being SSS level, did the southern Ming Li fire evoke such fear? In truth, Wang Jing'an understood that the reason the southern Ming Li fire was designated as SSS was simply because that was the highest classification in this world. Were there no upper limits to talent, the southern Ming Li fire would undoubtedly exceed even 5S or 10S. However, the exact number of S's remains unknown to him. What he does know is that the southern Ming Li fire is a flame that has transcended the SSS classification. Master, Wang Jing'an said as he subdued the flames, transforming from a radiant flame warrior back into an ordinary person. The burning temperature diminished, and the sounds of birds faded away. Li Hanxiao, appearing dazed, remarked, Jing'an, I retract my earlier words. The extent of the flames you wield is indeed formidable, truly worthy of being recognized as SSS by the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. Li Jinyan approached her father, asking, Father, can Jing'an's flames assist grandfather? Li Hanxiao stroked his chin in contemplation. In theory, Jing'an's flames possess sufficient power. Yet his cultivation level is too low. I fear he may suffer backlash. However, fear not. I shall personally protect him." With that, Li Hanxiao's gaze towards Wang Jing'an shifted. Hands clasped in respect. "Jing'an, I implore you on behalf of Jing'an's grandfather." The master now held a glimmer of hope. The impression the southern Ming Li fire left on Li Hanxiao was even more intense than that of the ice and fire duality. Perhaps the southern Ming Li fire could indeed suppress the lingering toxins within his father. If they could merely delay the toxins and alleviate his father's suffering, they would have fulfilled their filial duty. "Master, you overstate my abilities. I have yet to do anything and cannot guarantee I can suppress the toxins within Senior Jing'an's body." Shortly thereafter, Wang Jing'an followed Li Hanxiao as they departed the hall, moving in another direction. Initially, Li Hanxiao had intended to find a reason to refuse Wang Jing'an. He did not wish to risk the boy's life and did not believe he could suppress the toxins. Yet now, he found himself confronted with flames that left him utterly astounded. As Li Hanxiao escorted Wang Jing'an to the residence of the elder, news of their departure spread rapidly through the streets surrounding the courtyard in less than a minute. Within the Li Corporation, there existed a forbidden zone, the elder's residence. The individuals tasked with delivering meals were carefully selected martial artists of high cultivation. Otherwise, they would be affected by the toxic miasma. After all, the poison that had tormented the previous generation of the 10 saints of humanity was not easily approached. As the entire neighborhood housed members of the Li Corporation, the news quickly circulated. Li Qingyi squinted, standing at the entrance of the living room, refraining from following. A peer approached to inquire, "Qingyi, is the master seeking someone to suppress the elder's condition?" Li Qingyi nodded, remaining silent, his noble and proud aura unmistakable. Hadn't Senior Son previously stated that this would be the last opportunity to suppress the toxins within the elder? However, something felt amiss. The individual accompanying the master appeared rather youthful. No, not just youthful. He seemed scarcely 18 or 19. Many young members of the Li family gathered around Li Qingyi, engaging in hushed discussion. "He is this year's top scholar." The other Li family members gasped in astonishment. "The top scholar? Wait, this top scholar isn't the one who awakened an entirely new SSS-level talent, Wang Jing'an, is he? I do not belittle the top scholar, but the toxins within the elder's body are not something just anyone can suppress. Indeed, Qingyi, even Senior Son could only barely manage it. Wouldn't the top scholar risk his life? Qingyi, aren't you going to advise the master?" The younger members of the Li family yearned to follow but hesitated, mindful of Li Qingyi's presence. Yet, Li Qingyi remarked, "The flames he wields are even more ferocious than Senior Son's ice and fire duality, burning with greater vigor. We, as juniors, should not interfere with the elder's decisions." Even though Li Qingyi's father was the master, he showed no intent to dissuade, for he too was awed by the southern Ming Li fire. After a while, Li Qingyi made his way to the street, keeping pace with his father and the others. Clad in a long black coat and carrying a Tang sword, he stood out strikingly. However, the young members of the Li family did not perceive him as eccentric. Rather, they held him in great respect and even awe. In the depths of the street, they arrived at an old, dilapidated temple. Li Hanxiao led Wang Jing'an to this site. Around the temple, one could faintly sense an indescribable force permeating the air. The surroundings exuded toxic energy. Wang Jing'an's expression grew grave. The toxins had infiltrated the elder's entire being, even tainting the life force itself. What remained was to take more time to suppress it. Li Hanxiao shook his head, a sense of profound sorrow swelling within him. My father, who once fought valiantly for humanity, achieving countless glorious feats, now spends his twilight years imprisoned in this lightless ruin, enduring the passage of time. Chapter 17. The Twilight Years of the Last Generation of the Human Race's 10 Saints Enduring the Twilight Years. Just hearing this phrase made Wang Jing'an feel tormented. Standing outside the dilapidated temple, he occasionally heard heart-wrenching roars emanating from within. The roars were somewhat hoarse, laced with both unwillingness and despair. Wang Jing'an couldn't help but inwardly ponder, has the old man never considered ending his own life? Though this question was harsh, in light of the current circumstances, each day endured by that elder must surely be a form of torment. What kind of poison could reduce a once mighty figure among the 10 saints of the human race to such a state? Li Hanxiao did not respond. Instead, it was Li Jing'an behind him who spoke. My grandfather has always firmly believed that he will one day see the light of day again, grasp his weapon, and fight against the demon race. Even if it is the final battle, he does not wish to give up. In the twilight of life, one truly needs such tenacity. Some elders cling to life by sheer will, and when that inner resolve fades, it is the moment they depart from this world. Wang Jing'an felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. What does this signify? Is this a form of guardianship? Until the very last breath, he is still intent on battling the demon race. Perhaps it is because of individuals like him in the human race, with such indomitable spirit, that humanity can stand firm in a world overrun by demons. Wang Jing'an felt an inexplicable solemnity wash over him. Though he had yet to meet the old man, he had already developed a profound sense of reverence for the figure within the broken temple. Hearing the roars from inside, Li Hanxiao hesitated to step in, but ultimately steeled himself and turned to say, Jing'an, you stay outside. Jing'an, come in with me. This dilapidated temple was shrouded in terrifying energy, permeated by poison. Anyone entering would inevitably be affected to some extent. Since Li Hanxiao intended to personally guard, it was naturally better for there to be fewer people. If too many were present, he would have to consider Wang Jing'an's safety along with others. Jing'an, I entrust this to you. Li Jing'an clasped her hands tightly, her delicate features revealing a glimmer of anticipation and hope for the first time. I'll do my best. Wang Jing'an could not make any promises. Even the oppressive energy surrounding the temple made him feel weighed down. This was the power of the previous generation's 10 saints. The steward standing beside Li Jing'an remarked, Miss, do not put too much pressure on Wang. Only those with the cultivation and talent of Senior Son can expel most of the poison from their bodies. While Wang's flames are undoubtedly formidable, his cultivation level remains a factor. At that moment, Li Qingyi, who had reached the temple's periphery, stared into the depths with an unruffled demeanor, saying, Complete healing is impossible, but the intensity of the South Ming fire should alleviate my grandfather's suffering. At least it won't be so excruciating. The younger members of the Li family whispered among themselves. Complete healing is certainly impossible, even in his prime. Senior Son could only suppress the poison. Which martial school did the top scholar attend? Songlong Martial School. I remember Brother Qingyi was not particularly fond of conflict. I wonder if he will seek out the top scholar after school starts? Even if Brother doesn't seek him out, the top scholar will receive a plethora of challenges once school begins. As they conversed, they occasionally glanced at Li Qingyi, speculating that after today's events, Brother might indeed go to Beijia City to spar with the top scholar. Inside the temple, Wang Jing'an followed closely behind Li Hanxiao. Although he was shielded by the family head's power, he could still feel the invading toxic energy. Jing'an, summon the flames within you. Li Hanxiao was beginning to feel the pressure. After all, his father's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the human race, even when gravely injured and burdened by poison. His strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Before long, flames of South Ming ignited around Wang Jing'an. Under Li Hanxiao's enhancement, the South Ming fire blazed ever more fiercely. If the South Ming fire had previously been pristine and flawless, now, bolstered by immense power, it resembled a palace of ice and snow. Approaching the temple, he pushed open the somewhat weathered wooden door. Inside was an elderly man, imprisoned by thick iron chains. The man's hair was gray, his face gaunt, his eyes filled with the weight of the world. As Wang Jing'an stepped into the temple, he heard the elder's heavy breathing. What are you doing here? The old man instinctively roared, I am now a useless person. Do not waste your time on me. Let Senior Son leave. He has his own important matters to attend to. The old man's name was Lin Yanhua, the former head of the family and one of the previous generation's 10 saints. However, after that fateful battle, he had withdrawn from the ranks of the 10 saints. Father. Li Hanxiao, witnessing his father's torment, felt a wave of heartache, but maintained his composure. The one who has come is not Senior Son, but this year's top scholar. Top scholar? Lin Yanhua bellowed. Nonsense. You unfilial son, bringing a child who just finished the college entrance examination here. Get him out of my sight. Wang Jing'an could discern that although the old man's words were fragmented, his spirit had not been diminished. Despite the weariness in his gaze, there was not a trace of despair to be found. This was once a mighty figure of the human race. Had it not been for the unfortunate poisoning, he would likely still be strong and fighting on the front lines. Father, by enduring like this every day, are you not hoping for the day when you can once again grasp a weapon and battle the demon race? Li Hanxiao declared. The person I brought has awakened an SSS-level talent. The intensity of his South Ming fire burns even more fiercely than Senior Sun's ice and fire duality. Li Nianhua seemed captivated by the mention of SSS-level talent. Despite the agony enveloping him, he suppressed his pain, tossing his disheveled hair back in an effort to gaze with the clearest of eyes upon the future pillar of Daxia. Child, you are SSS. Li Nianhua's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Senior, I am, Wang Jing'an affirmed without hesitation. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Li Nianhua laughed maniacally. Daxia has finally produced another SSS. However, after the laughter came a profound melancholy as Li Nianhua asked, Unfilial son, tell me, among those 29, who has sacrificed? Li Nianhua was acutely aware that among the 30 high-risk talents, none could be repeated. Since he himself, endowed with SSS-level talent, had not perished, it must have been one of the 29 guardians of the human race who had fallen. The flames more terrifying than ice and fire duality did not exist among the 30 high-risk talents, indicating that it was indeed a new talent. Yet, Li Nianhua, consumed by his suffering, had lost his ability to think clearly. Before Li Hanxiao could respond, Li Nianhua strained against the thick iron chains, attempting to draw closer to Wang Jing'an. A faint sense of disappointment flickered across Li Nianhua's face, mingled with self-reproach. Am I truly so useless? In my twilight years, I have become a mere shell of a man, yet I still cling to life. Had I perished in that toxic haze, a slot for a high-risk talent would have opened up for my descendants to awaken my potential. Li Nianhua's smile was a blend of pain and madness. I have become this wretched being, yet I still wish to occupy an SSS slot. Chapter 18. A New Hope. Witnessing his father in such a state, Li Hanxiao's heart grew increasingly heavy with bitterness. Even Wang Jing'an felt a sense of regret. He was familiar with the 10 saints of the human race. The 10 saints represent the pinnacle of power in an era. Yet this esteemed elder before him, in his twilight years, was suffering tremendously. At that moment, a serious expression crossed Li Hanxiao's face as he began to explain. Father, those 29 esteemed ancestors of our race did not sacrifice themselves. The SSS-level talent awakened by my young friend Jing'an is an entirely new gift, transcending both time and history, pioneering a new path. Upon hearing Li Hanxiao's words, the expression on Li Nianhua's face shifted from initial disappointment to disbelief. A new SSS-level talent? He echoed incredulously. Indeed, father. Li Hanxiao affirmed. In this current era, aside from you, the 29 ancestors who awakened SSS-level talents are still alive and well. At this revelation, Li Nianhua's face finally showed a flicker of astonishment. Throughout history, the 30 high-risk talents have never been surpassed, let alone the emergence of a new SSS. His expression was a mixture of excitement and disbelief, and his previously hoarse voice was now filled with vigor. Li Nianhua's words remained unfinished as he cast an unusual glance at the young man standing next to his wayward son. Child, what is your name? Li Nianhua had a strong capacity for acceptance. After all, he was one of the previous 10 saints of the human race. The notion of transcending historical boundaries and breaking new ground was undoubtedly good news for him. At the very least, after so many years of struggle against the demon race, the human race had witnessed its first miracle. If the 30 high-risk talents had been surpassed, could there be a 31st, 32nd, or even 100? This was a promising beginning. Unbeknownst to everyone, the 30 high-risk talents had not been surpassed. The talent awakened by Wang Jing'an did not belong to this world. His awakening would transcend even the SSS level. In the future, there would not merely be 32, but potentially 100 or even 1,000 SSS-level talents. Hearing the elder's words, Wang Jing'an clasped his hands and respectfully replied. In response to the elder's inquiry, my surname is Wang, and my given name is Jing'an. Wayward child, return this boy to where he belongs. He should not waste his time on a dying man like me. Li Nianhua commanded, fully aware of the severity of the toxins lingering within him, having finally glimpsed a new hope for humanity. He did not wish to endanger the child because of his own condition. Father, is your obsession not to once again grasp your weapon? Li Hanxiao refused to heed his father's words this time. Young friend Jing'an, unleash your flames. I shall personally guard you. Whether it succeeds or not, we shall know only through trial. Li Hanxiao had witnessed the intensity of the Southern Ming Li fire firsthand. Its burning capacity was undoubtedly beyond that of the SSS-level ice and fire duality, perhaps even surpassing it. Wayward child, do you dare to defy me? Li Nianhua's anger flared. Father, I am sorry, but I cannot heed your words this time. Li Hanxiao's immense power began to surge, exuding an aura reminiscent of a roaring tiger in the mountains. His talent must be related to that of a tiger. The flames surrounding Wang Jing'an began to swirl, the Southern Ming Li fire burning at its zenith, resembling a palace of pure white snow. Despite the high temperature, it created an illusion of extreme coldness. This fire. Li Nianhua's attention was drawn to the Southern Ming Li fire. Li Hanxiao understood that time was of the essence and quickly cautioned, young friend Jing'an. Your objective is not merely to suppress the deadly poison within my father, but to prioritize safety. If you cannot endure, retract your flames promptly, and I will see you safely out of this ruin. Li Hanxiao's decision to attempt this was influenced by the intensity of the Southern Ming Li fire. But he did not harbor any illusions about curing his father's affliction entirely. Even a partial suppression of the toxins would suffice, with Li Hanxiao's power bolstering him. Wang Jing'an felt for the first time the temperature of the Southern Ming Li fire reaching its peak. Father, Li Hanxiao shouted, you do not wish to harm this child, do you? Seeing this, Li Nianhua realized he had no recourse against his wayward son and reluctantly sat cross-legged, mustering his remaining strength to suppress the poison within him. At this moment, Wang Jing'an dared to approach the elder within 3 feet. Even with the poison subdued, the toxins that seeped out remained formidable. It was unimaginable what level the 9-poison sovereign serpent had attained. Was it a being standing at the pinnacle of the demon race? Wang Jing'an suddenly felt that the scene before him was surreal. He had just completed his college entrance examination and was now entangled in such high-stakes matters. His mental defenses crumbling. I cannot suppress the toxins within me for long. Li Nianhua's voice trembled. Simultaneously, the Southern Ming Li fire began to take on a vague form resembling the vermilion bird. As one of its wings brushed against Li Nianhua's body, the pure white flames began to intertwine with the toxins. Fire is inherently lethal to poison. If some toxins are too domineering, they may consume the flames, further amplifying their potency. However, if the flames are fierce enough, the toxins have nowhere to hide. At the moment the Southern Ming Li fire made contact with Li Nianhua, he experienced comfort for the first time in years. It was a release from the tension in his body. Outside the dilapidated temple, Li Jinyan paced anxiously, his face a mask of tension and concern. I wonder if the Southern Ming Li fire can suppress the poison within grandfather. If it could merely alleviate the pain, perhaps grandfather would suffer less. Li Qingyi remarked, if the toxins can be suppressed even slightly, then perhaps elder son will have the ability to eradicate the poison within grandfather entirely. The reason elder son could not cure the poison was that the ice and fire duality is not the purest of flames, though it is also SSS-level. Its other half is extreme ice. The fusion of ice and fire ensures it cannot burn to the utmost limits. However, the emergence of Wang Jing'an's Southern Ming Li fire brought renewed hope to the Li family. Li Qingyi, Li Jinyan, the housekeeper, and the younger Li clan members gathered outside the temple, along with some elder family members, all heard the heart-wrenching roar of the elder. Within their hearts, they all yearned for the same outcome. Could the Southern Ming Li fire suppress the poison within the elder? Inside the dilapidated temple, Li Nianhua felt a warm current flowing through him. But just as he began to relax, the toxic forces began to resist the Southern Ming Li fire. This struggle was extreme, a battle that would not relent. The most direct victim of this clash was Li Nianhua. He had to endure the excruciating pain inflicted by the confrontation between fire and poison. Li Hanxiao intensified his own power, the sound of a tiger's roar resonating throughout the dilapidated temple. He needed to reserve part of his strength to protect Wang Jing'an. Otherwise, If the toxins overpowered the southern Mingli fire, they would follow the flames back into Wang Jing'an's body, leading to unimaginable consequences. Chapter 19, 30 High-Risk Talents. No. 29 Hiss. Meanwhile, the potent venom within Li Nianhua emitted a piercing and bizarre sound. Ultimately, the venom transformed into a 3-meter-long emerald green royal snake, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it fixated on Wang Jing'an. This is dire. Li Hanxiao summoned all his strength, manifesting a white, ferocious tiger. The talent of the Li family patriarch is classified as S-level fierce tiger, which is of the offensive type. As the fierce tiger appeared, it bared its menacing fangs, poised to hunt the emerald venomous snake ahead. Before the fierce tiger could pounce, the emerald snake began retreating into Li Nianhua's body, amplifying the old man's agony. The astute Li Hanxiao sensed something. This venom appeared to be profoundly afraid of the southern Mingli fire. This is promising news. Perhaps Wang Jing'an's southern Mingli fire could indeed suppress the toxins within his father. With this thought, Li Hanxiao was elated. Hiss within Li Nianhua. A mournful wail began to erupt. This cry belonged to the massive venom. The venom originated from the 9-venom royal snake, a formidable existence among the demon race. And the toxins it exuded possessed absolute sentience. Perhaps due to years of battling Li Nianhua, coupled with being expelled by the elder son. It now exhibited fear in the face of the southern Mingli fire. For the first time, it felt the pangs of terror. What kind of flame is this? The venom transformed once more into the emerald snake, its voice trembling with fear as dread coursed through its being. Li Nianhua was taken aback. The venom could actually speak? Even Li Hanxiao was astonished. Truly, the toxins from the 9-venom royal snake could articulate human speech even when separated. A flame that can incinerate you. Wang Jing'an stated coolly. The 30 high-risk talents of the human race do not encompass this flame. Is this a brand new SSS-level talent? The emerald snake, engulfed in white flames. Sense the impending doom. Let us each take a step back. I will depart from this old wretch's body, and you shall retract that flame. It wished to return to the demon realm to inform its master that the human race had set a precedent by giving birth to the 31st SSS-level talent, which would be dire news for the demon race. Delusional. Li Nianhua unleashed his full power, revealing his 9 realms cultivation. The emerald snake, refined by the southern Mingli fire, lost its previous dominance, allowing Li Nianhua to finally break free from the reinforced chains. Child, lend me your strength once more. Li Nianhua's eyes sparkled with vigor, his 9 realms power enveloping the entire Li clan. The large community where the Li family resided fell into an instant silence. Beneath that silence lay an overwhelming pressure, as if an ancient emperor had descended. Father, Li Hanxiao exclaimed in astonishment, your cultivation, has it recovered? Not entirely. But the venom within has been suppressed, though complete healing is still a way off, Li Nianhua replied, standing with his true essence behind him. Outside the dilapidated temple, all the clan elders were astounded. The old patriarch's SSS-level emperor talent had manifested. The toxins had been restrained. Li Jinyan trembled inwardly. The toxins within grandfather have been suppressed? Li Qingyi squinted, the Tang Dao behind him faintly beginning to tremble, returning to normal after a second. Everyone could see that the southern Mingli fire surrounding the broken temple was growing increasingly fervent. Eventually, they even glimpsed the spectral image of a divine bird. In truth, it was the vermilion bird. However, due to the compatibility not yet reaching 50, the vermilion bird could not materialize. Yet achieving this stage was already remarkable. Wang Jing'an felt his strength rapidly depleting. He was acutely aware that had it not been for the elderly supporting the southern Mingli fire with his own power, he might have fainted on the spot. Li Nianhua cradled a small mass of southern Mingli fire in his palm, shaking his head in continuous admiration. This flame, it simply will not extinguish. No sooner had he spoken than Li Nianhua unleashed a palm strike, sending the emerald royal snake flying, skimming along the temple ceiling into the air. Under the onslaught of the southern Mingli fire, the emerald snake endured a fraction of the torment that Li Nianhua had suffered over the years. Just as the emerald snake attempted to flee through the air, the emperor's oppressive might descended, as if capable of shattering the very heavens. You cannot kill me. The emerald snake pleaded for mercy, ultimately splitting into countless smaller snakes, darting in every direction. Yet, once Li Nianhua's venom was entirely cured, his cultivation had returned to its former peak, and his talent and abilities were unleashed without reservation. Operating at full power, within a second, the perimeter of the Li clan was enveloped. In 2 seconds, the entire commercial district fell under its influence. In 10 seconds, half of East Sea City was shrouded in that overwhelming pressure. This pressure, under Li Nianhua's control, became sentient, inflicting no harm on others, solely targeting the Emerald Snake. At the East Sea City branch of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, all members instantly entered a heightened state of alert. It is an SSS-level talent. Is there a demon invasion in East Sea? One branch leader stepped onto the street, picking up instruments to measure. The Emperor. Is the SSS-level Emperor ranked No. 29. The leaders of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion were all taken aback. They were acutely aware of who possessed the SSS-level Emperor talent. The elderly Nianhua, a former saint of the human race, would have undoubtedly been among the contemporary 10 saints had he not been afflicted by venom in his later years. The title Emperor was bestowed because this talent could create an absolute domain, within which one would suffer immense pressure, akin to imperial oppression. In the following minute, not only the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, but nearly all citizens of East Sea, including martial artists engaged in training or meditation, felt the Emperor's might. Countless individuals raised their heads to the sky, as if an invisible hand had frozen half of the heavens. The multitude of snakes that had split off were obliterated under the Emperor's pressure. With 9 realms cultivation, one could look down upon the entire human race. Quick! Capture this scene above. The once mighty warrior had returned to his zenith. Beat everyone to the punch and release this news. Countless martial artists from the news department sprang into action. However, soon, among those in the know, a sense of doubt arose. Isn't the elderly Nianhua critically poisoned and on the verge of demise? How is he able to display his former prowess today? Has the venom within the elder been completely cured? Within the Li Consortium, all clan elders, even those in secluded cultivation, had emerged at this moment. The perimeter of the dilapidated temple was filled with people, from a mere dozen initially to now hundreds. Brother, what just happened? I sensed Uncle's talent. Young disciples rushed forward to inquire. Li Qingyi responded, Grandfather's venom has been suppressed. It might even be cured. Prior to this, they had not dared to hope for the complete healing of Li Nianhua's venom. If it could merely be suppressed, it would be monumental news for the Li family. Yet, the outcome, Li Nianhua had returned to his former peak. All the credit belonged to Wang Jing'an, who had just completed his college entrance examination and achieved the highest score. Chapter 20. Arrival of 5 million and transformation of prestige inside the dilapidated temple. Li Nianhua, upon sensing the complete annihilation of the emerald serpent within his realm, finally retracted his innate abilities. Having not truly exerted himself for many years, he found the initial application somewhat disconcerting. Approaching Wang Jing'an, he exchanged few words, instead opting for a respectful bow with clasped hands. Li Hanxiao observed this, refraining from any interference. In his view, Jing'an was deserving of such reverence. Initially, Li Hanxiao harbored doubts regarding Wang Jing'an's capacity to counteract the toxins afflicting his father. However, as the flames of the southern Ming manifested, he glimpsed a flicker of hope, surmising that perhaps the toxins within his father could be mitigated. To his astonishment, not only were the toxins subdued, but they were entirely eradicated. This was monumental news for the Li family. Upon witnessing the elder bow in his direction, Wang Jing'an hurriedly offered support, exclaiming, Elderly, your bowing is but a burden upon my junior status. To which Li Nianhua replied with laughter, Such notions are antiquated, if not for you. This old life might have endured for untold time, perhaps even meeting its end soon. This debt of gratitude I shall remember. At that moment, a throng of individuals surged into the temple, among them Li Jing'an. Upon seeing her grandfather restored, even breaking his chains, an indescribable joy welled within her. Grandfather, you have recovered. Li Nianhua waved his hand in mirth. Only the toxins have been purged. I require a period of seclusion to fully regain my former vigor. The elder family members began to pay their respects, addressing him as elder. Some, though of the same generation, still honored him with this title. For the venerable figure before them was one of humanity's 10 saints, whose illustrious deeds had paved the way for the Li family's current stature. "Do not stand on ceremony," Li Nianhua declared as he exited the temple amidst the crowd, gazing into the encroaching twilight, his heart swelling with sentiment. Moments later, he turned and instructed, "Inform the kitchen to prepare a splendid feast. I wish to properly entertain my young friend Jing'an." With that, he patted Wang Jing'an's shoulder. Walking side by side out of the dilapidated temple, Li Hashao, witnessing this, refrained from intervening and instead directed the steward to arrange a late-night meal. Li Jinyan had intended to express her gratitude to Wang Jing'an, but the opportunity eluded her as the Li family reveled in their elation. The family had marveled. The toxins vanished so suddenly, it feels like a dream, somewhat disconcerting. Hearing her father's words, Li Qingyi lowered her voice and cautioned, "Father, should grandfather catch wind of that remark, you'll be in dire straits." Li Hanshao retorted, "If you let him know, I shall deal with you first." Li Qingyi promptly fell silent. Nevertheless, her eyes burned with fierce determination, a fervor surged within her, particularly after witnessing the unquenchable flames. She longed for a duel with Wang Jing'an. Soon after, in a courtyard, at the dining table, Li Nianhua occupied the seat of honor, dedicating the majority of his discourse to Wang Jing'an. "Young friend Jing'an, you have completely eradicated the residual toxins from me. Speak, what would you desire?" His gaze was filled with admiration for the young man. Despite this being their first encounter, a profound camaraderie had blossomed. Wang Jing'an felt a tinge of embarrassment, wishing merely for a token gift, but expressing such a desire seemed impolite. Li Nianhua, perceiving his discomfort, chuckled, "Do not feel awkward. Wealth and elixirs are abundant in the Li family." Wang Jing'an feigned modesty. "Elderly, I am not one to covet wealth." In truth, he was, but he felt the need to maintain appearances. Li Nianhua burst into laughter. "Indeed, you are the person I had hoped for, unclouded by the allure of material wealth. Thus, I shall withhold monetary gifts." Wang Jing'an suddenly felt the urge to chastise himself. Why pretend? Was it not better to be straightforward? However, Li Nianhua's subsequent declaration astonished him. "Young friend Jing'an, since you do not cherish riches, I cannot neglect the debt of gratitude I owe you. Before all the esteemed elders of the Li family, I pledge that should you encounter peril or significant trouble in the future, regardless of where you may be, the entirety of the Li family shall ensure your safety." This promise left Wang Jing'an speechless. "Elderly, such a commitment is too weighty. I merely rendered a small service." "A small service can often equate to a life-saving grace to another," Li Nianhua replied sagely. "It is settled then. Come, let us drink." It was not until midnight that Li Hanshao instructed someone to escort Wang Jing'an home, unaware that Li Jinyan intended to accompany him to Beijing. For Wang Jing'an, this evening might have seemed merely a visit to Donghai City, a glimpse into the Li family's enterprise, and an encounter with an illustrious figure from humanity's past. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the news of Li Nianhua's complete recovery would soon ripple throughout the human realm, heralding a significant upheaval. At present, the balance of power between humanity and the demon race stood precariously equal, with both sides possessing limited peak combatants. Should either side produce another formidable warrior, the scales would undoubtedly tip. On their return to Beijing, seated in the rear, Li Jinyan expressed her gratitude to Wang Jing'an. She produced a bank card, stating, "This is from my father. The password is 515529, and it contains 5 million. Wang Jing'an's eyes lit up upon seeing the card. "Did not elderly already make me a promise?" Li Jinyan shook her head. "What is due must be honored. You were personally invited to Beijing, and your promised reward must not be trifled with." This time, Wang Jing'an accepted without pretense. Detected a change in the host's wealth value, gained 5 million prestige. Wang Jing'an disregarded the system notification echoing in his mind, intending to ponder it later at home. However, he suddenly recalled Jinyan's older brother and curiously inquired, "Jinyan, does your brother have some issues with his mind? I mean no offense, merely curious." Speaking of her brother made Li Jinyan somewhat melancholic. "My brother. He is simply too lonely. He has no friends at all." Wang Jing'an questioned, "Isn't he in university? How could he not have any friends?" Li Jinyan explained, His abilities are rather unique. When he turned 18, our family and the higher-ups of the demon-slaying pavilion devised a demon-slaying operation. My brother plays a crucial role in this endeavor, and his future will be devoted to that Tang knife. Chapter 21. The madness of exploiting the system upon hearing the words of his senior. Wang Jing'an could not help but recall the long sword that accompanied Li Qingyi. Why must a sacrifice be made to that blade? Confusion enveloped him. Was not Li Qingyi the legitimate eldest son of the Li family? Li Jing'an sighed. As I mentioned earlier, my elder brother possesses a rather unique talent. When he offers his last breath as a tribute to the Tang Dao, any of the 10 saints of the human race wielding the blade can effortlessly slay a demon god of the 9th realm. Gazing out the window, Li Jing'an was struck by an indescribable sense of fate. From that moment, her brother had already prepared himself to sacrifice for the family and for humanity. After a night of contemplation, he agreed with alacrity. It was from that point onward that his demeanor shifted, becoming increasingly reclusive. He seldom spoke with outsiders. Yet when he encountered someone with greater talent, he sought to challenge them, for he was the strongest beneath the SSS level, deserving of the title of the foremost among them. Wang Jing'an, remarkably perceptive, swiftly discerned the crux of the matter. The foremost beneath SSS? Then why was he not the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Logically, Li Qingyi should have claimed that title during his examination. However, the housekeeper had previously stated that Li Qingyi's score was merely the second highest. Li Jing'an elaborated. During the time of the entrance exam, my elder brother was already a pivotal figure in the beheading the monarch operation. Thus his results were falsified. Otherwise, achieving the top score would have been a certainty. Curiosity piqued. Wang Jing'an inquired, what exactly is his talent? Li Jing'an shook her head. I am unaware. Only the clan elders and the higher-ups of the demon-slaying pavilion know. All I know is that the Tang Dao he carries is considered an 8th-grade spiritual artifact. To wield an 8th-grade spiritual artifact, this meant that Li Qingyi truly was the strongest beneath the SSS level. Suddenly, Wang Jing'an felt a pang of sympathy for the cloaked figure bearing the sword. A man's destiny had been thusly orchestrated. In truth, that cloaked figure was deprived of the opportunity to pursue his dreams or engage in endeavors of his choosing. The only course available to him was to await the arrival of an opportune moment, then meet death with grace, offering all that he was to the Tang Dao. It was no wonder that under such circumstances, one's character would gradually become solitary, ultimately leading to a disinclination to forge friendships. Li Jing'an remarked, thus, upon learning you are the top scorer, my brother sought to challenge you. Please do not take offense. Perhaps for him, sparring is the only means of alleviating stress. Wang Jing'an replied, should your brother seek me out again, I shall accommodate his request. With genuine gratitude, Li Jing'an said, thank you, Jing'an. By the way, Jing'an, if your brother finds relief in combat, why does he not seek out those elders with superior cultivation for sparring? He has attempted that. Last month, he challenged one of the 10 saints of the human race and was severely injured by a single strike, bedridden for over half a month. Your brother. Quite impressive. Upon returning to his apartment building, Wang Jing'an bid farewell to Li Jing'an. However, upon reaching the 4th floor, he was taken aback to discover that his front door had been ajar. Just as he suspected a break-in, a closer inspection revealed that the door had fallen inward. Rubbing his temples, Wang Jing'an hastily contacted a door repair company. After a night of turmoil, he finally collapsed onto his bed around 5 in the morning. Opening the system interface. Name, Wang Jing'an. Age, 18. Gender, undetermined. Rank, black iron. Energy, 169. Cultivation, 1st realm. Breakthrough to 2nd realm requires 220 energy. Talent, SSS grade South Ming Fire. Reputation, 5. 033, 900 points. Guaranteed draws, 20, 100 draws yield rare items. Items, none. Come on, my dear, let's directly achieve the 2nd guaranteed draw. Wang Jing'an silently chanted. Proceeding with the 10 consecutive draws. Draw failed, cumulative increase of South Ming Fire compatibility by 0. 1. Draw failed, cumulative increase of South Ming Fire compatibility by 0. 1. South Ming Fire compatibility, 3. Onward. Wang Jing'an was no longer daunted by the prospect of failure. It continued until the compatibility reached 10. triggering the 100 guaranteed draws, which yielded a rare item. Draw successful, acquired rare item. First order sublimation pearl. Note: the sublimation pearl can enhance the host's energy cultivation. Enhancing cultivation? Wang Jing'an had anticipated that the guarantee would yield a second divine ability from the classic of mountains and seas, but he was pleasantly surprised. However, as he consumed the sublimation pearl, he was astonished to discover a significant increase in his energy cultivation. From an initial energy of 169, it surged to 182. Though the numerical increase was merely 13 points, it was crucial to note that 220 energy signified a transition to the second realm. With so much reputation still in hand, he pressed on. Wang Jing'an was utterly captivated by this lottery system. South Ming Fire Compatibility 20. Upon reaching 20 compatibility, it indicated that the second guaranteed item was imminent. Draw successful, acquired rare item. First order sublimation pearl. Consumption. Energy value rose from 182 to 196. Only a smidgen remained to reach the second realm. This was indeed the correct method to engage with the system. For the first time, Wang Jing'an felt the exhilarating rush of having an advantage. In truth, approaching the situation from a different angle, even if he did not draw a second ability. Obtaining sublimation pearls was quite satisfactory. Onward, Wang Jing'an resolved to exploit the system to its fullest. When the compatibility of the South Ming Fire reached 40, the fourth first-order sublimation pearl appeared. After consuming it, Wang Jing'an's energy value reached the upper limit of the first realm, 219. With just a little more energy, he could break through. At that moment, the system prompted, "Does the host wish to spend 1,000,000 reputation to directly ascend to the second realm? No side effects. 1 million for a direct promotion? No side effects." Wang Jing'an suddenly felt that the previous consumption of the breaking pill was a futile endeavor. If only he had saved it to sell. What a loss. Direct promotion. Wang Jing'an decided without hesitation. 1,000,000 reputation successfully deducted. The system is preparing the optimal promotion procedure for the host. Loading procedure. 20. 50. 99. Procedure stalled. Loading failed. Additional 100,000 reputation suggested for repair. Oh. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. Would you like to add 100,000 reputation? Otherwise, the loading will fail. How absurd. Wang Jing'an was at a loss. System. Host refusal detected. Procedure will soon fail. Wait. Doggone system. This operation has left me speechless. He shouted at it. Curse it. Let us endure this time. There will be future opportunities. The procedure resumed loading. 100. Loading successful. The host has broken through. Current cultivation. Second realm. The host's interface will now advance from black iron to bronze rank, and the likelihood of rare items being drawn will increase. So it was. Wang Jing'an gradually unraveled the intricacies of this troublesome system. It was no wonder he had failed to draw a second ability despite numerous attempts. Advancing through several ranks would indeed enhance the probability of acquiring abilities. If this momentum continued, upon returning to school, he would undoubtedly become invincible. Chapter 22. Successfully extracting the second ability. The compatibility of the Southern Ming Li Fire was just 10 away from reaching 50. Wang Jing'an was determined to continue drawing lots. He was curious to ascertain the combat prowess of the residual image of the Vermilion Bird Empress. The attempt failed, resulting in a cumulative increase of 0. 1 in the compatibility with the Southern Ming Li Fire. When the compatibility reached 50, a guaranteed draw would occur. Wang Jing'an anticipated the emergence of the second ability, only to receive a second-tier sublimation orb instead. After consuming it, his energy surged from 220 to an impressive 240. System. How much reputation is required for ascending to the third realm? A bold idea suddenly struck Wang Jing'an. Before the school term commenced, it was possible he could ascend to the fourth or even fifth realm. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated the situation. 10 million, the system replied. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. Isn't the second realm only 1 million? Does the third realm really require 10 million? Then what about the fourth realm? The system explained. The second realm can easily overpower a group of first realm warriors. Similarly, A third realm warrior can dominate a group of second realm warriors, even to the extent of complete annihilation. The reputation needed for ascension only increases. Wang Jing'an's hopes were dashed. It seemed that advancing through the system's parameters was not as simple as he had imagined. Just the reputation required for ascension was a considerable amount. Truly, the adage of the impoverished in literature and the wealthy in martial prowess rang true. Without further hesitation, Wang Jing'an sat cross-legged in the living room, and the southern Ming Li fire began to manifest. If 50 compatibility indicated a residual image, surely it possessed some combat capability. The pristine flames coalesced into a magnificent vermilion bird, reminiscent of the Empress's projection. The feathers of the bird were formed entirely from flames, akin to a fiery monarch emerging from the inferno, embodying an aura of rebirth through flames. The terrifying energy, mingled with fire, filled the entire house. Considering his own second-realm cultivation, Wang Jing'an preliminarily assessed that he might not fare poorly in a clash against a third-realm warrior. Indeed, it was a life of extraordinary fortune. Crossing realms in battle was a commonplace occurrence. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Wang Jing'an hastily retracted the southern Ming Li fire and approached the door, where he encountered the responsible individual from the previous night, holding a stack of contractual documents. "Young Master Wang, I have come to discuss the contract transfer procedures." The individual introduced himself as Zhang. "You've come early. I appreciate your efforts," Wang Jing'an acknowledged. "It's no trouble. This is our duty as clerical staff." As Zhang spoke, he sensed the residual energy fluctuations within the room, tinged with a hint of heat. This must be the southern Ming Li fire. It seems young Master Wang has just completed his meditation. However, Zhang was astonished by the intensity of the energy emanating from Wang Jing'an. "Young Master Wang, have you reached the second realm?" Wang Jing'an casually nodded. Zhang was even more astonished. "You were only at the first realm last night, and you've already broken through? How is it that such a breakthrough seems as effortless as drinking water? Is this the hallmark of an SSS grade talent?" Wang Jing'an humbly replied. "It was merely a fortunate breakthrough." Zhang fell into a state of self-doubt. After entering the house, Wang Jing'an poured a glass of cool water for him. Several minutes passed before Zhang regained his composure and inquired directly, "Young Master Wang, may I ask what your parents do for a living? We conducted an investigation last night and found that your parents' files were encrypted along with yours. This is quite normal. Typically, if one family's file is encrypted, it signifies a high level of confidentiality." Before Wang Jing'an could respond, Zhang continued, "Previously, didn't Martial University mention that if you joined their martial school, they would arrange government jobs for your parents? What they can offer, we can provide as well." Indeed, Wang Jing'an nodded, though he soon felt a sense of confusion. He was unaware of his parents' occupations. He knew they were rarely home, only returning for significant holidays, and sometimes not even then. At that moment, Zhang phone rang. "Young Master Wang, I apologize. I must take this call." He stepped onto the balcony, and the voice on the other end informed him. "The head of the demon-slaying pavilion just called, inquiring whether we at Zhulong are arranging government jobs for young Master Wang's parents. We need to halt this matter." Zhang was perplexed. "Why should we halt it? This is a benefit young Master Wang has earned. His parents deserve this opportunity." The voice on the phone responded. "Zhang, do you not understand? The fact that the head of the demon-slaying pavilion personally notified us indicates that young Master Wang's parents possess a significant background. We must cease any inquiries regarding their employment." After ending the call, Zhang expression turned grave as he turned to look at Wang Jing'an. "Isn't young Master Wang from an ordinary family? What exactly do his parents do?" Zhang heart raced. Just one night to break through to the second realm was astonishing. But now, a mere inquiry about his parents' work had prompted a direct call from the principal of Zhulong Martial School. Could it be that the entire family were prodigies? In the end, Zhang refrained from further questioning Wang Jing'an about his parents' occupations. "Is something wrong?" Wang Jing'an noticed Zhang serious demeanor after the call. Zhang forced a smile and shook his head. "Let us proceed with signing the villa transfer contract." Wang Jing'an sensed nothing amiss. After reviewing the contract, Zhang prepared to leave. "Young Master Wang, the villa is located on Tongtai Road in the city center of Beijing. The address is indicated in the contract. After giving his instructions, Zhang Hua was ready to depart, as he needed to assist the next student with various benefits. Due to Wang Jing'an's status as the top scholar, Zhang Hua prioritized his case. After seeing Zhang Hua off, Wang Jing'an received a notification from the system. Detected a change in the host's wealth value, gaining 26,031. 100 reputation points. Approaching 30 million. I can continue to exploit the system. Name, Wang Jing'an. Age, 18. Gender, undetermined. Rank, bronze. Energy, 240. Cultivation, second realm. Energy must reach 500 to break through to the third realm. Talent, SSS grade Southern Ming Leaf Fire. Reputation, 29. 694. 100 guaranteed draws. 0 times. 100 draws for rare items. Items, none. Let us go for 100 consecutive draws. Don't ask why not 10. The answer is simple. The reputation points are too plentiful to exhaust. The attempt failed, resulting in a cumulative increase of 0. 1 in the compatibility with the Southern Ming Leaf Fire. The attempt failed. The host successfully extracted a portion of chaotic abilities. Trickery. Talent, SSS grade. Trickery compatibility. 1. Trickery. What is the end of chaos? What is the beginning of chaos? Is it direction, the 5 senses, space, time, or the world? When the host compatibility with trickery reaches 30, the 5 senses can be deceived. At 60, space can be manipulated. At 90, time can be manipulated. And at 100, chaos will descend, allowing manipulation of the world. Chapter 23. The cure for the Emperor's inner poison lies elsewhere, deceiving the world? Wang Jing'an was astonished by this ability. Manipulating the 5 senses, space, time, and direction were comprehensible, but how could one deceive the world itself? Unable to fathom it, Wang Jing'an decided it was best not to dwell on it. He would eventually uncover the truth. The emergence of divine powers from the Shanhai Jing in this parallel world was, in itself, a miracle. A compatibility of 30 was required to deceive the 5 senses. Thus, in its initial phase, could this ability merely manipulate direction? As Wang Jing'an mused, the system chimed with another notification. Note: the host has successfully drawn the second divine ability. The cost for a single draw has increased from 1,000 to 10,000, with a 10 discount for 10 consecutive draws. Wang Jing'an contemplated this notification, realizing that advancing his cultivation would not be so simple. With the draw prices escalating, accumulating abilities and cultivation through prestige would demand vast amounts of it. At that moment, the system vividly illustrated the adage wealth in literature, power in martial arts. Glancing at the time, he decided it was time to venture out for breakfast. He arrived at a nearby stall and ordered some rice rolls. However, unbeknownst to him, another matter was stirring considerable discussion pertaining to the esteemed Li Nüwa. Across various campus forums in Beijiang City, numerous posts and comments surfaced. Have you heard? The emperor has reportedly regained his former peak. I heard about it last night. Many in our group are discussing it now. Surely, the nation is keeping a close eye on this. I just logged into the Beijiang campus forum and discovered that the emperor was poisoned a few years back. Now, many are speculating who cured him. Indeed, among 10 posts, 9 were centered on the same topic. One particularly popular thread was pinned at the top, stating, "Because my hometown is in Donghai City, I witnessed the emperor's extraordinary abilities explode last night. Half the sky over the city was enveloped. The scene was breathtaking. It was my first time witnessing the true splendor of an SSS-level emperor. Truly commendable of Elder Sun to have so swiftly cured the emperor's poison. Let us give a round of applause for Elder Sun." Many similar posts circulated. Another trending topic revolved around Elder Sun. I saw everyone saying that Elder Sun cured the emperor's inner poison, and I thought I had missed something. It's shocking to think I was completely unaware of such a monumental event. This morning, I learned that the emperor's poison was from the 9-poison emperor serpent, which allegedly requires flames at their peak to eliminate. Elder Sun's mastery of both ice and fire is SSS level. He must be regarded as the foremost in the world. Aside from Elder Sun, who else could possibly cure the emperor's poison? Beneath this post were numerous comments. Why not remove possibly? Elder Sun's prowess in fire and ice has always been unparalleled. Now, with another top-tier warrior restored to peak condition, The demon tribes are likely to think twice before encroaching upon us. Such discussions were not confined to Beijiang City. Warriors nationwide were closely monitoring the situation. The news even spread internationally, igniting a wave of excitement. After all, the resurgence of a legendary figure from the previous generation of the human race would undoubtedly captivate countless martial artists. While Wang Jing'an savored his breakfast, he remained oblivious to the uproar generated by his cure of elderly. As time passed, the topic of Lin Yinhua's return to peak strength gained momentum, eventually prompting the Slayer Pavilion to intervene and suppress the information. In secrecy, they summoned Lin Yinhua for a meeting to discuss his reinstatement among the contemporary 10 saints of humanity. However, Lin Yinhua declined, stating that such titles were mere illusions. Furthermore, if he were to be included among the 10 saints, one would inevitably have to be ousted. Having lived a considerable life, he was indifferent to such matters. After this cure, he simply wished to recuperate in seclusion for some time. In a certain urban district of the Great Xia, a secretive organization convened in a spacious hall filled with individuals clad in black, each wearing distinct masks. At the head of the long table sat a figure with a purple mask, adorned with the number 3, a seat of the organization's third throne. This enigmatic group was the Fate Sect, known for aiding the demon tribes and operating stealthily between Great Xia and multiple countries, relaying vital intelligence to the demons. The figure in the purple mask spoke. You are all aware that the Emperor's inner poison has been cured. Our task now is to relay this information to the leader and the first throne, so they may inform the demon tribes directly. The Fate Sect boasts 8 thrones. Aside from the first and second thrones, which are absent from Great Xia, the remaining 6 were present. A figure in a blue mask interjected. I have been closely monitoring the situation these past few days. According to rumors, it was Elder Sun who intervened. Yet the insider information I possess diverges from the common narrative. This blue-masked individual bore the number 8 on his chest, representing the 8th throne. The 7th throne, seated on the far left, urged, Blue Mask, speak plainly. There is no need for riddles. The speaker, identified as Black Mask, wore a mask of pitch black. Blue Mask continued. Li Jinyan, the pride of the Li family, visited Beijiang City 5 days ago, the night following the college entrance examination, to request the top scholar to assist the emperor in purging the poison. The top scholar? Is that the one who awakened the new SSS-level talent, Wang Jing'an? Black Mask inquired. Indeed, Blue Mask replied. He utilized the South Mingli fire to eliminate the remaining toxins within the emperor. He elaborated, the rumors are false. This is the truth as I understand it. The third throne, Purple Mask, expressed confusion. Wang Jing'an has only recently completed his examinations, with his current cultivation. Even with SSS-level South Mingli fire, he could not possibly cure the emperor's residual toxins. Everyone present was acutely aware that even Elder Sun had failed to completely eradicate the emperor's inner poison years prior. How could a mere student, just emerging from his exams, possess such formidable abilities? The 8th throne, Blue Mask, shook his head. At that time, only the head of the Li family and Wang Jing'an entered the dilapidated temple. I do not know the specifics, but I can assure you that the cure for the emperor's poison was not Elder Sun, but rather the top scholar Wang Jing'an. Chapter 24. Do you have a more straightforward Chinese name? The blue-faced representative inquired, seeking confirmation regarding the accuracy of the sources. The purple-faced representative from the third throne responded affirmatively. The information is absolutely reliable. Rising from his seat, the purple-faced representative concluded, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Return to your respective posts. Regardless of the methods you employ, disseminate the news of Wang Jing'an's recovery as the war emperor far and wide. Once the master and the first seat are informed, the demon tribe will inevitably become aware as well. Once they know, they will take urgent measures to ensure that the balance of power between our two races remains unbroken. As for whether the demon tribe will allow this so-called top scholar to grow, that is beyond the purview of us throne representatives. 7 days had passed since the news of the war emperor's return to his former glory began to circulate, and Wang Jing'an had started to grasp the situation. Initially puzzled, he wondered how the matter had transformed from his own accomplishment to that of Elder Sunday. Subsequently, the head of the Tianling Pavilion approached him to further refine the records of the Southern Ming fire and specifically advised him not to acknowledge his role in it. This was a maneuver orchestrated by the demon-slaying pavilion, placing the burden of this outcome upon Elder Sunday. Furthermore, the Li Consortium had been thoroughly persuaded by the demon-slaying pavilion. Individuals from such a large consortium typically knew how to keep their mouths shut. Wang Jing'an reflected and understood that the country did not wish for him to draw too much attention at this juncture, as the risk of attracting the gaze of the demon tribe was significant. He could not afford to risk his growth being stunted before he had fully matured. By the afternoon, Wang Jing'an received a call from his homeroom teacher, Li Yan. "Tonight, we'll return to Lingwu High School. The principal is personally hosting a celebration banquet for you. All the high school principals from Beijiang City, along with those students who have just completed their college entrance examinations, are invited. The scale of this celebration would undoubtedly entail considerable expenses." Wang Jing'an was not particularly surprised, as the principal had previously mentioned organizing a banquet, albeit he had not anticipated it would be held at Lingwu High School. However, it made sense, having produced an SSS-level talent. It was unlikely that the principals from all over Beijiang would decline the invitation. Some students who had performed poorly in the exams might not wish to attend, or they could already be on high-speed trains headed elsewhere for work, like Lin Xingguang. Wang Jing'an sensed that Principal Jiang merely wished to flaunt this achievement, and thus he did not refuse, understanding that even the elderly had their personal desires. It was not until the third night that Li Yan arrived in a small car to pick him up from his apartment complex and take him to Lingwu High School. "How have you been feeling lately?" Li Yan asked. "Quite pleasant," Wang Jing'an replied. "Wait a moment, you've reached the second realm?" Li Yan, sensing the surge of power emanating from Wang Jing'an, abruptly slammed on the brakes. Wang Jing'an nodded. "I fortuitously broke through." Li Yan's mouth twitched. The SSS-level talent was indeed formidable. Just over 10 days ago, during the college entrance examination, Wang Jing'an's strength had been measured at 169, and now he had already achieved the second realm. If Wang Jing'an were to exhaust that reputation, he might even leap to the third realm. However, fearing suspicion, he had planned to delay his breakthrough, intending to claim that he had been in seclusion at home for several days. Upon reaching the school gate, Li Yan instructed Wang Jing'an to exit the vehicle first. "I will go fetch the principal. You can enter the school on your own. You don't need me to guide you, right?" Wang Jing'an nodded. "I'll wander around a bit." After watching his homeroom teacher drive away, he strolled directly into the campus. The difference between the school during breaks and when classes resumed was stark. During the holiday, the place felt desolate, but before long, he began to notice groups of students congregating. They were not gathered in clusters, but rather scattered in small groups throughout the campus. Likely students from other high schools in Beijiang who had been invited to the celebration banquet. Wang Jing'an inadvertently overheard them discussing him, and it seemed they were also speculating about the War Emperor. "Has anyone seen Wang, the top scholar? I haven't seen him. He probably hasn't arrived yet. With his talent, he must be surrounded by a throng of admirers. Indeed, if you see someone flanked by women, it's likely him. By the way, have you heard about the War Emperor regaining his former peak status?" "The War Emperor? My social media has been inundated with news about it these past few days. I heard he had been poisoned and was cured by that Elder Sunday Iasin T. Elder Sun, one of the 10 saints of this era. With my A-level talent, do I have any chance of becoming such a significant figure? Don't even think about it. If you were to ask if Wang, the top scholar, could become such a person, that would be more plausible." Noticing that the students discussing him failed to recognize him, Wang Jing'an decided to head toward the teaching building. Along the way, he observed numerous red carpets laid out. What is the principal planning with all this pomp? Wang Jing'an mused, bemused by the extravagance of the celebration. Before he could venture far, he spotted a girl with a small backpack and 2 bun hairstyles, inquiring about the classroom where Wang Jing'an used to study. Unfortunately, this girl had asked several fellow students, none of whom were from Lingwu High School, and thus had no clue. Then, the girl approached Wang Jing'an and asked, "Excuse me, are you a student of this school?" Wang Jing'an nodded. Her eyes lit up. "Do you know which classroom Wang Jing'an used to occupy?" Wang Jing'an, puzzled, asked, "What do you need to know his classroom for?" The girl glared at him. "Just tell me where it is. No need for so much chit-chat." Wang Jing'an shook his head. "If you maintain this attitude, then I am afraid I cannot assist you." Seeing that he was about to leave, the girl hurriedly stopped him. What is your name? Do you know who I am? Upon hearing this, Wang Jing'an perked up, sensing the imminent arrival of a clutch moment of arrogance and humiliation. He smiled in response. Then do tell me, who are you? The girl raised her chin, exuding confidence, and replied, I am a student from Beijing No. 1 High School, ranked 21st in this year's college entrance examination, with an awakened S-level talent. You may call me Melt. Wang Jing'an, struggling to comprehend her logic, asked, Wait, did you say your name is Melt? The girl rolled her eyes. Duh, use my English name, Melt. Remember it. Wang Jing'an, surprised, took a moment to examine the girl with the small backpack. Are you a foreigner? You don't seem like one. The girl frowned. Who is a foreigner? I'm a native of Daxia. Wang Jing'an paused. Then why do you have a foreign name? He continued. Do you have a more accessible Chinese name? Something like Sha Zhu, Ergo, Tai Dan, Heiwa, or Erlungzi? The girl responded with a look of confusion. Chapter 25. The news begins to spread widely. The spirited girl was rendered speechless by Wang Jing'an's question. Wang Jing'an, equally intrigued, sought to engage the girl with the small backpack in further conversation. However, she turned away and continued her quest to inquire whether anyone knew where Wang Jing'an's previous classroom was located. Wang Jing'an scratched the back of his head in confusion, pondering. Isn't this the classic urban face-slapping scenario? Typically, this classmate would ask who I am, and I would simply reveal my name to complete the face slap. As time passed, Wang Jing'an observed the arrival of principals and teachers from other schools at Lingwu, yet Principal Jiang had yet to make an appearance. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure, Song Yinshi, accompanied by her close friends, including Chun Yinyan. However, they were trailing behind another individual. Upon closer inspection, Wang Jing'an recognized the lead boy. It was Yang Zhan, clad in a baseball jersey, as if he had just returned from a game and hadn't changed. Having previously been in Class 7, he had transferred to the first high school. Now, Yang Zhan was surrounded by a throng of female classmates, leading many nearby students to mistakenly believe that he was Wang Jing'an. When the spirited girl saw Yang Zhan approach, she expressed her surprise. I thought you wouldn't attend such a gathering. Yang Zhan frowned, annoyed to encounter this troublesome girl, given that Principal Jiang organized this banquet specifically for Wang Jing'an. How could I possibly miss it? After all, we were classmates, he replied, wishing to dismiss her. The spirited girl perked up at this revelation. You were classmates with Wang Jing'an? Do you know where his classroom is? Just as Yang Zhan was about to brush her off, he noticed a familiar silhouette standing in the distance. It was none other than Wang Jing'an himself. What do you need Wang Jing'an's classroom for? He's right over there, Yang Zhan said, pointing towards Wang Jing'an. Upon hearing this, the girl instinctively turned around, but aside from the fellow who had just exchanged barbs with her, she could see no one else. Where's Wang Jing'an? She exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Is that him? Yang Zhan scolded. The girl glanced again in the direction Yang Zhan indicated, filled with incredulity. Is that really Wang Jing'an? I thought he would be tall, sunny, and handsome. You are Wang Jing'an? The spirited girl took a few steps back, her tone wavering with uncertainty. Before Wang Jing'an could respond, Chun Yinyan, a friend of Song Yinshi, coldly interjected. Wang Jing'an, do you find this amusing? The impact on Yinshi has been significant enough. Do you really intend to humiliate her further by having the principal host this banquet? Wang Jing'an frowned. Are you out of your mind? This banquet was organized by the principal. It has nothing to do with me. Stop pretending. I see through human nature. You simply wish to flaunt your talent before your peers at this banquet, Chun Yinyan retorted coldly. When a relationship is no longer suitable, it is best to part ways. I find it perplexing that you continue to cling to Yinshi. We may not possess your brand new SSS-level talent, but do not be overly arrogant. Higher talent comes with greater risks. Who will ultimately triumph remains uncertain. Many A and S-level individuals have also risen through the ranks. Wang Jing'an remained silent, observing her tirade. What? Are you so guilty that you cannot speak? Chun Yinyan continued, linking arms with Yinshi, determined to bolster her friend's confidence. What truly warrants boasting is how many high-level beasts you have slain and what contributions you have made to humanity. Take a look at that esteemed elder, Sun, who quietly cured the war emperor of his internal poison, allowing our kind to regain a top-tier warrior. Such achievements are what deserve to be celebrated, not mere displays of personal talent at this banquet. Wang Jing'an replied, "Is it your worldview that is skewed, or are your ears malfunctioning? Which of your eyes saw me boasting about my talent? I have not uttered a single word in such regard." Initially, Wang Jing'an had thought the woman was peculiar, but upon her mention of the War Emperor, he silently marveled at the sheer coincidence. Yang Zhen stepped in between the two, acting as a peacemaker. All right. Today is the principal's banquet. Let us all try to enjoy ourselves and not let trivial matters ruin the atmosphere. Chen Yinyan responded, Yang Zhen. Though Wang Jing'an possesses SSS talent, your S-level talent is commendable too. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. So there is no need for you to play the mediator here. Yang Zhen thought it unwise to be associated with this woman. Could she truly evaluate someone's abilities based on their talent level? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence and such talent would surely not fall short in future accomplishments. However, when Yang Zhen saw the spirited girl attempt to approach Wang Jing'an, he instinctively sought to distance himself from Wang Jing'an. This reaction did not go unnoticed by Wang Jing'an, who realized that Yang Zhen appeared rather apprehensive of the girl. Could you step away from me? Yang Zhen said, clearly irritated, as he quickly retreated from the crowd. Say that again. The spirited girl glared at him. Yang Zhen immediately fell silent. Afterward, the girl remained rooted in place, hesitant to approach Wang Jing'an, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Internally, she berated herself for having inadvertently confronted the very person she sought directions from. Had she known earlier, she would have adopted a more courteous demeanor. Yang Zhen cautioned, Jing'an, do not provoke her. Wang Jing'an looked perplexed. I haven't done anything to her. I'm just warning you. Yang Zhen whispered as he leaned closer to Wang Jing'an. Her talent is S-level misfortune. The last time I got entangled with her, I was hit by a car twice in 1 week, twisted my ankle 8 times on the stairs, got stuck in an elevator 6 times, and nearly got struck by falling objects 3 times. Wang Jing'an was astonished. Is it really that dangerous? Yang Zhen nodded. I am not joking. It is indeed perilous. Yet, the spirited girl, the very person Yang Zhen feared, stood there, casting shy glances at Wang Jing'an. Her earlier harsh demeanor left her feeling embarrassed about requesting a signature photo. I was so foolish to speak to the esteemed Wang, she lamented internally. Meanwhile, during the lively exchanges among the students, nearly everyone received a news notification simultaneously. Not only notifications, but also various forums and message boards displayed the same information, all under the headline. The one who cured the War Emperor is not Elder's son, but him. Most students in attendance paid little heed to the notifications on their phones, yet a few had a habit of checking their devices whenever a notification chimed. Consequently, those who glanced at their screens were met with the striking headline and eagerly clicked to read further. Within mere seconds, a male student suddenly exclaimed, the one who cured the War Emperor's internal poison is Wang Zhuangyuan? Chapter 26. The ranking tournament. The words of that male student attracted the attention of many present. What did you say? Most of the students could not quite comprehend his statement. In that moment, Wang Jing'an also noticed the information on his phone. It was a trending post in a forum. Recently, discussions about the war's sovereign have been fervent. In truth, it was not Elder's son who cured the deadly poison within the war sovereign, but rather another individual. Many are aware that the venom of the 9 poison emperor snake is extremely corrosive, yet it possesses a fatal flaw. It fears flames. The lethal toxin within the war sovereign was entirely eradicated by the Southern Bright Flame. Surely, some martial artists are not unfamiliar with the Southern Bright Flame. Indeed, the bearer of the Southern Bright Flame is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, Wang Jing'an. It is precisely because of his flames that the war sovereign has returned to his former glory. Wang, the top scorer, is undoubtedly a national idol. Attached to this post was a photograph of Wang Jing'an and the head of the Li family entering the dilapidated temple. What the heck? My idol. How could you do this to me? Wang Jing'an cursed inwardly, not wishing for such ostentation. Moreover, the higher-ups of the Demon Slayer Pavilion had assigned Elder's son to bear the consequences, likely anticipating that if the matter escalated too much, it would attract the attention of the Demon Clan. Yet, at this critical juncture, someone had exposed the details. Someone was willing to take the risk of being discovered by the Demon Slayer Pavilion to reveal this. What was their intention? Upon reading this post, Wang Jing'an's immediate reaction was to wonder who had taken the photograph. Furthermore, the angle of the photo was not particularly discreet. There were no more than a dozen people outside the dilapidated temple at that time. Initially, there were Li Qingyi, Li Jing'an, and a few other members of the Li clan along with some clan elders. Who would benefit from such exposure? Wang Jing'an was not naive enough to believe that someone was trying to promote him. A distinguished martial artist did not require such trivial promotion. Most likely, it was the demon clan. Someone within the Li family was in league with the demons. However, what advantage did exposing this situation offer to the demon clan? If it were to obtain information about elderly Nüwa's return to former glory, they could have simply inquired. There was no need for widespread dissemination. After all, this matter had been circulating fervently for the past few days. But if it were not due to the war sovereign, then only one possibility remained. Someone wanted the demon clan to take notice of the 31st SSS-level human. Wang Jing'an furrowed his brow. This truly was bad news for him. There were many similar posts, all rapidly disseminated. Most students present had begun to take notice. Those who realized the implications, particularly Yang Zhan, the backpack-wearing girl, Song Yanqi, Chen Yanyan, and others, gazed at Wang Jing'an from afar with astonished expressions. Jing'an, you cured the war sovereign's deadly poison? Yang Zhan approached, walking while grappling with self-doubt. The news on his phone seemed credible, bolstered by photographs and evidence. Wang Jing'an was uncertain whether to admit it. He had no idea that this matter would escalate to such proportions. He had merely assisted Senior Jinyan with a small task in Donghai City. How had it come to this? At that moment, Chen Yinyan's mouth hung agape, alternating her gaze between Wang Jing'an and the information on her phone, frantically seeking confirmation. She could neither dare nor wish to believe that Wang Jing'an had indeed cured the war sovereign. Wasn't his cultivation only at the first realm? Even with the SSS-level Southern Bright Flame, it could not possibly eradicate the war sovereign's deadly poison, could it? Ironically, Chen Yinyan had previously used the war sovereign's situation as a talking point. Could it be that his Southern Bright Flame surpassed SSS level? The thought that arose in Chen Yinyan's mind was swiftly extinguished. She understood too well that SSS level was the pinnacle of talent. Surpassing 3S was virtually impossible. If someone possessed talent beyond 3S, why had no one emerged over the years until Wang Jing'an awakened? Unbeknownst to her, Wang Jing'an's Southern Bright Flame not only exceeded SSS level, but he also possessed a second SSS level extraordinary ability. The ability to deceive was something Wang Jing'an had yet to reveal to the public. At this moment, all the students regarded Wang Jing'an as if he were a monster. If they had previously respected him for his SSS level talent, that respect had now transformed into awe. Just after the college entrance examination, he had already begun to unveil the terrifying achievements befitting an SSS level talent. Curing the war sovereign, a feat even Elder Sun could not accomplish, had been achieved by Wang Jing'an. Brother Jing'an, I admire you. Yang Zhan clasped his fists in praise. Before long, leaders from various schools arrived at Lingwu. Upon their arrival, they too had heard about Wang Jing'an curing the war sovereign. Principal Jiang became increasingly agitated. The greater Wang Jing'an's accomplishments, the more glory it brought to Lingwu High School. Class instructor Li Yin felt a deep sense of comfort as he observed his students' path becoming increasingly steady. As the evening gathering commenced, attention across the nation was fixated on the top scorer Wang. Due to the rapid spread of information, within less than an hour, news reached the higher echelons of the Demon Slayer Pavilion. Almost simultaneously, a seismic shift occurred within the Li family. Head of the Li family, Li Hanxiao, issued a directive to thoroughly investigate the individual responsible for disseminating the photograph. Concurrently, the upper echelons of the Demon Slayer Pavilion commanded all media and news outlets to immediately cease reporting on matters related to Wang Jing'an and the war sovereign. On various forums, Wang Jing'an's notoriety reached its zenith. Out of 100 comments, nearly 90 were discussions about him. This twist came too abruptly. I can hardly fathom how the top scorer Wang managed to detoxify the war sovereign. The disparity between extraordinary individuals and us ordinary martial artists is stark. Just half a month post-exams, While I'm still at home playing games, the top scorer is already accomplishing great deeds. Thus is the nature of genius. It creates a chasm between us mere mortals. By the way, when will the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion reassess the 30 types of high-risk talents? I am eager to know the ranking of the Southern Bright Flame. Upstairs, you've articulated my sentiments. Add 1. Add 2. On the 4th day after the revelation of Wang Jing'an's accomplishments, the head of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion sought him out, stating that they wished to organize a ranking tournament for him. To recalibrate the 30 high-risk talents, the newly emerged SSS-level must undergo a ranking tournament. The final order would be determined based on the comprehensive abilities of the talent. As Wang Jing'an pondered why the assessment tournament was being held at this critical juncture, the official replied, "The higher-ups of the Demon Slayer Pavilion aimed to flush out traitors working for the Demon Clan." Chapter 27. Inciting heated discussions, Wang Jing'an was in favor of exposing the traitors who serve the demon race. After all, those individuals lurking within the Great Xia territory were akin to a malignant tumor. Given that both the Demon Extermination Pavilion and the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion intended to hold a ranking competition at this pivotal moment, it was evident they were prepared. In the parlor, Wang Jing'an poured a cup of tea for the official in charge and subsequently inquired, "What are the rules of the ranking competition?" The official lifted the teacup and replied, "For martial artists below the 5th realm, regardless of origin or nationality, any human martial artist may challenge on stage." Upon hearing this, Wang Jing'an broke into a cold sweat. What if thousands of challengers arrive? Should I face them all? The official explained, "You may not be familiar with Fengjing City. Only registered martial artists are permitted to enter the city, and those who can reach the Zhulong school are further filtered through several layers of selection. So the number will not be overwhelming. As for the ranking, the higher-ups at the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion have their own evaluation methods. Typically, the participants in such ranking competitions would predominantly be social martial artists. These are individuals whose talents were awakened during their student years but were deemed too lowly. After completing their college entrance exams, they entered society to strive for success. Therefore, their cultivation levels would not be particularly high. The decision not to inquire about nationality was meant to encourage widespread participation, thereby enhancing the influence and credibility of the rankings of the 30 high-risk talents. However, in reality, this was merely a play on words by the authorities. While it appeared to encourage public participation, the actual number of individuals who could enter the capital and subsequently the martial arts school would be quite limited. Wang Jing'an gradually absorbed this information. What if someone creates chaos? The official smirked. "Isn't that precisely what we wish to see?" He continued, "The Demon Extermination Pavilion has promised to provide you with ample first-grade elixirs to help solidify your first realm cultivation before the school year begins, enabling you to break through to the 2nd realm." Wang Jing'an's eyes lit up, and he changed his tone. "Well then, could I possibly receive 2nd-grade elixirs? I am currently at the 2nd realm." The official was taken aback for a few moments. "I recall your strength was measured at 169 during the college entrance exam, correct? It takes a strength of 220 to break through to the 2nd realm. How could you have progressed so rapidly?" Wang Jing'an nodded. "I've been sequestered at home diligently cultivating. My strength has naturally surged." The official felt a tinge of embarrassment and fell silent for several seconds before nodding. "I will need to report this matter to the higher-ups at the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion." Wang Jing'an smiled. "I look forward to your good news." The official now regarded Wang Jing'an with a gaze akin to that of a curious creature. Other predecessors with SSS-level talents had not shown such rapid growth during their first realm phase, had they? By that afternoon, the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion announced publicly that on the day the martial arts school commenced, a ranking competition would be held at the Zhulong Martial School in Fengjing City for Wang Jing'an, with a small team from the Demon Extermination Pavilion invited to witness the event. All challengers, regardless of origin or nationality, who were human martial artists below the 5th realm, could issue challenges to Wang Jing'an. The Heavenly Spirit Pavilion sought to accurately assess where the Nanming Li Hor ranked among the other 30 high-risk talents, making this competition necessary. Meanwhile, the Demon Extermination Pavilion aimed to use this opportunity to flush out those traitorous elements aiding the demon race. It was foreseeable that after the assessment, the Nanming Li Hua would be reclassified as the 31st high-risk talent. The public announcement by the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion generated immense discussion among martial artists in the following 2 days. The stipulations of no inquiry into origin and no inquiry into nationality alone were enough to draw a large number of martial artists to the Zhulong Martial School on the day of the competition to challenge Wang Jing'an. After all, this was an officially endorsed ranking competition. It is important to note that the last ranking competition had occurred 11 years prior. The topic of the ranking competition was fervently debated in campus forums and among various professional circles. The most discussed comments included, "Wasn't it just announced that Wang Jing'an cured the internal poison of the War Emperor? Why is the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion holding a ranking competition at this critical juncture? I am now concerned about where Wang Jing'an's Nanming Li Hua will rank. I recall the last ranking competition was over a decade ago, right? Indeed, the ranking competition determines the order of talent. It seems the last one had 2 participants. But I can't remember the details. Yes, there were 2 participants. You aren't mistaken. They had SSS-level dual sword heart talents, rank 12, 1 male and 1 female. Each era's high-risk talents had different rankings. For instance, Li Nianhua's SSS-level emperor was ranked 29. The last possessor of that talent was assessed at rank 13 during the competition. The ranking is not based on cultivation level, but rather the degree of compatibility the individual has with their awakened talent and their overall capabilities. A higher compatibility indicates a more terrifying potential for talent to manifest during growth. The reason the ranking competition holds such significant influence in society is that many individuals enter the workforce after their college entrance exams. Thus, they are entirely disconnected from university martial arts leagues and the great human examinations. Sequestered at home, Wang Jing'an also began to exert himself to enhance his cultivation, essentially leveling up. He opened the system interface. With less than a month until school starts, Wang Jing'an aimed to ascend to the 3rd realm before that time, dazzling his peers throughout the day. Name, Wang Jing'an. Age, 18. Gender, undisclosed. Rank, bronze. Strength, 240 cultivation. 2nd realm, strength of 500 required to break through to the 3rd realm. Talent, SSS-level Nanming Li Hua. SSS-level trickery. Reputation, 29, 934, 500, minimum guarantee, 0 times, 100 times for rare items. Items, none by the way. System, can I directly purchase the 2nd grade sublimation orb? Wang Jing'an pondered while looking at his reputation. If direct purchase were possible, he wouldn't need to wait for a guaranteed draw. System, I rely on drawing to fleece the host. If direct purchases were allowed, how could I continue my scheme? Wang Jing'an felt speechless. This system was utterly unreserved. Let us start with 100 consecutive draws. He deducted 900,000 reputation, and the system began the draw. Draw failed. Nanming Li Hua compatibility increased by 0. 1. Draw failed. Trickery compatibility increased by 0. 1. Draw failed. Trickery compatibility increased by 0. 1. The host successfully drew a guaranteed rare item. 2nd grade sublimation orb. Nanming Li Hua compatibility, 66. Trickery compatibility, 5. Chapter 28. The eve of school opening. The second encounter with the cloaked man Wang Jing'an wasted no time and consumed the 2nd-tier sublimation pearl, his strength soaring from 240 to 264. He was still nearly halfway to the coveted 500. He pressed on, continuing with 100 consecutive draws. The depths of his mind were fervently flipping through the Shanhai Jing. This time, the guaranteed reward remained the 2nd-tier sublimation pearl. South Ming Li Fire compatibility, 71. Mockery compatibility, 10. Congratulations, host. Your rank has risen from bronze to silver, unlocking the segmented system. Current rank, silver 3. Note, once the silver rank is activated, the compatibility increase for each failed draw is reduced from 0, 1 to 0, 0, 1. Wang Jing'an was astonished. The compatibility rate could be lowered? At a meager 0, 0, 1. How long would it take to accumulate to 100? The system likely did not anticipate the extent of Wang Jing'an's wealth conversion. A mere villa could easily be worth tens of millions. Without further contemplation, he promptly consumed another 2nd-tier sublimation pearl. His strength surged from 264 to 291. After 5 more rounds of 100 consecutive draws, his strength escalated to 389. Deciding to pause at this point, Wang Jing'an planned to rest before moving his belongings into the villa awarded by Zhulong Martial School. On this day, Zhang Yang, the head of the Tianling Pavilion, arrived at Wang Jing'an's villa, bearing 2 second-tier medicinal pills. These pills, crafted from the inner cores of demonic beasts, would help consolidate one's cultivation without risking stunted growth. Wang Jing'an graciously accepted them. Have you grown stronger again since our last meeting? Zhang Yang's lips twitched in disbelief. He suspected Wang Jing'an was cheating, yet he had no evidence. After exerting his power to probe, he determined Wang Jing'an's strength was now at least above 300, possibly nearing 400. The specifics eluded him. Only precise instruments could gauge it. However, just days prior, Wang Jing'an had barely crossed into the second realm. Zhang Yang found himself engulfed in self-doubt. This young man's progress was astonishingly rapid. I must report this matter. Once Zhang Yang departed, Wang Jing'an heard the system's notification, detected a change in the host's wealth value, gained 800,000 prestige points. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. The 2 second-tier pills were worth 800,000, 10 times the value of a first-tier breaking realm pill. After a few moments to collect his thoughts, he took a taxi back to the community. It was imperative to transport the remaining belongings to the villa. Living in a multi-million-dollar villa in the city center was undeniably comfortable, complete with a garden, gym, swimming pool, and yard. However, the sparse furniture left it feeling too empty. He planned to procure some furnishings. After treating elderly, the Li family had gifted him a bank card containing 5 million, more than enough for a considerable time. As the evening of August 31st approached, after moving the last of his belongings and watching the moving truck leave the community, he prepared to return to the villa. However, as he stepped out of the building, he noticed a cloaked man illuminated by the streetlights on the first floor. The shadow of the cloaked figure stretched long in the light, reminiscent of a nocturnal wanderer. Initially, Wang Jing'an feared he was being targeted by a demon. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure wielding a tang knife. It was Li Qingyi, the elder brother of Jiang. It's you. Wang Jing'an's wariness did not dissipate. He remained uncertain whether this encounter was a sparring session or a potential assassination attempt. After all, the photograph of that dilapidated temple had originated from the Li Consortium. Time had passed, and he was unaware if the Li Consortium had located the individual working for the demons. Thus, Li Qingyi's appearance heightened Wang Jing'an's vigilance. It is I. A hint of a smile emerged on Li Qingyi's typically aloof visage. Tomorrow marks the start of school. Many will come to challenge you. What then? Wang Jing'an inquired. On the eve of school, let us engage in a spar. Upon confirming that Li Qingyi sought a friendly duel, Wang Jing'an relaxed slightly, though he remained cautious. Why not wait until tomorrow? Li Qingyi shook his head. I prefer not to fight in a public spectacle. If possible, I would rather have our first bout under the cover of night. Wang Jing'an, having learned from Jiang that Li Qingyi was always prepared for the mission of humanity, did not refuse the offer and nodded in agreement. Let us find another place to spar. Very well. Shortly, the two arrived at a nearby park. One clad in casual attire, the other in a cloak, bearing a tang knife, ready to commence their initial bout beneath the night sky. You have grown significantly stronger. Li Qingyi narrowed his eyes. The last time we met, you were merely at the first realm. The only constant in this world is change. None remains stagnant, yourself included. Am I correct? Wang Jing'an observed the tang knife slung over Li Qingyi's shoulder, feeling a tinge of apprehension. Jiang had mentioned that knife was an 8th-tier spiritual weapon. A profound statement indeed. Li Qingyi nodded softly. Though we attend different martial schools, I consider myself your senior. You may strike first. Wang Jing'an ceased his chatter, allowing the flames within him to surge, the South Ming Li fire igniting to its utmost intensity, as if alive. He meticulously controlled the temperature of the flames, for his compatibility with the South Ming Li fire had reached 73, sufficient to conjure the remnants of the Zhuke for combat. Recognizing Li Qingyi as a friend rather than a foe, Wang Jing'an understood there was no need for lethal force. Suddenly, Li Qingyi sensed the flames emitting a melodic hum, creating the illusion of a divine bird soaring in flight. Sizzle. Wang Jing'an, enveloped in white flames, unleashed a furious punch towards Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi remained unfazed, slowly closing his eyes, his energy igniting in an indescribable manner. His life force, too, was consumed in the blaze, though at an exceedingly slow rate. Buzz. Upon their first collision, Wang Jing'an was sent flying several meters by Li Qingyi's overwhelming strength. However, a small flame leapt onto Li Qingyi's shoulder, igniting fiercely. Unable to extinguish it, Li Qingyi had to divert a portion of his energy to counter the blaze. Peaking at the third realm, Wang Jing'an sensed Li Qingyi's power exceeding 1,000, nearing the fourth realm. Furthermore, how could his energy burn? It seemed to consume Li Qingyi's life force. What was the nature of his talent? Chapter 29. Do you lack friends? Regarding Li Qingyi's talent, Wang Jing'an had previously inquired with senior sister Jiang. Yet even she was uncertain. The talent possessed by Li Qingyi must be of an exceptionally formidable nature, otherwise it could not justly hold the title of the foremost talent beneath the SSS level. Amidst the collision of flames and Li Qingyi's enigmatic prowess, their abilities began to intertwine, as if two distinct energies were being infused into a cauldron, simmering under fierce heat. Though it was night, the surrounding flames illuminated a significant portion of the park. However, just as their sparring was about to reach its peak, a third individual stealthily entered the scene. Li Qingyi intended to unleash her full strength, compelling Nan Mingli to reveal his most terrifying potential. This fire could even eradicate the deadly poison within her grandfather's body, which filled her with immense excitement. Yet, amidst this exhilaration, Li Qingyi's eyelids twitched violently as she suddenly shouted, "Wang Jing'an, be wary of what's behind you." Startled by the abrupt warning, Wang Jing'an instinctively turned around, only to feel a chilling breeze approach from behind. In a swift motion, Li Qingyi drew her Tang Dao and executed a horizontal slash, barely grazing Wang Jing'an's left cheek. Clang! A metallic resonance echoed as a muffled groan emanated from behind Wang Jing'an, seemingly caught off guard by the ferocity of her strike. As Wang Jing'an fully turned around, he discerned a figure clad in black, wearing a grotesque blue mask that appeared to be molded from a human face. "Is this person with you?" Wang Jing'an began to grow cautious, glancing at Li Qingyi while keeping his gaze fixed on the masked intruder. "I merely sought to spar with you tonight." Li Qingyi frowned and clarified, "This individual is the 8th throne of the Fate sect, specifically tasked with serving the Demon Clan." Wang Jing'an's expression turned grave. The Demon Clan had indeed commenced their operations, intending to assassinate him. The masked figure wasted no time engaging, wielding his power to launch an immediate attack with his sword. Li Qingyi, with her keen perception, quickly surmised the situation. He dared not use his talent. This was promising news for them. Without utilizing his innate abilities, it would be challenging for him to overpower them. Although the masked figure possessed formidable skills, Li Qingyi was no weakling either, armed with an 8th-grade spiritual weapon. Clang! The sound of clashing metal reverberated through the night. For the first time, Wang Jing'an witnessed the might of an 8th-grade spiritual weapon. In the midst of Li Qingyi's fervent assault, combined with the mysterious talent that siphoned life force, the radiance of her Tang Dao managed to suppress the masked figure. Damn it, the ambush has failed. The masked figure, unwilling to sustain injuries, began to retreat. Understanding that he could not use his talents before Li Qingyi without revealing his identity. Consequently, his subsequent attacks were defensive, aimed at retreating while striking. Li Qingyi grasped the masked figure's intentions and intensified her assault, striving to inflict at least a single wound upon him. The masked figure's movements were extraordinarily elusive, leaving behind phantoms that generated ripples in space. As the divine stone in his possession shattered, the phantoms around him were swept away by the ensuing spatial turbulence. Vanishing in an instant from the park, Li Qingyi wished to pursue, but recognized her limitations. Squinting her eyes, she remarked, "He is exceedingly cautious." After the failed ambush, he retreated decisively. "Is it the traitor lurking within your Li family conglomerate?" Wang Jing'an, having seen the photograph earlier, suspected there was a spy within the Li family. Observing the situation, it was clear that this traitor was deeply embedded and had yet to be discovered. Furthermore, this masked figure was exceptionally prudent. Upon sensing danger, he immediately withdrew without hesitation. Most likely, Li Qingyi frowned. He deliberately suppressed his voice, fearing my Tang Dao strike, and dared not employ his talent. If he did, it would enable us to trace him within the Li family, significantly narrowing our investigation. He must have followed you out. Think back to whom you interacted with before leaving. Wang Jing'an inquired, not wanting to be ambushed again during his next encounter with Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi pondered carefully. Prior to arriving in Beijiang, she had only met with her father once. The logic didn't align. Before coming here, I only met my father once. If the masked figure were him, you would not have survived. Wang Jing'an was taken aback by Li Qingyi's words. Indeed, the patriarch of the Li family possessed exceptional strength. Had it been him attempting to ambush Wang Jing'an, Li Qingyi would have been unable to react in time. I apologize. I initially only wished to engage in a friendly spar, never anticipating that it would lead to such turmoil for you. Li Qingyi sheathed her Tang Dao. What was meant to happen would eventually come to pass. Even if you had not sought me out for a spar, I might not have noticed, at least now. In light of tonight's events, I shall be more vigilant. Wang Jing'an eagerly anticipated the start of classes in Fengjing City the following day. It now seemed that safety lay within the confines of the martial school. After all, the institution was filled with various powerful instructors. Even if the Fate sect members were bold, they would hardly dare to infiltrate the capital's martial school to assassinate him, would they? Li Qingyi prepared to take her leave from Beijiang. I shall seek you out for another spar. Wang Jing'an, observing her cloaked figure, recalled senior sister Jinyan's words and called out, Li Qingyi, since you are not in a hurry to return to Donghai, shall we converse for a while? Unfamiliar with Li Qingyi's story, one might perceive him as a cold and aloof individual. Yet, upon becoming slightly acquainted, one would soon realize he possessed a hint of eccentricity. However, understanding his narrative would only evoke pity for this cloaked man, whose fate had long been predetermined by his family. Li Qingyi was merely required to follow the path laid out for him until the day he offered his life to the Tang Dao. What shall we discuss? Li Qingyi halted, slowly turning to face him, her gaze penetrating. Do you lack friends? Wang Jing'an seated himself on a bench in the park, gazing at the lake in the distance. This question seemed to strike a chord within Li Qingyi, as he stood still for several seconds, uncertain whether to nod or shake his head. I once had, but now, perhaps I do not require friends. Do you not wish to live for yourself at least once? Wang Jing'an pressed further. With his meticulous thought process, Li Qingyi began to piece together the situation. Did my second sister speak to you about me? Wang Jing'an did not deny it, nodding in affirmation. No one has dictated when you must die or when you should dedicate your life to that blade. You are entirely free to live as you wish. This time, Li Qingyi fell silent. Wang Jing'an's words stemmed from his journey through a modern society where equality reigned, and no one held the power to dictate or deprive another of their fate or life, not even one's own parents. Why should I live as I wish? I find this way rather agreeable, Li Qingyi replied, turning his back to Wang Jing'an, the Tang Dao resting against his back. Li Qingyi, do you truly lack friends? Chapter 30. The start of school. Do you lack friends? This simple inquiry tugged at Li Qingyi's heartstrings. Once enveloped in silence, his expression gradually shifted, mingling curiosity with doubt. He pondered whether humans truly needed friends. What purpose did friends serve? What could they offer him? He was not one to meddle, nor did he wish to intrude upon the plans of Wang's family. At this point, Wang Jing'an paused and continued, with friends, you no longer live as a puppet, constantly fixated on your own plans. At the very least, you will remember that you are a vibrant individual, with flesh and blood, a family, and siblings. Of course, you may also view me as a potential strong ally, as you possess remarkable skills and an 8th-grade spiritual weapon. I yearn for such a formidable friend. In the moonlit night, Wang Jing'an extended his right hand. Upon hearing his words, Li Qingyi felt a tumult of emotions. The notion of not living like a puppet, of being a truly lively person, resonated deeply within him. These sentiments were foreign to him, having never been articulated by anyone, not even his father. For the first time, Li Qingyi experienced warmth, a palpable sense of the world's temperature. Eventually, he reached out with his left hand and clasped Wang Jing'an's right hand. Under the starlit sky, their handshake transcended mere agreement. It symbolized the blossoming of friendship. From now on, I will be your friend. Should a friend be in need, You would surely lend a hand, wouldn't you? Wang Jing'an remarked with a smile. Indeed, Qiongqi replied. His words few, but his demeanor a blend of seriousness and a hint of warmth. Despite being a grown man, he found himself moved by Wang Jing'an's words. Wang Jing'an patted Qiongqi on the shoulder, asking, "Tomorrow, will you challenge me in the capital?" Qiongqi shook his head. "No. I prefer not to spar in crowded places. I favor a tranquil environment." Wang Jing'an nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us schedule a time for a proper duel." Qiongqi acknowledged him with a sound, revealing a contrasting side of himself compared to their initial encounter, where Wang Jing'an had almost thought him deranged for his aggressive demeanor. Wang Jing'an harbored no intention of meddling. He merely wished to see Qiongqi live as a normal person ought to. Soon, they bid each other farewell under the night sky, each returning to their respective homes. For Wang Jing'an, this signified the addition of a friend. Unbeknownst to him, for Qiongqi, it meant gaining a singular friend, his only friend. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Jing'an reclined on his bed and began his meditation. With the school year commencing the next day, he wondered if the ranking matches would be held immediately. He anticipated that many martial artists would seek to challenge him, including seniors from the academy eager to join the fray. Thus, he resolved to push his training to the third realm that night. Opening the system interface, Wang Jing'an stated, Name, Wang Jing'an. Age, 18. Gender, undisclosed. Rank, Silver 3. Energy, 373, 389. Energy not fully restored. Cultivation, second realm. Energy must reach 500 to break through to third realm. Talent, SSS-level South Ming Fire. SSS-level Trickery, Reputation, 22, 834, 500 items. None 100 consecutive draws. The host successfully obtained a guaranteed rare item, second grade Sublimation Pearl. Consuming it, energy increased to 402, continuing with 100 consecutive draws, deducting 900,000 reputation. The host successfully obtained a guaranteed rare item, second grade Sublimation Pearl. Consuming it, energy increased to 423, 100 draws, acquired second grade Sublimation Pearl. Consuming it, energy rose to 451. This cycle continued until energy reached 499, at which point it halted. The system detected that the host had reached the pinnacle of the second realm. Would you like to spend 10 million reputation to break through? Wang Jing'an affirmed, yes. With the deduction of 10 million reputation, the system initiated the promotion procedure, loading. 100 loaded, breakthrough successful. Current cultivation level, third realm. Note, breaking through to fourth realm requires 30 million reputation. Rank successfully promoted to Silver 2. Guaranteed rewards upgraded again. Name, Wang Jing'an. Age, 18. Gender, undisclosed. Rank, Silver 2. Energy, 500 500 cultivation. Third realm. Energy must reach 1200 to break through to fourth realm. Talent, SSS-level South Ming Fire, 75 compatibility. SSS-level Trickery, 15 compatibility. Reputation, 9, 834, 500 items. None 30 million. It seems that aspiring to ascend to the fourth realm will not be a trivial endeavor. Initially, Wang Jing'an believed his rate of advancement was quite swift. However, as his realm increased, the demand for reputation also intensified, revealing the complexity of the situation. It appeared that he might face a long period without the ability to ascend further, or that the time required to reach the fourth realm would be considerable. In summary, Wang Jing'an had now become a third realm martial artist. With the commencement of school the next day, he no longer felt the apprehension surrounding the ranking matches. After concluding his training, he fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, a vehicle arrived at the villa to personally escort Wang Jing'an to the high-speed train station. Today marked the start of the new academic year for various martial arts schools. This year's opening was unlike any other, as it included a ranking match. Students from the martial arts schools across Fengjing City hurriedly made their way to their respective institutions, settling in their luggage before proceeding to Zhulong Martial School. The ranking matches could not be confined to a single day. Based on past standards, Wang Jing'an anticipated that he would need to endure for at least 3 days. As for students from other cities wishing to challenge him, they would not arrive on the first day, having to wait until the second or third day. Some even chose to stay away from the capital, opting instead to follow the events online. Zhang, responsible for Wang Jing'an, prepared to instruct the driver to head to the high-speed train station. This time, Zhang was even more astonished than before. Wang Jing'an, have you broken through? Wang Jing'an nodded. I have been in seclusion for training, and thanks to the second-grade elixirs sent by Senior Jiang, my foundation has been solidified. Last night, Li Qingyi sought me out for a spar, and the experience greatly enhanced my abilities, leading to my advancement. Zhang was momentarily speechless. Why is your breakthrough so effortless? During my university years, it took me 3 full years to progress from the first to the third realm. Since the college entrance examination, it has only been 2 months. And you have jumped 2 realms. Zhang found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he would need to report this to higher-ups. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed his mind. With Wang Jing'an's unprecedented SSS-level talent and such rapid progress, could all available elixirs be devoted to nurturing him, potentially allowing humanity to produce another pinnacle martial artist in the short term? However, this notion was swiftly extinguished. Elixirs could only solidify cultivation in the early stages, offering diminishing returns in later stages. Nonetheless, the speed of Wang Jing'an's advancement left Zhang astounded. He had never witnessed anyone ascend from the first to the third realm within a single summer break. Upon arriving at the high-speed railway station, Zhang watched as Wang Jing'an disembarked, carrying a suitcase. The moment Wang Jing'an stepped into the station, an exhilarating wave of the new academic year was about to commence. The era belonging to these martial arts students was set to begin anew. Chapter 31. Zhulong Martial School. Zhang stood by the car, indulging in a cigarette, and remarked, "That young lad, once he joins the exorcism pavilion, will undoubtedly become a legendary demon-slaying general." Zhang eagerly anticipated the moment Wang Jing'an would graduate from martial school. When Wang Jing'an donned the identity of the exorcism pavilion and embarked on the path of battling the demon race, how extraordinary would his life become? How many peers would he inspire to strive for greatness? Not long after, Wang Jing'an sat in a carriage of the high-speed train, gazing out at the rapidly retreating scenery. The life of university was about to commence. Following the ranking competition, he pondered where Nanming Lihua would be placed in the rankings. His compatibility with Nanming Lihua had reached a remarkable level, even allowing him to unleash the residual image of the vermilion bird. Previously, when he was still at the second realm, he had surmised that if he were to unleash the vermilion bird's residual image, he could contend even against those at the third realm. Now, as he stood at the third realm, unleashing the vermilion bird's residual image would grant him the power to challenge those at the fourth realm. Thus, for the upcoming ranking competition, Wang Jing'an preferred not to fully unleash Nanming Lihua. Perhaps the challengers would not possess particularly high cultivation levels, and he wished to avoid inadvertently injuring others should the vermilion bird's residual image erupt. After all, this was not a life-and-death arena nor a battle against the demon race. There was no need for a fight to the bitter end. A few hours later, the train arrived at Fengjing Station. After disembarking, Wang Jing'an wheeled his suitcase through the checkpoint, only to realize that he had drawn attention. More specifically, individuals from the Zhulong Martial School had come to escort him. "Are you Mr. Wang Jing'an?" inquired a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, standing by a luxury vehicle. "That's me," Wang Jing'an nodded. The suited man stated, "I received notice from the principal of Zhulong Martial School to pick you up from the train station." Wang Jing'an could discern the respect woven into the man's words. It seemed that news of his SSS-level talent had already spread, and he had gained a reputation. Once inside the luxury vehicle, the man in the suit, seated in the passenger seat, said, "Mr. Wang, the ranking competition will commence at 6 o'clock this evening, and numerous martial school students will be present to challenge you. I can first take you to the school dormitory to rest." "That sounds good." Wang Jing'an contemplated the need to settle his luggage and recuperate before the contest. As the vehicle approached the heart of Fengjing City, a magnificent gate gradually came into view. This grand entrance was not constructed of concrete. From a distance, it resembled the skeletal form of a dragon. The dragon's head formed a gaping maw that served as the entrance, while its body curled around the Zhulong Martial School in the shape of the Great Wall, exuding an overwhelming sense of grandeur and majesty. How could there be a dragon? Wang Jing'an gasped in astonishment. This was his first encounter with a gate and wall fashioned in the likeness of a dragon. Truly a spectacular sight. The man in the passenger seat chuckled. This dragon's remains were once one of the 10 fierce beasts of the demon race. Over 300 years ago, it invaded multiple human nations, ultimately assaulting our great Xia and even breaching Fengjing. The first principal brandished a divine bell and courageously confronted this savage dragon, slaying it in the skies above Fengjing. One of the 10 fierce beasts. Wang Jing'an mulled over this new title. Were the 10 fierce beasts of the demon race akin to the 10 saints of humanity? As the luxury vehicle drew near the gate, Wang Jing'an realized the dragon's head was colossal, towering 100 meters high and over 30 meters wide. Beneath the gate, throngs of martial artists had gathered, students arriving at Zhulong Martial School for registration, as well as some societal martial artists who had come seeking glory. They had heard that the first round of the ranking competition would commence at 6 o'clock that evening. Just as Wang Jing'an assumed the vehicle would halt for registration, the driver showed no intention of stopping, and the security personnel at the gate raised the barrier. The surrounding students and societal martial artists speculated about the identity of those within the vehicle. What's going on? Why isn't the car stopping for registration? One murmured. I thought martial schools in the capital were strict about such protocols. Whether it be teachers or anyone else, they must register before being allowed entry. Perhaps it's a high-ranking official like the principal or vice principal. Amidst their discussions, the head of security interjected, enough chatter. The individual in that vehicle is this year's top scholar. The principal has instructed us not to stop that particular license plate. At this revelation, the students fell into stunned silence. Who? The top scholar? Is it Wang Jing'an? Goodness, I was so close to the top scholar. The commotion outside the campus erupted into a fervent buzz. The security personnel finally understood why the principal had issued such a directive. If the excitement was this palpable without even seeing Wang Jing'an, what chaos would ensue upon his arrival? Suddenly, a young man in his late teens emerged from the crowd, exuding an aura of righteousness, brandishing a long spear that faintly radiated with the power of thunder. His appearance immediately captured everyone's attention. Who is that? That spear looks so familiar, someone exclaimed. Could it be Lin Jinfeng from the Lin Consortium? Lin Jinfeng, the second-place student in this year's college entrance examination, rumored to have awakened the SSS-level talent of the etheric body. But wait, didn't he enroll in Wuda? As the murmurs grew louder, the young man with the long spear stood at the entrance and declared, Wuda student Lin Jinfeng, here to challenge Wang Jing'an at Zhulong. He produced his identification card, and upon verification, the security personnel permitted his entry. Wow, it really is Lin Jinfeng. Hurry, I need to get into Zhulong immediately. I can't afford to wait in line. With so many people here today, I wonder if the ranking competition venue will be packed, and I must secure a good spot. Not only the students reporting for registration, but also the societal martial artists erupted into excitement. Some of these martial artists, in their 30s or even 40s, were suddenly invigorated, never imagining they would enter a martial school in such a manner. By around 3:30 in the afternoon, the influx of visitors to Zhulong continued to swell. The security personnel, initially numbering 8, had increased to 24. This was no trivial matter, as the number of students arriving at Zhulong surged. Notable figures such as Lin Jinfeng, the second-place student, and Chu Ziyao, the fourth-place student, had already arrived. By 4 o'clock, the most anticipated second-place scholar, Qiongqi, also reached Zhulong Martial School. Among the same cohort as Wang Jing'an, Qiongqi was considered a formidable contender. Many believed that had Wang Jing'an not awakened the SSS-level talent, this year's top scholar would have undoubtedly been Qiongqi. However, it wasn't just students from the same year arriving at Zhulong. Even upperclassmen from other top martial schools were eager to challenge the newly awakened SSS-level Wang Jing'an. It could be said that the beginning of this academic year was nothing short of a pinnacle event. Never before had a martial school commenced its academic year with such fervor. Students from various schools were present, not merely to challenge, but also to witness the spectacle at Zhulong. Chapter 32. The ranking competition commences. The stage for the ranking competition at the Zhulong Martial Arts School is set upon the expansive playground, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators. Traditionally, at the start of the academic year, many students would first deposit their luggage in the dormitories before meandering around the campus to familiarize themselves with their surroundings, followed by a meal in the cafeteria. However, this year's commencement is markedly different. Some students have opted to leave their belongings outside the playground, preferring to secure prime positions rather than return to their dormitories first. The playground is bustling with activity, filled with a throng of students engaged in animated conversations. I am exhilarated at the prospect of encountering a living SSS-level talent. What do you mean by that? Are the other 30 SSS-level seniors deceased? In truth, most have never laid eyes on the true forms of those 30 seniors, as SSS-level talent is irreplaceable. Indeed, the rarity of SSS-level aptitude in our generation indicates that unless those 30 seniors have perished, we shall not witness another SSS-level among us. Unfortunately, there has been a significant gap in SSS-level talent in our cohort, which is why I yearn to see our top student awaken a new SSS-level ability. Speaking of which, when the results of the college entrance examination were announced, Wang, our top student, had a strength of 169. How much do you think he could improve over a summer? Under normal growth rates, one might expect an increase of 4 to 6 points over the summer. But Wang is exceptional. I believe he could surpass 180 in strength after just one summer. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as the implications sank in. During the announcement of examination results, the second-ranked Xingtian had a strength of 142. If he were to reach around 150 to 155 by the end of the summer, he would still be significantly behind Wang. Does this not imply that Wang is currently an invincible presence among his peers? Even some seniors from the previous year would not stand a chance against him. The more one reflects on it, the greater the anticipation for tonight's ranking competition grows. Some students, feeling peckish, even called upon their neighbors to assist in securing meals, reserving their spots. Just then, a female student strode confidently to the center of the playground, instantly becoming the focal point of countless students' attention. For a fleeting moment, many believed that Wang Jing'an had arrived. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it as Senior Qiongqi. How did she ascend the stage? My goodness, Senior Chen is the first to challenge Wang Jing'an. It is already 5:30. How thrilling! Despite the surrounding chatter, Qiongqi remained poised at the center of the playground, arms crossed and eyes closed in meditation. Her strength radiated outward, as if nurturing something unseen. Meanwhile, the debris on the ground subtly gathered towards a specific point. Qiongqi, also a student of Zhulong Martial Arts School, was last year's second-ranked student. After a year of training and participating in demon-slaying exercises alongside the school's instructors, her prowess has undoubtedly surpassed many of her contemporaries. As the clock approached 6, Wang Jing'an had yet to make his appearance. Perhaps, if he had, he might not have been recognized. Although Wang's fame precedes him, few have actually seen his visage. In the student dormitory area, Wang Jing'an, this year's top student, resided in a well-appointed single room, replete with a living room, bathroom, gym, and a small garden. Awakening from slumber, he groggily glanced at his phone. 17:57. Is it nearly 6 already? Startled by the time, he hastily jumped out of bed and jogged out of the dormitory toward the playground. To his surprise, he realized he had no idea how to navigate to the playground. The vast expanse of Zhulong Martial Arts School could easily confound anyone without proper direction. He could wander for an hour and still be lost. Just as he exited the dormitory, he spotted the business vehicle that had transported him earlier that day. A sharply dressed man had been waiting for some time. Mr. Wang, you're awake? It's almost 6. We must head to the playground. Upon entering the vehicle, the man offered Wang a baked pastry for a quick bite. By the way, I will be preparing for the ranking competition over the next few days, Wang inquired. The suited man nodded. Indeed. The class roster for incoming students will only be announced after the ranking competition concludes. Wang recalled that slaying demons could also yield prestige. Thus he curiously asked, must one wait until graduation to begin demon-slaying exercises? The suited man patiently clarified, in theory, once enrolled in martial arts school, instructors will assign demon-slaying exercises based on a student's overall capabilities. From the first year onward, there are opportunities for practical training. This is also to ensure the safety of other students. If a student's capabilities are insufficient or hindered by their talent, they may have to wait until their second year. New students undergo a year of acclimatization, meaning first-year students must meet certain criteria to participate in external training. After a brief conversation, the vehicle soon arrived at the playground, parking at the outermost edge. Even at the periphery, the playground was teeming with people. As the business vehicle appeared, students began to take notice. When Wang Jing'an stepped out, many did not recognize him. Just as students speculated about the identity of this senior attending the ranking competition, a balding middle-aged man approached, holding documents and a megaphone. Upon identifying Wang, he nodded and announced, "Wang Jing'an, the ranking competition hosted by the Tianling Pavilion is set to commence tonight. There is no need for anxiety. Simply perform to the best of your abilities. If you are concerned about potential harm, rest assured that a team from the demon-slaying pavilion is monitoring the situation. There will be no incidents. Moreover, some school officials are present, and they will not turn a blind eye to any real danger." Wang nodded in acknowledgement. The balding man inquired, "Do you have any further concerns?" Wang shook his head, "No." The man nodded and prepared to announce through the megaphone, "Then I declare the SSS-level Nanming Lihua ranking assessment competition officially begins. Wang Jing'an, please enter the playground and face your challenges." As the announcement echoed through the playground, the gathered students erupted with enthusiasm, their spirits soaring. They had been wondering why Wang Jing'an had not yet arrived, only to learn that the ranking competition was commencing. "Where's Wang Jing'an?" "He is here." "Oh my goodness, I see Wang Jing'an." In an instant, the crowd surged like a tidal wave, erupting in cheers and shouts. The top student, awakened to a brand new SSS-level talent, the man rumored to have cured the Elder's internal poison over the summer, now appeared before them, revered as if he were a deity. Chapter 33. Wang Jing'an surprisingly achieves second realm cultivation almost simultaneously with Wang Jing'an's appearance. The students gathered nearby instinctively parted to create a path for him. A number of infatuated female classmates occasionally covered their faces, exclaiming, "Wow, I never knew Wang the scholar was so handsome. If he pursued me, I would undoubtedly agree without hesitation." Wang Jing'an felt the weight of countless gazes focused upon him. Shortly thereafter, he noticed the head of the Tianling Pavilion in a certain direction on the playground. The distinct uniforms worn by these officials made them easily identifiable. However, he could not locate any members of the Zhanyao Pavilion. They were likely concealed among the students. Amidst the attention of all, Wang Jing'an confidently approached the center of the playground. Just as he pondered who might challenge him first, he was taken aback to find a graceful figure already standing there. This figure exuded an aura of immense power, and the dust on the ground seemed to gravitate toward her. What an extraordinary talent! Yet, could her strength surpass that of Wang Jing'an? "You are 10 minutes late," Qiongqi said, her eyes, which had been closed for half an hour, now shimmering like the stars and the sea. Deep within her gaze, a weapon glimmered, indistinct but reminiscent of a longbow. "Sorry, I overslept." Wang Jing'an scratched the back of his head, feeling a touch embarrassed to be on such a grand stage, under so many scrutinizing eyes for the first time. Fortunately, he did not suffer from social anxiety. Otherwise, he might have lacked the courage to even show his face in this scenario. When the college entrance examination results were announced, your strength was 169. After a summer break, it should not be lower than 185, lest your SSS-level talents seem inadequate, Qiongqi remarked, her delicate fingers twirling her hair. "I am currently at the second realm with a strength of 291. As your senior, I will allow you 3 moves. After that, I shall not hold back. Let me see how formidable an SSS-level talent can truly be." The SSS-level talent was a rarity among their generation. It was not only Qiongqi who yearned for a duel with Wang Jing'an, but many students present also wished to witness it. Upon hearing her strength of 291, Wang Jing'an was momentarily astonished. However, he felt reassured knowing that his own strength had reached 500, having just stepped into the threshold of the third realm. Faced with such cultivation, he bore no fear. "Senior, you may unleash your full power. I fear you may not have another opportunity to strike," Wang Jing'an boldly declared. How brazen is Wang the scholar? Many thought. Yet, if I possessed an SSS-level talent, I might also be this audacious. But even as an SSS level, I would hesitate to speak so boldly in front of my senior. Thus, you are not SSS level, a student murmured, leading to whispers among the onlookers surrounding the playground. Xingtian narrowed her beautiful eyes, a hint of disappointment crossing her fair face. While your talent is indeed impressive, it does not grant you the right to look down upon your senior. I said I would give you 3 moves, and I shall not strike first. Very well. Wang Jing'an nodded, deciding not to refuse further, as continuing to do so would seem somewhat impolite. Meanwhile, in a certain office at the school, the principal sat before a computer screen, keenly observing the ranking competition. Not only the principal, but also several school leaders chose to remain in their offices or dormitories, rather than join the throngs of students observing the event. Principal, how much do you believe Wang Jing'an's strength can increase over the summer? A male secretary inquired, standing before the computer desk. The principal, holding a cigar between his fingers, replied with a smile. I have heard that the Zhanyao Pavilion prepared ample medicinal pills for him to consolidate his cultivation during the summer. If all goes as expected, his strength should certainly exceed 185 or 190, likely reaching above 200. After a moment's pause, he continued. His parents would never allow their son to be bullied in such a ranking competition. It is very possible he has already reached the 2nd realm. While others were unaware of Wang Jing'an's true identity, the principal was well aware that he was the young master of the Zhanyao Pavilion. His parents? The male secretary was puzzled by this statement. Principal, do you mean? The principal remained silent, continuing to focus on the screen, prompting the secretary to refrain from further questioning. On the playground, a small flame flickered in Wang Jing'an's palm. The emergence of this flame confirmed the speculations of many, leaving them in awe. The rumors were true. The South Mingli fire indeed burned with a pure white intensity, even from a distance. Xingtian could feel the heat radiating from the flame. Its burning intensity seemed to surpass even that of Elder Sun's ice and fire duality. No wonder it could eradicate the deadly toxins within the body of the War Emperor. Senior, I shall remind you once more. Are you truly not going to strike? Wang Jing'an toyed with the flame in his hand, standing still like a fire spirit. Remember, never underestimate anyone, even if you are SSS level. Do not let me look down upon you. Xingtian despised those who, relying on their unparalleled talent, disregarded their peers. Such individuals often ended up pitiable and tragic, and they seldom progressed far. She feared that Wang Jing'an might possess such arrogance. If he were indeed of that nature, then the presence of an SSS-level talent within him would be a tremendous waste. Then, senior, catch! Wang Jing'an exclaimed, launching the flame he had been manipulating. Initially, it felt light and airy, but in less than a second, the seemingly insubstantial flame transformed into a fireball, as white as an ice palace. The intense heat created an atmosphere akin to being in an icy realm, an experience beyond comprehension. What? Xingtian's eyes widened in shock, her expression shifting dramatically. She sensed the energy controlling that fireball exceeded at least 260. How is this possible? She gasped in disbelief. How could Wang Jing'an's strength increase from 169 to 260 over one summer? Even with medicinal assistance, such rapid growth seemed implausible. Had he been training with the Zhanyao Pavilion all summer? Yet that was unlikely. He had not yet entered university, and no one would have taken him for training. Boom. In a state of shock, Xingtian was struck by the fireball, her body propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing onto the distant ground. If not for the playground's vast expanse, she would have surely landed amidst the crowd. What did I just witness? Chen the senior was struck by a fireball? How can that be? Murmured the onlookers. Xingtian, nearly 300 in strength, should have been able to withstand such an attack with a protective barrier. Even from the SSS-level South Mingli fire. Goodness, is the South Mingli fire truly so terrifying? Some pondered. But wait, Wang Jing'an has already reached the 2nd realm? This is utterly astounding. Many students rubbed their eyes, unsure if they had just witnessed a miracle. In just one summer, his strength had surged from 169 to at least 220. Somewhere on the playground, a young man carrying a long spear fixed his gaze upon Wang Jing'an. Narrowing his eyes, he uttered his first words. He has already become a 2nd realm warrior. The speaker was Lin Jinfeng, this year's third-place finisher in the college entrance examination. Beside him, Chu Ziyao, who ranked 4th, chuckled and asked, Ji-Feng, if that fireball had been directed at you, could your SSS-level ether body withstand it? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jinfeng nodded, yes. Chapter 34. The first match concludes with a furrowed brow. Chu Ziyao inquired, Jinfeng, are you certain? Given the current situation, Wang Jing'an's strength has already reached 260, leaving us far behind. Lin Jinfeng nodded. You did not ask me whether I could defeat him. If you had, I would have certainly replied that I could not. You merely inquired if I could withstand that fireball from earlier. Is that a problem? Caught off guard by Jinfeng's response, Chu Ziyao momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Not far away, Qiongqi, the runner-up of this year's college entrance examination, felt a surge of urgency upon witnessing Wang Jing'an's formidable strength. He aspired to be the top contender this year. However, with this Wang as a formidable obstacle, he realized that to claim the title, he must first overcome Wang. Yet, Wang Jing'an's power had astonishingly surged to 260 over a single summer. Qiongqi had initially thought that with the resources of the Chun family behind him, increasing his strength from 142 to 175 over the summer would narrow the gap. At that moment, Qiongqi remained lost in thought, his gaze deep and contemplative as he silently observed Wang Jing'an on the field. Meanwhile, Xingtian struggled to rise amidst the smoke and dust, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Her face was a portrait of shock. Slowly lifting her head, she focused on the somewhat nonchalant Wang Jing'an. For the first time, she realized that what she had previously perceived as arrogance was merely her own imagination. Wang Jing'an was not conceited. He genuinely possessed that level of strength. Strength of 260. Blood coursed through the long, elegant legs that supported Qiongqi's body, trembling as it did. Though her own strength approached 300, she had yet to reach that pinnacle. Facing the 260 strength of the Southern Ming's fire, without any defense, it was likely that anyone would sustain some injury from such a blow. The power of the Southern Ming's fire was no trifling matter. In the distance, the 5 personnel from the Tianling Pavilion responsible for evaluation were taken aback. 260 strength? The leading man exclaimed. Wasn't there a record when Wang Jing'an awakened? I distinctly remember it being 169 strength at that time. How could he possibly increase to 260 in just one summer? Is he even human? Though shocked, the evaluators began to form a preliminary assessment of the Southern Ming's fire. SSS-level Southern Ming's fire, first-generation possessor, Wang Jing'an. Initial evaluation, Wang Jing'an's fusion with this talent has reached an astonishing level, suspected to be over 40 developed. Secondary evaluation, currently undergoing continuous calibration. The extent to which a martial artist can develop their talent determines how formidable they may become in the future. The high-risk talents ranked in the top 10 have all reached a nearly perfect level of development. Senior sister, I asked you repeatedly earlier. Upon noticing Xingtian's injuries, Wang Jing'an hurriedly distanced himself, feigning innocence. Hearing this, Xingtian was momentarily bewildered. Can you tell me how you managed to increase your strength so much over one summer? Her question drew the attention of the surrounding students, who all perked up their ears. After a few moments of contemplation, Wang Jing'an replied, perhaps it is due to my diligent efforts, combined with a touch of talent, that I have achieved this growth. Xingtian, upon hearing this, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, she had underestimated him. It was time to get serious. However, before Xingtian could finish her thought, she felt an excruciating heat and pain radiating from her feet. Looking down, she saw that her fitted trousers had been burned away significantly, a small flame slowly consuming the fabric. This sight sent a chill down the spines of those watching, especially Lin Jinfeng, whose expression turned peculiar. The Southern Ming's fire, will it not extinguish? With a grave expression, Chu Ziyao glanced at Wang Jing'an, a hint of awe creeping into his demeanor. Jinfeng, this flame will not extinguish. Can your ether body withstand it? Lin Jinfeng remained confident, nodding. I can endure it. Although there is a significant disparity between SS and SSS, I can certainly withstand 1 or 2 hits. If I cannot endure even that, then the SS-level ether body is quite useless. You extinguish the flames. Chen Tingshi exclaimed, frightened by the flames licking at her feet. The poise and calm she had initially displayed faded, contrasting sharply with her earlier demeanor. That won't do. You must concede, senior sister, Wang Jing'an said with a playful smile. Humph. Chen Tingshi summoned her strength, attempting to resist the flames at her feet, while deep within her eyes, a longbow began to shimmer. The dust and debris that had gathered around them suddenly coalesced at an astonishing speed, forming a powerful bow 2 meters long. With a mere flick of her fingers, the bow was drawn back into a crescent shape. An arrow, forged from the gathered dust, erupted forth in an instant. Wang Jing'an, witnessing this, leapt to evade it. Chen Tingshi's beautiful eyes narrowed further. How could he dodge that arrow despite possessing 260 strength? Fully aware that she could not push Wang Jing'an's Southern Ming's fire to its limits, she resigned herself to defeat. Junior, I concede. Quickly extinguished the flames. With a snap of his fingers, the flames beneath her feet dissipated, revealing her tattered trousers to the onlookers. All the students could see Chen Tingshi's long, elegant legs, partially smooth and fair, yet marred by charred patches. Senior sister, may I inquire about your talent? Wang Jing'an was eager to know. Chen Tingshi resignedly replied, SS-level weapon master. Wang Jing'an, puzzled, asked, Weapon master? Chen Tingshi explained patiently, with this talent, everything before me becomes a weapon, a speck of dust, a twig, a blade of grass. All can be lethal. At this point, her brow furrowed. By the way, Junior, how did you evade my arrow? This was the aspect that astonished her most. Even if Wang Jing'an had reached 260 strength, it should have been difficult to dodge in time. It is known that the SS-level weapon master talent allows one to designate an object as a weapon. The powerful bow formed from dust was Chen Tingshi's strongest weapon. And yet, despite her strength exceeding Wang Jing'an's, she could not inflict any harm upon him. Perhaps I am simply stronger than you. Wang Jing'an replied with a chuckle. Seeing his teasing demeanor, Chen Tingshi chose not to press further, gracefully exiting the center of the arena. As she departed, Wang Jing'an noticed that no one else had stepped up to compete. Some students seemed eager but hesitated to approach. Just as Wang Jing'an assumed they were intimidated by his prowess, the bald man who had previously held the megaphone announced, I initially thought the first match of the ranking tournament would be quite challenging, which is why we only scheduled one match for tonight at 6. However, after a pause, the bald man continued, it appears that given Wang Jing'an's current state of strength, he should be able to compete in several more matches. Therefore, I have decided to extend tonight's ranking tournament from 1 match to 3. Chapter 35 I subdued his strength and struck him. When the announcement for the additional match was made, countless martial artists were eager to participate. Among them was a burly man who stepped confidently to the center of the field, appearing to be in his 30s. His talent was of a rather low caliber. Being preoccupied with work had led him to neglect his training, resulting in his cultivation being stagnant at the second realm, with a strength of approximately 300. A strength of around 300 is considered outstanding among first or second-year students. However, for someone who graduated over a decade ago, it seemed somewhat inadequate. Before the second match commenced, the bald man appeared to receive a phone call. Soon after, he picked up a megaphone and declared, I have just received a notification from the principal. He stated that during the talent evaluation competition, anyone who can force Wang Jing'an to reveal the limits of his South Ming fire will be rewarded with a 4th-grade elixir. The value of a 4th-grade elixir is immense, both for students and for those in the martial arts community. Even though social martial artists have earned considerable money over the years, they still covet such high-level elixirs. Even if they do not use it themselves, they can sell it. A 4th-grade elixir's market price is at least 2 million, and the exact selling price depends on demand from buyers. Thus, when the promise of a 4th-grade elixir was announced, countless students erupted with excitement. However, while a 4th-grade elixir is of significant value to most students, it is not a necessity for those hailing from prestigious families. Instead, the students in the higher year than Wang Jing'an displayed fervent expressions. After all, not everyone comes from a noble background, and for second-year students, the allure of a 4th-grade elixir is unparalleled. In the principal's office, the male secretary inquired after hearing the principal's command, Principal, what is your intention? The principal rested his chin on his hands, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. I have a premonition that this Wang kid's strength is far from just 260. When Wang Jing'an unleashed a strength of 260, the principal was taken aback. However, recalling that he had an extraordinary father, it seemed reasonable. The principal had previously surmised that Wang Jing'an's strength might reach the second realm. He simply did not expect it to be this high. Yet, the principal now entertained a bold thought. Wang's strength is certainly not as simple as 260. It should be stronger, somewhere between 270 and 280. Nevertheless, in the forthcoming challenge, the second realm social martial artist with 300 strength still failed to push Wang Jing'an to his limits. As long as Wang Jing'an's limits remained unchallenged, the potential of the South Ming fire could not be fully assessed. What is Wang Jing'an's true strength? Previously, I thought 260 was already astonishing. But now I feel that Wang Jing'an's strength is at least above 300. Goodness, can someone explain how he managed to reach such strength over a single summer? Although the talent evaluation competition had an additional match scheduled for tonight, as the final match approached, no one dared to step forward. Is no one going to compete? Chu Ziyu turned to Chen Yance, who was not far away, and asked, Yance, why don't you go? Chen Yance remained silent, deeply conflicted. Though he was the second best, the gap between him and the top student was insurmountable. A strength above 300 surpassed many of the upperclassmen, let alone his contemporaries. Competing would be futile. Suddenly, a young man approached the field from the other side. Wang Jing'an recognized him. It was Yangzhen, a familiar face from his previous class. Wang Jing'an held a favorable impression of Yangzhen, especially since he had mediated during an incident at a previous gathering. However, Yangzhen boldly stated, Can we make it 2 against 1? This declaration stunned everyone. 2 against 1? Are you serious? Not only the surrounding students, but even Wang Jing'an was taken aback. The bald man with the megaphone asked, That depends on Wang Jing'an's consent. If he agrees, we can have a group fight. Wang Jing'an felt speechless. It seemed the bald man was eager to witness him being overwhelmed. The staff from the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion did not interfere with the order of the evaluation, after all. Their task was merely to assess. As long as Wang Jing'an's South Ming fire limits were pushed, a group fight would not be out of the question. At that moment, Yangzhen proclaimed, My talent is S-class equal field, which allows me to bring my opponent's strength to my level. Is there anyone willing to engage in a strong offensive? I will. Lin Jinfeng suddenly stepped forward. As he did, the thunderous spear behind him radiated blinding arcs of lightning. Wang Jing'an sensed the threat of that spear. It was at least a third-grade spirit weapon. This young man must also hail from a prestigious background. Unfortunately, Wang Jing'an was left empty-handed, possessing only a modicum of strength. Jing'an, my previous dream was to thrash an SSS-level genius. Today, you can fulfill my wish, Yangzhen grinned. If I don't defeat you today, I may never have the chance again, as you're progressing too rapidly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yangzhen unleashed his talent, enveloping a large portion of the field in his domain. Wang Jing'an felt his strength being gradually suppressed, a mysterious force attempting to lower his strength to Yangzhen's level. Perhaps due to the vast disparity in their strengths, it did not fully suppress him. Wang Jing'an's strength dropped from 500 to 440. Although it did not entirely equalize their levels, it clearly demonstrated the terrifying nature of the S-class equal field. If Yangzhen were at the second realm, he might have been able to suppress Wang Jing'an entirely. Brother, beat him. Yangzhen laughed heartily. Hearing this, Lin Jinfeng brandished his spear and charged forward without hesitation. Wang Jing'an summoned flames and sprinted towards him, leaping and hurling the flames to the ground before executing a backward kick. With a resounding boom, Lin Jinfeng was sent flying by the flames, receiving a kick to the chest. However, the spear in Lin Jinfeng's hand was, after all, a third-grade spirit weapon, imbued with lightning properties. When Wang Jing'an's arm merely brushed against it, he felt a numbing sensation. A numbing effect? Wang Jing'an was astonished. If such a light touch could produce this effect, a direct hit would surely incapacitate him. But wait, how could Lin Jinfeng wield the spear without issue? Could it be that he had blood bonded with it? Suddenly, Wang Jing'an recalled Lin Jinfeng's talent was S-class ether body. The ether body allows immunity to all magical damage. qualifying as an insulating physique. No wonder. Such a physique, combined with the Thunderous spear, likely granted Lin Jinfeng the capability to battle beyond his level. Unfortunately for him, he was up against a formidable opponent. After being kicked in the chest, Lin Jinfeng felt a surge of excruciating pain as he crashed to the ground, gasping for breath. His expression one of disbelief. Didn't you say you could suppress Wang Jing'an's strength? Chapter 36. A sudden addition to the family. What the hell? Wang Jing'an's recent kick, engulfed in flames, must have had a force exceeding 300. Is this what you call suppression? Lin Jinfeng wore an expression of utter disbelief. Yang Jun, taken aback, questioned, "No way. Even if Jing'an's strength hovers around 300, I should have been able to suppress it down to 200. How could one kick leave you gravely injured?" Lin Jinfeng's expression mirrored that of someone who had just consumed a dead fly, as if to say, "You ask me? Who should I turn to?" Suddenly, Yang Jun had an epiphany. I see it now. Perhaps his Southern Ming fire negated my domain suppression. Let us try again, I assure you. There won't be any surprises. With that, Yang Jun unleashed his equality domain once more, this time pushing it to its limits. Lin Jinfeng sensed the formidable nature of the equality domain and gripped his thunder spear, although he remained somewhat cautious this time. Observing Wang Jing'an's furrowed brow, Lin Jinfeng launched his attack. Crack! However, this time, Wang Jing'an sent Lin Jinfeng flying with a single punch, his fist seemingly imbued with flames. Had that punch landed on the spear instead of directly on Lin Jinfeng, he would likely have been incapacitated. Nevertheless, the trembling of his arms, gripping the spear, signaled that his hands had gone numb. Wang Jing'an's punch still possessed a force exceeding 300. When Lin Jinfeng turned to Yang Jun again, it felt as if a lump had lodged in his throat. What the hell? Is this suppression? Is this really suppression? You tell me. Yang Jun was at a loss for words. There's only one explanation. Wang Jing'an's power isn't around 300 at all. Damn it. He is at least around 350. Lin Jinfeng was overwhelmed, his face a mixture of shock and discomfort. He suspected that by the time the college entrance examination results were announced, Wang Jing'an's strength had already surpassed 200. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how he could possess such immense power now. Could he be approaching the third realm? Just how much strength do you possess? Lin Jinfeng conceded defeat. Realizing the gap between them was insurmountable, vast enough to instill despair, Wang Jing'an surveyed all those on the playground, speaking nonchalantly. I challenge everyone to a duel. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Countless students gasped, and even seasoned martial artists wore expressions of fervor. This is outrageous. Even with over 300 strength, he cannot possibly take on everyone. The notion of ganging up on Wang Jing'an began to stir within the crowd. Judges and mentors. One voice proposed, I suggest a collective assault on the champion Wang. Otherwise, we may never force out his true potential. Voices echoed across the playground, resonating far and wide. Even the bald man with the megaphone gritted his teeth. I want to take down this student. Meanwhile, several officials from the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion exchanged glances. Deliberating. What should we do? Wang Jing'an's power is far too high. Students of the same cohort, or even those in their first year, cannot possibly push his Southern Ming fire to its limits. Calm down. Tonight's ranking match is merely an appetizer. The real spectacle will unfold tomorrow, one of them remarked. Before long, the evening's ranking match concluded. The most disheartened was Lin Jinfeng, who felt betrayed by Yang Jun. Initially, Lin Jinfeng had intended to challenge Wang Jing'an, but upon witnessing his overwhelming strength, he had second thoughts. However, after realizing Yang Jun possessed an S-class equality domain, hope rekindled within him. If he could merely suppress Wang Jing'an's strength slightly, Lin Jinfeng felt confident he could withstand dozens of exchanges. Yet, the outcome was dismal. He was kicked once, punched once, and never managed to land a blow on Wang Jing'an. How humiliating! As night fell, news of Wang Jing'an's strength exceeding 300 began to circulate. The martial artists who had traveled to Zhulong chose to stay nearby, instead of returning home. Subsequently, workplaces, universities, and prominent families were all informed of Wang Jing'an's remarkable rise from 169 to over 300 in just one summer. Many speculated about the extent of this prodigy's strength. Even the principal summoned Wang Jing'an to his office to gauge the young man's capabilities firsthand. Initially, the principal estimated that the lad might have reached a strength of 220, which was the standard for the second realm. Then, he conjectured that the boy could be around 280. Yet, upon learning the truth of his strength surpassing 300, the principal was compelled to visit the playground himself to witness it firsthand. Soon enough, Wang Jing'an pushed open the door to the principal's office. As he stepped in, he sensed an unprecedentedly potent energy enveloping him. He beheld an elderly man sitting at the desk, looking rather gaunt. The principal frowned while puffing on a cigar, and when he withdrew his energy, he nearly shot up in shock. "Your strength has reached 500? Wang Jing'an nodded. The principal, bewildered, inquired, "How did you train? Did your father or mother take you to slay demons?" Wang Jing'an frowned. "What? My parents are low-tier martial artists. How could they take me to slay demons?" The principal was left even more perplexed. It seemed Wang Jing'an was unaware of the true strength of his parents. If they hadn't taken him to train, how had he achieved a strength of 500 over the course of a summer? The principal had originally thought Wang Jing'an's strength would peak at around 350. Yet here it was, an astounding 500. No wonder. The principal began to understand why Wang Jing'an felt confident enough to challenge everyone. This was indeed no idle boast. It appeared that merely sending out second-year students would not suffice to draw out his potential. The principal resumed his seat, turning to gaze out the window while savoring his cigar. "Jing'an, do you know what your parents do for a living?" Wang Jing'an shook his head. "No." The principal pressed. "Would you like to know?" Wang Jing'an replied, "Not particularly." The principal continued, "Since you asked, I shall reluctantly reveal your parents' identities." Wang Jing'an, "When did I ask? I just said I didn't want to know." The principal appeared to reminisce for a moment before speaking. "Your father is my godson, so technically, you should refer to me as your great-grandfather." Wang Jing'an, the principal, growing anxious, exclaimed, "You don't believe me? I can call my godson right now." Wang Jing'an felt utterly speechless. How could the principal of Zhulong speak so playfully? Shouldn't he be more serious? "I believe you," Wang Jing'an replied helplessly. "Then you shall call me great-grandfather." The principal's face broke into a smile. "Great-grandfather." Wang Jing'an felt it was a bit awkward. He had just started school and was already referring to the principal as his great-grandfather? "So, does this mean I have a prestigious background?" "Good grandson. After the ranking match in a few days, which class would you like to join? Your grandfather will arrange it for you." Chapter 37. What is Wang Jing'an's true strength? Upon hearing the principal's inquiry, Wang Jing'an replied somewhat nonchalantly, "Any class would suffice." The principal nodded in agreement, chuckling, "Then, my dear grandson, you may return to your dormitory to rest. Tomorrow's ranking match will be arranged so that you won't face any overly formidable opponents." Wang Jing'an suddenly realized that the principal was quite amiable. Having him as a grandfather was rather pleasant, at least providing him with a sense of identity within the school. As Wang Jing'an prepared to leave the office and head back to his dormitory, at the same time, the principal summoned his secretary, instructing, "Inform those few prodigies preparing for graduation to challenge Wang Jing'an tomorrow. Let them fight him fiercely. Whoever can push Southern Ming's Li Hua to its limit will receive a 5th-grade elixir from me." "Understood, principal." The secretary nodded before departing the office. The principal's intentions were, in fact, for Wang Jing'an's own good. If after 3 days of ranking matches, Southern Ming's Li Hua could not be accurately assessed, it would be a waste of time. Thus, the principal aimed to ensure that the ranking of Southern Ming's Li Hua held significant value. By 9 o'clock that evening, Wang Jing'an had begun to gain renown across various martial arts school forums online. A hot topic had been pinned, titled, "What is the extent of Wang Jing'an's strength?" Comments had surged from a mere few hundred to over 1,000, with hundreds more added every minute. "I now suspect Wang Jing'an has no rivals in his freshman and sophomore years. Is there any doubt? Xingtian is considered quite exceptional in her sophomore year. Yet even she cannot defeat Wang Jing'an. So, is it true that Wang Jing'an can challenge everyone?" "Challenge everyone? Are you jesting? That sounds like boasting. Yet I must concede that Wang Jing'an is indeed formidable. Can anyone enlighten me on the true extent of Wang Jing'an's strength? We are all eager to know." On the very first day of enrollment, Wang Jing'an's name had spread like wildfire throughout the university circle. His peers were in awe of his prowess. This was merely the first day of his journey at the martial arts school, and already it was astonishing. If Wang Jing'an continued to progress through his junior year, or even graduated, his capabilities would be. Thus, the students present wore expressions of sheer astonishment, as if they were witnessing the emergence of the next generation of the 10 saints of humanity. This was no jest. Wang Jing'an had already begun to exhibit the demeanor of one of the 10 saints. If he maintained this trajectory of growth, it was certain that he would secure a place among the next generation of the 10 saints of humanity. The following morning, the 5 representatives from the Tiangling Pavilion approached the principal, expressing their concerns that today's ranking match might mirror yesterday's, rendering it impossible to gauge Wang Jing'an's compatibility with Southern Ming's Li Hua. The principal reassured them, offering a comforting sense of certainty. With the principal's assurance, they could focus on their duties without worry. At 8 in the morning, on the playground, a fierce-looking man occupied a position, inquiring of the captain, "Do you think those traitors will stir up trouble today?" The captain, a young man with a refined appearance, shook his head lightly. "I cannot say. If the demon clan intends to extinguish Wang Jing'an in his infancy, today's ranking match presents their sole opportunity. We shall remain vigilant in our posts and leave the rest aside." The young man who spoke was named Li Xiaohua, a member of the Demon Slayer Pavilion. Their team's primary mission was to apprehend traitorous individuals collaborating with the demon clan. The captain's words resonated with the fierce-looking man, named Shen Yuxing, who served as the deputy captain of this small team. As time passed, the number of students on the playground swelled from hundreds to thousands. Li Xiaohua and his team skillfully blended into the throng of students. Today, students from various martial arts schools in Fengjing City gathered at Songlong. Even last year's top student, Li Jinyan, made an appearance. In fact, she was also a student of Songlong. She simply hadn't reported the previous day and had chosen to arrive today. "Look, Senior Jinyan has arrived," exclaimed one student. "There are so many seniors here today. I spotted Senior Han Xiaoyan. My goodness, Senior Han is about to graduate and seems to have joined the preparatory team of the Demon Slayer Pavilion. Once he graduates, he can officially become a member. I suspect today, Senior Jinyan and Senior Han might take action." Due to the presence of several prominent seniors, many students were keenly observing the scene. They were eager to see if these soon-to-be graduates would challenge Wang Jing'an, hoping to witness the unveiling of the limits of Southern Ming's Li Hua. What they were unaware of was that compelling Southern Ming's Li Hua to its utmost limit would not be an easy task. Wang Jing'an had no intention of unleashing the remnants of the Vermilion Bird during the ranking match. The power was simply too immense. At this stage, he had yet to fully unleash it, leaving him unaware of its true potential. Even if he were to unleash it, it could not be directed at his own people. It must be reserved for the demon clan and those traitors serving them. Before Wang Jing'an could make his appearance, the most anticipated figure, Senior Han Xiaoyan, began striding towards the center of the playground with heavy steps, wielding a long staff. Many students mistakenly believed it to be a spiritual weapon, yet upon closer inspection, it emanated no aura of spirituality. Thus, it was merely an ordinary staff. An ordinary staff? I had thought it might at least be a 3rd or 4th grade spiritual weapon. Senior Han must be quite confident in his own strength. One student mused, "I am now eagerly anticipating Wang Jing'an receiving a sound thrashing." As Wang Jing'an emerged amidst the clamor, having rested through the night, his strength had reached 510. The previous night, he had engaged in another round of draws. The most disheartening aspect for Wang Jing'an was that as his cultivation progressed, the efficacy of the 2nd grade elevation pearls diminished significantly. He would have to wait until his silver rank ascended to gold before he could draw for a 3rd grade elevation pearl. The principal had promised that anyone who could draw out his limits would be rewarded with a 5th grade elixir. Han Xiaoyan was motivated by the elixir and was equally curious about where the limits of Wang Jing'an, an SSS grade talent, lay. The crucial detail was that Han Xiaoyan had never engaged in battle with a martial artist possessing SSS grade talent. Thus, this battle was one he had eagerly anticipated for years, even more so than the Demon Slayer trials. When Han Xiaoyan spoke those words, many students felt a wave of nostalgia. No wonder so many 3rd-year seniors had shown up today. It turned out they were all here for the 5th grade elixir. The 5th grade elixir. Rumor had it that a single one was worth tens of millions. 5th grade. Wang Jing'an furrowed his brow, recalling that his grandfather had not mentioned it quite like this the previous night. Hadn't he promised to arrange things for him? Why were such formidable seniors appearing today? Wang Jing'an sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from Han Xiaoyan, which were no weaker than 400, possibly even exceeding 500. The exact figure remained uncertain until Han Xiaoyan unleashed his full strength. I will only deliver 3 strikes. If you do not reach your limit after those strikes, I will concede. Chapter 38. Brother, what brings you here? Can 3 strikes truly unleash one's limits? Does Senior Han fear the possibility of being proven wrong? Is there a chance that Senior Han can genuinely achieve this? I recall the last time Senior Han ventured with his mentor for training. He seemed to have tested his strength, which had already reached 413. Could it be that Senior Han has already attained the 3rd realm? If that is the case, within 3 strikes, he could indeed force Wang Jing'an to his utmost limits. However, before Wang Jing'an could utter a word, he suddenly heard a peculiar voice. Senior Han, unleash your fury upon Wang Jing'an. Go for it, Senior Han. We believe in you. Wang Jing'an squinted to see. Were those not Lin Jinfeng and Yang Zhen? How curious that they were walking together. Buzz. Suddenly, Wang Jing'an heard a fierce sound of wind slicing through the air. He turned to see young Master Han swinging his staff with formidable intent. The force emanating from his strike felt unusual, as though an inexplicable power converged around the staff, coalescing at a single point. With a resounding thud, Wang Jing'an, igniting his fiery fist, braced himself to meet the blow head-on, yet was sent staggering backward by an overwhelming force. Young Master Han, witnessing this, was astonished. My strength has reached 503. You withstood a full strike without sustaining severe injury? This revelation incited a wave of fear among the students. Young Master Han had achieved a strength of 503. This indicated he had indeed reached the 3rd realm. A remarkable feat after 3 years of study. However, the students were left in awe and trepidation that Wang Jing'an had managed to withstand the full power of Senior Han's strike unscathed. Clearly, Wang Jing'an was not merely around 300 in strength. He must be nearing 400, if not beyond. Lin Jinfeng gazed at Wang Jing'an on the field, bewildered. He truly is a prodigy. I thought a single strike would leave him severely injured. Yang Zhen inquired, what is Senior Han's talent? Lin Jinfeng explained, SS class simplification, transforming complex techniques into the most straightforward and forceful forms. Yang Zhen was puzzled. What does that talent imply? Lin Jinfeng continued, for instance, if Senior Han practices a myriad of staff techniques, he can condense countless moves into a single strike, delivering an explosive force that few can withstand 3 of his blows. Though it appears to be a singular strike, it embodies the essence of myriad techniques, manifesting as a singularly fierce and powerful blow. Yang Zhen understood. So, the more techniques Senior Han masters, the more devastating his simplification talent becomes. Lin Jinfeng nodded. Precisely. Hence his focus is not on his own staff, but rather on mastering various techniques. As they conversed, Wang Jing'an's expression grew increasingly grave as he assessed young Master Han. Indeed, his strength surpassed 500. Young Master Han, a paragon of the 3rd realm, was one of the few exceptional talents among the students. While there may be others with greater strength, they would not be numerous, nor would their differences be vast. Young Master Han refrained from speaking further, gathering his strength for a second strike, leaping into the air. During their standoff, the arena erupted in a cacophony of doubts and fears. Boom! A tremendous force and roar resonated through the air. Amidst this great sound, Wang Jing'an was hurled from the sky, landing firmly without faltering, though his demeanor had turned serious. Young Master Han was also propelled in another direction but remained upright, diverting some of his energy to combat the flames igniting on his body. The unquenchable flames truly exemplified the SS class. My curiosity about your strength grows ever deeper. All of young Master Han's energy surged simultaneously, and runes faintly appeared upon his staff. These runes were not merely imprints, but represented the various techniques he had mastered. Each rune symbolized a distinct move. Around the staff, countless runes swirled, gradually merging into one. Simplification, returning myriad techniques to a singular essence. If I cannot draw out your limits with this final strike, I concede. young Master Han declared solemnly, veins standing out on his arms, as he prepared to unleash a tempestuous final blow, accompanied by the echoes of hundreds of techniques. With the eruption of this third strike, the challenge escalated to a fervent climax, leaving many students breathless, especially Xingtian, who was astonished that Wang Jing'an could match young Master Han blow for blow without yielding an inch. Boom! The southern bright fire was molded by Wang Jing'an into fiery feathers, resonating with the roar of the vermilion bird. Under the impact of the strike, the fiery feathers scattered, sending a massive wave of flames radiating across the field. Just a heartbeat away, Wang Jing'an was on the verge of unleashing the vermilion bird's afterimage. This senior Han possesses extraordinary strength. His joining the Demon Slayer Pavilion is a boon for the nation and a safeguard for the people. Ultimately, both combatants stood their ground. Young Master Han, panting, narrowed his eyes, and after an indeterminate time, nodded softly, a terrifying talent for growth, yet with the SS-class aura surrounding you. It does not seem so unbelievable. Your future is destined to shine brightly. This was a fair assessment. Young Master Han refrained from inquiring further about Wang Jing'an's strength, acknowledging his own inability to draw out Wang Jing'an's true limits. Now, it was up to the others to observe. Simultaneously, the students on the field erupted in fervent cheers. Wang Jing'an withstood 3 strikes from Senior Han. Incredible. What is Wang Jing'an's strength? Remember, Senior Han has achieved the 3rd realm. I find myself at a loss for words to express my current emotions. I can only say, sharing the same era as Wang Jing'an is a privilege, for I witness a genius blossoming into greatness, destined to stand atop the summit of the next generation's 10 saints, surveying all that lies below. Wang Jing'an, the future is bright. Keep striving. If Wang Jing'an's earlier remarks had been somewhat brash, he had now become the idol of countless students. Some had even begun to view him as the next generation's saint. Li Jingyan narrowed her beautiful eyes, her delicate face reflecting an array of emotions. How could he have grown this formidable in such a short span? Meanwhile, the 5 leaders of the Tianling Pavilion exchanged apprehensive glances, anxiety creeping in. What is the situation? How could they not force out Wang Jing'an's limits? Even with a 3rd realm fighter? This does not seem right. Even if SS-class strengths can cross realms, it should not allow for such a colossal leap in power. Indeed, young Master Han possesses over 500 in strength. Even if Wang Jing'an can surpass realms, his strength must be at least around 450. Hiss. Upon hearing the conversation among the Tianling Pavilion leaders, the surrounding students broke into a cold sweat. This was truly unfathomable. Initially, they believed Wang Jing'an's strength at 200 was commendable, yet here they were, speculating he might be surpassing 450. The most bewildering part was that Wang Jing'an seemed far from reaching his limits. Who could possibly endure such a revelation? In the midst of the crowd stood a cloaked figure, bearing a tang sword upon his back. Upon witnessing the formidable Wang Jing'an, he revealed, for the first time, a gentle smile. It seems that the duel he owes me must be settled soon, for the next time I seek him out, I may no longer be his match. This individual was none other than Li Qingyi. This morning, he had deliberately traveled from the capital's martial academy to Zhulong, eager to witness the fate of his friend in battle. Brother, what brings you here? Chapter 39. I represent the 10 fiends of the demon clan. Judging you, Li Qingyi felt a sense of foreboding as a female voice called out from behind her. Turning around, she was unsurprised to find her younger sister. What brings you here? Li Jingyan exclaimed, her face lighting up with astonishment, as if she had uncovered a monumental truth. Is the Azure Dragon your family's property? Why shouldn't I be here? Li Qingyi replied with an odd remark. That's not what I meant, big brother. You typically dislike crowded places, especially events like competitions. Li Jingyan clarified, still bewildered by her brother's presence. I simply came to take a casual look, Li Qingyi responded. Li Jingyan squinted, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Big brother, you're not here to see Wang Jing'an, are you? At those words, Li Qingyi grew flustered. I'm not. Don't say such things. I merely came for a stroll. Her classic triple denial elicited an unexpected sense of endearing contrast. Li Jingyan observed her brother, whose expression seemed to betray the very thought of being here for Wang Jing'an. Then, with a smile, Li Jing'an said, "All right then. Big brother is just here for a stroll. I won't disturb you further." With that, she pretended to walk away, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief as her brother remained unobserved. In the past, Li Qingyi preferred solitude and seldom lingered in crowded areas. During those times, Li Jing'an had felt pity for him. Believing he was destined to sacrifice himself for that 8th grade spirit tool, unable to live for himself even once. But today, she saw her brother embodying a more human side. Although unaware of the events between him and Wang Jing'an, she mused that the current Li Qingyi was the optimistic brother she had always envisioned. This was quite good. Once Li Qingyi saw her sister retreating to a distance, he finally exhaled in relief. After a moment, he muttered to himself, "How did my sister guess I was here to see Jing'an? Is my acting really that poor?" Following this brief episode between the Li siblings, Wang Jing'an on the playground became the center of attention, drawing the gaze of numerous students. He had undeniably become the focal point. Many students exchanged glances, seemingly eager to discover who would challenge Wang Jing'an next. Even Senior Han had been unable to push Wang Jing'an to his limits, indicating that Wang Jing'an's strength was now sufficient to match these third-year seniors. Meanwhile, the individuals from the Tianling Pavilion began their second phase of assessment, although Wang Jing'an and Han Xiaoyan clashed without reaching the former's limits. "I sense we are drawing closer to them. Yes, we can proceed with further evaluations. For now, let us place the Nanming Lihua in the top 20. What rank exactly?" "Rank 19. The 5 evaluators were making use of their respective expertise. During their assessment, the playground buzzed with student chatter. "Honestly, I thought many third-year seniors would attend today, but it seems only Senior Han is here. Senior Lin watching is in seclusion. She will likely arrive tomorrow. After all, the ranking competitions are held over several days. Senior Chu Guangming isn't present either." Many students began to scan the area, hoping to spot other third-year seniors. Those just entering their first or second years were now hesitant to challenge Wang Jing'an. If Han Xiaoyan, with his over 500 strength, couldn't force Wang Jing'an to reveal his true capabilities, it implied that the Nanming Lihua was extraordinarily formidable among SSS-level talents. At that moment, a figure began to emerge from another direction on the playground. As the crowd took notice, they saw a young man, initially mistaken for a third-year senior. This unfamiliar face was instinctively regarded as another third year from a different martial arts academy. From Jing University, third-year student Shi Guang has come to inquire about the true strength of the SSS-level Nanming Lihua. Shi Guang's smile exuded a rather ominous vibe. Before Wang Jing'an could utter a word, he found the senior Shi Guang had swiftly appeared beside him. Wang Jing'an quickly adopted a defensive stance, sensing the formidable prowess of his opponent. He was undoubtedly not a mere third tier. With a swift kick, Shi Guang forced Wang Jing'an back several meters, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Your strength of 650 only pushes you back a few meters. You truly are remarkable." The Demon Clan's caution is well-founded. Once an SSS-level warrior matures, they can inflict catastrophic damage on the Demon Clan. Therefore, I must ask you to perish today, Demon Clan. Wang Jing'an's expression hardened with vigilance. On the sidelines, Li Xiaohua of the Zhan Yao Pavilion suddenly became alert. "Prepare for battle." Next, Shi Guang uttered a line that sent everyone into a state of alarm. "Wang Jing'an, I represent the 10 fiends of the Demon Clan, and I'm here to judge you." As soon as his words fell, beams of starlight began to erupt across half of the playground. Shi Guang produced a spirit tool resembling a star plate from seemingly nowhere. "Is that the star locking plate?" Li Xiaohua gasped in shock. "Team 299, everyone. Unleash your full strength to dismantle the star locking plate's barrier and ensure Wang Jing'an's safety." Their entire team mobilized, and students nearby saw several individuals suddenly sprinting towards the playground. Members of Team 299, numbering over 20, spread out across the area. "What is going on? Is that Senior Shi Guang one of the Demon Clan? I see now. Shi Guang is acting on behalf of the demons. They intend to eliminate our human genius. We cannot allow him to extinguish Wang Jing'an here." As the students debated, the leaders from the Tianling Pavilion began directing students to evacuate. The bald man wielding a loudspeaker continuously shouted, Attention, all students. Please evacuate the playground immediately. What you are witnessing is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed across the playground. The star locking plate in Shi Guang's hands radiated beams of starlight, sealing the surrounding space and preventing outsiders from entering, while simultaneously siphoning Wang Jing'an's life force. Shi Guang did not anticipate Wang Jing'an's fierce resistance. 3 starlight points sealing the left side of the space could not withstand the heat and exploded. Wang Jing'an felt his life force rapidly draining. You, on what grounds do you judge me on behalf of the demon clan? With a pained roar, Wang Jing'an unleashed all his strength of 510 without reservation. The flames of Nanming Lihua intensified, resembling a palace of pure white ice. On the field, the boy who had feigned weakness vanished, replaced by a figure enveloped in pure white flames. His third-tier cultivation was now unmistakably revealed. Third tier? Shi Guang was momentarily stunned. This spectacle not only caught Shi Guang's attention, but also captivated those outside the star-locking plate, especially the students who had yet to fully evacuate, who gasped in astonishment. Wang Jing'an is third tier? Does that mean his strength exceeds 500? This was the collective thought of all students. That's incredibly powerful. Third tier? During the exam period, his strength was only 169. Wang Jing'an's current state left every student in awe, shaking their very spirits. Chapter 40. The limits of Wang Jing'an. The truth has finally emerged. No wonder Qingtian was no match for him. No wonder Yang Zhan's equal domain could not suppress him, and no wonder Lin Jinfeng was effortlessly defeated. In the arena, as Qingtian gazed at Wang Jing'an, her eyes were filled with complexity. It turned out that Wang Jing'an had been playing possum the previous night. The words he spoke were not simply arrogant or boastful. He truly possessed the capability to take on all the students present. Li Jinyan's delicate face showed signs of astonishment. Even she felt shaken when I last saw him. He was merely at the first realm. Has he truly grown to such an extent in just one summer? Han Xiaoyan, Li Jinyan, Chen Tingxi, Chen Yats, Lin Jifeng, Chu Ziyao, and all the other prodigies looked at Wang Jing'an with complex expressions. With cultivation at the third realm, combined with the SSS grade Namingli fire, it would require a minimum strength of over 600, perhaps even 650, to push him to his limits. The error in the second phase assessment was glaring. A reassessment was imperative. The Namingli fire was far more terrifying than we had anticipated. The leaders of the Tianling Pavilion were at their wits' end. They felt like weeping. How could Wang Jing'an's strength be so formidable? They had believed that his earlier clash with Han Xiaoyan had nearly reached his limits. But now it seemed that was merely a facade. Boom. While the leaders of the Tianling Pavilion held their ground, another battlefield erupted. Li Xiaohua unleashed his innate abilities, attempting to forcefully break the barrier set by the Dingkong Pan. Suddenly, the intercom attached to Li Xiaohua's chest crackled to life. Report, Captain. A beast has appeared outside the Zhulong school gate. The leading creature seems to be at the 6th realm, requesting support. Another channel chimed in. Report, Captain. The traces of the 8 thrones of the Fate God sect have been discovered at the West Gate. The individual wearing a red mask has been confirmed as the 6th throne, requesting assistance. As each report came through the intercom, Li Xiaohua realized that the demon clan had come prepared. They had not underestimated Wang Jing'an simply because he was a fresh university student. On the contrary, it was precisely because he was still in his fledgling stage that the demon clan sought to eliminate him at the lowest possible cost. Li Xiaohua furrowed his brow, his expression shifting dramatically. They are indeed well prepared. Summon the school leadership of Zhulong and prepare to enter the highest combat readiness. Lao Shen, notify the pavilion master immediately. At that moment, a bald man with a loudspeaker cursed a few times before bellowing. A bunch of despicable human traitors. What benefits do they gain by serving the demon clan? Do they have no parents to raise them? Meanwhile, many leaders from Zhulong Martial School stepped forward. Some high-ranking instructors had already set off. Some raced toward the west gate, while others hurried toward the east gate. In the principal's office, he gazed at the computer screen, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. So you can no longer sit idly by? Then let us commence a thorough cleansing of the human ranks. However, at that moment, the principal received a phone call. The caller ID displayed Wang Jing'an. Upon answering, the principal's demeanor instantly transformed to one of respect. "Pavilion Master, what are the next steps?" The voice on the other end was succinct. "Let the bullets fly for a while." The principal inquired, "For how long?" The voice replied, "Once the Li family's assassination of the emperor plan is successfully executed, we shall begin to reel in our nets." The principal nodded. "Understood. Little uncle, you lead the team to provide support outside the school gate. Here, leave it to me." Li Qingyi, carrying a Tang sword, stepped onto the playground. Though he was speaking to Li Xiaohua, his gaze was fixed on Wang Jing'an, who was trapped in a certain space. Seeing Qingyi approach, Li Xiaohua frowned. "Your strength is insufficient. The Dingkong Pan is a 6th-grade spirit instrument, capable of forcibly locking down a certain range of space." However, before Li Xiaohua could finish, he saw Li Qingyi gradually grasping the Tang sword, the energy emanating from him beginning to ignite. Li Qingyi's life force. Li Xiaohua suddenly realized. "Qingyi, are you executing that plan so soon?" Li Qingyi nodded. "My mission is also my responsibility. Little uncle, go ahead, leave this to me. And do not worry." Without further hesitation, Li Xiaohua departed the playground, leaving 5 team members to assist Li Qingyi. As he looked around, the principal of Zhulong was nowhere to be seen. "Jing'an, I never expected we would be fighting side by side so soon." The Tang sword in Li Qingyi's hand radiated brilliance, its 8th-grade spirit energy enveloping the entire playground. Shi Guang's forehead was lined with veins. "An 8th-grade spirit instrument? Li Qingyi, who exactly are you?" Though they were all students of Jing University, many knew of Li Qingyi's eccentric attire and his habit of carrying a sword. Yet no one had anticipated that this sword was an 8th-grade spirit instrument. In the entire human realm, there are no more than 30 8th-grade spirit instruments. And 9th grade? Even rarer. If one were to count all the 9th-grade spirit instruments among the human race, they would scarcely exceed 10. "Who am I?" Li Qingyi murmured to himself before responding. "I am a pioneer paving the way for the human cause, the first beneath the SSS level. The legitimate heir of the Li family, and Wang Jing'an's friend." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingyi suddenly unleashed a strike. This blow did not cut Shi Guang, but instead shattered the surrounding starlight into dust. The might of the 8th grade, combined with Li Qingyi's peak cultivation at the 3rd realm, allowed him to challenge 5th realm warriors. "Jing'an," Li Qingyi called out, within the confines of the barrier. Wang Jing'an's body ignited with flames, and from high above, a pair of crimson pupils snapped open. Those eyes burned with an intensity that consumed all. At the moment his eyes opened, a fiery divine wing manifested in the surrounding area, conjuring a divine bird, slowly outlined by flames. To be precise, it was not merely a divine bird but the Zhuke, one of the 4 divine beasts, a celestial spirit of the heavens. As the Zhuke emerged, half the sky was illuminated. All students of Zhulong Martial School, even those outside the school, witnessed this dazzling moment. In that instant, everyone realized Wang Jing'an's limits were revealed here. The 5 leaders of Tianling Pavilion stood frozen. Previously, when they faced Han Xiaoyun, they had believed Wang Jing'an was nearing his limits. Little did they know they had overlooked a crucial factor, the manifestation of the Nanmingli fire. The sequence was miscalculated. The leading figure of Tianling Pavilion trembled, realizing that the Nanmingli fire could blaze to such an extent. This could hardly be classified as SSS grade anymore. At this moment, the appearance of the divine bird sounded an alarm for all. Wang Jing'an had become invincible among his peers. Buzz, the Zhuke flapped its wings, flames soaring to the heavens. As that fireball descended from the sky, combined with Li Qingyi's explosive strike, the space sealed by the Dingkong Pan began to collapse and shatter. Wang Jing'an gasped for breath, flames seemingly wrapped around his wings as he looked at Li Qingyi. "Thank you." Li Qingyi smiled. "You are my only friend. No need for thanks." Chapter 41. The talent of Li Qingyi. "Brother, we have arrived." Li Jingyan suddenly appeared behind Li Qingyi, accompanied by a group of students. These students were either sophomores or juniors, all possessing considerable cultivation, ready to participate in this battle. Even some freshmen had shown up, including Chen Yance, Lin Jinfeng, and the somewhat trembling Yang Zhan, who did not flinch in this moment. Wang Jing'an, having just broken through found himself at a loss for words upon seeing so many students outside. Why has the demon clan gone to such lengths for me? He wondered, his gaze fixed on Shi Guang in the distance. This is Zhulong. You cannot escape. Shi Guang sneered. As long as I can eliminate an SSS-level you in your fledgling state, it will all be worth it. Yang Jin suddenly shouted, Did you not have parents? Why do you serve the demon clan? Shi Guang replied, You do not understand. You are all but ants. This world belongs to the demon clan. Humanity's lifespan is too short to conquer it. The human race will ultimately perish. To be human yet serve the demon clan, what difference is there from being a monster? Li Qingyi stood resolutely, sword in hand, and said, Students, the years you have spent honing your skills at the martial academy have prepared you to slay demons and eradicate evil. Now is your opportunity. Take up your weapons and fight. With his Tang Dao in hand, Li Qingyi charged forward with a fierce kick. Once the binding space was ineffective, Shi Guang's cultivation was no match for Li Qingyi. In mere seconds, Shi Guang was cleaved in two, blood and flesh scattering. The Tang Dao seemed to be infused with a malevolent force, devouring Shi Guang's blood and life essence. Having accomplished this, the group of students left the training ground, rushing towards the school gate. From a distance, the roars of demon beasts echoed ominously. The number of demon beasts this time was substantial. Upon reaching the school gate, they were met with an overwhelming horde, each beast resembling a fierce tiger, their faces adorned with grotesque visages. These were ghost-faced tigers, with the leader boasting at least 6th realm cultivation, while the others primarily ranged from 1st to 2nd realm. How did so many demon beasts infiltrate the capital? Yang Jin was taken aback. Forget that for now. We have a rare opportunity to slay demons without the need for training, Lin Jinfeng said, raising his thunder lance, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. For these students, reclaiming some confidence could only come through confronting the demon beasts. Otherwise, they risked being crushed by Wang Jing'an's discouragement, especially during the recent manifestation of the southern Mingli fire, when a massive bird enveloped in flaming divine feathers soared into the sky. If that bird were to strike, it could severely injure even those at the 4th realm, perhaps. Strangely, why had the principal not intervened yet? Outside the school gate, Li Xiaohua was already engaged in battle with a ghost-faced tiger. This peculiarity was not lost on the other instructors. If the principal chose to act, within 10 minutes, these demon rabble would be eradicated. Was he perhaps hoping to lure out a larger fish serving the demon clan? Suddenly, Li Xiaohua's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Captain, the East School Gate requires support. That red-faced one has already killed several students. Li Xiaohua's expression hardened. After a brief moment of contemplation, he responded, Deputy, hold the line here. I will provide support at the East Gate. As Li Qingyi and the others arrived just outside the campus, they witnessed Li Xiaohua heading in another direction, leaving the battlefield in the hands of another instructor. The students joined the ranks in slaying demons. Though their contributions may not have been pivotal, they could at least deter the lower-tier ghost-faced tigers. Meanwhile, from a distance, a figure clad in black with a blue-faced mask approached. This individual was the 8th throne of the Fate Divine sect, possessing formidable cultivation. Wang Jing'an was the first to react, recognizing the masked figure. He could confirm that this person belonged to the Li Consortium. Wang Jing'an, prepare to descend into the Yellow Springs, the blue-faced figure declared, drawing his long sword and charging forward. The demon clan was resolute in their intent to see Wang Jing'an perish within the Zhulong Martial Academy. The leading ghost-faced tiger was tasked with holding off the academy's instructors. It was likely that even stronger foes were lurking in the shadows, observing the principal, who had yet to make a move. Should someone of the principal's caliber intervene, the 6th realm demon beast would hardly pose a threat. Thus, Wang Jing'an could not afford to rely solely on others for salvation. Clang. Li Qingyi, having emerged from an unknown direction, deflected the fierce sword intent with his blade. Recognizing the familiar talent emanating from his opponent, Li Qingyi furrowed his brow. You are the steward? The blue-faced figure did not respond, unleashing an unparalleled onslaught, determined to eliminate Wang Jing'an in the shortest time possible. Bang! Once again, Li Qingyi intercepted the blue-faced figure's attack. The opponent wielded an 8th-grade spiritual artifact, making it difficult to defeat him if he were to fiercely protect Wang Jing'an. Young Master Qiongqi, why do you shield him? The blue-faced figure's tone shifted, revealing a familiar ancient voice. Wang Jing'an recognized it as the steward of the Li Consortium, who had once accompanied Li Jinyan to his home. Yet the logic eluded him. If this blue-faced figure was indeed the steward, why had he not simply killed him that night? Why orchestrate such a grand scheme of slaughter on campus? He is my friend, Li Qiongqi replied calmly. You are a person who does not require friends. You need to die alone, the blue-faced figure asserted, silencing further dialogue as he swung his sword, exuding murderous intent. The peak cultivation of the fifth realm erupted forth. After all, as the eighth throne of the Fate Divine sect, his power could not be underestimated. Li Qiongqi faced the attack head-on, the might of his Tang Dao manifesting perfectly before the onlookers. Crack. However, the disparity in cultivation ultimately sent Li Qiongqi flying from the blow. The blue-faced figure leaped, covering a distance of several meters, aiming for Wang Jing'an's throat with his sword. Flames erupted from Wang Jing'an's body. He was uncertain whether he could withstand the blue-faced figure's assault at full power, but it was certainly better than surrendering. Clang. Yet, just as Wang Jing'an braced himself, he saw Li Qiongqi charging forward with his Tang Dao once again, blocking the blue-faced figure's attack. Young Master Qiongqi, get out of the way. The blue-faced figure's murderous intent intensified. He had not initially intended to kill Li Qiongqi, but if the latter insisted on protecting Wang Jing'an, he would have to eliminate them both. Li Qiongqi, gripping his sword and cloaked in black, seemed to reveal his latent talents in that moment. Jing'an, do you know what my talent is? Wang Jing'an shook his head. Sister Jinyan has not mentioned it to me. Before Li Qiongqi could elaborate, his hair began to turn white at a visible pace. My talent is SS-level. It allows me to burn my life force to gain immense power. If I were to expend 100% of my life force, combined with the 8th grade Tang Dao, I could slay even a peak 5th realm warrior. Chapter 42. Jing'an, you still owe me a duel of SS-level cataclysm. Wang Jing'an first became aware of Li Qiongqi's extraordinary talent. However, one might question the necessity of linking such talent to the Slayer Emperor initiative. After the hair at the back of his head turned white, Li Qiongqi managed to muster a smile. Had the principal acted promptly, I would have anticipated that my mission was imminent. Wang Jing'an's expression became intricate. He had just felt puzzled as to why the principal had not appeared when both the monsters and the followers of the Fate God sect infiltrated the campus. It turned out that the Li family's plan was also known to the principal. Li Qiongqi had effectively perished upon awakening at the age of 18. Now, he existed solely for the grand cause of humanity. Yet, Jing'an, your presence has rekindled the essence of my former self. Before I depart from this world, I wish to live for myself once more. Li Qiongqi spoke these words through the lens of his past self. Wang Jing'an fell into contemplation. Is sacrifice truly necessary? Li Qiongqi neither nodded nor shook his head, but simply gazed at Wang Jing'an in silence. Jing'an sensed the turbulent emotions flowing from the depths of Qiongqi's eyes, as if engaging in a struggle against fate, yet simultaneously surrendering to it. Despite the myriad of attachments he held, Li Qiongqi was willing to bear the burdens in silence. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a somewhat awkward tone. Jing'an, you still owe me a duel. Indeed. Let us complete this duel today. Here? Right here. Let us compete in slaying more monsters, showcasing who is more impressive and who will endure longer. Agreed. Wang Jing'an, being merely a student, found himself powerless to interfere with the plans devised by the Li family and the senior members of humanity. However, he could accompany Li Qiongqi in these final moments of his journey. How poignant! The masked figure, blue face, shook his head. Young Master Qiongqi, let us meet Wang Jing'an in the underworld. No sooner had he spoken than Blue Face's mask echoed the words once uttered by Shiguang. Wang Jing'an, I represent the 10 fiends of the monster clan to judge you. Begone. Li Qiongqi unleashed a strike that drained 1/5 of his life force. With a slicing sound, Blue Face was cleaved away, a grotesque gash appearing across his chest and neck, blood gushing forth. The mask shattered into 2 pieces, revealing his true identity. Li family steward. Li Qiongqi barked. Is Wang Jing'an someone of your ilk who can be judged? Even the 10 fiends are unworthy to pass judgment upon him, born in this era. Wang Jing'an is destined to usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity for humanity. In this grand epic, someone must sacrifice their flesh and blood to pave a path to greatness. The steward listened to young Master Qingyi's heart-wrenching declarations, filled with an unwillingness to accept fate. Suddenly, Li Qingyi unleashed another strike, once again sacrificing 1/5 of his life force. This blow severed the steward's entire arm, his peak fifth realm cultivation appearing as feeble as an insect before Li Qingyi. Wang Jing'an gazed at the figure shrouded in a cloak, noting how much older he seemed. His once dark hair was now completely white, and his skin had begun to sag. Boom! With the third strike, the steward was wholly obliterated by the blade's light. These 3 strikes from Li Qingyi were a rebellion against fate. In truth, I do not wish to be a sacrifice to this Tang blade. The rain began to pour heavily, accompanied by a voice filled with resentment. The sky gradually darkened. Li Qingyi's black cloak became drenched in the downpour. In the distance, the leader, the ghost-faced tiger, let out a furious roar upon witnessing Blueface's demise. Come forth. Li Qingyi's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Today, he would use his life to shield Wang Jing'an from all peril. Wang Jing'an, witnessing Li Qingyi consumed by rage, chose not to intervene or offer counsel. He understood clearly that what Li Qingyi desired now was merely a duel. Let this contest serve as Li Qingyi's farewell to the grand stage of slaying monsters. Boom! Under the torrential rain, Wang Jing'an plunged into the horde of monsters, wielding the blazing southern Ming fire, effortlessly dispatching first and second realm beast tigers with sheer strength. Jing'an, help temper my arrows with fire. In the distance, Chen Tingshi, locked in combat with the monsters, wielded a longbow formed from dust that could almost slay a first-realm beast tiger with a single arrow. All right, Wang Jing'an released a portion of the southern Ming fire, and upon tempering Chen Tingshi's dust arrows with an everlasting flame, he found he could even slay third-realm beast tigers directly. Even if he did not strike first, the beast tigers would still be consumed by the southern Ming fire. What is happening with Li Qingyi? Chen Tingshi frowned. I see him age so drastically after 3 strikes. He appears to be over 50. Moreover, those 3 strikes were terrifying. He even dispatched Blueface, a peak 5th realm cultivator, with ease. In truth, Wang Jing'an felt no envy for the power attained at the cost of life. He even wished to confront those high-ranking officials who devised the Slayer Emperor initiative. What manner of cold-blooded individuals would condemn a being with such vibrant life to perish? Li Qingyi, still in the prime of youth, was trapped within this plan, destined to offer his life. How tragic, how pitiable, and yet tinged with a sense of helplessness. Wang Jing'an remained silent, fiercely battling the monsters. All he could do was strive to excel in this duel. To emerge victorious in his finest form would be the greatest tribute he could pay to Li Qingyi. Seeing Wang Jing'an also fighting like a madman against the monsters, Chen Tingshi found herself at a loss for words. How had the previously well-ordered ranking competition devolved into such chaos? Did the monster clan truly fear the burgeoning strength of Wang Jing'an? Within the campus, the 5 leaders of the Spirit Pavilion had arrived. One inquired, "Boss, shall we assist in slaying the monsters?" The leader shook his head. "We must remain steadfast in our positions and prepare for the final assessment." Each of the 5 wielded small instruments, tinkering with them on their screens as if archiving data. The SSS-level Southern Ming fire has, for the first time, demonstrated potential that surpasses that of other SSS-level talents. The possessor of this talent, Wang Jing'an, fusion level, achieved between 80 and 90. Sequence ranking, temporarily assessed as Sequence No. 1. When Wang Jing'an unleashed the Vermilion Bird, the 5 leaders should have anticipated that such a talent, when fully unleashed, would be overwhelmingly formidable. Moreover, it bore a most critical characteristic. It could not be extinguished. Sequence number 1. The other leaders watched in astonishment as their boss archived the data, their eyelids twitching. "Boss, are you truly declaring it as sequence number 1? The leader nodded solemnly. "I am certain. If this assessment proves erroneous, I will bear all consequences." As the Celestial Pavilion supervisors finalized their assessment, the demonic beast's onslaught intensified. Several youthful scholars had already perished, devoured by the demonic tigers, their bodies mutilated. These students, cherished by their families, had hoped that attending martial arts school would pave the way for a better life. Yet, unexpectedly, a battle between humans and demons erupted in the capital, outside the campus gates, merely 2 days into the semester. Damn it, after today, I'll demand elixirs from the Zhulong martial arts school principal. Yang Jing'an, shielded by Lin Jinfeng, maintained the equilibrium domain, suppressing the demonic tiger's cultivation to alleviate pressure on the other students. Let's talk. Lin Jinfeng's arm ached. The demonic tigers were multiplying, and the mentor containing the ghost masked tiger seemed to falter. Where's the Zhulong principal? Failing at this crucial moment, Yang Jing'an's breath faltered. Jinfeng, my energy is dwindling. The equilibrium domain can only last another minute. Lin Jinfeng, gritting his teeth, surveyed the scene and shouted, hold on for 1 more minute. A resounding crash echoed from Chunyance's direction. He rapidly formed hand seals, chanting absolute edicts. First, those who slay my comrades shall die. Second, those who trespass upon my great xia shall die. Third, as the edicts resonated, Chunyance's energy was nearly depleted. Yet, they effectively restrained the weaker demonic tigers, as if mountains weighed upon them, crushed by an unseen, mystical force. Some, weakened, exploded into bloody mist. Combined with Yang Jing'an's equilibrium domain, the students' burden lessened. Old Chun, your talent is remarkable. Hou Yi cheered from afar. Qiongqi grimaced. Too many demonic tigers. My energy is drained. The edicts will only last 3 minutes. Jing'an, Yang Jing'an cried out. Many students turned towards Wang Jing'an, realizing they had forgotten the third realm cultivator with the terrifying SSS grade Southern Blaze. He could potentially slay even 4th realm demonic tigers. Wang Jing'an, amidst the carnage, heard Yang Jing'an and charged forward, incinerating a near 4th realm demonic tiger with Southern Blaze. His overpowering flames astonished the students. If some had envied Wang Jing'an during the ranking competition, that envy now transformed into admiration. Wang Jing'an glanced at Qiongqi, who was consumed by battle but conserving his life force after defeating the blue face. Suddenly, Wang Jing'an was struck by an unknown force, sent flying against the school gate. Coughing blood, as his vision cleared, he saw a black-clad figure with a purple mask. Damn, a purple face? A balding mentor with a megaphone noticed the figure. Purple face, the 3rd throne of the Destiny sect, possessed immense power. Without intervention from the school's leadership or the arrival of the Demon Slayer squad, they stood little chance. Purple face? Qiongqi noticed the figure. My uncle and the others went to the east gate. A diversion. With Ishawa absent, the remaining mentors were the main force. Die. Purple face's palm released a slow-acting poison. What? Wang Jing'an felt his lifespan rapidly diminishing. Blame your SSS grade awakening. The 30 SSS grades have dealt a significant blow to the demonic race. We cannot allow a 31st to rise. Purple face revealed his motive. Wang Jing'an retorted, I ask. Why do you, a human, serve the demonic race? Did your parents not raise you? Or are you a beast without parents? Purple face chuckled, unfazed, and kicked Wang Jing'an, sending him flying again, spewing blood. The Demon Slayer squad would never suspect we'd target a newly enrolled SSS grade. Li Xiaohua is strong, but he cannot assist. Purple face released more poison, seeking to claim and study the inextinguishable Southern Blaze. As a wisp of Southern Blaze emerged from Purple face's palm, he sneered, Wang Jing'an, pray to awaken a D or F grade in your next life. You'll live longer. I, representing the 10 fiends of the demonic race, shall judge. Suddenly, a terrifying blade light cleaved towards Purple face, forcing him to defend. An 8th grade spirit artifact? Purple face exclaimed. No wonder the blue face died. But, your talent is peculiar. Qiongqi, unanswering, laughed maniacally. You human traitors deserve death. I wanted to spar with Jing'an, but you deny my last wish. Then die. Qiongqi, seemingly unhinged, eyes bloodshot, converted his energy into a sanguine aura. The SS grade Jade Annihilation frantically devoured his life. The Tang blade absorbed the energy. Purple face sensed danger. What is with this blade wielder? His cultivation is only at the peak of the 3rd realm, yet his power nearly reaches the 6th realm. Combined with that 8th grade Tang blade, he might even challenge the 7th realm, sacrificing life for power. purple face assumed another SSS grade talent. The most worthless kind. Nothing is more precious than life. After consuming Li Qingyi's life force converted power, the Tang blade caused its wielder's skin to shrivel, transforming the once handsome youth into an elderly man. Li Qingyi gazed at the wounded Wang Jing'an and the struggling students, and mused, a person is a story, two people a world. Beneath this neon metropolis, countless stories intertwine, creating our world, which I call the Light of Hope. Chapter 44. The Burial of Li Qingyi's Tale, Death Incarnate. Li Qingyi erupted with a sudden surge of power, his blade aimed at the violet-faced assailant. Sensing the immense energy emanating from the 8th grade spiritual weapon, the assailant chose to evade, unwilling to engage in a fatal confrontation with the frenzied youth. He estimated the youth's volatile state could only be sustained for a mere 5 minutes. However, the assailant seemed to have underestimated Li Qingyi's unleashed might. The Tang blade possessed an uncanny nature. Even if a blow was not direct, the mere proximity of 3 feet would result in being impacted by its radiant aura. How have I never encountered such a talent? The assailant pondered, retreating as he fought. Fortunately, this individual has not yet reached his full potential. Had Li Qingyi been at the 7th or even 8th realm, wielding that Tang blade, he could have contended with even the most formidable of the demon race. Indeed, this talent is terrifying. Alas, the fatal flaw of such a talent is its ephemeral nature. All that remains is to outlast Li Qingyi. Qingyi, Wang Jing'an, gravely wounded, watched the youth wielding his blade with frantic abandon, a profound bitterness welling within him. How tragic, he lamented. A soul yearning for a life akin to sunshine, yet destined to have his fate dictated solely by a talent. In his berserk state, Li Qingyi's 3rd strike sent the assailant hurtling backward, leaving a ghastly wound on his arm. Damn this madman. The assailant had underestimated Li Qingyi's resolve to embrace death. Every student bore witness to Li Qingyi's struggle. It was at this moment that Xingtian realized the essence of a true genius and hero. He who carries firewood for the masses should not be left to freeze in the wind and snow. He who paves the path for freedom should not be left to languish amidst thorns and brambles. Yet, on this day, none stood to defend Qingyi's final moments. As Xingtian uttered these words, the assailant found himself increasingly overwhelmed by Li Qingyi's relentless assault. Your days are numbered. The assailant sneered from behind his mask. His expression contorted with fury, unable to fathom being pushed to such straits by a mere 3rd realm martial artist. Moreover, he was perplexed by the fact that a 3rd realm martial artist possessed an 8th grade spiritual weapon. Such a weapon was typically reserved for 7th or 8th realm martial artists, or even those at the 9th realm. Li Qingyi ignored the assailant, continuing his frenzied assault, uttering a poignant phrase, Jing'an, you are my soul friend. I had envisioned a long-lasting friendship, with countless sparring sessions. Alas, our bond is destined to be severed less than a month after its inception. Upon my demise, perhaps you will merely lose a friend. Upon hearing these words, the assailant's arm was cleaved into a bloody mess, subsequently consumed by the Tang blade. As Li Qingyi's back gradually stooped, his final strike cleaved the assailant asunder, a gory spectacle. Under the cleansing rain, the crimson blood was slowly diluted. Having accomplished this, Li Qingyi collapsed, seemingly struggling for breath. These strikes had been unleashed at the cost of his very life force. Wang Jing'an, wiping the blood from his lips, rushed over to cradle Li Qingyi. Don't sleep. Qingyi, don't sleep. Endure a little longer. Reinforcements should arrive momentarily. If you fall asleep, you will forfeit this sparring match. Jing'an, I am, in truth, terrified of death. Li Qingyi clutched his hand, uttering in a feeble voice. Had our paths crossed under different circumstances, we would have become exceptional friends. The more Li Qingyi spoke, the more enraged Wang Jing'an became. A life of such promise, sacrificed for the sake of this Tang blade. How damnable. Jing'an, allow me to recount a brief tale. Li Qingyi managed a faint smile. Very well. Wang Jing'an feared nothing more than Li Qingyi succumbing to sleep, never to awaken again. Li Qingyi began to reminisce about the past. Many outsiders perceive me as the eldest scion of the Li conglomerate. However, only I know that I am merely an adopted son of the Li family. I was raised primarily by my grandfather. One of his eyes was askew. and he chose to forego medical treatment, instead allocating his meager savings to my education. Upon entering middle school, my grandfather came to pick me up from school one day. My classmates happened to be exiting the school gates alongside me, and they remarked, "Qingyi, why is your grandfather's eye ask you? It looks so frightening. Please, refrain from having him pick you up next time." Their words planted a seed in my heart. The next time my grandfather came to pick me up, I stood outside the school gates, feigning ignorance, and headed home with my classmates in the opposite direction. Here, Qingyi was already exceedingly feeble, tears welling in his eyes. I still recall that day. My grandfather had purchased my favorite roasted sausages and stood outside the school, eagerly awaiting my dismissal. Yet, I pretended not to see him, leaving him standing alone outside the school gates. However, it was not my grandfather I feared. It was my own insecurity, my social anxiety, my fear of being gossiped about and ridiculed by my classmates. The rebelliousness of my adolescence is my greatest regret. In my adulthood, I came to realize that my grandfather's smile on the day he bought the roasted sausages was unlike his usual demeanor. That smile concealed immense self-reproach and guilt, as my grandfather felt he was holding me back. In truth, it was I who should have felt self-reproach and guilt, not my grandfather. He willingly sacrificed his savings for my education rather than seeking medical treatment. And from that day forth, he never came to pick me up from school again. As I matured and gained understanding in my third year of middle school, I yearned for my grandfather to pick me up from school. However, by then, my grandfather had already passed away. According to my second aunt, his dying wish was to see me. By the time I rushed back, he was already gone, and 2 roasted sausages lay on his bedside table. At this point, Qingyi's voice became choked with emotion. Having been orphaned from a young age, my grandfather was the last beacon of hope in my life. If I had not been swayed by my classmates' words that day, if I had accepted the roasted sausages from my grandfather's hand, if I had held his hand and walked home with him, perhaps I would not harbor such regret. Upon entering high school at the age of 17, all students were required to undergo a talent assessment prior to the commencement of classes. I was found to possess a novel SS grade talent. It was from that moment onward that my life was predetermined. Upon learning of the plan, I spent that night reminiscing about my life with my grandfather. And on that night, I personally buried the tale of Qingyi. The following morning, I readily embraced my identity as the eldest scion of the Li family. Here, Qingyi's emotions were on the verge of collapse. As memories resurfaced, the visage of his grandfather flashed through his mind. However, he seemed to have forgotten his grandfather's appearance. Wang Jing'an's hands trembled, unable to articulate the emotions coursing through him. Li Jing'an, who was slaying demons in the distance, had also heard his elder brother's tale. So, this was the life his elder brother had lived. It seemed that the memories of every scion of the Li family had been altered. In their memories, Qingyi was their elder brother. It appeared that a prominent figure had employed some sort of talent to interfere with the memories of these Li family scions. During Qingyi's reminiscence, a figure clad in black emerged from the distance. "TSK, TSK. What a touching tale," the figure remarked, wearing a violet mask. "To be able to slay my avatar, Qingyi, you are indeed a formidable adversary." Upon seeing that the assailant had not perished, Qingyi ceased his reminiscence, his expression turning grave. "Truly, a hydra whose demise is never complete. Jing'an, assist me in rising." Upon hearing this, Wang Jing'an exerted his strength to support Qingyi. Sensing the waning life force emanating from him, Qingyi struggled to stand, grasping the tang blade, expending the last vestiges of his life force. "Jing'an, allow me to show you my most valiant moment." Then, he transformed from the appearance of a frail elder in his 70s or 80s into that of a centenarian. His hair having fallen out, and his skin withered, Tang Dao focused intently on the distant violet visage. "A single sword cannot save everyone. Hence, I, Qingyi, shall rescue one person at a time until this sword can be wielded for the salvation of countless souls." Qingyi gazed at the Tang Dao in his hand, on the verge of erupting, and with his final tremulous voice declared, "Regardless of whether it is a sword or a blade, as long as it can save lives, it shall be my greatest companion." With that, Qingyi unleashed the final strike of his life. This strike was also the most powerful of his existence. Chapter 45. the soul cicada cry in Li Qingyi's life in the distance. The figure with a purple face watched as Li Qingyi unleashed his final strike, draining the last vestiges of vitality from his being. A soft sigh escaped the figure's lips. Why sacrifice one's life to protect someone other than one's parents? The purple-faced figure regarded Li Qingyi with a gaze filled with sorrow. Is living not preferable? Indeed, is living not preferable? Yet, Li Qingyi yearned to live. Boom. Without uttering a word, Li Qingyi's blade descended with ferocious intent. The purple-faced figure raised his arms in defense, bracing himself against the onslaught, releasing muffled groans from his mouth and nose. The force of the blow carved a deep trench along the ground, stretching 100 meters. Even in his true form, the purple-faced figure underestimated the might of Li Qingyi's strike yet again, as he was cleaved severely by the glint of the broadsword. Following that stroke, Li Qingyi collapsed into Wang Jing'an's embrace, his life ebbing away rapidly, his lower body beginning to fade, followed by his abdomen, and then his chest. Witnessing this scene, an indescribable bitterness welled up within Wang Jing'an, accompanied by a faint sorrow. After delivering the final blow, Li Qingyi had lost all strength to stand. Meeting Wang Jing'an's complex gaze, he rasped, "Jing'an, I wish to behold the splendor of the human realm's prosperity. How magnificent it must be." As Li Qingyi's essence gradually dissipated, he extended his aged hand, resting it upon Wang Jing'an's shoulder, summoning forth the last remnants of a smile. With the strength that remained, he uttered, "Jing'an, you are like the blazing sun in this world, bringing closure to the tale of Li Qingyi. Jing'an, you are the cicada's cry, heralding his summer. Jing'an, we met in this summer. Yet this summer has not yet reached its end. Jing'an, please witness the future of the human realm in its peaceful glory." With those words, Li Qingyi, cradled in Wang Jing'an's arms, transformed into wisps of energy, vanishing into the surroundings. It is often said that in the final moments before death, a person will briefly reflect upon their past. In that fleeting instant, memories began to reassemble in Li Qingyi's mind. He first recalled his childhood, living with his grandfather, followed by feelings of guilt and remorse during his middle school years. He remembered the moment of his grandfather's passing, a pair of sausages still resting on the bedside table. Finally, his memories coalesced around Wang Jing'an's figure, as he faded into the process of the human realm's peaceful prosperity, thus concluding the story of Li Qingyi. On that rainy night, the cloaked man wielding a blade struck forth the mightiest blow of his life outside a campus filled with countless dreams, slicing through the vibrant summer of youthful scholars, as well as the blazing sun within Li Qingyi's heart, and severing the narratives he had buried with his own hands. Henceforth, there would be no more Li Qingyi wielding a blade in this world. At the moment of Li Qingyi's dissolution, the broadsword clattered to the ground. The formidable energy of the blade began to absorb the overwhelming essence derived from the SS-level jade's burning vitality. To everyone's astonishment, the sword underwent a transcendence. Simultaneously, the sword's spirit radiated outward, ascending from grade 8 to grade 9. The 9th grade spiritual weapon emerged into existence at the very moment of Li Qingyi's disappearance. The entire campus trembled. Even the attacking beasts sensed an overwhelming dread. Even the ghost-faced tiger of the 6th realm displayed an instinctive fear. Wang Jing'an, witnessing the sword's spiritual elevation, finally comprehended why Li Qingyi had to sacrifice himself for this blade. This broadsword had the capacity to absorb all forms of energy. It was no wonder that Senior Jiang had remarked that should any of the 10 holy warriors of humanity wield this sword after Li Qingyi's sacrifice, they could effortlessly slay the demon gods. Humanity had crafted a 9th grade spiritual weapon from a boy who should have been filled with sunshine. Yet, throughout it all, Li Qingyi had never uttered a single word of complaint. What remained of Li Qingyi in this world were perhaps only this broadsword and the black cloak he had donned. All the students, upon witnessing the death of Senior Qingyi, stood in solemn respect. In their narrative, Senior Qingyi left an indelible mark. These young scholars bore witness to the true essence of tragedy. Battle is invariably paved with blood. Behind the hero, there lies no glamour. Yet at this moment, Qingyi stood as the hero in the hearts of all students. Though Senior Qingyi had departed from this world, his story remained etched in the hearts of everyone. A bald man clutching a loudspeaker exhibited a tumultuous array of emotions. To hell with the demon race. I curse your ancestors. All the mentors entered a frenzied state of battle. As their students fought and fell, they remained unscathed. Yet they could only watch as one of their own perished in the distance. The purple-faced figure, having forcibly endured the blade's radiance, was left with an unhealable wound. Yet his focus was not on his injury. Instead, he fixated on the distant sight, a ninth-grade spiritual weapon. No wonder those old-timers had bestowed upon him a broadsword. It was intended to forge a ninth-grade weapon. Suppressing the agonizing pain from his wound, the purple-faced figure prepared to seize the broadsword. Get lost. Wang Jing'an scooped up the sword from the ground, donning the black cloak, ready to confront the purple-faced figure, and shouted towards a direction. Humanity owes you a conclusion. I shall provide it. Grasping the broadsword, cloaked in black, Wang Jing'an felt an affinity emanating from the weapon, as if it had been tailored specifically for him. Junior Wang Jing'an, on behalf of all my fellow students, I shall complete the story of Senior Qiongqi. At that very moment, Wang Jing'an unleashed his blade. The same motion, yet a different fate, unfolded with resplendent clarity through the broadsword. Crack the sword's power, combined with the terrifying flames of Nüwa, cleaved away one of the purple-faced figure's arms. Despite the vast disparity in cultivation levels between Wang Jing'an and the purple-faced figure, the extraordinary might of the ninth-grade broadsword, augmented by SSS-level capabilities, was sufficient to severely injure the adversary. The purple-faced figure was staggered by the flames emanating from the broadsword. He could scarcely fathom that Nüwa could possess such terrifying strength. If Wang Jing'an were to grow, he could potentially face the demon race's 10 fiends single-handedly. With a howl of despair, the purple-faced figure exclaimed, "Damn it, you lunatics, perish." Though the purple-faced figure's cultivation was formidable, even having lost an arm, Wang Jing'an, wielding the broadsword, could not hope to defeat him. After all, not everyone could expend their vitality as Li Qiongqi had done to gain immense power. Yet, at that moment, the Nüwa within Wang Jing'an erupted with unparalleled might. The compatibility was so high that the resulting flames were fearsome, manifesting as a colossal vermilion bird, enveloped in fiery feathers. Die. Wang Jing'an, teetering on the edge of rage, brought the broadsword down, unleashing a height of power never before witnessed from him. That stroke, infused with the immense spirit of the colossal vermilion bird, resonated throughout the battlefield. It was far more intense than the remnants of the vermilion bird that had erupted within the campus. Countless onlookers instinctively turned to gaze upon the spectacle, astonished by Wang Jing'an's prowess. Junior Jing'an, has he truly reached such heights in a single examination? Madman, lunatic. The purple-faced figure, having been struck by the blade, was further ravaged by the vermilion bird's assault, and the flames consuming him could not be extinguished, signifying that he would be slowly incinerated. You have drained your strength. Now it is my turn. The purple-faced warrior, a practitioner of the seventh realm, could no longer afford to hold back. He was genuinely startled by Wang Jing'an, nearly facing a catastrophic defeat. With a swift stride, he lunged towards Wang Jing'an and sent him flying with a powerful kick, seizing the Tang Dao in the process. However, before he could even chuckle, he felt a strong repulsion emanating from the blade. This repulsion was extraordinarily potent. The Tang Dao, now of the 9th grade, possessed a terrifying spirit that made it impossible for anyone under its rejection to wield it. As he forcefully gripped the Tang Dao, excruciating pain coursed through his arm. Damn it, this sword actually repels me. It seems I will have to exert quite an effort to take it back. Take it back? Do you think you can escape? At that moment, an ancient figure rose into view above the Zhulong Martial School. The principal had finally made his appearance, albeit too late. Over a dozen students had already perished, including Li Qiongqi. Principal, although I may not be able to defeat you, if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me, the purple-faced warrior declared coldly, momentarily channeling immense energy to suppress the Tang Dao and minimize its repulsive reaction. With absolute power at his disposal, he believed he could evade the principal, which emboldened him to attempt an assassination of the still-developing Wang Jing'an. I indeed cannot stop you, but it is not I who will hinder your escape, the principal replied, gesturing toward a certain direction. In that direction stood a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority without anger, accompanied by a faint hint of sword intent. Can you guess his identity? The principal stood poised in midair, hands clasped behind his back. The purple-faced warrior glanced up towards the man, and after a few moments of silence, terror washed over him as he recognized the unmistakable sword intent. Sword Saint Wang Jing'an, covering a distance of 100 steps in a single stride, effortlessly snatched the Tang Dao from the purple-faced warrior's grasp. This sword is not yours. The purple-faced warrior remained motionless, gripped by panic. As a member of the 10 Saints of Humanity, do you not fear violating the truce pact between humans and beasts by acting so recklessly? Eliminating traitors among humanity has nothing to do with the truce, Wang Jing'an replied with a nonchalant demeanor. He slowly raised his palm, bringing his fingers together to form a sword. Suddenly, a sword chi erupted, moving at an inconceivable speed, piercing through the heart of the purple-faced warrior. Alongside him, the mask he wore was shattered, revealing the face of a man. When the beasts invaded the capital, I knew something was amiss. It was you pulling the strings from the shadows. Wang Jing'an seemed to have anticipated the identity of his adversary. The true identity of the purple-faced warrior was none other than the city lord stationed in Fengjing. Without the city lord's consent, the influx of beasts into the capital would have been impossible. The presence of so many beasts in the capital indicated numerous underlying issues. In a final act of defiance, the purple-faced warrior let out a roar of resentment before collapsing in a pool of blood, meeting an untimely demise. The sole force behind his death was a mere finger of Wang Jing'an, transformed into lethal sword chi. This scene left many spectators trembling in fear. Even the leading ghost-faced tiger, upon witnessing Wang Jing'an, fled in terror. With a pointed finger towards the heavens, Wang Jing'an stood his ground. His left index and middle fingers joined, aiming skyward. A torrent of sword chi cascaded down from above. In less than a second, the sword chi struck the ground like a waterfall. Simultaneously, the ghost-faced tiger was immobilized. As a sixth realm beast, it could not even utter a cry before being utterly obliterated by the sword chi. As the ghost-faced tiger was pinned in place by the sword chi, it erupted in an explosive manner, sweeping away countless demon tigers, reducing them to mere splatters of flesh. The rain poured down, washing away the remnants. In a single stroke, all obstacles were obliterated. Such was the power of the 10 Saints of Humanity. After dealing with the situation, Wang Jing'an turned his gaze toward the still-dazed Wang Jing'an, who remained speechless for an extended period. After several minutes, disbelief began to manifest on Wang Jing'an's weary face. Father, how can you be one of the 10 Saints of Humanity? Jing'an, I truly did not wish to keep this from you, but holding a high position often comes with constraints. Wang Jing'an replied calmly. Ha ha. Since you are one of the 10 Saints, why not have intervened sooner to resolve the current predicament? If you had acted earlier, Qiongqi would not have died. Wang Jing'an's emotions were on the verge of shattering. He felt no pride or joy in discovering that his father was one of the 10 Saints. Though he and Qiongqi had only become friends for less than a month, had Qiongqi not perished, they might have developed a deep bond. The words Qiongqi spoke before her death echoed hauntingly in Wang Jing'an's mind. What a tragic life it must have been for her to wish to witness the future of humanity, the era of peace. Qiongqi, too, feared death. Yet she chose to silently endure until her final breath was devoted to the Tang Dao. I'm sorry, Jing'an. Qiongqi's death is the most crucial step in opening the path for humanity. Wang Jing'an maintained a calm demeanor, showing little emotional response. Nearby, many students, including Han Shaoan, Li Jinyan, Chen Tingxi, Chen Yance, Lin Jifeng, and Yangzhen, were astounded by Wang Jing'an's identity. Wang Jing'an was the son of the Sword Saint. Yet, Wang Jing'an remained fixated on the Tang Dao in his father's hand. Observing the repulsive reaction from the sword, he saw Wang Jing'an exerting immense energy to suppress it. And a bitter smile crept upon his face. Your meticulously crafted plan has failed. Although this sword has ascended, its severe repulsion will only become a burden when wielding it against the demons. After speaking, Wang Jing'an turned to the spot where Qiongqi had vanished. The rain was gradually subsiding, reminiscent of the sound of cicadas in the distance. Wang Jing'an then surveyed the surroundings of the campus. The classrooms within flickered to life. He noticed the injured and exhausted students, who, like him, turned their gazes toward the same direction, feeling the warmth of the evening breeze caressing their skin. Perhaps, just as Qingyi had said, I am like the cicadas, singing through the entire summer. Yet I too have withered in this season. My elder brother once shared with me his wish to battle the beasts and die honorably on the battlefield. Little did I expect that today he would fall at the hands of traitors among humanity. Li Jinyan was seething with hatred for those traitors. Why must such individuals exist? Aren't we all part of humanity? Shouldn't we unite and face our foes together? Upon hearing Jingyan's words, Wang Jing'an felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The cicadas of this summer seemed like the warm sun after the rain, more comforting than any love confession. Chapter 46. He is our family before long. Li Xiaohua rushed back from the eastern school gate and saw Wang Dingtian personally arriving at Songlong. He hurried over and clasped his hands in greeting, reporting, Master, the sixth throne of the Fate God sect, codenamed Red Mask, has been severely injured by me, but unfortunately, he managed to escape. Wang Dingtian merely nodded softly. He then approached Wang Jing'an and handed him the Tang Dao, saying, This plan has not failed. Once the Tang Dao is elevated, it will become the most formidable weapon on your future path of demon slaying. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Jing'an felt as if struck by lightning. My weapon? Wang Dingtian replied, This plan, devised by your mother, was originally intended for Li Nianhua to wield after the Tang Dao's elevation. However, after the college entrance examination, upon learning of your awakening of a new SSS-level ability, your mother ordered a change in the plan. You will be the ultimate beneficiary of the demon-slaying operation. The phrase ultimate beneficiary caused Wang Jing'an's expression to gradually turn cold. Does Li Qingyi? No. Wang Dingtian had no intention of hiding the truth. Yes. Wang Jing'an was taken aback, falling into a long silence. Wang Dingtian sighed. From a personal standpoint, we have indeed been selfish. However, this war cannot be measured solely from an individual perspective. There are numerous factors to consider. Jing'an, do you know how many 9th-grade spiritual artifacts exist among the entire human race? Wang Jing'an did not respond. Wang Dingtian, shedding the demeanor of a sword saint, continued. There are a total of 8 9th-grade spiritual artifacts, each representing the sorrow of our ancestors. These artifacts are exceedingly precious. Now, our human race has gained another 9th-grade Tang Dao, which will belong to you in the future, for only you can wield it without being rejected. Wang Jing'an remained silent, casting his gaze towards a certain direction. He still remembered the words Qingyi had said. He was his only friend. The most tragic part was that, for Li Qingyi, after his death, Wang Jing'an would merely lose a friend. Ultimately, Wang Jing'an shook his head in refusal. This Tang Dao, I am unworthy to accept it. I cannot bear it. When the group of mentors recovered and came to pay their respects to the sword saint, Yang Zhan, that rascal, occasionally remarked, Jing'an, impressive. Your father is actually the sword saint. Wang Jing'an chose to ignore him, primarily because he was not in the mood to engage. However, Chen Tingxi's words soon left him astonished. Since the sword saint is your father, you should call me cousin. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. Cousin? What kind of cousin was this? Chen Tingxi explained. The sword saint's wife is my aunt. My aunt and uncle possess the twin innate talents, designated by the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion as twin sword hearts. Hence they are ranked among the 4 of the 10 saints of humanity. As Wang Jing'an listened to senior sister Tingxi's explanation, he suddenly realized, no wonder they are rarely home. Sometimes they don't even return for important holidays. So they are among the 4 of the 10 saints of humanity? It turns out my parents are both 10 saints. Wait. Senior sister Tingxi, if my family S. Jing'an's parents are among the 4 of the 10 saints, does that mean there are now 11 of us among the 10 saints of humanity? Yang Zhan approached, somewhat familiar. What do you mean by your family? Wang Jing'an was at a loss for words. Yes, there are currently 11 among the 10 saints, but in truth, our human race could have up to 30 saints. For those possessing the 30 types of high-risk talents represent the pinnacle of our combat strength. Chen Tingxi slowly wiped the blood from her face and continued. However, some seniors have retired from the position of the 10 saints due to physical reasons or limited lifespans, returning home to seclude themselves, such as the esteemed Li Nianhua, known to us as the War Emperor. As the situation stabilized, the students and teachers began to clean the battlefield outside the campus. Among them, the group of mentors, especially the bald man with the loudspeaker, occasionally glanced towards Wang Jing'an in the distance. This guy is actually the Sword Saint's son. I must speak to the principal tonight. This kid must join my class. At that moment, members of the Li family arrived. To be precise, it was elder Li Nianhua who came to the Zhulong campus, accompanied by the head of the Li Hanshao family. After greeting Wang Dingtian, he approached Wang Jing'an and said softly, "Jing'an, I have come to take Qiongqi home." Li Nianhua glanced at the large cloak Wang Jing'an was wearing. Though the heavy rain had passed, the black cloak remained damp. Wang Jing'an nodded, removed the cloak, twisted it dry, and with the utmost solemnity, handed it over. "Elderly, I dare to ask, what is Qiongqi's status in your family? Is he merely a tool in the Tang Dao elevation plan, or is he family?" Li Nianhua looked at the cloak Wang Jing'an offered, paused for a few seconds in silence, and solemnly replied, "Qiongqi is not an unwanted child. He is a descendant of the Li family, my grandson, and the eldest son of the Li family. He has family." Li Nianhua's final words emphasized the term family with great weight, and his face radiated pride. Qiongqi is the pride of humanity and the pride of the Li family. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing'an felt reassured and nodded. "Elderly, I have found my answer." After watching Elder Li and his party leave, Wang Jing'an suddenly looked up at the sky and remarked, "In my duel with Qiongqi, I emerged victorious. Yet I feel no joy in my triumph." Standing still, Wang Jing'an was filled with emotions. He recalled his second ability. Had he unleashed it earlier, could he have saved Qiongqi? Qiongqi's demise stemmed from his unique talent, which had made him a tool for the elevation of the Tang Dao. He did not need others to save him. He desired to be remembered, to have his aspirations and final wishes carried forth into the future of humanity, to witness the splendor of a peaceful era. Wang Jing'an already had his answer. After a long while, he turned to the principal in the distance and said, "Godfather, why are you hiding?" Upon hearing the term Godfather, the principal's eyelids twitched and his heart raced wildly, inwardly exclaiming that this was not good. "What Godfather? I don't understand what you're saying." The principal resolutely denied it, while desperately signaling for silence. "Godfather, didn't you say my dad is your godson? Now you refuse to acknowledge this son?" Wang Jing'an approached the principal. As expected, upon hearing this title, Wang Dingtian's expression shifted, staring intently at the principal. "Godfather? Godson?" The principal wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Master, it's all a misunderstanding." The principal's mouth trembled as he struggled to explain. He suspected that Wang Jing'an was seeking revenge, as the boy clearly held a grudge for not acting sooner in slaying the demon. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to dwell on such trivial matters." Wang Dingtian slung the Tang Dao over his shoulder and said, "Jing'an, when you come to terms with everything, I will personally hand this sword to you." After speaking, Wang Dingtian turned to the distant leaders of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, summoning them over to inquire. Is the classification of the Southern Ming Li fire accurately determined? Chapter 47. The demon-slaying class. Upon witnessing the inquiry directed at the Sword Saint, the others were rendered speechless, their anxiety palpable. Ultimately, it was the leader among them who stepped forward, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully, saying, in response to the Sword Saint, "The classification has been established, ranking it as the foremost of 31 high-risk talents. This dossier has been classified at the highest level of secrecy, and the Sword Saint may peruse it at his leisure in the archives." This implied that the South Ming Li Huo was designated as number 1. Wang Dingtian recalled the prodigious talents of an old friend, finding it only reasonable that such extraordinary abilities would be catalogued as number 1. Yet, no matter how formidable, today it had been overshadowed by the South Ming Li Hua, which piqued Wang Dingtian's curiosity. The perceptive leader continued after a brief pause, "Sword Saint, I must report an exceedingly critical piece of information." Wang Dingtian nodded, prompting him to proceed. The leader elaborated, "The potential of South Ming Li Hua is terrifyingly vast. It far surpasses any SSS-grade talent we have encountered and exceeds the SSS testing standards. Perhaps our limited experience has led us to mistakenly perceive its potential as merely superior to other SSS grades. Wang Jing'an inquired, "Are you suggesting that?" The leader, namely Han Xing, raised his head and solemnly replied, "I suspect that South Mingli Hua has transcended the SSS level." Initially, Wang Jing'an was taken aback by this declaration. The highest classification of talent had always been SSS. There had never been any mention of surpassing this designation, nor had anyone ever uttered the phrase beyond SSS. Thus, upon hearing these words, Wang Jing'an's expression turned grave for the first time. The principal beside him was equally stunned, and the surrounding students and faculty cast curious glances, collectively astonished at the news that South Mingli Hua had transcended SSS grade talent. What level could that possibly signify? In the distance, Wang Jing'an seemed to have anticipated this eventuality as he listened to the staff's remarks. With the gradual revelation of South Mingli Hua's potential, it was not surprising that it was suspected to transcend SSS. The system had clearly stated that many divine abilities within the Shanhai Jing were above SSS. After a moment of silence, Wang Jing'an posed a question. "Are you implying that South Mingli Hua is significantly stronger than those 30 high-risk talents?" Li Hansheng shook his head, asserting, "It is not merely a slight enhancement, but a considerable one. Regarding this matter, I believe it is imperative for the sect master to personally intervene and redefine the talent classification of South Mingli Hua." For the first time, astonishment flickered across Wang Jing'an's face as he turned to his son, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, he nodded expressionlessly. "Let that old fellow from the Tianling pavilion handle it." After Wang Jing'an departed, Wang Jing'an did not exchange a single word with him. The father-son relationship, once amicable, had turned awkward on this day. Wang Jing'an was not angry with his father. He simply needed time to process the whirlwind of emotions within him. It was not until the incident involving the ghost-faced tiger's invasion of Zhulong and the assassination attempt on Wang Jing'an concluded that the principal of Zhulong organized a memorial service for the fallen students. Several students, though not from Zhulong, had perished in battle, and the principal took full responsibility for them. Additionally, he promised substantial compensation to their families and assured that if any of these families had children taking the college entrance examination in the future, regardless of talent, they would be granted direct admission to Zhulong. Even if they were to raise an idler, Zhulong would remain accountable. Days later, the mentors at Zhulong finally found some respite. The first order of business was to assign the freshman students to their respective classes. The most sought-after student was none other than Wang Jing'an. A classification match had unveiled the limits of his abilities, and just days prior, the aforementioned Li Hansheng had mentioned that South Mingli Hua was suspected of surpassing SSS. Soon, the sect master would personally reassess its rating. Teachers were always eager to retain promising students. Nevertheless, while Wang Jing'an was indeed a hot commodity, other students also displayed remarkable talents, such as Yang Zhen, who had awakened an S-class equal domain and had made significant contributions during the demon slaying. Students like Lin Jinfeng and Chen Yin were also desired by other teachers. But alas, they were not part of Zhulong Martial Academy. It was not until midday that Wang Jing'an was placed in a class by a homeroom teacher. Upon seeing the teacher, Wang Jing'an was taken aback. Who else could this bald man with a loudspeaker be? The classes at Zhulong differed from those at other schools. For instance, the class managed by this bald man was designated as the demon slaying class. Students admitted to this class would undergo a period of observation before embarking on their demon slaying training. As a result, other homeroom teachers did not vie for the more powerful students from this class. Besides the demon slaying class, there were logistics, reconnaissance, assault, and reserve classes. Given the diversity of talents, it was unreasonable to expect that all students' abilities would suit the front lines of demon slaying. For some talents, it was more advantageous to remain in logistics or reconnaissance, maximizing their strengths. Among Wang Jing'an's classmates were a few familiar faces, Yang Zhen and Chu Ziyao. Wang Jing'an was well acquainted with Yang Zhen. As for Chu Ziyao, he was somewhat familiar, having ranked fourth in the recent college entrance examination. As the bald man led the students to the classroom, he initiated a self-introduction. "I am Song Tianqi. My class is not as strict as others and does not require you to complete assignments daily. Come as you please, but This, but was imbued with significance. Wang Jing'an and the other students perked up, paying close attention. Song Tianqi continued, "Since our class is the demon-slaying class, you will inevitably encounter demonkind, and therefore, learning their language is an unavoidable part of your education." What? I enrolled in a martial school just to learn the languages of other races? Yang Zhen was the first to voice his discontent. Chu Ziyao chimed in, "Teacher, when we encounter demons, we just need to slay them. Why bother learning their language?" Song Tianqi replied, "Some matters cannot solely be resolved through brute force. Sometimes, words can yield crucial results. Consider the recent peace treaties signed between humanity and the demon race. If we do not understand their language, would such treaties even exist?" This example left the students speechless, unable to refute it. However, Yang Zhen interjected again, "But teacher, why not leave the study of demon languages to other classes, like logistics or reconnaissance?" Song Tianqi responded, "That is not permissible. This course is essential and cannot be diminished." Allow me to provide another example. Yang Zhen, during a demon-slaying operation. If you were captured by the demons, and you did not master their language, you would fail even at being held captive, and then, in their displeasure, they might just incinerate you. Chapter 48. Redefining and Surpassing SSS-level Talent. Yang Zhen fell silent upon hearing the teacher's example, wondering why he had to be the one referenced. Did he really appear to be someone who could easily be captured? Beside him, Wang Jing'an wore a contemplative expression, agreeing with the teacher's assertion that knowing a language of the supernatural could occasionally prove advantageous to oneself. Song Tianqi continued, "Let us now delve into the main topic. The demon-slaying class has no other courses aside from learning the language of the supernatural. The remaining focus will be on cultivation. You will undergo an observation period for 1 semester, and upon passing, you may venture out for practical demon-slaying experiences next semester." As he guided the students toward the classroom, Song Tianqi noticed the notice board not far away and elaborated, "By the way, I would like to share with you the unchanging tradition of our Zhulong Academy over the past century. Do you see that notice board ahead? That is the demon-slaying list of Zhulong Academy." When they reached the notice board, they were greeted by a myriad of densely packed names, arranged in an orderly fashion. Song Tianqi patiently explained, "The demon-slaying list records your achievements from the moment you enter the academy until your graduation." "Wow," Yang Zhen suddenly exclaimed, taken aback by the top ranking. "The top one slayed a demon king? What is going on?" Chu Ziao was equally astonished and quickly inquired, "Teacher, what level is a demon king?" Song Tianqi replied, 7th level. Chu Ziao was shocked. "Isn't the demon-slaying list supposed to record achievements from entry to graduation? This senior named Zhao Gang has been in school for 3 years and has slain a 7th-level demon king? Is that true? How terrifying." Song Tianqi nodded, affirming, "The rankings on the demon-slaying list remain intact even after graduation. Zhao Gang is considered my senior." Zhao Gang is the teacher's senior? This revelation left Wang Jing'an astonished. Song Tianqi continued, "Senior Zhao Gang is the foremost among the 10 saints of the human race. During his time at the academy, he possessed a quasi-8th grade spiritual weapon and, with a 5th-level cultivation, defeated the 7th-level demon king, inciting the wrath of the demon clan, which demanded the human race hand over Zhao Gang." Wang Jing'an, exhibiting remarkable insight, connected the dots. Since Zhao Gang is now the foremost among the 10 saints, it implies that the human race did not abandon him back then, which must have led to a great war. Indeed, Song Tianqi affirmed, "As a proud member of the human race, we could never forsake one of our own, which is why a war ensued. That battle also left the esteemed war emperor severely poisoned by the 9-poison emperor serpent." Song Tianqi reflected nostalgically. Thus, the demon-slaying list holds significant value. To displace any of the 100 names requires extraordinary achievements. Yang Zhen crossed his arms and remarked, "Why can't I find the names of Jing and S parents? They are the 4th among the 10 saints of the human race and should logically be on the list." Song Tianqi was at a loss for words. Those 2 sword saints are not from Zhulong Academy. How could they appear on the list? "Oh right, I forgot about that." Yang Zhen slapped his forehead. After a brief pause, he suddenly brightened. "By the way, since Jing'an is also SSS level, do you think he could break into the top 10 of the demon-slaying list during his 3 years at school?" Upon hearing this, all of Yang Zhan's classmates turned to look at him, with several female classmates' gazes lingering on Wang Jing'an. Song Tianqi patted Wang Jing'an's back and spoke reassuringly. Jing'an, do not place too much pressure on yourself. Being on the list is commendable, but if you don't make it, that is fine too. If possible, I hope you can spend these 3 years in peace, graduating safely. Being on the list means confronting many formidable demons, which significantly increases the risk of death. From the teacher's perspective, Song Tianqi sincerely wished for Jiang to focus on his cultivation and progress steadily during his time at school. The other students understood the weight of the teacher's words. The honors on the list were earned through untold sacrifices and bloodshed. After guiding his students around the campus, Song Tianqi returned to the classroom chapter 49, a completely new talent system. Upon hearing Li Hanqing's words, the master did not hastily jump to conclusions, instead responding. Let us first ascertain whether the South Ming Li fire indeed transcends the SSS level. As it stands, we have yet to see any evidence. After listening to the master, Li Hanqing found this reasoning sound and refrained from pursuing the topic further. Before long, they spotted a teacher escorting Wang Jing'an to the basketball court, accompanied by a throng of students. Among them were classmates as well as others who had heard about the event and hurriedly made their way to the court. The moment Li Hanqing laid eyes on Wang Jing'an, he felt a surge of adrenaline. Whether today would mark a historic moment hinged on what was to unfold next. Boss, try not to be so tense. Your expression appears to be transforming quite bizarrely, remarked several teammates, unsure whether to laugh or cry at Li Hanqing's demeanor. Greetings, master, began Song Tianqi as he entered the basketball court, bowing respectfully before the elderly figure. The master, clad in a simple, lightweight training garb, one commonly associated with martial arts, nodded gently and turned his gaze towards the child who bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in the records. Approaching with a smile, Jing'an, let your uncle take a good look. Uncle? Wang Jing'an was momentarily taken aback. He was justified in his confusion. After all, the original owner was merely a high school student, unacquainted with such elevated matters. It was only natural that his parents would wish to keep such secrets hidden. The master is also from the Qin Consortium. Just like your mother, Song Tianqi whispered. These 5 major consortiums appear as commercial enterprises, yet behind the scenes, they serve as numbered squads of the Demon Slayer Pavilion. The numbered squads of the Demon Slayer Pavilion? At this revelation, not only Wang Jing'an, but even Chu Xiao and Yang Zhan were taken aback. However, 3 classmates seemed to have been privy to this information from the start. Before Song Tianqi could elaborate further, the master smiled at Wang Jing'an and remarked, what this teacher has said is accurate. All 5 major consortiums have established teams within the Demon Slayer Pavilion. Our Qin Consortium is designated as Team 3, named Nightfall, while Team 2 comprises the 10 Saints of Humanity. Wang Jing'an understood now that all teams employed a numbering system for efficient assembly. Isn't the 10 Saints of Humanity the pinnacle of combat prowess? How can their team be numbered 2? Which team holds the number 1 position? Are these numbers not ranked by overall strength? Yang Zhan inquired. The team numbered 1 is classified, and thus its details cannot be disclosed, the master replied with a faint smile. Now, Jing'an, allow your uncle to analyze your South Ming Li fire. The master wasted no time on superfluous words and promptly delved into the matter. Meanwhile, the students around them were filled with anticipation, mixed with astonishment. Having parents who were 10 Saints of Humanity was one thing, but even his uncle was the master of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion. In terms of status and background, who could possibly rival Wang Jing'an within the entire martial arts academy? Wang Jing'an wasted no words and directly manifested the South Ming Li fire. There is no need to unleash its full potential, is there? He noted that the officials standing behind the master did not bring any of the so-called instruments, speculating that the master's talent might be related to this aspect. The master shook his head. No need. My unique ability can analyze it directly. Upon finishing his statement, the master's aura expanded, and the flames burning around Wang Jing'an were suddenly drawn towards him, forming a circular ring that danced around the master's energy. The reason the instruments could not determine standards beyond SSS was due to their limitations. The indicators they operated on had upper limits. The SSS talent index ranged between 90 and 100, akin to boiling water which cannot exceed 100 degrees. If a talent surpassed this threshold, the instruments would merely indicate that it was beyond the limit, without specifying the extent of the excess. However, the master's ability did not adhere to such constraints. If the index exceeded 100, reaching 110, it could still be analyzed. Master, what is your talent that allows you to analyze the South Mingli fire? Yongzhen inquired. Looking utterly bewildered, the S-level eye of analysis can decipher any entity in existence, including the anatomical structure and characteristics of the demon race, Song Tianqi explained. Naturally, this extends to talents as well. As if validating Song Tianqi's words, an eye suddenly opened on the Master's forehead as the flames of the South Mingli fire swirled around him. The moment it opened, the analysis commenced. After a few seconds, the Master's eyes widened in astonishment. His reaction seemed to suggest disbelief in the results, prompting a second analysis. When the eye of analysis opened again, it began a comprehensive examination of the South Mingli fire. However, this time, the Master's astonishment grew even more pronounced. How can this be? The principal inquired, Old Shin, what is the matter? Is the South Mingli fire's index around 101 or 110? The master did not respond, initiating a third analysis instead. This repetitive scrutiny left bystanders in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Even the principal appeared anxious. Could it be that the index exceeds 110? After completing the fifth analysis, the master finally seemed inclined to pause, speaking with a tone laden with astonishment. Let us commence the establishment of a new talent record. Master, what is the result for the South Mingli fire? Li Hanxing asked. The index has reached 750. The master gazed at Wang Jing'an, as if he were a marvel. This was far beyond mere SSS level. It surpassed the strongest index by tenfold. Could such a talent truly be awakened by a human? It utterly shattered the master's comprehension. Moreover, after 5 rounds of analysis, the eye of analysis had consumed a considerable portion of his energy. How much? Li Hanxing's expression was one of disbelief, fearing he had misheard. 750. The master confirmed, his shock giving way to exhilaration. This meant that once Wang Jing'an matured, he would surpass the 30 peak combatants of humanity by a considerable margin. An unquenchable flame. The master began to formulate a hypothesis in his mind. If Wang Jing'an were to reach the level of a demigod and unleash the South Mingli fire, could he not incinerate a demon god of the same tier? After all, the index of the South Mingli fire had reached an astonishing 750. Having confirmed it repeatedly, the results were indisputable. Master, Li Hanxing stuttered, 750. Not only Li Hanxing, but even the principal nearly faltered. An index of 750. How can this be the outcome? Are you suggesting that humanity has finally birthed an unparalleled prodigy? Chu Ziao and Yongzhen shared expressions of disbelief, their gazes fixed on Wang Jing'an in sheer astonishment. The master nodded. Let us begin the record-keeping process and establish a new talent tier above SSS, with this tier's index ranging from 100 to 750. Chapter 50, Above SSS Level. SSR, the master of the hall, yearned to establish a new ranking system between 100 and 110, a range not too vast. However, with the South Mingli directly at 750, how could one possibly set up an entirely new talent system? Thus, the only option was to ascend from the foundation of 100 to the heights of the South Mingli index. It was unprecedented territory for the master, who pondered the implications. Isn't the range a bit too vast? Li Hanxing inquired, his earlier excitement replaced by a sheen of cold sweat on his brow. If the range is insufficient, how do you propose we proceed? The master replied, since Wang Jing'an has pioneered an unprecedented path, it is likely that in the coming decades, or even centuries, another talent surpassing the 100 index will emerge, leaving the next generation of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion to grapple with it. Wang Jing'an, overhearing this, mused that he need not wait for decades or centuries. At the right moment, a second talent surpassing SSS level would surely come to light. Currently, aside from the South Mingli Hua, he possessed a talent for mockery, which served as one of his trump cards. However, Wang Jing'an understood that his compatibility with the South Mingli Hua stood at 75. while the master's analysis revealed an astonishing index of 750. This implied that when compatibility reached 100, the terrifying index of the South Ming Lihua would soar to 1,000. I see. Li Hansheng, upon hearing the master's words, felt a surge of excitement for a fleeting moment before he began compiling the records. He curiously asked, Master, what level defines the talent system above SSS? The master contemplated for a brief moment and responded, SSR. With that, Li Hansheng commenced the establishment of records on a secured website via his mobile device. Upon completion, he added a signature at the end. The record's creator, Master Xingtian. With responsible parties Li Hansheng, Qiwen, Zhang Guang, Qin Xiao, and Xiao Shuang. To leave a mark in the SSR talent system records was an immense honor. The 5 responsible individuals felt a thrill surpassing that of a salary increase. Around them, students buzzed with conversation. An index of 750? Did I hear that correctly? The records have been established, and you still question if you heard wrong? Wait, the records are established? I was stunned for a moment. Can someone explain what just happened? Let me clarify. The index level of South Ming Lihua exceeds SSS by more than 7-fold. I just want to know, what comes after SSS? Is it SSR? If only I were a woman, how wonderful it would be to marry him. I wouldn't want to strive anymore. Broaden your perspective. A man could also marry him. The most exhilarated among them was Song Tianqi. My ancestors have blessed me. Now, many students no longer envied Wang Jing'an. The freshman, having recently faced the demon tiger, felt increasingly fortunate as Wang Jing'an's talent grew more formidable, nurturing. They looked forward to the day he would take the battlefield, believing that with such a terrifying talent, he could lead the great Xia, and indeed all of humanity, toward a brighter future. The prerequisite, however, was that he must grow. It was only after the master and the responsible parties departed from the Zhulong martial school that news of the SSR level began to circulate. Some students speculated on why this was not kept secret. If the demon race learned of a human possessing SSR talent, their attempts on Wang Jing'an's life could become even more frenzied. At that point, they might not be facing mere purple-faced demon tigers, but possibly the demon emperor himself. In a large campus forum, such discussions arose. The demon emperor's arrival. Do you think the truce agreement is mere scrap paper? Let me elucidate what the standards of the truce agreement entail. Its purpose is to limit the peak combat strength of both sides, prohibiting 8th and 9th realm warriors from acting freely. The demon emperor is an 8th realm being, and the demon god is 9th realm. Hence, such an occurrence is improbable unless the demon race wishes to tear up the truce and engage in open warfare with humanity. Thanks to the senior above for the clarification. Otherwise, I'd still be puzzled about why the ghost-faced tiger appeared in Fengjing City recently. Wait, if both sides are restricted in peak combat power, then didn't the Sword Saint act previously? Are you foolish? So we can't act on our own territory? If the demon race comes across our weapons, do we just refrain from shooting? In essence, the truce agreement restricts high-level warriors. For those below the 8th realm, there are no substantial limitations. Should they dare to invade human territory, the apex combat strength of humanity could respond without breaching the agreement. The reverse applies as well. Just as martial schools train students, they allow them to venture out for demon-slaying exercises when certain comprehensive conditions are met. Such excursions usually occur at the edges of the demon domain. If, at that moment, a demon emperor or even a demon god were to strike and kill, it would not be considered a breach of the agreement, as they would be acting on their own territory. This represents one of the unspoken rules of the truce agreement. When Wang Jing'an and his demon-slaying class officially commenced lessons, Song Tianqi equipped each student with a device resembling a watch. Song Tianqi explained, "This is the credit watch provided by the school for every student, with an initial credit of 10 points. You may regard credits as a form of currency within the campus. Their purchasing power at Zhulong Martial School is substantial. 1 credit equates to 10,000 outside. For credits can procure a first-grade elixir, or you may spend 5 credits to acquire a first-grade spiritual weapon, or 10 credits to customize a suitable spiritual weapon in the blacksmith district." Upon hearing that 1 credit equates to 10,000, some students began to exhibit excitement. However, most remained relatively composed. For those who could join Zhulong and the demon-slaying class typically possessed respectable backgrounds. Subsequently, Yang Jun raised his hand to inquire, "Teacher, what if we run out of credits?" Song Tianqi replied, "Every week, the school will grant you an additional 5 credits. Students who ascend the demon-slaying leaderboard will receive 30 credits weekly, and those in the top 10 will earn 100 credits per week. If you lack the strength to make the leaderboard and desire more credits, you will need to complete tasks or engage in battles in the school's arena to win credits from others. Of course, if you have the funds, you may also exchange 20,000 for 1 credit at the finance department." As soon as Song Tianqi concluded his statement, all students were taken aback. 1 credit has the purchasing power of 10,000, yet it costs 20,000 to exchange for just 1 credit. How unscrupulous. After a moment, Yang Jun continued to ask, "Teacher, what kinds of tasks can we undertake at our current stage?" Chapter 51. The Expedition to Slay Demons and the Invitation to Join Wang Jing'an's team. Song Tianqi paused momentarily and stated, "Upon completion of the mandatory courses assigned by our instructor, or if the senior students form teams for external training, they may require talents like yours. You can join their ranks and assist them in their endeavors, with credits allocated according to the difficulty level, typically starting at 20 credits. Isn't external training restricted to those who have passed the evaluation period?" Wang Jing'an inquired, his curiosity piqued. In truth, he yearned for the opportunity to venture forth and slay demons. Just a few days prior, he had vanquished over a dozen demon tigers, including one of the 4th realm, significantly boosting his reputation to over 500,000. Song Tianqi explained, "Once you meet the standards of the evaluation period, you may form your own teams for external training. However, joining a senior's team is a different matter. As long as your talent aligns and the homeroom teacher grants permission, you can participate." The students appeared to grasp the situation. Essentially, it involved various forms of training and completing mandatory courses, supplemented by weekly credits distributed by the school. Once this course concluded, Wang Jing'an recalled the 2 second-tier elixirs he had acquired. Consuming them himself seemed wasteful, especially since his strength had already reached 510. Perhaps he could sell them for credits and then use those credits to purchase a spirit tool, which might convert into reputation. Uncertain yet intrigued, he asked, "Yang Jun, do you want the elixirs? If so, I can sell you 2. Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback by Wang Jing'an's proposition, and after a few seconds, he responded, "You have them?" Wang Jing'an nodded. "I possess 2 second-tier elixirs." Yang Jun gasped, 2 second-tier elixirs? They are worth around 7 to 800,000. Even within the school, they would equate to 70 to 80 credits. If you sell them for credits, I cannot afford them, but if it's a monetary transaction, I could spend $1 million to acquire them. Before Wang Jing'an could respond, a female classmate seated in the front row, having overheard their conversation, stood and approached, saying, "I offer 65 credits for your 2 second-tier elixirs." This student was Yu Qingwan, affiliated with the Yu family conglomerate. Yang Jun immediately protested, "Hey, that's not fair. Jing'an is selling them to me." Yu Qingwan replied, "Do you have enough credits? If you do, I won't compete with you." I believe Wang Jing'an understands that credits are far more valuable than money within the school. Despite the purchasing power of 65 credits being equivalent to 650,000 outside, it was evident that credits often held greater value. Given that we are all freshmen, where would you acquire such credits? Yang Jun frowned. Beside him, Chu Xiao chuckled. "Yang Jun, don't contend with her. She belongs to the Yu family. If I'm not mistaken, her grandmother is one of the 10 saints of the human race. The Yu family is one of the 5 major conglomerates and has a team in the Demon Slayer Pavilion, designated as Team 6, named Hua Dao." Upon hearing the mention of the 10 saints, Yang Jun shrank back, exclaiming, "Wow, it seems everyone has connections to the 10 saints. It appears the only 2 with the weakest backgrounds in our class are that brother and sister pair." He gestured toward a pair seated at the back, who appeared aloof and spoke little, yet Wang Jing'an noticed they exhibited some degree of respect upon seeing him. Chu Ziyu laughed. "The weakest backgrounds? That brother and sister are from the Lin family. The Lin family's team number in the Demon Slayer Pavilion is 5, named Fan Chun. The brother is named Lin Jiaoyang, and the sister is Lin Jiangxue." Yang Jin deflated. So, I'm the clown in this class? Suddenly feeling unworthy to be among such esteemed peers. He questioned his own merit to share the same class. Chu Xiao patted his shoulder and chuckled. I recall you have a younger sister. Perhaps you could have her pursue Jing'an, and once you become in-laws, the two sword saints could serve as your backing. Yang Zhen's eyes brightened at the suggestion. That's a splendid idea. However, my sister is only 13. I suppose I must wait a few more years. Ultimately, Wang Jing'an sold the elixirs to Yu Qingwan for 65 credits, marveling at the wealth of the conglomerate's science. The semester had just begun, and everyone started with only 10 credits, yet Yu Qingwan produced 65 credits without hesitation. Immediately upon receiving the credits, Wang Jing'an resolved to visit the blacksmith district to forge a spirit tool of his own. That very afternoon, his homeroom teacher, Song Tianqi, approached him, stating that a group of seniors wished to invite him to join their team for external training. Among them was Han Xiaoyan, along with other senior students, primarily from the third year, all at the third realm of cultivation. Jing'an, what is your decision? Song Tianqi refrained from swaying his choice. Where will we be training? Wang Jing'an inquired. The intel suggests a small border town in the north, where several third-realm demon beasts are reported to roam, Song Tianqi elaborated. As you are aware, we train warriors by sending them to the outskirts of the demon realm. However, the demon race also utilizes our territory as a training ground. I received word that the primary participant from their side is a demon prince, though I cannot identify which one. A demon prince? Aren't they afraid of being assassinated by our kind? Wang Jing'an was astonished. It was his first realization that the training ground lay within the demon's domain. Conversely, the demons, too, would need to send their powerful beasts into human territory for training. I understand your surprise, but in this war, we require warriors who are unafraid of peril. Not mere sheltered flowers. Song Tianqi respected his student's decision. If you wish to decline, I shall inform them. Considering you have only just joined Songlong and need time to adapt, Wang Jing'an quickly waved his hand. No, teacher, you misunderstand. I'm merely astonished. I never said I wouldn't go. However, before I depart, I wish to acquire a suitable weapon. Song Tianqi nodded. Lin Wanqing informed me that for any spirit tools of third tier or below, the team will cover half the cost. Half? Shouldn't they cover the entire expense? Nevertheless, Wang Jing'an recognized the significance of credits. Utilizing half to acquire a third-tier spirit tool seemed quite favorable. Very well, when shall we depart? The sooner, the better. You should head to the blacksmith district directly. I will contact them shortly, and we can set off tonight, Song Tianqi replied. Wang Jing'an nodded and walked towards the blacksmith district. He had anticipated spending the entire semester at school. Yet he was pleasantly surprised at the prospect of embarking on an external training expedition so soon. After all, with his cultivation level, it was only natural that the seniors would think of him first when forming teams to slay demons, especially given the rumors surrounding his SSR-level talent. Additionally, as he had reached the third realm, he was now comparable to the seniors in the third year. Chapter 52. How did you know I purchased a Tier 3 spirit weapon? The blacksmith district is located at the easternmost edge of the Songlong region. As Wang Jing'an entered the periphery of the blacksmith district, the sounds of forging filled the air. He ventured directly into the central area and approached a reception desk, where he promptly expressed his desire to purchase a Tier 3 spirit weapon. Seated at the desk was a young woman in her 20s who smiled and said, "Dear student, a Tier 3 spirit weapon costs 200 academic credits. Which type of spirit weapon are you interested in?" 200 credits. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. Even with the assistance of the senior sister's team covering half the expense, it still fell short. He had an initial 10 credits, plus the 65 credits earned from selling 2 Tier 2 elixirs to Yu Qingwan, totaling only 75 credits. However, he then noticed the receptionist's face light up with excitement. "Jing'an, all weapons purchased from the blacksmith district are subject to a 30% discount, as mandated by the principal. You know me?" Wang Jing'an was astonished. "You are quite the sensation at school now. Our colleagues in the blacksmith district often gather to discuss you." The receptionist gushed, transforming into an enthusiastic admirer. "We even speculate on how long it will take for you to break into the top 100 of the Demon Slayer rankings." Wang Jing'an felt overwhelmed by the receptionist's fervor. "By the way, what type of spirit weapon do you wish to purchase?" she exclaimed, almost forgetting the purpose of his visit. "I would like to buy a Tier 3 longsword, if available. As for any special abilities, I am indifferent. As long as it's a sword, that suffices." For some reason, Wang Jing'an had developed a fascination with blades, particularly the tank sword. Perhaps it was due to the profound impact of the battle with Senior Qiongqi. The sight of that cloaked figure wielding a tang sword, battling foes in the rain, was incredibly striking, albeit somewhat tragic. "There is one available," the receptionist said, leading Wang Jing'an to a nearby wooden rack displaying spirit weapons. On the third tier of the rack lay a nearly 2-meter-long black blade. "Is it really that long?" Wang Jing'an frowned. Though it was a long sword, its length was quite excessive. One could even argue it resembled a spear. The hilt could be detached and used as an iron rod, the receptionist explained. "This sword has a unique effect. Every time it strikes an enemy, there is a 1 chance to induce a state of energy depletion in the target, which can last for several dozen seconds. The extent of energy loss is related to the user's cultivation level." It sounded promising, albeit a bit pricey. Wang Jing'an calculated that with the 30 discount, it would cost 140 credits. Even with the senior sister S team covering half, he would still be left with only 5 credits after the purchase. Considering his upcoming expedition, he felt confident he could earn a substantial amount of system prestige, so he decided to buy it without hesitation. After completing the transaction, his credit balance displayed 5 suddenly. He felt impoverished. Just then, a sound echoed in his mind from the system. Detected a change in the host's wealth value, gaining 1.85 million prestige. Wang Jing'an frowned, thinking it should have been 2 million prestige. After some contemplation, he concluded that the market price for a Tier 3 spirit weapon was around 2 million, and this amount might represent an inflated price. It seemed the system calculated based on standard pricing. Once the transaction was finalized, Wang Jing'an exited the blacksmith district, swinging the black long sword casually outside. The more he wielded it, the more comfortable it felt. He intended to set off tonight and hoped to draw a Tier 3 elevation pearl in the lottery. As he prepared to head back to the dormitory with the black long sword, he took a moment to stroll around campus, eager to flaunt his new acquisition. After wandering for a few minutes, he spotted Yangzhen, who seemed to be enjoying an ice cream while on a phone call. Upon seeing Wang Jing'an approach with the long sword, Yangzhen hastily ended his call. "Hey, Jinfeng, I'll hang up for now. Remember to call me when the challenge match starts." After hanging up, Yangzhen greeted him, still savoring his ice cream. "Jing'an, by the way, why did the homeroom teacher call for you? I haven't seen you in 2 classes." Wang Jing'an feigned surprise and asked, "How did you know I bought a Tier 3 spirit weapon?" Yangzhen, taken aback, hesitated for a moment before responding. "Did I just ask what tier of spirit weapon this is?" He hadn't even realized he'd just come over to say hello and had only noticed Wang Jing'an with the black long sword. Wang Jing'an continued, "How did you know I spent 200 credits? Yangzhen was astonished. "Wait, you spent 200 credits on this Tier 3 spirit weapon? Where did you get that many credits? Even with you Qingwan's 65 credits, that's still not enough." Wang Jing'an grinned, reveling in his triumph. "Isn't the principal my godfather? He granted me 200 credits." Yangzhen's expression fell, and after a long silence, he sighed. "Having connections is certainly advantageous. I thought our Yang family was somewhat prominent in Beijing with our modest business, but now it seems, reflecting on it, our background is the weakest in the entire Demon Slayer class. The Yang family was, after all, one of the notable wealthy families in Beijing. Yet upon entering the martial academy, they seemed to lack significant standing. By the way, Jing'an, Jinfeng's group is looking to form a team for a challenge match next month. Are you planning to join?" Yangzhen inquired. "Unsure," Wang Jing'an replied. "I'm heading out for an expedition tonight." He recounted the details of the homeroom teacher's request to Yangzhen. Yangzhen felt a surge of envy. "We have to wait until the assessment period ends before we can go on expeditions. Meanwhile, you get to team up with seniors right away." Wang Jing'an casually asked, "By the way, I haven't heard about any challenge matches lately. Aren't the national competitions held during the new year?" Yangzhen shook his head. "I'm not sure. Jinfeng only mentioned that a single challenge match could yield at least 10 million. and the venue is in the chaotic demon city at the border between the human and demon realms. The chaotic demon city at the border? Wang Jing'an had heard of this place. It was not affiliated with any nation and served as a melting pot for various factions. It was rumored that complex local powers resided there, including the fake god cult that he had encountered previously. Quickly, Wang Jing'an realized that earning over 10 million from a single challenge match piqued his interest. Are you short on participants? Let Jean Feng know. If you need someone. I'd like to join. Sure, if you need someone, I'll let you know. Chapter 53. A significant enhancement of vitality after engaging in casual conversation with Yang Zhan. Wang Jing'an's desire for admiration was greatly fulfilled, prompting him to return to his dormitory. The system interface subsequently activated. Name: Wang Jing'an. Age: 18. Gender: undisclosed. Rank: Silver Eye. Vitality: 510. Cultivation: Third Realm. Breakthrough to Fourth Realm requires vitality of 1200. Talent: SSS-level Nanjing Fire, 75. Compatibility: SSS-level Trickery, 16. Compatibility: Reputation: 11, 164, 700 items. None. Just a bit more, and he would ascend to the golden rank. Wang Jing'an eagerly anticipated the rewards associated with the golden rank. Since reaching the third realm, the efficacy of the second-tier enhancement beads had diminished significantly. He decided to commence with 100 consecutive draws. As Wang Jing'an focused his thoughts, the ancient tome of the Shanhaijing began to flip its pages in his mind. He observed the compatibility levels of Nanjing Fire and Trickery gradually increasing. Finally, upon drawing the second-tier enhancement bead, his Silver Eye rank was elevated to Golden 4. Note: upon reaching the Golden rank, the minimum reward is upgraded to a third-tier enhancement bead. Note: the probability of drawing divine abilities has been further increased. Now at the Golden rank, Wang Jing'an consumed the second-tier enhancement bead and continued his draw. This time, the enhancement was minimal. His vitality increased from 510 to merely 518. Had he still been at the second realm, the improvement would have been substantial. As the pages of the Shanhaijing continued to turn, he maintained a steady pace of drawing. Failed draw. Compatibility of Nanjing Fire increased by 0.01. Failed draw. Compatibility of Trickery increased by 0.01. The host successfully drew a guaranteed rare item, third-tier enhancement bead. Upon consumption, Wang Jing'an grew increasingly fond of this lottery system, while others diligently cultivated, perhaps increasing their vitality by 5 to 8 points over a week. He theorized that with sufficient reputation, he could elevate a rank in a single day. After consuming the third-tier enhancement bead, his vitality surged from 518 to 537. At that moment, Wang Jing'an discerned a pattern. While at the second realm, the effect of the second-tier enhancement bead led to an increase of around 20 points. However, upon reaching the third realm, its efficacy was halved. If he were to consume a fourth-tier enhancement bead at the third realm, would the effect not be doubled? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. The primary challenge lay in the elevation of ranks, which was considerably arduous, compounded by smaller subranks. Wang Jing'an continued to draw fervently, halting only when his reputation dwindled to a mere 200 million. Glancing at his inventory, he noted he had accumulated 6 third-tier enhancement beads. He consumed them in one go. 537 vitality, 553 vitality, 553 vitality, 573 vitality, 573 vitality, 591 vitality, 591 vitality, 609 vitality, 609 vitality, 631 vitality, 631 vitality, 653 vitality. Experiencing a rapid ascent in his vitality, he realized that with ample reputation, he could potentially reach the fourth realm by day's end. Retaining over 200 million reputation for unforeseen needs, he completed his tasks and checked the time, preparing to visit the dining hall for a meal before seeking out senior students. Upon exiting the dormitory area, he encountered a group approaching him. At the forefront was a striking young woman clad in a pink-skirted battle robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. She was Lin Wanqing, the leader of the group and a junior student. Jing'an, right? Lin Wanqing stated directly. Your homeroom teacher should have briefed you on the situation. We need to depart now for Qingyang town, over 700 kilometers from Fengjing City. Is it that urgent? I haven't had dinner yet, Wang Jing'an replied. Surprised to also spot Senior Han Shaoan and Senior Qingtian amidst the crowd, his cousin. Cousin, I have some compressed biscuits, Qingtian said. Her mood noticeably lifted since learning of Wang Jing'an's identity. After her disappointment in the ranking competition, she had been rather glum. Come on. Don't be shy with your cousin. She smiled charmingly, offering him 2 packets of biscuits. Cousin, please don't smile at me like that. If my mother finds out, I'll be in trouble, Wang Jing'an retorted, instinctively recoiling as goosebumps prickled his skin. Oh, so our prodigy who has pioneered a new talent system is afraid of his mother? Qingtian teased, relishing the chance to provoke him. Though she could not match his prowess, in terms of status, Wang Jing'an had to concede. Enough of the banter. We must set off immediately, Lin Wanqing interjected, sheathing a dagger back into her black leather bag. The sight of her pink attire juxtaposed with the weapon was somewhat jarring. Once the group boarded a mid-sized pickup truck, Lin Wanqing began introducing Wang Jing'an to the others. You already know your cousin, so let me introduce the rest of the seniors. This is Han Shaoyan, proficient with a staff. The one with blue hair is Lin Guangming, an auxiliary-type talent. Including Wang Jing'an, there were 6 individuals in the group, with his cousin Qingtian being the weakest. On the way, Lin Wanqing explained, this mission is assigned by the school, worth a total of 300 academic credits, to be divided upon completion. However, I must caution you, this external task may be perilous, as we have received intelligence regarding a suspected scion of the 10 Fiends. Wang Jing'an had familiarized himself with some basics prior to this. Martial artists from the human realm occasionally ventured to the outskirts of the demon domain for training. But the same could be said for the demon race. There were also those audacious enough to brave the chaos of the demon city for their trials. Martial artists emerging from the demon city had been vetted by formidable warriors and were undoubtedly skilled enough to join the Slayers Guild. Are the 10 Fiend Scions formidable? Wang Jing'an inquired. They are indeed formidable. The scions of the 10 Fiends are akin to our human 10 Saints descendants, much like you, Jing'an, Lin Wanqing affirmed. By the way, as you are new to the school, you likely haven't had the chance to study the compulsory courses on the demon race as physique, have you? Let me help you review. With that, Lin Wanqing proceeded to impart a wealth of knowledge, particularly enlightening Wang Jing'an on a crucial point. The awakening of the demon race was not a matter of talent, but rather a manifestation of their bloodline. The S-rank bloodlines of the demon race, when compared to the S-rank talents of humans, would overwhelmingly dominate unless the human talent was of a strong offensive nature, especially in equal realms, due to the inherent physical prowess granted by their bloodlines. Chapter 54. What is SSR-level? With a snap of the fingers to annihilate, Wang Jing'an comprehended the situation. If someone like Yang Zhan, endowed with S-class equal domain talent, were to engage in combat with a demon of S-class bloodline, it would likely be Yang Zhan who suffers the consequences. After all, the equal domain leans towards auxiliary types. However, Junior Jing'an, you need not worry. Despite the perilous nature of this mission, your talent has been personally validated by the master of Tianling Pavilion, achieving the SSR level. In your realm, you are undoubtedly invincible. Even when crossing realms, you can hold your own against the demon clan. Han Shaoyan firmly believed that Wang Jing'an possessed the capability to challenge across realms. Furthermore, the South Mingli Fire is not merely SSS level. It has established the pioneering SSR level talent system. Currently, there exists only one SSR level, the South Mingli Fire. What, then, is the ultimate objective of this mission? Wang Jing'an pondered whether it involved the assassination of a demon offspring. If so, would the demon clan breach their covenant? Lin Wanqing replied. Given that the opponent is one of the 10 Fiends' progeny, they undoubtedly possess numerous life-saving trump cards. Therefore, our task from the school is to expel them from the Great Xia domain. If possible, inflicting severe damage would earn an additional 100 credits. What if we kill them? Wang Jing'an casually posed a question that left the others astonished. Cousin, do you truly wish to slay that 10 Fiends' offspring? Qingtian appreciated Jing'an's bold demeanor. I was merely inquiring, Wang Jing'an shrugged. If we were to kill them, the credits would likely be doubled. Lin Wanqing seemed unsure. Perhaps the school did not anticipate that they would be able to slay the opponent. As long as they can expel them, that suffices. Upon hearing the word doubled, Wang Jing'an's eyes lit up. 300 credits doubled would amount to 600. With a team of 6, that would yield 100 credits per person. A single mission would allow them to earn 100 credits. The reward was exceedingly enticing. Observing Wang Jing'an's excitement, Lin Wanqing surmised, Junior Jing'an. It is highly probable that the opponent's bloodline is SSS-level. Wang Jing'an furrowed his brow. Can the SSS-level bloodline truly be replicated? If SSS-level bloodlines could be duplicated, humanity would likely have perished in this conflict long ago. Lin Wanqing shook her head. Decades ago, a cataclysmic battle erupted between humanity and the demon clan, resulting in the fall of a demon deity with an SSS-level bloodline. In the subsequent 7th year, it was rumored that a 10 fiends offspring awakened with an SSS-level bloodline, prompting widespread celebration among the demon clan. Thus, we suspect that the individual traversing into the Great Xia territory for training is likely that SSS-level bloodline bearer. So that is the case. Wang Jing'an realized that even bloodlines could not manifest duplicates. If SSS-level bloodlines could indeed be replicated, the demon clan would have long since dominated this world. In Xingyang town, at the rear mountain, a humanoid demon with enormous black wings dozed atop a great tree. A single horn sprouted from its forehead. Before long, a lion-like humanoid demon approached the base of the tree, kneeling on one knee in reverence. 7th Prince, as per your command. The Guardians have already instigated several disturbances in Xingyang town. It won't be long before human martial artists from the schools arrive to hunt us down. This lion-like demon spoke in a peculiar tongue, its pronunciation oddly archaic. The black-winged 7th Prince opened his dark eyes and grinned. Well done. Next, we shall prepare for the hunt. We will present the head of that SSS-level genius as a birthday gift to Father. He will surely be delighted. The lion-like demon, displaying an array of expressions, questioned, 7th Prince, how can you be certain that the newly awakened SSS-level human genius will appear here? This lion demon seemed unable to control its facial expressions as freely as a human. Though its expressions were diverse, they appeared somewhat rigid, indicative of a newly transformed demon beast. The 7th Prince pondered deeply before responding. The information from the Church of Destiny has been relayed to me. The so-called human prodigy studies at a martial school in the capital of Great Xia, and this location is the closest to that city. If humanity intends to nurture this so-called prodigy, it is highly probable that he will be among the squad dispatched to hunt us down. The lion demon praised him, but soon furrowed its brow. However, 7th Prince, I have heard a rumor that humanity's talent system has surpassed SSS level, allegedly reaching SSR level. If that human prodigy is indeed SSR level, humanity will undoubtedly place significant importance on him, making it challenging for us to capture him. A mere trickery of ants. The 7th Prince scoffed. Should a talent surpassing SSS level truly emerge, the higher-ups of humanity would undoubtedly wish to conceal it, even classifying the records as top secret. When a race produces an unparalleled prodigy, the greatest fear is that they will be assassinated before they can fully mature. If even you are aware of this so-called SSR level, it merely indicates that it is a FAAD. My SSS level bloodline can suppress all human talents. Once I procure the head of this prodigy as a gift for Father, the new talent humanity has fostered will undoubtedly become a laughingstock. The 7th Prince dismissed the notion of SSR level, refusing to acknowledge its existence. The so-called SSR level, at best, could only be considered a trivial ruse conjured by humanity. A mere show of bravado. On a pickup truck en route to Xingyang town, Wang Jing'an munched on compressed biscuits while watching the scenery whiz by. Senior sister, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Lin Wanqing turned her head. Curious, what seems off? Wang Jing'an analyzed. If a 10 fiend's offspring is indeed here for training, it would surely be accompanied by several high-ranking bodyguards. Otherwise, if our side's 10 saints or warriors of 8th realm were to slay them, the demon clan would have nowhere to lament their losses. Lin Wanqing's gaze reflected admiration. Your analysis is quite astute. We discussed this situation earlier in the afternoon. Firstly, the truce covenant is in place, restricting any practitioners above 8th realm from participating. Therefore, the demon clan would not dispatch a bodyguard above the 8th realm, as long as they remain below that threshold. We should be fine. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing produced a jade token. This is a teleportation token, a 7th grade spirit artifact. A one-time consumable that can teleport 10 individuals to a designated location 100 kilometers away. 7th grade, Wang Jing'an's eyes widened, having previously purchased 3rd grade spirit artifacts. He was well aware of the value of higher-tiered artifacts. A 7th grade artifact must be worth hundreds of millions, if not at least 50 or 60 million at a minimum. Cousin, no need to be astonished. Senior sister Wanqing is affiliated with the Lin Consortium. Qingtian interjected. Another consortium. Wang Jing'an mumbled. It seems the 5 major consortia are Li, Qin, Yu, and Lin. What is the surname of the 5th consortium? Moreover, the Lin family is designated as number 5 in the demon-slaying division, known as Team Mortals. Qingtian explained. The Lin family was among the earliest to engage in commerce, but joined the demon-slaying division last. The grandfather of the Lin family once hunted a peak 8th realm demon emperor in earlier times, using it as a token of allegiance. Subsequently ranking among the 7 teams of the demon-slaying division, also becoming one of humanity's 20 elite teams. Chapter 55, SS Class 3rd Perspective. The human race boasts 20 elite teams, encompassing all nations. However, none rival the grandeur of the Great Xia. Among these 20 elite teams, the demon-slaying pavilion of the Great Xia commands a remarkable 7. Furthermore, the squad-numbered one has remained shrouded in secrecy, unknown to the world until now. It is said that the activation of Team 1 signifies a pivotal moment for humanity, where survival hangs in the balance. Thus, Team 1 seldom intervenes during ordinary times. Its members blend into society, engaging in various professions. They could be street cleaners, monks sweeping temple grounds, doctors, or educators. After hearing his cousin's account, Wang Jing'an gained a deeper understanding of these 5 major conglomerates. He was astonished to discover that beneath their commercial facades, they secretly contributed to the nation as demon-slaying teams. It appears that Senior Lin Wanqing is indeed the cousin of his classmates, Lin Jiaoyang and Lin Jiangxue, and perhaps even a sister. It was only around 1 or 2 in the morning when the pickup truck finally arrived at the outskirts of Qingyang town. By the way, Senior Wanqing, how do the demon clans practice here? Wang Jing'an pondered this conundrum. Typically, those seeking to hone their battlefield experience would wreak havoc on local warriors, drawing the demon-slaying pavilion's ire or attracting elite martial academies to hunt them down. Lin Wanqing explained, it's akin to our training in the demon domain. We also refine our combat experience there. If we manage to escape from powerful adversaries, we can learn a great deal from the encounter. With that experience, we can minimize our injuries when we eventually face the battlefield. Wang Jing'an felt an unsettling oddity in her reasoning, but could not pinpoint, was such training truly feasible? Were they not afraid of perishing far from home? Yet, after a few moments of contemplation, he understood. Surviving amidst numerous formidable foes would indeed prove more beneficial than direct teachings from a mentor. Someone is watching us. A blue-haired man seated in the back of the pickup suddenly exclaimed, their cultivation level is considerable. This individual was Lin Guangming, Lin Wanqing's cousin. As soon as he spoke, everyone fell into a heightened state of alert. Only Wang Jing'an remained oblivious to the situation, though he too began to exercise caution. Confusingly, Lin Guangming had kept his eyes shut. How had he discerned their observer? Did he possess a talent for reconnaissance? In which direction? Lin Wanqing inquired. At our 11 o'clock. 3 kilometers away. My probing range is merely 2 kilometers, so I cannot clearly identify who it is. I can only sense a general presence. Lin Guangming opened his eyes, which were veined with blood. What is Guangming's talent? Wang Jing'an felt a chill at the sight of those bloodshot eyes. The SS Class 3rd Perspective allows one to observe anything within range from a third-person viewpoint, akin to a deity's gaze. Qingtian elucidated for her cousin. The bloodshot eyes indicate that the enemy he is spying on possesses immense power, enough to drain most of his energy with a single observation. Do not proceed, Lin Guangming warned loudly, prompting the driver to slam on the brakes. Sis, something feels amiss. Lin Guangming turned to Lin Wanqing, stating, I've confirmed that the entity spying on us is indeed of the demon clan, and there are several local warriors bound. Yet, the demons have not harmed them. Something is off. There's a hidden agenda. I concur with your assessment. Wang Jing'an had sensed the discrepancy earlier. If they were truly descendants of a 10 fiends, they would not practice here. Such individuals typically enter the chaos demonic city for training, not venture onto human territories. Lin Guangming added, there have been precedents of 10 fiends' offspring being slain in the Great Xia. The late Zhao Gang, the foremost among the 10 saints of humanity, once vanquished a demon king who was a genuine offspring of the 10 fiends, and of the most legitimate bloodline at that. This is unique. Only the Great Xia has dared to take such actions. I will inform our teacher, Lin Wanqing, ever cautious, immediately took action upon sensing the anomaly. She opened her phone and messaged her homeroom teacher, relaying Lin Guangming's observations. Wanqing, the path behind us is blocked. Chen Tingxi extended her delicate hand, gathering the surrounding dust in preparation for combat. Upon hearing her words, the group turned to find their escape route had been disrupted, akin to a ghostly wall. Wang Jing'an, observing the obstructed path, suddenly recalled his ability to manipulate. The first ability he had developed was to distort direction, making him particularly sensitive to navigational cues. Driver, the road ahead has been disrupted. Reverse and take the second turn, he instructed. The driver complied. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly impassable road reappeared as the pickup entered. This spectacle filled many with wonder. Jing'an, are you particularly sensitive to such illusions? Lin Wanqing, not connecting the dots to Wang Jing'an's ability, instinctively assumed he had an innate talent for perceiving illusions. Some individuals were naturally adept at seeing through such tricks. Indeed, Wang Jing'an chose his words carefully, not wanting to reveal his manipulation skills just yet. If it were discovered that he possessed two abilities, both classified as SSR grade, the demon clans would surely devise myriad schemes to eliminate him. The risk was too great. Young brother, which way should we proceed next? The driver found himself in yet another dead end. All eyes turned toward Wang Jing'an. He pointed in a direction. To the left leads into Qingyang town, while the right is the way we came. The group was taken aback. The left leads into Qingyang town? Then the road we just traveled should be behind us. How could two divergent paths be aligned left and right? Wait. As Wang Jing'an's manipulation ability began to radiate, he spotted two plumes of smoke at one end of a direction. I see two columns of smoke. The energy they emit is peculiar, not typical of human martial artists. Peculiar energy? It must be the demons. Their strength derives not from qi, but from demonic power. Lin Guangming closed his eyes once more, employing the third perspective to probe the direction Wang Jing'an indicated. As anticipated, Lin Guangming beheld two billowing smokes at the end of the road, and upon his final glance, the sinister forms revealed themselves. They were indeed demons. Chapter 56. The Hunt for the Human Prodigy. As Lin Guangming's words faded, two billowing clouds of smoke obstructed the path directly in front of the pickup truck, severing their route. A figure clad in a black robe, a member of the demon tribe, sneered coldly. I never anticipated that among you there would be those capable of piercing through my illusion. What did it say? Although Wang Jing'an had learned a few days of demon language since the beginning of the semester, he had only grasped the most rudimentary elements. Now, confronted with demons, he was utterly bewildered by their mutterings. Lin Wanqing and the others remained silent, sensing a grave threat. Han Xiaoyan brandished his staff, bracing for confrontation. To see through the illusions of my two guardians, it seems the human prodigies are not as feeble as I had imagined. At that moment, the seventh prince, adorned with black wings, materialized quietly between the two guardians, a single horn protruding from his forehead. Who possesses the South Ming fire? Lin Wanqing and the others exchanged glances, deliberately avoiding looking at Wang Jing'an to prevent revealing anything. After a few seconds, Lin Wanqing, Chen Tingxi, and Han Xiaoyan all leaped from the vehicle, entering a state of readiness for battle. You are no match for me. Have the bearer of the South Ming fire come forth to fight. The seventh prince was acutely aware that the three were not the bearers of the South Ming fire. His gaze, predatory as a wolf, fixated on the few individuals in the vehicle. Besides the driver, only Wang Jing'an and Lin Guangming remained. The seventh prince explicitly stated his intent. Soon, it will be my father's grand birthday celebration, and I wish to capture the bearer of the South Ming fire as a gift. I have heard he is the most gifted among humans, an SSR level. Is that correct? Allow me to witness the strength of such a talent. The assembled crowd, save for Wang Jing'an, comprehended the implications of his words. Wang Jing'an, still not proficient in the demon language, could only vaguely discern terms like birthday, hunt, and SSR level. Han Xiaoyan, wielding his staff, retorted in demon language, I am the bearer of the South Ming fire. You little wretch, what business do you have with me? The seventh prince, sensing Han Xiaoyan's strength was not particularly formidable, instructed, Left Guardian, sever this fool's head. The Guardian on the far left extended an arm formed from dense smoke, reaching toward him. As it did, Han Xiaoyan seemed to plunge into an illusion. At that moment, as the opponent deployed a wall-like illusion, Wang Jing'an detected a shift in their surroundings. Senior Han, to your far right. Heeding the advice, Han Xiaoyan swung his staff toward the indicated direction, his innate talent manifesting vividly. However, Han Xiaoyan's cultivation was only at the third realm. While his opponent seemed to have reached the fifth realm, even when he struck, it merely halted the adversary for a fraction of a second. Under the force of that fierce assault, Han Xiaoyan was sent flying. The Guardians possessed the ability to cast wall-like illusions, and by the time he rose, spitting blood, Wang Jing'an and the others were nowhere in sight. Only the left Guardian remained before him, taunting, humans are indeed foolish. A mere disturbance in this small town summons students like you to confront us. Had it been the Demon Slayer Hall, we might have been more cautious. Han Xiaoyan noticed that the left Guardian, despite being several meters away, seemed to whisper directly into his ear. Yet, at the moment of attack, the left Guardian realized that Han Xiaoyan had mysteriously vanished. When he reappeared, the wall-like illusion had dissipated. Wang Jing'an felt a significant drain on his energy. The other seniors were not oblivious. They had all witnessed the recent events. Junior Jing'an, it seems you possess another ability, one capable of shattering their wall-like illusion. Junior Jing'an. Lin Wanqing harbored a multitude of questions but recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. Their cultivation is too high. I will correct our direction. We must retreat. Wang Jing'an gripped his black long knife, the South Ming fire erupting forth in that instant. The vermilion bird faintly stirred as its phantom coalesced behind him. With a power level of 653, he was no weaker than any of the seniors present. This power, Han Xiaoyan was the most astonished. He had sparred with Wang Jing'an during the ranking competition, where his power had been around 500, but now, in such a brief time, it had approached or even surpassed 600. At this rate of growth, he could likely break through to the fourth realm within 2 months. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing transformed into a specter, slipping into the void and appearing near the seventh prince, a dagger in hand aimed directly at his throat. The dagger exuded a remarkable aura. Wang Jing'an speculated it might be a third or even fourth-grade spiritual weapon. With a resounding clap, the seventh prince's grotesque hand intercepted Lin Wanqing's dagger assault. As she was sent flying, an arrow shot in from a distance. Coalescing from dust and propelled by an SS-level weapon master's fearsome might. Yet, these fierce attacks merely forced the seventh prince back a few steps. He was at the fourth realm. Chen Tingshi, armed with a dust-long bow, observed intently, it is confirmed, this individual possesses an SSS-level bloodline. And his physical form is formidable. Ordinary attacks cannot breach his defenses. Lin Wanqing glanced at the two guardians, who were watching intently, and ordered, prepare to retreat. It appears we have reached the worst possible outcome. This wretched descendant of the 10 fiends has brought along 2 formidable bodyguards. This mission will end in failure. However, as Lin Wanqing retrieved the teleportation jade tablet, she was horrified to discover that she was gripping a grotesque eyeball, which blinked intermittently, creating an unsettling sensation as if it were embedding itself into her palm. Frightened, she instinctively reached to discard it. Senior Wanqing, do not throw it. That is the jade tablet. You have fallen victim to an illusion. Wang Jing'an, who controlled the art of deception, understood the terrifying nature of the Guardian's illusions. Unfortunately, it was too late. The jade tablet, mistaken for an eyeball, had already been cast away. This meant that without the teleportation jade tablet, they had lost their only chance of escape. The seventh prince, witnessing this, grinned mockingly, foolish humans. Do not presume that possessing a talent surpassing SSS level equates to being SSR level. We demons do not acknowledge such a classification. Today marks my royal debut. Let all humanity witness how I hunt down your so-called SSR-level prodigies." With excitement bubbling within him, the seventh prince proclaimed, "Then, let the hunt begin." Chapter 57. The moment of the hunt. As the words of the seventh prince echoed in the air, a cacophony erupted around them. It seemed that his subordinates had unleashed a frenzy of slaughter upon Qingyang town. Wang Jing'an's expression froze. Indeed, his adversary showed no fear of attracting the attention of the demon-slaying pavilion. It was evident that this 10-fiend scion had come prepared. At the same time, the seventh prince surged forward, infused with a terrifying demonic power, aiming to strike down Wang Jing'an. Reacting swiftly, Wang Jing'an grasped his black longsword and blocked fiercely. The clash reverberated like metal striking metal, the impact revealing not a hint of injury. This cursed physique is too formidable. Wang Jing'an recalled another function of his black longsword, which had a 1 chance of triggering a depletion of the enemy's energy or demonic power. However, in such a perilous moment, it was hardly prudent to gamble on a mere 1 chance. Moreover, the two so-called guardians, senior sister Wanqing, senior Han, and his cousin, surely could not hold out for long. As Wang Jing'an momentarily lost focus, the seventh prince launched another assault. Devoid of dazzling magical displays, but rather relying on sheer physical might and overwhelming demonic energy. With a thunderous impact, the seventh prince's fist aimed squarely at Wang Jing'an's chest. Yet, 2 seconds later, he realized he had struck a tree instead. Upon closer inspection, he found that Wang Jing'an had somehow positioned himself several meters away. You can also use illusions? Wang Jing'an, still struggling with the demonic language, chose silence and stepped forward, disappearing once more. In truth, he had employed his ability to deceive. This marked Wang Jing'an's first demonstration of a second divine power, deception. Once direction was obscured, one would inevitably fall into a passive state. The seventh prince sensed the uniqueness of this power. Was the blazing energy surrounding him not the southern Ming flame? How could there be a second ability? Was it possible for a human to possess 2 innate talents simultaneously? The thought flickered in the seventh prince's mind, only to be extinguished immediately. If that were the case, the human race should have kept Wang Jing'an hidden, nurturing him in secrecy rather than sending him out for training. Such exposure increased the risk of being slain. However, for the next minute, the seventh prince could not ascertain Wang Jing'an's whereabouts, suspicion rising once more. This was undoubtedly a second innate talent. He was astonished, for no demon had ever been known to possess 2 distinct bloodlines simultaneously. Yet here was a human who did. It seemed this hunt was indeed fortuitous. Striking down the opponent in their infancy would only yield benefits for the demon race. With this thought, the SSS-grade bloodline within the seventh prince erupted forth. A surge of black blood energy enveloped the surrounding area. Wang Jing'an, constantly utilizing his deception, felt the pressure of this bloodline power suppressing his innate abilities. Casting a glance at his senior peers engaged in a fierce battle with the guardians, he realized he could not afford to linger. He needed to lure the 10 fiends scion away. Otherwise, his seniors would likely fall victim to the guardians' overwhelming bloodline power. With their innate talents and spiritual artifacts, they might at least hold their ground for a while. Furthermore, senior sister Lin Wanqing and senior Lin Guangming belonged to the Lin Consortium. Wang Jing'an doubted they lacked hidden cards. And as for his cousin, though she appeared somewhat foolish, she was in fact quite clever. Wishing to escape, the seventh prince centered his overwhelming bloodline power forward, leaving Wang Jing'an with no chance to evade. Wang Jing'an defiantly raised his middle finger at the adversary before retreating deeper into the fray. He was confident that this demon scion could not break through his absolute sense of direction. The bloodline power could only inflict wide-ranging suppression damage, attempting to crush him from all sides. In the distance, Lin Wanqing, locked in combat with one of the guardians, urged Han Shaoan, "Go assist Junior Jing'an. That prince's demonic power is quite tyrannical." Han Shaoan inquired, "Can you all contend with those two?" Lin Wanqing, breathless, replied, "Those 2 guardians excel in illusions. With my spiritual artifact, I should be fine for a short while, but I worry for Junior Jing'an." Han Shaoan nodded, resolutely grasping his staff and sprinting toward Wang Jing'an's fleeing form. Yet, he did not venture far before he found himself in a dead end, the surroundings completely sealed off. One of the right guardians stated, "Do not disturb His Highness's hunt. I shall entertain you." "Shaoyan, I will help you escape. Though Junior Jing'an has shown rapid growth, he is still only at the 3rd realm. Surviving against that prince may be challenging. Upon uttering these words, Lin Guangming pressed his fingers firmly against his eyes. Blood vessels gradually spreading across his eyeballs, unleashing his third eye ability to its fullest. Move to the right front. Lin Guangming's voice trembled. Blood trickling from the corners of his eyes. Without hesitation, Han Xiaoyan dashed toward the right front, not pausing for a moment. Seeing this, the right guardian pursued him relentlessly. Meanwhile, Wang Jing'an, leveraging his advantage of deception, managed to create some distance from the 7th prince. Yet, the gap was not substantial. He could still sense the approaching wave of bloodline energy. As long as he distanced himself from senior sister Wan Qing and the others, he could unleash his full potential against the prince. Utilizing the advantage of bloodline suppression, the 7th prince was able to track Wang Jing'an's movements. However, in the next instant, he sensed a force approaching from behind. Wang Jing'an swung his black long sword down fiercely, leaving a deep gash across the 7th prince's back, yet failing to draw blood. The immense strength conferred by the SSS-grade bloodline, combined with the peak of the 4th realm, rendered physical defenses nearly impenetrable. The 7th prince turned. Regarding Wang Jing'an with a mocking gaze, is this the SSR-grade talent? It cannot even breach my defenses. Wang Jing'an, unable to comprehend the prince's words, caught the general drift, but chose not to engage. Instead, he ignited the southern Ming flame, beginning to temper the blade. When the 2nd strike descended, a spectral phoenix emerged, its haunting wails echoing as if sourced from the very soul. The 7th prince, initially filled with derision, felt an inexplicable panic rise upon seeing the phoenix. This dread seemed to stem from a bloodline suppression. In that moment of hesitation and fear, the flaming strike, infused with the surging phoenix energy, sent the 7th prince hurtling backward, leaving a crimson gash across his massive chest. To his dismay, a small flame ignited within the wound, causing excruciating pain. Most critically, this flame refused to extinguish, forcing him to expend a portion of his demonic energy in a futile attempt to suppress it. Damn it, why won't this flame die down? The 7th prince seethed with anger, the horns on his forehead glowing with a fierce red light. At this moment, he was thoroughly vexed, questioning why this insignificant human's phoenix could evoke such a lament from his bloodline, even weakening it. Chapter 58. Decimation. Witnessing his adversary's waning composure, Wang Jing'an pressed his offensive, brandishing his blade with unrelenting force under the sun's radiant gaze. Flames surged, and the air crackled with the intensity of the incandescent blade. The 7th prince, wary of a direct confrontation, evaded the blow. The flame-infused blade possessed an uncanny potency, and his corporeal defenses were already compromised, the searing flames persistently consuming his essence. He resolved to swiftly sever the head of his assailant and hasten his return to the demon realm. A resounding impact reverberated as another strike descended, further suppressing the 7th prince. His bloodline, subdued by the lamentations of the fiery avian spirit, failed to unleash its full potential. What was the origin of his foe's avian deity? Could it share ancestral ties? The 7th prince was perplexed, as his demonic lineage bore no relation to avian entities. The oppressive force of the southern blazing fire compelled him to prioritize defense, biding his time until his adversary's vigor waned, at which point he would claim his prize. Wang Jing'an unleashed a torrent of southern blazing fire, expending nearly all of his energy. System notification, detecting imminent depletion of host's energy reserves. Expend 300,000 prestige points to replenish. A grin spread across Wang Jing'an's face, recognizing his advantage. Limitless replenishment through prestige. A secret he must safeguard from his senior apprentices. Replenish. Wang Jing'an roared, brandishing his ebony blade anew. His energy surged, catching the 7th prince off guard. What sorcery is this? A spirit artifact of replenishment? No matter. My corporeal defenses are only breached by 67%. Such an artifact can only be used once. Once it's spent, your head is mine. The 7th prince's arrogance stemmed from his SSS-grade bloodline. Even the previous onslaught of flame-imbued strikes failed to completely shatter his defenses. For the next 5 minutes, Wang Jing'an relentlessly depleted his energy, systematically dismantling the 7th prince's defenses. The moment his corporeal defenses crumbled, The seventh prince's face contorted in a grimace. Bereft of protection, the flames relentlessly devoured his demonic energy, threatening his very life force. Despite his agonizing expression, the seventh prince prepared to retaliate. However, another surprise awaited him. System notification, detecting imminent depletion of host energy reserves. Expend 300,000 prestige points to replenish. Without hesitation, Wang Jing'an replenished his reserves. With 300,000 prestige points remaining, he resolved to outlast the so-called scion of the Ten Vicious, even if victory remained elusive. The seventh prince's composure shattered, replaced by palpable fear. Impossible to replenish energy twice in succession. Not even an 8th-grade spirit artifact could achieve such a feat. Taste my blade. Wang Jing'an roared, lunging forward. A stroke of luck manifested itself. After countless strikes, a minuscule effect finally materialized. The seventh prince's demonic energy visibly waned. Forced to divert energy to suppress the flames, the seventh prince could no longer afford passivity. He had underestimated this human. A resounding roar, reminiscent of a rampaging bull, emanated as the seventh prince transformed into a gargantuan demonic black rhinoceros, its horn radiating a crimson glow. The mere sight of the rhinoceros inspired awe and dread. A direct collision would result in certain death. Wang Jing'an leapt aside, employing his deception ability to distort the surrounding terrain. The rhinoceros, disoriented and devoid of its target, bellowed in frustration. Sensing the rapid depletion of its demonic energy, the rhinoceros sought to retreat, intending to summon its guardians. However, Wang Jing'an would not permit his escape. This was the perfect opportunity to exploit the demon-slaying black rhinoceros. Slaying a scion of the Ten Vicious would double his academic credits. As the rhinoceros attempted to retrace its steps, it stumbled into a lake, eliciting muffled roars and strange noises. The seventh prince reverted to his hybrid form and howled into the heavens. The path had been devoid of a lake, so how had he plunged into the water? He was certain that the wielder of the southern blazing fire possessed a second innate talent. He must relay this information to the demon realm. This child must be eliminated, lest he become a scourge upon the demon race. The seventh prince submerged himself in the lake's depths, seeking escape. But Wang Jing'an would not grant him respite. Gripping his ebony blade, he pursued relentlessly. A bizarre scene unfolded. A youth wielding a blade pursuing a fearsome demon. 10 minutes later, on the opposite shore, the seventh prince emerged, preparing to take flight. However, a surge of sharp blade energy emanated from behind. With a deafening crash, a wing was severed. Wang Jing'an altered his stance, disassembling the blade and wielding the hilt in his left hand and the blade in his right, executing a two-sword style. Delivering a devastating strike after a mid-air spin, the seventh prince's wings lay in tatters, eliciting cries of agony. "How dare you, a lowly insect, wound me?" he raged. His composure shattered. With his guardians absent, he feared the human youth and his disorienting powers. Wang Jing'an retaliated, smashing the horn on the seventh prince's forehead, then cleaving his left arm in half. Terror gripped the seventh prince. "I am the seventh prince of the demon spirit rhinoceros clan. Dare you slay me? Decades ago, your human warriors slew a prince of my race, sparking a war that cost your people dearly." Wang Jing'an reassembled his blade, channeling his energy into a final strike. Cleaving the seventh prince's head in two, the seventh prince emitted a final wail. "My father will flay you alive." At that moment, Wang Jing'an noticed the seventh prince reaching for a token at his waist. Anticipating a hidden weapon, Wang Jing'an unleashed his deception ability. However, the seventh prince produced not a token, but a pebble. "Your end has come, insect. Ancestor, lend your power and slay him." Silence ensued. Wang Jing'an observed the spectacle. The seventh prince repeated, "Ancestor, manifest yourself and slay this fiend." Again, silence. Wang Jing'an continued to watch. The seventh prince, bewildered, roared, "Ancestor, I beseech you." Wang Jing'an chuckled, striking the seventh prince again. He continued his assault, muttering, "What gibberish is this? I can't understand a word. I must study the demon tongue. Otherwise, how can I curse him properly?" He struck again. The seventh prince realized that he held a mere pebble, not a token. After a dozen more strikes, the seventh prince succumbed. Wang Jing'an was astonished to discover that the offspring of the 10 fiends still exhibited vital signs. Not dead, He struck the opponent again with his blade, yet the foe still clung to life. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. The seventh prince, with half of his skull severed, writhed and trembled uncontrollably, desperately attempting to rise. Wang Jing'an was taken aback, decisively swinging his weapon. After delivering over a dozen strikes, the adversary finally succumbed to the void of life. Wang Jing'an felt a chill run down his spine. Was the vitality of the demon clan truly so tenacious? Chapter 59. A bountiful harvest at the moment when Wang Jing'an confirmed that the opponent had utterly lost vitality and was preparing to return to assist his senior sister and the others. He suddenly discovered that the so-called Tin Fiend's progeny seemed to be a treasure trove in itself. Realizing this, Wang Jing'an approached and retrieved the broken horn he had just smashed off. This rhinoceros appeared to rely predominantly on this horn for its attacks, and it would surely fetch a good price, so he decided to keep it. Moreover, it seemed that just moments ago, this creature had attempted to seize that token. As Wang Jing'an pondered this, a perilous scene unfolded. From the corpse of the seventh prince, a surge of power abruptly coalesced, seemingly emanating from his waist token. When the token shattered, a colossal shadow of a demonic black rhinoceros materialized, ultimately transforming into a hybrid form of man and beast. Its aura and appearance suggested that it was far more mature than the seventh prince, likely a figure of elder status within the clan. You weakling of a lesser tribe. How dare you take the life of my grandson? This shadow conjured a powerful palm strike in its final moments. Observing this, Wang Jing'an swiftly drew his black longsword to defend himself. Unfortunately, he was still thrust back by this overwhelming force, a tingling numbness coursing through his hands, and blood oozed from his palms. Sensing an overwhelming fragrance of death, Wang Jing'an struggled to rise. He noticed the shadow gradually dissipating, but not before uttering, "You weakling of a lesser tribe, you shall pay a bitter price for this." Wang Jing'an was unsure of the exact words spoken, but judging by the circumstances, it was evident that he had drawn the ire of some significant figure within the demon clan, potentially leading to much trouble ahead. Fortunately, this shadow could only attack once. Shaking his arms to dispel the numbing sensation, Wang Jing'an reflected on the ferocity of that attack. Had he not partially deflected it with his sword, he might have been struck dead. Upon inspecting the longsword, he noted a dent resembling a palm print. Had that imprint struck his body, his internal organs would likely have been pulverized. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Detected a change in the host's wealth value, gaining 80 million prestige. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. What is happening? 80 million prestige? He glanced at the horn in his hand, astonished. This small horn is worth 80 million? System. Oh, little treasure, you are unaware that this is a direct descendant of the demonic rhinoceros clan, possessing an SSS-grade bloodline. Its horn is regarded as a sacred item by the clan, crucial for forging high-quality spiritual artifacts, and can also be refined into powder for creating premium elixirs. Thank goodness I picked it up. Otherwise, I would have missed out on 80 million. Wang Jing'an marveled. I never expected a single horn to be so valuable. What other treasures might it possess? System. The demon core and demon bones within it are the most valuable. Wang Jing'an approached the creature's corpse. Where is the demon core located? System. Beside the kidneys. With a swift strike, Wang Jing'an sliced open the body. Reaching in to extract the demon core radiating pure energy, imbued with a faint bloodline aura. Detected a change in the host's wealth value, gaining 20 million prestige. Wang Jing'an was bewildered. For an SSS-grade bloodline demon core, why is it only worth 20 million? System. The value of a demon core is determined by the opponent's cultivation level. If you had slain an SSS-grade demon of the 7th realm or above, a single core could be worth billions. Wang Jing'an exclaimed, billions? He had suspected that slaying demons would yield substantial prestige, but this exceeded his expectations. However, given the SSS-grade bloodline, it was only natural that it would be lucrative. If the bloodline were of a lower grade, he surmised that harvesting cores from such beasts would not be nearly as rewarding. The more he considered it, the more he yearned to slay additional progeny of the 10 fiends. This battle had indeed been fruitful. By the way, from now on, call me Brother Jing'an, not Little Treasure, as it makes it sound as if you are my kept lover. Wang Jing'an felt no irritation towards the system. First, he needed to reunite with his senior sister and the others, he certainly could not manage to extract the demon bones. So he planned to transport the body back to school. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jing'an adjusted his state before stowing the prized horn in his pocket and hastening his steps to support his senior sister and her group. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Lin Wanqing and Xingtian were engaged in a fierce battle against the left guardian. The driver assisted from the sidelines, but his talents were not suited for direct combat, rendering his help minimal. Lin Guangming had already lost his sight, his eyes filled with blood. Since Han Xiaoyan had chased after them, he had been targeted by the right guardian, with his fate hanging in the balance. At this moment, Lin Wanqing fought while retreating, determined to reclaim the teleportation jade tablet. Only by recovering the jade tablet could they hope to escape this perilous situation. Wanqing, what should we do? Xingtian's hands were nearly numb after firing over 100 arrows, yet none had managed to harm the left guardian, only serving to slightly restrain him. Xingtian's greatest concern was for her cousin, who had been pursued by the terrifyingly powerful prince. If no assistance arrived, who knew what might happen? Moreover, she worried about Senior Han, who had gone to support her cousin. What was his situation now? In a final desperate effort, Lin Wanqing retrieved the teleportation jade tablet and shouted to Xingtian, "Tingxi, we must leave immediately. When the demon-slaying pavilion arrives, we will regroup and find Brother Jing'an." Casting a glance at the blind Lin Guangming and the severely injured driver, Lin Wanqing felt it was unwise to linger any longer. Failing the mission was inconsequential. The priority was to preserve their lives. Simultaneously, upon seeing Lin Wanqing reclaim the jade tablet, the left guardian's thick smoke dissipated, and the surroundings shifted once more. Lin Wanqing looked down at the jade tablet in her hand, which had transformed into a pulsating heart. Her own heart? Was this yet another illusion? Suddenly, she felt an excruciating pain in her chest. Could it not be an illusion? Upon closer inspection, Lin Wanqing was horrified to discover that the left guardian now held the teleportation jade tablet. "Human girl, you are still too young." The left guardian glanced at the sky. Malice growing. The prince's hunt is nearly complete. The head of that human ant should have been claimed by now. I shall no longer play with you. It is time to conclude this and return to the demon realm. As his words fell, thick smoke billowed, preparing to eliminate the remaining human ants before him. Clad in a pink short skirt battle robe, Lin Wanqing felt despair wash over her. What had initially been a simple trial mission within the Daxia territory had taken such a dire turn. Just as all hope seemed lost, a flash of blade light surged from behind. Wang Jing'an wielded his black longsword, dancing in the sunlight, striking with precision. The ability to deceive played seamlessly into this moment. Upon witnessing this scene, the left guardian sensed impending danger and sought to block the attack, only to realize that the blade light before him was a mere illusion. The true strike, ignited with flames, descended from behind, sending the smoke-laden left guardian hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a crater. Where's the prince?" The left guardian emerged from the crater, realizing he had not sustained severe injuries, for his cultivation level remained formidable. Chapter 60. A moment of silence for the left guardian. Wang Jing'an offered no response, primarily due to his inability to comprehend. Lin Wanqing was aware that her junior, Jing'an, had just entered the martial school and had yet to grasp the intricacies of the demon language course. Hence she inquired, "What about that prince from earlier?" "I killed him," Wang Jing'an replied with an astonishingly nonchalant tone. Deep down, however, he recognized the prince's formidable strength, a testament to the SSS-level bloodline of the demon race. The sheer physical defense had compelled him to expend 2 full sets of energy to break through. Any other martial artist would likely have been overwhelmed by the prince's might. Unless one's cultivation reached the prince's level, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand such power. Upon hearing Jing'an's response, Lin Wanqing's delicate features were painted with disbelief. "You slew that 10-fiend scion." Wang Jing'an nodded, even producing the prince's horn as evidence. "He was quite strong. It took me an immense effort to slay that fellow." Lin Wanqing was astounded. The prince was not merely strong. He was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, he possessed an SSS-level bloodline. Now, as she gazed upon Wang Jing'an, her eyes were filled with trepidation. Truly, he was a prodigy that transcended SSS-level talent. Fortunately, Wang Jing'an belonged to the human race. Had such an unparalleled genius been born among the demons, the calamity it would bring upon humanity in the future was unimaginable. In the distance, the left guardian sensed the prince's horn in the possession of this insignificant human. It was clear that the prince had likely met his demise. Impudence! How dare you sever the prince's sacred artifact? Do you wish to tear up the alliance and wage war against my demon race? The left guardian was on the brink of fury. If news of the prince's slaying by human vermin were to reach the demon domain, neither of the guardians would be spared. To salvage the situation, they had to return with the head of this insignificant creature. Thus, the left guardian unleashed its illusionary powers to the fullest extent, altering the very landscape around them. The appearance of the world shifted dramatically, rendering it impossible to discern the cardinal directions. Block it. Lin Wanqing, taken aback, focused on enduring the wrath of the left guardian, for even having slain the prince. They would not hold out for long. Jing'an, do you still possess the strength to fight? Lin Wanqing inquired. I do, Wang Jing'an affirmed, gripping his black long knife. Despite the pain coursing through his hand, such discomfort was trivial for a martial artist. Good. You assist me while I lead the charge. Lin Wanqing brandished her dagger, vanishing like a specter into the void, advancing upon the left guardian. As the left guardian adjusted its direction, Wang Jing'an unleashed his trickery ability, forcibly correcting the trajectory and subtly suppressing the guardian's illusions. The capabilities of Wang Jing'an had consistently astonished the left guardian. It wondered why this human's talent didn't align with the southern bright fire. How could he withstand its illusions? And it appeared he could manipulate direction directly. The left guardian believed that even with its own cultivation, it was impossible to manipulate direction without reaching the sixth realm. Any alteration of direction relied solely on illusions to create diversions. Therefore, Wang Jing'an's ability to toy with direction left the left guardian utterly stunned. Boom! The left guardian found itself on the defensive, disoriented, and received a severe cut to its neck. Fortunately, its true form had transformed into smoke, preventing fatal injury. With a swish, as the dagger struck, arrows of dust followed suit. After several minutes of entanglement, the left guardian had expended a fraction of its demonic power. Sister Wanqing, there is no need for a direct confrontation. We can seize opportunities to launch sneak attacks. We control the direction and possess an undeniable home field advantage. Wang Jing'an's voice echoed through the surrounding woods, yet his form remained concealed, indicating he had hidden himself in a certain position. It must be said, his trickery ability was exceptionally useful. Wang Jing'an eagerly anticipated achieving a 30 compatibility with his trickery, which would enable him to develop the ability to manipulate the five senses. The manipulation of direction was already fearsome. If he were to also manipulate the five senses, alongside the absolute suppression of the southern bright fire, Wang Jing'an would lay a solid foundation for cross-border combat. Chen Tingshi felt the surrounding directions converging toward them, instilling a sense of security. What exactly is this ability of my cousin's? He can even control direction. Such an ability, once graduated, would be highly coveted by the demon-slaying pavilion squad, eager to recruit him. Though lacking direct offensive capabilities, it was immensely supportive for the team, potentially saving teammates' lives at critical moments. Like now, the left guardian, with its high cultivation, was devoid of directional advantage and was being toyed with by Wang Jing'an. I don't believe you can maintain this ability for long. The left guardian resolved to outlast them. The prince's sacred artifact had been seized by this human, and returning to the demon domain empty-handed would spell its doom. However, as Wang Jing'an's energy waned, he expended 300,000 reputation points to replenish his state. His current balance of reputation soared to 100 million. He was not in want of reputation. As the struggle continued, the left guardian began to panic. The direct manipulation of direction should entail significant consumption. How could it possibly be sustained for so long? Not only the left guardian, but Lin Wanqing and the others were equally astonished. Initially, Lin Wanqing suspected that Wang Jing'an possessed a second innate ability, but upon further contemplation, she deemed it improbable. Thus, she speculated it might be a spiritual artifact. After all, both of Jing'an's parents were sword saints, and the head of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion was his uncle. making it plausible for him to possess one or two extraordinary spiritual artifacts. Yet, if there were indeed a spiritual artifact capable of manipulating direction, how could Jing'an maintain such energy for this duration? Lin Wanqing recognized that even she would expend energy wielding her dagger and could not sustain it indefinitely. But now, the left guardian began to contemplate retreat, intending to regroup with the right guardian to ensnare this group of humans. Yet, the left guardian soon discovered it could not escape. The direction it manipulated was merely an illusion. Wang Jing'an, however, was genuinely toying with direction, far beyond mere illusions. What ensued was a rather comical scene. The left guardian wandered aimlessly, akin to a frightened lamb lost in the wilderness. Sister Wanqing, the opponent likely wishes to regroup with another guardian. We cannot delay any longer. We must finish it off. Wang Jing'an sensed the left guardian's demonic power dwindling. Remembering his black long knife, he tossed it, exclaiming, "Sister, catch the knife." Lin Wanqing caught the long knife in her right hand while wielding the dagger in her left, a harmonious balance of long and short, thrusting and stabbing. She elegantly spun in midair, then vanished into the void. Upon reappearing, she had severed the left guardian's arm, dispersing the smoke. "How dare you!" Lin Wanqing cried out as she struck down fiercely, reveling in the exhilaration of her first cross-border battle, unleashing her pent-up grievances in a single breath. Xingtian was not far behind. Wang Jing'an observed the two women, one engaging in close combat while the other unleashed ranged attacks. Though both were female, they fought with unparalleled ferocity, laying waste to the left guardian. How ruthless! Wang Jing'an offered a silent tribute to the left guardian for 3 seconds. After enduring countless strikes, Lin Wanqing triggered the black blade's siphoning effect, and the left guardian felt his demonic energy gradually dissipating. Alas, no matter how desperately he tried to escape, he couldn't break free from the confined space. At times, he would glimpse what appeared to be an exit, only to collide with a massive tree. Several minutes elapsed, and the left guardian, enraged, unleashed a dense fog, attempting to locate Lin Wanqing's whereabouts. Lin Wanqing's SS-class Dark Knight Phantom ability, combined with her trickery, proved to be an impeccable combination. However, the fog expanded in all directions, soon pinpointing Lin Wanqing's location. Lin Wanqing sensed a trace of the fog clinging to her body, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. As anticipated, the left guardian charged toward her, seeking a breakthrough. Lin Wanqing, in response, maximized her Dark Knight Phantom ability, but it was too late. The left guardian, imbued with immense demonic energy, lunged at her, aiming to exploit an opening in her defenses. At that crucial moment, Wang Jing'an's trickery came into play, forcefully altering the surrounding terrain. The landscape shifted, and the trees lining the path elongated. With a disoriented sense of direction and in a vulnerable position, it was difficult to discern reality from illusion. Under the influence of the trickery, the left guardian's attack missed its mark. Lin Wanqing observed as he crashed into a colossal tree, which, upon contact with the concentrated fog, exploded with a deafening roar. Startled, Lin Wanqing recognized the formidable power of a fifth realm guardian. Had she been struck, her body would have been reduced to a mangled mess. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, Wang Jing'an was there. The consequences would have been dire otherwise. Lin Wanqing cast a gaze in a particular direction, her eyes filled with reverence. Her perception of Wang Jing'an had deepened. After approximately 10 minutes, the left guardian, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground. The fog surrounding him dissipated, revealing his grotesque and terrifying form. His body was a patchwork of repairs, with stitches and sutures marring his chest. Deprived of the fog's protection, the left guardian's life ebbed away. He withered into a desiccated husk, meeting his demise. Only after confirming the left guardian's death did Wang Jing'an cease his trickery, restoring the surrounding environment to its natural state. Upon regaining her bearings, Lin Wanqing realized that Wang Jing'an had been perched atop the pickup truck all along. Is he truly dead? Lin Wanqing approached the withered corpse, her expression a mixture of disbelief and awe. I, a third-realm cultivator, have slain a fifth-realm demon. Although Lin Wanqing was a third-realm cultivator, her strength was nearly at 1,200, her power exceeding 800, and she was merely half a year away from reaching the fourth realm. Nevertheless, she found it incredible. A veritable miracle. Even Xingtian bounded over, scrutinizing the scene with wide eyes, unable to fathom what she was witnessing. "We vanquished a fifth realm demon together," she exclaimed. "Won't this achievement land us directly on the demon-slaying board upon our return to Azure Dragon? Cousin, you're extraordinary," Xingtian exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Wang Jing'an, overcome with excitement. "Cough, cough. Cousin, a little restraint, please," Wang Jing'an said, clearing his throat and creating some distance. "Wang Jing'an, this mission would have been a catastrophe without you. We would have been annihilated," Lin Wanqing said, not exaggerating. "Without Wang Jing'an, they would have perished. Where is Senior Han?" Wang Jing'an had noticed Han Xiaoyan's absence earlier, but had refrained from asking due to the tense situation. "He pursued the other guardian to assist you and was targeted himself," Lin Wanqing said, her newfound composure instantly fading. "That's terrible," Wang Jing'an said, his brow furrowing once more. The two guardians were evenly matched and highly skilled. Although the other one specialized in illusions, Han Xiaoyan would likely be dead if he had been singled out. Without further ado, Wang Jing'an leaped onto the pickup truck's bed. "Driver, let's go." Xingtian, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly followed suit. Lin Wanqing helped Lin Guangming onto the truck bed and inquired, "Can you use the third-person perspective again?" Although Lin Guangming couldn't open his eyes, he nodded. "Yes, but only once more." Wang Jing'an noticed blood seeping from his eyes and asked with concern, "Senior Lin, is Senior Guangming truly all right?" His eyes. Before Lin Wanqing could respond, Lin Guangming interjected, "Wang Jing'an, I'm fine. This is merely a side effect of the third-person perspective ability. Overuse can cause temporary blindness, but I'll fully recover with rest." Lin Guangming wasn't privy to the events that had transpired, but he deduced from Lin Wanqing and Xingtian's conversation that Wang Jing'an had been instrumental in their victory. Therefore, Lin Guangming spoke to Wang Jing'an with a hint of respect and admiration. Before their departure, the older students hadn't held Wang Jing'an in high regard simply because he was the Sword Saint's son. They merely acknowledged his exceptional talent and wondered if he would betray his teammates or flee in the face of danger when confronted with demons on the battlefield. After all, the Sword Saint had earned his current status through his own efforts. But now, Wang Jing'an had earned their trust and admiration through his actions. A person with connections, personal strength, and unwavering loyalty in the face of danger was always valued. As the pickup truck sped in a particular direction, Lin Guangming activated his third-person perspective ability. To the left, toward Qingyang town, approximately 1 kilometer away, I see Han Xiaoyan being pursued by the other guardian. The town's warriors are putting up a valiant fight. After relaying the information, Lin Guangming's energy was nearly depleted, and more blood seeped from his eyes. His limit had been reached. Another activation of the third-person perspective ability would likely result in permanent blindness. Lin Wanqing patted her brother's shoulder, reassuring him, "You've done well. Leave the rest to us." The pickup truck raced toward Qingyang town, a steel behemoth hurtling forward. Inside Qingyang town, Han Xiaoyan, battered and bruised, escorted the local warriors toward the town center. His left arm was severed, leaving a gruesome wound that gushed blood. Despite his injuries, Han Xiaoyan didn't falter, continuing to protect the townspeople, even though they, too, were warriors. He had become a member of the Demon-Slaying Pavilion's reserve team, and upon graduation, he would become a full-fledged member. The Demon-Slaying Pavilion's motto was, "When demons attack." If you were faced with a choice between your life and the lives of the people, what would you choose? All members of the Demon-Slaying Pavilion answered thus, "If faced with an insurmountable situation, we will do our utmost to minimize civilian casualties and then face our deaths with equanimity." "Hold on, young man," a low-level warrior from the town said, supporting Han Xiaoyan's remaining arm, attempting to prevent him from collapsing. Even with the right guardian's imminent arrival, the townspeople didn't abandon Han Xiaoyan. The town head has notified the nearest demon-slaying pavilion team. They should arrive in about half an hour. "Hold on, young man," a low-level warrior, responsible for covering their retreat, glanced back at Han Xiaoyan, who had lost an arm. At this moment, it was not only the right guardian who was present. Numerous ferocious beasts emerged from the surroundings. Among them was the lion-like creature that had previously reported to the Seventh Prince, brandishing a large cleaver and ruthlessly claiming the lives of the warriors in the town. Suddenly, the young man tasked with covering the rear of Han Xiaoyan's team was struck on the shoulder by the lion-like beast, letting out a chilling scream of agony. Seizing the opportunity, the beast swung its cleaver once more, decapitating the young man in one swift motion. One of Han Xiaoyan's companions, supporting him, suddenly cried out, "Brother!" Nearly consumed by rage, he shouted, "Damn you, beast race! Perish!" The lion-like creature, speaking fluent human Mandarin, raised its cleaver and aimed it at this companion and Han Xiaoyan. However, in that instant, a steel behemoth came roaring through, colliding with the lion-like beast and sending it flying several meters away. This formidable iron beast was none other than a pickup truck. At that moment, the front of the truck was dented from the impact. Wang Jing'an, Lin Wanqing, and Xingtian leapt from the cargo bed, ready to engage in battle. Chapter 62. Clearing the battlefield. The driver, showcasing his vehicular prowess, accelerated with the rear wheels gripping the ground, executing a fishtail maneuver that crushed another monstrous beast beneath the tires. Han Xiaoyan, upon seeing Wanqing and her companions arrive and confirming Jing'an's safety, finally felt the tension dissipate. However, as the stress abated, he succumbed to the excruciating pain emanating from his severed arm and lost consciousness. Had the situation persisted, Han Xiaoyan would have perished from blood loss. Even if the demonic entities had failed to kill him, prioritize saving him, Lin Wanqing commanded, brandishing her dagger and swiftly dispatching the lesser demonic creatures. Wang Jing'an approached Han Xiaoyan, witnessing the profuse bleeding from the severed limb, a gruesome sight. He channeled his energy into Han Xiaoyan's body, focusing it on the severed arm to staunch the bleeding. Having accomplished this, Wang Jing'an turned his attention to slaying demons. In the distance, the Right Guardian sensed the prince's sacred artifact nearby. Initially believing it to be the prince himself, he soon discovered that the artifact was in the possession of a human youth. "Insolent fool! You dare sever the prince's sacred artifact!" The Right Guardian roared in fury. The significance of the horn to the demon spirit rhinoceros clan was well known to the Right Guardian, especially considering it belonged to the seventh prince, who possessed SSS-grade bloodline. Once fully developed, the horn would become his most formidable weapon. On the battlefield, he could transform into a colossal rhinoceros, using his horn for devastating charges that could annihilate countless human warriors. This was a primary reason why the demon spirit rhinoceros clan revered the horn as a sacred artifact. Sensing the Right Guardian's surge of murderous intent, Wang Jing'an's manipulation ability resurfaced, forcibly altering the surrounding directions. The impact was amplified by the presence of numerous houses. Despite the seemingly clear path ahead, the Right Guardian collided with multiple houses before reaching within 5 meters of Wang Jing'an. As he approached within 4 meters, a sudden blade struck his neck. Wang Jing'an had unexpectedly positioned himself to the right front. Manipulating directions? The Right Guardian exclaimed, his heart pounding. He was certain that the surrounding environment had been forcibly rearranged. Even the order of the houses was disrupted. This is no mere illusion. It's a tangible manipulation of direction. How could this human youth possibly wield such power? Senior Wanqing, Wang Jing'an exclaimed, retreating to safety after his strike, exploiting the directional advantage. The offensive is up to you. Understood. Lin Wanqing responded eagerly. She had never imagined that she would be able to pursue and engage a fifth realm demonic entity while only at the third realm. This fight is exhilarating. The Right Guardian sensed danger. As he detected the approaching killing intent from behind, he prepared to counterattack, only to find his left foot severed. Lin Wanqing's dagger, a fourth-grade spiritual weapon provided by her family, possessed exceptional offensive and penetrating capabilities. Meanwhile, Qiongqi, responsible for long-range attacks, coordinated seamlessly with her cousin Jing'an, targeting the other lesser demonic creatures. She continuously gathered ambient dust to form arrows. Soon after, Wang Jing'an discovered a pile of sand and altered the direction, leading Qiongqi to stumble upon it. Her eyes lit up with intense excitement. She hasn't been this thrilled even on dates. Qiongqi channeled her energy, compressing the sand into a crossbow, slowly forming a series of bolts. The number of bolts exceeded 100, with a slight bend in her waist. Qiongqi drew back the bow and released the arrows in a simultaneous volley. Shoo shoo shoo. A rain of arrows descended, mercilessly reaping the lives of the lesser demonic creatures. Some were struck through the heart before they even knew what was happening. Having completed her attack, Xingtian entered a weakened state, her body becoming limp. Unleashing 100 arrows had taken a considerable toll on her. 10 minutes later, the right guardian, disoriented and at a disadvantage, had been struck over 100 times by Lin Wanqing. The dense smoke surrounding his body gradually dissipated, revealing his grotesque form. Despite Lin Wanqing's relentless assault, the right guardian had been unable to land a single blow on her. This ability is terrifying. On the battlefield, it would be an invaluable asset against the demonic forces. However, it also highlights the formidable power of a fifth realm cultivator. Even with his disorientation, it took over 100 blows to kill the right guardian. Had he not been disoriented, Lin Wanqing would have been fortunate to land even 5 strikes. After completely eliminating the demonic entities, Wang Jing'an confirmed that they were lifeless before retracting his manipulation ability. The instant the ability was withdrawn, nearly all the warriors in the town collapsed from exhaustion. Some had lost limbs, while others had fallen in battle. Wang Jing'an occasionally overheard a young man wailing beside a headless corpse. "Brother, you were just married a few days ago. How could you leave like this? How will your pregnant wife cope alone?" Hearing these cries, Wang Jing'an's heart was filled with sorrow. The previous doubts resurfaced in his mind. The demonic entities come to our Great Xia territory for training, yet it's the local people who suffer. Why does the school assign the task of eliminating the demonic entities to students instead of directly deploying the demon-slaying pavilion? If the demon-slaying pavilion were deployed directly, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many sacrifices in Xingyang town. The real battlefield is 100 times more brutal than what you see now, Lin Wanqing said, sighing as she reattached her dagger to her left thigh and approached Wang Jing'an. Wang Jing'an remained silent, casting another glance at Senior Han, who was awake but still in agony. He had never understood the meaning of national righteousness and the passing of the torch, but now he was beginning to grasp it. With the battle concluded, the townspeople began clearing the battlefield and disposing of the demonic corpses, which contained demon cores. However, Wang Jing'an and his team did not participate in the scavenging. They decided to leave the demon cores, which could be sold for a considerable sum, to the families of the fallen townspeople. Once the immediate danger had passed, Lin Wanqing patted Wang Jing'an on the back and asked curiously, "Is your ability to manipulate direction derived from a spiritual weapon?" Upon hearing this question, Wang Jing'an initially considered agreeing with Senior Wanqing, but he realized that she was perceptive and might have already guessed the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jing'an shook his head and replied, "It's not a spiritual weapon." Lin Wanqing nodded. "I suspected as much. If it were a spiritual weapon capable of completely controlling direction, it would have to be at least 7th or even 8th grade. While your growth has been rapid, it's unlikely that you could fully control such a high-grade spiritual weapon for so long." Having said this, Lin Wanqing did not press further. Wang Jing'an was puzzled. Senior Wanqing isn't going to inquire further? Lin Wanqing chuckled. "Everyone has secrets, myself included. If Junior Jing'an doesn't wish to disclose it, I'll keep it confidential when we submit the mission report." Seeing Senior Wanqing's understanding nature, Wang Jing'an smiled and replied, "Senior Wanqing, please write the mission report truthfully. We annihilated 2 fifth-realm demonic entities. It can't be concealed." Chapter 63. The Wrath of the Demon Clan. Lin Wanqing, upon hearing the response from her junior, Wang Jing'an, increasingly admired his cautious thought process and strong opinions. "You possess a prudent mindset and a firm will. I, as your senior, am already anticipating our second collaboration." Wang Jing'an's insights mirrored her own. If the ability to manipulate direction were concealed in the mission report, it could potentially come to the attention of the Academy and the demon-slaying pavilion. Concealment would imply an inability to justify how their team managed to slay 2 fifth-tier demon beasts. After all, the senior officials were hardly naive. "Senior, before we return, let us take the corpse of that 10th progeny back with us. After all, it boasts an SSS-grade bloodline, and its demon bones are likely quite valuable." Just as Wang Jing'an finished speaking, a group arrived from outside the town, a reinforcement team from the demon-slaying pavilion, led by Captain Zhang Qingshan. Upon their arrival, the team was left astounded. They had received word about disturbances in Xingyang town, including 2 fifth-tier demon beasts. Yet now, those beasts had already been dealt with by students from Zhulong Martial School, or students who hadn't even graduated yet. This formidable? Lin Wanqing then proceeded to formalities, explaining to Captain Jiang. Captain Jiang, we received a mission from the Academy regarding the suspected presence of young demons training in the vicinity of Qingyang town, which is why we were dispatched to eliminate them. The reason your pavilion may not have been notified is likely because the 10th progeny did not cause widespread chaos, thus avoiding your attention. After concluding the necessary formalities, Lin Wanqing and Wang Jing'an prepared to depart. Noticing the injured, Captain Jiang ordered supplies of bandages, hemostatic agents, and analgesics to be brought forth, which he handed to Lin Wanqing. As their team departed in a pickup truck, Zhang Qingshan and his team regarded Wang Jing'an and the others with deep respect before turning their attention back to the town to wrap up their work. We owe much to these students. They are far more impressive than our generation, Zhang Qingshan remarked as he resumed his duties. In the pickup truck, Wang Jing'an directed the driver toward a specific location. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a lakeside. Lin Wanqing and Chun Tingshi were taken aback to find the corpse of the prince before them. The creature's antlers were broken, its wings severed, and its abdomen bore a gaping wound. Lin Wanqing surmised that Wang Jing'an had taken the demon core but refrained from inquiring further, instead stating, "A bloodline of this caliber can fetch a substantial price. Even selling it to the Academy would yield considerable credits to bring back." Upon finishing her statement, Wang Jing'an stepped forward to hoist the body. "I'll handle this unpleasant task." He tossed the corpse into the truck's cargo bed, and they drove off. Along the way, Wang Jing'an tended to Han Xiaoyan's wounds and offered him a painkiller. "You may need to change your weapon hand," Lin Wanqing advised. Han Xiaoyan, now awake, waved his hand dismissively with a smile. "As long as I can slay demons, losing an arm is a small price to pay." He then gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing and Chun Tingshi continued to observe Wang Jing'an, reminiscing about the battle and reflecting on his unique abilities. They were not oblivious. They had begun to speculate that Wang Jing'an might possess a second innate talent. The truth of this speculation would depend on how the Academy's higher-ups reacted to the forthcoming mission report. Junior Jing'an, a significant event may soon unfold. Lin Wanqing pondered another matter. Indeed, Wang Jing'an agreed. The slaying of a certain 10th progeny by the demon clan would not go unanswered. However, Lin Wanqing reassured him, "You need not worry. The demons are in the wrong this time. After all, they ventured into the territory of the human realm to train, and their demise is a consequence of their own inadequacy. I trust that the human alliance will support you." Tingshi chimed in with comforting words. "Exactly, cousin. The esteemed Zhao Gang once similarly killed a demon king, and our people never abandoned him. You have eliminated an SSS-grade bloodline, making an exceptional contribution to humanity, and we have no reason to forsake you." Wang Jing'an nodded softly, turning to observe the scenery, lost in contemplation. Han Xiaoyan regarded Jing'an with a mixture of surprise and admiration. It was evident that Jing'an now possessed the strength to slay 4th-tier demons. The SSS-grade talent was said to offer absolute qualifications for cross-dia combat, but Han Xiaoyan had always been uncertain about the comparative strength of SSS-grade talents versus SSS-grade bloodlines. Now, he understood. After all, with Wang Jing'an's current talent being SSR grade, it was reasonable that he could achieve the unprecedented feat of slaying a 10th progeny of SSS-grade bloodline. Far away in the demon realm, within the dim confines of the Lingxi Palace, the abode of the Lingxi clan, one of the 8 ancient demon tribes, an extraordinary event unfolded. The clan's elder had emerged from seclusion, summoning all significant figures of the Lingxi clan to the palace. The Lingxi Palace spanned over 3,000 square meters, and as the elder sat at the highest seat, its shadowy atmosphere exuded a palpable menace. "Elder, have you broken through?" A massive black rhinoceros, submerged in a vast magical lake, inquired with a heavy tone. This creature, towering several hundred meters high, had only its head protruding, its unique horn faintly glowing red. "My 7th grandson has perished on human territory." The elder's fury was palpable. Upon hearing this, the submerged Lingxi creatures raised their hooves, several even transforming into half-human, half-beast forms. Huang has been slain? The furious Lingxi monarch exclaimed. Elder, who is responsible? This monarch, the leader of the Lingxi clan, took charge in the elder's absence. The seventh prince, Huang, was the youngest offspring of the Lingxi. Beside the monarch stood several half-human, half-beast demons, including 3 of the monarch's 7 princes. Among them, the second princess displayed evident anger. Elder, is it confirmed that Huang died on human land? Chapter 64. The human race must surrender. Wang Jing'an. Within 7 days, the ancestral figure's eyes widened with fury, desperately attempting to suppress the raging fire within. The remnant shadow I left on Huang's waist token has sensed that the opponent possesses only a 3rd-tier cultivation level, and his talent lies in flames. There can be no mistake. Flames. Upon hearing this, the Lingxi emperor exclaimed, "Is it the newly emerged SSS grade South Mingli fire from the human race?" This individual hails from the human realm of Xiao, the second princess. Her face a mixture of anger and confusion. Interjected, "Ancestor, Huang possesses an SSS grade bloodline. Even when facing unparalleled human prodigies, he could remain undefeated within the same tier. How could he possibly be slain by a mere 3rd-tier insect from a weaker race? Is there some hidden truth here?" The ancestor erupted with killing intent. A mere 3rd-tier child from a weaker race slaying their Lingxi clan's 7th prince was a profound disgrace. In the next moment, the ancestor rose and transformed into a colossal black rhinoceros, roaring towards the heavens. After Huang's death, the sacred relic was shattered, the demon core extracted, and the wings severed. If this vengeance is not avenged, how can the Lingxi clan hold its head high among the other 7 ancient races? Send word. Dispatch our clan's emissaries to the Xia realm to retrieve Huang's corpse. Furthermore, we demand the owner of the South Mingli fire be surrendered within 7 days. I shall flay his skin, extract his tendons, drink his blood, and scatter his bones. Regardless of any hidden truths, once the owner of the South Mingli fire arrives in the demon domain, all will be revealed. The Lingxi emperor, equally enraged, declared, "I too wish to see what means this weak race's child possesses to slay Huang across tiers." Huang, being of the SSS grade bloodline, had elevated the Lingxi clan's status among the 8 ancient races. Now, with Huang slain, the blow to the Lingxi clan was monumental. Ultimately, the Lingxi ancestor galloped into the depths of the demon domain, seeking to confer with several major races and exert pressure upon the human race. Several hours later, a pickup truck entered the urban area of Fengjing City, heading directly to the finest hospital. After delivering Han Xiaoyan to the hospital for immediate surgery, Wang Jing'an and his companions returned to the school to report. Upon returning, Lin Wanqing first went to compile a task summary. After reviewing the report, the head of the task department was left utterly astounded and promptly notified the principal. By evening, Wang Jing'an, Chen Tingxi, Lin Wanqing, and the driver were summoned together. Due to Lin Guangming's eye condition, he required 2 days of recuperation in the infirmary, hence he was not urgently called. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, numerous school leaders awaited outside the academic affairs office, including Wang Jing'an's homeroom teacher, Song Tianqi. "Jing'an, how are you? Are you injured?" Song Tianqi's first concern upon seeing Wang Jing'an disembark was regarding any injuries. Wang Jing'an waved his hand dismissively. "Just a minor injury, nothing serious. However, Senior Han has lost an arm and has been sent for surgery. That arm cannot be recovered, so..." Upon hearing about Han Xiaoyan's severed arm, Song Tianqi observed a moment of silence before pressing on. "The head of the department informed me of your task report from this outing. You slew a 10-fiend offspring?" This was indeed a significant reason for the gathering of school leadership. Nearby stood several homeroom teachers, the academic affairs director, and the weapons master. At that moment, the mischievous principal also arrived at the school entrance, exclaiming, "Oh, my little ancestor, how is it that you returned from a mission with such merit?" The principal approached Wang Jing'an, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and once assured of his safety, expressed concern. "Are you certain the opponent was a rhinoceros?" Before Wang Jing'an could respond, Lin Wanqing interjected. "The opponent bore a single horn on its forehead and possessed an SSS-grade bloodline. It was undoubtedly a rhinoceros." Upon the principal's demeanor shifted dramatically, Little ancestor, while you have achieved merit, you have also stirred trouble. This SSS-grade bloodline, if I am not mistaken, belongs to the Lingxi 7 princes of the 8 ancient demon races, heralded as one of the next generation's 10 fiends. Now that it has perished within our Xia realm, a fierce battle is surely on the horizon. The 8 ancient races. Wang Jing'an pondered these unfamiliar terms. However, what astonished him further was the principal's seemingly erratic thought process, as his expression shifted once more. By the way, did you bring back the princess? Wang Jing'an fell silent for a few seconds, pointing towards the cargo bed of the pickup truck. The principal dashed over like a child, inspecting the corpse. Wonderful, marvelous. This corpse is what you captured. The school will not cheat you. We shall compensate you with 20,000 credits. Wang Jing'an was speechless. Lin Wanqing was at a loss for words, while Chun Tingshi felt somewhat flustered. The driver appeared utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the principal had been so concerned. How could his demeanor change so swiftly? Suddenly, the principal exclaimed, "Where is the horn? How did the prince's horn break off?" The principal grew increasingly agitated. Little ancestor. Where's the horn? Wang Jing'an forced a bitter smile. It seems to have fallen in Xingyang town. I'm not entirely sure. The battle was too intense. The principal retorted, "Stop pretending. Is it not with you?" Seeing he could no longer conceal the truth, Wang Jing'an nodded. Yes. The principal insisted, "Bring it out." The horn must accompany the corpse. Wang Jing'an, invigorated, replied, "No, this is a hard-fought trophy. I nearly lost my life for it." The principal countered, "Without the horn, the corpse loses its value." Wang Jing'an shook his head. "The horn has a separate price." The principal argued, "You cannot use the horn. It is needed for the school to forge high-grade spiritual artifacts." Principal, the head of the department interjected, disrupting their conversation. "Shouldn't we be strategizing on how to address the impending situation?" Upon hearing this, the principal reverted to his previous serious demeanor. "What is there to panic about? The sky may fall, but with the Sword Saint to support us, the human alliance has yet to be concerned. It is not our place as mere mortals to fret." Finally, the principal's tone shifted, adopting a chilling seriousness. "Decades ago, we did not abandon Zhao Gang. Today, we shall not forsake Jing'an, especially since he has rendered great service to the human race. What reason do we have to abandon him? Even a small figure like me understands this. Surely those in the human alliance do as well?" Everyone aware of the underlying circumstances anticipated that a significant event was about to unfold. The demon race's fury was inevitable. At this juncture, the head of the department chose not to dwell on the previous matter, but returned to his earlier point. "I merely wish to mention, Jing'an, it seems you possess a second ability." Lin Wanqing had clearly documented this in the task report. Wang Jing'an's second ability was related to direction, allowing him to manipulate it at will, causing enemies positioned in a specific direction to lose their sense of self and enter a state of directional disadvantage. Furthermore, Lin Wanqing had emphasized the terrifying implications of this ability. In essence, without the aid of this ability, their expedition might have ended in utter failure. Should that have been the outcome, it would not have been the Lingxi clan that faced humiliation, but rather their side in Xia. In such a case, the demon race would seize the opportunity to mercilessly mock them. Such occurrences were not without precedent. Chapter 65. The second talent. At the moment the words of the school director were uttered, the entire assembly was left in stunned silence, including the principal. They had merely come to hear the director mention that Wang Jing'an had slain a progeny of the 10 fiends, one possessing an SSS-level bloodline. The revelation that Wang Jing'an possessed a second ability was utterly unfathomable. Observing the frowns and expressions of skepticism on the faces of the principal, class teachers, and mentors, the school director found himself at a loss for words. In resignation, he turned to Wang Jing'an and said, "Jing'an, why don't you explain the situation to the principal?" The school director was also eager to witness the nature of Wang Jing'an's second ability firsthand. What manner of power could permit someone of the third realm to vanquish a royal beast of the fourth realm? The principal addressed the school director, stating, "In truth, the emergence of a second talent is not unprecedented. Warriors with an S-level third spiritual affinity possess heightened sensitivity to their gifts, allowing them to awaken twice more. The third spiritual affinity serves to maintain balance, This implies that the two talents awakened through the third affinity, combined, amount to 3. However, the third affinity bears a critical flaw. The subsequent talents will not reach the level of the affinity itself, resulting in either an S, A, F, or D grade. The other teachers grasped the significance of the principal's words. Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that Wang Jing'an's initial talent could not possibly be an SSS-level third spiritual affinity. If that were the case, he would not have been able to awaken the SSS-level Nanjingli fire, or rather, it should be classified as SSR level. Before long, all the teachers turned their gazes towards Wang Jing'an, awaiting his personal account. Anticipating this moment, Wang Jing'an had prepared himself mentally and crafted a narrative. After the college entrance examination, my cultivation had yet to reach the second realm, and I discovered that I seemed to have awakened a second ability, coinciding with a significant leap in my cultivation. Wang Jing'an feigned contemplation before continuing. The emergence of this ability has considerably accelerated my training process. Through exploration, I discovered that this second talent allows for the manipulation of directional perception, a power I have dubbed fooling. This explanation not only indicated that the second ability was a normal awakening, but also elucidated why Wang Jing'an's strength had surged so dramatically over the summer. It was a dual-purpose strategy. Thus, when his strength increased further in the future, he would not be subjected to suspicion. Upon hearing Jing'an's words, Lin Wanqing experienced a moment of clarity. Principal, Director, I can attest that this ability indeed allows for the manipulation of direction, rather than relying on illusions or other forms of trickery to deceive opponents. The capacity to manipulate direction is most genuine. Otherwise, when I was attacked by the left protector in a fit of rage, my body would have been reduced to pulp. The school director, though surprised, also exhibited a sense of astonishment. If Jing'an's explanation holds true, then this ability meets the criteria for an SSS-level evaluation. However, Wang Jing'an wished to further elaborate, laying the groundwork for what was to follow. By the way, I have discovered that my ability to fool has not yet been fully developed. The school director was taken aback. Not fully developed? Wang Jing'an nodded. I have a vague sense that this fooling ability may not only manipulate direction, but also the 5 senses. Though I am uncertain if it truly affects the 5 senses, I feel that this ability has yet to reach its limits. Wang Jing'an truly wished to express that this ability could manipulate not only direction and the 5 senses, but also space, time, and even the fabric of reality itself. He feared that such revelations might shock the school leaders. Indeed, Wang Jing'an was most eager to explore the capabilities of manipulating space and time. If direction, the 5 senses, space, and time could all converge in a singular moment, he was confident that, even in the third realm, he could outmaneuver a fifth realm beast. The caveat, however, was the necessity of possessing a spirit artifact capable of breaching defenses. Otherwise, even if a fifth realm beast found itself at a grave disadvantage, lacking a high-grade spirit artifact would render any attempts to penetrate its physical defenses futile. Yet, the school director remained astonished. Manipulating direction is already quite extraordinary. And now the possibility of manipulating the 5 senses? Wang Jing'an shook his head. I am uncertain if it can indeed be done. I am still in the phase of enhancement. Perhaps it will require me to reach the 4th realm? The school director fell into deep thought. If it is confirmed that the manipulation of the 5 senses is possible, it would at least be. At this point, the school director exchanged glances with the principal, and they voiced in unison, SSS level? Class teacher Song Tanchi was likewise intrigued by the principal and director's remarks. If the fooling ability is assessed as SSS level, does that not imply that my student will become the first in human history to possess 2 SSS level talents? One of which has even been classified as SSR level. As this realization dawned upon him, he felt a surge of pride alongside his astonishment. Jing'an, having you with us is a great honor for our demon-slaying class. Wang Jing'an suddenly sensed the affectionate gaze of his teacher and felt a wave of discomfort. Teacher, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. I will inform the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, the school director said before turning to head back to the school. Though uncertain whether Jing'an's claims were valid, he considered the possibility that, once he reached the 4th realm, the fooling ability could indeed unlock a second power, an utterly terrifying prospect. The capability to manipulate direction and the five senses would certainly be indicative of an SSS-level standard. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated the school director became. As he returned to the administrative office, he could not help but leap with excitement, drawing curious glances from passing students who wondered if the school director had lost his wits. Jing'an, the principal said, shedding his playful demeanor and adopting a serious expression. You may soon be taken away, but do not worry. This is your father's way of protecting you. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just eat, drink, and enjoy life as usual. The slaying of a being with an SSS-level bloodline was no trivial matter. It was worth noting that when Senior Zhao Gang vanquished a demon king with merely an SS-level bloodline, it sparked a war. One can only imagine the repercussions of an SSS-level bloodline's demise for the demon race. Afterward, the principal ceased to press Wang Jing'an for the horn and, after retrieving the corpse, transferred 20,000 credits to Lin Wanqing's account that very evening, allowing their small team to allocate the rewards as they saw fit. Outside Lin Wanqing's private dormitory, Wang Jing'an, Qiongqi, and the driver stood at the entrance. Jing'an, you contributed the most this time and should rightfully receive the largest share. 20,000 credits, plus double the task credits. 20,600 credits. You should take 10,000, Lin Wanqing stated, preparing to scan her credit wristband. However, Wang Jing'an waved his hand with a smile. I have already received my share by taking the horn. Let's split the credits evenly. Chapter 66, The Four Boundaries. Breakthrough Lin Wanqing remarked, that simply won't do. Each matter must be treated distinctly. The prince was slain by you alone. And you sold the corpse to the school for 20,000 credits, which should rightfully belong entirely to you. Therefore, you must take this 10,000. Wang Jing'an grew anxious. Without your distractions on those two guardians, I would not have had the opportunity to slay the prince alone. The pressure you bore was the most significant. The credits should be shared equally, 400 each. As for the remaining 200, if it causes you unease, you may give it to me. The driver, chiming in, said, I merely drove and was of little assistance during the battle, so I shall take just 100 credits. Wang Jing'an responded, with sufficient credits. You can acquire the cultivation resources you desire to rapidly enhance your abilities. However, if you choose to calculate it this way, do not call upon me for future missions. After a brief silence, Lin Wanqing began to scan the code for Qiongqi and the driver, transferring 400 credits each. As for Xiaoyun and my brother's share, I will provide it to them shortly. Lin Wanqing then scanned 600 credits for Jing'an. In an instant, they found themselves affluent. When had the driver ever seen so many credits? At his wealthiest, he had only 98 points. Yet now, after a single trip, he had earned 400. The driver was at a loss for words, his face alight with excitement, and he bowed slightly to Wang Jing'an in gratitude. This underscored the significance of being part of a reliable team. From now on, for future missions, I shall specifically drive for you. The driver, lacking other skills, resolved to be Wang Jing'an's dedicated chauffeur. What is your gifted ability? I sense that your driving is remarkably steady, Wang Jing'an inquired curiously. A-class driving deity, the driver replied. Once I unleash my full potential, no road or curve can impede me. Such a talent exists? Wang Jing'an marveled at the diversity of abilities. He would believe anyone who claimed talents akin to sleeping, eating, or being a scapegoat. Once the credits were evenly distributed, Lin Wanqing asked, Jing'an, to be candid. Is it true that the manipulation ability can indeed unlock a second ability? This was the aspect that had astonished her the most. If it could truly unlock a second ability, manipulation would be deemed an SSS-level talent. Wang Jing'an nodded. Yes, I can sense it, though it has not yet been fully developed. However, I feel it is imminent. Lin Wanqing gasped in awe. She had previously considered herself a genius and believed that the most exceptional offspring of the 5 great conglomerates were unparalleled prodigies. Yet upon encountering Wang Jing'an, she suddenly felt that her notion of genius paled in comparison. 30 high-risk talents, all unique. Yet, it appeared this was not the case for Wang Jing'an. Not repeatable, is it? Very well, Wang Jing'an, shall directly create an entirely new SSS-level talent. As Lin Wanqing's imaginative musings concluded, Wang Jing'an stepped out of her dormitory. After all, lingering in a female dormitory was inappropriate. He longed to return to his own quarters and enhance his cultivation. He sensed that significant events were on the horizon and would not be delayed for long, perhaps in a couple of days. Many human warriors would learn of his conquest over a prince, or perhaps even sooner, perhaps tomorrow. Upon entering his dormitory, Wang Jing'an initiated the system panel. Name: Wang Jing'an, age 18, gender undetermined, rank gold 4, energy 653, cultivation, third boundary, breakthrough to fourth boundary requires energy to reach 1. 200, talent, SSR-level Southern Ming Flame, 76 compatibility, SSS-level manipulation, 24 compatibility, reputation, 101 million items, SSS-level bloodline demon spirit, horn 1. Upon noticing the gender entry, he could no longer contain himself. I've been conscious of this gender issue for quite some time. Could you assist me in reverting it to male? If that proves impossible, female is acceptable as well. System: 100,000 reputation. Wang Jing'an, you're also going to exploit this? System: a minor venture. Wang Jing'an, exasperated, said, change it. After deducting 100,000 reputation, the attempt failed. The gender programming was permanently jammed and irreparable. Wang Jing'an, is this a classic case of taking the money without delivering results? Curse your programming. It's clearly an attempt to swindle that 100,000 reputation. After this brief interlude, Wang Jing'an prepared for a lottery draw. Let us get started. Wang Jing'an gazed at his ample reputation balance, filled with a sense of security, activating 100 consecutive draws. The Shanghai Jing stirred. The lottery commenced. Draw failed. Compatibility for manipulation increased by 0.01. Host successfully drew a guaranteed rare item. Third stage, sublimation pearl. Host successfully drew a guaranteed rare item. Third stage, sublimation pearl. Host successfully drew a guaranteed rare item. Third stage, sublimation pearl. Rank successfully elevated to gold 3. Draw failed. Compatibility for manipulation increased by 0.001. Host successfully drew a guaranteed rare item. Third stage, sublimation pearl. Wang Jing'an's eyes widened. You wretched system, the compatibility increase is diminishing. System: if the compatibility isn't reduced, how would I balance the hostess abilities? Wang Jing'an, are you certain you weren't just implying that you're trying to fleece me? System: I am a system with professional integrity. I shall never exploit the host unless absolutely necessary. Unless the programming jams. Wang Jing'an, you could have just said you intend to rob me instead of fabricating so many excuses. Detected that the host's manipulation ability compatibility has reached 30. Would you like to spend 1 million reputation to develop the 5 senses ability? Wang Jing'an was stunned. What the hell, you slime merchant? After deducting 1 million reputation, the manipulation of the 5 senses ability was successfully developed. Wang Jing'an felt an overwhelming desire to strangle this system. He had encountered deceitful entities before, but never one so egregious. Is it not customary for hosts and systems to assist one another? Why did it seem different in his case? Before long, Wang Jing'an continued his lottery draws. He executed another 1,000 consecutive draws, yet he had yet to witness a third divine ability. The odds were infuriatingly low. System: there are still many ranks ahead. The probability will gradually increase, potentially reaching 99. Why the rush? 99%? Wang Jing'an inexplicably recalled a certain lottery system from his previous life associated with a penguin company. Subsequently, after an hour of tinkering, Wang Jing'an amassed 28 third-stage sublimation pearls. For the sake of ceremony, he ordered takeout, comprising a dish, a soup, and a bowl of elixir. After finishing the meal, Wang Jing'an felt a surge of energy. 653,673,673,691. 901 920. 1187 1199 detected that the host has reached the peak of the third boundary. Would you like to spend 30 million reputation to break through? Wang Jing'an recalled the last time he was ensnared by this deceitful system and, with newfound wisdom, thought, I want to fall for another programming jam that results in further exploitation, will I? System: absolutely not. The previous programming jam was an anomaly and has been rectified. Wang Jing'an gazed incredulously. Are you certain? System, if the programming jams, my ancestral grave will emit smoke. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. You have an ancestral grave? System, are you serious? System, of course, among our system lineage, I am endowed with the highest aptitude and exhibit the swiftest advancement, rarely encountering any obstacles. Promotion. Wang Jing'an no longer hesitated. The system commenced the normal promotion procedure, loading the program. 100, successfully advancing to the 4th realm of cultivation. Note, the host must expend 1 million prestige to stabilize the 4th realm of cultivation, otherwise, there is a risk of regression. By heavens! Chapter 67. If there is war, call me back, may I strike you? Despite being surrounded by a multitude of systems and protocols, Wang Jing'an still felt an inexplicable urge to lash out. If presented in a conventional manner, he would not have found these systems bothersome. However, paired with the system's insufferable demeanor, it incited a desire to retaliate. Consolidation of cultivation successful. Current cultivation level. For realms. Note, to break through to the 5th realm, 80 million reputation points are required. Name, Wang Jing'an. Age, 18. Gender, undetermined. Rank, Gold 3. Qi strength, 1200. Cultivation. For realms, Qi strength must reach 2,500 to break through to the 5th realm. Talent, SSS grade Southern Brightly Fire, 78. Compatibility. SSS grade Mockery, 31. Compatibility. Reputation, 40. 912, 000. Items. SSS grade Bloodline Demon Spirit Horn 1 with the development of a second ability related to Mockery. Wang Jing'an sensed that if he encountered that demon prince again, he could easily toy with him under similar circumstances. After completing the breakthrough, he fell into a deep slumber. Until around 8 o'clock the next morning, 3 envoys from the demon clan arrived within the borders of the Great Xia. As their cultivation was at the 6th realm, their presence did not violate the armistice agreement. These envoys, however, did not venture deep into Great Xia. Instead, they stationed themselves at the border, employing a high-grade communication artifact by the command of the ancestor Xingtian. I have come to inform the Human Alliance that the holder of the Southern Brightly Fire has slain our SSS grade bloodline yesterday. Negotiations can be considered. However, you must surrender the holder of the Southern Brightly Fire within 7 days. Additionally, you are to deliver the corpse of the prince of the Xingtian tribe to the border of the demon domain. This communication artifact translated the demon language, disseminating the message from the Great Xia border far and wide. The 3 envoys, clever as they were, did not dare to enter the Great Xia for fear of being trapped. That morning, the demon envoy's announcement stirred up a tempest throughout the city. As the saying goes, 1 transmits to 10, and 10 to 100. By the end of the morning, many martial artists were already aware of the matter. Wang Jing'an, who had slept until midday, prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch and then check if there were any mandatory classes that day. If time permitted, he intended to study the demon language, particularly the art of cursing, which piqued his interest. However, upon entering the cafeteria, he noticed several students staring at him with unusual expressions. Some female classmates even exhibited fervent admiration. Not just the girls, but numerous male students approached him with the enthusiasm of having had a shot of adrenaline, requesting photographs and autographs. Wang Jing'an pondered, has the ability of mockery spread already? That shouldn't be possible. Only a few school leaders and senior sister Wanqing knew about it. The school leaders would never escalate such matters, nor would senior sister Wanqing be the type to gossip. It took him 10 minutes to unravel the situation. It turned out that throughout the morning, martial arts schools and various online forums, news outlets, and social media platforms had been abuzz discussing the holder of the Southern Brightly Fire and the slaying of the prince of the Xingtian tribe. Many martial artists of Great Xia were already aware of the identity of the holder, Wang Jing'an, the top scorer of the college entrance examination. The Xingtian tribe, one of the ancient 8 great clans of the demon race, was also uncovered by some media. Their specialty, the Xingtian sky-shattering charge, had previously wounded a 10 saints-level human due to the prowess of the last Xingtian emperor. Thus, Wang Jing'an swiftly re-entered the spotlight of the Great Xia martial artist community. It was worth noting that the prince he had slain was the 7th prince of the Xingtian tribe, who possessed an SSS-grade bloodline and had been cut down before reaching his full potential. Junior Jing'an, you are now a celebrity in Great Xia. or rather, a renowned figure among the human race. Many foreign martial artists are clamoring online for a chance to meet you. Lin Wanqing, seemingly appearing from nowhere, sat across from Wang Jing'an with a plate of food. Please, no teasing, Wang Jing'an said, beginning to worry. Is there any significant movement among our people? Lin Wanqing chuckled. Are you concerned that we might surrender you to them? Wang Jing'an remained silent. Lin Wanqing produced a pink phone, ready to access a platform. Wang Jing'an couldn't help but think that this senior might have an obsession with the color pink. Seconds later, she handed him the phone. Take a look at these comments. They are from a major platform, with many foreign martial artists joining the discussion. Wang Jing'an took the phone, initially anticipating negative commentary that would undermine him. After all, having read numerous stories of urban face-slapping, he expected the comments would call for his surrender to the demon race. However, upon reading the comments, he found the opposite. Brother Jing'an, you are undoubtedly one of my greatest inspirations among the younger generation. During the summer, you helped the War Emperor rid himself of a deadly poison, and now, having just entered martial school, you've already slain an SSS-grade bloodline demon prince. Such achievements are beyond our reach. We, the human race, will never betray a hero like Jing'an. Hence, a war may soon erupt. The human race will always honor its heroes. This is the paramount difference between us and the demons. Let us not say anything more. Brothers, I am currently on a high-speed train returning home, preparing to unveil my long-dormant weapon that once accompanied me to the battlefield. Today, it shall see the light of day once more. I will restore the order of the Demon Slayer Pavilion. If war comes, I shall answer the call. With me. Victory is assured. Our ancestors fought valiantly in numerous tragic wars. Now it is our turn. We cannot be outdone by our forebears. The human race must, and if battle is to be had, then let it be. Goodness, you must see the adjacent thread. A fellow is already heading to the western border of Great Xia with a spear, claiming he intends to slay the demon envoys. After briefly scanning the comments, Wang Jing'an felt a lump in his throat, unsure of what to articulate. For the first time, he felt a sense of belonging. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. The comments online came from various countries, yet they shared a commonality. They were all part of the human race. Their responses did not diminish Wang Jing'an's stature. Rather, they expressed an unyielding spirit in the face of impending war. What seemed like simple words flowed with an infinite energy. Perhaps, this is what faith truly is. Chapter 68. Shun Jingyan's most imposing moment. What are your thoughts after reading these comments, junior brother Jing'an? Lin Wanqing inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Wang Jing'an offered only a faint smile, resuming his meal in silence. Within those comments, he perceived the spirit of camaraderie, the profound significance of the human cause, and a deep-seated patriotism. At that moment, Yang Zhun, Chu Xiao, and several other classmates arrived at the cafeteria. They obtained their meals and settled near Wang Jing'an. Jing'an, we've all heard about what happened. Don't worry, we're here for you, Yang Zhun reassured him. He also harbored concerns that the human alliance might hand Jing'an over, a decision that would undoubtedly dishearten countless human cultivators. While war would bring immense sacrifice and shatter numerous families, in a world shared by humans and demons, who could guarantee that war wouldn't erupt sooner or later? Seeing Jing'an's silence, Yang Zhun nudged Chu Xiao, signaling him frantically. Chu Xiao, understanding the cue, abruptly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Yang Zhun, you weren't there. It's easy for you to talk. If you were in his place, wouldn't you be worried? Yang Zhun immediately played along, retorting, Chu Xiao, what the hell are you implying? Am I wrong to comfort my Jing'an? Chu Xiao retorted, your Jing'an? Have you no shame? Enraged, Yang Zhun cursed, damn it. Are you looking for a fight? Chu Xiao unleashed his aura, declaring, bring it on. I'm not afraid of a punk like you. Yang Zhun roared, what kind of skill is in fighting? If you've got the guts, go kill the demon envoys. Chu Xiao retorted, I'll go if you go. Who's afraid of who? Yang Zhun challenged, go then. Chu Xiao responded, let's go. The two stood face to face in the cafeteria, their performance leaving many students feeling awkward due to its obvious theatrics. Lin Wanqing, arms crossed, chuckled, go ahead then. Kill the demon envoys. The two suddenly fell silent. Yang Zhun backed down, saying, we just wanted to comfort Jing'an. But we're just a bunch of guys who don't know how. Lin Wanqing glared at them, scolding, enough. Anyone who knows you would think you're acting. And those who don't would think you're fighting over a lover. Fighting over a lover? Yang Zhin's face fell instantly. Chu Ziyao added, seeing your sister watching. Is that how you use that phrase? After finishing his meal, Wang Jing'an rose and smiled. I'm not as fragile as you think. If I were truly afraid, I wouldn't have killed that demon prince in the first place. Since I dared to kill him, I have the courage to face the consequences. Yang Zhan gave a thumbs up, praising, well said, Jing'an. You truly are someone I admire. Before the heartwarming scene in the cafeteria could continue, a voice transmission echoed from outside, carried by a specialized technique to reach such a distance, a feat only achievable with high-grade sound transmission devices. The message, originally in the demon language but translated for all to understand, declared, a morning has passed, and why has no human leader responded? I reiterate, by this time tomorrow, the seventh prince's corpse must appear on the border of the demon realm. Furthermore, we demand to see the possessor of the southern netherworld fire. Do not attempt to send a substitute. Otherwise, face the consequences. The transmission reverberated throughout the entire Azure Dragon Martial Academy, igniting a wave of fury in its wake. Every student in the cafeteria heard it. Their gazes instinctively turned to Wang Jing'an, who stood motionless, a faint smile playing on his lips, showing no sign of panic. Damn it, those envoys are so arrogant, threatening consequences. I want to see what the demons can do to our Jing'an if he doesn't show up at the border tomorrow. Yang Zhan's fiery temper flared. I'll post a request online to see if any brothers are at the border and have them record a video or live stream the whole thing. Chu Xiao interjected, no need. Several prominent bloggers are already live streaming the situation at the border. Yang Zhan leaned in to watch, and other students, including Lin Wanqing, also gathered around, curious about the situation at the border. One of the streamers, known as Ali the Most Handsome, was broadcasting from atop a city gate, his assistant filming. The streamer was vehemently denouncing the demon's shamelessness and incompetence, speaking in Wang Jing'an's defense. The comments in the live stream were overwhelmingly positive. However, a closer look revealed something startling. In the live stream's background, a figure appeared to be walking in the air. The figure was minuscule, yet they were carrying a coffin on their shoulder. Ali the Most Handsome was taken aback, exclaiming, who is that? They seem to be carrying a coffin. Assistant, zoom in and see who it is. The live stream's camera zoomed in on the figure in the sky. Because the figure was at a high altitude, even with the magnification, a clear image couldn't be obtained. However, it was possible to discern that it was a middle-aged man carrying a coffin. Chu Xiao, holding his phone, suddenly looked up, exclaiming, Jing'an, that looks like your uncle. My uncle? Wang Jing'an approached, eager to see for himself. Look, Chu Xiao pointed at the live stream. Although the face was unclear, the person's identity could be discerned. Many people had seen the pavilion master of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion and were familiar with him. Wang Jing'an frowned upon seeing him, questioning, what is he doing at the border? In a border city west of Great Xia, Xingtian, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, stood 1,000 meters in the air, suppressing the heavy coffin, then stepping upon its lid, pointed at the 3 envoys outside the border, and roared, I'll give you 10 minutes to disappear from the border of Great Xia. If you're still here after 10 minutes, I'll personally send you to the Yellow Springs. Outside the border city, the 3 envoys, each with a half-human, half-beast appearance, stood their ground, refusing to leave. The leading envoy, clad in white robes, shouted, You slew the 7th prince of our rhinoceros clan, a being of SSS-grade bloodline. Should not the human race offer an explanation? Does the human race intend to break the truce agreement? Xingtian extended his hand, and a terrifying force emerged from the distant sky. The coffin beneath his feet gradually flew out. I'll give you an explanation, you son of a bitch. Which rule in the truce agreement forbids juniors from battling? The truce agreement only restricts cultivators above the 8th realm. Which agreement did my nephew violate? Xingtian waved his hand, his middle finger raised. The truce agreement only restricts cultivators above the 8th realm. Which agreement did my nephew violate? The white-robed envoy raged. Our demon race has already given you time. If we don't see the person by then, even if it means breaking the agreement, our demon race will slay that brat. Chapter 69. The 5th of the 10 saints. Do you dare to call me a brat again? Does my nephew not have a name? I dare you to utter another word. Xingtian seethed with anger. If you have the guts, tear up this pact. If not, the demon clan shall remain my subservient dogs. After a moment, the murderous intent within Xingtian surged, whoever it may be. Even if it's the demon-slaying pavilion or the human alliance, if anyone dares to hand Jing'an over to the demon clan, they shall be at enmity with the entire celestial spirit pavilion. I may not be the pinnacle of human combat, but dealing with a few crippled demons is child's play. As his words fell, a heavy coffin soared into the air, with Xingtian standing atop it. His formidable cultivation evident as he revealed an aura of dominance before all the human warriors. Dare you? The white-robed envoy was taken aback, relieved they had not ventured deeper into the Great Xia. In times of conflict, we do not slay envoys, especially since a war has yet to break out between our clans. Are you truly intending to violate the treaty? The envoy retreated hastily. Violate the treaty? Aren't you within the borders of my Great Xia? Xingtian advanced with a fierce step, the coffin lid following closely. As he approached, he struck the envoy, shattering his mouth. Remember this, my nephew's name is Wang Jing'an. Do not call him a brat again. It is most impolite. Without granting the envoy the chance to respond, Xingtian seized the coffin lid and smashed it down, breaking the envoy's bones. Despite the brutality of the act, Xingtian exuded an aura of gentleness. At that moment, everyone in the city, including several live-streaming influencers, witnessed the heavy coffin suppress the white-robed envoy. Xingtian flipped his hand, closing the coffin lid, and single-handedly carried it away from the Great Xia's borders, burying it beneath the open sea. Those who dare to plot against my nephew shall meet this fate. The two remaining black-robed envoys, having never encountered such a scene, fled in desperation. The warriors watching the live broadcast felt their blood boiling, with many comments echoing sentiments like, "Wow, I want a dozen uncles like this," and "Damn, what a sense of security. This uncle is so manly." This was the first time these warriors witnessed the Celestial Spirit Pavilion Master in action. In the cafeteria of Zhulong Martial School, Yang Zhen raised his thumb and asked, "Jing'an, can you ask our uncle if he minds having another nephew?" "Please ask for me too," chuckled Chu Xiao. Wang Jing'an felt at a loss for words. Yet warmth filled his heart, realizing this uncle would risk everything to personally teach a lesson to the boastful envoy at the border city. As Xingtian pursued, the two black-robed envoys were on the brink of annihilation when a colossal black rhinoceros appeared behind them. It was the Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor. The two black-robed envoys cried out, "Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor, save us!" The Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, standing imposingly in the sky. "Master Chun, you have overstepped your bounds." Xingtian scoffed. "Overstep your mother." The Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor's brow furrowed, malice evident in his gaze. "Master Chun, you have now left the borders of Great Xia. This is the open sea and not protected by the ceasefire treaty. Since you insist on slaying envoys, I do not mind burying you beneath these waters." Xingtian felt the pressure intensify, recognizing that the Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor was one of the 10 fiends of the demon clan. He had indeed crossed the Great Xia borders, and should he be slain by this foe, it would not be considered a violation of the ceasefire treaty. In Fengjing City, at Zhulong Martial School, within a tranquil forest on the mountain's rear, an elderly man in a wheelchair slowly appeared. He gazed at the serene surroundings, watched the withered yellow leaves fall, and then turned to the large bell standing in the distant temple. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the bell began to resonate with a profound sound that echoed far and wide. Subsequently, the elderly man followed the sound and materialized at the border city. The moment he arrived, heavy snow began to fall across the entire border, cold as ice, accompanied by flames. "Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor, if a battle is what you seek, allow this old man to accompany you." The elderly man, seated in his wheelchair, appeared at the city gate. Unbeknownst to him, the wheelchair had transformed into an icebound throne. The 10 saints of humanity. All the warriors gathered at the city gate instinctively shouted those 4 words upon seeing him. In the cafeteria of Zhulong Martial School, those watching the live stream grew increasingly grave as Lin Wanqing exclaimed, "It's the old principal." "The old principal?" Yang Zhen queried, puzzled. "He was the previous principal, and is also one of the current 10 saints of humanity, Lin Wanqing explained, glancing at Wang Jing'an. A few years ago, he helped the War Emperor purge a lethal poison from his body, but it could only remove about 90 of it. Wang Jing'an began to realize the gravity of the situation. Because of the impending confrontation with the demon royal family, the powerhouses of both sides were gradually revealing themselves. All these years have passed, and you have yet to recover from that battle over a decade ago. Crippled principle. The spirit rhinoceros emperor emphasized the word crippled, confronting him with an aura that was equally formidable. As one of the 10 fiends, he was not to be trifled with, especially not with a crippled saint. Though crippled, I believe slaying you should pose no issue. The elderly man smiled faintly, his expression warm. He then turned his gaze toward Chun Jingyan in the distance, as an enormous frost-laden hand reached from beyond the Great Xia borders, pulling Chun Jingyan back into Great Xia. The spirit rhinoceros emperor's expression grew increasingly frigid. I do not wish to engage in idle chatter with you. My purpose here today is to deliver a final ultimatum in 6 days' time. I expect to see the owner of the southern bright leaf fire brought before me in the demon realm. Furthermore, I must see the corpse of Huang by this time tomorrow at the borders of the demon realm. Otherwise, the treaty shall be rendered void. Chun Jingyan was infuriated. To hell with your treaty. If you do not tear it up before my eyes today, I shall hold you in contempt, you foolish ox, coward. With that, Chun Jingyan raised his thumb, then slowly lowered it. The spirit rhinoceros emperor stood stunned for a long moment, taken aback by the audacity of a mere 8th realm cultivator openly insulting him. The elderly man in the wheelchair sighed in exasperation. Master Chen, please be a little more subtle in your words. Do not be so ostentatious. I understand you are defending your nephew, but there are so many people watching. You must maintain the decorum befitting the master of the celestial spirit pavilion. Finally, the spirit rhinoceros emperor suppressed his rage and looked down at the open sea. With a wave of his hand, he seized the heavy coffin from the sky, shaking it with raw power until it shattered into fine dust. Regrettably, the white-robed envoy within had already met his demise. This coffin was a disposable 7th-grade spiritual artifact, and once inside, it would mercilessly harvest the life force of its occupant. My sincerest apologies, foolish ox, I inadvertently killed your envoy. Chun Jingyan maintained an air of nonchalance. The spirit rhinoceros emperor, furious, retorted, You are not afraid of being slain by me. Chun Jingyan casually cleaned his ears and replied, With old son here, why should I fear you? The elderly man in the wheelchair wore a look of resignation. Despite the spirit rhinoceros emperor's seething anger, he restrained himself. Since the ultimatum had been issued, if Huang's corpse was not presented by tomorrow, the spirit rhinoceros clan would unite with the other 7 ancient demon clans to pressure humanity. The spirit rhinoceros emperor wagered that humanity would not dare to easily violate the treaty. Is this the extent of the 10 fiends? Chun Jingyan called out as the enemy departed, secretly feeling a surge of anxiety. It was only because of old son's presence that he had the audacity to bluster. The elderly man in the wheelchair gazed at the vanishing figure of Lingxi Huang, letting out a soft sigh. Chun Jingyan approached to pay his respects, saying, I have met senior son. I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance. The elderly man gently shook his head. His name was Sun Dingwa, one of the 10 saints of the contemporary human race, possessing the extraordinary SSS-level dual talent of both ice and fire. The wheelchair he occupied slowly turned, following the chime of the departing bells. Senior son, Chun Jingyan suddenly called out to Sun Dingwa. The wheelchair halted, and Sun Dingwa turned to inquire, Master Chun, what is it? Chun Jingyan resumed his previous solemn demeanor, gazing in the direction from which Lingxi Huang had departed, and asked, in 6 days, does the human race truly intend to hand over this child, Jing'an? Chapter 70. The Supreme Council of the Human Race. Upon hearing the words, Sun Dingwa chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating with an open warmth. This question, Master Chun, should not be directed at me, but rather to the highest governing officer of the human race, your sister. Chun Jingyan furrowed his brow, recalling his sister's temperament. If she were to assess the interests of humanity, perhaps she would, indeed, be inclined to sacrifice her own son. After Sun Dingwa departed, Xingtian took a deep breath and gazed into the distance. Lingxi, how would you choose? Would you instigate a war or offer your son as a sacrifice? Once Xingtian left, the warriors within the border city, along with numerous live streamers, began to engage in a fervent discussion. I actually encountered the venerable son, one of the 10 saints of humanity. Alas, the old master had been rendered incapacitated in the last battle. I am genuinely anxious about the coming days. Let us hope they do not hand over Jing'an. Wang Jing'an had slain a prince of the demon race, and his actions were commendable. He must not be surrendered. If it comes to it, let us go to war. I am prepared to make sacrifices for humanity. Due to some streamers still broadcasting, the discussions among the warriors in the border city became widely known. A multitude of viewers, transfixed by the live broadcast, shared in the anxiety over the potential decision to surrender Wang Jing'an. However, to refuse would imply that the demon race might preemptively break their covenant and wage war against humanity. How many families would be shattered? How many wives would lose their husbands? How many children would be left fatherless? War is perpetually brutal. All eyes now turn to the choices of the highest governing officer of the Human Alliance. At the Zhulong Martial School, in the dining hall. As the two figures from the live stream faded from view, Lin Wanqing, Chu Ziyou, Yang Zhen, and Xingtian all turned their attention to Wang Jing'an. The situation had escalated to a grave level. The Lingxi royal had intervened personally, and it was made clear that they were uniting with the other 7 demon races, meaning the Lingxi clan could represent the entirety of the demon race in declaring war upon humanity. In a few days, if Wang Jing'an did not appear at the Daxiao border, the covenant could potentially be rendered void. It was also conceivable that the Lingxi clan was merely bluffing. Nevertheless, every warrior across the land was watching this matter closely. Lin Wanqing, perceptive and astute, remarked, Yang Zhen, Xiao, accompany Jing'an for a stroll. I shall be. Wang Jing'an expressed a desire to walk alone. Just as he stepped out of the dining hall, the elder in a wheelchair, whom he had seen on the live stream, appeared below. Jing'an, might you accompany this old soul, half buried in the earth, for a walk? Sun Dinghua's smile remained, unwavering even in the face of the Lingxi royal. Very well. Wang Jing'an now recognized that this venerable son was the former principal of the Zhulong Martial School. He approached, pushing the wheelchair himself. As they slowly moved away under the watchful eyes of numerous students, leaving behind the silhouettes of an elder and a youth. Jing'an, now that you are aware of your lineage, I assume you know a bit about your mother's position as the highest governing officer of the Human Alliance? Sun Dinghua gazed ahead, allowing Wang Jing'an to push the wheelchair from behind. Hearing the elder's words, Wang Jing'an fell silent for several seconds, with Sun not urging him. When they reached a garden, Wang Jing'an finally nodded. I know a little. My father is the head of the demon-slaying pavilion, and my mother is the supreme commander of the Human Alliance. They both hold high positions, and sometimes their choices prioritize the interests of humanity, perhaps at the expense of fairness to certain individuals or matters, yet those choices are ultimately for the future of our race. Sun Dinghua inquired. If your mother's final decision were to push you toward the demon domain, would you resent her? Upon asking, he felt the question was somewhat thoughtless. Pausing, he altered his tone. Would you go? Wang Jing'an, unusually resolute, replied, I would likely go, for you elders need that truce to recuperate. I have seen the war emperor in a state of severe poisoning, and today I witnessed you, Elder Sunday. Perhaps, among the current 10 saints of humanity, few truly thrive. In the war against the demon race over a decade ago, the war emperor had been poisoned, and Elder Sun was left incapacitated. Many other saints likely bore hidden wounds, unknown to the world. Good lad. Sun Dinghua suddenly smiled, his tone softening. You see, we of humanity once went to war with the demons for Zhao Gang, because we were at our peak. You cannot imagine, in those days at the northern border city, our 30 figures illuminated the night, fighting valiantly. But after that battle, I was left crippled, Elder Chun was blinded, and Elder Guan was grievously injured. As for your mother, well, let bygones be bygones. Therefore, my child, regardless of your mother's decision, I hope you will not hold it against her. Those who sit in such positions bear the heaviest burdens. The more Wang Jing'an learned the truth, the more estranged he felt from his parents. Yet, amidst this unfamiliarity, A sense of understanding blossomed within him. Your mother and father rank among the 10 saints, known as the Twin Sword Saints. Your father wields the finest swordsmanship in the world, while your mother is astute, serving as both the strategist and the highest governing officer of the human alliance. You are the most crucial element in her plans. After Sun Dinghua spoke, he instructed Wang Jing'an to halt. His wheelchair, however, continued to move forward autonomously. Whatever fate has in store for you, you shall endure it. If you could not bear it, fate would not have placed it upon you. All that transpires in your life is a necessary journey, and your mother is the one orchestrating the destiny bestowed upon you. Wang Jing'an watched the receding figure of elder son, lost in thought, for a long while. The events of the day weighed heavily on him, leaving him eager to discover how his mother would choose. That evening, in a certain large conference room in Fengjing City, a stunning middle-aged woman stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Her beauty striking, her figure voluptuous, clad in an ornate and dignified uniform. Chen Lingxi faced the window, her back to the long table within the conference room. Listening to the sound of hurried footsteps, she knew that representatives from various nations of humanity had gathered, including those possessing 30 high-risk talents. Wang Jing'an occupied his designated seat. Speaking softly, Commander Chen, everyone is present. We can commence this council. Chen Lingxi turned, observing the filled seats, a faint smile gracing her serious face as she recognized some elder peers and long-unseen friends. Elderly figures in wheelchairs, frail old men with canes, all gathered together. Let us begin, she stated in the most neutral tone. Tonight, I have summoned all representatives of humanity to discuss an issue that requires no elaboration. We must devise a solution that spares humanity from the ravages of war while enabling that child to endure this trial. Commander Chen, if we were to find a substitute, could we deceive the demon race? An elder suggested. The demon race is not so easily fooled. Chen Lingxi dismissed the proposal. While they may lack the cunning of humanity, they are not to be underestimated. With their formidable physical defenses and sheer brute strength, the balance of power in battle is nearly equal. Feigning to hand over Wang Jing'an. The intent was to lure the formidable demon clan into the Great Xia, only to ambush and eliminate their elite fighters. In the conference room, another proposal was made. Chen Lingxi, however, dismissed it. The cost would be too great. What the human race desperately needed now was a truce agreement. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards the elderly son, who sat in a wheelchair, and the blindfolded Chen Lao. Chen Lao, Chen Yuanzhou, of the Chen Consortium, was one of the 10 saints of humanity, having lost his sight in a battle over a decade ago. His daily life revolved around sweeping floors in a temple, where no one recognized him as one of humanity's 10 saints. In truth, many of the elders present longed for a simple existence, yet with great power comes great responsibility. And some matters cannot be evaded. Commander Chen, seeking to preserve Jing'an without breaching the agreement, left us at a loss for better alternatives. Lin Yanhua remarked, when it comes to combat, everyone here is skilled, but strategizing is not our forte. If Commander Chen has a contingency plan, it would be wise to reveal it. Upon hearing Lin Yanhua's words, numerous representatives turned their attention to Commander Chen, eager to hear her response. Even Wang Jing'an cast a glance at his wife. Chen Lingxi surveyed the assembly, her tone cold and unassuming as she articulated her plan. If none of you have a better approach, then we shall proceed according to my plan, allowing Wang Jing'an to enter the chaotic demon city. Chapter 71. The rules of Chaos Demon City. Let Wang Jing'an enter Chaos Demon City. The moment Chen Lingxi uttered these words, nearly everyone exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among several elders. As soon as the name Chaos Demon City was mentioned, they had already deduced the forthcoming plan. Entering Chaos Demon City was indeed a viable strategy. However, the singular and fatal flaw in this plan was that the life of the child, Wang Jing'an, would be placed in jeopardy. Lin Yanhua owed Wang Jing'an a debt of gratitude and did not wish to witness the untimely demise of the boy. He continued, as long as Wang Jing'an remains within the territory of the human race, we can ensure his safety. Yet, once he steps into Chaos Demon City, all meticulously laid plans may devolve into unpredictable variables. Wang Jing'an remained silent, his gaze fixed on Commander Chen, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. After a moment of deep contemplation, he sighed softly and chose to remain mute. Commander Chen, although you are the supreme authority of the human race, Wang Jing'an is still your child. By allowing him to enter Chaos Demon City, you are placing him in the utmost peril, spoke an elderly woman, her voice quavering with age. This woman, named Yu Fenglan, was a distinguished figure from the Yu family conglomerate and one of the 8 saints of the human race. After hearing the elder's words, Chun Lingxi replied with a calm demeanor, wearing this uniform and occupying this position, all that I see, think, and deliberate upon is for the greater good of our race. If our people were still as formidable as they were a decade ago, with 30 high-risk talents at their peak, we would not fear the so-called demon race. However, what we currently lack is time. What we need is to recuperate. She paused and then added, let me confirm. If there are no objections from the representatives, we shall send Wang Jing'an into Chaos Demon City within the next 2 days. Once he enters, the infiltrator plan will be activated. I will ensure that a peak 6th realm infiltrator is assigned to protect him in secrecy. With that, Chen Lingxi leaned back in her chair, having made a decision that she herself was uncertain she would not regret. Unbeknownst to her, memories of the 30 figures standing above the border city flooded her mind. Those silhouettes embodied the hope of the human race, reflecting the sorrows of their ancestors, serving as the backbone of their vast territories and upholding the pride of their homeland. Upon hearing this, Lin Yanhua, seated at the long table, turned to Wang Dingtian and whispered, Dingtian, that boy's rate of growth is quite remarkable. If nurtured in secret, he could become the next generation's saint of our race. Yet if we thrust him into Chaos Demon City now, he will face the relentless pursuit of all the young demons, with a survival probability of merely 20%. Wang Dingtian remained silent for a moment before responding. Li, I respect Commander Chen's decision, and I believe that Jing'an will endure this trial. In truth, Wang Dingtian felt that in the coming years, he could adequately protect Wang Jing'an, allowing him to mature. Yet who could have predicted that the boy would slay a demon prince of SSS bloodline on his first mission? However, the human race could not send Wang Jing'an to the demon realm merely because he had slain a demon prince. Such an action would undoubtedly demoralize all human warriors. Thus, 3 paths lay before them. Either send Wang Jing'an to the demon realm, allow him to enter Chaos Demon City, or declare war on the demon race. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Wang Dingtian thus showed utmost respect for Commander Chen, who, seated in her position, must weigh each decision with profound contemplation and anguish, more so than anyone else. In the end, all representatives in the conference room voiced no objections. Several elder representatives rose to leave, while Wang Dingtian approached son Dinghua, saying with a smile, Elder son, I will accompany you to Zhulong. Son Dinghua remained silent, casting his gaze toward Chun Lingxi, who was gradually making her way toward them. Wang Dingtian continued, Lingxi, won't you join me for a visit to Zhulong Martial School? The stern demeanor of Chun Lingxi dissipated, revealing the gentle warmth of a mother. If Jing'an knows that it is my decision for him to enter Chaos Demon City, he will likely harbor immense resentment toward me, she said, biting her lip, yearning to see her son. Yet she understood that this was precisely the time when she must not meet him. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Dingtian, please inform Jing'an of this matter. I shall not go to Zhulong. Chun Lingxi removed the jade pendant from her waist. This was given to him in his childhood, and I have kept it safe ever since, fearing it might be lost. Dingtian, please give it to him. This pendant may prove useful in Chaos Demon City. Upon seeing the pendant, son Dinghua sighed, fully aware of its formidable nature, capable of saving a life in dire circumstances. Are you truly not going? Wang Dingtian asked once more. Receiving a resolute reply from Chun Lingxi, I have matters to attend to. He ceased his persuasion and guided elder son out of the expansive conference room. At Zhulong Martial School, Chen Jingyan sought out Wang Jing'an immediately upon returning from the border city. He had heard from the director of Zhulong that his nephew had awakened a second ability. Many high-ranking officials were oblivious to this development, as they were preoccupied with the issues surrounding the demon race. Although the slaying of an SSS bloodline demon was promising news, many of the top human warriors had yet to fully recover. After listening to Wang Jing'an, Jing'an asked him to utilize his trickery ability once more, falling into deep contemplation. Then, a most astonishing scene unfolded. Jing'an gazed at Wang Jing'an, as one might observe a peculiar creature. This ability. Could it possibly be SSS-level? Before long, Jing'an employed his own powers in a secluded park to conduct a test on Wang Jing'an. With a compatibility of 31% for the trickery ability, Wang Jing'an's talent index measured an astonishing 310%. Jing'an was left in shock, his expression frozen in disbelief. Exceeding 100% meant he had attained a second SSR level. While it may not surpass the power of Nanming's Lihua, it was nonetheless a veritable SSR level. Jing'an struggled to find words. My sister has truly given birth to a prodigious nephew. If she were to learn that her son possesses dual talents of the highest caliber, would she not be overjoyed to the point of sleeplessness? Observing Jing'an's reaction, Wang Jing'an finally spoke softly after a prolonged silence. Uncle, thank you. Hearing this expression of gratitude, Jing'an was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. Offering no reply. Following the demise of a white-robed emissary in the border city, Wang Jing'an's perception of this uncle had grown increasingly favorable. As Jing'an prepared to leave for Tianling Pavilion to update the records, Wang Dingtian, an elder son, appeared, seeking out Wang Jing'an. Wang Dingtian, known for his decisive manner, wasted no time in directly conveying Chen Lingxi's decision to Wang Jing'an. Upon hearing the news, Wang Jing'an's curiosity piqued. Chaos Demon City again? Wang Dingtian inquired. Do you know the rules of Chaos Demon City? Wang Jing'an responded with confusion. What rules? I am not aware. I have merely heard of the city. Recently, I even heard that Yang Zhen planned to compete in Chaos Demon City with Lin Jinfeng. They say one can earn millions from a single competition. Wang Jing'an had intended to find time to discuss the matter of Chaos Demon City with Lin Jinfeng. Wang Dingtian pressed on. Are you not at all concerned? Wang Jing'an retorted. What should I be worried about? It appeared he was truly unaware of the rules of Chaos Demon City. Wang Dingtian elucidated. Your mother wishes for you to resolve the grievances among the younger generation on your own. Once you enter that city, you will become the common enemy of all the demon race's youth. Wang Jing'an's curiosity was piqued by his father's words. Could it be that this chaotic city of demons is under the control of the demon clan? Was it not said that this city belonged to no particular faction? Chapter 72. Tang Dao. The chaotic city of Lu Nmch does not belong to any particular race. Wang Dingdian remarked. In other words, Lu Nmch transcends reality. It exists in a realm between the tangible and the ethereal. This city was conjured from a 9th-grade spiritual weapon, and when it was formed, its last master was a martial artist of the 7th realm. Thus, upon the demise of that warrior, the spiritual weapon, in a display of loyalty, created this city and established an insurmountable rule. All martial artists entering Lu Nmch, be they human or demon, are forbidden from attaining the 7th realm. Should any martial artist of the 7th realm or above set foot in Lu Nmch, they shall be annihilated by the power of this rule. At this point, Wang Dingdian cast a glance at Wang Jing'an, his earlier calm demeanor now tinged with concern. He continued, the strongest martial artist to have appeared within this city has only reached the peak of the 6th realm. It is a place infamous as the City of Sin. Perhaps this is the greatest protection and romantic gesture the spiritual weapon could offer its deceased master. Wang Dingdian further explained that once a spiritual weapon reaches a certain level, it has a probability of attaining absolute sentience. This revelation awakened Wang Jing'an's understanding. So, mother wishes for me to resolve the enmity surrounding the slaying of the demon prince on my own? That is the essence of it. Compared to waging an all-out war against the demon race, this is the best course of action your mother could conceive. Wang Dingdian responded on behalf of his wife. Jing'an, do not blame your mother for thrusting you into Lu Nmch. She occupies a position where every decision must weigh its gains and losses. She is utterly exhausted. When have I ever blamed her? Wang Jing'an shook his head, offering a bitter smile. This calamity is of my own making. Since I am now aware of the rules of Lu Nmch, even if my mother forbids me from going, I shall still venture forth. A true man must take responsibility for his actions. They are simply the younger generation of demons. If one comes, I shall slay one. If two come, I shall slay two. Ah, you are indeed my son, Wang Jing'an exclaimed with a hearty laugh. We shall delay your entry into Lu Nmch until the 6th day, during which the Slaying Demon Pavilion will provide you with the finest resources to better understand the rules of the city. With your cultivation at the 3rd realm and the ability of the Southern Ming Fire, overcoming the 4th realm should pose no issue. If you carry some top-tier life-saving talismans, even if a 5th realm demon pursues you, you will possess an absolute ability to escape. Before Wang Jing'an could respond, Wang Jing'an extended a finger, summoning a 3-foot radius of sword energy around himself. Within this aura, a small space materialized. Wang Jing'an conjured a Tang Dao, a blade familiar to Wang Jing'an. This journey is fraught with peril. Take this sword, Wang Jing'an urged. He understood well that once his son entered Lu Nmch, he would attract relentless pursuit from countless young demons. The 9th grade Tang Dao was the most suitable weapon for Jing'an. Wang Jing'an hesitated, not reaching for the sword. High-grade spiritual weapons invariably bear some negative consequences. The previous flaw of the Tang Dao was its ability to siphon the vitality of those nearby. However, that defect vanished after it absorbed the last remnants of Qiongqi's energy. Moreover, when unleashed, the sword's power would not consume the wielder's life force, but rather that of their opponent. Wang Jing'an handed over the blade with a steady voice. I know you are reluctant to accept this sword, but your survival in Lu Nmch must take precedence. Wang Jing'an felt the sword's rejection of anyone but himself. Even with his father being a sword saint, the sword's repellent force remained unyielding. After all, this was a 9th grade spiritual weapon. Its might not to be underestimated. I have one request, Wang Jing'an stated. Wang Jing'an nodded. Speak. Your father will fulfill any request. Before I go to Lu Nmch, I wish for the 3 of us, father, mother, and I, to sit down for a meal together. Is that possible? Wang Jing'an inquired. This request left Wang Jing'an momentarily speechless. Was it merely a desire to share a meal with his parents? He recalled how, as parents, they seldom spent time at home. After several minutes, he finally agreed. Very well, I shall personally find your mother. Even if she is busy, I will ensure she makes time for a meal. Also, hand over that jade pendant to Jing'an, son Pangu interjected. Your son can slay a demon prince. He is not as fragile as he appears. Soon after, Wang Jing'an found himself adorned with a translucent jade pendant at his waist and wielding the 9th grade Tang Dao. A strange affinity emanated from the blade, rendering any sense of repulsion non-existent in Wang Jing'an's presence. Take this flute, Wang Jing'an said, offering a green flute. Within it resides a fragment of my essence. Should you blow into it, that essence will manifest, enough to hold back a 6th realm demon. Wasn't I given the jade pendant? Wang Jing'an responded, now burdened with an abundance of spiritual treasures. The pendant is a gift from your mother. The flute is from me. After imparting a few more instructions, Wang Jing'an finally nudged son Pangu away. Wang Jing'an, carrying the black long sword and the Tang Dao, stood alone outside the park, feeling the coldness of the blade. Ultimately, he said nothing. Instead, purchasing a bottle of wine and heading to a lakeside at the school, he planted the Tang Dao in the ground and began to drink. One man and one sword, in silent communion. Once intoxicated, Wang Jing'an found himself back in the dormitory, unaware of when he had fallen asleep. It was only the following morning that he regained clarity. Today, he resolved to research the lore of Lu Nmch. However, on his way to the library, he encountered Yang Zhn. Remembering that Yang Zhn was set to visit Lu Nmch with Lin Jnf next month, Wang Jing'an decided to invite him along to the library. How much do you know about Lu Nmch? Wang Jing'an asked. Initially, Yang Zhn did not think much of it and replied honestly, although this city exists in reality, the space within it occupies a surreal position. Share something I might not know, Wang Jing'an urged. I cannot ascertain how much you know about Lu Nmch. Yang Jing'an countered. What specifically do you wish to learn? Speak plainly. Wang Jing'an inquired about the rules within Lu Nmching. Yang Jing'an began to sense something unusual, but patiently continued his explanation. He recounted the origins of Lu Nmching and ultimately revealed a rule even Wang Jing'an was unaware of, despite its reputation as the city of sin. Whenever an agent appears within the city, a prolonged period of balance ensues. Chapter 73. Heartwarming Moments Agent? Wang Jing'an finally encountered a novel term and inquired, "What is an agent?" Yang Jing'an elaborated, "Did I not mention that the Chaos Demon City is formed by a 9th-grade spirit artifact? Therefore, this city possesses a certain sentience. To maintain order and prevent excessive chaos within, it periodically elects an agent to oversee the city, and the election for this agent occurs through the Heavenly Ladder Tournament." Wang Jing'an remarked, "Is that the competition you mentioned earlier with Lin Jinfeng regarding the Chaos Demon City?" Yang Jing'an shook his head. "The competition we are to participate in is not the Heavenly Ladder Tournament. It is merely a standard prize challenge. The mortality rate of the Heavenly Ladder Tournament is exceedingly high, and we dare not engage in it." After a pause, Yang Jing'an queried, "By the way, Jing'an, why are you suddenly so interested in the Chaos Demon City?" Wang Jing'an, sensing no need for concealment, decided to be forthright, as his intentions would soon be common knowledge when he ventured to the city. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "I intend to familiarize myself with the rules of the city prior to your arrival next month for the competition. I will watch over you." Yang Jing'an expressed his concern. "What? You plan to go to the Chaos Demon City alone? It may be perilous. I believe it is wiser to form a team." Wang Jing'an chuckled, patting Yang Jing'an on the shoulder while resting his hand on the tang knife at his waist, choosing not to elaborate further as he headed to the library. Yang Jing'an pondered Wang Jing'an's peculiar behavior that day. He ultimately did not accompany Wang Jing'an to the library, as he had urgent matters to attend to at Jing University to find Lin Jinfeng. It was not until that afternoon that Yang Jing'an realized the reason behind Wang Jing'an's earlier fixation on the Chaos Demon City. For news of Wang Jing'an's impending journey had begun to circulate within the Zhulong Martial Academy, though not yet widely known. Students from Zhulong Martial Academy and neighboring institutions were already aware. Upon learning this news, Yang Jing'an hurriedly raced back to Zhulong from Jing University, seeking out Wang Jing'an's dormitory, only to find it empty. He then ventured to the classroom, where he again encountered no sign of him. Remembering Wang Jing'an had gone to the library in the morning, he decided to search there once more. To his relief, he discovered Wang Jing'an engrossed in numerous books, including a few on the language of the demon race. Despite appearing somewhat haggard, Wang Jing'an continued his studies. Yang Jing'an expressed his concern for his friend's mental state. "Jing'an." Wang Jing'an reassured him, "I am fine. I intend to study the language of the demon race diligently over the next few days. That way, even if I am pursued by demons, I can at least insult them." Yang Jing'an fell silent. As evening approached, Wang Jing'an remained in the library, where many senior students gathered to observe him. The news of Wang Jing'an's assignment to the Chaos Demon City had caught many martial artists off guard. They had anticipated that the highest officials of the Human Alliance would choose a different course of action, such as declaring war. However, upon reflection, they recognized that war was unlikely in the near future, as many venerable seniors had yet to fully recover from the battles fought over a decade ago. Should war erupt, these elders would undoubtedly risk their lives in the conflict. One could only wonder at the decision of the Human Alliance's officials to send such a gifted individual as Wang Jing'an to the Chaos Demon City, a place that restricted martial artists of the 7th realm and above. Yet, given Wang Jing'an's current status as a 3rd realm martial artist, it seemed plausible that with a bit more time, he could soon break into the 4th realm. Yang Jing'an gritted his teeth in frustration. Although he refrained from voicing too many negative sentiments regarding the officials, understanding their perspective as protectors of humanity. Indeed, it appeared that sending Wang Jing'an to the Chaos Demon City was the most prudent choice at this juncture. As the days passed, the news of Wang Jing'an's impending journey spread beyond the martial academy, gradually reaching the broader community, capturing the attention of many martial artists in society. Even military martial artists were keeping a close watch. These military figures had been amassing forces, preparing for the possibility of engaging in battle at a moment's notice. Yet, it was to be Wang Jing'an who faced the trials of the Chaos Demon City alone. Upon learning of this situation, the master of the Spirit Pavilion, Xingtian, personally delivered a defensive spirit artifact to Wang Jing'an at Zhulong Martial Academy. Jing'an, your mother must have deliberated long and hard before making this decision. While it may seem unfriendly to you, it is, in fact, the best choice for the entire human race. Xingtian presented a jade shield resembling a turtle shell, saying, "This jade shield will, in critical moments, unleash an absolute defensive barrier to withstand most attacks. It has protected me countless times over the past decade, and today, I entrust it to you." Wang Jing'an accepted the jade shield without hesitation, saying, "Uncle, I shall not be polite. We are brothers at heart." Given the life-saving nature of the artifact, Wang Jing'an felt no need for pretense, resolving to remember his uncle's kindness and repay it in kind in the future. However, Xingtian was nearly amused by Wang Jing'an's words. Brothers at heart? How did the hierarchy suddenly shift? Wang Jing'an quickly realized his faux pas, offering an awkward smile. "My apologies, uncle. I have grown accustomed to such banter with Lin Xingguang." Later that evening, Wang Jing'an remembered the Tang knife at his waist. Logically, he should have seen an increase in wealth after acquiring the knife, yet his reputation remained unchanged. However, this time, Wang Jing'an refrained from questioning the system regarding the lack of reputation increase. He did not wish to regard the Tang knife as a mere tool for profit, if possible. He preferred to consider it as a companion. In a certain apartment in the capital city, room 303. This dwelling had been the residence of Wang Dingtian and Chun Lingxi during their tenure, only returning to Beijiang City to reside with their son for the holidays. Upon his return, Wang Dingtian found his wife seated on the sofa, lost in thought. "Lingxi, have you informed Jing'an?" Chun Lingxi stood, her expression tense. Having removed her uniform, she bore no trace of an official's demeanor, embodying instead the tenderness and concern of a mother. "I told him." Wang Dingtian feigned a sigh. "Is Jing'an very angry? Is he upset with me, his mother?" Having observed her husband's sigh, Chun Lingxi could already envision Jing'an's upset demeanor. "What did he say?" "He wants to have dinner with us," Wang Dingtian replied. "What else?" That's it. Chun Lingxi's expression shifted to one of disbelief and fatigue. "He doesn't blame me?" "Not at all," Wang Dingtian assured her. "I understand," Chun Lingxi said, her heart aching for Jing'an, who seemed to bear all his grievances alone. "You should go and have dinner with him. I can prepare my own meal tonight." Jing'an expressed a desire for us to dine together. Wang Dingtian chuckled. At first, Chun Lingxi did not grasp the implication, but soon, her surprise registered. "Jing'an wishes to have dinner with us?" Wang Dingtian nodded. "Do you have time to share a meal with our son?" Chun Lingxi's exhaustion faded, replaced by a look of astonished delight. "Did our son truly say that?" "Indeed. Do you have time?" "I do. If our son wishes to dine with us, I will certainly make time." A gentle smile blossomed on Chun Lingxi's face, but she felt a surge of emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 74. Departure for Chaotic Demon City. Chun Lingxi had anticipated her son's displeasure and resentment upon learning of her decision. However, her husband's words dissolved her composure entirely. At this moment, Chun Lingxi momentarily shed her role as a magistrate, embracing her truest self as a wife and mother. "Our son is so understanding," Wang Dingtian murmured, embracing Chun Lingxi. "Indeed, our son has matured." Chun Lingxi voiced her concern. "Will Jing'an emerge alive from the chaotic demon city?" "We shall not keep him waiting for long. Once the opportune moment arrives, we will retrieve Jing'an, even if it necessitates violating the accord," Wang Dingtian affirmed. "Lingxi, let us dine with our son." "Very well." By the dawn of the 6th day, news of Wang Jing'an's impending journey to the chaotic demon city had spread far and wide, permeating the consciousness of nearly every human martial practitioner. Online discussions surged, the most fervent topic being the prospect of war. Numerous martial practitioners expressed their reluctance to see Wang Jing'an, a celebrated hero, venture into the chaotic demon city, where the likelihood of death would be significantly amplified. On one of the largest human social forums, the most popular and vociferously supported post was pinned at the top. accompanied by a multitude of comments. Wang Jing'an possesses such prodigious talent. Had he been allowed to develop, he could have become one of the next generation's 10 saints. Alas, he is only at the 3rd realm. Once he enters the chaotic demon city, his fate will be uncertain. Indeed, Wang Jing'an was merely at the 1st realm during the college entrance examination. Now, he has already reached the 3rd realm. I believe that given a few more years, he could even ascend to the 5th or 6th realm. My concern is whether Wang Jing'an will be immediately targeted by the younger generation of the demon race upon entering the chaotic demon city, only for those demon peers to be subsequently annihilated. Brother upstairs, do not entertain such unrealistic notions. Perhaps Wang Jing'an could accomplish that if he were at the 5th realm, but he is only at the 3rd realm. What if a demon at the peak of the 6th realm were to appear? Brothers, do not panic. My cousin is a 5th realm expert currently conducting business in the chaotic demon city. I will contact him and implore him to protect Wang Jing'an to the best of his ability. Good heavens, is the chaotic demon city not isolated from reality? How will you contact him? Will you venture directly into the chaotic demon city? Such comments abounded, each expressing a sense of regret upon learning of Wang Jing'an's impending entry into the chaotic demon city. On that same morning, Xingtian instructed Lin Yanhua to personally escort Wang Jing'an to the chaotic demon city. As Wang Jing'an emerged from the Azure Dragon Martial Academy, he turned back to behold a multitude of familiar faces who had come to bid him farewell. Yang Zhen, Chu Xiao, Lin Wanqing, the driver, Lin Jiayang, Lin Jiangxue, Yu Qinwan, Lin Guangming. Even several instructors were present. Even Han Shaoan, who had lost an arm, insisted on being discharged from the hospital to bid Wang Jing'an farewell. Junior brother Jing'an, return. Alive. Lin Wanqing echoed, return alive. Yang Zhen declared, Jing'an, I must perish before you, therefore, return alive. Chu Xiao playfully slapped the back of the young man's head. If you cannot utter auspicious words, then remain silent. What do you mean by dying before Jing'an? Speak positively, and do not curse yourself. Yang Zhen offered a simple smile. Jing'an, I will venture to the chaotic demon city with Jin Feng to compete in a match after a while. Wait for me. Form tutor Song Tianqi approached, patting Jing'an's shoulder with a gentle smile. You are my most esteemed student. During your sojourn in the chaotic demon city, remember to maintain a low profile. Remaining alive is paramount. Wang Jing'an, beholding the farewells of his classmates and hearing the words of his form tutor, reciprocated with a smile and nodded gently. I shall return alive. Although their acquaintance had been relatively brief, they were all brimming with youthful vigor, striving tirelessly towards a shared objective. After the farewells, Wang Jing'an followed Lin Yanhua in the direction of the chaotic demon city. In a certain direction, Wang Dingtian and Chen Lingxi watched their son's receding figure. Wang Dingtian mused, if Jing'an can endure this trial, he will surpass any predecessor of his age. I truly yearn to witness his future. As the vehicle gradually departed the city, Wang Jing'an inquired, Seniorly, I have been immersed in the library these past few days, acquiring a preliminary understanding of the chaotic demon city. The agents are selected through the ladder tournament. Why does our human race not dispatch martial practitioners with greater potential to the chaotic demon city to compete for the position of agent? If one were to become the agent of the chaotic demon city, that city would transform into a sanctuary for human martial practitioners. Any human martial practitioner who has offended the demon race could flee to the chaotic demon city to seek refuge, as Wang Jing'an is doing now. If the current agent is a prominent figure within the human race's upper echelons, this journey would pose no danger. Lin Yanhua responded, I have pondered this question myself. However, are you aware of how one advances through the final stage of the ladder tournament? Wang Jing'an shook his head. Lin Yanhua revealed, to advance through the final stage, one must personally slay one's own comrades. Upon hearing Senior Li's words, Wang Jing'an fell into contemplation. Lin Yanhua continued, the ladder tournament is divided into 8 major stages, each representing the most extreme depths of human nature. Even if one enters with a purpose, one will gradually succumb to depravity. If my memory serves me correctly, the current agent is also a human martial practitioner who initially harbored the ambition of becoming the agent of the chaotic demon city. with the intention of transforming the chaotic demon city into a sanctuary for human martial practitioners. After enduring the 8 life and death stages, he still succumbed to depravity. This was the first time Wang Jing'an had learned that the latter tournament was divided into 8 major stages. Such information was not recorded in the books. Lin Yanhua cautioned, "The latter tournament is held annually. If someone manages to overcome the 8 major stages, they will automatically become the next agent. If no one manages to pass the latter tournament for more than a decade, the incumbent agent can continue in their position indefinitely." Jing'an, after you enter the chaotic demon city, remember to maintain a low profile and avoid the so-called ladder tournament. The mortality rate is exceedingly high. By the way, seniorly, do you possess a transmission artifact? Wang Jing'an inquired. I have no need for such a device. However, if you have any words that you wish for me to convey, you may speak them now. Li Nianhua's own strength was sufficiently immense to preserve a person's words. Then, seniorly, please convey a message to the demon race. Today should be the final day that they come to the human race to demand the return of the corpses and me, Wang Jing'an stated. Speak, Li Nianhua nodded. After Wang Jing'an finished speaking, Li Nianhua fell into contemplation. Are you certain that you wish for me to convey these words? Your father instructed me to advise you to avoid attracting undue attention after entering the chaotic demon city. Wang Jing'an retorted. But I have not yet entered the chaotic demon city. Li Nianhua, how is this young man's thought process so different from others? Li Nianhua found himself momentarily at a loss for words to refute the young man. Seniorly, please remember to convey my words. I fear that the demon race does not hate me enough and will continue to target the human race even after hearing that I have entered the chaotic demon city. Wang Jing'an said with a grin. Beholding the constant smile on the other's face, Li Nianhua reluctantly relented and finally agreed. I shall convey them. Before long, the two departed the city by car and arrived at a public sea route that was the only way to reach the chaotic demon city. Li Nianhua escorted Wang Jing'an aboard a yacht dedicated to transporting special personnel. The chaotic demon city was situated on the border between the human and demon races, more precisely, on an isolated island. Chapter 75. If you have the ability, come to Chaos Demon City and challenge me. Beyond the western borders of the Great Xia lies a city on the frontier. After a 6-day absence, the Lingxi Emperor reappeared. However, he was not alone in the skies above the open sea. Alongside him were deities and monarchs from various other clans, including the Lingxi, the Wild Serpent, and the Crimson-Horned Tiger, all of which belonged to the ancient 8 clans of the demon race. Among them was the Wild Serpent, specifically the 9-poison Emperor Serpent, who had once grievously injured the War Emperor Li Nianhua in battle. Had it not been for Sun Dinghua's intervention with his ice and fire duality, Li Nianhua would likely have succumbed long ago. Today, these demon clans united to exert pressure on the human race. The Lingxi Emperor, observing several figures waiting at the border city, demanded, "You have exceeded the deadline. I warned you that the corpse of Huaner must appear at the demon domain's border by the next day. As a consequence of your delay, we shall directly enter the territory of the Great Xia to personally apprehend the owner of the Southern Bright Leaf Fire." With that, the Lingxi Emperor prepared to lead the assembly of demon deities and monarchs into the borders of the Great Xia. On the other side, Wang Dingtian, Chun Lingxi, Chun Jingyan, and Sun Dinghua had long been waiting. As the Lingxi Emperor approached the boundary, a rift opened in Wang Dingtian's 3-foot sword aura, revealing a sword materializing. Any demon clan above the 8th realm that steps into the Great Xia shall be regarded as breaching the covenant. Just steps away from crossing the border, the Lingxi Emperor sensed the terrifying sword intent emanating from that sword, halting in his tracks. He questioned, "You wish to avoid breaking the covenant, yet refuse to surrender my son's corpse? Do you intend to protect the owner of the Southern Brightly Fire? A price must be paid." The assembly of demon deities and monarchs erupted with overwhelming demonic power, and a great battle was imminent. "You are too late," Wang Dingtian remarked. Calculating the time, he believed Li Nianhua had safely escorted Wang Jing'an to that isolated island. Once inside Chaos Demon City, no demon, be it the 10 fiends or any monarchs, could interfere. Thus, Wang Dingtian smiled and declared, "The owner of the Southern Brightly Fire has already gone to Chaos Demon City. Upon hearing this, the Crimson-Horned Tiger Emperor frowned. You think we will simply leave because of your empty words? We have come to the borders of the Great Xia. If we do not take something back, we will not rest easy. If war is to be waged, we shall accompany you to the end. Wang Jing'an, gripping his 3-foot azure sword, faced away from the border city, the surrounding sword energy threatening to unleash a tsunami. As for the corpse of the Lingxi offspring, it was already scattered in battle, obliterated beyond recognition. The Lingxi Emperor's fury erupted. Huaner possesses an SSS-level bloodline. It is outrageous enough that the owner of the Southern Brightly Fire crossed borders to slay him. How could he have the power to annihilate my progeny entirely? Before Wang Jing'an could respond, Chen Lingxi placed a hand on his shoulder, directing her gaze elsewhere. In the very same expanse of open sea, a yacht approached from the north, capturing the attention of many. While the demon race was puzzled, Lin Yanhua transmitted a message. This communication was not relayed through spiritual artifacts, but was instead preserved through Lin Yanhua's sheer force of will. Soon after, Wang Jing'an's words, preserved by Lin Yanhua, spread outward from him in all directions. A true man stands alone. The horns of that foolish bull are with me. I plan to sell these horns in Chaos Demon City. I hear they are sacred to the Bull clan and should fetch a handsome price. If you wish to claim the horns, come to Chaos Demon City and challenge me. I await you there, Bull clan. These were Wang Jing'an's exact words, conveyed in the language of the demon race. Although his command of the language was imperfect, the essence of his message was clear. He did not directly mention the corpse being at the Zhulong martial school, but instead spoke of the horns, cleverly redirecting the enmity. Whether the Lingxi clan could be classified as bull-like remained uncertain, but Wang Jing'an had spoken without thought. As Wang Jing'an's words reached the Lingxi emperor, his face contorted with rage. The Lingxi clan could not abide the thought of their sacred object being auctioned off, especially by a mere child of a lesser clan. This was intolerable. The Lingxi emperor transformed into a colossal spirit beast, bellowing with fury before charging towards the demon domain. The other demon deities, witnessing this, quickly retreated. The sacred horns were the Lingxi clan's bottom line. Upon hearing those words, they understood they could not step foot into the Great Xia today. As the grotesque half-human, half-beast figures departed, Chen Lingxi glared at Wang Jing'an. Did I not instruct you to tell our son to keep a low profile in Chaos Demon City? Wang Jing'an, unable to meet his wife's gaze, turned to Lin Yanhua with a pleading expression. Elderly, did I not warn you to advise Jing'an against such ostentation? Lin Yanhua thought to himself that if the couple wished to argue, they should not involve him, but upon seeing Wang Jing'an's expression, he could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He mentioned he had not yet entered Chaos Demon City. Wang Jing'an's face fell in resignation. Seeing his expression, Chen Lingxi refrained from further remarks. Well, we have done what we could. Now it is up to Jing'an's fate. At that moment, Xingtian approached. Bowing respectfully, he then revealed the matter of Wang Jing'an possessing a second ability. The expressions of Chen Lingxi, Wang Jing'an, Sun Dinghua, and Lin Yanhua turned incredulous. Chen Jing'an produced the records of his tests, including footage of him testing Wang Jing'an's ability to deceive. An index of 320? Chen Lingxi gasped. On the verge of disbelief regarding her own son, Wang Jing'an fell silent, intently observing Xingtian. Lin Yanhua burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. This little fellow is worthy of the favor I owe him. Shouldn't we be more serious? Sun Dinghua remarked, mirroring the expressions of Wang Jing'an and Chen Lingxi. An index of 320 meant that Wang Jing'an's second ability also surpassed SSS level, potentially reaching SSR classification. Has there ever been a precedent for this? Wang Jing'an fixating on Chen Jing'an. Although Chen Jing'an was the head of the Tianling Pavilion, he had never encountered such a situation. After my tests, I reviewed the relevant materials on talents, and there has been no record of anyone awakening two abilities surpassing SSS level simultaneously. My nephew has created a historical precedent. Too late. Too late. Chen Lingxi felt her decision had gone awry for the first time. Possessing both the ability to deceive and the Southern Brightly Fire, if nurtured, he could potentially turn the tide. Such a genius would warrant risking the cost of breaching the covenant. Yet Jing'an had already entered Chaos Demon City. Everything was indeed too late. Chapter 76. The turmoil of the demon clan and the hunt for Wang Jing'an, several prominent representatives of the human race stood in the border city, exchanging glances laden with concern. If they were to hasten to the Chaos Demon City now, it was likely that Wang Jing'an had already entered. Those with cultivation levels exceeding the 7th realm could not breach the city's gates unless they could withstand the prohibitive rules of Chaos Demon City. Over the years, these prohibitions had become increasingly fearsome, nurtured by countless vibrant lives. Once a spiritual artifact awakened its intelligence, it could contend with martial artists of the 9th realm. Whether it was the divine bell controlled by Sun Dingwu from the Songlong martial school, the Qi Feng sword wielded by Wang Dingtian, or the recently elevated Tang Dao. Each of these artifacts, upon attaining sentience, would possess combat capabilities rivaling those of formidable 9th realm warriors. Noticing the gradually cold gaze of his wife, Wang Dingtian feared being implicated and hastily turned to Xingtian, exclaiming, "You too. How could you only report such a significant matter now?" Xingtian wore an innocent expression, replying, "I have already synchronized the files to the demon-slaying pavilion. Those at the rank of general and above can access them. I noticed you did not mention this issue. Hence my report." Wang Dingtian's face darkened, contemplating the severity of the situation. He quickly looked to Chen Lingxi, adopting an apologetic demeanor. "Commander Chen, I have been preoccupied with Jing'an's affairs these past few days, nearly overwhelmed, and I truly neglected to review the files. Before long." Chen Lingxi regained the solemnity and authority befitting the highest-ranking officer. Turning to leave, "I shall return to the Alliance headquarters to organize the documents." Once the 10 saints departed, the border city erupted once more into fervent discussions. Some audacious martial artists even proclaimed their intention to rush to Chaos Demon City in support of Wang Jing'an, though they lacked the courage to act. Not only martial artists from the human side were stirred upon returning to the demon domain. The Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor mobilized all young members of the Spirit Rhinoceros clan, even those of slightly older generations, to gather at the Spirit Rhinoceros Palace. The Emperor issued but one command. Within 3 days, hunt down the bearer of the South Brightly Fire, reclaim our sacred artifact, and bring back the corpse of Huang'er. Inside the Spirit Rhinoceros Palace, the 2nd princess, the 3rd prince, the 5th prince, and the 6th prince were all present. Those princes who had yet to appear were either in seclusion or occupied at this critical juncture. The 2nd princess, who had successfully transformed, with less pronounced horns on her forehead, stepped forward and clasped her hands, addressing, "Father, the humans have allowed the wretch who killed Huang'er to enter Chaos Demon City," evidently signaling that they wish for the younger generation to resolve this issue, not wanting it to escalate into war between. Why not seize this opportunity to further suppress the humans and add a clause favorable to our demon clan in the truce agreement? The Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor replied, "The sacred artifact of the Spirit Rhinoceros cannot be allowed to fall into foreign hands. If it were to be auctioned off in Chaos Demon City by a weakling, it would become a disgrace for our clan. The task of hunting down the bearer of the South Brightly Fire is urgent. You shall lead a team and depart immediately." As the Emperor concluded, the ancestral figure, having appeared outside the palace with an image in hand, drifted closer. On the day the waste token shattered, a fragment of my soul retained the visage of that individual, and his cultivation is merely at the 3rd realm. Upon seeing the image and recognizing Wang Jing'an, the 2nd princess declared haughtily, "Grandfather, father, since he possesses only the 3rd realm of cultivation, one of us should suffice to eliminate him. Do not underestimate him. That weakling possesses the ability to engage in cross-realm combat. To be prudent, allow a peak 6th realm guardian to accompany you to prevent any unforeseen assistance within Chaos Demon City," the ancestral figure advised. "2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th. Each of you shall lead a team to Chaos Demon City to hunt this wretch and reclaim our sacred artifact without fail." Understood. The 2nd princess, the 3rd prince, the 5th prince, and the 6th prince promptly accepted their orders, departing with a few subordinates, including a peak 6th realm guardian. The Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor gazed at the ancestral figure, asking, "Father, is it true he possesses only the 3rd realm?" The ancestor nodded. The Emperor scoffed, "Humph. I had thought the humans had devised some clever plan. A 3rd realm cultivator entering Chaos Demon City? Do they truly believe our demon clan cannot eliminate the bearer of the south, brightly fire? Previously, the spirit rhinoceros emperor had pondered how the humans dared to send Wang Jing'an, a third realm cultivator, into Chaos Demon City. After all, the ancestor had mentioned that Huangur was slain by an individual of the same cultivation level. Sending a third realm cultivator to Chaos Demon City was tantamount to inviting disaster. If a weak clan could sever their SSS-level bloodline, then the demon clan would retaliate by extinguishing this weak clan's newfound SSS-level talent. Not only the spirit rhinoceros clan was mobilizing, the SSS-level bloodline was a matter of great significance to the entire demon race. Consequently, many ancient families were assembling their forces to venture into Chaos Demon City to hunt Wang Jing'an. Slaying a weak clan's SSS-level talent was a matter of supreme glory. I too must join the expedition to Chaos Demon City. To eliminate our demon clan's SSS-level bloodline, that wretch must be flayed alive and reduced to ashes. On the same day, many young members of the demon clan were dispatched, all hastening toward the border of the demon domain, heading in the direction of Chaos Demon City. Moreover, the Spirit Rhinoceros clan had issued a bounty. Whoever returned with the Spirit Rhinoceros sacred artifact would be promised a 6th-grade spiritual artifact. On a desolate island, surrounded by endless emptiness and obscured by an unseen ocean, Wang Jing'an found himself standing before the enormous gates of Chaos Demon City. Approaching from a distance, he had previously noted that behind these gates lay nothingness, and the surroundings were devoid of life. Yet upon entering the city, he discovered a realm unlike any other. His father's words rang true. Chaos Demon City was coalesced from a spiritual artifact. The gates existed in reality, but the city itself was a manifestation of the void. Just as Wang Jing'an entered the city, he was halted by the guards stationed at the gate. "Who goes there? State your name." 2 guards stood to either side, and the one on the right added, "This city only admits those deemed irredeemably wicked. If you do not fall into this category, we suggest you leave immediately." Prohibited from entry for good people? How does one even distinguish who is not good? Wang Jing'an mused, remembering how Yangzhen had intended to come here to compete for rewards. He cleared his throat, unwilling to depart from Chaos Demon City at this moment. He aimed to draw the demon clan here and resolve the trouble he had stirred. With that, Wang Jing'an gently placed his hand on the hilt of his Tang Dao, coldly declaring, "I have slain a prince of the Spirit Rhinoceros clan who possessed an SSS-level bloodline, and I require refuge within Chaos Demon City to evade the storm." The expressions of the 2 guards shifted at the revelation that this human youth had slain a prince of the demon clan, especially upon learning that he bore an SSS-level bloodline. Not only the guards, but also those nearby who intended to leave the city were drawn to his words. SSS-level bloodline. I heard that an ancestral figure of the demon clan had passed away, giving rise to a new SSS-level bloodline over a decade ago. This outsider, having slain the demon clan's SSS-level bloodline, given his slight frame, who would believe it? Indeed, without presenting evidence. You wish to enter Chaos Demon City as if it were a landfill? The murmurs of the crowd suggested that, while their cultivation may not have been particularly high, they bore an aura of bloodlust. Such a ferocity could only be cultivated through a lifespan at the edge of the blade. It could not be feigned. Chapter 77. The City of Sin. After listening to the discussions of the passers-by, one of the guards advised, "Did you hear that? This city only harbors wicked souls. You, a mere pretty boy, lack even a hint of murderous intent. You are ill-suited to seek refuge here. Perhaps you should find another place, for this is not a dumping ground." With a smile on his face, Wang Jing'an produced the sacred artifact of the Lingxi clan, revealing a magnificent horn. "This is the holy relic of the Lingxi tribe. Do you have an auction house here? If so, please convey my message. I intend to publicly auction the sacred relic of the Lingxi." Wang Jing'an's declaration resonated powerfully, echoing far and wide. The entire street near the city gate buzzed with curiosity, drawing a crowd. The 2 guards exchanged glances. Even without touching the horn, they could feel the terrifying red radiance it emanated. The more intense the crimson glow, the more significant the bloodline of its owner must be. Indeed, this horn was a genuine holy artifact of the Lingxi clan. The guards began to whisper among themselves. The guard on the left produced a lie detector and discovered that the young man with the blade was indeed speaking the truth. which ignited a wave of excitement. Young man, do you truly intend to publicly auction the sacred relic of the Lingxi? Since I dare to bring the horn here, I certainly dare to auction it publicly. Wang Jing'an retracted the horn, adopting a vigilant posture. The chaotic nature of the city suggested that violent acts, such as murder and theft, could easily occur, so it was wise to remain cautious. All right, I'll notify the building owner immediately. The guard on the right appeared exhilarated, as if anticipating the scene where this pretty boy would be pursued by demonic creatures. The guard on the left activated a communication mirror, reaching out to the city's representative. City Lord, how shall we handle this matter? A mysterious voice responded from the other end. If he seeks refuge in the city of sin and has shown sufficient sincerity, let him pass. Ensure the security team keeps an eye on him and do not disrupt the order I have painstakingly established. Understood, City Lord. The guard on the right retracted the communication mirror and returned to his post. The left guard approached Wang Jing'an, stating, "The owner of the Wanshe building requests that you head there immediately. He wishes to examine the sacred relic of the Lingxi." Afterward, the guard drew a map, clearly marking the location of the Wanshe building. "Follow this route, and you shall arrive." With that, Wang Jing'an was granted passage and began his journey, clutching the map. Many onlookers cast glances at him, their expressions filled with an air of menace, suggestive of their violent pasts. Indeed, the rules of the City of Sin were notorious. Even the ladder tournament revolved around the treachery of human nature. Prolonged exposure to the city could transform even the noblest heart into one that thirsts for blood. As he walked, Wang Jing'an observed the eclectic crowd. Though many were human, a considerable number were half-beasts transformed from the demon clan. Some of these beings had insufficient powers to fully assume human form, leaving them with grotesque and savage features. Despite the apparent chaos, they shared a common trait, an unmistakable aura of hostility that made one feel uneasy. Wang Jing'an mused silently. Father never mentioned anything about needing a token of allegiance to enter the city. Initially, I had no intention of auctioning so soon, but it seems I must prepare for potential danger in the coming days. Ultimately, Wang Jing'an noted the absence of a sun, yet there was daylight. Upon looking up, he saw a blazing sun hanging in the sky, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Was this blazing sun the very embodiment of the will of the City of Sin? Unbeknownst to him, as he made his way to the Wanshe building, the news of a human youth intending to auction the sacred relic of the Lingxi clan spread like wildfire throughout the city. Should the auction proceed, it would irrevocably bind him in enmity with the Lingxi tribe. Within 10 minutes, Wang Jing'an sensed a shift in the gazes directed at him. What is happening? Suddenly, a human warrior approached and cautioned, "You plan to auction the sacred relic of the Lingxi? If your only intention is to evade trouble in the City of Sin, I advise against stirring conflict. Once you auction that relic, the enmity with that clan will be unbreakable, meaning you will be forced to remain in this city for life." "How do you know I intend to auction it?" Wang Jing'an questioned, having distanced himself significantly from the city gate. It seemed impossible for the news to travel so swiftly, especially since only the warriors near the gate would recognize him. "Don't ask. The City of Sin has a dark web. Once anyone enters, the dark web immediately reveals all information about the newcomer." The warrior scrutinized Wang Jing'an. "Strangely enough, you are the first individual whose complete identity has not been disclosed by the dark web. Do you hold some significant status among your people? Or does someone in your family serve in the upper echelons of the Human Alliance? You appear to be from the Daxia." Wang Jing'an nodded. "I am from Daxia. My parents are among the 10 saints of the human race." Uft. The warrior erupted into laughter. "Your parents are among the 10 saints? If they were truly 10 saints, would they need to seek refuge in the City of Sin? Come, tell me which 10 saints they are." "The fourth of the 10 saints of the human race." "The Twin Sword Saints," Wang Jing'an replied, then joined in the laughter. "If I do not remain, the humans will go to war with the demons. Do you think the demons will simply let go of an SSS-level bloodline?" The warrior narrowed his eyes, sensing the gravity in Wang Jing'an's words. Years of combat experience warned him that this seemingly innocuous pretty boy was far from ordinary. Thus, the warrior ceased his mockery and offered guidance. "Follow this road until the end, then turn left and finally right. That will lead you to the Wanshe building. If you follow the map, it will take you an additional 10 minutes. Thank you, Wang Jing'an replied, clasping his fists in gratitude as he departed. Don't mention it. As a fellow human, I am quite eager to see how long you can survive while being pursued by the demons. The warrior remarked. The dark web has already begun to place bets on your survival. The odds of you lasting 3 days are the most popular. And let me remind you, there is no need for excessive vigilance. The sacred relic of the Lingxi is indeed a hot potato. I believe no one would dare to commit murder or theft over it. Wang Jing'an was not angered by the betting. Such practices were not surprising in a place like this. As he left, he remained cautious about the route to the Wanshu building, wary that the earlier directions might have been misleading. To his surprise, within half an hour, a colossal floating edifice came into view at the end of his line of sight. This structure was neither modern nor ancient, for no ancient architecture could be suspended in midair. However, considering that the city of Sin was formed from the will of spiritual artifacts, everything fell into place. P.S. A brief response regarding the continuation of the Qiongqi storyline. There is a possibility of acquiring abilities that transcend time and space, or even manipulation of time and reality to a certain extent. Importantly, after the Tang knife ascends to the 9th tier, it will possess a function that even the sword Saint Wang Xingtian has yet to discover, the spirit of the knife. Ahem. I shall refrain from revealing more. Note, the main text has exceeded 2,000 characters. This text does not count towards the main word count. Chapter 78. Arranging the finest service. After all, he won't live long. As the ethereal tower came into view, Wang Jing'an hastened towards it on foot. He soon realized that this city was far grander than he had imagined. Birds and beasts, architectural marvels, aerial cities, and floating yachts were all vividly displayed, as if all cultures from antiquity to modernity were amalgamated within this vibrant metropolis. Suddenly, a bold thought struck Wang Jing'an. Could it be that the chaotic demon city existed even before the last master of that spiritual artifact? Perhaps it was not yet a city then, but merely a small abode, a tower, or a street. Wang Jing'an's conjecture was not without basis. The diverse architectural styles he observed along his journey indicated a lack of uniformity. The buildings spanned from ancient to modern, such as a towering skyscraper on his left, which was astonishingly situated above a series of ancient shops. However, lacking any concrete evidence, he chose not to dwell further on his speculation. Upon reaching the ground floor of the Wanshu building, he looked up at the sky, a question rising in his mind. How does one ascend? Young man, I sense you possess an extraordinary treasure. An elderly figure appeared silently behind him, emanating the aura of the Lingxi clan. Are you the young man from the human race seeking refuge in the chaotic demon city? Turning to face the old man, Wang Jing'an furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the empty surroundings. When had this elder materialized behind him? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, follow me, the elder instructed. Clad in coarse linen, he bore a visage that was not entirely human, with certain features still retaining a hint of their original form, such as pointed ears and a slightly darkened complexion. His nose resembled that of an elephant, yet his transformation was sufficiently successful that one might not notice upon casual observation. Are you the one in charge of this Wanshu building? Wang Jing'an inquired. I am the proprietor, the elder replied with a bland smile, as though he held great expectations for Wang Jing'an. He then led Wang Jing'an to the ground floor of the tower, where a teleportation array awaited. As Wang Jing'an stepped onto the array, the scenery around him underwent a dramatic transformation. The once bustling streets were replaced by yachts soaring through the air and birds flitting about. Now on the first floor of the aerial tower, he found himself amidst a throng of people, some human warriors, but predominantly transformed beastfolk. Following their arrival, a female attendant approached the elder with respect. Proprietor, prepare a top-tier room for this young man and arrange a private auction venue for him tonight, the proprietor instructed calmly. The attendant, taken aback, cast a curious glance at Wang Jing'an and lowered her voice to inquire. Proprietor, is he a noble descendant of the 8 great beast clans? The proprietor shook his head. He is merely a human lad, but he seeks to auction the sacred relic of the Lingxi clan, so his time is limited. Arrange the finest environment and top-notch service for this esteemed guest. Upon hearing this, the attendant thought she must have misheard and instinctively asked, Proprietor, did I hear you correctly? The proprietor smiled gently. Surprised, are we? Today, let me broaden your horizons. Not everyone fears the 8 great beast clans. Unlike our esteemed guest here. Afterward, Wang Jing'an was escorted upstairs by the attendant, who seemed somewhat anxious, evident in her somewhat awkward gait. It was clear she had never attended to such a distinguished guest before. Wang Jing'an suddenly sensed a shift in the gazes directed at him since the proprietor's words were spoken, with whispers circulating in the underworld. A portion of the populace had already learned that a formidable individual had entered the chaotic demon city. Yet this formidable figure appeared to be a delicate young man, slender and unassuming, not the type to lead a life on the edge. As they approached the top-tier room, before Wang Jing'an could enter the area, a half-human, half-demon figure called out to the attendant, "Hey, go help me set up for this afternoon's auction. I just hunted down a weakling and amassed quite a fortune." The attendant hesitated, recognizing the figure as a scion of the 8 great beast clans, and stammered, "But I still need to arrange a top-tier room in the auction venue for this esteemed guest." Wang Jing'an glanced over, noticing the figure's pronounced hunchback, which seemed to bear an oval-shaped shell. Given the attendant's respectful demeanor, it was highly probable that this individual was indeed of noble lineage among the 8 great clans. "A top-tier room?" The hunchbacked man frowned. "This young man appears to be from a weaker lineage, does he not? The proprietor instructed you?" The attendant nodded. "Yes, and I must also arrange a private auction for him tonight." "Private auction?" The hunchback's interest was piqued. "This young man, Suddenly, the hunchback recalled the photos and information circulated in the underworld. "You are the one here to auction the Lingxi sacred relic?" Wang Jing'an offered no reply. He held little affection for the beast folk, and would not hesitate to slay a beast should they provoke him. The hunchback then fell silent, stepping aside. He was no fool. This delicate young man had slain the Lingxi 7th prince, and he was certainly not as simple as he appeared. That prince possessed an SSS-level bloodline, and was at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, protected by an ancestral token, yet he had been dispatched effortlessly. The hunchback recognized that he had only recently broken through to the 4th realm, and that provoking this young man might lead to dire consequences. Thus, he deemed it wise to refrain from meddling further. Wang Jing'an was somewhat surprised by the hunchback's demeanor, but chose not to dwell on it, as he continued to follow the attendant. "Young master, that individual just now is a descendant of the extreme polar Xian turtle clan, also one of the participants in this year's ladder tournament," the attendant informed him. Upon hearing the mention of the ladder tournament, Wang Jing'an's interest was piqued. "Has the ladder tournament commenced? Until which trial of life and death will it continue?" "The ladder tournament has only just begun. We are currently at the first trial of life and death, each trial lasting half a month. And only 4 days have passed thus far," the attendant replied. Wang Jing'an inquired further, "What exactly does the first trial entail?" The attendant explained, "It involves hunting members of other races or beasts and displaying their corpses prominently on the life and death tower." She gestured toward the right side of the window, where a distant tower stood, not soaring into the sky. Upon it hung numerous bodies. Grote Chapter 79, registering identity, gradually distorted the waitress, upon hearing the esteemed guest's words, shook her head and said, "It is not merely a matter of quantity. It pertains to status and cultivation. If the target of the hunt possesses a significantly high status and formidable cultivation, they can indeed overshadow the masses and advance to the second life and death trial." Wang Jing'an nodded in understanding, recognizing the inherent cruelty of the first trial. This explains why it is impossible to send someone to act as an agent in the Chaos Demon City to protect the clan. The first trial of the ladder competition is already brutal to such an extent that those who survive the 8 trials, be they human or beast, are fortunate to retain a semblance of humanity. Expecting them to safeguard others is simply unrealistic. Having painstakingly ascended to that position, they would naturally seek to indulge in their own fortunes, leaving external matters irrelevant to the agents. After the waitress had arranged the heavenly room, Wang Jing'an had no time to rest before the proprietor entered. Eager to examine the Lingxi holy artifact. "I must see the artifact, otherwise I cannot provide a base price," the proprietor stated. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing'an produced the horn. The proprietor immediately took it in hand, captivated by the exquisite quality of the horn, particularly its radiant crimson hue, which enchanted him. Truly, it is the product of an SSS-level bloodline. The quality of the horn is impeccable. After observing for several minutes, the proprietor cleared his throat and inquired, "If this were to be auctioned, what form of currency would you accept? I must caution you, once it is sold, you will be placed on the Xingtian clan's assassination list and will be forced to hide in Chaos Demon City for the rest of your life, rendering external currencies ineffective here." Wang Jing'an reflected on his current predicament. He was already on the Xingtian clan's assassination list, and even without auctioning the holy artifact, they would not let him go. Thus, he felt a sense of liberation and asked, "What form of currency is used here?" The proprietor replied, "Black coins. If you accept black coins, I will assist you in obtaining a card for transactions here. Alternatively, you may opt for external common currency." Presently, Wang Jing'an felt little desire for money but was intrigued by other treasures. "Is barter an option?" he queried. The proprietor shook his head. "That is not feasible. The value of the holy artifact is too high, and few treasures can compare. Even if there are, they are likely descendants of the 8 great demon clans, who generally do not compete for holy artifacts. Then it shall be black coins." Wang Jing'an was uncertain how long he would need to hide in Chaos Demon City. He would not be returning anytime soon. His immediate priority was to acquire more valuable treasures and convert them into prestige. Although many still perceived him as a mere third-realm cultivator, he felt that even ascending to the 4th realm would not suffice for his safety. At the very least, he aimed for the 5th realm, starting at a base price of 40 million. "Can you accept that?" the proprietor reminded him. "The exchange rate for black coins is equivalent to that of external currencies. That is acceptable." Wang Jing'an contemplated the possibility of an imminent fierce battle. Understanding that the demon clans would likely be enraged upon hearing of Elder Li's assistance and may send individuals to hunt him down, to deceive the senses. It is time to test the practicality of this ability. Wang Jing'an felt quite satisfied with his deceptive strategy and eagerly anticipated the results. As the proprietor prepared to leave the luxurious room, he paused at the door to offer one last piece of advice. "Before the auction commences tonight, do not leave the 10,000 Things Pavilion. I have received word that the younger generation of the Demon Clan will arrive in Chaos Demon City tonight or tomorrow morning to hunt you down. I would prefer not to witness one of my esteemed guests perish during the auction. It would be a significant blemish on the 10,000 Things Pavilion." "Understood." Wang Jing'an gazed out the window, fixated on the towering life and death tower in the distance. The proprietor, noticing the young man's intense gaze, added, "Also, refrain from wandering outside. The status of humans in Chaos Demon City is exceedingly low. Although the current agent is human, the agent does not manage interspecies biases. Should you venture out, you may very well become a target for others." With that, the proprietor departed from the heavenly chamber. Despite the adversarial nature of the demon clan, Wang Jing'an appreciated the proprietor's diligence in providing warnings during his stay at the 10,000 Things Pavilion. This proprietor was indeed responsible. Once the proprietor left, Wang Jing'an remembered his intent to explore the dark web. Reluctantly, he sought out the waitress responsible for his heavenly room to inquire about the situation within the dark web. "Young master, accessing the dark web requires identity authorization," the waitress explained. "Identity authorization?" Wang Jing'an was taken aback. "Isn't the dark web accessible to everyone?" Fearing a misunderstanding, the waitress clarified, "Chaos Demon City also requires personal identity registration, similar to the identification cards in the nations outside the city. So it is akin to an identification card." Wang Jing'an realized he had almost assumed that a high level of identity authorization was necessary to access the dark web. It turned out to be something analogous to an ID card. The order in Chaos Demon City was surprisingly refined, to the extent that it felt like a place where chaos and order coexisted. However, Wang Jing'an would not be deceived by this superficial order. As long as the latter competition persisted, the so-called order was merely a facade. "Young master, if you wish to access the dark web, I can assist you with your registration," the waitress offered. "Very well." Wang Jing'an wanted to examine the betting odds on the dark web, and it appeared that this so-called dark web was also a source of information. Gaining more knowledge would only prove beneficial. Within mere seconds, Wang Jing'an smiled and asked, "If, Hypothetically, the demon participants of the latter competition come to hunt me, and I retaliate against them. That should not violate the order of Chaos Demon City, right? The waitress, having just brought a small device, was momentarily taken aback by his question but replied earnestly, "Indeed, young master. If they come to hunt you and you retaliate, it would not violate the order." Wang Jing'an's smile gradually twisted into something more sinister. "In that case, please proceed with my registration." The waitress suddenly sensed that this young master, newly arrived in Chaos Demon City, harbored not an ounce of trepidation, but rather an increasing sense of excitement and anticipation. Without further hesitation, the waitress began the registration process. "Young master, I will register your details and submit them for review at the Tribunal Palace, where dedicated personnel will verify your information." The waitress inquired, "What is your name?" "Wang Jing'an," he replied. "What is your talent?" she asked. Wang Jing'an stated, "SSR-level Southern Brightly Fire." He kept this detail in mind, knowing that his deception would be used against the demons. The waitress expressed surprise. "What level is SSR?" "It is a newly developed talent among humans, surpassing SSS-level," Wang Jing'an explained. The waitress hesitated for a moment, but ultimately recorded his information and continued, "What about your identity among humans?" Wang Jing'an pondered for a moment before responding. "Must I be specific?" The waitress nodded. "The Tribunal Palace possesses specialized spiritual instruments for verification. Any discrepancies will result in the rejection of your identity information." Wang Jing'an replied, "My father is the Sword Saint." The waitress inquired, "And your mother?" "She is also a Sword Saint," he answered. The waitress was astonished. "Both parents are Sword Saints. Could it be that your parents are the twin Sword Saints, one of the 4 of the 10 saints of humanity?" Wang Jing'an nodded, not intending to boast. His primary goal was to bait the participating demon clans, drawing them in for elimination and looting their treasures to convert into prestige and enhance his cultivation. Even if he attracted those at the 5th or 6th realm, he had no fear. If he could not defeat them, he could always flee. After all, Wang Jing'an had already made enough enemies, and he was not concerned about adding a few more. The more chaotic this situation became, the more advantageous it would be for him. With that thought, Wang Jing'an's smile took on a more twisted quality. Chapter 80. The total area of the host's psychological shadow. Subsequently, the waitress inquired briefly before commencing the registration of identities. Wang Jing'an observed that the waitress did not delve into the specifics of his abilities. This, he surmised, was a safeguard for every individual with an identity in the chaotic city. Once the necessary formalities were completed, they began to await the dark web. Wang Jing'an noted that the waitress did not appear to belong to the demon race. "Are you of the human race?" he inquired. The waitress nodded. "Why do you not speak in Chinese?" Wang Jing'an questioned. Upon hearing this, the waitress grew anxious. "Young master, there has long been a regulation in the chaotic city that all entrants must speak the demon tongue. Anyone who speaks Chinese will face punishment. I am uncertain which lord established this rule, but it has become a trend that the subsequent lords have been reluctant to amend." "What a ridiculous regulation," Wang Jing'an scoffed, choosing not to press the matter further and allowing the waitress to attend to the auction. "Why do the inhabitants of the chaotic city regard humans as a weak race? And why is there a decree against speaking Chinese? I am genuinely curious to discover what consequences would arise from speaking it." Wang Jing'an harbored a deep disdain for this regulation and vowed to alter it in the future. He envisioned a chaotic city where everyone spoke Chinese, and those who dared utter the demon language would be ruthlessly suppressed. By afternoon, Wang Jing'an's identity verification at the Judgment Palace was successful. His identity gradually came to the attention of many in the chaotic city. Before the waitress could notify him, a small group of demons had already gathered beneath the Wanwu Tower, calling out through sound transmission, "Wang Jing'an, I know you are up there. Come down, so that I may kill you and hang you in the Tower of Life and Death. Your parents are the 4th of the 10 saints of the human race. Haha. With this identity, if I slay you, I should successfully pass the first trial of life and death." In no time, a considerable number of demons congregated below the Wanwu Tower, all busy transmitting messages. Were it not for the prohibition against fighting within the Wanwu Tower, they would have rushed up to hunt Wang Jing'an. Peering out the window, Wang Jing'an observed the dense throng of demons below, a slight smile gracing his lips. I ought to elevate my cultivation promptly. I wonder how many treasures this group of demons possesses. If time permitted, he aspired to reach the 5th realm before the younger generation of the Xingtian tribe pursued him. Once he attained the 5th realm, he would be invincible. Not yet sufficient, he resolved to wait a little longer. With an air of calmness, Wang Jing'an, endowed with an extraordinary advantage and numerous spiritual artifacts, thought it a waste not to stir up some trouble in this chaotic city. Before long, the tower master rushed into the top-tier room, a mournful expression etched across his face. "Oh, my ancestors, what have you done? Why are there so many looking for you down there?" Wang Jing'an shrugged, smiling. "I merely registered my identity." The tower master scowled. "You are already a dead man. Why bother with identity registration?" The tower master was forthright, lacking any subtlety. Though his words were ungracious, Wang Jing'an found pleasure in conversing with someone so direct. "I wish to access the dark web." The tower master replied. "You could have simply told me. I possess an account." He sensed that Wang Jing'an might soon be in peril. However, with the auction not yet commenced, the Wanwu Tower had to protect this young man. This lad was undoubtedly intentional, seeking to stir the waters while the younger generation of the Xingtian tribe had yet to arrive to kill him. Truly frustrating. Wang Jing'an shook his head. "There is no turning back now. I have already registered." The tower master suppressed his anger. "What do you plan to do next?" Wang Jing'an stated, "Tower master, please arrange for several auctions tonight. I have a premonition that I may acquire a considerable number of treasures." The tower master was taken aback. "What? This lad must be a bit unhinged." Upon hearing Wang Jing'an's words, he retreated to the doorway, suddenly hesitant to conduct business with him but unable to backtrack. Wang Jing'an, familiar with him, approached and patted the tower master's shoulder, grinning. "Rest assured, you will not be at a loss. All the treasures I acquire will be auctioned here, and as you said, I cannot die until the auction concludes. So, I kindly ask you to stand by my side during that time, just to intimidate those demons." The tower master declined, sighing. For many years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary guest. Approaching the window, Wang Jing'an sensed the time was ripe. With a black long knife slung over his back and a 9th-grade tang knife at his waist, he descended the stairs, wearing a delightfully sinister smile as he prepared to teleport to the ground. The tower master's brow furrowed. He seemed to anticipate Wang Jing'an's plan to create chaos in the rules of the ladder competition before the Xingtian tribe arrived to hunt him down. The more tumultuous the situation, the more advantageous it would be for Wang Jing'an. "I take back my earlier words. This lad is not lacking in intellect, but rather, he is astute and meticulous, finding an unconventional route in dire straits." For reasons unknown, the tower master found himself looking forward to the unfolding events. Moreover, he had been keenly observing the tang knife at Wang Jing'an's waist. Although he could not discern its exact grade, he suspected it was at least of 6th grade or even 7th. Upon exiting the top-tier zone, the hunchbacked man he had previously encountered, who carried a tortoise shell on his back, suddenly gave Wang Jing'an a thumbs up. "Impressive," Wang Jing'an replied. "Did you not say that speaking Chinese is forbidden in the chaotic city? Did this fellow just utter a phrase?" Wang Jing'an inquired. "Why do I feel an inexplicable affinity towards you?" The hunchbacked man glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaning closer, speaking in a hushed tone. "This tortoise shell is fake. I am of the human race." Wang Jing'an widened his eyes, scrutinizing the tortoise shell on the man's back, and responded in a low voice, "Brother, what are you doing?" "Don't mention it. This year's ladder competition has seen a mad demon ape go on a rampage. It is one of the 8 demon races. That lunatic, regardless of whether a human warrior is participating or not, hunts down anyone with a trace of identity or background. I have been traumatized, so I disguised myself as a little demon of the Arctic black tortoise tribe. Don't let this get out, brother," the hunchbacked man said. Afterward, the hunchbacked man once again gave a thumbs up. "Little brother, I admire your courage. If you perish today, I will light an incense for you tonight in the absence of others, as a final duty as a human." After speaking, the hunchbacked man distanced himself from Wang Jing'an to avoid detection. Wang Jing'an, unperturbed, considered the man's words to hold a certain truth. As he approached the teleportation array, preparing to ascend to the ground, the demons gathered beneath the Wanwu Tower revealed expressions of excitement and malice. This pretty boy must be the one here to auction the sacred artifacts of the Lingxi. A half-human, half-demon resembling a ghost-faced tiger grinned wickedly while wielding a large cleaver. Brothers, do not compete with me. This lad is my prey. Your prey? Nonsense. Whoever has the ability to slay him shall claim him. For I too aim to advance to the second trial. Leave me a leg. I want an arm. Chapter 81. The mockery of the five senses. As Wang Jing'an made his appearance, he was met with a gathering of demon clans, each vying for dominance and adopting postures that suggested they had resigned themselves to death. Yet, was Wang Jing'an any different? He had already perceived these demons that had arrived at the base of the WNW building as mere fodder to be plundered. He made a deliberate effort to assess the group, noting that most were of the third realm, with two at the fourth, which posed little concern. At that moment, a ghost-faced tiger wielding a massive cleaver shouted at him, inquiring about the encrypted records of his human race and the classification of his talent, specifically what an SSR level entailed. This ghost-faced tiger was not alone in its curiosity. Many nearby demon cultivators were equally intrigued, having never heard of such a rank before. Wang Jing'an's gaze fixed upon the ghost-faced tiger, his expression evolving as he recalled that the leading demon from the invasion of Fengjing City had also been a ghost-faced tiger, suggesting a shared lineage. Thus, his eyes brimmed with a hunter's malice as he responded in Mandarin, "It is a level capable of suppressing SSS bloodlines." Upon finishing his words, he slowly drew his Tang Dao, a wave of sanguine aura emanating from it. The ghost-faced tiger, bewildered, questioned whether he had just spoken in the human tongue. In the chaotic realm of Mo City, using a language other than that of the demon kind was tantamount to courting death, even if they did not slay you. The security squad would see to it. A fish-headed general brandishing a trident charged at Wang Jing'an, intent on severing an arm before anything else could transpire. Otherwise, he risked losing a limb to his fellow demons. Wang Jing'an, unaffected, calmly raised his blade, wishing to emulate the sweeping motion of a cloaked figure. The same action, yet destined for divergent fates, unfolded through the edge of his Tang Dao. This marked Wang Jing'an's inaugural slaying of a demon with the Tang Dao. He leapt forward, executing his first strike with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. The blade descended, locking onto the advancing fish-headed general. The bloodlust erupted forth. With that slash, the trident in the general's grasp shattered. My trident. It was a third-grade spiritual weapon, costing me a fortune. You weakling. Boom. Before the fish-headed general could finish his protest, Wang Jing'an's blade cleaved through his skull, blood splattering in the air. The sharpness of the Tang Dao stunned many demons present, including the building's owner who had just descended. Is that not a sixth grade? That blade is a treasure. Seize it. The ghost-faced tiger, with brute force, swung its cleaver, generating a gust of wind. At that moment, Wang Jing'an felt the Tang Dao vibrating, as if eager to unleash something. Then, he witnessed a remarkable sight. The Tang Dao was absorbing the life essence spilling from the fish-headed general. This brought to mind his father's words, revealing that the Tang Dao not only inherited a portion of Li Qingyi's SSS-level ability to incinerate, but also could gradually consume the life force of its foes during battle. Thus, it effectively transferred the side effects of the incineration onto the enemy. However, in wielding the blade himself, Wang Jing'an discovered that the Tang Dao could not only gradually sap the life functions of its adversary, but also entirely absorb their life essence upon their demise. This act of siphoning life essence had gone unnoticed, save for one demon cultivator who was quietly observing. It can actually absorb life essence. I am certain this blade is at least a 7th grade or even an 8th grade spiritual weapon. It seems this lad's registration in Mo City is indeed legitimate. I must acquire that blade. The building's owner had firmly resolved to procure the weapon. Spirit weapons with exceptional combat capabilities were perpetually sought after, and the owner was no exception. As Wang Jing'an experienced the tremors of the Tang Dao, the ghost-faced tiger's mighty cleaver descended, aimed at Wang Jing'an's crown. A direct hit would spell disaster. The head, torso, and heart were the most vulnerable points for both martial artists and demon cultivators alike. Wang Jing'an had no time to react. He immediately employed his ability to deceive, forcibly altering the trajectory. With a thud, the half-man, Half-bird creature beside him was inadvertently struck by the ghost-faced tiger's cleaver, causing it to spew blood. The creature, now half decapitated, screeched in agony. What the hell? Who are you actually aiming for? The ghost-faced tiger, perplexed, glanced at its cleaver, its confidence shaken. What just happened? Wasn't I targeting that weakling? Boom. History has a way of repeating itself. Just as the ghost-faced tiger uttered those words, it was pierced through the back by a spear, penetrating its chest. Turning to see the source, it found a half-man, half-leopard demon looking equally bewildered. Brother Tiger. I swear, my spear was aimed solely at that weakling. Coughing. The leopard demon's arm was abruptly severed, and upon closer inspection, it found itself under attack from a feline demon. The chaos erupted before any proper combat had ensued. With anguished cries resonating throughout, Wang Jing'an, with the Tang Dao in hand, smiled with satisfaction. The more adversaries there are, the greater the advantage of deception. Retreat. The ghost-faced tiger, enduring the agony radiating from its back and chest, staggered back several meters, creating distance from Wang Jing'an. That weakling might possess another spirit weapon capable of bewildering us. Be cautious. No sooner had the ghost-faced tiger spoken than it was met with the sound of slicing air. When it regained its senses, it found the Tang Dao sweeping towards it. The terrifying aura of blood and the blade's force, now intertwined with pure white flames, sliced through the tiger's knee. The lower part of its leg was obliterated, and a small flame lingered at the wound, devouring the flesh and blood. The ghost-faced tiger shrieked in agony, its expression transforming into one of sheer terror. It had clearly distanced itself from that weakling, yet in the blink of an eye, the foe now stood before it. Farewell. Wang Jing'an surged forth, adopting a low-to-high stance, and with a powerful upward thrust of the Tang Dao, cleaved the ghost-faced tiger's body in two. Run. The distant feline demon transformed into a fleeting shadow, burrowing into the ground. Yet, before the mockery of deception, all attempts at escape proved futile. Wang Jing'an unleashed another wave of deception, his second ability manifesting silently. The mockery of the five senses. He yearned to comprehend the essence of this manipulation. His understanding of the five senses encompassed sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. What might transpire if these senses were toyed with? With a clang, the subterranean feline demon, oblivious to the situation, suddenly convulsed violently, frantically clawing at its ears, eyes, and face. Within moments, its ears were torn away, its eyes gouged out, and a significant portion of its flesh was ripped from its face. In mere seconds, the feline demon perished beneath its own claws. Was this a manipulation of touch? Wang Jing'an sensed something amiss. It seemed to involve both touch and sight. Under the influence of deception, had the feline demon mistaken itself for an enemy? Chapter 82. The Host. I am the star, you big star. Several demon cultivators, witnessing the cat demon's predicament, were struck with panic. This pretty boy is exceedingly terrifying, isn't he? Who is truly hunting whom? Observing the manipulation of his senses, Wang Jing'an cast a glance at the host in the distance, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Once again, their sensory abilities were deceived. The vision of the demon cultivators within range became disoriented. This time, they mistook the host for Wang Jing'an, while Wang Jing'an was perceived as the host, who then proclaimed, "Whoever slays this human pretty boy, I, the All Things Tower, shall reward 1 billion black coins." The distant host. The host grew increasingly uneasy. A second later, the situation erupted, reaching an unprecedented climax. Upon hearing the host's declaration, all demon cultivators charged forward, intent on eliminating Wang Jing'an. A staggering sum of 1 billion black coins, an amount sufficient to drive anyone mad. "Kid, what are you saying?" The host, clearly oblivious to the unfolding chaos, suddenly noticed a throng of demon cultivators barreling towards him. Faced with the fervent and frenzied gaze of the approaching demons, he refused to remain passive. Striking out with a palm that summoned a terrifying surge of demonic power, coalescing into a massive black hand, the foremost group of demon cultivators was obliterated, exploding into a mist of blood beneath that colossal hand. Wang Jing'an mused to himself, "Peak of the sixth realm?" The host appears to be a demon cultivator who has reached the limits imposed by the rules of Chaos Demon City. A minute later, the host, in a flurry of explanations, exclaimed, "Why are you attacking me? Target that pretty boy instead." However, the demon cultivators, having been deceived in their senses, were indifferent to Wang Jing'an's explanations, launching their various bloodlines and spiritual artifacts at him. 5 minutes later, the host was compelled to eliminate this group of participants in the ladder tournament. Damn it! Have these demon cultivators lost their minds? The host seethed with rage. Before long, he approached Wang Jing'an, saying, "Pretty boy, clarify the meaning of your previous words regarding the 1 billion black coins." Wang Jing'an feigned innocence, replying, "It might be due to the spiritual artifacts I possess. They've mistaken you for me, and I feel rather embarrassed." The host retorted, "And you reward 1 billion black coins in the name of the All Things Tower?" Wang Jing'an continued, "Host, these demon cultivators are all participants in the ladder tournament. At least 20 of them. If you kill them all, are you not afraid of repercussions from the agents of this city?" The host, "I curse your ancestors." The host exclaimed, fuming, "Well, since you've been dragged into this mess, why not cooperate?" Wang Jing'an sheathed his Tang Dao, revealing a sinister smile. "If we collaborate, I'll take the blame for you. When the agents come looking, just say I was the one who did it. In exchange, you must auction off the treasures from these demon cultivators and give me my due share, a 55 to 45 split. After all, these participants came seeking me and were subsequently killed. It seems quite reasonable, does it not? Even if I take the fall, I doubt there will be any accountability. To adeptly navigate the rules of Chaos Demon City is the mark of a law-abiding citizen." Observing Wang Jing'an's cunning expression, the host finally comprehended why the 7th prince of the Lingxi clan had met his demise at the hands of this pretty boy. On the surface, he appeared harmless. Yet beneath lay the heart of a cunning fiend. The host could sense that had his own cultivation been insufficient, he might well have been slain by that swarm of demon cultivators. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for the current agent. If this pretty boy survived the Lingxi clan's pursuit, the city would surely face upheaval. Alas, the host resigned himself to fate, deciding it best to conclude tonight's auction promptly and part ways with this pretty boy. Wang Jing'an, brimming with delight, hurried over to scavenge the treasures from the fallen demon cultivators. Noticing passers-by occasionally glancing their way, Wang Jing'an casually explained, "You all saw it. This group of demon cultivators participating in the ladder tournament was utterly barbaric, banding together to attack me. In a moment of crisis, I was forced to unleash my primal power, barely managing to turn the tide and eliminate them all. I suppose this also counts as a contribution to the public safety of Chaos Demon City." In the distance, the host's mouth twitched violently upon hearing Wang Jing'an engage the onlookers in conversation. Meanwhile, Wang Jing'an received a flurry of system notifications in his mind. Detected a change in the host's wealth value. Gained 1, 221, 100 reputation. Detected a change in the host's wealth value. Gained 3, 821, 100 reputation. Detected a change in the host's wealth value. Gained 7, 890, 000 reputation. After this scavenging spree, Wang Jing'an was astonished to discover his reputation had surged from 40 million to 90 million. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, muttering, "A bunch of paupers." He recalled that when he had slain the demon prince, a single horn had netted him 80 million reputation. Wang Jing'an felt a tinge of disappointment. However, for some reason, he instinctively recalled the words of the hunchbacked man. This year's ladder tournament featured a frenzied demon ape hunting down human martial artists with connections. He wondered how much wealth that demon ape possessed. If he could slay it, perhaps he could earn 1 billion in reputation? The host, witnessing Wang Jing'an scavenge an impressive array of treasures, yet wear a disappointed expression, felt a surge of anger. Nevertheless, the host was perplexed by the sheer number of spiritual artifacts Wang Jing'an seemed to possess. Was the ability to distort direction and vision derived from a spiritual artifact? Initially, the host suspected Wang Jing'an might possess 2 innate abilities, but upon further reflection, he deemed that unlikely and leaned towards the notion of spiritual artifacts. After all, this pretty boy wielded a fearsome Tang Dao. Possessing an artifact that could manipulate direction and vision seemed plausible. Once the scavenging concluded, Wang Jing'an returned to the host, handing over the spiritual artifacts, along with the hides, horns, and scales from the demon cultivators. Here you go, host. With that, Wang Jing'an made his way to the teleportation array, planning to return to the tower for a brief respite before exploring the dark web. The host observed this troublemaker sauntering back to the All Things Tower with such nonchalance, unsure of what to say. Truly, he was the son of the dual-sword saint, possessing remarkable audacity. Alas, he had stirred up too much trouble. He would not live long. Otherwise, the host would have genuinely wished to befriend him. For a fleeting moment, the host felt a sense of regret over this talent. This pretty boy had caused such commotion in less than a day, disrupting the order of the ladder tournament. Though it was permissible to retaliate against the participants, as long as Wang Jing'an had not registered his identity, no one could trace it back to him, thus avoiding the current predicament. Upon returning to his designated room, Wang Jing'an unsheathed the Tang Dao once more, scrutinizing its changes. He had noticed earlier that the Tang Dao was subtly absorbing the life essence that had dissipated nearby. Moreover, any enemy that came into contact with the blade also had a portion of their life energy siphoned away. Why do I feel as though something is about to emerge from this Tang Dao? Wang Jing'an did not perceive it as the Tang Dao rejecting him. If it were, he would have been unable to wield its power. Instead, he sought to calm his mind with a rationale. Perhaps the blade trembles when it absorbs life essence? Chapter 83. Are you the security team? Once Wang Jing'an secured the Tang Dao back at his waist, he finally had the opportunity to retrieve his mobile phone, only to discover that there was no signal in the vicinity. He called over a female server to inquire about the situation. The server replied that there was a specialized communication device available for accessing information from the dark web. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a device resembling a mobile phone, which, upon activation, revealed a dark web interface. It also possessed communication capabilities. Taking the device, Wang Jing'an delved into the dark web and found that it was remarkably similar to various social media platforms, with the sole distinction being that the accounts listed detailed information such as race and affiliations. He soon stumbled upon a recent post that piqued his interest. As it pertained to him, the post read, Race, Demon, Clan, Scythe Demon, Ladder Competitor. This afternoon, it is reported that the individual auctioning the sacred relic has registered their identity information, which has been verified as accurate by the tribunal. Currently, during the first life-and-death trial of the ladder competition, you may pay 10 black coins to access the location of my next target, Wang Jing'an. Location, Chaos Demon City. District 11, All Things Tower, 10 black coins required for access. The text was predominantly written in the language of demons, time-stamped an hour prior. Overall, Wang Jing'an found the situation rather unsettling. Even locations could be monetized. Should he consider profiting from it as well? He turned to the female server and, in Mandarin, asked, whose identity information is marked on this communication device? The server hesitated, finally lowering her voice to respond, Young master, it belongs to me. Wang Jing'an thought to himself that he could not endanger this server, as she was merely doing her job. Thus, he inquired, could you assist me in requesting a communication device from the owner? Alternatively, a device that displays a demon's identity would suffice. The server nodded and departed to fulfill his request, which seemed a manageable task. Not long after, Wang Jing'an resumed his exploration of the dark web, seeking any announcements regarding the arrival of the Spirit Relic clan in Chaos Demon City. In that moment, he encountered a betting pool that featured his name, alongside ominous predictions of his demise within 3 days, 6 to 7 days, and 13 to 15 days. The odds for a 3-day death were the lowest at 1.25. A wager of 100 black coins would yield a return of 125 black coins if he perished within that time frame. Conversely, the 15-day odds were the highest, reaching an astonishing 8.99, meaning a wager of 1,000 black coins could potentially net 8,990 black coins, a significant profit if one were to bet 1 million or even 10 million. Yet, higher odds typically indicated lower probabilities of occurrence, a truth well understood by many. Curiously, Wang Jing'an noted that 481 individuals had paid to access the location listed for 10 black coins. With only a handful of demon cultivators present, He mused that the vastness of Chaos Demon City likely accounted for the influx of hunters still en route. He began to calculate his next steps. He must devise another strategy to wholly ensnare the owner, as any arriving demon cultivators of the 5th or 6th realm could potentially offer him protection. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, the dark web updated with a new message. Upon seeing the publisher's name, curiosity flickered in Wang Jing'an's eyes. The post read, Race, Demon, Clan, Spirit Relic, Ladder Competitor. I heard that a person of significant background has entered the city, currently located at All Things Tower in District 11. The afternoon has passed, and no reports have returned from the demon cultivators sent to hunt him. They are likely met with misfortune. It is said this pretty boy intends to auction our clan's sacred relic. I should not remain idle, but that brother, the demon ape, has already slain an old warrior of the human race, and he should be hanging the corpse at the life and death tower now. If all goes as expected, the next target for the demon ape will be Wang Jing'an, this weakling of a clan. He shall not survive the night. A cacophony of voices began to emerge, all spoken in the language of demons through their communication devices. It seems there is no need to wait for the Spirit Relic clan to arrive in Chaos Demon City. Wang Jing'an is destined to be hung at the Life and Death Tower. By the way, what realm has the demon ape reached? Wasn't he just chasing a weak, retired old warrior? Has he already dispatched that old relic so swiftly? The demon ape recently broke through to the 5th realm. If all goes as expected, he should now be in the mid-5th realm. Wang Jing'an merely glanced at the discussions, his confidence bolstered. Was that demon ape truly only at the 5th realm? If he could eliminate him, it would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. After all, the demon ape, like the prince he had previously slain, belonged to one of the 8 great demon clans and must possess valuable assets. Before Wang Jing'an could further ponder his strategy, the owner entered, his expression dark and sullen. Following closely behind was a small team clad in peculiar uniforms, their helmets sharp and their armor gleaming silver. This team comprised both martial artists and demon cultivators. They were the security force of Chaos Demon City. You are Wang Jing'an? The team leader stepped forward, stating, nearly 30 demon cultivators have perished in the ladder competition, and you have disrupted the rules upon entering the city. You are required to accompany us for further questioning. Though the owner appeared grim, his eyes flickered as if to convey, young man, do not reveal my involvement. I have connections within the security team. You must return with them. However, the owner underestimated Wang Jing'an's reasoning. Gentlemen, he replied, you must be mistaken. I disrupted the rules? Which rule did I violate? The team leader furrowed his brow, responding, the slaying of ladder competitors warrants extreme punishment. Wang Jing'an feigned innocence. Do not assume I am ignorant of the rules set forth by Chaos Demon City. If a ladder competitor is determined to hunt someone and is slain in the process, according to the city's regulations, they bear no responsibility for the repercussions. The team leader paused, glancing at his deputy. What is the situation? Wasn't there a report that this lad went on to slay over 20 ladder competitors? After some deliberation, the deputy finally replied, Captain, it appears he has not violated any rules. A demon cultivator had previously disclosed his exact location on the dark web, which led to the hunter's pursuit. As for the matter of being slain, the deputy found himself at a loss, sensing something amiss. Wang Jing'an seemed somewhat exhilarated. Why was that? Captain, Wang Jing'an interjected, I have been verified as a legitimate citizen of Chaos Demon City by the tribunal. My location has been publicly exposed, and I am being hunted by so many. Should I not receive some form of compensation? Is this within your jurisdiction? He continued to press for reparations. Moreover, I recently discovered on the dark web that a demon ape may be targeting me. This particular creature is a formidable contender in the ladder competition, and the mental strain I am enduring necessitates a compensation for emotional distress of at least 10 million black coins. Otherwise, I shall escalate this matter to the city lord. The security team leader, the deputy, the owner, standing nearby, silently gave a thumbs up, thinking, you truly are impressive. Okay, I will revise and refine the text you provided, focusing on enhancing the language and removing extraneous elements. Chapter 84, A Human Benefactor. A Child's Lament. Allow me to gather my thoughts. The chief of the city guard was bewildered by Wang Jing'an's maneuver. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "So, if I understand correctly, not only are we unable to apprehend Wang Jing'an, but we must also compensate him for emotional distress?" The deputy nodded. "Indeed. Such are the rules established by the city lord. Participants in the Heavenly Ladder competition are permitted to pursue others to fulfill their requirements for advancement. However, our esteemed city lord has decreed that if a pursuer is vanquished, it shall not be considered a disruption of the competition's order. Consequently, the one who retaliates is entitled to substantial recompense. We are obligated to provide him with 1,000,000 black coins as compensation." The chief, who had arrived with the intent to arrest, now found himself paying reparations. Moments later, Wang Jing'an bid them farewell with a smile. "Farewell, esteemed officers. The 1,000,000 black coins can be deposited directly into the Myriad Treasures Pavilion account." The proprietor of the pavilion, having witnessed the departure of the city guard, exclaimed, "Demanding compensation for emotional distress? You are the first I have encountered to do so." Wang Jing'an chuckled. "I am now a lawful citizen of chaotic Demon City. And what do you intend to do next?" After spending some time with him, the proprietor recognized Wang Jing'an's keen intellect and doubted he would idly await his doom. He inquired, "If the Spirit Rhinoceros clan does not arrive tonight, they will be here by tomorrow at the latest. You will not find it so easy then. I intend to execute a grand scheme." Wang Jing'an's expression sent a shiver down the proprietor's spine. "Do you possess any formations capable of containing a sixth realm demon cultivator? Or perhaps some magical artifacts? I intend to purchase a few and set an ambush at the city gates. As before, we shall divide the spoils of war. With a 50-50 split." The proprietor hesitated. Wang Jing'an pressed on. "You bear no risk. You simply provide the necessary formations and tools. Even if it is discovered that the formations originated from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, you can claim it was a standard transaction, and you were unaware of my intentions. I will then entrust you with the auction, allowing you to profit passively. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion maintains neutrality in chaotic Demon City. Auctioning items entrusted by clients does not violate the city's rules, does it? Given that the Myriad Treasures Pavilion dares to auction Spirit Rhinoceros sacred objects, they would not dare to violate any rules." The proprietor, tempted by the prospect of wealth, weighed the advantages and disadvantages before succumbing to avarice. "I possess an 8-eyed life-slaughtering formation. Once an enemy is trapped within, even a sixth realm demon cultivator will be suppressed unless they possess a high-grade protective artifact. The drawback is that deploying this formation induces a period of weakness. It is valued at 70,000,000 black coins. Since we are splitting the profits, I will lend it to you free of charge. However, I must fabricate a transaction record indicating that you purchased the formation from me to avoid scrutiny." "Perfectly acceptable." Wang Jing'an's lips curled into a smile. Thus, both parties forged an alliance. The proprietor, driven by greed, and Wang Jing'an, seeking to leverage the proprietor's resources to eliminate the Spirit Rhinoceros clan pursuers. Their interests were now intertwined. "By the way, is that blade at your waist for sale? Name your price." The proprietor asked, his gaze fixed on the blade. He was truly enamored with it, especially its ability to absorb life essence. "That blade is not for sale." Wang Jing'an's demeanor shifted, the earlier ease replaced by a frosty countenance. The proprietor nodded, ceasing his pursuit of the blade. He then departed to prepare the 8-eyed life-slaughtering formation. Shortly after, the proprietor murmured, "No wonder Commander Chen preferred to send Wang Jing'an here rather than consign him to the demon domain. The lad is far too cunning. If such intellect were applied on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warlord." He then reflected on the past, lamenting, "Zhao Gang once slew a demon king, and the human race risked war to protect him. Alas, times have changed. Those 30 figures were once at the zenith of their power, but after that battle, Elder Sun was crippled, Elder Chen's eyes were pierced, and my mentor was mutilated. Now, the human race desperately needs respite. Had the human race remained as formidable as before, Commander Chen would never have sent Wang Jing'an to chaotic Demon City. He would have shielded him at all costs, engaging the demon race in a battle to the death." The proprietor recalled the 30 figures standing tall on the northern border city, a symbol of hope for humanity. They fortified their homeland with their flesh and blood and built the spine of the human race. That battle was too tragic. An hour later, as Wang Jing'an began planning his ambush, he noticed the Tower of Life and Death in the distance becoming lively again. It appeared that another cultivator or demon had been hunted and was about to be displayed by the competitors. However, this time seemed different. A large crowd had gathered around the Tower of Life and Death. Wang Jing'an, curious, approached the window and strained his vision to see further. The crowd consisted mainly of cultivators, with a significant number of demons as well. Wang Jing'an noticed a girl crawling along the street, sobbing. Below the Tower of Life and Death, a demonic ape held a lifeless body, preparing to ascend the tower and hoist it high. The moment Wang Jing'an saw the demonic ape, his interest piqued, and he decided to investigate. Around the Tower of Life and Death, countless human cultivators had gathered, witnessing the demonic ape hoisting the body. Wasn't that the student of the esteemed Elder Guanrong? Indeed, it is Lin Xiaofan, a scion of the Lin Financial Group. Why would Lin Xiaofan come to Chaotic Demon City? Is that little girl by the roadside his daughter? 5 years ago, Lin Xiaofan killed a prince of the Sky Eagle clan. Like Wang Jing'an, he was likely sent to Chaotic Demon City to save his life. Lin Xiaofan and Wang Jing'an are both benefactors of the human race. Why did his daughter come to Chaotic Demon City as well? Lin Xiaofan possesses the S-grade life-sustaining bloodline. When his wife and daughter were slain by demons, he could only save one with his bloodline. He chose to save his daughter. But the drawback is that she cannot stray too far from him. Beyond a certain range, the life-sustaining bloodline loses its connection, and she will perish. As the human cultivators conversed, the massive demonic ape reached the summit of the Tower of Life and Death, where a long spike stood upright. With a powerful thrust, the ape impaled Lin Xiaofan's body on the spike, piercing through his lower back and abdomen. The Tower of Life and Death displayed countless corpses, with human cultivators outnumbering demons. The sight of the corpses hanging there was a ghastly spectacle. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaofan's blood splattered as he emitted muffled cries of agony. Papa, Xiao Chuanchuan doesn't want you to die. Didn't you say that as long as Xiao Chuanchuan is obedient, Papa would stay with her for a long, long time? You lied to me. Wah. The little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, her face smeared with blood, crawled forward, sensing her own life ebbing away as her father's bloodline within her dwindled. Chapter 85. The human race is not cowardly nearby. Some martial artists contemplated reaching out to assist the little girl. Yet they were acutely aware that Lin Xiaofan's life-sustaining bloodline was bound to their own daughter. Should Lin Xiaofan perish, the girl would inevitably follow suit. Thus, they refrained from intervening, fearing the wrath of the surrounding demon cultivators. Moreover, the monstrous ape loomed nearby, and should it take notice, it would likely crush them on the spot. Wang Jing'an, upon arriving, gained a preliminary understanding of the situation, yet remained merely an observer amidst the chaos. As the monstrous ape leaped down from the Death and Life Tower, it bellowed, "Bring that little girl to me, and hang her up as well." Monstrous ape. Some matters should be approached with restraint. This little girl is not part of your hunting targets. You have already hunted her father. The girl will soon perish due to the depletion of her bloodline. Suddenly, a human martial artist stepped forward to speak, a middle-aged man. Upon hearing his words, the monstrous ape swung its colossal fist without uttering a single word. The human martial artist was instantly obliterated under that mighty blow. Interfering, the monstrous ape thundered, "Bring that frail girl here. Any weakling who dares speak on her behalf shall be killed." Suspended on the Death and Life Tower, Lin Xiaofan longed to unleash his remaining strength, yet he was acutely aware that his body was pierced by numerous thorns, leaving him utterly drained and incapable of rising to resist as the demon cultivators approached to seize his daughter. Despair etched across Lin Xiaofan's face. Despite his previous contributions to the human race, he felt utterly powerless in this place. He knew that upon his demise, the blood coursing through his daughter's veins would run dry. Yet, no father wishes to witness his daughter displayed upon this towering edifice. As Lin Xiaofan struggled in vain, the little girl was seized by a demon cultivator, dragged along the ground by her frail arm. Among the onlooking human martial artists, some were not competitors in the latter tournament and had only recently arrived in Chaos Demon City. Though they wished to help, they lacked both the courage and strength. After all, the influence of humans in Chaos Demon City paled in comparison to that of the demon race. "Brother, are we truly not going to intervene?" Among the crowd, 3 youths appeared conflicted, with the youngest hesitating. The one referred to as brother sighed, "Let it be. There is not just one child hanging on the death and life tower at that moment." A demon cultivator remarked to his companion, "Do you think someone will sneak in tonight to steal away the little girl's corpse?" Another demon chimed in, "Humans are all cowards, even with 10 times their courage. They wouldn't dare steal a corpse." Standing beside this demon was a hunchbacked man, previously disguised as a tortoiseshell pretending to be a polar shin turtle. Hearing those words, he nearly lost his composure and rushed forward. Just as the demon cultivator dragging the girl was about to toss her towards the monstrous ape, Wang Jing'an stepped forward, blocking their path, and calmly stated, "Let us not push matters to the extreme. The Death and Life Tower displays targets of the ladder tournament, not mere children. Kill him." The monstrous ape retorted coldly. Several demon cultivators surged forward, intent on slaying the human martial artist who dared to defend Lin Xiaofan and his daughter. "Why him?" The hunchbacked man clenched his fists, stunned to see Wang Jing'an standing amidst the encirclement of over 20 demon cultivators. Clearly, he possessed some skill. "Slay this weakling." A throng of demon cultivators charged at Wang Jing'an. Wang Jing'an merely drew his tang knife, gripping another black long knife in his right hand, assuming an offensive stance. An overwhelming aura of killing intent surged forth, spreading rapidly. Wang Jing'an dashed forward, executing a graceful spin in midair, unleashing a torrent of blade energy. The southern bright leaf fire ignited. The trajectory became skewed, with a series of metallic clangs resonating through the air. Several demon cultivators at the forefront fell to Wang Jing'an's relentless strikes, their defenses crumbling before the might of his blades. Having dispatched them, Wang Jing'an's gaze turned fierce. With no intention of halting, he leaped in another direction, targeting the demon who had previously insulted humans. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of this human martial artist, the demon cried out, "Brother monstrous ape, save me." With a resounding crash, Wang Jing'an cleaved the demon in 2, blood splattering everywhere. The corpses, consumed by the southern bright leaf fire, turned to ashes. The tang knife absorbed the life essence, trembling with increasing intensity, instilling fear in the surrounding demon cultivators. Wang Jing'an, maintaining a calm demeanor, lifted the injured little girl into his arms, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. He then addressed the monstrous ape in the human tongue. "The human race is not cowardly." These words ignited a fervor within the hearts of all observing human martial artists. When, in the annals of history, had any human dared to defy the demon race within Chaos Demon City? He is the one who intends to auction the sacred essence. Some demons recognized the knife-wielding human martial artist. He is Wang Jing'an? They were astonished that he, knowing the monstrous ape sought him as the next hunting target, had not fled but instead dared to confront them. "Brother monstrous ape, this pretty boy is your next target, the wielder of the southern bright leaf fire, Wang Jing'an." As Wang Jing'an cradled the little girl, the surrounding demon cultivators erupted into chaos. The monstrous ape, upon learning that this was indeed its next quarry, revealed a hint of murderous intent on its grotesque visage. "Interesting, I was not seeking you, yet you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. Could someone assist me in holding this girl?" Wang Jing'an sheathed the black long knife on his back, one hand still gripping the blade while he cradled the little girl. He turned to the martial artists around him. Although the human martial artists had been moved by Wang Jing'an's earlier proclamation, none dared to join in, fearing that if Wang Jing'an were slain by the monstrous ape, they too would share his fate. Thus, silence reigned. Wang Jing'an furrowed his brow, "It seems the influence of the human race in Chaos Demon City is indeed waning. Very well, since I have resolved to stir the waters, let the storm rage even fiercer." Meanwhile, the hunchbacked man emerged from the crowd, addressing Wang Jing'an, "Brother, hand her to me." The hunchbacked man glanced at Lin Xiaofan, who was barely clinging to life, and, discarding his disguise, proclaimed, "The human race has suffered too long in Chaos Demon City. I can no longer endure it." As Lin Xiaofan hung by the last thread of his life, the despair and helplessness etched across his face transformed into a glimmer of hope upon witnessing 2 human warriors rising to defend his daughter. In that fleeting moment, He whispered words only he could hear. If only my daughter could. Rest in peace. Chapter 86. Establishing authority for the human race after Lin Xiaofan's demise. The expression that should have been filled with despair and helplessness faded, replaced by a fleeting hint of gratitude that soon vanished, leaving behind a face that appeared numb and rigid. Look here, weakling of a lesser race. Choose your position, and this prince will personally hang you up there, the demon ape remarked, gazing at the lifeless Lin Xiaofan while pointing at the countless long spikes atop the Tower of Life and Death. These spikes, stained with blood, had pierced through innumerable corpses and consumed countless fresh blood. Wang Jing'an stood firm with his blade, the trembling of his Tang Dao gradually subsiding, a chill emanating from it. However, he had no time to investigate the cause of this chill. His priority was to fend off the imminent danger before him. If I were to hang you on the Tower of Life and Death, would that truly violate the rules of the chaotic demon city? Wang Jing'an continued in Mandarin. Impudent brat of a lesser race, do not dare to speak in the tongue of foreign clans, retorted a nearby demon cultivator. Though many were already shaken by Wang Jing'an's earlier display of power, yet, with the demon apes still present, they believed this human youth posed little threat, prompting them to speak derisively, to publicly use a language other than that of the demon race in chaotic demon city. Are you challenging its order? Bellowed a bull-headed demon cultivator. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing'an swung his Tang Dao, striking the bull demon's horn, which shattered and flew off. He then redirected his attack, bringing the blade crashing down onto the creature's crown, nearly shattering its skull. Though not fatal, the bull demon collapsed, howling in pain. Wang Jing'an stepped on the creature's nearly shattered head and remarked coolly, "What nonsense rules? One should speak whatever language they choose. Repeat your words." The bull demon, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend the human's words, a look of sheer terror crossing its face. With a decisive crack, Wang Jing'an wasted no more words, driving his blade through the bull demon's heart. With a surge of energy, he propelled the creature's body to the second level of the Tower of Life and Death, impaling it upon one of the long spikes. The bloodied spike once again absorbed the fresh blood, a chilling sight that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. When did a human warrior dare to act so audaciously in chaotic demon city? Even during the latter tournament, human participants hunted demon races with utmost caution, remaining discreet. Yet now, Wang Jing'an hung a demon cultivator on the Tower of Life and Death in plain sight, and not even as a participant. This was undoubtedly a provocation against the demon race. All witnesses beheld the scene with a mix of confusion, shock, and disbelief. Yet they shared a common sentiment, a sense of vindication. The surrounding demon cultivators seethed with rage. Among the trio of young brothers who had stood together earlier, the eldest spoke up. "If a fight breaks out, aid him if you can, but do not add to his troubles." That fellow, Wang Jing'an, acted to save the daughter of our senior, Lin Xiaofan. Even if she must perish, let it not be on the Tower of Life and Death. The younger brothers nodded in agreement. Brother Demon Ape, kill this human brat. Eliminate this weakling. In chaotic demon city, lesser races should not defy our kind. After slaying Wang Jing'an, seize that blade. It seems to be of considerable quality. As the demon ape overheard the surrounding chatter, its killing intent intensified. Its massive hands clenched, producing ominous cracking sounds as it advanced step by step toward Wang Jing'an. Due to the titan ape's considerable size and its incomplete transformation, each step resonated with a dull thud, sending tremors through the ground. Numerous demon cultivators stepped back, their faces a mix of amusement and malice, eagerly anticipating Wang Jing'an's inevitable hanging on the Tower of Life and Death. Moreover, the betting odds on the dark web predicted his demise within 3 days, providing ample reason for his imminent downfall. With a thunderous roar, the demon ape swung its colossal palm forward, the force generating an overwhelming pressure, as if a single strike would shatter bones. Undeterred, Wang Jing'an brandished his Tang Dao with his left hand and a black longsword with his right, executing a dual-pronged attack infused with both offense and defense, accompanied by terrifying pure white flames. With a resounding slap, the demon ape believed it had struck Wang Jing'an. But upon closing its hands and applying pressure, a scream erupted. When the ape released its grip, it discovered not the body of Wang Jing'an, but that of a leopard demon. Before the demon ape could process this bewildering turn of events, it was met with a fiery onslaught from behind. Boom! The massive back of the demon ape staggered under the force of the attack, stumbling forward several steps before the pain registered. Flames began to scorch its back, unquenchable unless it expended its demon energy to resist, or it would be slowly consumed by the inferno. Today, I, Wang Jing'an, shall establish authority for the human race. In this city, we shall not bow in submission nor fear the demon race. After executing several strikes, Wang Jing'an vanished once more. In an instant, he reappeared above the demon ape, delivering a devastating blow. The demon ape endured the strike, yet waves of dizziness surged through its head. Is this a ninth-grade spiritual weapon? Those present with discernment recognized the extraordinary nature of the Tang Dao. The Titan ape, with its tough hide and formidable physique, was well matched against the Linchi race's physical defenses. Ordinary spiritual weapons struggled to breach their defenses, and the demon ape's cultivation lay in the mid-fifth realm. However, this level of cultivation and physical prowess seemed trivial against the oppressive might of the Tang Dao. The demon ape soon deduced the weapon's grade and grew increasingly excited. If this prince possessed that blade, I could undoubtedly conquer the 8 life and death trials of the ladder tournament. No sooner had the thought escaped than the demon ape swung its arm, unleashing a torrent of fearsome strength that swept through the surroundings. Raising its palm to strike at Wang Jing'an. Boom! In the distance, the hunchbacked man felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could he be struck down? Other human warriors shared this apprehension. Yet, when the demon ape lifted its palm, it found not Wang Jing'an beneath it, but a lion demon. The demon ape's suspicion deepened. Illusion? Or a visual trick? Such spiritual weapons I have encountered before. Wang Jing'an appeared behind the demon ape, momentarily taken aback by the creature's overwhelming strength. However, he refused to engage in a battle of strengths. The demon ape excelled in brute force, rarely encountering rivals in direct confrontation. Yet, no matter how great its strength, if it could not land a blow, it was of no consequence. Wang Jing'an sneered, employing his trickery once more, and swung his blade. At that moment, he felt his pupils dilate in shock, for he perceived a shadow entwined with the blade's trajectory. This shadow seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 87. This youngster actually possesses a 9th-rank spiritual weapon, while Wang Jing'an was momentarily lost in thought. He failed to properly wield his trickery ability, allowing the demon ape to react. It swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful slap. The force was tremendous, combined with the absolute brute strength of the Titan clan, sending Wang Jing'an flying. Fortunately, most of the force was deflected by the Tang Dao, which absorbed the impact, preventing him from sustaining severe injuries. Wang Jing'an furrowed his brow. What was that shadow just now? He was certain he had not misjudged. The shadow that followed the blade's momentum seemed to be Qingtian. The shadow gave off an impression of being cloaked in a dark, flowing cape. Suddenly, a bold idea surged within him, and he whispered in astonishment while gazing at the Tang Dao. This sword has been absorbing life essence. Could it be? In an instant, Wang Jing'an recalled many things, including this chaotic city of demons. The city was formed from a 9th-rank spiritual weapon, indicating it had attained sentience. Now that the Tang Dao was also of the 9th rank, did it possess the conditions to awaken its own intelligence? Or rather, if the Tang Dao absorbed enough life essence, could it coalesce into a blade spirit? Wang Jing'an was astounded by his own thoughts, his face instantly lighting up with joy. From the battle at the academy until now, this was truly a piece of good news. Roar! As Wang Jing'an's imagination raced, the demon ape seized the opportunity to attack, its terrifying brute force crashing down once more with its colossal hands. Qingtian, if this Tang Dao can indeed coalesce a blade spirit, then we shall no longer be eternally separated. Wang Jing'an's fighting spirit surged, and his dual blade movements became increasingly fierce. The surroundings, the direction, sight, hearing, and even smell were all forcibly altered. The more people there were, the stronger his trickery ability became. In the course of several exchanges between Wang Jing'an and the demon ape, numerous spectators among the demon cultivators had already perished beneath the ape's mighty hands. Consequently, many demon cultivators hastily withdrew to a safer distance, sensing that Wang Jing'an possessed an unsettling aura. Goodness, this fellow can actually fight the demon ape on equal footing. How astonishing, exclaimed a hunchbacked man holding a little girl. As the battle raged on, the demon ape grew increasingly furious. Feeling ashamed that it could not land a blow on Wang Jing'an, its SS-class bloodline began to stir. At that moment, the already massive form of the demon ape swelled even larger. Furthermore, a crimson aura erupted within a kilometer radius around it, as if a giant ape were roaring in fury. This was the overwhelming force exerted by the demon ape's bloodline. Under this brute force suppression, the direction of deception was forcibly distorted, and the surrounding scenery began to collapse. Wang Jing'an furrowed his brow. This creature possessed such extensive suppression, yet it mattered not. The trickery ability was not limited to mere directional manipulation. It also encompassed the most terrifying form of deception, distortion of the five senses. His vision and hearing began to shift, and in the eyes of the demon ape, Wang Jing'an morphed into a demon cultivator. Meanwhile, all the demon cultivators surrounding them appeared as Wang Jing'an to the demon ape. Clone? Humph. The demon ape roared and swung a fist, obliterating one of the demon cultivators into a gruesome mess. What transpired next shocked the human warriors. The demon ape began to engage in battle with the group of demon cultivators. Demon ape, what are you doing? Shouted a leopard demon targeted by the ape as it hurriedly fled. Damn it, that Wang Jing'an has a spiritual weapon capable of inducing illusions. We must assist our brother the demon ape. Some demon cultivators began to take action. However, they soon realized that Wang Jing'an seemed to have vanished. In truth, Wang Jing'an had been present all along. He merely employed his trickery ability to forcibly alter the five senses of the demon cultivators. Demon ape, I curse you to the depths of hell. Stop chasing me. The leopard cried as it sprinted away. As the leopard passed by the trio of brothers, the eldest raised his long spear and struck. The spear spun 180 degrees, and it was his turn to shine. With a loud thud, the spear swept through like a dragon's tail, propelling the leopard directly in front of the demon ape. With a fierce and domineering clap of its massive hands, the demon ape crushed the leopard into a bloody pulp. Eldest brother, you're amazing, the second and third brothers exclaimed, raising their thumbs in admiration. The eldest, chuckling, remarked, do these damned demon cultivators truly believe we humans are soft targets? The scene descended into chaos. Wang Jing'an did not manipulate the senses of the human warriors, allowing several of them to join the fray, including the trio of brothers. Some warriors who refrained from engaging retreated to the side. Though I lack the courage to fight the demon cultivators, I will not take advantage of the situation. Here, take my spear. It's a fourth-rank spiritual weapon. One of the human warriors tossed the long spear over, and the eldest of the trio caught it, ready to engage. 10 minutes later, the demon ape had nearly swept away the majority of the demon cultivators. The remaining ones were dispatched by the eldest brother of the trio. Meanwhile, Wang Jing'an watched from the sidelines, allowing the Tang Dao to absorb the abundant life essence. Absorb more, Wang Jing'an urged. Roar. As the demon ape gazed at the fallen Wang Jing'an, it was about to reveal a sinister grin, only to find him seated calmly at the roadside, holding the Tang Dao. This left the demon ape both furious and enraged. With its senses restored, the demon ape fully comprehended what had transpired. What kind of illusion is this? A lethal illusion, Wang Jing'an lazily replied, and when he sensed the demon ape's energy waning, he charged forward with his blade. The demon ape intended to block, but the trickery rendered it incapable of discerning reality from illusion. If you believe it to be real, then it is false. If you believe it to be false, then it is real. The Tang Dao unleashed its final surge of energy, and in a terrifying display of blade momentum, it once again conjured a shadow. This shadow, wielding a blade, pierced the demon ape's chest, penetrating its heart. Wang Jing'an's eyes shone with renewed vigor. Indeed, after absorbing enough life essence, the Tang Dao should be capable of coalescing a blade spirit. This shadow was sufficient to prove everything. Although the blade spirit had not fully formed yet, it was certainly progressing in a promising direction. Cough, cough. In the distance, the demon ape emitted violent coughs, seemingly caught off guard by the terrifying might of the shadow that enveloped the blade. a 9th-rank spiritual weapon. Truly fearsome. At that moment, the demon ape's pupils turned a deep crimson. The hunchbacked man holding the little girl bellowed, "Goodness, don't let it transform. That creature's true form is hundreds of meters tall. Once it transforms, your illusions will be ineffective." For reasons unknown, Wang Jing'an hesitated to continue swinging his blade. He noticed the shadow piercing the demon ape's heart, twisting the phantom blade once more. The shadow, gripping the blade, was also a manifestation of the shadow itself. As the shadow twisted the phantom blade, the demon ape's heart was violently shredded, exploding into a mass of blood within its body. The life force of the demon ape was rapidly harvested by the shadow. With a cultivation level in the mid-5th realm, it could not withstand the speed at which its life essence was being drained by the 9th-rank Tang Dao. This time, Wang Jing'an distinctly sensed that the life essence lost during battle was being replenished. He glanced once more at the Tang Dao, sinking into contemplation. This sword, as long as it absorbs enough life essence, can maintain a shadow. If the life essence absorbed is calculated in massive quantities, then it can achieve the coalescence of a blade spirit unique to the Tang Dao. Chapter 88, Resting in Peace, Tales of Humanity in the Distance. The hunchbacked man gazed at the Tang Dao held by Wang Jing'an, along with the residual shadow piercing the heart of the demon ape, and involuntarily shuddered. This young man is undeniably formidable. He has even slain a demon prince like the ape, who possesses immense brute strength. Wang Jing'an, however, brandished his sword and approached the nearly lifeless demon ape, exclaiming in astonishment, "No wonder they say that after the offering of the green robe, any of the 10 saints of humanity wielding this blade can effortlessly slay the 10 fiends." Alas, the transformation of this sword has led to an unforeseen outcome: rejection. In this world, apart from Wang Jing'an, no one else can unleash the full power of the Tang Dao. Only he can resonate with it. Finally, Wang Jing'an turned his gaze toward the onlooking demon cultivators at the street's edge. These cultivators were not participants in the heavenly ladder competition. He merely cast a fleeting glance at them and declared, "Today, I shall hang this demon ape on the Tower of Life and Death." Who is in favor? And who is against? Wang Jing'an's tone was somewhat indifferent, laced with a hint of coldness. This marked the first time humanity stood tall within the chaos of the demon city, no longer bowing and scraping before the demon race. Surrounding human warriors, led by the 3 brothers, shouted in unison, "I agree. I agree." The hunchbacked man laughed heartily, clearly reveling in the moment. Humanity ought to rise within the demon city. The demon cultivators, who were not participating, had never witnessed such a spectacle and fell silent. Within 10 seconds, one demon cultivator, who understood Chinese, stood at a distance and cautioned, "Wang Jing'an, although you are formidable, I advise against hanging the demon ape's corpse on the Tower of Life and Death. In zones 1, 2, and 3, there are even more powerful demon cultivators. You are not hanging the demon ape as a participant in the heavenly ladder competition. This might invite unnecessary retribution." This demon cultivator was evidently terrified of the Tang Dao in Wang Jing'an's grasp, and as he spoke, he took a cautious step back, fearing Wang Jing'an might indiscriminately strike him down. Wang Jing'an disregarded the warning, drew the Tang Dao, thrust it into the demon ape's spine, exerted force, lifted the creature, and then propelled himself to the pinnacle of the Tower of Life and Death. A long spike suddenly pierced the massive body of the demon ape. This scene brought a rush of exhilaration to many human warriors, yet they silently prayed for Wang Jing'an's survival. After all, he was the first to dare raise the banner of humanity in the chaotic demon city. Standing atop the Tower of Life and Death, Wang Jing'an looked down at the hunchbacked man holding the little girl, who seemed to have lost the strength to even weep. Consequently, he brought down Lin Chaofan's corpse. The hunchbacked man laid the little girl down, but realized that her life force was nearly extinguished, her blood gradually waning. Nevertheless, the little girl crawled to her father's corpse. Tears glistening in her eyes, and without uttering a word, lay in her father's embrace, slowly succumbing to death. The hunchbacked man felt a heavy pang in his heart at this sight, unable to suppress the urge to smoke a cigarette. Damn it. Not far away, the 3 brothers wore expressions of indignation, yet felt powerless. Such was the law of the chaotic demon city. No one could do anything about it. Oh dear ancestor, I merely went to retrieve a formation, and you've gone and slain another prince? The tower master rushed over, casting a glance at the demon ape's corpse hanging from the top of the Tower of Life and Death, his eyelids twitching as he looked at the blood-soaked Wang Jing'an. His expression one of helplessness. You certainly know how to stir up trouble. This time, Wang Jing'an refrained from retorting, embracing a rare moment of silence. The tower master, observing Wang Jing'an's silence and then glancing at the father and daughter lying on the ground, furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. Lin Shitty, though his voice was hushed, it was still heard by Wang Jing'an. What did you call him? The tower master's eyelids twitched again. You can hear that? Damn, how does this kid have such keen hearing? Wang Jing'an approached the tower master and pressed him. Senior Lin Xiaofan is Guanzhong's student. You called him Shitty. So Guanzhong is also your teacher? As he spoke, Wang Jing'an scrutinized the tower master, increasingly perplexed. I remember you are from the sacred elephant clan, aren't you? Sai, the tower master had not intended to conceal anything. Exhaling deeply, let us first lay the father and daughter to rest. I shall reveal everything else you wish to know. Soon after, the tower master discreetly arranged for the burial of Lin Xiaofan and his daughter in a modest grave, eschewing any elaborate ceremony to avoid unnecessary complications, for the tower master still appeared as a demon cultivator. It was not until around 6 o'clock in the evening, upon returning to the Tianzi room, that Wang Jing'an finally inquired, Now, tell me what the situation is. The tower master moved to the window, reflecting. Our small team was sent to the chaotic demon city by the pavilion master. Commander Chen's plan was to infiltrate the city and remain on standby. Thinking back, it has been nearly 7 years. Wang Jing'an pondered. Was Senior Lin Xiaofan also part of your team? The tower master shook his head. Xiaofan was not. He was forced into hiding after slaying a demon king. You must understand, if humanity were to engage in an all-out war with the demon race again, how many of the older generation of Ninth Realm powerhouses would perish when the tower master spoke of Elder Sun being crippled, Elder Guan having one side of his body destroyed, and Elder Chun having his eyes pierced. Wang Jing'an fell into silence once more. The tower master continued. Years ago, after Xiaofan killed that demon king, the demon race even sent assassins to eliminate his entire family. His parents, wife, and daughter all perished. My master then dispatched a fragment of himself into the demon domain and also slaughtered a demon king's family. That incident nearly tore apart the truce agreement. Had the agreement been shattered that year, I believe at least 20 out of the 30 elders would have perished. Those 30 elders must refer to the 30 high-risk talent bearers, right? After hearing this, Wang Jing'an found himself at a loss for words. Initially, when he entered the chaotic demon city, he had not explicitly voiced his thoughts, but he could not deny that he harbored other considerations. However, now that he understood the plight of humanity, he comprehended why his mother had sent him to the chaotic demon city. The tower master sighed. Your generation has yet to uphold the banner of humanity, so the older generation's top-tier combatants dare not sacrifice themselves. Once they fall, no one will be left to support humanity's foundation. Even if a few from your generation manage to rise, the situation would not be so dire. The baseline for humanity has been repeatedly reset. Though I find it quite stifling, entering the chaotic demon city is comparatively safer. However, it won't be long before humanity will no longer require such a truce. When that day comes, all old grudges and new enmities will be settled. We await the arrival of that day. Having digested all this, Wang Jing'an returned to the previous topic. You still haven't explained your situation. You are not a human warrior. The tower master's tone grew more serious. I am a human warrior. Chapter 89. Are you stockpiling here? The landlord's tone deepened as he approached a mirror, gazing at the unfamiliar face he had grown accustomed to. My innate ability is SS grade soul. When I came to chaotic demon city, the spiritual-tailed sacred elephant clan targeted me. Our 188th squad of the demon-slaying pavilion lost 4 members that night, including myself. He lit a cigarette and continued. I a demon cultivator of the spiritual-tailed sacred elephant clan. If I hadn't, I would have perished. Over the years, I've occasionally been influenced by the original owner of this body. I received Commander Chen's orders to protect your safety in chaotic demon city. Now that the truth is out, I won't conceal anything further. The array is prepared for you. If you intend to ambush the Rhinoceros clan, it's best to act now. They'll arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest, possibly even tonight. With that, the landlord produced an array disc, engraved with 8 eyeballs that seemed to bore into Wang Jing'an, creating an unsettling sensation. Regarding the auction, leave it entirely to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the landlord said. I won't cheat you. Wang Jing'an demurred. I meant, arrange another auction specifically for healing herbs. Inevitably, after the ambush, there will be many half-dead demon cultivators, presenting another lucrative opportunity. The landlord was taken aback. Realizing Wang Jing'an was truly exceptional, still contemplating auctioning herbs even while being hunted. At times, you strongly resemble Commander Chun, both possessing extraordinary intellect, the landlord remarked. Let's forego the mutual flattery. Wang Jing'an took the array disc and exited the heavenly suite. Behind him, the landlord cautioned, that array disc is quite valuable, so be careful not to damage it. Wang Jing'an chuckled, landlord, prepare for an avalanche of riches. Upon descending from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Wang Jing'an noticed the hunchbacked man and the 3 brothers waiting for him. What's this? He inquired. Brother Jing'an, we 3 brothers admire your courage. Let's be friends. The eldest brother said with a smile. I'm the eldest, Zhang Dai. This is my second brother, Zhang and this is my third brother, Zhang Sanha. Wang Jing'an quipped. Are your names so casual? Unfortunately, our elders chose them, Zhang Dai replied with a laugh. Brother Jing'an, I'm Wei Guang, the hunchbacked man interjected. Where are you headed? Considering the time, the Rhinoceros clan pursuing me should be arriving soon. I must preemptively set up an ambush near the city gate, ready to slaughter those damned dogs. Wang Jing'an stated, his tone nonchalant despite the gravity of his words. In truth, Jing'an primarily desired Tang's blade to absorb more life essence, expediting the complete solidification of the residual shadow into a blade spirit. The Zhang Dai brothers and Wei Guang recoiled, exchanging knowing glances and giving a thumbs up. Brother Jing'an's audacity is beyond our reach, Wei Guang sighed. Were you waiting here to accompany me in slaying demons? Wang Jing'an asked. Well, I have matters to attend to. Brother Jing'an, let's chat at length another time, Wei Guang said, hastily departing, unwilling to join Jing'an in demon slaying. The Zhang Dai brothers also declined. Their previous intervention was prompted by the presence of numerous human martial artists and Jing'an's imposing aura. Failure to act would have appeared incongruous. It's fine. I was already surprised by your willingness to act earlier. If you purchase any spirit artifacts or treasures I acquire at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, I'll have the landlord grant you a 30% discount. With that, Wang Jing'an turned and strode away, heading towards the city gate, leaving the others to exchange perplexed glances. Wei Guang and the Zhang Dai brothers were baffled by Jing'an's ability to utter such words with such composure. He's going to slay demons, a perilous endeavor. Yet Jing'an speaks as if he were merely going to procure supplies, they mused. That evening, a rumor spread like wildfire throughout chaotic Demon City. A nobody from a weak clan hung the corpse of a titan on the life and death tower, and not as a participant in the heavenly ladder. The news spread rapidly, and Wang Jing'an was soon targeted by demon cultivator contestants from various districts. The revelation of Wang Jing'an possessing a 9th-grade spirit artifact also surfaced on the dark web. It said that this 9th-grade spirit artifact can absorb life essence and unleash a residual shadow, potentially capable of a weapon spirit. Instantly, Wang Jing'an became a prime target for those demon cultivator contestants. In District 6, a demon cultivator resembling a sacred elephant lay on a pavilion, disconnecting from his communicator with a sneer. That was always hunting human martial artists with reckless abandon. I knew he would eventually fall. But Wang Jing'an possesses a 9th-grade spirit artifact. This was a prince of the spiritual-tailed Sacred Elephant clan, also a heavenly ladder contestant, who had been hunting in District 6. Now, he intended to travel to District 11 to hunt Wang Jing'an and seize the 9th-grade spirit artifact. A 9th-grade spirit artifact was coveted not only by these princes, but also by their clan elders. Similar scenes unfolded in multiple districts. As numerous demon cultivators embarked on hunts to District 11, securing a 9th-grade spirit artifact would virtually guarantee passage through the 8 life-or-death trials of the Heavenly Ladder. However, Some martial artists and demon cultivators wondered why Wang Jing'an hadn't been apprehended by the security team. After all, he had publicly spoken a language other than that of the demon race, which should have resulted in his detention and punishment. In the city lord's mansion, the security officer was summoned by the city lord, supposedly for an important matter. "City lord, what can I do for you?" The security officer, who oversaw the entire chaotic demon city security team, was subordinate to the city lord, the acting head of chaotic demon city. Seated on the main seat was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s but had a full head of white hair. He was the city lord of chaotic demon city. "Grant Wang Jing'an special privileges," he ordered. The security officer nodded. "Understood, city lord." To ensure clarity, he inquired, "What kind of special privileges should be granted to Wang Jing'an? I need to define the boundaries." After a moment's contemplation, the city lord replied, "As long as it doesn't infringe upon the city lord's mansion's interests, do not apprehend him, regardless of what he does." The security officer asked, "Including the heavenly ladder rules?" The city lord nodded. "Ideally, he should disrupt the rules of this year's heavenly ladder." The security officer understood and withdrew from the city lord's mansion, preparing to instruct his subordinates to turn a blind eye to Wang Jing'an's violations of city rules. The security officer suspected the city lord's motives. Acting heads were selected from the heavenly ladder. The heavenly ladder was an annual event, and no one had completed the 8 life or death trials for many years. As a result, the city lord had remained in his position. If someone were to complete the 8 life or death trials, the city lord would be forced to step down. Having held such a high position for so long, he was unwilling to relinquish it. The city lord couldn't directly violate the rules of chaotic demon city and sabotage the heavenly ladder. Therefore, he intended to exploit a troublemaker like Wang Jing'an to achieve his goals. Ideally, Wang Jing'an should slaughter all the demon cultivator contestants. That would be the best outcome, he mused. Chapter 90. Suddenly remembering that the blade spirit may not resemble the green garb in the direction of the city gate, approximately a kilometer away from within, Wang Jing'an resolved to set up a formation along the 2 essential pathways upon entering the city. Alas, he realized he had yet to learn the incantation and method for deploying the 8-eyed killing formation. How much time would he waste by having to return? Thus, he hurried back at great speed, only to be informed by the host that merely channeling his energy onto the 8 orbs would automatically establish the formation. "Do you think I would dare to sell black coins at such a high price if it weren't fully automated?" said the host. Wang Jing'an mentally noted, "Next time, please be more explicit." The host quickly called out to him, "The auction is about to commence. You must hand over the horn to me. Or do you expect me to auction off thin air?" Wang Jing'an suddenly recalled, "Oh right, I was so preoccupied with slaying demons today that I forgot." With that, he produced the sacred horn of Lingxi, which still emanated an eerie red glow. The host fondled it with delight, exclaiming, "Marvelous! This sacred horn of Lingxi, once auctioned, will surely create a tremendous stir." Wang Jing'an wasted no further time and returned to the vicinity of the city gate. Once inside, there were 2 necessary paths to delve deeper. He first set the 8-eyed killing formation on the left path, ensuring no one was watching. He then decided to hide along the second pathway. Soon, a small squad from the city's security patrol spotted Wang Jing'an sneaking out of an alley. The security captain locked eyes with him, both feeling a sense of awkwardness. I hope I haven't broken any laws," he inquired. The captain asked, "Did you set up a formation?" Wang Jing'an felt a twinge of dread and attempted to defend himself. "I did not. I was merely taking a stroll. This shouldn't violate the rules of the chaotic demon city, right?" The captain observed the faint aura of the formation dissipating from the street and took a moment before it gradually vanished. He then turned to his deputy. "What did you see just now?" The deputy shook his head. "I saw nothing, Captain." The captain nodded. "Then let us proceed. Continue the patrol." The squad began to patrol in the opposite direction, exhibiting a remarkable ability to turn a blind eye. Wang Jing'an was utterly astonished. "What is happening? This security squad discovered my formation, yet chose to ignore it? Could it be that the city lord is somehow related to me?" He quickly dismissed that thought, recalling what Elderly had said. The current city lord, although sent from the human faction, had abandoned his mission after surviving 8 life and death trials and had remained in the chaotic demon city ever since. Therefore, The city lord was undoubtedly not a person placed by his parents, at least not from what he could see. Could the captain be affiliated with the demon-slaying pavilion, like the host? Unable to make sense of it, Wang Jing'an resolved to focus on ambushing along the other vital pathway. Next time I set a formation, I must exercise greater caution. I may not be as fortunate as today. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he sought to enhance his energy. During the waiting period, he opened the system interface. Name, Wang Jing'an. Age, 18. Gender, undetermined. Rank, Gold 3. Energy, 1200. Cultivation, 4th realm. Energy must reach 2500 to break into the 5th realm. Talent, SSR-level Namingly Fire, 77 affinity. SSR-level Trickery, 31 affinity. Reputation, 90, 011, 200 items. Tang Dao, Jade Pendant, Flute, Jade Purity, Black Long Knife. Upon viewing the inventory, Wang Jing'an suddenly remembered a crucial question. If the Tang Dao possesses a blade spirit, what form would it take? He had previously fallen into a misconception, believing the blade spirit would undoubtedly appear as the green garb. However, upon reflection, he realized that the green garb was merely a sacrifice to the Tang Dao and was not its true master. Thus, if the blade spirit were to manifest, it could potentially resemble the first master or even Wang Jing'an himself. For now, he would allow the Tang Dao to absorb sufficient life essence until the blade spirit materialized. All was mere speculation. Deciding not to dwell on it further, Wang Jing'an commenced a lottery and consumed sublimation orbs. After spending several million in reputation to elevate his energy to around 1500, he heard commotion nearby and hastily exited the system interface. He observed a dozen demon cultivators entering through the city gate, among whom 6 bore the appearance of rhinoceroses. They were undoubtedly from the Xingtian clan. As expected, they had arrived at the chaotic demon city tonight. Fortunately, he had already laid down the killing formation. Wang Jing'an prepared to strike first. We will split into 2 groups. I will lead one team to the treasure pavilion to gather information on the whereabouts of the owner of the Nanmingli fire. The rest will remain at the city gate, proposed the demon cultivator, who was the second princess of the Xingtian clan. She had successfully transformed, appearing almost entirely devoid of beastly traits from a distance, but up close, one could still see the horn protruding from her forehead. In truth, there was no need to purchase information. One could simply inquire on the street. However, the Xingtian clan had never anticipated that Wang Jing'an would establish a reputation upon his arrival in the chaotic demon city. After giving her orders, the second princess led a cohort of demon cultivators down the first essential path. Having been there before, she knew precisely how to reach the treasure pavilion. To acquire information, they would either visit the pavilion or utilize communication devices to access the dark web. The route she chose was, fortuitously, the same path where the 8-eyed killing formation lay in wait. Wang Jing'an noticed several Xingtian princes stationed at the city gate and grew puzzled. How could they stroll in so brazenly? Don't they require a token of identification? He recalled being stopped by 2 guards upon his arrival, who insisted that only those with a tainted past could enter. Could it be that prior visitors were exempt from such requirements? Unable to fathom it, Wang Jing'an shifted his focus as he saw several demon cultivators approach his street. It appeared they were also princes of the Xingtian clan. 6th Prince, will you be able to bring that fellow's corpse back to the demon realm tonight? One demon cultivator inquired. The 6th Prince shook his head. The chaotic demon city is vast, encompassing thousands of districts, each akin to a city. We must first ascertain the precise location of the owner of the Nanmingli fire before we can initiate our hunt. Regardless, this time, the owner of the Nanmingli fire is as good as dead. With only 3rd realm cultivation, even with a plethora of life-saving trump cards from the humans, it would be futile. Among their ranks was a peak 6th realm protector. Once they discovered the precise whereabouts of the owner of the Nanmingli fire, hunting him down within a day would pose no challenge. The 6th Prince gazed in the direction of his elder sister's advance before turning toward another path. You all remain here. The rest come with me to explore. The group of demon cultivators remained oblivious to the impending danger that loomed before them. Chapter 91. An Unexpected Ambush. 6th Prince. Why do I feel as if someone is watching us? A demon cultivator walking in the middle of the street felt an unsettling gaze upon them. However, The sixth prince promptly offered a reasonable explanation. Those who reside in Chaos Demon City tend to be curious about outsiders. They will glance over a few times. Once they realize that we demons are not to be trifled with, they will merely observe from a distance. Just as he finished his explanation, a tremendous commotion erupted from the other side of the street, followed by the sounds of battle from the royal sister and her companions. They have been ambushed. We must hurry to their aid. The sixth prince furrowed his brow and hurriedly led his group toward the source of the chaos. Before he could react, a blade, imbued with pure white flames, suddenly shot out from a side street, streaking through the air toward the sixth prince's vital point. At the same time, Wang Jing'an snapped his fingers, igniting the southern brightly fire to its maximum intensity. Allow me to treat you to a feast of flames. From Wang Jing'an as the epicenter, the flames spread in all directions. The rapid expansion left the demon cultivators with no means of escape, ensnaring them in the inferno. Sixth prince, this fire cannot be extinguished. One demon cultivator cried out in terror. Those of lower cultivation could only rely on their demon power to resist. Once it was depleted, they would be left to perish in the flames. Southern brightly fire. The sixth prince, recognizing the threat, reacted swiftly as he discerned that the pure white flames belonged to the southern brightly fire. Do not panic. The assailant is merely at the third realm. His ambush here will save us the trouble of seeking him out. The sixth prince prepared to unleash his own demon power against the incoming blade. Regrettably, the sixth prince underestimated Wang Jing'an's prowess. His understanding of Wang Jing'an's cultivation was still rooted in a week prior, when Wang Jing'an had merely been at the third realm. In truth, he had already broken through to the fourth realm and was now striving toward the fifth. The combination of the Tang blade and the southern brightly fire rendered the blade's force formidable enough that even peak fourth realm or fifth realm demon cultivators would hesitate to confront it. With a thunderous clash, the strike forced the sixth prince's entourage to scatter. The sixth prince was left vulnerable, taking a direct hit that left a stark wound on his body, faint flames flickering at the injury. How can this be? He gasped, astonished by the overwhelming power of the blow. Even a high-grade weapon combined with a strike should not be this potent. Could it be of 8th grade or higher? Seizing the opportunity while the group was disarrayed, Wang Jing'an charged forward, drawing the black long knife slung across his back. With dual blades, one before and one behind, he struck with precision, the blade's light forming a beautiful arc as it flickered around him, signaling an increase in speed. The southern brightly fire blazed rapidly, encircling the area and trapping the demon cultivators. They could neither flee nor assist the sixth prince without exhausting their remaining demon power. The only chance for escape lay in their ability to withstand the flames with their physical resilience. Coughing and struggling, the sixth prince endured numerous strikes, his body barely able to withstand the assault. Even with his bloodline's power surging, he found it increasingly difficult to hold on. I am at the fourth realm, he shouted. I must inform the royal sister. This individual is not merely at the third realm. If he dares to ambush us here, then, before he could finish, Wang Jing'an, with swift precision, silenced him. The Tang blade struck the sixth prince's mouth, shattering it instantly. If you're going to fight, then fight. No need for chatter about your royal sister. It's no wonder you were ambushed. After delivering the blow, Wang Jing'an thrust both blades forward, piercing the sixth prince's forehead with the black long knife and the heart with the Tang blade. With a powerful push in opposite directions, the sixth prince's form was torn asunder. Sixth prince, the surrounding followers, enraged yet unable to extinguish the flames engulfing them, suffered greatly. There was no time to alert their comrades guarding the city gates, as Wang Jing'an utilized the Tang blade's might to eliminate the remaining followers. These followers were of lower cultivation, mostly around the third realm, and Wang Jing'an, now capable of dispatching those of the fifth realm, had little trouble with them. Then, Wang Jing'an began to loot. No, to plunder. He particularly sought to sever the horns from the sixth prince's forehead, for they were undoubtedly the most valuable trophies. Lauded as sacred by the Lingxi clan, their worth was unquestionable. Detected a change in the host's wealth value. Gained 32 million reputation. Only 32 million? Huh. Wang Jing'an spat. At least the horn from that seventh prince was worth 80 million. Yet, He did not expect the 6th prince's horn to surpass the value of the previous kill. After all, the 7th prince had possessed an SSS-grade bloodline. If he had waited to harvest it when it was more robust, Wang Jing'an believed it could have fetched several billion. In the ensuing minutes, Wang Jing'an continued to scavenge treasures and spiritual artifacts, discovering that the 6th prince possessed quite an array of valuable items. Detected a change in the host's wealth value. Gained 11 million reputation. Detected a change in the host's wealth value. Gained 8 million reputation. Detected a change in the host's wealth value. Gained 61 million reputation. Detected. A cacophony of notifications signaled his reputation soaring from 50 million to 140 million. Wang Jing'an felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that he was not pursued solely by this group. The death of one prince was merely a beginning. He had observed at least 30 other demon cultivators, including a particularly formidable one, likely at the peak of the 6th realm, making their way toward the 8-eyed life-death formation. Disregarding the guards at the city gates, he intended to ascertain whether the other group had fallen victim to the 8-eyed formation. Wang Jing'an's anticipation grew. He felt no urgency despite being hunted and regarded the knight's endeavors as a mere shopping expedition. If the original poster were present, they would surely continue to mock this peculiar individual, destined to become a figure of prominence if he survived. Upon reaching the scene, he discovered that the 8-eyed life-death formation had already been breached. The peak's 6th realm protector had managed to carve a path through the chaos, calling out, "Second princess, I have forced open a route. Come quickly." From a distance, Wang Jing'an observed without rushing in. Many of the demon cultivators were severely injured. Excellent. If a few are half dead, the auction at Wanwu Tower will yield splendid prices for those prized herbs and rare plants. Wang Jing'an remained cautious, after all. There was a peak 6th realm cultivator present, and without knowing their bloodline, it would be unwise to charge in recklessly. He needed to bide his time for the right moment. Minutes passed as the protector continued to dismantle the 4th formation eye. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jing'an transformed into a stealthy predator, gripping the Tang blade and lunging forward. Chapter 92. The host returns with goods. The guardian felt a murderous intent behind him, causing his eyelids to twitch. He retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing his full demonic power, demonstrating the peak of the 6th realm. Wang Jing'an's ambush this time fell short. Though he had no intention of severely injuring his opponent, he merely sought to delay them further. The trap's 2nd princess, 3rd prince, 5th prince, and a multitude of demon cultivators immediately recognized Wang Jing'an. "It's him." The 2nd princess fumed. "We didn't seek you out, yet you dare to come here and court death. Perhaps you should figure a way to escape first," Wang Jing'an replied, casually holding his blade. "I assumed your foolish bull clan would send a few peak 6th realm cultivators to hunt me down. I might have considered hiding if that were the case. But sending only one peak 6th realm is rather underestimating me, don't you think?" With that, Wang Jing'an launched a fierce offensive against the guardian. The guardian knew he could not abandon the formation to pursue Wang Jing'an directly. He sensed the formation was exceedingly powerful. If the remaining nodes were not broken, the princes and princesses would likely perish within. Even if they did not die, they would end up crippled by the 8-eyed killing formation. After 5 minutes of relentless assault, Wang Jing'an was astonished by the guardian's strength at the peak of the 6th realm. The disparity between the 4th and 6th realms was indeed vast. Without the explosive power of the Tang sword, he might not have been able to injure the guardian at all. However, in those 5 minutes, the guardian had already shattered 6 formation nodes and was on the verge of success. Wang Jing'an decided it was time to retreat. Tonight's ambush had been a resounding success. He had slain the 6th prince's team of demon cultivators and gravely injured the guardian's team. It was time to cut his losses. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jing'an made his way towards the 10,000 Things Tower, carefully taking a few detours along the way. As for why he had the formation plate in hand, that was a question best left unasked. It was merely a vessel, and once the formation was set, there was no need to leave the plate behind. It was not until the formation was breached that the 2nd princess bellowed. "His cultivation level seems to be above the 3rd realm." The guardian replied, "At least peak 3rd realm, or perhaps even 4th realm. However, the blade in his hand appears to be a high-grade spiritual weapon. The second princess was now completely enraged. That wretched weakling actually laid an ambush. Guardian, can you track his current position? The Guardian frowned. His residual aura is too well concealed. I can only trace a general direction. That will suffice, the second princess declared. Tonight, I want him. Dead. Later, when the second princess and her companions discovered that the sixth prince had been slain and his treasures, including his horns, had been looted, they erupted in fury. The sixth prince is dead. The fifth prince roared. The owner of the South Ming fire. I want you to have no resting place. The second princess's eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson hue. After traversing a busy street and arriving at the bustling thoroughfare leading to the 10,000 Things Tower, Wang Jing'an donned a mantle of treasures and walked into the teleportation array under the watchful eyes of the crowd before ascending the tower. Upon entering, he found the tower's owner busily engaged. Upon seeing Wang Jing'an return so soon, clutching a heap of treasures, the owner's eyes lit up. How did you return so quickly? The auction hasn't even begun. I had to withdraw as the formation was on the verge of collapse. Had I delayed a moment longer, I might have been forced into a fierce battle, Wang Jing'an explained, pulling the owner aside and returning the formation plate. This plate is undamaged, so I'll return it. By the way, I estimated around 30 demon cultivators came to hunt me down. I managed to slay 7, and a group was grievously injured by the formation. Are tonight's herbs ready? The owner wore a mischievous grin. They've been prepared for ages. Tonight we have a special session dedicated to auctioning spiritual herbs and medicines, including some miraculous herbs that have matured over 10 and 50 years. I've even sent people to promote it extensively and purchase trending spots on the dark web. With the sacred relic of Lingxi to attract attention, tonight's auction will undoubtedly be a sensation. The dark web and trending spots? Wang Jing'an mused, not recalling this detail. Of course, the owner replied. Wang Jing'an swiftly changed the subject. Let us tally up the treasures I acquired tonight. The owner's expression twitched. You're serious about this? How did a solemn matter turn into jest in your mouth? During the accounting process, the owner remarked, is it true that you have backing from the security team? You speaking Mandarin in public should have drawn their attention, yet there has been no sign of them. Wang Jing'an countered, are you asking if I have backing? You're like a spy sent by my parents to infiltrate Chaos Demon City, and I only realized it after you confessed. The owner frowned, piecing together the implications. The security team must have received authorization from the City Lord. This could only mean one thing. The City Lord sought to manipulate the rules of the ladder tournament through Wang Jing'an, hoping this year's event would not proceed smoothly, or that no one would survive to the 8th life and death challenge. The City Lord clearly did not wish to relinquish his position. However, for the owner, this was ultimately good news, as it meant he need not fear that Wang Jing'an would attract the City Lord's scrutiny. Given the trouble Wang Jing'an had stirred today, one could only imagine the chaos he would wreak in Chaos Demon City with even a month or a week's time. Since the City Lord had opened this door, Wang Jing'an would likely remain unscathed for the foreseeable future. The owner then solemnly warned, by the way, you should be cautious over the next 2 days. My informants have reported that demon cultivators from various districts participating in the ladder tournament are now targeting you, hoping to seize the 9th grade spiritual weapon in your possession and consider you as a hunting target to hang on the life and death tower. After all, you've already incited the wrath of the entire demon race in Chaos Demon City by displaying the corpse of the demon ape. Wang Jing'an nodded. Rest assured, the more demon cultivators that come, the better. He was in dire need of a substantial amount of life essence to nourish the tank sword. Perhaps this time, the sword could absorb enough life essence to coalesce into a blade spirit. Wang Jing'an was already looking forward to it, simultaneously praying for as many demon cultivators as possible to come after him. By the time he left Chaos Demon City, he hoped to be at the peak of the 6th realm, with a good companion by his side. The owner added, I've prepared a small courtyard for you to hide in tonight. If you wish to attend the auction later, remember to disguise yourself. Otherwise, I fear you might be cut down on the auction floor. Understood, Wang Jing'an replied. At around 8 o'clock that evening, the auction at the 10,000 Things Tower was in full swing. Martial artists and demon cultivators from all districts of Chaos Demon City flocked to the event, drawn primarily by the exceptionally precious treasures on offer, which had not been seen in decades. The SSS-grade bloodline horns were enough to draw countless onlookers. The auction was scheduled to commence promptly at 9 o'clock. Chapter 93. The presence of Wang Jing'an changes everything in the Baibao Pavilion, located 5 kilometers from the Nüwa Tower. The second princess and her entourage arrived, each equipped with a communicator. They procured information regarding the owner of the southern Ming's Li Hua, only to discover that this individual had stirred up quite a commotion in the brief half-day since his arrival in the Chaos Demon City. Astonishingly, he had slain a Titan demon ape and even hung its remains on the Death Tower, not as a participant, but in sheer disregard for his own life. The second princess scoffed, asserting that even if they did not take action, that fool would inevitably meet his demise at the hands of the Titan demon ape clan. As one of the 8 great demon races, the other apes could not tolerate such disgrace in the Chaos Demon City. Wang Jing'an had made too many enemies. His survival outside was uncertain, and hiding within the Chaos Demon City was likely futile. Your Highness, I heard there is a special auction tonight for life-prolonging elixirs. Shall we attend? The 5th prince inquired, noting that half of their demon cultivators bore serious injuries. Of course, the second princess replied coldly. And we must reclaim the sacred artifact of our clan. Her fury towards Wang Jing'an was palpable. He had dared to auction their clan's sacred relic at the Nüwa Tower. Meanwhile, beneath the Nüwa Tower, a throng of martial artists gathered, predominantly demon cultivators. They had come to witness the spectacle upon hearing that Wang Jing'an possessed a 9th-grade spiritual artifact. Among them were powerful demons with ulterior motives, such as theft or assassination. Will that brat even show up? One of them mused. If he appears at the auction, I shall seize that 9th-grade spiritual artifact. The Titan Demon Ape clan had not come for the artifact. Their sole intent was to eliminate Wang Jing'an. Look, it's the sacred tail divine elephant. One exclaimed. Isn't it's supposed to be in District 6? How did it end up in District 10? It seemed that after tonight's auction, Wang Jing'an would find it impossible to remain in District 10, were it not for the Nüwa Tower's ample size. The gathered demon cultivators could have easily overwhelmed the auction venue. This night, aside from those pursuing Wang Jing'an of the Sacred Horn clan, there were also members of the Titan Demon Ape clan present. The arrival of the Sacred Tail Divine Elephant further heightened the tension, as it was the acknowledged ruler of District 6, having hunted nearly all human martial artists clean during its reign of terror. As the hour approached 9, more and more individuals began to make their way to the teleportation array. The auction was to be held on the top floor of the Nüwa Tower, which could accommodate tens of thousands. Amidst the throng, several oddly dressed figures appeared. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Jing'an had donned the attire prepared for him by the Tower's master, resembling a true member of the Sacred Tail Divine Elephant clan. The Tower Master, having usurped the identity of a member of that clan, was familiar with their customs. Disguising himself as another demon cultivator might have easily led to exposure. Wang Jing'an entered the top floor of the Nüwa Tower and spotted several familiar figures. One of them, a hunchbacked man with 6 feathered appendages protruding from his back, bore a hint of flames. As they collided in the auction corridor, their eyes met. You? Wang Jing'an mused, feeling a sense of recognition. The hunchbacked man, equally puzzled, responded. Jing'an brother? Simultaneously, they exclaimed, Wei Guang brother? Following him were 3 figures that appeared to be demon cultivators, albeit with an odd aura. Surely, they are not the infamous trio? Wang Jing'an thought, nearly speechless. Are you Jing'an brother? Zhang De, feigning the appearance of a turkey, exclaimed, My goodness! Your disguise is remarkably authentic. By the way, where are your weapons? Wang Jing'an patted the treasure pouch at his waist. All within here. This pouch had been personally gifted by the Tower Master, capable of holding numerous items. Who is dawdling over there? The prince has entered. Hurry over. A sacred elephant demon cultivator called out, eyeing Wang Jing'an. Wang Jing'an, puzzled by the summons, glanced over to see a distinctive figure from the Sacred Tail Divine Elephant clan, likely mistaking him for one of the prince's subordinates. After a brief exchange with Wei Guang and the others, he followed them inside. To his surprise, he found himself seated in a prominent position alongside the Sacred Elephant Prince. The auction hall was filled with seating akin to a medium-sized concert venue, devoid of VIP rooms. Wang Jing'an soon discovered that the demon cultivators from the Sacred Horn clan were seated just a few meters to his left. He overheard their discussions, particularly the furious words of the second princess, who insisted on slaying Wang Jing'an and acquiring the sacred artifact of the Sacred Horn clan, as well as life-prolonging elixirs. Once the sacred artifact was auctioned off, they intended to leave immediately. The second princess's wrath was still simmering. It was infuriating that their clan's sacred relic required bidding. They were aware that seizing it from the Nüwa Tower was futile, as the client was Wang Jing'an. Thus, their plan was to capture Wang Jing'an after the auction and compel him to relinquish the black currency. In the auction's backstage, the Tower Master personally directed the proceedings. "Host, let us begin with our special session for elixirs tonight. Please ensure the prices are driven up by a few accomplices." The host, speaking into his earpiece, inquired softly, "Master, are you certain about employing accomplices? It's merely elixirs. There's no need for inflated prices." The Tower Master remained silent. Through their time together, he had gained a preliminary understanding of Wang Jing'an's cunning nature. As long as he was present, the auction would undoubtedly differ from the usual proceedings. He was determined to auction off the spiritual herbs, elixirs, sacred artifacts, and other treasures flawlessly, wishing to avoid any disruption from Wang Jing'an during the event. As the auction commenced, the host announced, "Tonight's first event is our special session for elixirs, specifically for those that prolong life and treat injuries." Chapter 94. The Enraged Demon and the Unyielding Life Elixir. The first item was a 10-year life-prolonging elixir, with a starting bid of 500,000 black coins. The female host announced loudly, and before long, a beautifully crafted box appeared on the platform, containing a herb that emitted a faint essence of life. Wang Jing'an was instantly captivated by the sight of the elixir and muttered to himself, "How could I have forgotten about the life-prolonging elixir? After the auction tonight, I must ask the landlord for some." Previously, he had considered slaying demons as the only means to nourish his Tang blade, yet he had neglected to remember that this miraculous elixir was rich in life essence. Before long, as Wang Jing'an had surmised, a demon cultivator from the Lingxi clan indeed bid for the 10-year life elixir, which ultimately sold for 980,000 black coins. However, the Lingxi clan was unaware that the real drama awaited them. The second life-prolonging elixir, with a 20-year limit, had a starting price of 800,000. The second princess of the Lingxi clan continued to bid without hesitation, which left many demon cultivators nearby perplexed. They wondered how the Lingxi clan, which had only just arrived in Chaos Demon City, appeared to be in such a disheveled state. Could it be that they had already clashed with Wang Jing'an? That seemed implausible. After all, a warrior capable of defeating the demon ape would not be foolish enough to confront the Lingxi clan head-on. It was more likely that they had encountered a sea demon storm on their way to Chaos Demon City. As the demon cultivators exchanged their thoughts, the second life-prolonging elixir eventually sold for an astounding 330,000 black coins, still acquired by the Lingxi clan. As the auction proceeded to the third item, the second princess sensed something amiss. There were obvious collusion attempts to artificially inflate the prices. This resulted in the third life-prolonging elixir, with a 40-year limit, selling for an astonishing 4 million black coins. If this trend continued, after purchasing all the life-prolonging elixirs, the remaining black coins would be insufficient to acquire the sacred artifacts of the Lingxi clan. They would ultimately have to resort to leveraging their clan's name for credit. Meanwhile, Wang Jing'an was waiting for them. By the time the special session for elixirs concluded, the Lingxi clan had spent nearly 100 million black coins. Particularly eye-catching was the life-prolonging elixir with a 100-year limit, which fetched a price nearing 30 million. Seated in the back row among the Lingxi clan's demon cultivators, Wang Jing'an raised his voice, feigning conversation with the nearby sacred elephant prince, all the while ensuring the Lingxi princes and princesses could hear him. "Your Highness, I have heard that tonight's auction was commissioned by that Wang Jing'an at the Wanda building." Curious, the sacred elephant prince leaned closer and inquired, "Where did you hear that?" Wang Jing'an concocted a casual excuse. "Isn't the Baibao Pavilion known for its omniscience? I happened to see that fellow named Wang purchasing numerous elixirs there, which puzzled me. Now, Seeing the Lingxi clan continuously bidding for life-prolonging elixirs, I think I may have pieced together the puzzle. Upon hearing that it was related to Wang Jing'an, the sacred elephant expressed interest. Please, continue. With a sly smile, Wang Jing'an leaned in and said, now, observing several demon cultivators from the Lingxi clan in grave condition. I can't help but suspect that this is all part of that Wang fellow's scheme to extract money from the Lingxi clan, deliberately causing them distress. However, these are merely my humble conjectures. Your Highness, take it with a grain of salt. The second princess and several other princes seated in the front row overheard this and immediately turned their heads. What did you just say? Tonight's elixir auction was commissioned by that fellow? Wang Jing'an nodded affirmatively. Absolutely true. I even saw him run to the Wandu building right after purchasing the elixirs. Upon hearing this, the second princess, who had already been suppressing her fury, was driven to a boiling point. The heavily injured demon cultivators from the Lingxi clan felt even more aggrieved by his words. Yet, the auction proceeded seamlessly. Following the conclusion of the elixir session, the next segment focused on spiritual treasures, predominantly consisting of Lingxi horns, spiritual artifacts, and treasures. However, these Lingxi horns were not those of the SSS grade bloodline. They were merely the spoils taken from the one dubbed the sixth prince, whom Wang Jing'an had slain. The second princess, witnessing this scene, was infuriated and exclaimed, Wandu building. What is your meaning? They had rushed to Chaos Demon City, only to be ambushed within an hour of entering. With the sixth prince slain and all valuable items stripped away, it was a scene that would provoke outrage in anyone. Even the demon cultivators, who had been barely hanging on, fainted at the sight of their treasures being auctioned off. Having traveled great distances to pursue their enemy, they were ambushed, robbed of their possessions, and now forced to watch as those treasures were sold at the Wandu building. Was that Wang Jing'an even human? Seeing the Lingxi clan on the brink of exploding with rage, the auctioneer hastily approached the stage. What do you intend to do? The second princess glared fiercely. Immediately withdraw all treasures from the spiritual treasure auction, including those 7 horns. We, the Lingxi clan, demand their return. The auctioneer stood with arms crossed. These items were entrusted to us by our clients for auction. You have no right to demand their removal. The second princess furiously retorted. So it was commissioned by that Wang Jing'an, correct? Where is he? Sensing the tension, many demon cultivators eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. For them, any misfortune befalling Wang Jing'an was a cause for celebration. The auctioneer shook his head. At Wandu building, we do not disclose any client's information. If we did, who would still dare to entrust us with their items? Wouldn't you all agree? This was indeed a difficult point to refute. The Wandu building's reputation relied on confidentiality. If they carelessly revealed client information, future business would be jeopardized. The second princess recognized her own lack of leverage. Resorting to violence could lead to punitive actions from the law enforcement team. She thus made a revised request. We will offer 100 million black coins to withdraw all items from the spiritual treasure. The auctioneer shook his head. That will not suffice. It must be at least 300 million. Being from the Lingxi clan, you know the value of your sacred treasures. They are essential materials for crafting high-grade spiritual artifacts. The second princess's face twisted in anger as she gritted her teeth and uttered 2 words, deal. Perhaps influenced by Wang Jing'an, the auctioneer added, next, we have the cornerstone treasure of the evening, the SSS grade bloodline horn. Do you wish to have it withdrawn as well? If so, I can offer a discount. The original package price was 500 million, but given our preliminary collaboration, I can offer it at 450 million. Hearing this, Wang Jing'an could not help but exclaim, wow, when did the auctioneer become so cunning? So adept at business? Chapter 95, Identity Exposed. Pursued by demons upon hearing the host's words, the second princess felt her blood pressure surge, nearly losing control and charging at the host. When did he become so insufferable? The fifth prince behind her, already gravely injured in the 8 Eyes death array, was now facing yet another blow. Who could withstand such cruelty from another demon? Consequently, within moments, the fifth prince fainted on the spot. As many were aware, the 8 Eyes death array was one of the 3 major formations sold by the All Things Pavilion. It was likely that this array had been purchased or rented by Wang Jing'an from the pavilion. Yet, the All Things Pavilion had committed no wrongdoing. They were merely business people. The second princess, seething with frustration, resolved to confront Wang Jing'an after the auction concluded and deal with that unscrupulous individual. Would she pay in full or opt for credit? The host seemed unperturbed by the possibility of them defaulting on payment. After all, such a large family would find themselves on the blacklist of the Lingxi clan's law enforcement if they failed to settle their debts. Henceforth, any descendants of the Lingxi clan attempting to enter the Chaos Demon City would be met with lethal force at the gates. The second princess turned to her protector and inquired, "Have you brought enough money?" The protector shook his head, responding, "We can exchange for black coins at the treasure pavilion." Not long after, the protector returned with some treasures and a promise from the Lingxi clan, successfully exchanging for 500 million black coins from the treasure pavilion, thereby securing the auction for the evening. The host greeted them with a smile, expressing gratitude to the distinguished guest from the Lingxi clan, stating that in future transactions, they would receive a 10% discount at the All Things Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the second princess's face contorted with rage. From the moment she and the other princes, alongside their protector, arrived in the Chaos Demon City, their frustration and fury had been unrelenting. They suspected that the All Things Pavilion and Wang Jing'an were colluding to undermine the Lingxi clan. However, considering that the host was of the sacred Lingtail Elephant clan, it seemed improbable that he would ally with a human. The host's presentation of Wang Jing'an's transaction record for renting the Eight Eyes Death Array finally dispelled her doubts. Wang Jing'an, observing that the Lingxi clan had monopolized the auction, prepared to depart, intending to return later to share the profits with the host once the demons had dispersed. As he exited the auction hall, he wore a grin as wide as a silver coin, having successfully exploited the foolish Bull clan, ultimately forcing their princess to pay the bill. He contemplated continuing this business relationship and resolved to gather more resources from the Bull clan for future auctions. However, unbeknownst to him, a mouse-like demon had overheard his musings, its long ears perking up as it turned to lock onto Wang Jing'an's position. "Is your sacred Lingtail Elephant clan in cahoots with Wang Jing'an?" it exclaimed. This mouse demon, a member of one of the 8 great demon races, was particularly adept at hearing. The other sacred Lingtail Elephant prince scowled and retorted, "You, of the Xingtian mouse clan, should refrain from making unfounded accusations, lest I feed you some rat droppings." The mouse demon pointed at the corridor outside the auction hall and shouted, "If you are not of the sacred Lingtail Elephant clan, then that individual is Wang Jing'an. I heard him muttering about hunting more foolish Bull clan demons tomorrow to procure goods for the All Things Pavilion." The 8 great demon races include the Lingxi, Redhorn Tiger, Xingtian Mouse, Sacred Lingtail Elephant, Titan Demon Ape, Six-Winged Firebird, Polar Mystic Tortoise, and the Wild Serpent, the clan of the 9 Poison Sovereign Serpent. The Xingtian Mouse clan is renowned for its acute sense of hearing. As the mouse demon's words echoed through the auction hall, a moment of silence enveloped the attendees, all eyes turning towards the exit. Wang Jing'an, sensing the commotion behind him, thought, "This is bad. I didn't expect to encounter such keen-eared demons." Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted, showing no intention of stopping. Witnessing Wang Jing'an sprint from the All Things Pavilion, the demons in the auction hall surged forward almost instantaneously. Particularly, the prince of the sacred Lingtail Elephant wore a grim expression, a cold smirk gracing his face. How dare he disguise himself as a member of the sacred Elephant clan and participate in the auction under my nose? Wang Jing'an, the human warrior who dared to slay the demon ape, truly has audacity. We must pursue him. Today, we shall seize the 9th grade spiritual weapon. Chaos erupted in the auction hall. The Lingxi demons, fueled by rage, wasted no time in launching their pursuit. As Wang Jing'an dashed from the All Things Pavilion, he shed his disguise, gripping his tang knife, readying himself for battle. The host, witnessing the sudden turmoil, hurried backstage and made his way toward the pavilion's treasury. He had a premonition that Wang Jing'an was about to face a fierce confrontation. In the treasury, the host retrieved the array discs for the 8 Eyes Death Array and the Demon Binding Array, exiting through the pavilion's back door via the teleportation array. These formations were among the 3 major formations sold by the All Things Pavilion, but due to their exorbitant prices and limited utility, they had remained idle in the treasury, typically rented out for only a few days. After departing through the back door's teleportation array, the host produced a palm-sized communicator and sent a voice message to Wang Jing'an's communicator. I will set up 2 major formations around the critical pass leading to District 12. If you cannot handle so many demons alone, make your way towards District 12. Having sent the message, the host commenced his preparations. Once outside the All Things Pavilion, Wang Jing'an sprinted toward the city gates. However, upon receiving the host's message, he altered his course. He was currently in District 11, and the pass to District 12 was not nearby. It would take at least an hour to reach. Then let's engage in a skirmish. Wang Jing'an glanced back at the throng of demons in pursuit and decided against a confrontation, opting instead to exhaust them with the southern brightly fire. With a sharp snap of his fingers, pure white flames began to crawl from his body to the ground. Soon, the flames spread, encircling him and trapping numerous demons within. Those of lesser cultivation found themselves unable to extinguish the flames, no matter how they tried. Forced to channel their demonic energy to resist the searing heat, they were cautioned. Be careful not to touch those flames. Their defining characteristic is that they will not be extinguished. Meanwhile, the second princess of the Lingxi clan leapt into action, transforming into a colossal spirit rhinoceros and bounding hundreds of meters away, avoiding the flames entirely. Her protector followed closely behind, not to be outdone. The prince of the sacred lingtail elephant summoned a massive black and white sacred elephant, its tail resembling a giant serpent, exuding an unparalleled spiritual essence that caused the surrounding space to tremble. With a powerful leap, it charged towards the direction where Wang Jing'an had fled. Chapter 96, The Phantom of the Sword Saint. The might of a single blade. Wang Jing'an felt a tremendous roar emanating from behind him. Turning his head, he beheld several colossal spiritual rhinoceros and an immense sacred elephant charging towards him. The remaining demon cultivators had not yet caught up, likely entangled by the South Ming Lihua. After all, once tainted by the South Ming Lihua, it cannot be extinguished, only awaiting the release of the wielder or until the wielder's strength is nearly depleted. Otherwise, those infected by the flames can only gradually resist using their demonic energy. Failing to do so would result in their fiery demise. The more powerful demon cultivators might withstand the flames while pursuing him, but those of lesser cultivation would soon be consumed. Before Wang Jing'an could run a few kilometers, a tail measuring hundreds of meters swept towards him. With a thunderous crash, the ground ahead cracked open, and the tail emitted a buzzing sound, delicate enough to shatter eardrums. What kind of sound wave is this? Wang Jing'an swung his Tang Dao, attempting to sever the tail. Its owner, a sacred elephant, leaped from the air, its 4 hooves pounding the earth, blocking Wang Jing'an's path. At that moment, Wang Jing'an could clearly see that the sacred elephant's tail was continuously emitting terrifying sound waves, resembling a 100-meter-long python. Is this the spirit tail sacred elephant? He must flee. A massive female spiritual rhinoceros approached from behind, its enormous pupils radiating a faint crimson hue, while the aura of slaughter emanating from its horn rivaled that of the sacred elephant's spirit tail. The sacred elephant clan is known for its spirit, while the spiritual rhinoceros clan is distinguished by their formidable horns. Should one be struck by the horn or the spirit tail, a warrior of equal rank would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Without hesitation, the second princess charged forward with her horn. She had declared that tonight Wang Jing'an would have no place to rest in death. Furthermore, she sought vengeance for the 6th and 7th brothers. As Wang Jing'an saw the enormous horn advancing menacingly, imbued with terrifying demonic energy, he hastily produced the jade talisman given to him by his uncle. A direct impact would likely gravely injure him. In that critical moment, Wang Jing'an unleashed his energy, activating the talisman's protective power. Instantly, a defensive shield materialized around him. However, the shield shattered under the force of the second princess's horn. Furious, Wang Jing'an cursed loudly, swiftly raising his Tang Dao to shield himself, narrowly avoiding severe injury. Nonetheless, he was still sent flying hundreds of meters by the impact of the horn. His hand, gripping the sword, tingled with numbness, and his entire body ached. Rising and coughing, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Is this my dear uncle's doing? That worthless jade talisman nearly cost me my life." With that, Wang Jing'an began to temper the Tang Dao. preparing for a direct confrontation. Continuing to flee would surely leave him grievously wounded before reaching the 12 districts pass. Boom! The sacred elephant's spirit tail swept towards him. Rather than evade, Wang Jing'an charged forward, wielding his blade. The Tang Dao, tempered by the South Ming Lihua, combined with his cultivation level, posed no challenge against the sacred elephant, whose strength was on par with the demon ape. Wang Jing'an remained cautious of the second princess's guardian, a formidable opponent at the peak of the sixth realm. Clang, clang. The Tang Dao sliced through the air, its momentum expanding, and the phantom re-emerged, radiating murderous intent. A solitary figure and a phantom, illuminated by the night, struck forth. The sacred elephant seemed unprepared for the sharpness of the Tang Dao, as its spirit tail swept. Wang Jing'an and the phantom severed it by several meters. The sacred elephant let out a pained roar. Its four hooves pounded the ground, and the spirit tail coiled, generating a sound wave that struck the very soul, while the SS-level bloodline surged. The second princess did not hold back, her spiritual rhinoceros crashing forward, causing the ground to collapse under the force before erupting, her horn locking onto Wang Jing'an. Moreover, the guardian of the spiritual rhinoceros at the pinnacle of the sixth realm lurked menacingly to the right, a sinister aura seeping towards Wang Jing'an's feet. Wang Jing'an felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and retrieved a jade flute from his treasure pouch. This flute was a gift from his father, who had mentioned that a remnant of his essence was concealed within. Wang Jing'an had not anticipated needing to employ his father's trump card so soon. But the situation had reached a critical point. In just half a second, he raised the flute to his lips, producing a clear and melodious sound. At the moment the flute's notes resonated, the surrounding environment was forcibly solidified. To Wang Jing'an's left, where a phantom had previously stood, another phantom quietly appeared on his right as the flute's melody erupted. The new phantom's appearance was indistinct, but its outline suggested it was his father's figure. This phantom wielded a long sword, vanishing into the night. When it reappeared, it stood high above 100 meters in the air, surprisingly upon a Tai Chi Bagua. A torrent of sword energy cascaded from the heavens above, coalescing in black and white, symbolizing the SSS-level twin sword heart. The guardian at the pinnacle of the sixth realm sensed the terror of the phantom and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The black and white sword energy converged into a 1,000-meter-high sword, descending to strike in all directions. The sword tip was aimed directly at the second princess, who had unleashed her spiritual rhinoceros's crash. The black and white long sword struck down without excessive flourish or grotesque imagery, merely reverberating through the heavens. The second princess's spiritual rhinoceros was impaled deep into the earth, thousands of meters below, its life force extinguished in an instant. The second princess met her demise beneath that single stroke. The sacred elephant and the pinnacle sixth realm guardian were also affected by this strike. The sword energy enveloped the area, sending them reeling and causing them to cough up blood. The numerous demon cultivators that had finally caught up were equally terrified by this display. Some halted, exclaiming in shock, "Did the second princess of the spiritual rhinoceros clan just perish?" Wang Jing'an was astonished by the sword's might. If such power resided in a phantom, how formidable would his father be in person? However, he soon realized that after playing the flute, he had exhausted a significant portion of his energy, and the phantom vanished after executing that strike. Attempting to play the flute again, he discovered it was in a cooling phase. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Wang Jing'an wasted no time and continued his sprint toward the 12 districts pass. Although the jade flute had a cool-down period, it remained an exceedingly potent life-saving trump card. Chapter 97, Desperation, Blade Spirit, Part 1, The Second Princess. The guardian hastily approached the deep pit formed by the strike of the long sword, intending to leap in and investigate. However, the terrifying sword aura lingering beneath the surface deterred any such bravery. The prince of the spirit tail sacred elephant was also filled with trepidation, relieved that the sword had not targeted him. Had it locked onto his position, he would have been reduced to ashes. Royal sister, the third prince and fifth prince, who had just caught up, shouted. They had barely arrived in the chaotic city of devil's magic for a day when their royal sister and the sixth prince met their demise at the hands of that wretched Wang Jing'an. How could they return to explain this to their father? The second princess was already dead, as a guardian of peak 6th realm. He lacked the confidence to withstand that one strike. Yet, he found it perplexing that the afterimage did not strike him. It was evident that he was the peak of the 6th realm. Had he been eliminated, Wang Jing'an's subsequent threats would have significantly diminished. This individual had quite the array of hidden cards. Intriguing. On the far left of the street stood a 6-winged firebird. The moment all the demon cultivators caught sight of it, their hearts sank. The overlord of Zone 2. How did this fierce deity arrive here? After all, Wang Jing'an possessed a 9th-grade spirit artifact, and everyone yearned to partake in its spoils. Many demon cultivators gasped upon witnessing the 6-winged firebird. It hovered for a moment before taking flight towards Wang Jing'an. It had previously desired to be the first to strike and eliminate him. Yet its caution had preserved its life. Had it acted recklessly, it would likely have met its end beneath that sword. As countless demon cultivators rushed towards the direction of Zone 12, many human martial artists watched in amazement. Particularly notable was Wei Guang, who was following the martial artists. Brother Jing'an is incredible. It's my first time witnessing our human race being pursued by a horde of demon cultivators, only to turn around and slay a few in return. Zhang Dai entertained a bold thought. Could it be that Brother Jing'an was arranged by the Human Alliance to undergo training in Devil's Magic City? Other martial artists chimed in. Training? Wei Guang suddenly had a realization. Cultivating the next generation of the 10 Saints of Humanity? By the way, what was Brother Jing'an's talent? Zhang Dai replied. When he registered his identity, it seemed he mentioned being an SSR-level Nanjingli fire. I was perplexed at the time. What level is SSR? Is it beyond SSS? Wei Guang, filled with longing, remarked, It appears that in the years since I arrived in Devil's Magic City, so much has transpired outside. Once this latter tournament concludes, I ought to return home for a visit. Wang Jing'an noticed a large, flame-wreathed bird pursuing him from behind. He had refrained from using his trickery earlier, primarily out of fear of making a misstep. The spirit rhinoceros and sacred elephant were of such massive size that they occupied a considerable area. At that moment, if Wang Jing'an attempted to employ his cunning abilities, he would not be able to cover the entire range. Unless he positioned himself between the spirit rhinoceros and the sacred elephant, he would undoubtedly become an easy target. However, the situation had changed. Only a large, foolish bird was pursuing him now. Thus, he decided to play with this large, foolish bird. With a snap of his fingers, Wang Jing'an turned and dashed into another alley. There were numerous paths leading to the Zone 12 checkpoint. It was not necessary to use the main road. Leaning against the stone wall of the alley, Wang Jing'an employed his trickery. This time, he felt a tremor from the Tang Dao that was tenfold stronger than before. Sensing that something within the blade was yearning to break free. Just a bit more life essence to absorb. Having said this, Wang Jing'an vanished deep within the alley. The 6-winged firebird soaring above quickly realized its target had disappeared. Strange. I clearly saw that weakling sprint into this alley just moments ago. The 6-winged firebird scrutinized the alley from the sky, finding no trace of Wang Jing'an. Instead, it spotted other passersby. The 6-winged firebird unfurled its flames and noticed a target advancing ahead, yet there were no figures in sight. The firebird folded its wings and descended onto a towering building to observe closely. Is the big foolish bird looking for me? Unbeknownst to Wang Jing'an, he had already appeared directly beneath the large bird, wielding the Tang Dao and sporting a maniacal grin. How could you? The 6-winged firebird had assured itself there was no one nearby before daring to land on the rooftop. How had this wretch suddenly appeared beneath it? Wang Jing'an raised his blade high and plunged it into the bird's abdomen, blood spraying forth. The wounded 6-winged firebird screeched in agony, hastily fluttering its wings to ascend. What is this ability? Invisibility? Before Wang Jing'an could respond, the 6-winged firebird felt flames igniting at the wound in its abdomen. Playing with fire? We, the Firebird clan, are the royalty of flames. As soon as the words left its beak, the 6-winged firebird channeled its flames to the utmost, causing the wound to gradually heal. However, before it could utter a cold laugh, it found the wound splitting open once more, pure white flames igniting anew. Before it could continue in shock, the surroundings transformed yet again. It was no longer in midair, but on solid ground. Wang Jing'an turned and swung his blade again. How can you wander off? Coming to attack me alone. Is that not giving me a chance to stock up for the auction at the 10,000 Things Pavilion? Stock up? The six-winged firebird's mouth twitched uncontrollably as it refused to linger, continuing its ascent. Yet, no matter how it flew, seconds later, it found itself not only on the ground but also inexplicably drifting closer to Wang Jing'an. What manner of illusion is this? The six-winged firebird excelled in fire and aerial maneuvers, capable of manipulating human martial artists at will during hunts. Yet today, it found itself toyed with by a human martial artist. I told you were foolish, but you refused to believe it. Not only did you wander off, but you also flew towards me. This is, Before Wang Jing'an could finish his thought, an astonishing killing intent erupted from the left side of the street. A roar, reminiscent of a tiger's howl, emanated from deep within the street, prompting Wang Jing'an to glance back. He discovered a tiger demon leaping forth, towering several meters high. This tiger demon was unlike the ghost-faced tiger he had encountered before. It possessed a pair of crimson horns, from which emanated waves of demonic energy akin to signal interference. Crimson horn, save me. The six-winged firebird cried out upon recognizing the newcomer, having been injured in the abdomen with flames consuming the wound. It feared it would meet its end this night. Fortunately, the tiger brother had arrived. The approaching tiger demon was none other than the direct prince of the Crimson Horn Tiger clan, the overlord of Zone 1. Its demonic energy radiated danger, revealing it to be at the early stage of the sixth realm. You are indeed a foolish bird, it sneered. Do you think all demon cultivators can hunt alone like I can? The Crimson Horn Tiger transformed into a half-human, half-demon form, wielding a spiked iron hammer. You must be Wang Jing'an, correct? Tell me how you wish to die, and I shall grant you a swift end. Chapter 98, The Dead End, Spirit Blade, Part 2. Upon observing Wang Jing'an's silence, the red-horned tiger seemed to ponder an escape. After a disdainful snicker, the two crimson horns atop its head began to emit a high-pitched, buzzing sound. Your illusions against this great, foolish bird are futile. The six-winged firebird, undeterred, shouted from a distance, my brother's red horns grant immunity to all illusions and magical harm. Wang Jing'an squinted, intrigued by the claim of absolute immunity to illusions and magical damage. With a snap of his fingers, he conjured a blazing fireball that erupted in his palm and hurled it forward. To his astonishment, the fireball vanished the moment it left his hand. The surrounding structures distorted in his vision as the distance appeared to stretch infinitely. The two crimson horns on the tiger's head screeched wildly, yet it was to no avail. The red-horned tiger, taken aback, mused, this illusion is rather sophisticated, intriguing indeed. Suddenly, with a clang, its horns seemed to be cleaved by an unseen blade, causing it to stagger. The fireball swiftly followed, engulfing the tiger in flames. Isn't it immune to magical damage? Wang Jing'an's voice echoed all around, his own form remaining intact. However, as he noticed a horde of demon cultivators approaching from behind, Wang Jing'an wasted no time and sprinted towards the checkpoint of District 12. After a brief interval, the red-horned tiger regained its composure, patting its forehead with a claw, feeling a lingering buzz in its mind. My horns should have granted immunity to that illusion. What sorcery is this? Soon, the tiger began to resist the flames consuming its body, seemingly because the distance between it and Wang Jing'an was widening. The burning of the southern Ming's fire diminishing gradually. Within the Chaos Demon City, there are few weak warriors that can command my full attention, the red-horned tiger declared, its body beginning to dissipate, leaving behind two crimson horns and a warrior's corpse on the ground. This was a wraith. The Lingxi clan has the Lingxi Thunder Crash, and the red-horned tiger clan possesses their unique spirit wraith. A warrior consumed by the red-horned tiger could be transformed into a tiger demon, with part of the tiger's spiritual will and cultivation condensed within the wraith. This wraith form, akin to the red-horned tiger's avatar, is well known among many demon cultivators. As the warrior's corpse began to decay a kilometer away, Wang Jing'an was racing forward when he suddenly sensed a fierce, killing intent approaching. To his astonishment, it was the same red-horned tiger, still wielding its barbed hammer, exuding a menacing aura. Wang Jing'an was startled, drawing his Tang Dao in preparation for defense. Wasn't it behind me? How did it get ahead? Without hesitation, the massive tiger lunged forward, the barbed hammer creating an overwhelming sense of pressure as it sought to crush Wang Jing'an. Yet, his Tang Dao successfully blocked the onslaught. One must admit, the hammer's explosive power was formidable. While the majority of the force was dissipated by the Tang Dao, the residual numbness and pain lingered in Wang Jing'an's arm and palm. He thrust the Tang Dao upward, aiming to create distance from the tiger demon. The power of the six realms should not be underestimated, and it appeared the opponent's spiritual weapon was of considerable quality. The barbed hammer was at least a 5th or even 6th tier spiritual weapon. Being struck by it would undoubtedly result in grievous injuries. Though Wang Jing'an possessed the strength to contend with a demon cultivator of the six realms, a large group of demon cultivators was converging behind him, complicating matters. While he excelled in dealing with multiple adversaries, a peak six realms guardian was also watching him intently. Resolutely, Wang Jing'an decided to employ his trickery once more, unwilling to linger any longer, as he needed to reunite with the building's master. However, the red-horned tiger was immensely powerful and swift, unlike the lumbering brute force of a demon ape. A moment's inattention could lead to being taken down by the tiger. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce struggle for at least 5 minutes, during which a large number of demon cultivators had arrived. The peak six realms guardian, seeing other demon cultivators obstructing Wang Jing'an, quickly intervened, determined to eliminate him that night. Otherwise, he would have no explanation to offer the Lingxi Emperor. A tremendous force of tearing and a thick, inky black smoke transformed into numerous sharp spikes, hurtling towards Wang Jing'an at breakneck speed. The air itself crackled with sonic booms. Wang Jing'an cursed under his breath. The red-horned tiger had a firm grip on his Tang Dao, leaving him no choice but to draw another black long sword to parry the attack. With a sharp clang, a piercing and resonant metallic sound erupted. The black longsword shattered into several pieces. Damn it! Wang Jing'an's murderous intent surged as he realized his third-tier spiritual weapon had been destroyed. He had spent 200 credits to acquire it. As the black longsword splintered, the red-horned tiger was propelled backward, its claws finding solid ground again after a few meters. Where do you think you're going? The guardian said nothing as he charged at Wang Jing'an, intent on personally eliminating this nuisance. Wang Jing'an's expression turned grave as he sensed the imminent danger and pressure. With so many demon cultivators focused on him, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. His strength was nearly depleted. He could not allow anyone to snatch victory from him. The red-horned tiger lunged again. Wang Jing'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his thoughts racing as he expended 300,000 to replenish his strength completely. The red-horned tiger froze momentarily at the sudden surge of power emanating from Wang Jing'an, but it could not retract its assault and charged forward. The Tang Dao ignited with flames, and Wang Jing'an resolved not to flee any longer. At his current pace, he would undoubtedly sustain serious injuries before reaching the checkpoint of District 12. Instead, he decided to gamble everything. Originally, Wang Jing'an had planned to split the black coins earned from the auction with the building's master that night, hoping to convert them into reputation and bolster his cultivation towards the fifth realm. He intended to continue sourcing goods from the Lingxi clan the following day. Alas, plans are often outpaced by unforeseen events. With a resounding clang, after fully replenishing his strength, Wang Jing'an's fiery Tang Dao sliced horizontally against the red-horned tiger's paw, sending the initial stage 6 realms tiger demon flying several meters away. No longer holding back, he unleashed his full power. As his energy surged to its peak, he felt the tangible weight of his strength depleting. He fought the red-horned tiger on equal footing. Your wasteful expenditure of energy can only barely suppress this prince. Once you exhaust your strength, I shall slay you like the insect you are. The red-horned tiger's physical defenses had yet to be completely breached, and with its horns continually disrupting the opponent, it felt confident. Before long, the Peak 6 Realms Guardian joined the fray, and the Spirit Tail Sacred Elephant, having arrived from afar, was also determined to eliminate the weakling wielding a 9th-tier spiritual weapon first. The ownership of the 9th-tier weapon would be debated only once Wang Jing'an had perished. Chapter 99, Desperation. Blade Spirit, Part 2. As the various factions of demon cultivators entered the fray, within the span of less than a minute, over 10 formidable demon cultivators had joined the battle. What once was a powerful expenditure of energy sufficient to suppress the red-horned tiger was now becoming increasingly strenuous. He was utterly drained. The spirit-tailed sacred elephant had yet to transform into its half-human, half-demon form, yet its 100-meter-long spirit tail, infused with a menacing aura, lashed out. A weakling from a lesser clan would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a strike. However, Wang Jing'an's thought shifted, and he continued to expend 300,000 prestige to replenish his energy. This scene left many demon cultivators astounded. What was happening? The red-horned tiger began to sense something amiss. Having just replenished its energy, it could only conclude that Wang Jing'an possessed a spirit artifact capable of restoring energy. Such artifacts typically have lengthy cooldown periods. Yet, how much time had passed? He had replenished a second time already? Do not underestimate him. This lad had just summoned the remnant shadow of the Sword Saint, indicating he possessed numerous spirit artifacts. That Tang Dao was certainly not his sole life-saving trump card. The spirit-tailed sacred elephant was acutely aware of this, relentlessly pursuing Wang Jing'an. Even if it could not seize the Tang Dao, it was determined to acquire the artifact that summoned the Sword Saint's remnant or one that replenished energy. These artifacts were indeed rare strategic resources. Astonishingly, Wang Jing'an managed to withstand the onslaught of a horde of demon cultivators for half an hour, replenishing his energy at least 4 times in total. The spirit-tailed sacred elephant in the distance was forced to revert to its half-human, half-demon form. That artifact which replenished energy was undoubtedly of the 9th grade. Beside him, the heavenly mouse was brimming with excitement. He possesses 2 9th-grade spirit artifacts. How could the human race entrust him to wreak havoc in Chaos Demon City? The 6-winged firebird cawed with laughter, remarking, "Could he be the next generation's 10 saints of the human race?" This statement drew the attention of numerous demon cultivators nearby. Wang Jing'an, at just the 4th realm, exhibited such formidable prowess. It was unfathomable to imagine what he would achieve upon reaching the 8th or even 9th realm. The entire demon domain would find no rival. Hence, it was indeed plausible that he was hailed by the human race as one of the next generation's 10 saints. The demon cultivators, contemplating this notion, exchanged glances, revealing a consensus. Wang Jing'an must not be allowed to live. He must perish in Chaos Demon City. Otherwise, once he matures, he would pose a catastrophic threat to the demon realm. Let us unite and eliminate Wang Jing'an, the heavenly mouse shouted. Many demon cultivators echoed this sentiment, and under the rallying cry, over 50 joined the fray. In the end, their numbers swelled to 100. The greater the number, the more chaotic the situation became. Wang Jing'an unleashed his full power to mock his adversaries. He was not afraid of the lower-ranked demon cultivators. The only ones he needed to be wary of were the peak 6th realm protector, the early 6th realm red-horned tiger, and the seemingly late 5th realm, or perhaps peak spirit-tailed sacred elephant, alongside the spirit rhinoceros 3rd and 5th princes. As he exhausted all his energy to maintain his mocking ability, Wang Jing'an replenished his state for the 5th time. In total, he had expended 1.5 million prestige. Fortunately, he had previously amassed 140 million prestige. Otherwise, he might have had to rely on the life-saving jade pendant his mother had given him. In that absolute chaos, many human cultivators gathered at the periphery to watch the battle unfold. Not a single one dared to step forward to assist. Has Brother Jing'an truly become somewhat monstrous? Wei Guang's expression gradually shifted. Is his energy inexhaustible? Zhang Dai also recognized this. Are we not going to help? He glanced at the throng of human cultivators nearby. Despite so many being present, none ventured forth to aid Wang Jing'an. Wei Guang hesitated. If we go, it will be in vain. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Dai spoke words that left everyone feeling ashamed. The reason our human race has been oppressed in Chaos Demon City is that we have grown accustomed to enduring humiliation. Now, when we finally have someone leading the charge to restore our race's reputation, we stand idly by. This is not the way of the human race. Upon hearing this, Wei Guang bowed his head in shame, and after an indeterminate amount of time, he lifted his gaze towards the battlefield, fixating on the relentless struggle of Wang Jing'an. who kept falling and rising again. In that moment, Wei Guang suddenly comprehended what it meant to be human. The reputation of the human race is forged through battle, not through submission. Brother Jing'an publicly carried the body of Elder Lin Xiaofan, granting him and his daughter peace in death. Even in death, he would ensure his name was remembered. After Zhang Dei uttered these words, he, along with his two brothers, readied their long spears, preparing to join the battle. Today, I, Zhang Dei, shall also be a hero. Even if I die in battle, my name will be remembered. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward, his pace quickening, the three brothers showing no intention of turning back, their expression solemn as they plunged into the fray. Damn it, Wei Guang spat, his expression growing grave. Heroics do not suit you. Borrowing a long halberd from a nearby cultivator, Wei Guang followed in the footsteps of Zhang Dei and his brothers into the fray. Damn it, if worse comes to worst, I'll just be a good man again in 18 years. The human race must stand up in Chaos Demon City. As these four charged forward, the demeanor of the human cultivators who had remained spectators was profoundly heavy. A portion of them, after grappling with their choices, made decisions and followed Wei Guang and the three brothers into battle. My cousin said 2 years ago, before he fell in battle, that the human race is becoming weaker with each generation. Our generation lacks the courage of our grandfathers and great-grandfathers. Now I wish to tell my cousin, damn it. Our generation is no less than the old guard. Let us kill. Let us lend Brother Jing'an a hand, kill, to turn the tide, to save the crumbling edifice. They charged. In an instant, over several hundred human cultivators, more than half of whom had been mere spectators, were inspired by the battle spirit of the three brothers, gathering their courage and rushing towards the battlefield. With Wang Jing'an besieged by a multitude of demon cultivators, if they stood idly by until he was slain, it was likely that the human race would be unable to rise again in Chaos Demon City, because, should Wang Jing'an perish, it would be a long time before anyone dared to oppose the demon race in Chaos Demon City. Seeing a glimmer of hope now, why not give it a try? Should they engage in a straightforward battle against the demon race, or continue to cower before them as before? On the battlefield, Wang Jing'an felt his energy depleting at an alarming rate, even with his full power unleashed. Both the mocking ability and the Southern Ming Fire could only fend off a fraction of the lower-ranked demon cultivators. The higher-ranked demon cultivators surged forward like madmen, and the Southern Ming Fire could not incinerate them in such a short span. Yet, to his surprise, he noticed human cultivators starting to join the fray from the rear. Many lower-ranked demon cultivators were caught unawares and fell before them. Witnessing this scene warmed Wang Jing'an's heart. It was rare to have someone extend a helping hand in his moment of dire straits. However, he still had to contend with several formidable demon cultivators. He could not afford to underestimate them. Boom. In a moment of distraction, Wang Jing'an was struck squarely in the chest by the Red-Horned Tiger's spiked hammer, sending him crashing into a nearby building like a train derailed from its tracks. The Red-Horned Tiger coldly remarked, "Daydreaming in a fight? Do you wish for your life to be prolonged?" Meanwhile, as the essence of life converged, the afterimage of Tang Dao that had been wielded began to solidify. Suddenly, without warning, the massive hammer of the red-jawed tiger descended. However, just as Wang Jing'an anticipated that he would need to endure a blow to fully restore his strength, the hammer's formidable force was unexpectedly halted. Raising his gaze, he beheld a figure standing before him. This silhouette, cloaked in a familiar black mantle, wielded a blade that resembled a manifestation of the Tang Dao's afterimage. There he stood, intercepting the strike and shielding Wang Jing'an from all imminent threats. Qiongqi, Chapter 100. The alliance of Qing'an in slaying the demons. Wang Jing'an found himself momentarily transfixed upon seeing the familiar silhouette. It took him a while to process the revelation. Could this be the spirit of the Tang Dao? This sword spirit bore an uncanny resemblance to Qiongqi. The visage and posture of Li Qiongqi once again flooded Wang Jing'an's mind. He sensed the profound essence of life emanating from Qiongqi. With each surge of offensive, this essence gradually dissipated. The very existence of the sword spirit was sustained by this vital essence. Once it was completely depleted, the Tang Dao would no longer be able to materialize the sword spirit. With a resounding thud, the sword spirit wielded the phantom blade, neutralizing much of the might behind the Red-Horned Tiger's massive hammer. before bending low to prepare for an intercept. The combat experience of the sword spirit was exceptionally rich, arguably more so than Wang Jing'an's own. This wealth of experience had been bestowed upon it by the Tang Dao, which had amassed countless combat techniques through the hands of innumerable masters. After executing a swift maneuver to intercept, the sword spirit focused its subsequent strikes on the vital points of the red-horned tiger, forcing it to retreat step by step. Simultaneously, it had to contend with the onslaught from the Holy Elephant, Lingxi, and the Guardian. At this moment, Wang Jing'an, with little time to spare, grasped the Tang Dao, determined to assist Qiongqi, the sword spirit. Once the offensive onslaught concluded, the red-horned tiger was visibly shaken by the figure cloaked in a cape. Clang, boom, bang, the sword spirit, resembling an unfeeling killing machine, bore a stoic expression, its singular mission being the protection of its master. In the brief moments of its appearance, it had already sustained multiple wounds. Yet, under the flow of rich life essence, these wounds gradually healed. The Tang Dao could absorb this essence, and when sufficiently abundant, the sword spirit would coalesce. However, it required this essence to maintain its current form. Wang Jing'an observed Qiongqi relentlessly striking at the Holy Elephant, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Resolutely, he joined forces with Qiongqi to vanquish the spirit-tailed Holy Elephant. The two stood side by side, each brandishing a blade, appearing as dark knights of the night, their blades flashing with terrifying light and pure white flames. Under the fierce offensive of the duo, the spirit-tailed Holy Elephant was driven back. "Damn it, you lazy tiger. Stop spectating and come help me." The red-horned tiger, realizing it was not the time for idleness, regained a modicum of its demonic power and swung its hammer once more, targeting Wang Jing'an's head. At that moment, Wang Jing'an's ability to deceive erupted. However, as the hammer descended, Qiongqi managed to deflect most of the force with the phantom blade. The two were sent sprawling, but quickly regained their footing, standing back to back. These weaklings have gone too far. They must eliminate Wang Jing'an swiftly, lest the situation change. The red-horned tiger glanced at the Guardian. As a peak-level guardian of the Sixth Realm, it understood that this was no time for leniency. In truth, it had no intention of holding back but was astonished that Wang Jing'an had proven so resilient, still alive after being pushed to such extremes. 5 or 6 times it had replenished its energy. Was this something a mere human could achieve? Suddenly, from the Guardian's center, thick smoke began to spread, forming intricate ancient glyphs. These glyphs coalesced into a small array, resembling tentacles reaching toward Wang Jing'an. He felt the terrifying power of this, realizing that even someone of the Sixth Realm would struggle to escape its confines. In that critical moment, the sword spirit's combat experience reached an unprecedented level. It turned and propelled Wang Jing'an several meters away, but itself became ensnared within the array. As the array ensnared the sword spirit, the smoke enveloped it, emanating an endless aura of death. Ultimately, the sword spirit was reduced to ashes under the array's lethal confinement. Witnessing this, Wang Jing'an's heart raced with dread. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed that most of the life essence returned to the Tang Dao as the sword spirit dissipated. With a sigh of relief, Wang Jing'an initially feared that Qiongqi would vanish once more. Without hesitation, he distanced himself from the demon cultivators and sprinted toward the 12 districts pass. He dared not linger, knowing that with so many allies aiding in the extermination of demons, he could not remain and endanger them. Wang Jing'an was acutely aware that only by reaching the pass could the Lord personally intervene and deploy the grand array to slay the demons, thus mitigating the impending losses. However, the other human martial artists had differing thoughts. A section of them, upon witnessing Wang Jing'an's decisive retreat, felt a swell of regret. "Jing'an has fled," one martial artist shouted. Wei Guang, seemingly to reassure the others, called out, "Only by surviving can Brother Jing'an strike a blow against the demon race. His combat prowess is formidable." Zhang De burst into laughter, declaring, "Even if I perish today, I shall not blame Brother Jing'an. I await the day he breaks through to the 5th or even 6th realm, charging into the heart of the Chaos Demon City to assert our human supremacy." Most human martial artists felt no regret. Rather, they continued to frantically slay demons. Yet, with numbers swelled, some martial artists grew uneasy, contemplating withdrawal from the fray. As Wang Jing'an dashed toward the 12 districts, numerous powerful demon cultivators pursued him, their sole target being Wang Jing'an. The insignificant ants joining the fray would be dealt with later. During his flight, Wang Jing'an sensed the life essence from the Tang Dao once more materializing into the figure of Qiongqi, who followed closely behind, deflecting the magical assaults directed at him. Time passed, and soon, the pass leading to the 12 districts came into view, along with the figure of the Lord, pacing anxiously. The Lord spotted Wang Jing'an racing toward him, his heart finally easing. If you don't arrive soon, I would have thought you had been slain. What caught the Lord's attention was that behind Wang Jing'an trailed a figure that felt more like a specter than a living being. Yet it was suffused with the rich life essence slowly dissipating. The sword spirit? The Lord's mind was momentarily shaken. What puzzled him was why this sword spirit did not resemble Wang Jing'an. Wasn't he the current master of the Tang Dao? Why did this spirit take on another youthful visage? Clad in a dark cloak, it appeared rather dashing. Hurry, seek refuge in the alley to my right, the Lord shouted. And you? Wang Jing'an thought, sensing impending doom. Was the Lord truly about to reveal his identity publicly? Do not worry, I can handle this alone. The Lord suddenly exhibited a disturbingly joyful grin. Upon seeing that smile, Wang Jing'an felt reassured. He then dashed into the alley to the right with Qiongqi, concealing the Tang Dao and his own aura, shrouding themselves in secrecy. Chapter 101. The host. Trust me, there is absolutely no problem. In the narrow alley, the concealed Wang Jing'an finally had ample time to observe the blade spirit conjured by the Tang Dao. However, it neither smiled, nor spoke, nor exhibited fatigue. The one who once urged him to glimpse the future of humanity in an era of peace seemed not to have fully departed. Perhaps, as the figure of Qiongqi began to fade, a fragment of lingering attachment clung to the Tang Dao, now manifesting as a blade spirit, possibly yearning to witness the tranquility of humanity firsthand. How poignant! Wang Jing'an extended his hand to rest upon Qiongqi's shoulder, feeling the essence of life gradually ebbing away from him. A frown of confusion crossed Wang Jing'an's face. Why was the essence of life still draining even without engaging in battle? He wished to inquire of the system, to see if this troublesome system possessed any insight into the matter. System, the blade spirit of the Tang Dao, much like a human, requires daily sustenance to maintain itself, such as food and water. Therefore, during combat, the blade spirit consumes the most essence of life, while in a non-combat state, it gradually dissipates in a low-energy state. Wang Jing'an furrowed his brow. Given the current essence of life absorbed by the Tang Dao, how long can Qiongqi persist without fighting? System, approximately 1 month. In combat, it can last a maximum of 7 days. Additionally, since the blade spirit was previously dispersed by a formation, if it remains in a combat state for an extended period, it can only last 3 days. This was disheartening news for Wang Jing'an. Had the Tang Dao absorbed so much essence of life only to sustain Qiongqi for such a brief time? System, this is unavoidable. Much like the host, without sufficient energy replenishment, one's strength and stamina would be nearly exhausted after a single battle. It appears that periodic slaying of demons is essential. Wang Jing'an seemed to recall something and turned to Qiongqi, continuing to inquire of the system. Will he be able to speak in the future, or possess his own thoughts? Compared to the blade spirit, Wang Jing'an yearned to see the former warm and optimistic Qiongqi, who was somewhat reclusive yet also neurotic. System, allowing the blade spirit to speak or possess independent thoughts is akin to expecting an infant to converse. Wang Jing'an countered. But infants eventually learn to speak as they grow. So does this imply that as long as enough essence of life is absorbed, he could acquire his own thoughts? System. It seemed as though the program had stalled. After a few seconds, it resumed. TSK. I was merely making an analogy, not inviting the host to argue. Before Wang Jing'an could utter another word, the system initiated a program, generating the identity interface for Li Qiongqi, among other details. Spirit type, blade spirit, essence of life, 28 days calculated in a true state. Name, Li Qiongqi, age, 21. Gender, male, cultivation level, 4th realm, elevated according to the current master of the Tang Dao talent. SS-level Jade Flame, the blade spirit possesses certain characteristics of this talent. For instance, when utilizing this talent, It will significantly consume essence of life to extract the utmost power. Upon viewing Qingyi's system interface, Wang Jing'an began to ponder. Given the current state of essence of life absorbed by the Tang Dao, can Qingyi utilize that talent? System: yes. The existing essence of life absorbed by the Tang Dao can allow the Blade Spirit to invoke that talent once, but afterward, the Blade Spirit can only sustain itself for 1 to 2 days. It seems that to enhance Qingyi's power, one must continuously slay demons. Wang Jing'an suddenly felt a surge of pressure. Right, I recall having slain many demons previously. Why is it that the absorbed essence of life can only sustain Qingyi for 28 days? System: the initial manifestation of the Blade Spirit consumed nearly 3 years' worth of essence of life. This essence was utilized in the formation of the Blade Spirit itself. Wang Jing'an nodded, instantaneously enlightened. Before he could exit the system interface, he heard commotion from outside the alley, a cacophony of voices. Wang Jing'an hastily exited the interface and concealed himself in a discreet location to observe. He heard the host exclaim, "Prince, I have ensnared that weakling from a lesser clan within this 8-eye life and death formation. Only you may enter, while the other demon cultivators must remain outside." Upon witnessing a throng of demon cultivators approaching the pass, the host hurried to report respectfully before the spirit-tailed sacred elephant, elevating the opponent's status considerably. Many demon cultivators were aware that the host belonged to the spirit-tailed sacred elephant clan, and the Wanwu Tower was the host's enterprise in the chaotic demon city. A labor of love. Now, upon hearing the host personally claim to have trapped that young man, they could not help but harbor some doubts. However, the host's decree that only the prince could enter, while the other demon cultivators must halt, quelled many uncertainties. The spirit-tailed sacred elephant, initially frowning, nodded in satisfaction upon learning that Wang Jing'an was ensnared within the formation. Is that boy truly inside? How's his condition? His situation was far from optimistic, as this 8-eye life and death formation could ensnare even peak 6th realm demon cultivators, let alone a mere weakling. The host let out a hearty laugh and declared, "Prince, trust me. There is absolutely no problem." A celestial rat emerged, exclaiming, "Host, just manage your Wanwu Tower. What business do you have meddling here? That young man is laden with treasures, and you only permit that foolish elephant to enter the formation? Are you not simply leaving all those treasures for your prince?" The peak 6th realm protector, initially suspecting a collusion between the host and Wang Jing'an upon seeing the formation set in place, could not place blame on the host since Wang Jing'an had rented the formation from Wanwu Tower. Thus, the protector stepped forward, clasping his hands. "Host, our Lingxi clan seeks not to contest your prince for treasures. We merely desire the young man's corpse." The host waved his sleeve dismissively, shaking his head. "No, that young man is likely on the brink of death. Who knows if you will seize treasures from my prince once you enter the formation?" The protector found himself at a loss, unable to force entry, for the host was also at the peak of the 6th realm, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. "Enough of this nonsense," shouted the celestial rat. "We have chased him here, and it is clear that the young man is on the verge of death. Do you think you can dismiss us with a mere refusal? Do you truly believe this chaotic demon city belongs solely to your sacred elephant clan?" As they spoke, several celestial rats prepared to clash with the spirit-tailed sacred elephant clan. Having fought their way here, they could not relinquish the treasures on Wang Jing'an. After all, the young man possessed not only a 9th-rank Tang Dao, but also a spiritual artifact capable of replenishing energy multiple times. It was known that Wang Jing'an had previously replenished his energy 5 or 6 times, instilling fear in many demon cultivators. Otherwise, he would have been slain long ago. Thus, the red-horned tiger, 6-winged firebird, and the 2 princes and protector of the Lingxi clan stood alongside the celestial rats. This formation would be entered today, whether permitted or not. Could a mere host truly obstruct so many demon cultivators? As the atmosphere grew tense and a confrontation loomed, the sacred elephant prince, caught in the middle, sensed the delicate situation and stepped forward as a mediator. "How about this, host? Allow them to enter with me. But I have one condition. I must have that spiritual artifact capable of replenishing energy. Agree to this condition, and I will permit their entry." Upon hearing this, the host feigned hesitation, displaying an expression of inner conflict, before reluctantly nodding amidst the turmoil. For the sake of my prince, if you agree to this condition, you may enter the formation to slay that weakling. Chapter 102. A resounding victory concealed within a narrow alley. Wang Jing'an observed the unfolding scene and conversations with clarity. He couldn't help but admire the performance. It was truly unparalleled. Initially, he believed that the master of the formation intended to lead them into a trap. Yet it turned out that he was urging these demon cultivators to eagerly enter the formation. What an audacious maneuver! How did the master conceive such a stratagem? Outside the formation, the master surveyed the other demon cultivators, who hesitated. Ultimately, it was the red-horned tiger that first acquiesced, deciding to enter the formation, reasoning that once inside, they could compete for treasures based on their own prowess. Within a minute, all the demon cultivators succumbed, likely sharing the same sentiment as the red-horned tiger: better to enter the formation than to be left behind. As for whether they would allow the sacred elephant to seize the spirit artifact that restored their status amid such chaos, who could discern any transgressions? Could the master truly dare to use the eight-eyed life and death array to ensnare them in public? The master watched as the sacred elephant led a throng of demon cultivators into the eight-eyed life and death array, internally exclaiming, "A bunch of fools." After a minute, calculating the time, the master determined they should have ventured deep enough into the demon confinement array to initiate its closure. Within the eight-eyed life and death array, the peak's sixth realm guardian suddenly sensed something amiss. This was not right. The aura of this grand array differed from that which had ambushed them earlier. Behind this array, another formation was concealed. The sacred elephant advanced, questioning, "What seems amiss? Are you suggesting the master would betray us?" Although he is not of pure bloodline, he is nonetheless a descendant of the sacred elephant clan. However, just as the sacred elephant uttered these words, it was shocked to see the red-horned tiger at the forefront, its powerful frame ensnared by a massive confinement array. The combined might of the large formation and the eight-eyed life and death array unleashed a torrent of lethal intent, ruthlessly harvesting the life of the red-horned tiger. Realizing the trap, the tiger bellowed, quickly channeling its demonic energy to the utmost. First, subdue the sacred elephant. The third prince of Lingxi, closest to the scene, delivered a powerful kick to the sacred elephant. Confusion enveloped the sacred elephant, bewildered by the accusations of collusion and betrayal. Moments ago, it had sensed something peculiar about the master's actions, but the notion that only it was allowed entry had quelled some doubts. Furthermore, as a member of the sacred elephant clan, it seemed implausible that the master would orchestrate such a massacre in public. Before the demon cultivators could unleash their wrath upon the sacred elephant, the lethal array began to intertwine with the confinement array. The murderous intent within was such that even Peak's sixth realm guardians could find themselves perishing here. After all, the master was also at the Peak's sixth realm. How could his manipulation of the array be feeble? Furious, the sacred elephant raged, that treacherous master. As soon as the words left its mouth, it hastily drew its clan's ultimate treasure for protection. It recalled the master's earlier assurance. "Trust me, there will be no issues." Trust you indeed. The sacred elephant's inner turmoil threatened to overwhelm it. Now, even the least astute of demons recognized the master of the sacred elephant clan had betrayed them, conspiring with Wang Jing'an to slaughter them. Without a life-saving treasure in hand, many would likely perish. Outside the array, the master felt the overwhelming power emanating from the killing formation, nodding in satisfaction. This should eliminate a significant portion of the demon cultivators. You should no longer have any worries. Emerging from the alley, Wang Jing'an, upon hearing the master's words, frowned and asked, "With your formidable cultivation and such a terrifying array, you can only manage to eliminate half?" Wang Jing'an had anticipated that they could eradicate all the demon cultivators within. The master replied, "Several of them are descendants of the 8 great demon clans. I doubt any of them lack contingency plans for survival. As long as their life-saving treasures are of sufficient quality, they can withstand the dual onslaught of the killing arrays." Wang Jing'an concurred with this assessment. Even he possessed a life-saving trump card, and the descendants of the 8 great clans surely had theirs as well. Moreover, he had yet to utilize the life-preserving jade pendant gifted by his mother. Wang Jing'an chuckled. "However, Your cunning strategy is somewhat underhanded, yet I rather enjoy it. The master revealed a cunning smile reminiscent of an old fox. Soon, we shall procure goods and reap substantial rewards tonight. Meanwhile, Qingqi remained silently beside the two. Devoid of expression, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. The quiet demeanor of Qingqi starkly contrasted with the two cunning figures. Their trio was easily distinguished. One could see that Qingqi belonged to the more innocent type, while Wang Jing'an and the master were of a more roguish nature. Uninformed observers might mistake Qingqi for a docile lamb among wolves. After an indeterminate period, a large group of human martial artists arrived from behind. Zhang De charged forward, brandishing a spear and shouting a rallying cry, before halting a short distance from Wang Jing'an to proclaim, "Jing'an, we have come to rescue you. Where are the demon cultivators?" Zhang De approached and noticed the absence of any demons. The entire barrier was desolate. Only a few pedestrians wandered along the streets. Wei Guang inquired, "Jing'an, master, what has transpired?" Wang Jing'an gestured toward the formation. "We will soon procure goods. Are you coming along?" "Procure goods." Countless martial artists gasped in disbelief. "Jing'an, please be serious. Otherwise, we might think we come here for leisure and shopping." The demon cultivators were. Wei Guang exclaimed in astonishment. The accompanying martial artists were equally bewildered. Hadn't they been engaged in a fierce battle just moments ago? Now, they were all trapped within the formation? It seemed a significant number would meet their end. As Wang Jing'an concluded his statement, the array set by the master gradually dissipated. Everyone surveyed their surroundings, slipping into a state of battle readiness. Before long, they realized there was no longer a scene of bloodlust. Instead, a horrific tableau unfolded before them. Many lower-tier demon cultivators had perished in the formation. Those at around the fourth realm had barely managed to escape with their lives thanks to their life-saving treasures. But many were left maimed, some even crippled. In contrast, the sacred elephant, red-horned tiger, and lingxi, all of noble lineage, emerged relatively unscathed, albeit with some injuries. However, the foolish bird was in dire straits, having been wounded by Wang Jing'an and continuously scorched by flames that had not yet extinguished. Now, suffering the onslaught of the formation, it lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Kill," Wang Jing'an coldly commanded. The human martial artists surged forward with reckless abandon. The guardian, recognizing the inevitable defeat, realized that killing Wang Jing'an that night would be impossible. Immediately, he seized the shoulders of the third and fifth princes, transforming into a cloud of smoke and vanishing from the scene. As he departed, he left behind a chilling message. "Wang Jing'an, await our return with reinforcements to claim your life." The red-horned tiger produced a small transmission jade pendant, declaring, "Wang Jing'an, wait for this prince 3 days. After 3 days, I shall claim your life." The sacred elephant was not to be outdone, similarly retrieving a transmission crystal. "Once I recover, I will undoubtedly take your life. Just you wait, I will return for you." Those demon cultivators who survived thanks to their life-saving treasures, clutching their escape artifacts, made sure to utter threats as they departed. This was a classic case of the most cowardly posturing while delivering the harshest words. The scene turned utterly farcical. Chapter 103. This procurement is truly a bountiful harvest. Many martial artists observed the group of demon cultivators who were swaggering and issuing threats as they departed, and they erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. They were at a loss for words. The once formidable demon race, particularly the crimson-horned tiger, had now been reduced to a desperate flight for survival. Wang Jing'an leisurely remarked, "Master of the tower, why not eliminate them all?" The tower master replied with a bitter smile, "These two great formations can only kill, not pursue. They possess teleportation-type spiritual artifacts. We cannot catch them unless we have a spatial confinement artifact in hand." Wang Jing'an expressed his frustration. "Had I known, I would have purchased a spatial confinement artifact from your Wanwu tower. Alas, the crimson-horned tiger has escaped, and I was contemplating how much that pair of horns could fetch." Once the aura of the formation dissipated completely, Wang Jing'an led Qingqi into the interior, addressing the assembly of martial artists, "Esteemed ones, you all braved significant risks to be here. Now that the danger has passed, feel free to procure whatever spiritual artifacts you desire." As soon as he finished speaking, A number of martial artists rushed to Wang Jing'an, apologizing. Brother Jing'an, we thought you abandoned us to flee, and we held a grudge against you. We are sorry. Enough with the foolishness. Hurry and procure your items, or we may run out of stock, he urged. At that moment, countless martial artists surged into the area where a multitude of demon cultivators had been ambushed. Although many demons had perished, they still possessed valuable spiritual artifacts. Moreover, some demon corpses were indeed worth something, particularly for crafting spiritual artifacts. Qingyi, come here. Wang Jing'an stepped aside and spotted a fine suit of armor. Likely a 5th-grade defensive spiritual artifact. He handed it to Qingyi, stating, "It seems a bit ill-fitting. Master, please help me meld this armor when we return and tailor a set for Qingyi." After all, Qingyi was a sword spirit, although she healed gradually after each injury. The process consumed a significant amount of her life essence, especially after she had propelled Wang Jing'an several meters away, only to be struck down by a small formation created by a guardian. Though she had ultimately reconstituted herself, the depletion of her life essence was considerable. Thus, high-grade armor capable of withstanding damage was essential at this juncture. Of course, the master nodded, observing that Wang Jing'an was solely selecting defensive artifacts and neglecting everything else. Wang Jing'an continued his search for protective spiritual artifacts until he finally discovered a commendable long sword, which he presented to Qingyi for her to wield. Previously, she had used a shadow knife, a remnant of the Tang knife's essence, which was rather unsightly for combat. Thus, a suitable weapon was also necessary. Meanwhile, Wei Guang and Zhang De, along with their 2 brothers, were selecting items with fervent enthusiasm. A 6th-grade spear, my heavens. Following Brother Jing'an truly brings fortune. Zhang De had an unwavering love for spears. With his resources, he could typically afford only a 4th-grade spear. If the 3 brothers pooled their finances, they might barely manage to acquire a 5th-grade spear. However, now Zhang De not only possessed his own 6th-grade spear, but his brothers also found artifacts to their liking. The sturdy shield I have always wanted is surprisingly a quasi-6th grade. Ah, what a windfall. Brother Jing'an, you're incredible. Following you indeed brings prosperity. In contrast to before, the current martial artists, having tasted success, appeared almost entranced. Wang Jing'an reminded them, ensure you scavenge the scales, bones, and horns from the demons. Leave nothing behind. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed in Wang Jing'an's mind, detected changes in the host's wealth value, gaining 42, 218. 900 prestige, detected changes in the host's wealth value, gaining 22, 121, 100 prestige. Detected changes in the host's wealth value, gaining 912, 700 prestige. This excursion had significantly increased Wang Jing'an's inventory, and his prestige balance surged from 140 million to 360 million. With such ample prestige, surely he could amass sufficient power to draw upon a 3rd ability? After an hour of procurement, the activity began to wind down. As many martial artists' spatial rings and treasure bags were filled to capacity, burdened with a myriad of treasures as they returned to Wanwu Tower. The master and Wang Jing'an were responsible for the aftermath, but at that moment, they noticed that the previously nearly lifeless 6-winged firebird had miraculously revived. Wang Jing'an approached, poised to deliver a finishing blow. Caw, caw, caw. The 6-winged firebird, seeing Wang Jing'an brandishing his weapon, was startled and quickly pleaded for mercy. Big brother, spare my life, spare my life. Had it not just been on the brink of death? Wang Jing'an glanced at the master, who explained, this creature belongs to the Firebird clan. Their flames can revive demons on the verge of death, provided they still cling to a breath of life. If they are truly dead, the flames cannot bring them back. How extraordinary! Wang Jing'an pondered the notion of rebirth through flames. Shall we execute it then? Caw, caw, caw. Big brother, Wang Gu, don't kill me. I can be your steed. The 6-winged firebird urgently negotiated. I also know the lairs of the sacred elephant and the crimson-horned tiger. I can guide you to eliminate a few of them, especially that foolish tiger's crimson horns. Worth their weight in gold, far exceeding my value, caw, caw, caw. Ah, the prospect of a mount sounded appealing. Wang Jing'an considered that he could indeed benefit from a flying steed, facilitating both escape and pursuit of other demon beasts in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Do you speak Chinese? I have a distaste for demons that cannot communicate. If you cannot, I shall slay you." "Caw, caw, caw. Big brother. I can speak. I can speak." The six-winged firebird quickly switched to Chinese. Wang Jing'an and Qingyi promptly mounted the firebird's back. "Master, let us return to Wanwu Tower." Upon uttering these words, the firebird took flight, leaving the master bewildered. "You little rascal, you don't take me along and expect me to return on my own?" Upon returning to Wanwu Tower, Wang Jing'an suddenly recalled a crucial matter. "Master, since we left no roots behind, your identity has already been exposed. What are your plans moving forward? What plans can there be? I am at least at the peak of the sixth realm, even if my identity is revealed. Those demon cultivators cannot do anything to me." The master waved dismissively, then shifted the topic. "Let us discuss the profits from the previous auction. Tonight, a total of 720 million was auctioned off. If you receive 55%, that amounts to 360 million. I will issue a universal bank card for you to use in the Chaos Demon City." "Very well." After ensuring there were no further matters, Wang Jing'an returned to his designated room, intending to elevate his cultivation before sleep. Had he been at the fifth realm that night, he would not have been pursued so relentlessly. Moreover, Wang Jing'an was determined not to let the fleeing demon cultivators recover. He would strive to enhance his power and launch a counterattack the following day. He was not foolish enough to allow them to recuperate only to return and seek vengeance. Eliminating roots ensures that they do not regrow. Chapter 104. The third ability name, Wang Jing'an, age, 18, gender, undisclosed, rank, gold 2, chi power, 1519, cultivation level, fourth realm, chi power must reach 2,500 to break through to the fifth realm. Talent, SSR level South Ming Fire, 81 compatibility. SSR level Trickery, 37 compatibility. Reputation, 360 million items. Tang Dao, Jade Pendant, Flute. Did I not receive 3 billion black coins? Why is my reputation still so low? Wang Jing'an inquired upon seeing his reputation balance. System, those black coins were obtained through the auction of various treasures and spiritual artifacts. The reputation has already been converted during your scavenging, so there will be no second conversion after they are exchanged for black coins. Wang Jing'an, is that how it works? But last time at school, after I purchased the black long knife, it converted again. I remember that was a second conversion, wasn't it? System, I had forgotten that detail. The program had not been updated then. Since you brought it up, let us deduct 1.8 million reputation according to market value. Successfully deducted 1.8 million reputation. Wang Jing'an. Damn, who would have known about the prohibition against second conversions? I shouldn't have asked in the first place. After this minor interlude, Wang Jing'an commenced a frenzied lottery draw. His current reputation should be sufficient for him to ascend to the fifth realm. Once he reached that level, as long as he did not challenge the limits of the city lord, he could roam freely in the Chaos Demon City. Initially, he spent 2,000 to 3,000 reputation points and drew nearly 30 enhancement pearls, which he began to consume. 1519 chi power, 1531 chi power, 1531 chi power, 1550 chi power, 1550 chi power, 1572 chi power, 2056 chi power, 2079 chi power. Too little. I must continue drawing. Wang Jing'an glanced at his reputation balance, noting that he still had plenty left to reach the fifth realm. After 100 consecutive draws, his rank finally advanced. Note, rank upgraded to platinum, unlocking the V realm. Note, probability of drawing divine abilities greatly increased after conducting 800 consecutive draws. Wang Jing'an suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. The pages of the classic of mountains and seas in his mind ceased their movement, halting on a particular page. This was not the image of drawing enhancement pearls. Instead, it was the image of drawing divine abilities. Wang Jing'an was instantly exhilarated. The host has successfully drawn a portion of Di Jiang's abilities. Gate of Transcendence. Talent, SSR level. Note, the highest talent level defined in the current world of the host has been set to SSR. Compatibility, 1. Gate of Transcendence. A magical portal that leads to the past, present, and future. It is said that this gate can bring back those who have passed away to the present or future. When the host's compatibility with the Gate of Transcendence reaches 1, a spatial portal can be opened within a 2-kilometer radius, allowing free passage. When compatibility reaches 50, it can traverse great distances through space. Upon reaching 100 compatibility, Jiang will personally manifest. If combined with the ability of trickery, the Gate of Transcendence can be opened at any point in time across history. Upon reading the description of this ability, Wang Jing'an was momentarily stunned. 100 compatibility allows for a portal that transcends time? For some reason, his first thought upon seeing the Gate of Transcendence was to cross over to the day of the ranking competition, to eradicate everything that had occurred in its infancy. Jiang truly is the ancestor of space. Such an ability is unparalleled. The surprise this gate brought Wang Jing'an was immense. It was a wondrous portal to the past, present, and future, and with it, anything is possible. However, Wang Jing'an, ever the schemer, suddenly had an idea. Wait, the Gate of Transcendence can be opened within a 2-kilometer radius. If I were to transform the South Ming fire into a multitude of explosive fireballs during a battle with the demon clan, I could easily open the gate right into their stronghold and hurl the fireballs at them. The South Ming fire will not be extinguished. If crafted into explosive fireballs and accurately thrown into the enemy's base, the combination of the Gate of Transcendence and South Ming fire would be a celestial ability. Yet, the 2-kilometer range is rather limited. Muttering to himself, Wang Jing'an continued to draw, eager to elevate the compatibility of the Gate of Transcendence. After expending nearly 100 million, Wang Jing'an finally raised his chi power to 2499, just 1 point shy of ascending to the 5th realm. Detecting that the host has reached the pinnacle of the 4th realm, would you like to spend 80 million reputation to break through? Wang Jing'an hesitated. Now that I think about it, I'm just 1 point short. Why should I spend so much reputation? System, though it appears to be merely 1 point. The reality is that it is a vast chasm. Otherwise, why would high-level warriors often find themselves stalled for years, even decades, at the peak of a certain realm? Or sometimes their entire lives without advancement? While the reasoning stands, Wang Jing'an still felt that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Ultimately, he decided to spend the 80 million reputation, as he was not currently in dire need of reputation. The system proceeded with the promotion protocol. Loading. 100 complete. Breakthrough successful. Current cultivation level of the host. 5th realm. Note: breaking through to the 6th realm requires 200 million reputation. Upon seeing the reputation required to break through to the 6th realm, Wang Jing'an felt a surge of determination. As my cultivation level rises, the demand for reputation also escalates. I wonder how much reputation will be needed to advance to the 7th or even 8th realm, and how much for the 9th. Name: Wang Jing'an. Age: 18. Gender: undisclosed. Rank: Platinum V. Chi power: 2500. 2500. Cultivation level: 5th realm. Chi power must reach 6000 to break through to the 6th realm. Talent: SSR level South Ming fire. Compatibility 83. SSR level trickery. Compatibility 40. SSR level Gate of Transcendence 3. Reputation: 120 million. Items: Tang Dao, Jade Pendant, Flute with the remaining reputation. Wang Jing'an initially intended to spend it all for further enhancement, but upon careful consideration, he decided again. What if he needed to replenish his chi power and found himself short on reputation? After all, the cost of replenishing chi power would continue to rise with his cultivation level. If he had not had sufficient reputation earlier, he might have already met his demise. Tonight, he would rest well, and tomorrow, he would settle accounts with that group of demon cultivators. After Wang Jing'an fell asleep, the dark web erupted in intense discussions and shock in ways he was unaware of. The incident of numerous demon cultivators being slain could not have gone unnoticed. Thus, when some passing demon cultivators shared the news on the dark web, they were all astonished by Wang Jing'an's prowess, although he ultimately fell victim to the array set by the host. The fact that he managed to reach the 12th district checkpoint amidst so many formidable demon cultivators spoke volumes. Chapter 105. The Redhorn Tiger gratitude is extended to Brother Wang for the fireworks. Is this human, Wang Jing'an, truly as formidable as he seems? He is merely at the 4th realm. I find myself pondering the true identity of the poster. Is he a demon cultivator of the Sacred Elephant clan or a member of the human race? I wonder if the Sacred Elephant clan will take action against the Myriad Things Pavilion in the coming days. I have a feeling that Wang Jing'an and the poster will depart from the Chaos Demon City tonight or tomorrow. They must leave swiftly after such a major incident. The elders of those clans will not easily let it go, especially since there are others at the peak of the sixth realm besides the poster. Isn't that obvious? If such chaos erupts in Chaos Demon City, staying would be tantamount to inviting death. By the following morning, Wang Jing'an had yet to pay attention to the movements within the dark web, although he was unaware of the happenings. The demons discussing matters on the dark web were equally oblivious to Wang Jing'an's intentions to flee. Instead, he was contemplating a thorough reckoning. However, upon rising and stepping out of his room, Wang Jing'an encountered the poster waiting outside, burdened with numerous pieces of luggage. "Young man, today I shall escort you out of the city. Remember, once you leave, do not return for a while. I would accompany you. But the Myriad Things Pavilion is the fruit of my labor, and I cannot abandon it so easily." Wang Jing'an was taken aback. Why did the poster's tone sound so grave this early in the morning? What had transpired? Before he could inquire, the poster continued, "After last night's events, my informants have relayed that the elders of several clans, including the Sacred Elephant clan, the Lingxi clan, the Tontian Rat clan, and the Red-Horned Tiger clan, are preparing to join forces to eliminate you." A wicked smile crept across Wang Jing'an's face. "Eliminate me? I cannot fathom why. But my first thought is to procure goods. It is the elders of those demon clans that hold the most value. With their high cultivation levels and formidable bloodlines, the treasures they possess must be quite substantial." Seeing the boy still smiling, the poster sighed in exasperation. "I know what you're thinking, but those elders are predominantly at the peak of the sixth realm, many having reached that level years ago. If not for the suppressive laws of Chaos Demon City, they likely would have already broken through to the seventh realm. When I was at the fourth realm, I could contend with those at the early sixth realm. Now that I am at the fifth realm, even if I cannot overpower a group of sixth realm peak cultivators, do I lack the means for self-preservation?" Wang Jing'an's confidence was palpable. He had resolved to enlist the help of that large, foolish bird to seek out the red-horned tiger and the sacred elephant, one after the other, to settle accounts. He needed to replenish his dwindling prestige, which had plummeted to just over 100 million, leaving him feeling utterly insecure. Upon hearing this, the poster was utterly astonished. "You have reached the fifth realm?" The poster could hardly believe it and quickly summoned his demonic energy to probe Wang Jing'an's aura. To his shock, he discovered that the energy flowing through Wang Jing'an had indeed solidified at the fifth realm standard. In just one night, he had leaped from the fourth realm to the fifth and consolidated his cultivation, a process that would typically take years for an ordinary person. The poster stood in a daze, finally managing to utter, "The tides of the Yangtze River push the waves forward, the hope of humanity." After being stunned for several minutes, the poster regained his composure. "What are your plans now?" Wang Jing'an replied simply, "Reckoning." He would not let so much prestige slip away. A thorough reckoning would likely yield him even more prestige. He aimed to break through to the sixth realm within the month. The poster nodded. "Revenge is a necessity." "Very well, I shall not hinder you. Before you depart, take the 8-eyed life and death array for emergencies." Wang Jing'an recalled something and asked, "Do you have any smaller bomb types here? Ones that spread flames when they explode?" The poster nodded. "Indeed, why do you ask?" Wang Jing'an responded, "How many do you have? I wish to purchase them." The poster inquired, "How many do you desire?" Wang Jing'an answered, "I will buy however many you have." After a brief pause, the poster replied, "The current stock is either 203 or 206. In any case, around 200 remain. Each one is priced at 3,000 black coins. While they are quite lethal, they may not suffice against demon cultivators at the fifth and sixth realms." Wang Jing'an's eyes lit up. "Over 200? I'll take them all. Deduct the amount from my card." The poster nodded, not pressing for further details, assuming the boy needed them for slaying demons. Around 9 o'clock, the poster returned with a bag of holding. "Here are the small bombs, all 201 pieces inside. By the way, I have crafted this armor specifically for your blade spirit. It will be ready before tomorrow morning." Wang Jing'an acknowledged and took the bag of holding. then departed from the Myriad Things Pavilion. Upon reaching the ground level, he noticed the six-winged firebird still slumbering on the ground. Wang Jing'an patted its wings gently. "Wake up, foolish bird, it's time to work." Ga. "Master, where shall we go now?" The six-winged firebird flapped its wings in excitement. Wang Jing'an contemplated for a moment before saying, "We shall seek out the red-horned tiger. I have my sights set on those red horns, and I do not wish to raise a tiger to bring me harm. I must eliminate the threat at its roots." The six-winged firebird crouched down, ready for takeoff. "Master, climb aboard." Wang Jing'an and Qiongqi mounted the back of the large bird, disappearing from the vicinity of the Myriad Things Pavilion. While discussions swirled in the dark web about whether Wang Jing'an would leave the city that night, he was already preparing to confront his adversaries. "Master, the red-horned tiger resides in Area 1, where the main base of their clan is located. When we arrive, can I keep a safe distance?" "I fear being caught in the crossfire," the six-winged firebird spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Keeping your distance is acceptable, but should you attempt to flee, I will roast you," Wang Jing'an warned. In Area 1, on a street where the red-horned tiger lingered, within a certain ancient manor, the red-horned tiger had transformed into a half-human, half-tiger form, reclining on a grand bed, its body wrapped in bandages. It intermittently held in pain. Wang Jing'an: "Once this prince has healed, I shall slay you. Mark your calendar. 3 days from now will be your demise." The red-horned tiger felt a surge of terror at the mere thought of that grand formation. Had it not been for its life-saving trump card and teleportation artifact, it would have perished right then and there. After the initial fear subsided, rage took its place. How could it, a strong contender in the ladder tournament, be so humiliated by a weakling? Just last night, a dog from Area 307 had even mocked it with a video. Fuming, the red-horned tiger vowed to bring an elder to peel Wang Jing'an's skin off. The desire for vengeance burned within, as did the intent to settle ACC Chapter 106. The chaotic transformation of the demon city, a chilling scream echoed within the room. The anguished cry of the red-horned tiger. As the smoke from the explosives dissipated, a pure white flame engulfed the entire chamber. The numerous wounds on the red-horned tiger's body had yet to heal, and now they were tainted by the cursed southern Mingli fire. King Jing'an. The red-horned tiger's expression morphed into one of terror as it gazed towards the great door. Moments later, 3 or 4 more bombs shot forth from that very entrance, all enveloped in the same pure white flames. The resulting explosion resembled an extravagant fireworks display. It was only when the red-horned tiger was left on the brink of death that Wang Jing'an emerged from the portal, accompanied by Qiongqi, each wielding a blade that struck fear into the heart of the beast. "Help! Someone! We are under attack! Elder, save me! Butler, come quickly!" The red-horned tiger cried out in agony. "Wang Jing'an, how dare you come to my red-horned clan stronghold to kill me? Aren't you afraid?" Wang Jing'an and Qiongqi advanced with their blades drawn, refusing to grant the red-horned tiger even a moment to speak. The clang of steel resonated as their assault was both fierce and seamless, targeting the tiger's head with the intent to sever its horns. You. The red-horned tiger was taken aback, sensing that Wang Jing'an's power had intensified since the previous night. 5th realm. Has he already reached the 5th realm? Last night, as a 4th realm warrior, Wang Jing'an had managed to contend evenly with the red-horned tiger, who was at the initial stage of the 6th realm, thanks to a multitude of spiritual artifacts. Now, as a 5th realm warrior, with a blade spirit by his side, he dominated the injured beast. Though the red-horned tiger attempted to wield its great hammer in defense, it found itself powerless, retreating under the relentless assault. "Qiongqi, strike it with the hammer," Wang Jing'an urged, continuously slashing with his blade. Meanwhile, Qiongqi lifted the massive hammer and brought it down upon the tiger's skull. The hammer, adorned with barbs, would surely either kill or gravely injure upon impact. With a thunderous crash, the red-horned tiger's forehead was nearly obliterated, sending its body crashing against the wall, which crumbled under the force. The beast fell unconscious, its life swiftly draining as it was absorbed by the Tang Dao. Wang Jing'an approached and delivered a final strike to the red-horned tiger. Shortly thereafter, he instructed Qiongqi to carry the great hammer. Detected a change in the host's wealth value, gaining 18 million prestige. Detected a change in the host's wealth value, gaining 6 million prestige. Indeed, the value of the red-horned tiger nearly rivaled that of an SSS-grade bloodline, and the hammer was quite valuable as well. Wang Jing'an felt a sense of satisfaction. Although the red-horned tiger possessed only an SS-grade bloodline, its cultivation level was significant. With time still on his side, Wang Jing'an began to rummage through the beast's belongings, only to discover that aside from its horns, everything else was worthless, amounting to mere tens of thousands in value. Wang Jing'an spat in disdain. "Pah! So much for being one of the 8 great demon clans. They are nothing but paupers." Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside, footsteps and urgent voices. "We heard the prince's cry for help. Someone has intruded. We must investigate at once." Without hesitation, Wang Jing'an opened the portal behind him, and before departing, he tossed a bomb wrapped in southern Ming leaf fire into the room, declaring, "Consider this a parting gift, a fireworks display for your red-horned clan." As the portal closed, the bomb erupted in a brilliant explosion, the pure white flames radiating outward, transforming the ancient residence into a scene reminiscent of a grand celebration. "That is the southern Ming leaf fire. I can't extinguish this flame. Come help me. I can't withstand it. I'm going to be roasted alive." Outside the ancient residence, 2 kilometers to the north, the great foolish bird waited. Upon witnessing the portal open once more, it hurried over. "Master, how did it go?" "The red-horned tiger truly was a miser," Wang Jing'an replied, disappointment etched on his face. Qiongqi smashed its head open with the hammer. The great foolish bird was astounded by the ferocity of its master, realizing that in just a short time, the red-horned tiger had been vanquished. It seemed that having such a formidable beast as a mount was indeed the best choice. What startled the bird even more was the portal capable of traversing space. Knowing that they were still nearly 2 kilometers from the red-horned clan's stronghold, and yet able to kill the tiger from such a distance was nothing short of miraculous. The great foolish bird anticipated that the tumultuous demon city was on the verge of a significant upheaval. "Where to next?" it inquired. "To procure goods from the sacred elephant clan," Wang Jing'an stated, leaping onto the great foolish bird's back. Upon hearing the word procure, the great foolish bird's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Its master was indeed ruthless. While other human warriors would prefer to avoid demon clans, Wang Jing'an appeared unfazed and even a touch exhilarated. Once the red-horned tiger's death was confirmed, the entire red-horned clan erupted in fury. Even the clan elders sought assistance from the demon domain, requesting that the red-horned clan dispatch several peak 6th realm warriors to eliminate Wang Jing'an. As news of the red-horned tiger's demise spread beyond the confines of their territory, the warriors and demon cultivators engaging in the dark web within the chaotic demon city were filled with trepidation. It was unprecedented for humans to seek retribution from demons in the demon city. Moreover, the security team showed no intention of apprehending Wang Jing'an, deepening the intrigue. "Wang Jing'an is incredible. Not only did he remain in the demon city, but he also ventured into the 1st district to slay the red-horned tiger. Truly, he is my idol. This is the spirit of humanity. I take back my previous words. Our generation is no less than that of our forefathers. Go, Wang Jing'an." These were the sentiments of a faction of warriors in the dark web. From the demon cultivators, there were murmurs of anticipation. It is said that the sacred elephant clan has mobilized 3 peak 6th realm demon cultivators. Today we shall witness the demise of that human wretch. Not only the sacred elephant clan, but the Heavenly Mouse clan from the 19th district had also sent 2 peak 6th realm demon cultivators through the city gate earlier that day. It was uncertain if they were preparing to seek vengeance at the Myriad Things Pavilion. I must stay vigilant for any updates on the dark web today. As these various voices erupted within the dark web, Wang Jing'an and Li Qingyi were already riding the great foolish bird towards the sacred elephant clan in the 6th district. In the 6th district, at the heart of the sacred elephant clan stronghold, for peak 6th realm elephants convened. The leading elephant proclaimed, "Today, the Myriad Things Pavilion must either close its doors or provide an explanation to our sacred elephant clan. We will not tolerate betrayal from within." With that, the 4 peak 6th realm elephants set off towards the 11th district. Before long, Wang Jing'an arrived above the sacred elephant clan's stronghold, locating the prince's precise position. He opened the portal and, together with Qiongqi, leaped inside. One cannot help but acknowledge that with the existence of this portal, their movements had become significantly more convenient. After the elders of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion conclude their inventory, an elder will be dispatched to eliminate Wang Jing'an. The saintly elephant prince was reclining in a colossal medicinal bath in his true form. Several human maids were applying ointments to his immense frame, muttering about their desire to slay Wang Jing'an to assuage their resentment. Shortly thereafter, the saintly elephant prince instructed a maid to retrieve a communicator, accessing the dark web to peruse the latest sensational news, such as posts detailing other demons' pursuit of Wang Jing'an or whether Wang Jing'an had fled the city out of fear. The maid returned with the communicator, which the saintly elephant prince seized with his trunk, compressing her chest until it was deformed before his eyes. Before he could delve too deeply into the dark web, he stumbled upon a trending post about the demise of the Crimson Horned Tiger. "That imbecilic tiger is dead?" the saintly elephant prince exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could elaborate, a gate crackling with spatial torrents materialized at the edge of the medicinal bath. At least 5 explosives, accompanied by pure white flames, erupted from the trans-spatial portal, detonating near the pool's edge. Terrified, the maids scurried away from the medicinal bath. "Who is it?" the saintly elephant prince demanded, assuming a semi-humanoid form. "The one who will end your life," Wang Jing'an retorted, leaping from the trans-spatial gate and brandishing his tang blade. The blade's spirit, Qiongqi, followed closely, wielding a barbed hammer in her left hand and a scavenged longsword in her right. Despite her slender frame, Qiongqi possessed immense strength, effortlessly swinging the 100-pound hammer. "Humph, I wasn't seeking you out, yet you deliver yourselves." Before the saintly elephant prince could finish his sentence, more explosives detonated in the water, and the southern luminary fire engulfed his skin, causing him to convulse. With a thud, the saintly elephant prince was struck by Wang Jing'an's blade, sending him hurtling across the medicinal bath, splashing water everywhere. "Have a bomb for breakfast?" Wang Jing'an quipped, manipulating the trans-spatial gate to open directly in front of the saintly elephant prince. He then shoved an explosive into the prince's face. Qiongqi followed with a flying kick, lodging the bomb firmly in the prince's mouth. Boom! The explosion, accompanied by intense white flames, left the saintly elephant prince unrecognizable as he writhed in the medicinal bath. Howling in agony, "Qiongqi, send him to the afterlife," Wang Jing'an commanded, showing no mercy to the demonkin who had sought his demise the previous night. Qiongqi obliged, bringing her hammer down on the saintly elephant prince's head, ending his life instantly. The medicinal bath was stained crimson with blood. Wang Jing'an severed the saintly elephant prince's spiritual tail. Wealth value detected on the host has changed, gaining 49 million prestige points. With their task complete, Wang Jing'an and Qiongqi turned and stepped into the trans-spatial gate without looking back. As the gate closed, Wang Jing'an's voice echoed, "You are now free." Wang Jing'an was aware that the maids were human, but he refrained from intervening, content with a mere warning. After all, human martial artists perish daily in the chaotic demon city. Less than a minute later, Wang Jing'an returned to the location of the great clumsy bird, resuming his reckoning with the demonkin. By noon, panic had gripped the demonkin of the chaotic demon city, particularly those who had pursued Wang Jing'an and survived. The Crimson Horned Tiger and the saintly elephant prince had both been slain on their own turf, their bodies incinerated. This implied that Wang Jing'an could traverse demonkin territory at will, bypassing their defenses with impunity. This was a fearsome display of power. Later, the 6-peak stage saintly elephant elders who had arrived at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion received news of their prince's demise at the hands of Wang Jing'an, enraging them. They threatened to raze the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. The pavilion lord was also besieged by the elders, and a battle was imminent. However, upon learning of this, Wang Jing'an opened a trans-spatial gate above the saintly elephant clan's territory, establishing a communication channel for the pavilion lord to address the elders. "If anything happens to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, I will obliterate the saintly elephant clan's base in the chaotic demon city. Here's a little something for you to listen to." Shortly thereafter, Wang Jing'an dropped at least 20 explosives on the saintly elephant clan's base from high above. The entire base was engulfed in white flames. Wang Jing'an then posted a message on the dark web, his first ever. From this day forward, wherever I go, I want to hear all Demonkin speaking Mandarin. If I hear even one word of the Demonkin language, I will exterminate the clan. Don't accuse me of being inhumane. This is what your Demonkin have owed my human race for years. I am merely reclaiming a small amount of interest on behalf of those who sacrificed themselves. The post ignited the dark web. Even the city lord, who oversaw the dark web, was taken aback. However, the city lord did not dispatch the constables to apprehend Wang Jing'an. The chief constable even inquired with the city lord about the matter. City lord, I believe Wang Jing'an's actions are too extreme. If we continue to let him do as he pleases, the order of the chaotic demon city may collapse. Should I apprehend him now? The city lord shook his head. It's not chaotic enough yet. It needs to be chaotic enough to disrupt the rules of this year's Heavenly Ladder competition. The chief constable left, gritting his teeth. Since the city lord had spoken, he could not defy his superior's orders. As long as the will of the chaotic demon city had not delivered punishment, it meant that the city lord's tolerance had not yet reached the limit. Around 2:00 p.m., the saintly elephant elders were forced to leave the myriad treasures pavilion. Although they had the power to destroy the pavilion, Wang Jing'an was too ruthless, bombing them without hesitation. Their priority was to eliminate Wang Jing'an before he destroyed their base. That evening, Wang Jing'an intensified his actions, pursuing and slaying many Demonkin from the sky-penetrating rat clan. The treasures he plundered were astronomical. One severely wounded sky-penetrating rat ran to the gate of the constabulary, shouting, Wang Jing'an, if you have the guts, kill me here. See if you get arrested. As soon as the sky-penetrating rat finished speaking, several teams of constables emerged from the constabulary. Seeing that it was Wang Jing'an slaying demons, they remembered the chief constable's instructions, gritted their teeth, turned a blind eye, and retreated inside. Why aren't the constables doing anything? The sky-penetrating rat shouted. That damned Wang Jing'an is defecating on your heads. He's challenging the order of the chaotic demon city. The constables did not respond, and even closed the gates tightly. This made the sky-penetrating rat even more desperate. Damn it. He's killing right at the constabulary gate, and you're not doing anything? Is there no justice, no law left? After Wang Jing'an decimated the Xingtian rat clan at the security brigade in Chapter 108, he once again departed triumphantly. This incident spread like wildfire throughout the dark web, causing panic among the demon cultivators in the dozens of districts closest to District 11. Is Wang Jing'an perhaps the illegitimate son of a security official? He's killing right at the doorstep of the security brigade, yet they don't apprehend him. What are these security personnel even doing? I dare not even venture outside now, for fear that the formidable deity will come to slay me. Could that scoundrel truly intend to slaughter all the demon cultivators who cannot speak Mandarin? Heavens! I must employ a translator. Over the ensuing 3 days, Wang Jing'an intensified his actions, exalting the might of the human race by slaying any demon cultivator he encountered in the streets who spoke the demon tongue. By the 5th day, the majority of 3rd and 4th realm demon cultivators were in a state of terror, and they all hired translators. They either enlisted Mandarin-speaking demon cultivators or spent exorbitant sums to employ human martial artists or maids. The current situation was such that any demon cultivator of lower cultivation who wished to go out had to bring a translator, as they felt unsafe without one. By the 6th day, the elders of the sacred elephant clan could no longer bear it. They joined forces with demon clans from dozens of districts to capture Wang Jing'an, determined to execute this human upstart before nightfall. As a result, Wang Jing'an continuously fled through the Void Gate. That night, the Sacred Elephant clan's main camp was obliterated, and at least a dozen Sacred Elephant descendants perished in the flames of the Southern Fire. In the early hours of the morning, Wang Jing'an also raised the lairs of the Xingtian rats, ghost-faced tigers, and Titan demonic apes, turning them into ruins with a barrage of bombs laced with Southern Fire. It was from this night onward that Wang Jing'an established his formidable reputation. No one dared to underestimate the human race again. The main reason was that Wang Jing'an possessed a void gate. Even if he could not defeat a large group of 6th realm peak demon cultivators, he could certainly escape if he wished. On the 8th day, the guardian of the spiritual rhinoceros clan invited the elders of the sacred elephant, Xingtian rat, demonic ape, red-horned tiger, six-winged firebird, and other major clans to a meeting. They sought to devise a method to deal with Wang Jing'an. Originally, the demon cultivators from those families did not want to go, but the guardian released information that he possessed a spiritual artifact that could stabilize space, effectively hindering Wang Jing'an's ability to traverse space at will. What these demon cultivators feared most was Wang Jing'an's ability to traverse space at will. Many speculated that it was also a space-type spiritual artifact. If they could not capture Wang Jing'an, no matter how strong they were, it would be useless, as he could turn around and bomb their lairs. After they rebuilt their lairs, he would continue to bomb them. So, when these demon cultivators heard that the spiritual rhinoceros guardian had a spiritual artifact that could seal space, they rushed to the spiritual rhinoceros clan's lair in Chaos Demon City. Spiritual rhinoceros clan's lair. We must slay that upstart in Chaos Demon City, or the demon race will lose all face. The demon speaking was an elder of the sacred elephant clan who had been suppressing a bellyful of anger these days, unable to find a place to vent it. Indeed, damn Wang Jing'an, our Xingtian rat lair has been bombed twice, and that ball of white flame is still burning, making it impossible to rebuild a third time. The Myriad Things Pavilion is also fueling the flames behind the scenes. Otherwise, that upstart would not have so many bombs. The Xingtian rat elder was indignant, wishing he could stand in front of Wang Jing'an right now and tear him apart. The most furious were the elders of the sacred elephant clan. Our lair has been bombed at least 5 times. Damn it. All the demon cultivator elders turned to look at the spiritual rhinoceros clan's guardian, who was sitting next to the 3rd prince and 5th prince. These 2 spiritual rhinoceros princes seemed to have recovered well in the past few days, and their injuries from being trapped in the formation had healed. Quickly take out that space-sealing spiritual artifact and let us see it, then devise a plan. The group of demon cultivators spoke in unison. The spiritual rhinoceros guardian did not delay and took out an ancient disc-like object from the cloud of smoke. It resembled a formation disc. But there were significant differences. This is a quasi-6th grade spiritual artifact, the quadrant space disc, which can effectively seal space within a 1-kilometer radius. Only a 1-kilometer radius? A sacred elephant elder frowned. What if that upstart's void distance is just a little further than this range? The spiritual rhinoceros guardian sneered. It's enough to create interference. If we, with our 6th realm peak cultivation, cannot capture a mere 5th realm upstart who is being interfered with, what face will we have to return to the demon domain? The spiritual rhinoceros guardian had originally intended to take the 2 princes away from Chaos Demon City and return to the spiritual rhinoceros clan in the demon domain to seek reinforcements. But after that night, the spiritual rhinoceros guardian thought carefully. Having only been in Chaos Demon City for less than a day, the 2nd princess and 6th prince had died at the hands of that upstart. If he returned like this, he was afraid that he could not bear the wrath of the spiritual rhinoceros emperor. Therefore, without slaying Wang Jing'an, the guardian dared not return to the spiritual rhinoceros clan. Let's do it this way. Next, we will find that upstart. This old man can't wait to kill him. As soon as the Xingtian rat elder finished speaking, his long ears suddenly perked up, and he heard a subtle movement. Then, the Xingtian rat elder saw a void gate filled with spatial torrents behind the spiritual rhinoceros guardian. Just as he was about to shout, a dozen bombs wrapped in pure white flames flew out of the gate. Upon seeing this, the demons exclaimed in dismay. Cold sweat broke out, and they all entered a state of combat. Most of these demon cultivators were at the 6th realm peak, so of course, they were not afraid of the power of the bombs, but they were afraid of being entangled by that ball of pure white flame, which would not extinguish and was very troublesome. Boom! Half of the spiritual rhinoceros clan's lair immediately exploded into a dazzling fireworks display. Damn it, it's that upstart. The 3 sacred elephant elders had a psychological shadow upon seeing these bombs. Quick, guardian, seal off the surrounding space. We must kill that upstart today. The Xingtian rat elder was the most furious. Just as the spiritual rhinoceros guardian was about to activate the ancient disc, he found that the void gate had closed. Wang Jing'an himself did not appear at all. He doesn't dare to show himself. The spiritual rhinoceros guardian roared. If he doesn't show himself, I can't seal it. In less than a second, the Guardian saw a bomb fly out of a small gap at the moment the void gate closed. This bomb happened to land at his feet. With a boom, the Guardian was blown away. That gate is not a spiritual artifact. The Guardian adjusted his state and was shocked. Spiritual artifacts all have a cooldown. These days, they had been in a misunderstanding. They had all been thinking that Wang Jing'an possessed a spiritual artifact that could traverse space. But no matter how high the grade of the spiritual artifact, there must be a bit of a cooldown, right? Could it be that Wang Jing'an had 3 9th-grade spiritual artifacts in his hands? 9th grade Tang Dao. And that spiritual artifact that can constantly replenish his strength, replenishing so quickly in a short period of time, it must also be a 9th grade. Now there is another space-traversing spiritual artifact with no cooldown. At least it is also a 9th grade. Chapter 109. The Clumsy Bird. What extraordinary comprehension is this? How can it possibly be anything other than a spiritual artifact? If it isn't a spiritual artifact, could it be the prowess of that insolent child? Numerous demon cultivators were filled with skepticism. They were acutely aware that the South Bright Leaving Fire was the ability of Wang Jing'an, who was suspected of mastering an illusion technique capable of disrupting vision and direction. And now, he seemed to possess yet another ability to traverse space. Wouldn't that elevate Wang Jing'an to the heavens? Pursue. The elders of the Sacred Elephant clan were determined not to let this opportunity slip by. The distance traversed through space could not be too great. They should be able to catch up. However, before this group of demon cultivators could make their escape, they were astonished to discover yet another door to traverse space opening in the corner, through which Wang Jing'an and Li Qingyi emerged, wielding their weapons with lethal intent. Their target was clear: to slay the remaining 2 princes of the Lingxi clan. The 3rd and 5th princes, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, hurriedly attempted to evade. Yet, the speed was overwhelming. Wang Jing'an's Tang Dao erupted with terrifying lethality, beheading the 3rd prince in one fell swoop, lifting the severed head as he retreated through the door. Meanwhile, Li Qingyi's hammer shattered the 5th prince's crown, rendering him unable to sever his own horn, forcing him back through the door as well. As the door closed, a cold chuckle from Wang Jing'an echoed. "I thought you would return to the demon realm for reinforcements, yet here you are, waiting in your lair for me to eliminate the remaining 2 princes." At this, all demon cultivators present erupted in rage. Their elders were still present. Yet 2 of their younger kin had been slain before their very eyes. Wang Jing'an. The Lingxi protector's chest heaved violently, trembling with unbridled fury. There was no returning to the demon realm now. With the 2nd princess, 3rd prince, 5th prince, and 6th prince all slain, should he return alive, the Lingxi emperor would undoubtedly flay him alive. That afternoon, news spread through the dark web. The Lingxi clan's stronghold had been devastated. A significant portion of the stronghold had been obliterated. It seemed the only clans yet untouched were the 6-winged firebird, the polar black turtle, and the wild serpent. Many were now eager to see when Wang Jing'an would arrive to demolish their lairs. At the checkpoint in District 19, heading towards District 11, Wang Jing'an rode upon the great clumsy bird, inquiring, "Where is your clan's stronghold located?" Upon hearing this, the clumsy bird became immediately anxious. "Gagaga. Master, please, do not destroy our lair. It was only I who pursued you that night. My kin did not partake in that endeavor. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me alone." The clumsy bird had witnessed firsthand the destruction of the strongholds of the Lingxi, Sacred Elephant, Crimson Horn Tiger, Heavenly Mouse, and Titan Demon Ape. The Sacred Elephant clan had suffered the most grievously. Their second reconstruction had barely begun before it was again obliterated. The flames were likely still raging at their stronghold, and the medicinal pools had probably evaporated in the extreme heat. "Who said I was going to destroy your stronghold?" Wang Jing'an, feeling the speed of the clumsy bird, continued, "I wish to discuss a business proposition with your Firebird clan." "What business?" The clumsy bird relaxed upon hearing that it was not about destroying their lair. "I see that your family possesses considerable resources and must undertake extensive travel for business. I wish to provide you with a steed." While Wang Jing'an often displayed a cheeky demeanor, his integrity in dealings was unassailable. Among the 8 demon clans, it appeared that only the clumsy bird's family was suitable for use as a steed. The others, be they tigers, elephants, or serpents were wholly unsuitable for such a purpose. Upon hearing the notion of providing a steed, the clumsy bird's spirit deflated. Gaga. If my elders were to hear of this, they would undoubtedly be furious. I am already serving the human race to preserve my life. Should I provide another steed for you, it would surely incite the wrath of my kin, especially since you are a demon cultivator of the sacred elephant clan. Should I grant you a steed, outsiders might mistakenly believe that the Firebird clan is bowing before the sacred elephant clan. Nevertheless, seeing the fierce demeanor of its master, the clumsy bird suggested, "Master, I will first make a call back home to inform my elders and convene a meeting." "What do you think?" "That works. There's no rush," Wang Jing'an replied, allowing the clumsy bird to return to the myriad treasures building. Upon arrival, Wang Jing'an presented the treasures he had acquired over the past few days, instantly captivating the owner of the establishment. "You rascal, you're nearly becoming the chaos incarnate of the ruinous magic city. Owner, please prepare another 1,000 bombs for me. My account still holds quite a sum of black coins." Wang Jing'an had found the bombs exceptionally effective. These past days had deepened his understanding of the high utility of the South Bright leaving fire. Previously, he had only known to temper flames onto weapons to scorch his foes, a gross underutilization of the fire's true properties. Now, with the door to traverse space, he could leverage the South Bright leaving fire to its fullest potential. Thus, the more bombs, the better. Downstairs, the clumsy bird transformed into a half-human, half-demon form, seizing a communicator to reach out to the Firebird clan's leader. "Leader, Wang Jing'an says he wishes to visit our stronghold to discuss a business proposition." However, before the clumsy bird could finish, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving it bewildered. When it attempted to call again, it was met with silence. At the six-winged Firebird stronghold, the leader, having hung up, wore a face of terror, hastily summoning all clan elders, exclaiming, "That wretched 13 has dared to provoke that fearsome deity. Now, that deity intends to obliterate our stronghold. Quickly, all birds must evacuate immediately, abandon this base." The leader was filled with a tempest of shock, fury, and terror. It had heard of the devastation suffered by several clans, particularly the Sacred Elephant clan, which had been entirely razed during its second reconstruction, leaving them homeless. "Leader, what is happening?" "Leader, from whom did you hear that the fearsome deity intends to destroy our stronghold?" Numerous elders flocked to inquire. The leader's wrath flared. "Is it not the fault of that obedient seventh elder's troublesome grandson? Not only did he partake in the pursuit of that deity, but now he has led it to our doorstep. Should he return, I shall surely strip every feather from that wretched boy." Though filled with rage, the leader wasted no time, neglecting to gather many belongings as it called for the clan to evacuate. If necessary, they even contemplated abandoning ruinous Magic City to retreat to the demon realm. That evening, upon returning to the clumsy bird's lair, Wang Jing'an found it utterly deserted. "Could I have misremembered?" he queried. "How could one possibly forget their own home? Or had all the birds gone?" The clumsy bird recalled its earlier attempts to contact its leader, none of which had been answered. It decided to try once more. After several minutes, the leader finally picked up. 13, you insolent child. You presume upon your lineage as the seventh elder's grandson to cause trouble, do you? If I ever lay eyes on you, I shall pluck you clean. You shall deal with that fearsome deity on your own. We abandon our stronghold." The call ended abruptly. The clumsy bird was left in utter confusion. Chapter 110. The Awakening of the Will of Chaos City. What is going on? The clumsy bird was left dumbfounded for quite some time. What kind of supreme understanding does the clan leader possess? Surely, the leader does not think that accompanying the master means they are to obliterate their own stronghold? Upon this realization, the clumsy bird finally picked up the communicator and sent a message to the clan leader. By the time the leader replied, it was already the next morning. "Why are you speaking as if you're gasping for breath? You should have mentioned that Brother Wang was here for business. Now, we had to relocate overnight." The clumsy bird was speechless. It hadn't had the chance to convey the latter part of its thoughts before the communication was cut off. However, before Wang Jing'an could even commence negotiations with the six-winged Firebird clan, the blazing sun in the sky this morning seemed more intense than ever. Today was destined to witness a significant event. Those demon cultivators who trembled at the mere mention of Wang Jing'an, upon seeing the sun gradually reviving in the sky, cheered in unison as a figure descended. What is happening? Wang Jing'an sensed that the sun was more powerful today than it had been in the past few days. Gaga. Master, we must flee. The clumsy bird warned earnestly. The will of Chaos City has awakened. Awaken well. Wang Jing'an furrowed his brow. It must be due to the master's recent actions that have provoked the will of Chaos City. The clumsy bird explained. The last time the will awakened was several years ago when a severely injured human warrior chased a group of demon kings into Chaos City, prompting the will to block him from entering. Severely injured? Wang Jing'an instinctively thought of old Guan, who was also the master's mentor. A few years ago, it seemed to coincide with the time when Senior Lin Xiaofan's family was harmed, and then his own teacher personally intervened to seek justice for Lin Xiaofan. It must be so. Wang Jing'an connected the dots. What would happen if I do not leave? To be honest, Wang Jing'an wished to continue reaping benefits. For accruing prestige, here was far too swift. Once outside Chaos City, earning prestige quickly would necessitate delving deep into the demon realm. Yet, venturing into the demon realm was fraught with peril. Should a demon emperor or even a demon god intervene, it would spell disaster. Therefore, remaining in Chaos City felt safer. However, upon hearing that the will here was awakening, it truly was a dire piece of news for Wang Jing'an. If he did not depart, he was likely to meet his demise. The clumsy bird cautiously voiced this thought, fearful that the master might become irate and lash out at it. Is the will very powerful? Wang Jing'an inquired. Yes, exceedingly strong. After all, it is an embodiment of a 9th-grade spiritual weapon, having cultivated for many years. Its strength now rivals that of a peak 9th realm warrior or demon cultivator, the clumsy bird urged. Master, it is wise to leave promptly while the situation has not escalated. Wang Jing'an glanced at the Tang Dao. Could a 9th-grade spiritual weapon continue to cultivate? It had actually reached a level comparable to that of a peak 9th realm. If the Tang Dao were to attain sentience, could it reach such heights as well? After all, they were both 9th-grade spiritual weapons. Given its formidable strength, it seemed prudent to depart. Prioritizing his life over mere prestige, Wang Jing'an resolved to leave. At the city lord's mansion, upon sensing the awakening of the will of Chaos City, the city lord hurriedly knelt at the entrance to welcome it. The will of Chaos City manifested as an exquisite figure clad in deep black garments, her ice blue hair cascading like a waterfall, trailing on the ground. Despite walking barefoot, she left traces of solidified frost in her wake. Why was a disruptor of order allowed to roam the city? The barefoot woman halted at the city lord's entrance. Her expression devoid of emotion, her gaze as cold as ice. Especially with her dark attire, she resembled an insurmountable iceberg, forbidding any approach. The city lord knelt and reported. My lord, I believe that the demon race's arrogance within Chaos City was excessive. A warrior could serve to temper their hubris. So I allowed some leniency for a few days, as balance between humans and demons is essential in Chaos City. The barefoot woman discerned the city lord's intentions, but did not expose them. Instead, she coldly commanded, act immediately to apprehend those who disrupt order and execute them. Such disturbances will not be tolerated within my domain. Understood, my lord. The city lord bowed his head in compliance. By the time he raised it again, the barefoot woman had vanished, leaving only a gentle breeze in her wake. Shortly thereafter, he summoned the constable, instructing him to capture Wang Jing'an without fail. I wish I could protect you, but alas, my lord has awakened. The city lord greatly admired Wang Jing'an's decisiveness, his ability to cut through chaos without hesitation. Furthermore, as a human warrior himself, he had hoped to cultivate a trusted ally within the city. Wang Jing'an had caught the city lord's eye. Yet unfortunate timing placed him in the path of the awakened lord. Upon hearing the clumsy bird's warning, Wang Jing'an proceeded with utmost caution, opting not to bid farewell to his master, but instead hastening towards the city gate, urging the clumsy bird to fly at full speed. However, en route to the gate, the constable personally led a team to intercept Wang Jing'an. Wang Jing'an, I have received orders from the city lord to apprehend you and take you back. Wang Jing'an brandished his blade, unwilling to comply. What if I refuse to leave? At that moment, the clumsy bird was the most anxious. fearing that its inadvertent involvement in this matter might lead to its own demise. Death, the constable uttered chillingly. This constable was also a peak 6th realm human warrior. Those in high positions within Chaos City had long been intoxicated by power and wealth, losing sight of their origins, unwilling to return to their former lands. Returning would mean preparing for an inevitable conflict with the demon race. This was also why the city lord had been so adamant in protecting Wang Jing'an, to prevent this year's ladder tournament from proceeding normally. If Wang Jing'an proved capable, he could instill fear in many demons, rendering the ladder tournament unfeasible for several years to come. Who could have anticipated that the will of Chaos City would awaken so swiftly? Given a few more days, Wang Jing'an might have truly altered the fate of Chaos City. Nearby, many warriors and demon cultivators witnessed the scene of Wang Jing'an being apprehended by the constable. Several demon cultivators smirked. Finally, this chaotic fiend is to be captured. If he isn't taken in soon, I might start believing he is the constable's illegitimate son. It must be due to the awakening of the will, right? I too have noticed that today's blazing sun is fiercer than usual. It seems a final ultimatum has been issued to the city lord. Such an ultimatum is surely necessary, otherwise, in a few days, the entire order of Chaos City might be upended. Many onlookers among the demon cultivators awaited the unfolding drama involving Wang Jing'an. In Chaos City, the will was akin to heaven, while the city lord represented the earth. The only fate for those who defied the order was death. Meanwhile, human warriors displayed expressions of regret. A few bold individuals even contemplated speaking a word in Wang Jing'an's favor, but he waved them off. There is no need to offend the city lord on my behalf. With that, Wang Jing'an turned to face the constable, his aura surging as the spirit of the Tang Dao began to coalesce. Clad in azure, he stood back to back with his blade, preparing for confrontation. I wish to test whether my 5th realm cultivation can indeed exit the city. The news of Wang Jing'an's altercation with the magistrate reverberated throughout the entirety of chaotic Demon City. The majority were cognizant that the magistrate's actions were linked to the awakening of the chaotic Demon City's will. In particular, when the elders of the Spirit Rhino, Crimson Horn Tiger, Sky-Piercing Mouse, Titan Demonic Ape, and Spirit Tail Sacred Elephant clans learned of the magistrate's intent to apprehend Wang Jing'an. They hastened to the city gates to witness the spectacle. Within the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the proprietor received intelligence from his informants that Wang Jing'an was being pursued by the magistrate's squad. It was reported that the sword spirit accompanying Wang Jing'an had suffered the loss of an arm, and the situation was critical, prompting the informant to inquire whether assistance should be rendered. The proprietor did not immediately rush out of the pavilion. Rather, he proceeded to the most secluded area within the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. This location housed what the proprietor once regarded as his most cherished memories. Within the spacious chamber, a uniform hung upon a rack. This uniform was standard issue for all official members of the Demon Slayer Pavilion. However, this particular uniform bore the inscription Wang General upon its chest. The rank of Wang General within the Demon Slayer Pavilion was second only to that of Divine General, and the Divine General held the most authority, save for the Pavilion Master. Old friend, after all these years of anticipation, the opportunity to don you once more and fight side by side has finally arrived. The proprietor shed the garments he was wearing and donned the uniform bearing the Wang General insignia. He then stood before a full-length mirror, observing his unfamiliar yet familiar visage. The proprietor reached out to touch the mirror's surface, uttering a sigh. Since assuming this body, it seems I have not beheld my original appearance in 6 years. He could no longer recall what his former self looked like, but it mattered not. Pavilion Master, Commander Chen, your son is too formidable. In a matter of days, he has slain over a dozen demonic princes. It seems I am unable to protect him, and thus I must prematurely conclude the Infiltrator project. Donning the Demon Slayer Pavilion uniform, the proprietor picked up a communicator and switched to a specific channel. Squad 515, all personnel, attention. Effective immediately, reinstate your Demon Slayer Pavilion identities. You need no longer dwell in the shadows. Today, Squad 515 may stand in the light and execute its final mission, to escort that child, Wang Jing'an, home. After the proprietor departed the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, a series of reports echoed from the communicator at his waist. Squad 515 Deputy Commander Han Bing, command received. Squad 515 Reconnaissance Team, Leader Wang De, command received. Squad 515 Intelligence Team, Leader Sun Yi, command received. Squad 515 Member Zhang De, command received. Squad 515 Member Wei Guang, command received. Squad 515. All Squad 515 members on standby entered a state of maximum combat readiness upon hearing their captain's orders. Prior to this, many had anticipated that the moment the chaotic demon cities will awaken might herald the day Squad 515 emerged from the shadows, standing in the light once more after 6 years to carry out their mission. All members had lain dormant for 6 years solely for this day. Today, they would return home. 2 miles from the city gate, Wang Jing'an fought his way through a street, his body awash in blood. For members of the magistrate's 30-man squad had fallen to Wang Jing'an's hand. However, he too had sustained grievous injuries. Qingyi's left arm had been severed, forcing him to abandon his great hammer and continue the fight with a long saber. Wang Jing'an yielded. We have long been aware of your spatial artifact. However, the entire chaotic demon city's space has been sealed by the Lord. You cannot utilize your spatial artifact to escape, the magistrate called out from beyond the street, attempting to dissuade Wang Jing'an. Yield to your mother. Wang Jing'an roared, glancing at Qingyi's severed arm, his anger palpable. Moreover, the sacred elephant, spirit rhino, sky-piercing mouse, and other 6th realm peak demon cultivators had joined the fray, all declaring their intent to aid the magistrate. The magistrate's squad, already boasting 10 6th realm peak cultivators, now had the added assistance of those demon cultivators. Without the ability to use the Transcendent Gate, escape from chaotic demon city would be challenging. If it were merely a few 6th realm peak demon cultivators, Wang Jing'an could have used the Transcendent Gate to manipulate them at will. However, the entire chaotic demon city space was sealed by that will, rendering the Transcendent Gate unusable. Even if he could open it, it would only be a few meters. Hardly effective. This situation was too sudden for Wang Jing'an. An hour ago, he had been the terror of the demon race. Now, he was being pursued by the magistrate. Great Bird, panting heavily at the end of the street, lamented, "Master, I may not be able to continue." One of Great Bird's wings was broken, and blood flowed freely. Wang Jing'an, saber in hand, prepared to break through the encirclement. He glanced at Qingyi, resolving to retrieve him into the Tang saber before his life essence was exhausted. If Qingyi were directly shattered, he knew not when he could be reconstituted. Just as Wang Jing'an was about to retrieve Qingyi into the Tang saber, he instructed, "In light of your valiant efforts these past few days, head in the opposite direction. There is no need for you to join me in this death trap." With that, Wang Jing'an charged out alone, leaving the severely wounded Great Bird behind. He had considered releasing Qingyi to fight alongside him, but the fact that Qingyi's severed arm was not healing indicated that his remaining life essence was dwindling. Unless he could slay a 6th realm peak demon cultivator or a key member of the magistrate's squad, Wang Jing'an dared not let Qingyi join him in a futile death. Boom. At that moment, just as Wang Jing'an burst out of the street, he was astonished to find several human cultivators breaking through the magistrate's ranks. The weaker constables were instantly dispatched. Wang Jing'an recognized one of them. Was that not Zhang De? Wielding a long spear, he impaled one after another with precision. In a single exchange, he had already killed 4. Zhang De of Squad 515 has arrived. Zhang De announced ostentatiously upon his arrival. Then, from the side, Wei Guang also charged in, declaring, "Wei Guang of Squad 515, here to assist Wang Jing'an." Wang Jing'an frowned. They are also members of the Demon Slayer Pavilion. Before long, Wang Jing'an witnessed the proprietor leading a large contingent of members, encircling the magistrate. The sheer scale of the operation led some passing cultivators and demons to believe that 2 factions were engaged in a full-scale conflict. "Wu Tian, grant me some consideration and let this child go," the proprietor said, stepping into the crowd, his gaze fixed upon the magistrate. The magistrate, named Wu Tian, had once been sent by the human race to serve in chaotic demon city. Unfortunately, like the city lord, his will had proven insufficient. Once he arrived, he no longer wished to return. Wu Tian shook his head. "I am under the city lord's orders to apprehend Wang Jing'an." This matter is beyond negotiation. Chapter 112. A distance of 1 kilometer after Wu Tian finished speaking, he added, previously, the city lord had always indulged Wang Jing'an, which is why we did not apprehend him, considering we are all of the human race. However, the situation has changed. Our master has awakened, and the city lord can no longer dictate matters. Today, Wang Jing'an must die. The landlord produced a formation disc and set up the 8-eyed killing array before Wu Tian. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Let us engage in combat. I have long found you displeasing. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Everyone, take heed. Anyone who obstructs our law enforcement team shall be executed without exception. The landlord bellowed, Team 515, all personnel, prepare to escort Wang Jing'an out of the city. Those who block our path shall face death, without mercy. Boom. The two sides clashed immediately. The group of demon cultivators disregarded the landlord's men. Their sole target was to eliminate Wang Jing'an. Anything less would not quell their hatred. Young man, can you still open that door you created before? The landlord exerted all his strength to manipulate the formation. I can barely manage to open a small gap of a few dozen centimeters. There's no way to traverse through. Wang Jing'an understood that the interior of Chaos Demon City existed within the void. Even if a spatial sealing artifact appeared in the outside world, the door of the void could easily ignore it. However, entities that existed within the void were the most troublesome. Then let us fight. The landlord squinted, standing at the very center of the formation, allowing everyone to witness how he controlled the 8-eyed killing array to trap the law enforcement officers, including the demon cultivators. Despite the disparity in strength, the Great Formation compensated for this imbalance. Wang Jing'an, with the space sealed, let us see how you will unleash your bombs. In the distance, a sacred elephant elder transformed into a massive sacred elephant, swinging its spiritual tail. It was more terrifying than that of the sacred elephant prince. If struck by the spiritual tail, his body would be shattered on the spot. Crack! Wang Jing'an let out a cold laugh. Raising his tang Dao to slice through the tail, severing it for over 10 meters. Do not forget, I am also at the 5th realm, wielding a 9th-grade spiritual weapon. Even if I cannot traverse space, killing you is still effortless. Roar! The sacred elephant elder, witnessing his severed tail, erupted in fury, raising his 4 hooves to trample this weakling. The heavenly rat, red-horned tiger, and demon ape, among other elders, all emerged to battle. Boom! Not far away, Han Bing, the vice-captain of Team 515, charged forward with a gigantic shield, blocking a majority of the damage for Wang Jing'an. Jing'an, you go first. Run? I cannot allow you to sacrifice yourselves while I flee. Wang Jing'an fought fiercely with his blade, the essence of life around him rapidly depleting and being absorbed by the Tang Dao. Stop being so sentimental. Go. The landlord shouted from a distance. Your survival holds far greater value than ours. The future you will not be limited to the 5th or 6th realm. As he exerted all his strength to manipulate the formation, trapping the several peak 6th realm martial artists among the law enforcement officers, the landlord reiterated, Dehi, Dehi. Wei Guang, escort Wang Jing'an out of the city. This is an order. Understood. Wang Dehi, Zhang Dehi, and Wei Guang responded in unison, one wielding a spear, another a sword, and they charged forward. The number of peak 6th realm martial artists and demon cultivators gathered in this street was overwhelming, including the standard 10 law enforcement officers. There were at least over 20 peak 6th realm fighters. The scene descended into chaos. Caw, caw, caw. Master, hurry up. From the street where it had hidden, the large foolish bird flew out. The wing that had been broken seemed to heal slowly under its own flames. Although not fully healed, it could still manage to fly a short distance, as it only had one of its 6 wings broken. You did not leave? Wang Jing'an was momentarily taken aback upon seeing that the foolish bird had not fled. After a brief pause, he leaped onto the back of the large foolish bird. Meanwhile, the bird set its sights on the city gate, flying with all its might. It was the first time it had opposed the officials of Chaos Demon City. It was undeniably thrilling, though it was a short-lived thrill. Below, Zhang Dehi and Wei Guang sprinted madly toward the city gate, occasionally glancing at the 6-winged firebird soaring above. Dehi, quickly, take out those archers. Wei Guang noticed a few archers on the left rooftop aiming at the firebird. A glint of cold light arrived first, followed by. The gun erupted like a dragon. Zhang Dehe leaped into the air, channeling a lethal intent into his spear. As he thrust it forward, a mighty dragon formed from the immense force surged toward the left rooftop. Several archers were immediately sent flying, coughing up blood. Just then, a peaked 6th realm red-horned tiger, towering over several meters, lunged forward, sending Zhang Dehe flying. With the giant tiger's claws tearing through him, Zhang Dehe was reduced to mere flesh and blood. Dehe, you damn demon race. Wei Guang, witnessing Dehe's tragic fate, swung his sword forward, slashing at the beast. The fierce battle continued for approximately half an hour, and the entire street was filled with a rich essence of life. This essence converged toward a specific direction. Wang Jing'an stood beneath an eave, observing the large, foolish bird, which had been struck by several arrows and could no longer fly. He looked at the fallen members of Team 515, their sacrifice so noble. Had he not appeared, these individuals could have lived on, yet, in their quest to escort him out of the city, they fell one after another without reason. Wang Jing'an gazed at the Tang Dao in his hand, feeling its intense vibrations. Ultimately, he summoned Qiongqi. Once again, Wang Jing'an witnessed a familiar scene unfolding with Qiongqi. Her eyes turned red. On that day outside the campus, when Qiongqi unleashed her complete talent, her eyes also glowed crimson. Wang Jing'an placed a reassuring hand on Qiongqi's shoulder, his thoughts swirling. Qiongqi, do not act impulsively. He then inquired the system to assess how long the current essence of life could sustain Qiongqi. Spirit type, Blade Spirit, Life Essence, 205 days, Condensed Life Essence, Name, Li Qiongqi, age, 21, Gender, Male, Cultivation, 5th Realm, increased according to the current owner's elevation, Talent, SS class. Jade and stone burn together. The Blade Spirit possesses traits of this talent, such as significantly consuming life essence to extract the strongest power when activated. System. The Blade Spirit can unleash the Tang Dao's abilities twice, but after 2 uses, the blade must be sheathed. Otherwise, the spirit will shatter and require reconstitution. All right. Wang Jing'an felt assured, patting Qiongqi's shoulder. We can only use it twice. With these instructions given, Wang Jing'an turned to glance once more towards the city gate, which lay a kilometer away. Surrounding him were law enforcement personnel and demons. This 1 kilometer would demand a sacrifice of their lives. Chapter 113. Let us engage in sparring once more today. Wang Jing'an, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. Han Bing leapt down from another eve, raising his shield high, unleashing his talent to its fullest extent. With his S-grade talent, as solid as a fortress, combined with a 5th-grade spirit weapon shield, Han Bing managed to block a significant number of assaults from peak 6th realm warriors. It was not so easy to leave. Wang Jing'an stood side by side with Qiongqi at a distance, gazing towards the street leading to the city gate, obstructing another group of individuals. This group consisted of both martial artists and demon cultivators, armed with bows, long swords, hammers, shields, and other finely crafted weapons, showcasing formidable combat prowess. They were the main security force. The leading demon cultivator, second only to the city guard, was also at the peak of the 6th realm. Although the building master had managed to hold back 4 peak 6th realm warriors with formations, time was of the essence, and the enemy had overwhelming numbers, including those demon cultivators whose lairs had been destroyed by Wang Jing'an. This kilometer, seemingly brief, felt like a treacherous journey. Today, exiting the city would undoubtedly require a price to be paid. The Void Gate was inoperative, and the ability to manipulate direction was utterly lost. Wang Jing'an realized that his disruption of the ladder tournament had led to the gradual collapse of order in Chaos Demon City, and the will of the city had turned against him. Along the streets, numerous demon cultivators, transformed into half-beasts, brandished their communication devices, broadcasting the scene before them to the dark web. Within just half an hour of the recent skirmish, the dark web began to tilt heavily against him. The previous destruction of various demon clan strongholds by Wang Jing'an had instilled fear in many demon cultivators. Yet now, they all clamored to hurl insults. They were finally going to witness Wang Jing'an being captured. It was a historic moment not to be missed. I must go to the city gate, and see how Wang Jing'an meets his demise. Kill that Wang brat. Kill that weakling from the Wang clan. The weak clan has no right to stand in Chaos Demon City. This is the price for disturbing the order within. The entire dark web was nearly overwhelmed by these posts and comments, leaving human martial artists hesitant to log in. Many speculated that Elder Brother might perish under the relentless pursuit of the demon clan one night. However, throughout these days, Elder Brother had demonstrated through sheer strength that, with enough confidence, humans could indeed turn the tables and hunt down the demons. Yet today, Elder Brother was to be suppressed by the will of Chaos. Big Brother, you are actually a member of the demon-slaying pavilion. You have kept this from me with great difficulty. Zhang observed from the side of the street, refraining from intervening. His younger brother, Zhang Sanha, felt an indescribable sorrow as he witnessed their elder brother being torn to shreds by a crimson-horned tiger. At that very moment, the main security force blocking the street at the city gate, led by a peak 6th realm demon cultivator, raised his weapon and commanded, "Leave no survivors. Charge." Behind him, well-equipped team members drew their bows, brandished their swords, and charged forth with shields and blades. Wang Jing'an took a deep breath and patted Qiongqi on the shoulder. "Qiongqi, let us engage in another sparring match today to see who can slay more demons, who looks more dashing, and who survives longer." The sentiment echoed through different voices. As a blade spirit, Qiongqi could neither speak nor express emotions. However, Qiongqi, in its current state, seemed to share a profound connection with its master and nodded at that moment. After nodding, Qiongqi charged forward, wielding its long blade, targeting the leading demon cultivator. Wang Jing'an, wielding his Tang Dao, similarly surged forward, frantically attacking the nearest demon and the martial artist of the security team. Why does it feel like Wang Jing'an is exceptionally fierce? Even Han Bing, at the peak of the 6th realm, sensed Wang Jing'an's ferocity in this situation. No wonder. After a week of relentless pursuit, he had slain several royal demons, including the Crimson Horned Tiger, Sacred Elephant, and Celestial Mouse, without hesitation. Foolishness. The leading demon cultivator bellowed in demon tongue, raising his spear to thrust at Li Qiongqi. Sizzle. The flames engulfing Li Qiongqi grew even more ferocious. This inferno rapidly consumed the life essence of the Tang Dao. Previously, outside the Zhulong campus, Li Qiongqi had unleashed a cataclysmic surge of energy, wounding even a peak 7th realm masked opponent with a final blow. Now, in its blade spirit form and at the 5th realm, Qiongqi had no trouble confronting the peak of the 6th realm. The only drawback was the excessive consumption of life essence. In their initial encounter, Li Qiongqi, leveraging the long blade, directly confronted the leading demon cultivator, who was sent flying, having had an arm shattered in the process. The leading demon cultivator, aghast, questioned how a 5th realm being could unleash such potent energy. Slick. In the next moment, an arrow struck Li Qiongqi in the chest, but he felt no pain. Seizing the moment while the flames still burned, he swung his blade again, even with one arm severed. Meanwhile, Wang Jing'an, emboldened by the might of his Tang Dao, swiftly closed the distance to the main force, eliminating the threatening archers within mere seconds. The weight of Taishan. Han Bing, having climbed to the rooftop, wielded his massive shield, unleashing his fortress-like talent. With explosive force and formidable defense, he crushed the deputy captain of the main force on the spot. As fellow humans, I do not wish for us to turn against one another, but the situation has placed us in opposition. Han Bing called out to the approaching team members to assist Wang Jing'an. He then noticed that Wang Jing'an was in a frenzy, having already slain at least 7 archers in a brief encounter. "I shall lend you my strength." A fierce crimson, horned tiger lunged forward, mauling several members of Team 515 into a bloody mess. Han Bing, with his exceptional defensive ability, intercepted the attack, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Behind Han Bing, the building master, having expended much of his demonic energy, successfully ambushed a peak 6th realm member of the security team. Even with the demon confinement formation set up, it was impossible to ensnare all peak 6th realm warriors. "You won't last long." City Guard Wu Tian summoned a crystalline conical spirit weapon. "In light of our past friendship, I have shown you leniency. I will not hold back any longer." At Wu Tian's command, the conical spirit weapon released a terrifying surge of energy. concentrating its attack on the center of the eight-eyed kill formation. This weapon, known for its devastating concentrated power, was particularly effective against the formation. As the conical spirit weapon pierced through the central formation point, the entire array collapsed. The demon confinement formation laid atop the eight-eyed formation also disintegrated into the building master reacted swiftly, coughing up blood as the formation shattered, then darted into an alley. Wu Tian had no interest in pursuing the building master and led the remaining team members towards the city gate. Wang Jing'an, the building master's formation has been breached. Han being warned from behind. Big brother, hold on for me. I am running low on stamina. In the distance, Wei Guang reached the street's edge, consuming a pill to replenish his energy. After this prolonged battle, Team 515 was nearly exhausted, having spent considerable energy. However, the security team, bolstered by their numerical advantage and a multitude of demon cultivators, posed a significant threat. If they did not manage to exit the city within half an hour, the opportunity would likely slip away. Chapter 114. The city gates were blocked at this moment. The red-horned tiger, sacred elephant, celestial mouse, titan demon ape, and several other elders gathered together, encircling Wang Jing'an, disturbing the order of the heavenly ladder competition and slaying over a dozen royal offspring of the demon clan. Wang Jing'an, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths in compensation. The celestial protector harbored deep resentment towards this young man. And now that the will of the chaos demon city had awakened, it was the perfect opportunity to torment him thoroughly. Brother Jing'an, didn't you possess illusions that could confuse direction or distort visual and auditory perception? Wei Guang, standing to Wang Jing'an's left, confronted the threat. After consuming a medicinal pill, he had regained considerable strength. With so many people around, it's an excellent moment to employ that kind of illusion. Wang Jing'an's expression darkened. The space within the city is shrouded in void. The will of the Chaos Demon City has sealed off the entire area, making it impossible to cast such spells. Not to mention the Void Gate. Even the simplest deception is arduous here. Only the Southern Bright Fire can be effective. However, these abilities transcend this parallel world. It's not that they cannot be used, but the consumption of my energy is too great in the sealed space. With my current strength, I can only maintain the illusion once. After glancing at the prestige balance he had accumulated over the past few days, Wang Jing'an made a bold decision. The surrounding directions began to shift gradually. His energy suddenly burned to its limit. Brother Jing'an, your energy. Wei Guang exclaimed in alarm. Do not use that illusion. Conserve your strength. However, after Wei Guang's warning, Wang Jing'an invested 300,000 to replenish his energy, feeling revitalized, as if reborn. Indeed, it can be done. Wang Jing'an's eyes sparkled. Although the spatial barriers of the city had been entirely sealed, using the illusion would consume too much energy, yet with the external support, he could compensate for this drain. Within moments, the celestial protector charged at him, intent on denying Wang Jing'an any respite. Wang Jing'an slowly raised his palm, and with the continuous replenishment of his energy, his absolute sense of direction gradually returned. His senses began to mislead him, and the directions shifted significantly. Boom. The celestial protector inadvertently crashed into a street. The sacred elephant's tail swept across, striking the red-horned tiger on the head. You fool. Can you not aim before you sweep? Your tail hurts, you know? The elder red-horned tiger was about to use his claws to sever the tail. As Wang Jing'an began to replenish his energy for the third time, his entire body trembled, attempting to force open the void gate. The gate could barely tear a gap of over 20 centimeters. The space was too narrow to traverse. But he could extend his hand through the void gate and throw a bomb. Wang Jing'an surveyed the street, filled with traces of battle, and thought, why not make it even more chaotic? He rummaged through his treasure pouch, discovering over 50 bombs. That would suffice. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Jing'an hurled the bombs through the void gate, causing them to explode midair. Since many demon cultivators had transformed into their true forms, their large sizes maximized the bomb's lethality while minimizing harm to his own warriors. A minute later, the street was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Gaga, master, aim the bombs better. The clumsy bird soaring overhead nearly got hit. Wang Jing'an watched as the clumsy bird's claws tightly grasped a demon cultivator. dropping him from a great height, resulting in a comical fall. Boom. At the same moment, the Void Gate, under Wang Jing'an's relentless exertion, finally tore open a gap of over 50 centimeters. Although narrow, it was sufficient for one to squeeze through. Everyone moved. Wang Jing'an grasped Wei Guang's shoulder and kicked him through the gate. Wait, Brother Jing'an, I'm not finished yet. What more is there to do? The best strategy is to retreat. Wang Jing'an cast a glance at Qingyi, who, after unleashing a cataclysmic ability, had single-handedly defeated a peak 6th realm demon cultivator. That ability was astonishing. Qingyi. Just as Wang Jing'an uttered these words, the Void Gate began to shrink. He replenished his energy for the 4th time, barely managing to maintain the gate's operation. The door is open. Everyone, follow my lead. Han Bing called to several teammates nearby, ushering them through one by one. The Void Gate connected to the city gate's location. The reason it could not connect to the outside was that the space beyond the city gates was a different realm. Deputy Captain, what about you? A teammate approached the Void Gate, glancing back at Han Bing. I will wait for the captain. Han Bing pushed the teammate into the gate. After the formation previously set by the captain was disrupted, he had retreated into another alley, surmising that the captain was consuming pills for rapid recovery. This is not good. The city gates have also been sealed. The first group to enter the Void Gate had already appeared at the city gate's position. Their voices echoed back from within the gate. When Wang Jing'an, Qingyi, Wei Guang, and the other teammates finally entered the Void Gate, they discovered that the city gate had indeed been sealed. Damn it! Wei Guang stared at the blocked city gates, only a few meters away from escaping this cursed place. Han Bing felt a surge of pressure as he glanced at the scene. Beside him, Qingyi approached Wang Jing'an, seemingly preparing to grasp the Tang Dao. Without hesitation, Wang Jing'an handed it over, and as Qingyi lifted the blade once more, his life essence ignited anew. This was the 2nd time, reaching his limit in burning life essence. Li Qingyi gazed at the city gate, raising the Tang Dao high. After extracting most of his life essence, he unleashed the most powerful strike yet. This attack was reminiscent of the day he had cleaved the purple-faced mask. Crash! The blade sliced across, sending violent tremors through the entire city gate area. The entire street vibrated with intensity. It works. Han Bing stared at Li Qingyi in astonishment. This blade spirit was incredibly formidable. A few more strikes like this could forcibly create an exit at the city gate. Yet, just as Wang Jing'an observed Qingyi preparing to deliver a 2nd strike, he placed a hand on the latter's shoulder, shaking his head urgently. If Qingyi pressed on to unleash a 3rd strike, he would shatter completely. To condense another blade spirit would require a 2nd reformation, which would require an unknown amount of life essence. It could take an exceedingly long time. There is still a chance. We do not need to sacrifice the blade spirit. Wang Jing'an immediately sat cross-legged and said to Han Bing, "Can you delay for 5 minutes?" Although Han Bing found this request peculiar, he did not question it. Certainly. With the response, Wang Jing'an closed his eyes, preparing to break through to the 6th realm. The immediate priority was to reach the 6th realm, as it held infinite possibilities. Chapter 115. How could Wang Jing'an's cultivation rise so rapidly? Name, Wang Jing'an. Age, 18. Gender, undetermined. Rank, Platinum V. Energy, 2500. Cultivation level, 5th realm. Energy must reach 6,000 to break through to the 6th realm. Talent, SSR level Nanjingli. Fire, compatibility 83. SSR level Trickery, compatibility 40. SSR level Void Gate, 3. Reputation, 590 million. Items, Tang Dao, Jade Pendant, Flute. This reputation is sufficient for Wang Jing'an to challenge the 6th realm. He lamented not having taken the time to advance during the past few days while hunting the demon clan. At that moment, he had not anticipated that his will would awaken at such a critical juncture. Otherwise, he would have truly disrupted the order of the Heavenly Ladder tournament. 1,000 consecutive draws. Wang Jing'an began without a hint of hesitation. After drawing 10,000 times, he accumulated 104th realm sublimation pearls. This time, instead of consuming them, he chose to refine them directly. With so many sublimation pearls, would consuming them not lead to overindulgence? Given that Wang Jing'an had already broken through to the 5th realm, The effectiveness of the fourth realm sublimation pearls in enhancing his cultivation had diminished significantly. However, their sheer quantity could still yield results. 2,500 energy, 3,512 energy. As he refined 100 of them at once, Wang Jing'an's energy surged wildly. To others, it appeared as though he was continuously comprehending the Tao and ascending in cultivation. When Han Bing prepared to intercept the group of demon cultivators rushing toward the city gate, he felt the energy of Wang Jing'an behind him rising exponentially, leaving him utterly astonished. How could his cultivation have risen so dramatically? Not just Han Bing, but all the team members, including Wei Guang, were equally stunned. Was Wang Jing'an truly comprehending the Tao? Yet, could such rapid advancement occur in such a short span? 3,512 energy, 4,891 energy. Wang Jing'an initially spent nearly 200 million in reputation. Continuing this way was unsustainable. What if he exhausted his reputation only to barely reach the limit energy required to break through to the sixth realm? At that point, it would require 200 million reputation to achieve the breakthrough. A thought crossed Wang Jing'an's mind, and Qingyi understood, following Deputy Captain Han Bing. They charged out to scavenge for treasures. After Qingyi slew several demon beasts and collected their valuables into the treasure pouch, Wang Jing'an's wealth was also in transition. Detected a change in the host's wealth, gaining 221 million reputation. Detected a change in the host's wealth, gaining 222 million reputation. Demon cultivators at the fourth and fifth realm, while not possessing particularly high bloodlines, were numerous. As a result, their value, though low individually, accumulated significantly. Soon, everyone witnessed Wang Jing'an's cultivation rise from the early fifth realm to the mid-stage, now approaching the late stage. 4,891 energy, 5,721 energy. How could he cultivate with such ease? As if drinking water? Han Bing was genuinely astonished. The captain was right. Wang Jing'an's value far surpassed that of their small team. This observation was entirely accurate. With such cultivation talent, given time, reaching the pinnacle of the ninth realm was not beyond possibility. Roaring, the elder of the red-horned tiger, having already approached, sensed the turbulent energy emanating from Wang Jing'an, who sat cross-legged in meditation, and bellowed, "How could this kid's realm advancement be so terrifying? If left unchecked, he would surely become a calamity for the demon clan. We must slay him." The Lingxi protector was utterly resolute, disregarding everything. All it desired was Wang Jing'an's demise. As the onslaught from the security team and the demon cultivators intensified, Han Bing's defenses began to falter, even his shield starting to crack. Like a soulless automaton, Li Qingyi wielded the Tang Dao with great finesse. In under 30 seconds, he dispatched a peak sixth realm sky mouse, severing its long, divine ears and stowing them away in the treasure pouch. Any treasure obtained by Li Qingyi was equivalent to Wang Jing'an's gain, for now. Wang Jing'an was the master of the Tang Dao, while Qingyi was its spirit. Detected a change in the host's wealth, gaining 13,117 million reputation. Although Qingyi could not unleash his third life essence detonation, as the Tang Dao absorbed more life essence, his previously severed arm began to regenerate. Once his arm was fully formed, Qingyi was suddenly struck by a long spiritual tail, sending him flying. The red-horned tiger pounced, unleashing a fierce and powerful tearing force. Qingyi was compelled to raise the Tang Dao defensively, thrusting it upward into the tiger's abdomen. Suddenly, a flame of Nanjing Li fire ignited along the blade of the Tang Dao, inflicting severe damage upon the red-horned tiger. Useless. Wu Tian kicked aside the obstructing red-horned tiger and summoned a cone-shaped spiritual artifact, preparing to obliterate Wang Jing'an's sword spirit in one blow. Although Wu Tian was also at the peak of the sixth realm, he possessed considerable strength beyond the ordinary, as he was the city's law enforcement officer, wielding a measure of the chaotic magic city's regulatory power. Otherwise, how could a city lord represent this city while being at the same peak? It was the mastery of certain law powers of the chaotic magic city, coupled with the high-grade spirit artifact he possessed. In battles of the same realm, he was virtually invincible. Clang. Li Qingyi, with quick reflexes and extensive combat experience, sensed the cone-shaped spirit artifact approaching and immediately blocked it with the Tang Dao. Being a 9th-grade spirit artifact, the Tang Dao was far more practical for deflecting damage than any shield or barrier. Although he successfully blocked the attack, Qiongqi found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming and domineering force, as the cone-shaped spirit artifact spun rapidly along the blade of the Tang Dao, wreaking havoc upon everything nearby. Qiongqi's eyes turned crimson, as if he were about to ignite his third life essence. Although he lacked independent thoughts, he understood that if he, the sword spirit, fell, his master would be unable to achieve the critical breakthrough. Just as Qiongqi was sent flying, Wei Guang braced him from behind, preventing the cone-shaped spirit artifact from advancing further. Brother Jing'an said not to let you burn your third life essence. The cost would be immense. Allow me to hold on for a moment. After the cone-shaped spirit artifact ceased its rotation, Wei Guang shielded Qiongqi. You protect Brother Jing'an. I should be able to hold out for the next 2 minutes. Having said this, Wei Guang's form gradually faded away until he vanished. This was the A-grade talent of the invisible man. Seeing this, Wu Tian let out a cold laugh, his ears attuned to the subtle sounds around him. The peak of the 4th realm Wei Guang posed no real threat to Wu Tian, unless Wei Guang possessed exceptional talent and a 9th-grade spirit artifact, akin to Wang Jing'an. It was a pipe dream for a 4th realm peak to challenge a 6th realm peak. Wu Tian slowly raised the cone-shaped spirit artifact that had returned to his hand, locking onto a 3-meter area to his left. With a burst of energy, the moment the cone-shaped spirit artifact was unleashed, it pierced through the previously empty space, splattering blood everywhere. After being impaled, Wei Guang, like a startled bird, quickly flew backward, forcibly embedded against a stone wall, unable to free himself. Chapter 116. How to execute a surprise attack. You lack martial virtue. Although Wang Jing'an's consciousness had plunged deep within his mind, he could still sense that the external situation was far from optimistic. Therefore, he needed to hasten his pace. Refining the Ascension Pearl required a certain amount of time. It was impossible to achieve instant results. 5,901 Qi. 5914 Qi. Almost there. Just a moment longer. After Wu Tian severely injured Wei Guang, he swiftly approached Wang Jing'an, feeling a palpable sense of trepidation from being in the initial stage of the 5th realm. He was now perilously close to the pinnacle of the 5th realm. At this rate of growth, he would likely become one of the 10 saints of the human race within 5 years. Wu Tian was utterly astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed someone experience such a rapid surge in cultivation within such a brief period, regardless of whether there were side effects. Just the speed of this advancement was enough to instill fear in Wu Tian's heart. To be honest, Wu Tian felt a pang of compassion. I genuinely wished for you to survive and leave the Chaos Demon City, to see just how far you could go in a few years. Alas, if I let you go, I too would face punishment. So the conical spirit weapon began to stir, and this time Wu Tian summoned all his internal qi, preparing to shatter the blade spirit that stood before Wang Jing'an into oblivion. 5,989 qi. 5999 qi. The system detected that the host had reached the pinnacle of the 5th realm. Would you like to expend 200 million prestige points to break through? Yes. Wang Jing'an did not hesitate. The system initiated the promotion process. Loading. 20. 80. 100 loaded. Breakthrough successful. Current cultivation level of the host. 6th realm. Note. A breakthrough to the 7th realm requires 1 billion prestige points at the moment of the breakthrough. Wang Jing'an opened his eyes, feeling that his qi had become even more refined and formidable than before. Given the chance to confront the officer, he was confident he could slay his opponent. Just as Wang Jing'an opened his eyes, the figure clad in blue, wielding a Tang Dao, rushed past him, trembling under the impact of the conical spirit weapon. The chest of the blue-clad figure was marred with a web of cracks, yet no blood flowed forth. Vital essence was rapidly draining away. Wang Jing'an noticed this and quickly took the Tang Dao, withdrawing the weakened blue figure into the blade. Are you some kind of monster? Wu Tian mused, formulating his evaluation of Wang Jing'an. Who could have imagined that merely half a month ago, Wang Jing'an had been at the 4th realm? In the blink of an eye, he had transformed, now reaching the 6th realm. If given another month, would he directly ascend to the 7th realm? Do not hinder me. I feel that my current strength could annihilate you. Wang Jing'an brandished the Tang Dao, stepping backward, intending to cleave open the city gate. The blue figure had already created a fissure while burning its vital essence. With a few powerful bursts, he should be able to break through. Kill me? Come and try. As Wu Tian's words fell, he charged forward, clad in black, his attire shimmering with dark radiance. This divine garment was, indeed, a spirit weapon specifically. A type of defensive spirit weapon. As Wu Tian advanced, the conical spirit weapon was forcibly summoned, locking onto Wang Jing'an's heart. The fire-tempered Tang Dao was unleashed by Wang Jing'an, who had now reached the 6th realm. Wu Tian had initially intended to eliminate Wang Jing'an head-on. Yet, unexpectedly, the void gate tore open a small aperture on Wu Tian's right side. The fiery blade's momentum cleaved through the air. With a sickening thud, Wu Tian's arm was severed, and his body was sent crashing into a nearby structure. How dare he conduct a surprise attack? This fellow lacks martial virtue. If one can employ a sneak attack, why would I engage in a direct confrontation? I am not foolish. Wang Jing'an stepped forward and delivered another strike. Severing Wu Tian's right leg, I could hardly bear to harm the blue figure, yet you had the audacity to shatter its arm. Die. Time and again. As Wang Jing'an replenished his qi, an inexhaustible flow of energy coursed through him. Wu Tian was reduced to a grievously wounded state. Moreover, his wounds were being scorched by the southern Ming flame. Without aid, he would likely perish in agony. Wang Jing'an spat vehemently before sending Wu Tian, the officer, flying as if he were a mere chick. Since you serve the will of Chaos Demon City, you must have anticipated this day would come. Wang Jing'an refrained from labeling his opponent a traitor. After all, Wu Tian had not harmed his kin outside the city. He was merely living his desired life within the Chaos Demon City. When paths diverge, there is no collaboration. Having accomplished this, Wang Jing'an turned to Vice Captain Han Bing. You all go and clear the exit. I intend to slay a few demon cultivators. Additionally, I wish to procure some goods to replenish my prestige points in preparation for our escape. Then, Wang Jing'an fixed his gaze upon the sacred elephant, the demon ape, and the Lingxi guardian, as if they were mere lambs. After replenishing his qi once more, he forcefully activated the void gate. Although the opening was scarcely a few dozen centimeters wide, it was ample enough to toy with those peak 6th realm demon cultivators at his leisure. Kill. The Lingxi guardian had reached a point of no return, fully prepared for a fight. Today, it would either slay Wang Jing'an or be slain. Clang, clang, clang. Under the scorching sun, Wang Jing'an wielded the Tang Dao, striking with relentless ferocity. From a distance, he resembled a dancer wielding a blade, surrounded by demon cultivators. The demons who had come to spectate, witnessing Wang Jing'an's prolonged display of formidable energy, were left in stunned silence. It was not without reason that he had pursued a horde of demon cultivators so aggressively not long ago. In a mere 2 minutes, the Lingwei sacred elephant was left with naught but a stub for a tail after Wang Jing'an's blade had struck. The spiritual tail of the sacred elephant clan was the most valuable part, and thus Wang Jing'an sought to seize every opportunity for acquisition. A minute later, the elder of the sacred elephant was slain. In his final moments, he attempted to utter curses about this demon who persistently employed surprise attacks. In death, his visage was etched with despair and shock. The elder of the sacred elephant likely never imagined that after his lair had been bombed 4 or 5 times, he would ultimately be slain by Wang Jing'an. The Lingxi guardian and several other elders contemplated flight, yet Wang Jing'an was simply too formidable. Not only did he possess an inexhaustible reserve of qi, but he also wielded a 9th-grade spirit weapon. He was a veritable treasure trove, truly deserving of the title of a demon prodigy. In less than 3 minutes, Wang Jing'an, akin to a god of slaughter, frantically plundered the treasures from the elders. They were, after all, the elders of the demon clan, yet their combined worth barely reached 80 million. What a pitiful sum. Wang Jing'an discarded the Lingxi guardian as if it were refuse, tossing it aside into the street. Caw, caw, caw. Master, save me. The great foolish bird came racing down another street. Enveloped in a surging inferno, it was accompanied by a middle-aged man on its back. This man exuded an air of tranquility, with the power of law swirling about him, as though he could command the will of Chaos Demon City. He was the lord of this city, the agent of its will. With a single step, the city lord crushed the great foolish bird beneath his foot, causing it to cough blood and shatter several bones, subsequently crashing into the streets on either side. Due to its enormous size, the streets were left in ruins from the great foolish bird's impact. Wu, the great foolish bird, howled in terror, genuinely frightened. This creature was indeed cowardly, yet it harbored no ill intentions. The most grievous mistake it had made was to pursue Wang Jing'an. Otherwise, it would not have been captured as a mount. Had it not been seized as a mount, today it would not have found itself at odds with the authorities of Chaos Demon City. In this day and age, even a bird finds it exceedingly difficult. Wang Jing'an, do not depart. Stay and become my subordinate, and I shall intercede on your behalf before the sovereign. Chapter 117. The terrifying barefoot woman. The city lord traversed the air, his revealed power surpassing that of others in the same realm by several tens of times. This was the strength acquired by the agent. It was no wonder the city lord was reluctant to step down from his position, seeking to disrupt the rules of the ladder tournament through Wang Jing'an's hands. Power is an intoxicating force indeed. Why not escort me out of the city? If I were to become one of the 10 saints of humanity, I would grant you a lifetime of glory, Wang Jing'an jested. Is that a negotiation? The city lord squinted. The consequences of opposing the will of the Chaos Demon City are dire. Last time, Master Guan Rong intervened for his student, storming into the city, and was severely injured by the master, forced to retreat. I wonder if Master Guan is still alive. If Master Guan were in his prime, your master would not have been able to harm him at all. Wang Jing'an's grip on his blade began to sweat. He could discern that the power coursing through the city lord was accompanied by an indescribable force, likely the law of the Chaos Demon City itself. The conical spiritual weapon in Officer Wu Tian's hand was also a manifestation of this law. If such a weapon created from the law was this formidable, the city lord must be even stronger. Why not summon your master? I'd hate to slay you and have him show up afterward. One after another, like a convoluted plot in a novel. How vexing. Wang Jing'an pointed his knife at the city lord, his aura rivaling anyone else's. The city lord narrowed his eyes and remained silent, sensing that when Wang Jing'an uttered those words, the will of the Chaos Demon City coalesced in a certain direction. In the next moment, all the martial artists and demon cultivators on the street witnessed a barefoot woman quietly appear behind Wang Jing'an. The oppressive aura she emanated was exponentially greater than that of the city lord. Cough before Wang Jing'an could glimpse the true visage of the barefoot woman. It felt as if mountains were pressing down upon his shoulders. His legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. His kneecaps shattered upon impact. Sweat drenched him as the pressure surged. Are you seeking me? The barefoot woman's jade-like hand gently rested on Wang Jing'an's shoulder. The moment her ethereal hand made contact, his entire body felt as though it had become a kite severed from its string, crushed to the ground. Your growth is indeed remarkable, yet your 6th realm is still too feeble. The barefoot woman delicately licked her crimson lips, her dark attire swaying in the wind, revealing her long, fair legs to the onlookers. Cough, cough. Wang Jing'an yearned to rise, but found himself utterly powerless. Do you know what the greatest tragedy in the world is? The barefoot woman lifted a foot and placed it upon Wang Jing'an's back. The greatest tragedy is witnessing a calamity unfold while being utterly helpless. The barefoot woman cast a sidelong glance at Wang De, who was at the city gate attempting to break through, suddenly sensing a surge of law from within her. This force twisted and contorted Wang De's limbs, causing blood to flow from his orifices. He collapsed as if paralyzed. In an instant, the peak of the 6th realm, Wang De, perished from a mere glare from the barefoot woman. Han Bing, who was also assaulting the city gate, bore witness to this shocking scene, his expression frozen in disbelief. The will of at the very moment the shadowy explosion erupted. The barefooted woman sensed a surge of murderous intent and vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, from the eaves above, the master of the building, having fully restored his demonic power, descended and assisted Wang Jing'an to his feet. Then, he simultaneously activated 3 formidable formations, the illusory realm of the 10 directions, the 8-eyed life and death array. and the demon confinement formation. With a thunderous roar, the master commanded, Han Bing, take him away. Chapter 118. The majestic sword Qi. At the moment the master appeared, 3 formidable formations enveloped the city gates, ensnaring nearby demon cultivators and the security team. After uttering those words, Han Bing rushed forward, assisting Wang Jing'an to the gates. The ethereal sound of a jade flute resonated as a sword cleaved through the air, striving to carve a path of survival at the city gates. Simultaneously, the remaining members of Team 515, who had not yet perished, felt the overwhelming force of the laws descending upon them, shattering their skulls. Their eyes bled, and they knelt upon the ground. These members met an untimely demise, yet Han Bing narrowly escaped the calamity. Boom! The phantom of the sword saint struck the gates once more, creating a gaping wound of several centimeters at the previously sealed exit. Although merely a residual image, it was imbued with the terrifying power of the sword saint Wang Jing'an himself, contained within the jade flute. Futile resistance ensued. The barefoot woman, having evaded the sword saint's phantom, coalesced in another direction. Zhao break the formation. The city lord Zhao, upon hearing this, was enveloped by a surge of law power and surged towards the master. Meanwhile, the barefoot woman fixated on the sword saint's phantom, extending her jade hand forward, intent on refining that wisp of residual energy. Suddenly, the phantom appeared to possess a thought of its own, speaking, "Son, lend me your blade." Wang Jing'an was taken aback. "Father?" The apparition could speak, and its voice bore an uncanny resemblance to his father's. Without hesitation, Wang Jing'an cast the Tang Dao towards him. At the moment the sword saint's phantom grasped the Tang Dao, the surrounding sword Qi shifted dramatically. This was the unique and majestic sword Qi of the sword saint. Within 3 feet, it was deemed invincible. Master, Han Bing felt exhilarated upon witnessing the majestic sword Qi. Even the master controlling the formations could not help but shed tears of joy upon sensing that power. Strike! A single word was softly uttered as the sword saint's phantom, wielding the Tang Dao, charged forth without regard for the barefoot woman's formidable prowess. Buzzing. However, the Tang Dao seemed to rebel fiercely against its wielder. Aside from Wang Jing'an, no one in the world could perfectly harness the Tang Dao. In desperation, the sword saint's phantom declared, "Son, may I borrow your body as well?" Before Wang Jing'an could react, the phantom melded into him. The resistance of the Tang Dao gradually subsided. For the ensuing minute, the sword saint's phantom relentlessly pressed the barefoot woman. "Years ago, your master conspired with the demon race to harm our kin and attempted to jeopardize all of humanity. He was unworthy of the title of the 10 saints of humanity. We merely exiled him to this lonely island for repentance, not seeking his annihilation. Yet you harbor such animosity towards humankind. Today, I shall injure you, even at the risk of my own dissolution." Wang Jing'an spoke in the tone of the sword saint, then swung the blade forward with conviction. As long as one holds the spirit of the sword, even wielding a mere branch could unleash the majestic sword Qi. How much more so with a true sword? Sensing the threat, the barefoot woman leaped into the void as the blazing sun overhead intensified. The law power of Chaos Demon City converged at the city gates, seeking to eliminate Wang Jing'an there. Empowered by the might of the Tang Dao, each swing Wang Jing'an executed was enveloped in majestic sword Qi. The wisps of white light symbolized Wang Jing'an's indomitable spirit for all humanity. "If one sword cannot save everyone, then I shall begin with one, until this sword can be wielded for countless souls." This phrase, once spoken by Li Qingyi, echoed from Wang Jing'an's lips today. In the distance, Han Bing stood in solemn respect, for he recognized that this phrase was inscribed upon the oath board of the Demon Slayer Pavilion, known by all its members, even those newly initiated. As Wang Jing'an swung his blade, the barefoot woman was forced into a defensive stance, countering with her vast law power. After all, this was her domain, and even with the sword saint's phantom wielding the 9th grade Tang Dao, it could not simply slay her. In a flurry of 3 majestic sword Qi strikes, a shadow cloaked in black emerged. The Qingyi Dao spirit followed closely behind the majestic sword Qi, forcing the barefoot woman to retreat step by step. Before she could unleash her full law power, The Tang Dao in Wang Jing'an's grip ignited with the flames of the southern Mingli fire. Beside him, a portal to the void opened, granting him further advantage. The Sword Saint, endowed with thought by Wang Jing'an, was astounded by the capabilities of his son. How does my son possess such powers? Southern Mingli fire, manipulating the five senses, and a portal to traverse space? Though astonished, the pressing concern remained: eliminate the barefoot woman. A minute later, Wang Jing'an severed her right arm with a single stroke. The law power attempted to heal her wound, but the flames of the southern Mingli fire consumed it. Fire and law intertwined, and after a few seconds of resistance, the law power began to falter. The barefoot woman was shocked. What manner of ability is this southern Mingli fire, that it can even suppress the law power? Boom. Wang Jing'an swung me as I lowered my gaze. I was astonished to witness the jade flute beginning to spread cracks. Wang Jing'an remarked, "It won't hold for much longer. We must act swiftly." The cost of manipulating the phantom from such a distance was exceedingly great. Realizing that the jade flute was gradually shattering, Wang Jing'an wasted no time. After subduing the barefoot woman, he turned and conjured his most formidable strike. This blow unleashed a torrent of magnificent sword energy, akin to 3,000 waterfalls cascading down, crashing against the city gate. With this strike, he finally carved out an opening sufficient for passage. Han Bing, lead Wang Jing'an away. That is an order. The Sword Saint's phantom surged from his son's body, and upon witnessing the breach, he turned to confront the barefoot woman once more, aiming to inflict severe damage on this spirit weapon before the jade flute suffered further destruction. Hearing this, Han Bing did not hesitate. He rendered a precise military salute unique to the Exorcist Pavilion, placed a hand on Wang Jing'an's shoulder, and declared, "Let us go." The master is still engaged with the city lord. Wang Jing'an chose not to linger and complicate matters. Although he was reluctant to see the master remain behind, he understood that the phantom of his father would not endure much longer. If they did not depart now, they would all be trapped. Observing the master preparing to leave, the large, dim-witted bird feigning death in the distance hastily flew over from the side, calling out as it approached, "Caw, caw, caw, master, don't leave me behind." Chapter 119, Team 515, Attention. I thought you were dead. Wang Jing'an furrowed his brows, gazing at the gaping wound. Your physique is simply too massive. In less than half a second, the clumsy bird transformed into a half-human, half-demon figure, sporting fiery red hair and a physique brimming with muscle, reminiscent of a fiery warrior. Buzzing suddenly, the jade flute in Wang Jing'an's hand was riddled with cracks. Before the distant shadow of the Sword Saint dissipated, it hurled back the Tang Dao. The jade flute was now beyond repair. It seemed that once the cooling period was over, he could only summon his father's shadow once more. After Wang Jing'an retrieved the Tang Dao, he charged out of the city gates without a moment's hesitation. Han Bing and the clumsy bird followed closely behind. The barefoot woman reacted with remarkable speed, her fingertips tapping lightly. Just as the clumsy bird was about to dash out, a powerful force of law immobilized it. Damn, this woman is truly infuriating. The clumsy bird shouted, "Master, save me. I haven't even married into chicks yet." Wang Jing'an reached out and forcibly pulled the clumsy bird's body free. However, at that very moment, the force of law unleashed by the barefoot woman struck Wang Jing'an with a loud thud. His body began to crack and shatter. The power of the law was overwhelmingly fierce. Even the shadow of the Sword Saint could only manage to severely injure the barefoot woman. "Caw, caw, master," the clumsy bird suddenly cried out, its true form coalescing, a torrent of flames engulfing it as it prepared to exchange its life for Wang Jing'an's. The clumsy bird was acutely aware of its family's flames, which possessed healing properties. As long as there was a breath of life remaining, it could revive anyone, even from within a coffin. As the flames enveloped Wang Jing'an, 3 of the clumsy bird's already broken wings began to fall away. Sacrificing these 3 wings intensified the blaze. Yet, in the face of the law's force, the flames were suppressed. Damn it. After finally aligning with a promising master, you want to kill me before I can enjoy life? The clumsy bird glared angrily at the barefoot woman inside the city. If it had the strength, it would have loved to rush in and slap her. But the barefoot woman, having dispersed the Sword Saint's shadow, was on the verge of breaking through, unwilling to let Wang Jing'an escape. "Kid, my flames should be able to save the Master's life. You take him and leave first," the clumsy bird urged, eyeing the barefoot woman as she prepared to charge out of the city. Han Bing wasted no time. He lifted Wang Jing'an onto his back and dashed towards the exit. However, Han Bing was somewhat surprised. Had a demon clan member truly been willing to sacrifice themselves to save a human warrior? This was a first for him. Yet, they were on an isolated island. Even if they escaped the chaotic city, how could they cross the sea with their bare bodies? Just as the clumsy bird was about to utter some heroic last words, it noticed that the owner of the Wanwu Tower had unexpectedly positioned himself at the entrance. The owner held a small hourglass. Reverse chaos, rewind time. At the cost of draining his own demonic energy, the owner activated the hourglass. As the grains of sand rushed upward, his body began to wither away, cracking as well. Subsequently, the sand below began to crumble as it returned to the upper chamber. The owner collapsed, suddenly kneeling on the ground. His goal was achieved, and a smile slowly crept upon his face. Rewinding time. The barefoot woman, witnessing the shattered hourglass, was taken aback. That old geezer Guan Rong actually deemed you worthy of such a spiritual artifact. After saying this, she ignored the owner, each step solidifying the ground beneath her as she advanced toward the city gates. Though the cost of reaching the outside world was great, she intended to leave no one behind. In no time, the owner produced his last spiritual artifact and leaped forward, clasping the barefoot woman's legs. In his hand was a sandworm, capable of absorbing the life force of its host to gain immense energy. This sandworm had a unique ability. After draining its host's life, it could coalesce all surrounding dust and sand, with the host's flesh and blood as support. The resulting sand wall would be immensely sturdy. The barefoot woman elegantly tapped her fingertips, using the power of law to crush the owner. Yet, even with his back torn apart by the force, he did not relinquish his grip. The barefoot woman's words rang true. Death is not frightening at all. What is terrifying is oblivion. What is the point of fighting so hard when you've forgotten your very own appearance? Upon hearing this, the owner's heart trembled violently. The barefoot woman continued, aiming to breach his psychological defenses. "Do you wish to see what you once looked like?" As her words fell, she traced her fingertip, causing images to flash before the owner. What he saw was not his past self, but rather that of a young boy. The barefoot woman spoke softly. "The figure in the image is your son, isn't it? During your time concealed in the chaotic city, I etched your son's likeness based on your memories. Now that so many years have passed, he should be in high school or university, correct? Alas, your memory of him forever lingers at the time he first started school." Tears streamed down the owner's face as his psychological defenses crumbled. In that moment of despair, he seemed to glimpse his past self, not the visage of a saintly demon. Yet, the owner remained resolute. Even if he could not accompany his son, even if he had to forsake the empire he had painstakingly built, he would complete this final mission. "Gather dust into mountains," he shouted, as his body began to be consumed by the sandworm. The surrounding dust and stones coalesced into a mountain, blocking the city gates. The owner, amidst a torrent of collapsing emotions, gazed outward at the gates. His eyes, though belonging to the saintly elephant clan, sparkled with clarity. Then, the communication device switched to a specific channel, and with a forcibly extracted smile, he addressed all surviving team members. Team 515. "Attention, here are the orders. Survive, and return that child home." Outside the chaotic city, all the members of Team 515 who had previously sacrificed themselves, including Wang Dei, Zhang Dei, Wei Guang, and Sun Yi, were mysteriously resurrected. As long as they had fallen within an hour and a half covered by the hourglass. This was the owner's final act of sacrifice, rewinding the lost hour and a half of time, allowing those who had perished to emerge from the flow of time. However, those who had died outside that hour and a half could not be resurrected. This was all the owner could do in his final moments. Meanwhile, Han Bing, Wang Dei, Zhang Dei, Wei Guang, and Sun Yi all heard the captain's last command through their communication devices. "Captain." Han Bing turned to see the city gates gradually being blocked by a mountain wall, the captain's figure slowly dissipating. I thought I was..." Wei Guang suddenly touched his body, recalling that he had just been obliterated by a force of law. It was the ninth-grade spiritual artifact, the Time Hourglass. Han Bing's eyes shimmered with a tinge of sorrow. So the captain had long prepared to sacrifice himself to revive us. From the very beginning, the owner's plan did not involve allowing his team to perish in the chaotic city. Rather, he intended for them to return home. Chapter 120. Homecoming. Wang Day had heard of the Time Hourglass, a powerful spiritual artifact. To carve a spiritual artifact means to replicate the capabilities of a high-grade spiritual tool. The hourglass in the possession of the host is a replica of the ninth-grade Time Hourglass. Such replicated spiritual artifacts are one-time use only. Just like when the master of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, Xingtian, carried that coffin, which was also a replica of the ninth-grade artifact, the demon-slaying coffin. Once everyone had regained their composure, they were left to mourn. It turned out that in the captain's plan, we were all supposed to return home alive. Yet the captain remained alone in that city. Zhang Day turned to gaze at the dark and chaotic city of the Ruin of Demons, which held 6 years of his memories. Although the team members were reminiscing, an inescapable shadow loomed over their hearts. That barefoot woman was utterly terrifying. Speaking of which, now that we are revived, what about those demon cultivators who had already been slain? This question suddenly crossed Zhang Day's mind. Han Bing remarked, high-grade spiritual artifacts possess both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of the Time Hourglass lies in its ability to target and reverse time. Remember how the captain used to ask us for a drop of blood? Upon hearing this, everyone recalled that moment. No wonder the captain insisted on obtaining a drop of our essence back then. He was plotting our final mission. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence until Wei Guang broke it, saying, that woman must be the will of the Ruin of Demons, right? She's incredibly powerful. If I ever reach the 9th realm, I must refine her. To be precise, she was the spirit of the Ruin of Demons. And even if you reach the 9th realm, you could not refine her unless you possessed the pinnacle of the 9th realm's power. Han Bing stood at the forefront, saluting in the direction of the Ruin of Demons. All members of Team 515 stood in unison, including the large bird that had initially been prepared for sacrifice, which also saluted. After paying their respects to the captain, Han Bing led the team towards the edge of the isolated island. The large bird was responsible for carrying the barely conscious Wang Jing'an, flames still swirling around him. However, the large bird now appeared somewhat comical. Initially six-winged, it had broken its remaining wings to ensure the flames burned brightly enough to save Wang Jing'an, leaving it with just 2 wings. Vice Captain, Brother Jing'an's breathing is becoming faint, Wei Guang noted. Upon hearing this, Han Bing approached the large bird to check Wang Jing'an's injuries. The power of the laws was supposed to annihilate him. But thanks to the flames of this 6-winged firebird, he clings to his last breath. However, that is all it can do. He may not survive much longer. Just then, Han Bing was taken aback as he noticed the jade pendant around Wang Jing'an's waist had shattered. After the pendant broke, a rich aura of life enveloped Wang Jing'an. The substitute death pendant? Han Bing exclaimed. Isn't that Commander Chen's personal item? After all, Commander Chen was Wang Jing'an's mother. How could she not provide a life-saving talisman in such a perilous place? With the substitute death pendant, it seemed Brother Jing'an would be all right. Wei Guang turned to Zhang Day and inquired, you, too, are a member of Team 515? I didn't see you when I first arrived. Zhang Day replied. The captain secretly developed a few informants when he came to the Ruin of Demons, and I was one of them. However, I never expected you were also part of Team 515. Wei Guang asked, what about your 2 brothers when you returned to Daxia? They have no idea you survived due to the Time Hourglass's reversal. Zhang Day assured him, don't worry, they are not so fragile. After they finish burning incense for me in the Ruin of Demons, they will return to Daxia shortly. Burning incense for you, Wei Guang mused. Cursing yourself in such a refreshingly unconventional way is something I've never seen before. As the group reached the shores of the isolated island, a sea demon rapidly approached from the distance. Han Bing, Wang Day, and others wore solemn expressions, bracing for an attack from the sea demon. However, this sea demon was there to escort them back to the borders of Daxia. Once, I owed the Sword Saint a favor. Today, I shall personally see you back to the borders of Daxia. The enormous sea demon, nearly 1,000 meters long and a shimmering ice blue, resembled a mermaid. Albeit not quite. Wang De looked to the vice captain, awaiting his decision. Han Bing nodded. This sea demon must be at least of the 8th realm. If it intended to kill us, it could do so effortlessly without invoking the Sword Saint's name to deceive us. Let us go, homeward bound. As everyone leaped onto the back of the sea demon, it began to partially submerge, gliding across the open sea. That was the direction of home. Are we really going home like this? Zhang De felt a surge of anger over the captain's sacrifice. It's truly infuriating to have been forced to flee in such a disheveled state by that barefoot woman. What else could we have done? Her cultivation was far too advanced, and she was the spirit of a 9th-grade artifact. If it weren't for Wang Jing'an summoning the Pavilion Master's remnant, none of us would have escaped today. At that moment, Wang Jing'an's voice suddenly resonated. In the future, I shall return to the ruin of demons once more to bring back what is most important to the host for burial. Upon hearing this, everyone turned back. And the large bird joyfully exclaimed, Gaga? Master, this is wonderful. My flame saved you. The large bird took credit for the rescue. Wang Jing'an did not respond to it, but instead gazed toward the ruin of demons. Speaking in a tone only he could hear, if one day I become one of the 10 saints of the human race, I shall personally erase this city from existence. The barefoot woman had scattered the stone mountain assembled by the host with the power of the laws, personally scattering the host's remains. She then approached the city gate, where it met the outside world, her gaze cold. Next time you set foot in the ruin of demons, I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death. After uttering these words, her previously shattered perfect form slowly reconstituted under the continuous nourishment of the power of the laws. Once restored, she commanded, immediately issue orders to slaughter all human warriors not within my ranks in the ruin of demons. Tear their sinews and scatter their ashes, ensuring they can never be reborn. The city lord complied. I obey. Meanwhile, in Daxia, at the headquarters of the demon-slaying pavilion in Fengjing City, Wang Dingtian, who had been in a meeting, suddenly felt exhausted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The attendees were all concerned about the pavilion master's condition. Li Xiaohua approached, asking with worry, Pavilion Master, is something wrong? Many had witnessed the pavilion master meditating in battle, his 3 feet of righteous sword energy trembling around him. Under such circumstances, many had guessed the cause. Typically, this indicated that he was either outside with a clone or had condensed a remnant image into a container, and the shattering of that container had led to his current state. The pavilion master must have been saving someone. After taking a breath, Wang Dingtian spoke. Jing'an is on his way back. He has already notified the sea demon through a spiritual artifact, and they should return to the borders of Daxia within half a day. Wang Jing'an is returning. Li Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise. Pavilion Master, are you planning to wage war against the demon race? Let us not discuss that now. Come with me to welcome the members of Team 515 and Wang Jing'an. Wang Dingtian did not answer Li Xiaohua's question, turning to leave the meeting room, effectively concluding the assembly. Wang Jing'an's return might herald the onset of a war between the races. Chapter 121. Preparing for the funeral on the northern border of the Great Xia. In the open sea, a sea monster advanced swiftly. The members of the Demon Slayer Pavilion stationed at the border detected this anomaly and immediately reported it. Captain, this is the leader of Team 891's reconnaissance unit. We have spotted a sea monster approaching us rapidly. Should we intercept? The reconnaissance leader urged. Captain, please respond. A voice crackled through the communication device. The sea monster belongs to a neutral race. They have always shunned warfare. Its approach towards the Great Xia's borders likely indicates a matter of urgency. Do not intercept, but remain in a defensive readiness and observe the situation. The sea monsters were originally part of the demon race, but they had long despised conflict and separated themselves, choosing to dwell in the open sea. Moments later, a colossal sea monster neared the Great Xia border. Before the members of Team 891 could inquire about the creature's purpose, dozens of human warriors leapt from its back, accompanied by a 6-winged firebird. Wait, how did the 6-winged firebird become a 2-winged one? The vice captain of Team 515, Han Bing, called out, all members of Team 515, return home. Han Bing's voice echoed outside the border city. When their captain fell in battle, he had held back his tears. However, uttering these words at the border of his homeland overwhelmed him, and tears streamed down his face. After a brief exchange with Team 891, they were allowed to pass. Upon hearing of Wang Jing'an's exploits in the Chaos Demon City, the members of Team 891 expressed admiration. He had slain a demon prince before even arriving at the city, and upon his arrival, he had relentlessly pursued and vanquished numerous demon cultivators. However, when Team 891 attempted to let the Firebird through, they halted it. It is a demon, and cannot enter through the gates of the border city. It is against the rules. Han Bing glanced at the Firebird and clarified. This bird did not abandon Wang Jing'an in his time of need. It is different from the other demons. Just as Wang Jing'an was about to speak, the bird interjected. Caw, caw, caw. Master, I am fine. It doesn't matter whether I enter through the main gate. Ultimately, with the consent of Team 891's captain, the Firebird followed most of the group through the city gates. What a joy it is to enter the Great Xia openly, the Firebird mused, reflecting on its decision to pursue its master that fateful night. Had it not done so, it would not have become his steed. Looking back, it seemed that fate had intervened. As they entered the city, they were met by the pavilion master of the Demon Slayer Pavilion, who appeared to have been waiting for some time. Behind the master stood several team leaders, including the formidable Divine General Zhao. The strength of the Demon Slayer Pavilion's Divine Generals far surpassed that of the Wang Generals. However, upon seeing Wang Jing'an, Wang Dingtian's brow furrowed. Jing'an, your cultivation. How did you reach the sixth realm? Previously, when he had manipulated the remnants of time, he had been unaware of his son's cultivation level. He only knew that his son's body seemed to possess an extraordinary array of abilities, which was quite astonishing. Before he could inquire further about these abilities, he was again struck by Wang Jing'an's impressive cultivation. The words of the pavilion master reverberated, causing Zhao Guan, Team 188's Captain Li Xiaohua, and the other team leaders to tremble with disbelief. The sixth realm? Are you jesting? If this were not uttered by the pavilion master, someone would surely contest it. After a brief pause, Zhao Guan focused his energy on Wang Jing'an, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from him. The sixth realm, and your cultivation is remarkably stable. Not the result of hastily consuming pills. Li Xiaohua inquired, what on earth transpired in Chaos Demon City, Wang Jing'an? How did you ascend from the third realm to the sixth realm in such a short span? In truth, Wang Jing'an had already reached the fourth realm before venturing to Chaos Demon City, but the news of his advancement had not yet spread. Only a select few were aware. The Firebird began to boast. My master wreaked havoc in Chaos Demon City, striking fear into the hearts of the wretched demons. In the end, even the celestial rat demons sought refuge under the legal protections of the city. Li Xiaohua gazed at the Firebird, now missing 4 of its wings, and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. What do you mean? Wretched demons. Is this Firebird not a demon? Yet, Wang Dingtian chose not to dwell on this topic. He understood that his son harbored many secrets, and he would have ample opportunity to discuss them privately later. Therefore, Wang Dingtian swiftly shifted the conversation, saying, let's not stray too far. The important thing is that you are back. We must arrange for Taiye's funeral. Evidently, Wang Dingtian was already aware of the circumstances surrounding Chun Taiye's death in battle. Chun Taiye had fallen while executing a mission, and thus the Demon Slayer Pavilion bore the duty of caring for Taiye's family and organizing a grand funeral. Even if the ceremony were to take place without Taiye's remains, it was an unfortunate reality that preserving a complete body on the battlefield was exceedingly difficult. Many funerals for fallen members of the pavilion had been conducted without their corpses, with only their most cherished possessions accompanying them to the afterlife, be it a sword, a treasured jade pendant, or a wedding ring. Before departing, Wang Dingtian approached the outer border city and bowed toward the open sea, saying, Sister Sea Monster, thank you. The sea monster regarded Wang Dingtian silently and, after a few moments, began to retreat back to its own oceanic domain. In the demon realm, Lingxi Palace, the day brought alarming news from the Lingxi clan's spies. The dispatched Peak 6th Realm Guardian, along with the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th princes, had all perished without exception. Furthermore, that rascal Wang Jing'an had survived and returned to the Great Xia territory. Upon receiving this information, the Lingxi Emperor erupted in fury, What power does that brat possess to slay so many of my offspring? And there was a peak 6th realm. The rules of Chaos Demon City dictated that no being of 7th realm cultivation could survive within its confines, lest they be obliterated by the city's will, unless they were powerful enough to withstand such annihilation. Thus, a peak 6th realm guardian represented the upper echelon of combat strength within the city. In such circumstances, how could several offspring have been slain? The spy knelt. Continuing to report, Wang Jing'an was never in the 3rd realm. When he first revealed himself, he was at the 4th realm. Today, he has attained the early 6th realm. The Lingxi Emperor was taken aback. What? 2 realms in half a month? How could such a being exist? Not even the most remarkable genius of the human race could achieve such a feat. What power could Wang Jing'an possibly wield to effect such a breakthrough? P.S. I've been struggling with writer's block, so I will post 4 updates today and return to 5 updates tomorrow. My apologies to everyone, by the way. Regarding the compatibility of the Southern Ming's Li Hua, it's nearly maxed out. Many have speculated about this, but let's not delve further. A truly high-stakes plot is imminent. So no spoilers about Xingtian. Chapter 122. The adorably foolish bird in the past, Zhao Gang, now the foremost among the 10 saints of the human race, had failed to astonish the Lingxi Emperor. Yet now, a mere youth named Wang Jing'an had shattered 2 realms within a fortnight, instilling a sense of threat within the Lingxi Emperor. Could it be true that he had returned to the Great Xia? A subordinate knelt and reported, "Indeed, the news is accurate. Furthermore, I have received credible information suggesting that Wang Jing'an may possess not 1, but possibly 2 or even 3 abilities." The Lingxi Emperor furrowed his brow. Can a single individual truly wield 3 abilities? This is preposterous. The subordinate continued, "The South Mingsley fire is merely 1. There exists another illusion technique capable of manipulating direction and even the 5 senses. Intelligence indicates that this directional manipulation is suspected to be his 2nd ability." The Lingxi Emperor's frown deepened. "And what of the 3rd? The subordinate explained, "He can open a spatial gateway within a certain range. It was through this portal that Wang Jing'an ultimately vanquished the 3rd and 5th princes, and in less than 10 days, he obliterated our strongholds, including the Lingxi, Qijiao Tiger, Tongtian Mouse, Lingwei Sacred Elephant, and Titan Demon Ape in the Chaos of Demons." Upon hearing this report, the Lingxi Emperor's fury was palpable. Dispatch a death squad to assassinate Wang Jing'an. This child must not be allowed to mature. If allowed to grow for a few years after breaking through 2 realms in half a month, he may become a figure beyond the reach of even the demon race. Simultaneously, the Lingxi ancestor emerged from the Lingxi palace, transforming into a half-human, half-demon form, and solemnly instructed, "Prepare to assemble the troops." Startled, the Lingxi Emperor inquired, "Ancestor, what do you mean?" The ancestor, aware that several of his grandsons had fallen to Wang Jing'an, remained composed and revealed the current situation. "The ancestor of the Titan Demon Ape has emerged from seclusion." The Lingxi Emperor asked, "The ancestor of the Demon Ape is still alive?" The ancestor nodded. "He has survived through life-extending elixirs, but his time is short." Just now, the Titan Ape clan summoned all families for a meeting, intending to tear up their treaties and wage full-scale war against the human race. That ancestor has declared his intent to drag the entire human race down with him before he dies. Hearing this, the Lingxi Emperor was elated. He has managed to survive all these years and is still at the peak of the 9th realm? The ancestor shook his head. He is at the half-step divine realm. The Lingxi Emperor was astonished. In the Great Xia, news of Wang Jing'an's return home from the chaos of demons quickly spread, reaching a significant portion of the populace within a few days. The revelation that he had shattered 3 realms in half a month left many in shock, especially those from the Slaying Demons Pavilion, the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, and various martial arts academies. Not only these individuals, but even Wang Dingtian was taken aback upon learning of the news. After the initial shock came joy. Upon returning to the Zhulong Martial Academy, Wang Jing'an instantly became a figure of great renown, with numerous academy students eager to make his acquaintance. Particularly after hearing of his exploits in the chaos of demons, slaying demon apes, pursuing demon race members, and annihilating several demon princes and strongholds. While others may have merely completed a single task or consolidated their cultivation in that time, Wang Jing'an experienced a series of thrilling events. Jing'an, well done. You returned from the chaos of demons and have already left us far behind, said Lin Wanqing as she found him in the cafeteria, sitting opposite him at the table. How can you leave us so far behind, making us feel like mere wastrels? Yangzhen exclaimed. You are not wastrels. Achieving the second realm in this time frame is commendable. It's merely that I am extraordinarily gifted, Wang Jing'an boasted, not forgetting to commend himself. Yangzhen found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, only to exclaim after a moment, we didn't even have the chance to challenge in the chaos of demons, and you've returned with such monumental news, slaying over 10 princes. Incredible. I regret not joining you. You would be the one regretting it if you had gone. I barely made it back alive, Wang Jing'an remarked, sipping his soup before continuing. By the way, tell Lin Jinfeng not to go to the chaos of demons. That place is now very dangerous. Wang Jing'an sensed that the barefooted woman, having suffered a crushing defeat, might turn her wrath upon the human martial artist residing in the chaos of demons. He recalled how, during the brief moments when his father's remnant shadow possessed him, he had nearly overwhelmed the barefooted woman, rendering her nearly unrecognizable. Had it not been for the significant energy consumption of the shadow, she might have already perished at his hands. The 9th grade Tang Dao was indeed formidable, showcasing its power to the fullest in the hands of a high-level cultivator. Paired with his father's majestic sword energy, it was truly unstoppable. Soon, Wang Jing'an was drawn to a large, foolish bird outside the cafeteria. The bird lounged at the entrance, seemingly enjoying its lunch, occasionally greeting passing students. Hello, classmates. My master is Wang Jing'an. You know him, right? He rampaged through the chaos of demons, even smashing the body of the chaos of demon spirit tool. As more students entered the cafeteria, the bird continued to boast, my master is Wang Jing'an. For students entering the cafeteria, shortly after, more students arrived, and the bird declared, my master is Wang Jing'an. 6 students nearby the cafeteria? Before long, numerous female students approached, and before the bird could utter a word of pride, they began to pet it, stroking its feathers. Wow, this large bird's feathers are so soft. I heard from the older sisters that this large bird is a new mount of Jing'an. How impressive of him to tame a demon race beast. This large bird is adorably foolish. Feeling the enthusiasm of the female students, the large bird was speechless. Is large bird what you call me? Only my master can call me that. Before it could finish, the bird was once again subjected to enthusiastic petting, drawing even more onlookers. This bird can speak Chinese. Hey, large bird. Call me sister and I'll give you candy. The large bird turned its head. I will not yield. I want to say it. 10 seconds later, the large bird began chewing a piece of gum. Gaga. This candy is delicious, sticky, and chewy. Inside the cafeteria, upon seeing the large bird, Wang Jing'an was momentarily speechless, covering his face and shaking his head in disbelief. Yangzhen leaned in, lowering his voice. By the way, Jing'an, this little brother you took in seems a bit dim-witted. Judging by its appearance, it should be from the 6-winged firebird clan. Why does it have only 2 wings now? Many had noticed the demon firebird at the cafeteria entrance, yet no one attempted to attack it. After all, they had heard that Wang Jing'an had taken a little brother from the chaos of demons, and this little brother had not abandoned him during critical moments, so there was little animosity towards the firebird. Before their conversation could linger much longer, Wang Jing'an spotted their teacher approaching with food. On the tray was a packet of wedding candy. The homeroom teacher, Song Tianqi, placed the candy beside Wang Jing'an. Wang Jing'an, puzzled, asked, Teacher, what is this? Yangzhen chimed in, laughing. The teacher's daughter had her full moon celebration a few days ago, and students from our classes are all receiving wedding candy. Yours was just missing. Congratulations, teacher. Wang Jing'an's smile blossomed suddenly. Well, the news arrived so unexpectedly that I haven't even prepared a gift and am unsure what to present to the teacher's daughter. Song Tianqi lowered his head. Ready to eat. Do not concern yourself with the specifics of gifts. Simply accept this wedding candy as a token of good fortune. Wang Jing'an, avoiding any pretense, graciously accepted the candy, fully aware of the head teacher's family circumstances. The head teacher, now in his 30s, has only one daughter, which indeed is quite a challenge. After a moment, Wang Jing'an inquired again. Teacher, Shouldn't you be on leave to accompany your wife and daughter? Song Tianqi waved his hand. The confinement period has concluded. My parents are at home caring for my wife and our newborn daughter. Moreover, there are numerous matters to attend to at school these days. I will take my leave once I have managed these pressing issues. Chapter 123. The Divine Mandate until the following morning. Wang Jing'an accompanied the members of Team 515 to a cemetery in Fengjing City to pay homage to the leader. The entrance of the cemetery did not bear the characters for cemetery, but instead displayed the inscription Era of Peace. Within this tranquil realm lie the remains of those valiant souls who sacrificed themselves for humanity. These heroes shared a common goal and purpose, to usher humanity into an era of peace, allowing future generations to enjoy the serenity it brings. As Wang Jing'an entered, the atmosphere grew solemn, and his expression turned grave. We did not bring back any personal belongings of the leader. Inside, they interred. Han Bing glanced towards a middle-aged woman standing with a young man in his 20s, both weeping. Seeing this, Han Bing felt a weight settle in his heart. The leader's wife had brought their wedding ring, which would be laid to rest in place of her husband's body. Wang Jing'an, unable to speak, heard the leader's son lamenting from afar. You began your missions the year I graduated from middle school. For 3 years, I awaited your return. I truly wished you could witness my graduation ceremony after the college entrance exams, yet now, with only a year left until my own university graduation, you still have not returned. Is my request too lofty? The leader's son's voice dwindled, eventually breaking into sobs. I no longer ask for your return. I only wish to see you one last time via video call, even just to hear your voice. Dad. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing'an hesitated to approach, a profound sense of loss swelling within him. Those who press forward through the shadows are also heroes. Those who lay down their lives for their mission are heroes as well. The leader held an indelible place in Wang Jing'an's heart. Han Bing added, the leader has not seen his true self for 5 or 6 years. He has lived under the guise of a holy elephant demon. Wang Jing'an's resolve intensified. The spirit of the weapon in Chaos Demon City must perish. The leader had managed the myriad affairs of the Wanshur building in Chaos Demon City for 5 or 6 years. It would soon be established in some district of the Great Xia. Numerous members of the demon-slaying pavilion gathered to mourn Captain Xingtian. The funeral continued for 7 days before concluding. That very evening, as the funeral of Captain Xingtian ended, urgent news arrived from the northern border of the Great Xia. The report reached the Tianling Pavilion, the demon-slaying pavilion, and the highest information department of the Human Alliance. The urgent communication stated, in the border city, a decree has emerged, forged from overwhelming demonic power, demanding the immediate surrender of Wang Jing'an within 24 hours. Should this demand not be met, the demon clan will tear up the treaty and indiscriminately devastate any city within the human realm. Upon learning of this, the high-ranking officials convened in an emergency meeting. Ultimately, Commander Chen concluded that Wang Jing'an must be protected at all costs. Following this decision, many high-ranking representatives understood the gravity of the situation, returning to their nations to prepare their armies. To safeguard Wang Jing'an signified the impending onset of the Second Racial War in over a decade. The following morning, the entire Great Xia entered a state of unprecedented military readiness. The armies assembled, with countless retired members of the demon-slaying pavilion rejoining their ranks. Additionally, numerous martial artists voluntarily enrolled in the demon-slaying pavilion or any national army, preparing for the impending conflict. As the clock ticked past 24 hours without the surrender of Wang Jing'an, dire news arrived within mere hours. A nation to the west of the Great Xia had seen its capital reduced to ruins. The shockwave of this news rippled through the human nations. Could the demon clan truly possess the power to obliterate a capital in under 2 hours? This could not merely be the prowess of the Ninth Realm. By around 1 o'clock that night, a messenger from the demon realm arrived, bearing a decree that reached the border city of the Great Xia. By the divine mandate, if Wang Jing'an is not surrendered within 6 hours, the demon clan will raise the capital of the Great Xia. The messenger proclaimed, thrusting the decree into the air, revealing it to all present. Simultaneously, many in the border city initiated live broadcasts, given the heightened interest in the destruction of a capital. The demon clan seemed resolute in their intent to sever the treaty entirely. Consequently, the military forces of that nation stood ready for war at a moment's notice. Online, numerous comments flooded in. The demon clan is too audacious. Hurry up and start the war. I can hardly wait. The armies were assembled, now awaiting orders from the High Command to launch an offensive against the demon realm. Amidst this turmoil, questions arose about the messenger's claim of a divine mandate. Who was this deity? As far as anyone knew, the 8 major demon clans had no such entity. The term deity referred to a rank. The demon hierarchy comprised demon kings at the 7th realm, demon emperors at the 8th, and demon gods at the 9th, with the 10th realm being the deity itself. What was this? A deity at the 10th realm? Had a demon achieved such a rank? Surely this was absurd. What, then, were the humans of the 10th realm called? In over 20 years, I had never heard of anything above the 9th realm. Humans of the 10th realm were known as human emperors, a title rarely attained in recent times, thus few were aware of it. Could it be that a demon had reached this realm? Within the gathering armies, some felt the weight of the impending conflict. However, the human high command remained composed, as no orders for war had yet been issued. That night, Wang Jing'an took a moment to smoke a cigarette while gazing out into the night. He retrieved a small communication device from his waist and switched to the highest channel, accessible solely to the 30 of them. Wang Jing'an solemnly remarked, "It seems we have not truly gathered as a complete unit in over a decade. Let us meet in Era of Peace Cemetery in 2 hours. No one is permitted to be absent." In contrast to the anxiety felt by many, the High Command maintained a calm demeanor. Only through tranquility could they make the right decisions. Chapter 124. The Reunion of 30 Shadows in the Dead of Night, a woman of approximately 50. Sweeping the streets of Xingtian City, was interrupted by the resonant voice of the sword saint emanating from the small communicator at her waist. Upon hearing the message, she paused, glanced at the desolate street, and then vanished into the shadows at the end of the road. Meanwhile, in Chang'an, an elderly man residing in a temple smiled faintly upon hearing the sword saint's voice. "The final mission has finally arrived," he murmured before taking a single step forward, vanishing into the depths of the temple as if he had traversed 1,000 miles. In Jinling, a man in his 60s, amidst the raucous atmosphere of a bar, received the same summons through his communicator. However, his surroundings were too loud for anyone else to hear. Gripping a bottle, he muttered to himself and prepared to leave for the Taiping Shengshi Cemetery in Fengjing City, despite a young woman in revealing attire questioning his departure, lamenting that he hadn't had his fill. In Suzhou, a leisurely elderly gentleman sat in a small bookstore, an old radio playing tales that seemed to echo his own past. When he heard the call of the sword saint, he too rose and disappeared into the night, leaving the cozy confines of the bookstore. At the same moment, individuals from various cities across the Daxiao realm, and even from foreign lands, who heard the sword saint's call, set aside their tasks and made their way towards a common destination. The gun sovereign Zhao Gang approached the cemetery through the moonlit night, while the blade master El Yao, clad in black and bearing a sword, emerged from a side street. The array master Lin Hanyun tore through the fabric of space, his presence accompanied by a lingering aura of his craft. On a highway leading to the cemetery, an elderly man in a wheelchair sped forth, reaching the cemetery gates in less than 10 minutes. As the night wore on, a steady stream of visitors began to arrive at the Taiping Shengshi Cemetery, most of whom were elderly. The youngest among them were the sword saint Wang Jing'an and the gun sovereign Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, carrying a long spear, entered the cemetery with a smile, remarking to Jing'an, "It has been years, and your prowess has only sharpened. If we were to elect the 10 saints anew, you would undoubtedly lead the ranks." Wang Jing'an, seeing Zhao Gang's spirited demeanor, chuckled in return, "You would be the rightful first among the 10 saints, regardless of when the election occurs." Moments later, others such as Guan Rong, Qin Yuanzhou, and Yufeng Lan joined them, but their arrival brought a tinge of sorrow. Qin Yuanzhou's eyes were obscured by a black cloth, while Guan Rong was swathed in bandages, his form frail and deteriorating, sustained only by an unfinished mission. Qi Ro bore a disfigured jaw, rendered mute, and Lin Yanhua, having been cured of his poison weeks prior thanks to Wang Jing, and Nanjing Lihua had regained his former vigor. Old Sun has it easy, sitting in a wheelchair, Qin Yuanzhou jested. Sun Dingwa chuckled, though my lower half is crippled. Comfort is not something I possess. If we speak of ease, it is Zhao and Wang who were truly fortunate. All 30 individuals gifted with extraordinary talents had gathered. Wang Jing'an turned to face them, a profound sadness in his heart. More than half of them had barely survived the harrowing battle over a decade ago. And the price of survival had been steep. Some were mute, others crippled, and some bore the scars of decay. Yet, they had not been defeated. They continued to fight on with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Zhao Gang noticed Chen Lingxi's absence. In truth, her presence mattered little, for among the 30 extraordinary talents, there had never been a 31st. The 10 saints of humanity had always been 10, not the 11 rumored by outsiders. Chen Ling, she was merely the outlier, born from Wang Jing'an's dual sword heart. Suddenly, a palpable energy manifested before Wang Jing'an as he conjured the majestic sword aura, drawing forth the Qingfeng sword and planting it firmly in the ground. Alas, Lingxi perished in battle. Were it not for Jing'an's dual sword heart, she would not have lingered for those additional years in spirit form, Qin Yuanzhou reflected, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Let us dispense with pleasantries. You all know why you have been summoned here today, Wang Jing'an declared forthrightly in the presence of these esteemed predecessors. Are you prepared for sacrifice? Qin Yuanzhou burst into laughter. I've been dreaming of this moment. In my current half-human, half-ghost state, I would frighten children just by stepping outside. Sun Dingwa joined in the laughter. Enough of this sentimental drivel. We are not children. It is merely death we face. What is there to fear? Wang Jing'an gazed at his comrades with a wry smile, then stood at the center, bowing respectfully to the gravestones above. Honorable martyrs, I pay my respects 3 times. First, to the loyalty and bravery of our forebears. Second, to the enduring spirit of our heroes. Third, may they bless our humanity in this time of national peril. We shall follow in their footsteps, sacrificing our lives to fend off external threats. Life is less than death, heavy as Mount Tai, and the spirits of our nation shall never fade. The 29 men standing behind Wang Jing'an saluted in unison, their demeanor solemn. They understood that this might be their last gathering. If humanity overcame this trial, there would be no opportunity for such a reunion again. At that moment, Zhao Gang reminisced about the time he had slain a demon king. Years ago, a senior had asked him, "What is Daxia?" Back then, he had no understanding. But now he comprehended. Daxia represented the father who supports a family, the doctor in a white coat saving lives, and the heroes who sacrificed for their country. These individuals, rooted in the yellow earth, carried the blood of Yin and Huang, embodying the fiery spirit of youth. This was Zhao Gang's vision of Daxia. Yet this time, Zhao Gang took the place of that elder and posed a question to the assembly. What does it mean to be human? Wang Jing'an, Sun Dingwa, Yu Fenglan, Qi Ro Ro, Yang Pingyun, Qin Yuanzhou, Zhugu Li, Ma Liyate, and Ao Ma all pondered this question together. In their hearts, they arrived at a unanimous conclusion. Humanity embodies the great cause of family and nation, the passing of the torch through generations. It is the warmth of homes filled with laughter, the children's joyous voices, and those who would lay down their lives to defend the dignity of humanity. They are the backbone of the nation, forged from blood and flesh. This war had never been a solitary battle. It was the guardianship of many. Let us commence, Wang Jing'an proclaimed, lifting the Qingfeng sword and stepping out of the cemetery towards a specific direction, the path to the demon-slaying pavilion. The remaining 29, each carrying their own mission, departed the cemetery into the enveloping night. Chapter 125. Each generation's endeavors with merely 2 hours remaining before the ultimatum issued by the deity of the demon race. The entirety of the Great Xia, or perhaps all of humanity, was bustling with the assembly of countless military factions. Upon returning to the Demon Slayer Pavilion, Wang Jing'an commenced the gathering of the most formidable squads, dispatching them to a remote northern border town for its defense. Though the southern region of the demon domain lay separated from the Great Xia by an expanse of open sea, beyond that water lay the northernmost border city of the Great Xia. In the event of war, The north stood as the most vulnerable point. Thus, it was imperative to station several elite teams there. As Wang Jing'an observed Zhao Guan's and Li Xiaohua's teams preparing to depart from the pavilion's headquarters, he called the two captains aside and imparted a solemn message. Zhao Guan, Xiaohua, you are among the most exceptional of your generation. There is something I wish to convey today. Both Zhao Guan and Li Xiaohua nodded in acknowledgement. Master, they replied. Wang Jing'an hesitated for several moments before continuing. Throughout the annals of humanity, one generation must endure the greatest hardships. Our generation has been granted 30 SSS-level talent slots. Should we fall in this conflict, the next generation shall inherit the mantle, ushering in another 30 SSS-level talents. Therefore, Zhao Guan, Xiaohua, your generation is destined for the most arduous path. You must uphold the very foundation of humanity, just as our predecessors did, who fought valiantly with their lives to ensure we, the SSS-level talents, could ultimately thrive. After delivering this weighty statement, Wang Jing'an sighed deeply and placed a hand on their shoulders, imparting with gravity. Each generation bears its own mission and that which it seeks to protect. The baton of time has passed into your hands. You are the sparks that shall ignite the revival of humanity. With that, Wang Jing'an saluted. Zhao Guan and Li Xiaohua, not ones for theatrics, returned the salute in kind. At the Zhulong Martial Academy, the hour was 4 in the morning. With 2 hours remaining before the decree from the demon deity would take effect, all the faculty assembled the students. The homeroom teacher of the first-year demon-slaying class, Xingtian, summoned his students to the square. He refrained from explicitly naming the catalyst for the impending war, as many understood it was due to Wang Jing'an's actions. However, no one cast blame upon him. Even without Wang Jing'an slaying those demon princes, others would have acted. Thus, this war implicated everyone. Though you are all freshmen and ought not to face the battlefield so soon. Xingtian began, but was interrupted by Yang Zhan. Teacher, we are not cowards. There is no need to dissuade us. Xingtian, momentarily speechless, retorted, should you interrupt the teacher again, you shall run 10 laps around the field. Yang Zhan complied, shutting his mouth. Before Xingtian could continue, the night suddenly transformed into a deep crimson hue. Not only did Xingtian notice, but the students gathered in the square were also captivated by the blood-red night sky, lifting their heads in curiosity. Wang Jing'an gazed towards the northern sky, where a blood moon was slowly rising. Why has the moon turned red? He wondered. No, it is not the moon that has changed. Another moon has emerged. The red moon appeared to rise from the direction of the demon domain. What could this signify? Countless eyes turned northward, where a crimson moon hung ominously in the heavens, casting an unsettling deep red light upon every martial artist present. Shortly thereafter, an emissary from the northern border of the Great Xia delivered the third decree from the deity. I come, bearing the command of the deity, to inform humanity that the deity shall sacrifice their final breath to manifest a red moon, casting its shadow upon the firmament, forever influencing mankind. Under the radiance of this red moon, the next generation of humanity shall be unable to awaken their talents, leading to a catastrophic void in our lineage, reducing our progeny to the status of slaves to our kind. This decree stunned all of humanity. Many scholars began to scour ancient texts, ultimately uncovering the truth. It was the SSS-level bloodline of deep crimson radiation. The 30 pinnacle warriors of humanity grasped the implications as well. No wonder the demon domain had sent a deity without launching a direct assault. They sought to compel humanity to surrender Wang Jing'an through such a clumsy stratagem. It became clear that this ancient creature, having survived the ravages of time, was utilizing its last vestiges of life to conjure a blood moon with the power of its SSS-level bloodline. The stakes had escalated immensely. Should the red moon ascend successfully, the deep crimson light it radiated would result in a significant generational gap among humanity. In an age devoid of martial prowess, humanity would inevitably fall into enslavement by the demon race. Now, every martial artist could gaze upward and behold 2 moons. The majority of grassroots warriors, particularly those from society, began to panic. They were not afraid of the impending war. As men of honor, They were prepared to sacrifice their lives for their country. However, what they feared was the absence of hope. In tumultuous times, hope is as precious as diamonds. Without it, one might as well be a walking corpse. The demon race had a deity willing to transform into a moon, casting a radiation that could affect the next generation. Should a generational gap arise, it would deal a devastating blow to all of humanity. Teacher, they intend to block our descendants' path. Yang Jing'an exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, yearning to charge into the demon domain. Xingtian furrowed his brow, remaining silent, his expression grave, before the students could begin to murmur among themselves. The sword Saint Wang Jing'an strode into the square, moving directly to his son. Wang Jing'an softly uttered, "Your mother asked me to convey a message to you." She said, "To live." Wang Jing'an inquired, "Why did she not tell me herself?" Wang Jing'an, tearing through the small world formed by the righteous sword energy, grasped the Qifeng sword. "In truth, your mother sacrificed herself in that war over a decade ago. Due to my unique talent, I was able to condense another sword spirit, allowing her to exist in the form of the Qifeng sword spirit until now." As he held the Qifeng sword, a faint sorrow glimmered in Wang Jing'an's eyes. "Back then, you were still young. Your mother wished to ensure you did not grow up lacking maternal love. She insisted that you have what other children had. She also instructed me not to reveal the truth until the day when the greater situation demanded her absence." At that moment, the Qifeng sword in his hand pulsed with a more intense righteous energy than ever before. The spirit returning to its sheath represented the sword saint's most formidable state. Today, Wang Jing'an would wield this sword once more upon the battlefield to slay the 10 fiends of the demon race. After hearing his father's words, Wang Jing'an fell into contemplation, unable to speak for a long while. His mother, had she perished in battle so many years ago? All these years, she had existed only as a sword spirit. By the time Wang Jing'an gathered his thoughts, his father had already vanished from sight, leaving only the attentive gazes of his classmates and teachers. The words of the sword saint resonated with all present, echoing in their hearts. Chapter 126. The fourth of the 10 saints, Sword Saint Wang Jing'an. Yang Jing'an and Chu Xiao approached, hoping to find some comforting words for Wang Jing'an. Yet, Wang Jing'an's expression remained remarkably resolute. "Teacher, where do we need to go for support?" Observing Wang Jing'an's unwavering demeanor, Xingtian refrained from pursuing the previous topic and explained, "We shall head northward. The demon domain lies at the northernmost reaches of the Great Xia, which dictates that the battlefield will unfold in that direction. Everyone, let us set off early." With a commanding shout, Xingtian gathered all the students from his class. Wang Jing'an raised his hand and declared, "Teacher, before we depart, I wish to purchase some bombs from the armory district." Upon hearing bombs, and recalling Wang Jing'an's exploits in the chaotic demon city, Xingtian nodded, "Hurry and return quickly." In no time, Wang Jing'an dashed to the armory district to procure his explosives. The young lady at the counter was nearly taken aback when Wang Jing'an requested 10,000 bombs, prompting her to summon the instructor in charge of the armory district. The instructor informed him, "Currently, our stock is insufficient for such a quantity, with only around 4,000 to 5,000 available. Each bomb costs 5 credits." Aware of the impending war, the instructor understood Wang Jing'an's intent to acquire such a large number of bombs to eliminate more demons on the battlefield. Fortunately, he waived the fees. "All ammunition is yours for free, as a provision of the Zhulong Martial Academy." Recalling his time in the demon city, where Qiongqi had yet to don any armor, he inquired, "Do you have any armor? I need a full set. The higher the grade, the better. I should still have several thousand credits left." After slaying the demon prince and selling its horns, he had accrued a substantial amount of credits. The instructor, still waiving the fees, replied, "We have a set of 6th grade armor available. Unless facing a peak of the 7th realm or 8th realm, it should withstand most attacks." Shortly thereafter, the instructor presented the armor, which included a breastplate, gauntlets, and greaves. Wang Jing'an drew his Tang Dao, summoning the blade spirit Qiongqi. After absorbing a significant amount of life essence, Qiongqi had returned to her normal form. Wang Jing'an adorned Qiongqi with the armor. While blade spirits do not require armor, as they can regenerate as long as they have enough life essence, Wearing armor during battle helps mitigate damage, thus conserving life essence. The instructor's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the blade spirit, but he said nothing further. He had heard of the 9th grade Tang Dao. It seemed that apart from Wang Jing'an, others wielding it faced rejection. Yet, he was astonished to discover it possessed a blade spirit. Once Qiongqi was clad in armor, Wang Jing'an stored 811 small bombs in his treasure pouch and joined the main force, setting off northward. Although the war had yet to fully commence, arriving at the northernmost point first would be advantageous. All those departing, including those preparing logistical support, felt the eerie illumination of the deep crimson moonlight. The light cast an uncomfortable sensation upon their skin, akin to a searing tugging. In the distance, the large bird kept pace with its master, squawking twice before saying, "Master, should we encounter the Firebird clan, do not concern yourself with my pride, strike without hesitation. Now that I am with you, I have no intention of returning to my family." Wang Jing'an merely acknowledged with a grunt, choosing silence. In another direction, the moment that would shock the human warriors had arrived. Off the northernmost edge of the Great Xia, in the public sea beyond Border City No. 3, an enormous demon ape appeared, soaring through the air as it approached the borders of the Great Xia. This demon ape was colossal, towering over 1,000 meters. Its robust arms resembling wide streets, seemingly capable of obliterating a city with a single punch. Among the 10 fiends of the demon race, it was the Fire Ape, a demon cultivator of the Titan demon ape lineage. Following the Fire Ape was an overwhelming army of no fewer than 3,000 demon cultivators. Under the illumination of our ancestors, the next generation of your kind is destined to become the slaves of our demon race. Thus, this battle shall consign your so-called 30 high-risk talents to the depths of oblivion. The voice of the Fire Ape thundered like a tempest, though it resonated with a slight tremor, causing the entire Border City No. 3 to quiver. The 2 teams from the Demon Slayer Pavilion stationed in Border City No. 3 assembled on the city walls, preparing to confront the enemy. "Captain, it seems to be the Fire Ape from the 10 Fiends. I recall its tremendous brute strength. Activate full combat readiness, initiate emergency reports, and transmit all activities here to the highest network security, summoning nearby teams from the Demon Slayer Pavilion for support. Captain, only the 10 Saints can contend with the 10 Fiends. If we are unable to respond in time." Stationed at Border City No. 3 were Team 881 and Team 893. Many members felt the pressure of the Fire Ape bearing down on them, gasping for breath. After all, they were of the 9th realm, and it was natural for ordinary warriors to feel anxious in the presence of such formidable demon cultivators. Within a minute, the Fire Ape, accompanied by its battalion, crossed into the territory of the Great Xia, poised to lay siege to the city. Suddenly, soaring above Border City No. 3, a figure flew on a sword, draped in white robes, exuding a powerful sword aura within a 3-foot radius. This aura enveloped the entirety of Border City No. 3 in an instant. The 4th of the 10 Saints, the Sword Saint, had arrived to defend City No. 3. "Fire Ape, do not trespass upon the territory of the Great Xia." Wang Jing'an descended slowly, his feet landing atop the highest point of the city, grasping his Qingfeng sword with one hand. "When your talents falter, your weak race shall inevitably become the slaves of the demons. The land beneath your feet belongs to my demon kin." The Fire Ape pounded its chest with its fists, producing a deafening roar that reverberated in all directions. "Our ancestors have ascended to the divine realm. The deep crimson radiance shall ensure that, a century hence, your kind kneels before us." This initial battle was simultaneously transmitted to the highest network security, drawing widespread attention. Many within the city broadcasted the event live. As the entire nation focused on this conflict, the first since the tearing of the treaty over a decade ago, Wang Jing'an gazed toward the rising crimson moon, snorting softly. "At best, you are but a half-step to divinity. If your ancestors had truly reached that realm, there would be no need for you to expend your life essence to conjure the moon. Instead, you would launch a massacre against my people." Wang Jing'an saw through the enemy's scheme. It was likely that the so-called ancestor, nearing the threshold of divinity, had orchestrated this moonlight spectacle, knowing their time was short. Yet, what of it? As long as it could sever the talents of the human race, we can afford to wait a century. By then, this fertile land shall be renamed the Demon Domain. The fire ape sneered. The talents of the human race will never falter. Wang Jing'an readied the Qingfeng sword, a smile of relief gracing his lips before being replaced by a serious expression. From the sun and moon above to the mountains and rivers below, this vast land belongs to us. What business do you have here? Depart from the territory of the great Xia. As his words fell, Wang Jing'an lunged at the fire ape, causing the distant sea to erupt in turmoil. The agitated ocean surged, manifesting a torrent of sword aura. Streams of sword energy converged like a storm, aimed directly at the fire ape's brow. Flash! A magnificent momentum erupted from Wang Jing'an. As the 9th-grade spiritual weapon Qifeng sword appeared to conjure a sword spirit, the lingering shadow of Chen Lingxi burst forth. With one strike, the flora and fauna, mountains, and seas within 100 kilometers trembled under the influence of the overwhelming sword aura. All the warriors in the entire border town know. 3 were attuned to the resounding clash of the majestic sword qi. Chapter 127, A Heart of Red Border City No. 1 stands as the pivotal hub among all border territories. Its significance cannot be overstated. Should this city fall, it would signify that the demon race could launch a full-scale invasion into the realm of Daxia. On this particular day, as dawn approached, a spear was firmly planted at the edge of the open sea. A man in his early 40s stood resolutely on the shore, confronting the advancing demon forces. This man was none other than Zhao Gang, the sovereign of spears, the foremost among the 10 saints. He faced 2 formidable foes, the Lingxi Emperor and the patriarch of the polar Xian turtle clan, a colossal rhinoceros, carrying a turtle shell of several kilometers in size, surged forth from the sea. Accompanied by nearly 3,000 fierce demon warriors, their objective was to breach Border City No. 1 and plunge Daxia's northern territories into chaos. Should the central stronghold of Daxia be compromised, countless demon warriors would soon follow, emerging from the sea to wreak havoc. Are you the sole guardian here? Such disregard for Border City No. 1? Or do you believe you alone can withstand the might of us 2 emperors? The ancient Xian turtle surfaced, stirring tumultuous waves. We, the demon race, can afford to lose this battle, but you, a weakened faction, cannot. A defeat for you would mean succumbing to the radiance of the red moon, leading to a century of talent depletion for your kind, with all warriors falling under the dominion of the demon race. As the Lingxi Emperor uttered these words, the massive horn lunged forward, aiming to catch Zhao Gang off guard. Anticipating this move, Zhao Gang's hand trembled as he reclaimed his spear from the edge of the sea, thrusting it with precision. The spearhead struck the enormous horn directly, redirecting its force. With a powerful twist of his waist, he leaped into the air, launching the Lingxi Emperor into the depths of the sea. 1 man is sufficient to guard a city, Zhao Gang proclaimed, raising his gaze to the distant red moon. He bellowed, I bear the bloodline of Yan Huang, my spirit soaring like a rainbow. I possess indomitable pride. My years have been filled with resilience. Countless valiant men throughout history have gallantly taken up arms. The vast realm of Datong still pulses with vibrant fervor. My heart is resolute and can summon the winds of demons. With his words resonating like a clarion call, the intent of his spear surged forth. Zhao Gang plunged into the open sea, relentlessly pressing forward. A faint sound of dragon roars echoed through the heavens and earth. Undeterred by the odds, he faced the 2 emperors with unwavering courage. The warriors within Border City No. 1 felt the overwhelming might and presence of Zhao Gang, as if the distance between the sea and the sky had diminished under the weight of his spear. With such a formidable guardian, Border City No. 1 remained unconcerned. Similar scenes unfolded continuously at the northern border cities, except for a few elders who had sustained lingering injuries over a decade ago and required dual guardianship. The peak level 10 saints each stood vigilant over their respective cities. Currently, 6 of the 10 saints had taken their positions across various border towns. Zhao Gang defended City No. 1, the Human Blade Master guarded City No. 2, and the Sword Saint stood watch over City No. 3. The second of the 10 saints, the Grandmaster of Formations, had yet to make an appearance, presumably setting up a grand array elsewhere. Beyond City No. 10, 20 SSS-class warriors were stationed for defense. These remaining 20 were once part of the 10 saints, but due to age or severe injuries, they had reluctantly stepped down, retreating to their homes or seeking solace in tranquil sanctuaries for healing. By 11 o'clock, the human race received the first piece of grim news. An esteemed elder in the mid-stage of the 9th realm had perished in battle at border city number 24. His body was displayed at the city gate. This elder was once one of the 10 saints. Shortly thereafter, another urgent message arrived. A border city in the northwest of Daxia had fallen, with over 20,000 demon warriors launching a massive incursion from that direction. All slaying demon squads and other military units received orders to rush to the scene immediately. Upon receiving the news of the northwest border city's downfall, Song Tianqi furrowed his brow. Has it truly only been a morning, and already the first city has succumbed? Teacher, should we head north now? Yang Jing'an exclaimed anxiously. The front line had erupted into chaos, yet they were still en route, facing a considerable distance ahead. After a morning of travel, they were still far from the northern battlefield, and now word of the northwest city's fall had reached them. We are just 100 kilometers from the northwest border city, but if we continue north, we would still be over 300 kilometers from the battlefield at sea. We must change course and head to the northwest for support. As soon as Song Tianqi finished speaking, Wang Jing'an stepped forth. We can arrive within 10 minutes. Song Tianqi was taken aback. 100 kilometers? Even with a flying vehicle, it's impossible to reach in 10 minutes. Then, everyone witnessed Wang Jing'an tear open a portal seemingly from thin air. My third ability, the door to the void, allows me to traverse 2 kilometers each time. If I keep using it, we can arrive within 10 minutes. Wang Jing'an, no longer concealing his abilities, understood the urgency of reaching the northwest for assistance. If a large number of demon warriors breached their defenses, the villages and towns in the northwest would face devastation. Your third ability. Song Tianqi was astonished but recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. Turning to the bus driver, abandon the vehicle, we will proceed on foot. Afterward, Song Tianqi wore a worried expression. With you continuously opening these door to the void, can your body handle it? Wang Jing'an signaled an okay, indicating he was perfectly fine. The nearby great silly bird praised, if my master says it's all right, then it truly is. Have no worries, young man. Young man. Song Tianqi was rendered speechless. He had heard rumors of the great silly bird's lack of intellect, but wasn't certain of its truth. He is my teacher. You should refer to him as such. As Wang Jing'an activated the door to the void, he did not forget to instruct. All right, master, the great silly bird responded. Then, to the astonishment of all the teachers and students, Wang Jing'an opened several doors to the void in quick succession. Just as his energy seemed nearly depleted, it would remarkably replenish at the most critical moments. This phenomenon could not merely be described as extraordinary. It was beyond comprehension. As he continued to traverse through the doors to the void, Yang Jing'an occasionally inquired, You, after returning from the Chaos Demon City, seem to be ascending to new heights. Throughout history, human warriors have never awakened 2 abilities simultaneously. How is it that this rule does not apply to you? Don't ask, just know I am the chosen one. Wang Jing'an jested before focusing his efforts on opening the next portal. During one of these transitions, he heard a melodious bell tolling from a particular direction. This sound resonated not only with Wang Jing'an, but also with all the students present, over 800 in total, including first, second, and third-year students. This bell. Wang Jing'an paused, recalling the familiar sound associated with the cherished artifact of Zhulong Martial Academy. It was the bell of morning. Song Tianqi halted. His expression grave. Elder son has also made his move. Chapter 128. The artilleryman Wang Jing'an emerges. The resounding chime of a bell reverberated through the air, its source unknown, drawing nearer, yet also seeming to recede into the distance. This sonorous toll persisted, echoing in all directions as if to awaken every warrior. The flames of battle ignited not just the young, but also the elder generation who stood resolutely alongside them. They were not alone in their quest to vanquish demons. Jing'an, can you hold on? We must quicken our pace. If we cannot advance, we shall march with urgency. Song Tianqi approached, placing a comforting hand on Wang Jing'an's shoulder. Yet, Upon inquiry, he was taken aback. After traversing the void so many times, how could this young man still possess such vigor? Was his strength inexhaustible? A prodigious talent had emerged from his class. Teacher, I am fine. Wang Jing'an unleashed his full power. In a span of 10 minutes and 6 seconds, he made one final leap across the dimensions, arriving at a village in the northwest region. Behind this village lay a small town, and 10 kilometers ahead stood the first border city, a bastion against the southeastern onslaught of the demon realm. Should this city fall, countless demon cultivators would pour forth to invade. Thus, when the border city was breached, the first victims would be the nearby village. 3 teams from the demon-slaying pavilion were engaged in a strategic retreat while combating the demons. The captain of Team 1021 urged, "You 2 remaining squads, swiftly return to the village and evacuate the populace to minimize casualties. Team 1021 will hold the rear." Originally comprising 26 members, Team 1021 had dwindled to a mere 12. Furthermore, many of the warriors tasked with defending the border city had perished. The attacking demons were led by a formidable 7th-tier demon cultivator, while the defenders were predominantly 6th tier. Without high-grade spiritual artifacts, it was exceedingly difficult for 6th-tier warriors to contend with a 7th-tier adversary, unless they possessed exceptional innate abilities. The other 2 teams wasted no time and began their retreat to the village to evacuate the citizens. Meanwhile, Team 1021 took up the rear, prepared to sacrifice their lives to buy time and fend off the invading demons. "Captain, why haven't the elite warriors from the human side arrived?" A female team member, once radiant in beauty, now bore numerous scratches and bloodstains on her face. The central battlefield is in the north. Perhaps the northwest is momentarily overlooked. However, other elite teams should arrive shortly. Do not panic. The captain will stay with you. The captain positioned himself before his team, unsheathing his sword to confront the enemy. "Soon it will be the Elder Festival. I may not be able to grant you leave to return home to be with your elders." "Captain, do not speak such words. My grandparents would be proud to know that their grandson fought to the last drop of blood rather than fleeing in the face of war." With the spirit of youth in their hearts, Team 1021 stood resolutely behind their captain. Though many were merely in their 20s and felt fear, an indomitable noble belief propelled them to battle. Suddenly, the border city was breached, and a horde of demons surged forth. Some warriors remained behind to assist Team 1021, striving to buy time for the evacuation of the remaining 2 squads. "Follow me to slay the demons," the captain bellowed, charging into the fray, sword in hand. In an instant, Team 1021 was nearly overwhelmed by the relentless tide of demons along with the 30-odd warriors who had stayed behind. One female team member, her face marred, was brutally bitten in half by a ferocious tiger, dying instantly. The beast did not have time to savor its kill before the captain cleaved its head from its body with a swift strike. Despite having over 40 warriors remaining, they were soon engulfed by the demonic onslaught, which resembled a tidal wave. The captain watched helplessly as, in less than a minute, over 20 of his comrades fell, many of whom charged toward the village 10 kilometers behind. The captain felt a surge of frustration. Even sacrificing their lives would not prolong their resistance for long. If these demons breached the village, thousands of innocent lives would be lost. "Leader, I have done my best." The captain gasped as he cleaved open a demon's abdomen, panting heavily, his arms beginning to numb. Suddenly, in that moment of vulnerability, a demon lunged at him, tearing savagely. Fortunately, a fellow warrior intervened, saving him from certain death. "We cannot hold them. The villagers will perish." Despair etched the face of the soldier. For them, the thought of defending a village with their lives, knowing they could not withstand the onslaught, was utterly disheartening. Before the captain could respond, a tremendous explosion echoed from the distance. A portal had unexpectedly opened behind them, releasing a torrent of spatial energy. Dozens of bombs cascaded from this rift, catching the advancing demons off guard. Though the explosives lacked overwhelming power, they were enveloped in the flames of the southern brightly fire. Under the purifying white flames, the lower-tier demons stood little chance of survival. The inferno blocked all retreat, causing the demons to halt in their tracks, shouting in panic. "The reinforcements from this weak race have arrived. Be cautious." At the forefront, The captain and his remaining warriors turned to witness the explosion. Upon seeing the pure white flames, a spark of joy ignited within them. It is Wang Jing'an. The unmistakable flames of the southern bright leaf fire heralded the arrival of reinforcements. Brothers, follow me into battle. Simultaneously, Wang Jing'an stepped forth from the portal, accompanied by a massive bird. Just 9 kilometers behind lay the village. Together, they formed an immediate line of defense for the beleaguered settlement. The artilleryman Wang Jing'an had officially entered the fray. In the distance, he tore open another portal, through which over 200 students and several teachers surged forth. The reinforcements numbered approximately 800 to 900, but only around 200 emerged at that moment, as the others remained behind to assist in the evacuation of the villagers. As this contingent appeared, the expressions of the surviving warriors, once steeped in despair, began to brighten with newfound hope. Chapter 129. Preparing to unleash the bomber's radiance boom. Wang Jing'an, ever the sly strategist, positioned himself at the rear of the throng. From this vantage, he ceaselessly conjured ethereal portals, launching a barrage of explosives. Each bomb was unerringly delivered to its designated battlefield, sending the vanguard of demonic cultivators scurrying in disarray. Initially, these demonic entities dismissed the bombs as trivial. However, upon contact with the minuscule yet potent white flames, they found themselves ensnared, unable to extinguish the inferno. Before long, they succumbed to the agonizing blaze. Damn it! The reinforcements from the inferior clans have arrived. We must inform General Rehorn and retreat. One 6th realm demonic cultivator, witnessing the relentless bombardment, failed to connect it to Wang Jing'an. Little did it know that within 5 minutes, this very barrage would obliterate their entire squadron. The tide had turned. From the initial onslaught of demonic cultivators to the present, a multitude of students pursued the retreating demons, punctuated by the precise delivery of bombs from the ethereal portals. It was an untenable situation. 5 minutes later, the squadron of 300 demonic entities was annihilated, unable to even transmit a warning. Witnessing the wholesale slaughter, the leader of Squad 1021 was awestruck. Has Wang Jing'an truly become this formidable? Several team members lay prostrate, gasping for air, their relief mirroring their earlier despair. Jing'an, your bombing is legendary, Yang Jun exclaimed, scrutinizing Wang Jing'an. Tell me, is the energy expenditure of your gate so minimal? It seems you can sustain it indefinitely. Wang Jing'an hesitated, pondering a question himself. Activating the ethereal gate at full power each time was undoubtedly costly. What if he merely tore a fissure sufficient to launch the bombs? Would the energy expenditure be reduced and the range extended? Unsure of the feasibility, Wang Jing'an resolved to test it during the next demonic assault. First, we clear the battlefield. Wang Jing'an glanced at the great rock, who, understanding his intent, hastened to assist, scavenging the fallen demons for treasures. Soon, students with healing talents established a makeshift infirmary, stabilizing the wounded. As the great rock completed its scavenging, Wang Jing'an approached Song Tianqi with a proposition. Teacher, I propose leading a team to scout the border city. If feasible, we should fortify the gates. Defending here would merely invite further demonic attacks. However, fortifying the city gates would significantly reduce the area of engagement, allowing us to focus our defenses. Furthermore, I can maximize my advantages. I can disorient the demonic cultivator's senses and perceptions, coupled with the southern blazing fire and the ethereal gate, creating an impregnable fortress. Very well. Song Tianqi, despite his 6th realm peak cultivation, had complete faith in his student. After all, Wang Jing'an was now a 6th realm cultivator himself, resourceful and brimming with ideas, armed with a 9th grade Tang saber, and possessing 3 unique abilities, making him virtually unkillable by ordinary demons. Even if overwhelmed, Wang Jing'an could always flee astride the great rock. Thus, Song Tianqi confidently assigned him a dozen senior students, including Chu Xiao, Guan Linlin, Yang Zhun, Lin Jiayang, Lin Jiangxua, and Yu Qingwan from his own class. Wang Jing'an, I'll accompany you. The squad leader, sword in hand, approached. Remain here and tend to your wounds, Wang Jing'an countered. The squad leader had sustained a chest wound, and without immediate treatment, he risked succumbing to blood loss. 10 kilometers offshore from the city gates. Dozens of colossal polar Qian turtles lurked beneath the waves. Upon their shells stood a vast demonic army, numbering at least 10,000 to 15,000. The 300 demons sent earlier were merely a vanguard. The demons, not devoid of intelligence, sought to ascertain the city's defenses before launching a full-scale assault. If there were ambushes, it was preferable to sacrifice 300 demons rather than risk the entire army. Strange, why hasn't any news arrived? A humanoid tiger with crimson horns, General Redhorn, a 7th realm demon king, stood atop the foremost turtle shell, wielding a barbed iron hammer. General, could they have been ambushed? A canine subordinate ventured. Given the time elapsed, even if something were amiss, they should have dispatched a messenger. Before the demon king could respond, the assembled demonic army beheld a sight, a dozen or so figures emerging from the breached city gates. These warriors began to erect the gates, while others ascended to the top to assess the situation. And what's that, a firebird? An ambush, as expected. General Redhorn smirked. Prepare the assault team. You have 2 incense sticks worth of time to breach the defenses and report the situation. 2 incense sticks are unnecessary. 1 will suffice. The assault team's leader, a 5th realm peak canine demon, declared. While its cultivation was not exceptional, the entire assault team comprised demons between the 4th and 5th realms. With rigorous training, they were confident in swiftly transmitting vital intelligence. Advance. The canine demon brandished a halberd and charged towards the shore, rapidly approaching the border city. Behind it surged a wave of 500 demons, radiating an unparalleled ferocity and determination to conquer the Great Xia's northwest region. Jing'an, they're attacking. Chu Xiao the scout yelled urgently, activating his SS-grade spiritualist talent. As Wang Jing'an and Yang Zhen erected the city gates, they hastily returned to the ramparts. When the demonic forces closed within 3 kilometers, Wang Jing'an, assuming the role of a stalwart general, grasped several small bombs. With a flick of his wrist, a fissure of an ethereal gate materialized 2 kilometers away. Wang Jing'an expertly manipulated the ethereal gate. It was indeed possible to create a mere 10-centimeter opening. Moreover, with the greatly reduced space, Wang Jing'an sensed that he could open it at least 4 kilometers away. 3 kilometers away, the assault team, rapidly advancing, covered another kilometer in less than 5 seconds. Suddenly, the lead canine demon noticed a miniature portal, barely 10 centimeters wide, materializing in the space beside them, radiating a surge of spatial energy. And emerging from the spatial energy was an arm. The arm clutched several small bombs. The bombs ignited with pure white flames. The bombs landed, and the canine demon paused for 2 seconds. Boom. Chapter 130, Nationwide Live Broadcast. Morale soars with a thunderous explosion. A magnificent spray of pure white flames erupted into the air. The assault team of demon cultivators was momentarily stunned by the blast, causing them to shift their focus. Caution was urged as some launched flanking attacks. Beware. Halt your advance, commanded the canine demon, gripping its spear and scanning the surroundings. This fire, it cannot be extinguished. Some of the demon cultivators, having been tainted by the South Ming's departure fire, began to sense something amiss. The canine demon, realizing its tail was ablaze with the pure white flames, sneered and, channeling its immense demonic power, attempted to snuff it out. However, it soon discovered the futility of its efforts. This fire, it won't be extinguished. No amount of demonic energy could quench it. Wait, I remember now. This is the South Ming's departure fire. Panic surged through the canine demon as it recalled the tales of Wang Jing'an, a figure of notorious repute in the demon realm. Any inquiry would reveal that a human being had emerged, more monstrous than any demon, possessing not only the South Ming's departure fire, but also the ability to manipulate direction and senses. There were even whispers of a formidable spatial portal. Just as the canine demon came to this realization, it was startled to see a miniature spatial portal open mere centimeters away. An arm reached out and slapped the canine demon, followed by a barrage of explosives. With a resounding boom, it resembled a dazzling fireworks display. The demon cultivators, akin to clowns dancing amid the pyrotechnics, screamed in agony, with some rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to escape the relentless South Ming's departure fire. Feeling its demonic energy waning, the canine demon knew it could delay no longer. Form ranks. Charge in a straight line to break through and capture the leader first. Once we seize that damned Wang Jing'an, the flames will surely extinguish. Yet, a voice rang out. But where is that monster? Stay calm. Follow the formation and do not panic. However, before the canine demon could complete its command, another miniature spatial portal tore open before them. An arm extended once more, this time unleashing a volley of 20 explosives, hefty in weight. Before the canine demon could even shout a retreat, the formation was shattered by the explosive force, scattering the team in all directions. The surrounding area ignited with the terrifying South Ming's departure fire, creating a mushroom cloud of searing heat that incinerated half of the 500-strong assault team. The well-coordinated assault team found themselves ensnared by Wang Jing'an's cunning, unable to even approach the city gates. Had Wang Jing'an become more than human? 2 seconds later, a towering spatial portal opened 100 meters ahead, and the colossal bird emerged, swiftly followed by a group of students. Yang Jing'an, positioned at the rear, did his best to keep pace with the group, employing his ability to suppress the enemy's demonic energy. Brothers, follow my lead. The colossal bird transformed into a half-human, half-bird form, its fiery red hair and bare upper body reminiscent of a comedic figure. As the warriors and a transformed demon rushed forward, the assault team was thrown into disarray. Most of the demon cultivators were still engulfed in the pure white flames, preoccupied with defending themselves rather than fighting back. Boom! The colossal bird's fist, adorned with feathers, collided with the canine demon's face, knocking several fangs loose. Upon realizing the identity of its assailant, the canine demon glared in fury. Aren't you from the six-winged firebird clan? Why assist these weaklings against our kind? Smack! The colossal bird retorted, what are you talking about? I am not from the six-winged firebird clan. I have no ties to them. I am the two-winged divine bird raised by my master since childhood. The canine demon cursed as it retreated. You traitorous wretch, just wait. General Qi Jiao will hunt you down. Boom. Before the canine demon could lead its retreat, a dozen more explosives were hurled from behind, casting a shadow of dread over it. The assault team had yet to even glimpse Wang Jing'an, and already their ranks had been shattered. However, with over 100 demon cultivators left, they prepared for a final push to break through. Alas, they were already ensnared, their senses manipulated by Wang Jing'an's cunning. As they began to clash, Wang Jing'an, now at the 6th realm, found the demon cultivators of the 4th and 5th realms utterly incapable of resisting his manipulation. 5 minutes later, the 500-strong assault team was annihilated. Wang Jing'an replenished his energy 3 times, utterly decimating an entire team, leaving those around him in awe. Song Tianqi and a few instructors rushed to the city gates, having heard the commotion of battle, only to find it all over. Jing'an, did you just obliterate a team of demon cultivators? Song Tianqi exclaimed, assessing Wang Jing'an's unscathed form. The scene revealed that at least 400 to 500 demon cultivators had been present, yet the surrounding students remained unharmed. To annihilate an entire team without injury. Those unaware might think a saint had descended. Within a minute, a logistics student responsible for recording began broadcasting the battlefield live on the highest security network, while others captured videos for later release. Noticing the live broadcast, Wang Jing'an frowned and asked, Teacher, is that student a streamer? Song Tianqi glanced at the female student and shook his head. Not a streamer, but responsible for documenting the battlefield and broadcasting it so that martial artists across the nation can witness it. After all, we report good news, not bad. The tale of your annihilation of a demon team should be known to many, as it will undoubtedly boost morale. Wang Jing'an nodded. I see. Caw caw caw. The colossal bird, now in its firebird form, fluffed its feathers and approached the female student responsible for the broadcast, addressing the camera. What you see here is a border city in the northwest region. I'm not sure of its exact designation, but just beneath my feet, a battle recently erupted. My master and I, along with some students from Zhulong Martial Academy, joined forces to obliterate a team of over 100,000 demon cultivators. Upon hearing the figure of 100,000, Wang Jing'an's heart raced, and he kicked the bird's rear, exclaiming, "Get lost. This is a time of war. Stop exaggerating." Wang Jing'an beckoned Yang Zhen over. "You provide commentary, Big Bird, and I will go clean up the battlefield." "Damn it. I've gotten too carried away in the chaos of the magic city," Wang Jing'an thought, nearly slipping up again. Yang Zhen stepped in front of the camera as the female student slowly moved to broadcast the battlefield. Wang Jing'an and the colossal bird dashed to the location of their recent victory, beginning to scavenge for treasures. Detected wealth change in host. Gained 1, 221. 100 prestige. Detected wealth change in host. Gained 821. 100 prestige. Before Wang Jing'an could speak, the colossal bird spat. "It's all just a pile of junk. A bunch of paupers." Chapter 131. The first of the 10 fiends of the demon clan beheaded at Border City No. 3. Be a bit more restrained, big clumsy bird, Wang Jing'an admonished. He recalled the initial encounter between himself and the oversized bird, which had been brimming with arrogance. Now, however, it became evident that this creature was rather comical. Approximately 10 kilometers away, at the forefront of the tortoise shell, General Qi Jiao witnessed the entire annihilation of the assault team. His expression fell as he realized the dire situation for the entire demon realm. The notion of a mere incense stick or two was irrelevant, given the defensive prowess of this city. Even granting the assault team 10 more incense sticks would not allow them to break through. "General, what shall we do now?" "The defenders of this city appear to be quite formidable," one subordinate remarked, his demeanor increasingly uneasy. They had initially thought that a surprise attack from the side of Daxia would be straightforward, but the reality proved otherwise. "Send in the suicide squad. If they cannot succeed, I shall intervene personally." General Qi Jiao remained cautious, reluctant to engage directly without understanding who stood guard behind. Should they breach the border city only to encounter a 10 saint waiting inside, it would spell disaster. Even if it were not a 10 saint, but a peak 8 realm warrior, the outcome would still be grim. As preparations for the suicide squad commenced, a serpent-like demon cultivator approached to report, "General, do you not find the abilities of the city's defender somewhat familiar?" General Qi Jiao recalled the door and the pure white flame. Due to the distance, he had not perceived that this flame was of the unquenchable variety. Now, connecting the dots with the door, he suddenly awakened. Wang Jing'an? The one who had beheaded several princes of the demon clan had long been placed on the black list and kill list of the demon race. This prodigy was well known among the demons. "General, this is a golden opportunity to hunt this individual. The hunting martial pavilion will reward us with a 7th grade spiritual artifact and grant us access to train in the Forbidden Zone. Moreover, Wang Jing'an wields a 9th grade spiritual artifact. If we can eliminate him, it would yield a significant bounty." The serpent-like subordinate continued to urge. General Qi Jiao pondered, weighing the pros and cons. The serpent demon pressed on. "General, the time to achieve merit is now. Such opportunities do not come twice." Upon returning to the city after procuring supplies, Wang Jing'an was greeted by the captain of Team 1021, who bowed deeply. "What brings this on?" Wang Jing'an quickly assisted him. "I have heard of your triumph in leading a team to annihilate a demon assault squad. This city has been defended anew because of your presence," the captain expressed. "Without you, this city would likely have fallen, and the nearby village would have suffered a similar fate. You flatter me. Had it been someone else, they would have fought valiantly to defend this city gate," Wang Jing'an replied, patting the captain's shoulder. "Take care of your injuries. I shall check on the situation in the village." The captain nodded. Many teachers and students had already arrived at the village, and Wang Jing'an intended to assess the situation. If his assistance was unnecessary, he would return to continue the defense. "Big clumsy bird, remain here." Just as Wang Jing'an finished instructing, Yang Zhen exclaimed, "Wow, wow! Our human race has slain a 10 fiend for the first time." This proclamation drew a crowd of onlookers. On Yang Zhen's phone, he accessed the highest security network, which featured multiple live broadcasts from various battlefields. He opened the live feed from Border City No. 3, where the sword Saint Wang Dingtian, wielding the Qingfeng sword, summoned ocean waves across more than 1,000 kilometers, channeling them into formidable sword energy. Initially, he severed the arm of the fire ape. However, As the battle reached a fever pitch, the Sword Saint's sword energy soared to unprecedented heights, ultimately beheading one of the 10 fiends, the Fire Ape, at Border City No. 3. The Fire Ape had indeed encountered an insurmountable challenge. Xingtian leaned closer. Fixated on the live broadcast, the Sword Saint's sword energy can harness mountains and seas to his advantage, making it particularly effective against the Fire Ape's abilities. Overall, this is a tremendous piece of good news. The beheading of one of the 10 fiends would undoubtedly uplift the morale of the entire human race. Earlier that day, a mid-level 9th Realm Elder had perished, causing a gradual decline in the morale of the human warriors, though most remained unaffected. The news of such a loss was undoubtedly disheartening. Now, with the Sword Saint's success, countless warriors erupted in cheers. On the highest security network, many comments flooded in. The legendary Sword Saint is truly formidable, commanding over 1,000 kilometers of ocean waves to elevate his sword energy. I feel that he could single-handedly confront the 10 fiends. It appeared that this battle was not as daunting as initially perceived. Indeed, Elder Zhao Gang single-handedly defended a city, facing 2 fiends and severely injuring the Lingxi Emperor, while he ultimately only managed to repel these 10 fiends. It clearly demonstrates that our 10 saints are far more formidable than their 10 fiends. Do not let your guard down. Do not forget that the red moon still hangs in the sky. I have a feeling the demons are not exaggerating. Under the influence of this red moon, the next generation may indeed struggle to awaken their talents. I share your sentiment. I can already feel my latent abilities stirring. Your father is impressive. Yongzhen gave a thumbs up. To slay one of the 10 fiends on the very first day of battle is remarkable. Yet, the Fire Ape was unfortunate. Its greatest reliance was on flames, yet it chose to engage in combat at sea. Was that not courting death? As the national live broadcast commenced, a total of 13 live feeds emerged, including the one from Wang Jing'an's side. The footage of Wang Jing'an hurling bombs captivated the attention of many. Countless warriors gasped as they witnessed Wang Jing'an's first command leading to the annihilation of a squad of 500 demon cultivators. The morale of the human race soared to unprecedented heights that afternoon. Teacher, they are preparing for a full-scale assault, reported a female student responsible for reconnaissance. Upon hearing this, Xingtian and several other teachers immediately fixed their gazes toward the distant sea. Indeed, the demon army, led by General Qiongqi, numbered at least 10,000. Advancing with great momentum, dispatch the order. All faculty and students enter the highest state of combat readiness. Xingtian, a peak 6th realm cultivator and former captain of a demon-slaying squad, possessed extensive combat experience. As Wang Jing'an observed the enemy's total assault, he drew his tang knife, summoning the essence of the blade. Standing resolutely with his blade's spirit and the fiery bird, they formed an unbreakable triad. Chapter 132. The leader of the 10 fiends teacher. We are outnumbered. Given their posture, they likely have over 10,000 demon cultivators, a student remarked. One of the squad leaders from the 2 teams that had rushed back from the village stated, all numbered squads from the demon-slaying pavilion have been deployed. Currently, more than 10 squads are en route to the 4 border cities in the northwest, including Squad Number 7, the Demon Slayer team. At the mention of the Demon Slayer team, everyone perked up, instantly alert. The Demon Slayer team belongs to the Li Consortium, encompassing countless smaller squads. Once this team arrives, even if a Demon King were to appear, or even 5, they would be unable to breach the border cities of the northwest. As everyone entered a heightened state of combat readiness, Wang Jing'an quietly opened a void gate several kilometers away. The gate, with only a few centimeters of space, could extend well beyond the original limits. Before the demon cultivators led by General Qiongqi could reach the city gates, they were already scattered by explosions. Then, General Qiongqi witnessed a door being torn open nearby, and a feathered palm swept towards him. With a resounding slap, he was left bewildered. The demon cultivators, having encountered this peculiar ability before, quickly dispersed to avoid the southern Ming's fire. Wang Jing'an had no intention of granting them their wish. In less than 5 seconds, the frequency of bomb throws surpassed the rhythm of breathing. In that brief span, he launched at least 80 bombs, creating chaos among the army of over 10,000 demon cultivators. Flames engulfed the sky, merging into a single inferno. Wang Jing'an continued to replenish his strength, further complicating the situation. "General, we cannot remain passive. We must charge in," urged one of the serpent-like demon cultivators. General Qijiao's eyes widened in fury. "How dare you slap this general? Capture the thief before the king. Once I seize Wang Jing'an, these troubles will vanish." With that, he brandished his long spear and rushed out of the bombing zone, leaving the army behind. He held absolute confidence that, with his 7th realm cultivation, capturing Wang Jing'an would be effortless. Against such overwhelming power, numbers held no advantage. "This fool has fallen into a trap," Wang Jing'an thought, refusing to cease the bombardment. Simultaneously, as General Qijiao approached, he unwittingly entered the range of Wang Jing'an's trickery. The surroundings shifted violently, and Qijiao's senses were distorted. What had once been a city before him now morphed into a desolate wasteland. Amidst his confusion, a cawing sound reached his ears. The great foolish bird charged at him, landing a powerful punch to Qijiao's face, which was immensely satisfying. The blade spirit Qingyi also joined the fray, wielding a 9th-grade Tang Dao. General Qijiao, momentarily disoriented, lashed out in rage, swinging wildly. The great foolish bird was struck by Qijiao's spear and sent flying. This general was formidable, although his red horns buzzed with energy, preventing the trickery from fully taking effect. They could only slightly mitigate it. Upon recognizing the great foolish bird's form, Qijiao seethed, "You traitorous creature." After his outburst, he focused solely on the great foolish bird, which boldly declared, "If you harm me, you are opposing my master." Qijiao swung a massive hand at it. Realizing he was not intimidated, the great foolish bird quickly retreated behind Li Qingyi, pleading, "Second brother, take care of him." Qingyi, being the master's ally, leapt forward, using a diving slash aimed at Qijiao's red horns. Shortly after, 6 teachers and 2 squads joined the assault against General Qijiao. The synergy of Wang Jing'an's abilities was unparalleled, effectively fortifying the city, making it exceedingly difficult to breach the gates. Wang Jing'an leisurely tossed bombs into the fray, as if on a leisurely vacation, completely detached from the chaos of battle. The leader of Squad 1021, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "This battle seems almost too effortless." As General Qijiao was relentlessly beaten, the army of over 10,000 demon cultivators remained trapped in the bombing zone. Under normal circumstances, holding the gates against such a vast army would be nearly impossible. After roughly a few minutes, thousands of demon cultivators burst forth from the bombing zone. Despite Wang Jing'an's precise targeting, the sheer number meant some would inevitably escape. However, this was of little concern, as General Qijiao was already being overwhelmed by the teachers and squad members. Yet, just as Wang Jing'an believed that continued bombardment would keep the demon army subdued, a thunderous sound echoed across the battlefield. The array master Lin Hanyun, one of the 10 saints, suddenly arrived on the scene. Many teachers, recognizing him, expressed their delight. However, this joy quickly faded upon noticing Lin Hanyun appeared gravely injured. A bolt of lightning surged from behind him, revealing a colossal leopard demon. This demon exuded immense power, its strength synonymous with the pinnacle of the 9th realm, an embodiment of the 10 Fiends' might. The leader of the 10 Fiends? Song Tianqi gasped in shock. Lin Hanyun is being pursued by the leader of the 10 Fiends. With a cough, Lin Hanyun spat out a mouthful of black blood, his complexion ghastly, a faint purple aura emanating from him. As the leopard descended upon the battlefield, it transformed into a half-human, half-demon form, and with a swift motion, shattered the surrounding space, dispersing the bombing zone. Wang Jing'an's expression grew grave. The leader of the 10 Fiends, the lightning leopard. The great foolish bird sensed the urgency and dashed back towards the city gates. "Warning, boss, this leopard is incredibly fast and at the peak of the 9th realm." Wang Jing'an recognized the threat without needing the bird's warning. The leopard's speed was astounding, as if it had merely been a flash of lightning during its pursuit. However, he soon realized that the leopard did not appear to belong to the 8 great demon clans. Yet, Wang Jing'an quickly devised an explanation. It could be akin to the 6 major consortiums of their daxia. The 10 saints were not necessarily born from these 6 factions. "Jing'an," Lin Hanyun suddenly cried out, transfer your Void Gate inheritance to me. I cannot die. In an instant, the lightning leopard teleported, striking Lin Hanyun with a claw that sent him flying. His spine was violently torn out, blood gushing forth. Despite the agony, Lin Hanyun struggled to speak. Beyond the perimeter of the Chaos Demon City, I set up a god-binding array. If I perish, that array will gradually lose its power, and the spirit of the city will undoubtedly assist the demon clan. They will gain another peak 9th realm fighter. Lin Hanyun gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his consciousness beginning to blur. His ranking among the 10 saints stemmed from his extraordinary talent and mastery of arrays. Once established, he could strike down the 10 fiends from a distance. Yet, the pressing concern was that he was now targeted by the lightning leopard, whose speed rendered him incapable of setting up the great array to defend the city. If he were to fall, the god-binding array would falter, plunging humanity into dire straits. As both parties find themselves in a delicate balance of top-tier combat prowess, the intervention of even a single formidable force would deliver a decisive blow to the opposing side. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jing'an charged forward, unleashing full power to tear open the Void Gate, intending to first bestow its capabilities upon the esteemed Lin Hanyun, allowing him to evade the pursuit of the lightning leopard. Yet, the audacity of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot met with ruthless inevitability. The lightning leopard, with piercing eyes, offered no respite to Wang Jing'an. A single claw struck with ferocity, causing the Void Gate to collapse instantaneously. Wang Jing'an suffered a backlash, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his strength utterly depleted. Is this the terrifying might of the peak of the 9th realm? Truly, it is overwhelming. In the very instant the interdimensional portal collapsed, Lightning Leopard instantaneously reappeared beside Lin Hanyun, lunging with its claws directly at the location of his heart. With two swift, tearing sounds, Lin Hanyun's heart was ripped out, sent flying by a kick from Lightning Leopard. Is this truly the extent of the Second Saint's power? Your close-quarters combat skills are woefully inadequate, not even reaching 70% of the Sword Saint's peak. Bereft of your formations, you are nothing more than defenseless refuse. Having uttered these words, Lightning Leopard prepared to depart the battlefield, intending to intercept the next of the 10 saints. Yet, before it could leave, it became acutely aware that within a certain radius, the flow of time had been arrested. Guanrong, the 9th saint, stood regally upon the city walls, wielding an hourglass of time. Despite the grievous wounds that marred half of his body, his aura of absolute authority remained palpable. The sands that had already flowed through the hourglass were now rapidly reversing their course. The heart that Lightning Leopard had previously shattered was gradually reconstituting itself. Lin Hanyun, thanks to the hourglass's power of temporal reversion, was being resurrected. Even the collapsed interdimensional portal was reforming. Without hesitation, Lin Hanyun plunged directly into the portal. He understood that Old Guan had invoked the hourglass's restorative capabilities. The sudden intervention of such a formidable force caused General Crimson Horn, positioned at a distance, to hesitate to advance. He promptly ordered his troops to withdraw several kilometers to observe from afar. Any combat between such apex cultivators would render those below the 9th realm as mere cannon fodder. Just as Lin Hanyun leaped into the interdimensional portal, intending to succeed Wang Jing'an and inherit its power, Lightning Leopard, with blinding speed, once again eviscerated Lin Hanyun's heart. Its velocity was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning. The strength of the 10 Fiends leader was undeniable. Song Tianqi and the other instructors, along with the team members and students, watched with bated breath. However, this time, Lightning Leopard abruptly realized that its surroundings and senses had been forcibly altered. This disorientation prevented Lightning Leopard from stopping Lin Hanyun, allowing him to escape. Lightning Leopard's gaze settled upon a human martial artist. I have heard of you, the one who slaughtered over a dozen princes of the demon race in chaotic Demon City. With a voice laden with murderous intent, Lightning Leopard launched another assault. Guanrong closed his eyes, and the abilities of his SSS-grade Time Walker lineage began to manifest, forcibly altering the fabric of space across a vast area. As Lightning Leopard pounced, it was abruptly transported back to 2 seconds prior. Upon returning to that moment, Guanrong was already behind it, raising a lantern-like artifact. Lightning Leopard was instantly immobilized. Go, Guanrong commanded with a grave tone. After teleporting Lin away, Wang Jing'an tore open the interdimensional portal once more, commencing the retreat. No one questioned the necessity of their departure. Lightning Leopard's power was evident to all, terrifyingly so, capable of pursuing and slaying even a powerhouse like Lin Hanyun. Had Guanrong not intervened, Lin Hanyun would likely have already perished. Yet, barely 2 seconds after the interdimensional portal was opened, before anyone could evacuate, Lightning Leopard shattered the lantern's constraints. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, it pierced through everyone's vision, hurtling into the interdimensional portal. As Lightning Leopard surged through, the surrounding lightning crackled with lethal intent, instantly decimating over 20 individuals. The entirety of Squad 1021, including its captain, was annihilated. 3 instructors also perished in the surge of lightning. Witnessing this carnage, Song Tianqi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was no wonder that so few attained that realm. Ordinarily, a 7th realm cultivator wielding a high-grade spiritual artifact could challenge an 8th realm cultivator, even putting up a decent fight. However, upon reaching the 9th realm, even an 8th realm cultivator wielding a high-grade spiritual artifact would struggle to contend with a 9th realm opponent, unless they possessed a top-tier 9th grade artifact. Senior Guanrong, is it possible to rewind time and resurrect them? A student asked, unable to bear the sight. Guanrong manipulated the hourglass of time, focusing its power to rewind time. Before long, the slain individuals were gradually revived. This 9th grade artifact, capable of manipulating time, coupled with Guanrong's SSS grade Time Walker lineage, could restore life, provided the time elapsed was not excessive. Once the resurrected individuals opened their eyes, Guanrong turned to Wang Jing'an and inquired, "Can you sense which direction Lightning Leopard pursued after entering the interdimensional portal?" Wang Jing'an pointed towards the south. Guanrong nodded. Then, imbued with immense power, he stepped into the future, appearing 10 seconds ahead. "Withdraw," General Crimson Horn commanded, immediately retreating. He no longer wished to contend with Wang Jing'an or pursue any rewards. The combination of Wang Jing'an's abilities was too bizarre. Without a specific artifact to restrain him, the city was impregnable, unless an 8th realm demon sovereign led the assault. Lin Hanyun, fleeing south, soon sensed the tearing of space behind him. He realized that escape was futile. Competing with Lightning Leopard in terms of speed was unrealistic. Resigned, Lin Hanyun halted, sitting cross-legged on the road between 2 forests, forming hand seals. He conjured 8 formation seals in a single second, invoking the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning. With the 8 seals completed, Lin Hanyun closed his eyes, fully activating the power of the 25th SSS grade arcane inscription. The power of the arcane inscriptions began to etch itself onto the elemental killing formations, reinforcing their structure, enhancing their stability, and intensifying their lethality. Before the formations could fully materialize, Lightning Leopard arrived, tearing through the space from the end of the road. A bolt of lightning rent the space across a kilometer, piercing through Lin Hanyun's heart. With a sickening sound, Lin Hanyun's heart exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Lightning Leopard gazed at the elemental killing formations and sneered. "I have long heard of your unparalleled formations. In that past battle, you alone trapped 4 of our 10 fiends. How could I allow you to hide behind the scenes and set up formations today?" With that, Lightning Leopard extended its claws, and thunder rumbled in the sky, threatening to obliterate the elemental killing formations. "In close combat, you are no different from refuse," Lightning Leopard declared. As the words left its mouth, bolts of lightning shattered the elemental killing formations. Lin Hanyun was engulfed by the lightning and the explosion of his heart. Lightning Leopard, swift as lightning and ruthless in its methods, delivered a sweeping kick, sending Lin Hanyun flying hundreds of meters. Lin Hanyun's body was covered in wounds, his strength nearly depleted. Before he could rise, Lightning Leopard teleported again, obliterating his chest with a single claw. Lin Hanyun had no time to cry out before Lightning Leopard finished him, killing him instantly. He perished before he could even complete his formations. Lin Hanyun, the second saint, met his demise at the hands of Lightning Leopard. Leader of the 10 Fiends, on September 28 at 2:58 p.m. on a road leading south in the northwest region. Chapter 134. The transaction with the demon clan having completed his task, the lightning leopard swiftly turned back. He had to eliminate Guanrong, or at least delay him. Otherwise, once the hourglass of time was activated, or the powers of the Time Walker were unleashed, everything would revert to square one. In the fleeting moment of 0.01 seconds before the lightning leopard's imminent teleportation, all the electric energy coursing through him was abruptly absorbed. Instinctively, he turned to look, and to his astonishment, the previously collapsed 8-elemental array began to coalesce once more. It was not merely a collapse. As the lightning leopard realized this, he was taken aback to find Lin Hanyun's corpse transformed into the very essence fueling the array. The elemental formation materialized instantly, intertwining gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and lightning. The electric power the lightning leopard relied upon was entirely absorbed by the formation, affecting a radius of several dozen kilometers around him. The surrounding landscape began to crumble. Seeing this, the lightning leopard's expression hardened, and he quickly summoned the 9th-rank spirit artifact, the Yellow Spring Scissors. This pair of scissors radiated a chilling aura of death, and without warning, he severed a small corner of the array, disrupting its most potent state. Nonetheless, he was still propelled into the forest by the array's onslaught. In less than 10 seconds, an area of over 20 kilometers was reduced to ruins by the array's destructive force. The once lush woods and towering mountains were instantly leveled. Some charred remnants of the forest emitted faint wisps of smoke. After a considerable pause, the lightning leopard managed to leap out from a massive crater. His expression twisted with rage. Even in death, they remained restless. Retrieving the Yellow Spring Scissors, the lightning leopard began his retreat, encountering Guanrong in pursuit along the way. Those who pushed their speed to the utmost, like the lightning leopard, were most adept at countering martial artists like Lin Hanyun and Guanrong, who lacked close combat prowess. Should he encounter the Gun Emperor or the Blade Master, or even the Sword Sage, it would not be so easy to eliminate them. After all, these three were among the 10 saints, having honed their close combat skills to perfection. When Guanrong arrived nearby, he saw that the vast area ahead had been transformed into a wasteland and realized that old Lin had fallen. One instant stick's time, and I shall put an end to you. The lightning leopard, heavily injured, immediately summoned the Yellow Spring Scissors, intending to cut through the chaos without delay. One incense stick. Is it? At the foot of the mountain behind Guanrong, a figure emerged, carrying what appeared to be a coffin. Upon seeing the newcomer, the lightning leopard displayed a look of surprise. The person was Yang Pingyun, the 7th of the 10 saints, possessing the ability numbered 8, an SSS-level necromancer. The coffin he bore was unmistakably the 9th-rank spirit artifact, the Coffin of Mourning Demons. The last time the Lord of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion appeared at the border city, he was carrying a replica of the Coffin of Mourning Demons. Replicated spirit artifacts are often one-time use. The moment the lightning leopard saw the Coffin of Mourning Demons, coupled with Guanrong's hourglass of time looming ominously, he felt a surge of trepidation. The convergence of 3 saints here was intended to eliminate him. They had wasted too much time, and reinforcements from the northern borders of the Great Xia were likely insufficient. The lightning leopard harbored no fear of Yang Pingyun unless the 3 had coordinated their appearance in advance. With Yang Pingyun and Guanrong tasked with stalling for time until Lin Hanyun could set up the array. Unfortunately, with Lin Hanyun dead and no array to unleash devastation, the lightning leopard could indeed escape without being hindered by the 2. After the lightning leopard transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from sight, Yang Pingyun made no attempt to stop him, but instead cautioned, "The first border city needs you." Guanrong inquired, "Is old Zhao gravely injured?" Yang Pingyun shook his head. "Old Zhao requires our assistance. He must swiftly eliminate the Spirit Rhinoceros Emperor and the Xian Turtle Emperor before turning his attention to the lightning leopard." Guanrong glanced back at the direction of the ruins, feeling an inexplicable sadness for a few seconds, before following Yang Pingyun away from the site. They did not pursue the lightning leopard. At present, with the strength of the 10 saints, only the Gun Emperor Zhao Gang, the Sword Sage Wang Jing'an, and the Blade Master El Yao could hope to slay him. Observing Guan Rong's demeanor, Yang Ping sighed softly. In war, death is inevitable. Perhaps after this inferno of conflict, both you and I shall perish. Let us depart. After General Qiji withdrew, Wang Jing'an and the great foolish bird continued to scour the battlefield. However, they remained vigilant, wary of any other 10 fiends that might appear. Teacher, earlier, Elder Lin mentioned that if he were to fall, the spirit of the ruinous demon city would manifest? Wang Jing'an was quite curious about this. Song Tianqi nodded. The spirit of the ruinous demon city refrains from stepping outside its walls due to the great formation set up by Elder Lin on the isolated island. Should Elder Lin perish, the formation would gradually weaken. Wang Jing'an pondered this, then gazed up at the hanging crimson moon. Even if they ultimately triumphed in this battle, those elders would still face death or grievous injury. By then, the pinnacle forces of the human race would have exhausted their strength to address the looming crimson moon. Suddenly, Wang Jing'an felt that this battle for humanity was exceedingly arduous. No wonder his mother had been reluctant to hastily declare war. To safeguard the foundations of humanity would demand an immense toll. On a remote island deep in the high seas, outside the ruinous demon city, at the moment Lin Hanyun fell, the tremendous power circulating in the formation surrounding the isolated island began to gradually dissipate. Within the ruinous demon city, a barefoot woman manifested at the edge of the city gate, sensing the loosening formation, a terrifying smile gracing her lips. As she stepped beyond the city gate, the killing intent emanating from the formation was something the barefoot woman could withstand. Her transaction with the demon clan could now commence. The power of the laws surged forth. Sweeping outward, a colossal formation materialized, aiming to annihilate the barefoot woman. Yet, the formation's potency had already diminished significantly, failing to completely extinguish her. Let the human race perish in this generation, the barefoot woman mused, a cruel glint in her eye. Once her transaction with the demon clan was complete, she would seek out Wang Jing'an. Soon enough, the chaotic power of the laws forcefully breached a corner of the formation, propelling her out of the city. At a central border city to the west of the Great Xia, a few hours prior, Sun Dingwa passed through the northwest region, bearing the immense Bell of the Lost Gods. In this border city, he repelled a 6-winged firebird emperor, one of the 10 fiends. Time passed, and seated in a wheelchair, Sun Dingwa surveyed the vast expanse of the high seas, struck by an unexpected thought. What would it be like if there were no demon realm at the end of the high seas? The people of the border city erupted into cheers upon witnessing the Firebird Emperor being forced back. However, unbeknownst to them, Sun Dingwa coughed several times, blood streaking his lips. Chapter 135. Looking up is called experience. Looking down is also called experience. When Sun Dingwa returned to the city in his wheelchair, he noticed the streets were lined with people, all gazing at him. The expressions on their faces reflected hope and passion, as well as reverence and envy. Old son, you've worked hard. Old son, dinner time is approaching. Come to my house for a meal. Sun Dingwa remained silent, but his eyes caught sight of a boy, around 11 or 12 years old, who was watching him intently. This boy was holding an even smaller child in his arms, seemingly a newborn swaddled in cloth. Intrigued, Sun Dingwa wheeled himself closer and asked, "Child, is this your brother or sister?" The boy replied, "Grandpa, this is my sister." Sun Dingwa glanced at the infant and gently stroked the boy's head with his withered hand. "Why did you bring your sister here? Where are your parents?" The boy answered, "Last year, when I was in the 5th grade, my mother came to my school for a parent-teacher meeting. Many parents gathered to discuss what the most sheltered people looked like, and at that time, I didn't understand, but I heard them mention my name. My father died in battle when I was very young, and my mother is now gravely ill. Just now, she heard that a venerable elder from the 10 saints came to guard this place. So she asked me to bring my sister to see the world that my father once spoke of." Curiosity piqued, Sun Dingwa smiled and asked, "But doesn't your mother worry that you might lose your sister while out here?" The boy shook his head. "No, because my mother knows that wherever a venerable elder from the 10 saints appears, it is the safest place." Upon hearing this, Sun Dingwa felt a tremor in his heart and inquired, "Could you tell me what kind of world your father spoke of?" The boy seemed uncertain about how to articulate his thoughts, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied. My mother once told me that a man is born to stand tall and that when the nation is in distress, he should take up arms to defend it, even to die on the battlefield. That must be my father's world, right? Sun Dingwa nodded and, smiling, asked, Can you share with me if you have seen your own world? The boy hesitated again, glancing at the crowd gathered around them. After several seconds, he spoke in a soft voice. My mother wanted me to bring my sister to see the world my father once described. She probably doesn't want to be discussed at the next parent-teacher meeting for having a child who has never seen the world. In truth, no one can define what the world is. Those who live in the city are accustomed to towering buildings, and that is their world. I wake up early to help my mother with chores, care for my sister on weekends, and after completing my homework, I tend to the cattle and sheep. This is also my world. Some laugh at me for not knowing about luxury cars and high-end watches. Yet I find amusement in their ignorance of the struggles of growing crops. Looking up is called experience. Looking down is also called experience. Experience is simply there, and everyone has the opportunity to see it. Experience is merely a facet of the world. Sun Dingwa was taken aback by the boy's words, which seemed astonishingly profound for someone so young. After speaking, the boy, cradling his sister, prepared to turn back and said to the venerable elder, The most sheltered people are those who criticize others for lacking experience. Grandpa, I must take my sister home now. Sun Dingwa watched as the boy gradually walked away with his sister, lost in thought and deeply moved. It was hard to fathom that a child of merely 10 or so could possess such insight. He wondered what level of potential this boy would reveal in the future. Just as Sun Dingwa contemplated this, he sensed a warm presence approaching from outside the city. Turning around, he discovered that the Firebird Emperor had returned once more. Hadn't he just severely wounded it with the god-devouring bell and driven it away less than 2 hours ago? Upon spotting a familiar woman on the back of the Firebird Emperor, Sun Dingwa furrowed his brow. The spirit of Chaos City? Seeing the figure clad in dark attire, Sun Dingwa's first instinct was to conclude that old Lin had perished. He recalled their dealings with the demon race, vowing to eliminate his foe at the first opportunity outside the city. The barefoot woman rode the Firebird Emperor as it descended slowly at the border of the city. The demon race feared Sun Dingwa not only because of the god-devouring bell in his possession, but also due to the legacy of the previous wielder of the ice and fire duality. Before their death, they had fallen in a territory within the demon realm, transforming their very essence into a realm of ice and snow, which had since become one of the demon realm's forbidden zones. Although the SSS-level ice and fire duality was merely ranked 23, its power was far more terrifying in death than in life. The demons dreaded that if a battle ensued, Sun Dingwa might take several down with him, or even transcend into the demon realm, creating insurmountable chaos. Thus, a pact was formed between the demon race and the spirit of Chaos City. Upon the commencement of hostilities, they would eliminate the one who set the formation first. In return, the spirit of Chaos City would ensure the decapitation of the current wielder of the ice and fire duality. In truth, the lightning leopard possessed the strength to eliminate Sun Dingwa, but it feared being dragged down by this elder in his final moments. Such grim tasks were better left to the spirit of Chaos City. The Firebird Emperor, having been driven back, was now seething with rage. With the spirit of Chaos City at its side, it was confident in its ability to kill Sun Dingwa. Already, Sun Dingwa was a man with a crippled lower body, relying solely on the powers of the ice and fire duality and the god-devouring bell for combat. If these two trump cards were restrained, he would be left utterly vulnerable. The barefoot woman wasted no time. The chaotic force enveloped the perimeter of the border city, her hand wielding an ancient city to strike down upon Sun Dingwa. This ancient city served to suppress him, having inherited the previous owner's cultivation and absorbed countless energy fluctuations from within the spirit of Chaos City over the years. She had reached a terrifying level of power. As the Firebird Emperor pursued the spirit of Chaos City, turning into a blazing trajectory, Sun Dingwa maneuvered his wheelchair beyond the city limits, the resonant toll of the god-devouring bell accompanying him, sweeping across the surroundings. Just as the barefoot woman aimed to crush Sun Dingwa beneath the ancient city in her grasp, the melodious chime of the bell enveloped the area, neutralizing the assault of the ancient city. Sun Dingwa, facing two adversaries, stood his ground, not yielding an inch. Chapter 136. Do not weep. The resonant clang of metal reverberated as the god-slaying bell was summoned by Sun Dingwa, forcefully disrupting the ancient city held by. This diminutive ancient city resembled a city gate, bearing a striking similarity to the chaotic demon city. It appeared to be the true spiritual artifact of the chaotic demon city. Sun Dingwa transformed, his previously crippled legs suddenly enveloped in immense power, allowing him to rise and engage in battle. Remarkably, his wheelchair operated autonomously, swiftly following in pursuit. With each punch and strike, frost and flames intertwined, and he aimed directly at the fiery avian monarch. Upon noticing Sun Dingwa's focused approach, the Firebird King swiftly adjusted its attack strategy, attempting to flank him. Engaging in combat with Sun Dingwa was daunting. Even the lightning leopard would falter before its demise. It could drag others down with it, and after its transformation, it could establish a realm of its own. This was no idle threat. As the Firebird King prepared to strike Sun Dingwa's flank, its gaze suddenly widened in disbelief. The wheelchair was charging towards it. Could a wheelchair truly propel itself? Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was momentarily stunned, Sun Dingwa fused the powers of ice and fire, striking the Firebird King's 6 wings, shattering one upon impact. The wheelchair followed closely, colliding with the Firebird King and sending it crashing beneath the surface of the ocean, extinguishing the flames enveloping its body. As the adage goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. After Sun Dingwa felled the Firebird King, the barefoot woman wielded the chaotic demon city to counter the god-slaying bell, freeing her hands to channel the power of the laws and strike Sun Dingwa from behind. The crackling sounds echoed as the barefoot woman raised her fists, infused with the power of the laws, toppling Sun Dingwa beneath the city, raising clouds of dust. Her attacks were ferociously precise, exploiting any gap to launch lethal strikes. With a swift grasp, the barefoot woman's onslaught resembled the lethal intent she had exhibited when slaying the building's master and those team members. The wheelchair was violently propelled away, barely escaping destruction. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the god-slaying bell resonated, exerting a suppressive force over all abilities. It was as though a deity wept, affecting even the psyche and spirit. For a brief moment, the barefoot woman was affected, and in that fleeting second, Sun Dingwa capitalized on the opening. With his left hand wielding a shield forged from condensed ice, and his right grasping a flaming spear, he blocked with the ice shield as the fiery spear pierced the barefoot woman's delicate shoulder. With a powerful thrust, he ripped through her shoulder, yet no blood flowed. The terrifying power of the laws gradually reconstructed her shattered shoulder. Just as Sun Dingwa pressed his assault, a massive surge of flames surged from below. The Firebird King flapped its 6 wings, summoning a tempest of flames akin to a rising sun, creating a tornado of blazing heat that swept away all surrounding flora and fauna, saturating the city in an unbearable warmth. The Firebird King refrained from engaging Sun Dingwa directly. While the barefoot woman held him at bay, the tornado began to sweep into the city. Observing this, Sun Dingwa redirected his attack. Within the CIT before us lies a realm of ice and fire, where the venerable Sun Laoji has transcended his mortal form to safeguard this sanctum within the city. A step forward plunges one into the abyss, while a step backward reveals the warmth of countless hearths. This entire street, bustling and vibrant, is indeed filled with people. Yet it possesses a curious absence of congestion. Oh, Sun Laoji, we beseech you not to depart from us. Grandfather, please, do not leave us. A multitude of children in the street wail inconsolably, while even the adults struggle to restrain their tears. Among them is the 12-year-old boy, who, unbeknownst to anyone, has returned to the rear of the crowd, cradling his younger sister and discreetly wiping away his own tears. As he gazes at the last rays of the setting sun illuminating the frail silhouette before him and then at his weeping sister, he utters words that belied his tender age. Sister, you have just arrived in this world, yet our esteemed son-grandfather has reached the twilight of his years. When you grow up, dear sister, I shall weave the grand tapestry of this world into tales for you. As Sun Dingwa approaches the final moments of his life, the sound of children's sobs reaches his ears from behind, summoning the last vestiges of his strength he offers a gentle reassurance. Do not cry, for your tears will surely freeze. Chapter 137. Borrowing a blade after Sunding's life reached its inevitable conclusion. His stooped figure seemed to transform into a poignant silhouette, seated in that wheelchair. The wheelchair stood resolutely atop the city wall. The tolling of the doomsday bell exhausted its final breath, ultimately crashing down outside the border city, producing a last echo, which faded into silence. When this bell rang again, it would signify the ascension of a new master on this day. At this moment, many people activated the highest security protocols to cast a glance at the border city to the west of the Great Xia, and then at the esteemed sun. Within the number 1 border city of the northwest region, Yang Jing'an observed the footage of Elder Sun's sacrifice on his phone, gritting his teeth in fury. Beside him, Wang Jing'an could no longer contain his rage. That damned woman again. The foolish bird squawked indignantly, expressing outrage. How could Elder Sun fail to trap the spirit of the chaotic demon city? War has always been merciless. If future generations are to enjoy the fruits of prosperity, we must uphold the arduous process with our very lives. Song Tianqi's expression was resolute. In exchange for Elder Sun's demise, a Ten Fiend's Firebird Emperor had emerged. He had done all he could. Before long, Yang Jing'an intended to check on Jing'an's father's live stream to see the current state of the number 1 border city. Instead, he was met with the grim sight of another 10 saints falling in battle. The news of yet another 10 saints' demise sent shivers of fear and anxiety among those nearby. The live footage displayed the number 15 border city to the northeast. The defender was Qin Yuanzhou, one of the 10 saints. Despite being blindfolded, he fought valiantly, sacrificing himself to slay a Crimson Horn Tiger Emperor, one of the 10 fiends. In the northeast region, the number 15 border city saw Qin Yuanzhou, endowed with SSS-level soul contract capabilities, eradicate the Crimson Horn Tiger Emperor through a soul bond. This unique ability, numbered 9, allowed him to forge a contract with a target S-soul. Upon the death of the contractor, the bound entity would be obliterated without warning. Qin Yuanzhou's lower body was in ruins, rotting from his abdomen to his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but could not, as a dagger was lodged in his throat. In his final moments, blinded and unable to discern if the city he had defended lay. Chapter 138. Is there still a chance to win this battle? On this day, countless predecessors fought valiantly to vanquish demons, striving to uphold the peace that the martyrs had once aspired to achieve. Teacher, do we still have a chance to win this battle? A group of female students, upon receiving multiple pieces of disheartening news, felt their morale plummet. Without hesitation, Song Tianqi nodded resolutely and replied, Yes. Boss, has the Tang Dao been lent to that elderly? Will Urge also fight alongside him? De Ben Niao inquired. He is likely to join the battle, Wang Jing'an responded, his worry directed towards the dire situation of the human race. Elder Sun and Elder Qin Yuanzhou have also perished. And this is merely the first day of full-scale war. It is hard to fathom the tragic aftermath once this conflict concludes. It is no wonder that during the battle over a decade ago, these 30 predecessors were at the peak of their powers, yet even in their prime, many suffered injuries. Some grievous, not to mention the past few decades, where a significant portion of these elders remained steadfast despite their exhaustion. In the southern region, at border city number 41, after its complete fall, over 10,000 demon cultivators, led by the 9 poison Emperor Serpent, invaded the city center, mercilessly slaughtering human warriors, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. The 9 poison Emperor Serpent, observing the resisting team from the Demon Slayer Pavilion, sneered, General Li Nianhua has fled the battlefield. What need is there for your futile struggle? Elderly would never abandon his post. His departure today is to recuperate. Once healed, he shall return to personally slay you. Vile Serpent, a captain from team number 341 cried out defiantly. After a disdainful laugh, the 9 poison Emperor Serpent ordered, slaughter everyone in this city, including the elderly and children. Following this command, it instructed a subordinate, informed that a demon emperor should lead a team to prepare for the occupation of this border city. Only by seizing a city can this fertile land ultimately belong to our demon race. As orders were issued, the demon race unleashed a massacre. Warriors stood as the backbone of humanity, sacrificing their flesh and blood. The entire team 341 charged to the front, only to be annihilated in less than a minute. Within the city, streets fell victim to the invasion, slaughter, and looting by the demons. The last arriving team, led by Zhao Guan, was designated as Team No. 9 in the Demon Slayer Pavilion. "Save them!" Zhao Guan shouted, brandishing his spear as he rushed from another street. "Captain, elderly, who was guarding Border City number 41, has fled. We—" "Silence!" Zhao Guan bellowed. "Defend Border City number 41 at all costs, even if it costs us our lives." In the distance, the 9-poison Emperor Serpent observed the approaching reinforcements with a hint of amusement, transforming into a half-human, half-demon form, and unleashed a wave of potent poison. This toxin was something even Li Nianhua had struggled to endure in the past. Seeing the serpent unleash its venom from afar, Zhao Guan did not hold back. He thrust his spear, creating a fleeting shadow. Centered around him, a gravitational field formed within a 1-kilometer radius, slowing the toxic wave. Unfortunately, it was merely a temporary reprieve. The 9-poison Emperor Serpent, realizing the human warrior wielding the spear was at the 8th realm, morphed into a vivid green serpent and charged forth with blinding speed. Reaching the end of the street in an instant, the air was thick with deadly poison as it lashed its tail, striking Zhao Guan directly. The sounds of collapsing buildings echoed from either side of the street, and while Zhao Guan barely evaded the serpent's tail sweep, he inhaled the toxic fumes. Although his 8th realm strength was formidable, it paled in comparison to the 9th realm. The serpent's venom erupted, encircling Zhao Guan in a constricting embrace. Zhao Guan had initially believed that as an 8th realm warrior, he could at least hold his ground against a 9th realm opponent. However, upon engaging in battle, he realized that as one's power increased, the disparities grew more pronounced. The difference in combat capability was vast, despite being just one realm apart. Under the overwhelming potency of the poison, Zhao Guan's body weakened, his grip on the spear faltering as it fell to the ground. "Captain!" The remaining team members, forming a protective circle, rushed forward. The 9-poison Emperor Serpent remarked with disdain, ants marching to their demise. With a hissing sound, the toxin engulfed the entire street. And under the serpent's constricting form, Zhao Guan felt his body contorting painfully. Around him, his fellow team members succumbed to the poison, collapsing without the strength to resist. The 9-poison Emperor Serpent, known as the second of the 10 fiends, second only to the lightning leopard, relied on its lethal venom. Regardless of the opponent's strength, it could wear them down with its toxin. Even Li Nianhua had suffered due to the serpent's poison in the past. How could Zhao Guan, an 8th realm warrior, hope to withstand it? As Zhao Guan's body was crushed, breathing became a struggle. Moans of pain escaped his lips, and his expression reflected his torment. The live broadcast from Border City number 41, under the highest security, abruptly cut off, likely due to the ferocity of the demon massacre. As the screen went dark, many unengaged warriors felt a surge of anxiety. Particularly those with timid dispositions hesitated to take up arms, torn between the desire to fight and the fear of leaving their families behind should they perish. Elderly has fled, and Border City number 41 has undoubtedly fallen. Zhao Guan's team could not hold the line either. Only warriors of the 9th realm could defend it. Those with insufficient strength would be of no use. And with top-tier fighters stretched thin, the situation was dire. Chapter 139. Senior Li did not flee in panic. Border City No. 41 has undeniably become the focal point of online attention. Should this city fall, the first to suffer would be the martial artists of the southern region, along with several adjacent towns and urban areas. Thus far, no city has completely succumbed. Even the border city guarded by Elder Sun has established the Ice and Fire Kingdom at the cost of lives, successfully freezing the Firebird Emperor and repelling the chaos of the spirit of chaotic magic. That city has not fallen. Similarly, the border city under the watch of Qin Yuanzhou saw him perish while ensuring the demise of the Red-Horned Tiger Emperor. However, in this southern border city number 41, the gatekeeper Li Nian has fled in the face of danger, instilling a sense of dread among many martial artists. Yet, just as the city seemed on the verge of collapse, a blade of light suddenly descended from the distant sky. The rampaging demon clan was mercilessly slaughtered beneath this strike, which claimed the lives of at least 20 demon cultivators. Simultaneously, The elderly figure wielding the blade advanced into the main street, targeting the 9-poison emperor snake that was entangling Zhaoguan. Sensing the impending doom, the 9-poison emperor snake hastily withdrew its assault, gathering its toxic energy for defense and evading the approaching blade light. The surrounding area erupted in chaos, as the force of the blade reduced a row of buildings to rubble. The 9-poison emperor snake observed the scene with a cold smirk. What? Back for more punishment? On the opposite side of the main street, Li Nianhua stood firm, gripping the 9th-rank Tang blade. Despite the toxic miasma eroding his flesh, he remained undaunted. Today, he vowed to slay the 9-poison emperor snake, ready to deliver it to the underworld. The 9-poison emperor snake chuckled inwardly. You were no match for me over a decade ago. Under my toxins, your cultivation has languished for years, while I have only grown stronger. What can you possibly do to send me to the underworld? Having previously forced Li Nianhua to flee like a stray dog, it now intended to make him kneel and perish in the city. Without further ado, Li Nianhua charged forward, blade in hand. He understood that time was of the essence, as the poison was already taking hold. He had to slay the 9-poison emperor snake before the toxins and the blood of his companion, Jing'an, diminished entirely. This serpent would not live to see another day. Li Nianhua would not rest until it was vanquished. Sensing the formidable intent emanating from Li Nianhua, the 9-poison emperor snake abandoned its pursuit of Zhaoguan and summoned its toxic aura. The Tang blade's radiance surged forth, infused with the essence of the South Mingli fire. Perhaps due to the extended time the blade had been wielded by Wang Jing'an, the strike now bore a faint white flame. This South Mingli fire was the nemesis of all beings, even of potent toxins. In an instant, the miasma was shattered by the oncoming blade light, leaving the 9-poison emperor snake in a state of alarm. Within moments, the serpent realized that Li Nianhua's vitality was swiftly waning, not merely diminishing, but being devoured by the blade itself. You are poisoned, and that blade feasts upon your life force. I need not engage you directly to see you perish, the 9-poison emperor snake mused, recognizing the Tang blade's flaw. Although the fire countered its toxins, the serpent believed that if it could simply outlast Li Nianhua, victory would be assured. What the 9-poison emperor snake failed to comprehend was that as the Tang blade voraciously consumed Li Nianhua's life energy, the force of each strike intensified exponentially. By the third strike, the serpent sensed a shift. The speed and power of the blade had escalated dramatically. By the fourth strike, the 9-poison emperor snake found itself unable to evade, lacking the lightning-fast speed of a leopard. When struck head-on, the blade left a gaping wound that ignited with an unquenchable flame. The serpent immediately recalled the tales of Wang Jing'an, rumored to possess a 9th-rank spiritual weapon and an unextinguishable white flame. This is that brat's weapon, it thought, retreating from the fight to conserve strength. Planning to exhaust Li Nianhua before reclaiming Border City number 41. Yet, wielding the Tang blade transformed Li Nianhua into a relentless force. He pursued the 9-poison emperor snake like a madman, each strike breaking through its defenses in mere moments. The ferocity of the Tang blade, fueled by the sacrifice of his own vitality, proved insurmountable. In a flurry of strikes, the 9-poison emperor snake found itself overwhelmed, its massive form crashing against a city wall. Viscous green blood seeped from its wounds, but before it could touch the ground, the pure white flames ignited and evaporated the toxic liquid. As Li Nianhua felt his life energy dwindling, he resolved to make one final stand, raising the Tang blade high to extract every last ounce of strength. In that moment, it seemed as if another shadow rose behind him, brandishing a spectral blade. The entire city bore witness to the terrifying intensity of the strike he was about to unleash. As even the naked eye could perceive the swirling intent of the blade. Madman, why must your weak clan always seek mutual destruction? The 9-poison emperor snake exclaimed in panic as it fled. Li Nianhua's lips turned purple from the encroaching poison, yet he paid no heed to his own suffering. His gaze fixed upon the determined figure of Li Nianhua, who was ready to face death. Blood continued to flow from the blade, evaporating as Li Nianhua relentlessly offered his own life force. The live broadcast from the southern border city number 41 resumed, capturing the scene. As they witnessed Li Nianhua's return, the previously waning morale surged anew. particularly among the commanders who had already repelled demon cultivators. I knew Elderly would not flee in desperation. Is Elderly prepared to sacrifice himself? Is there no way to slay the 9-poison Emperor Snake while preserving one's own life? Such a feat was no easy task. The 9-poison Emperor Snake was one of the 10 fierce demons. To kill it while remaining alive would require Lin Yanhua to be in the prime of his youth. Chapter 140. A solemn respect. As countless martial artists focused on Border City number 41, Lin Yanhua raised his Tang Dao, channeling an overwhelming intent into the blade. Before his blood could be entirely depleted, he unleashed that strike. This blow drained the last vestiges of vitality from Lin Yanhua. His already withered form appeared even more ghastly, resembling a mere skeleton draped in skin. Though he now looked fearsome, the magnitude of his actions was nothing short of magnificent. The 9 Poisons Emperor Serpent, in a frantic escape from Border City, witnessed that strike. The blade's intent conjured waves akin to those of the ocean. The spray of water merged with the blade's essence, creating a new form of sword energy, imbued with the essence of the sea. The 9 Poisons Emperor Serpent found itself ensnared within this aquatic force. As the ocean ascended into the air, it splashed wildly, the sword energy enveloping and viciously slicing through the serpent's body. The toxic vapors were diluted to nothingness. And under this oceanic blade energy, the serpent was cleaved into countless pieces, igniting fiery remnants of the southern Ming's fire amidst the falling rain of flesh. The 9 Poisons Emperor Serpent was utterly beheaded. This dramatic spectacle of swift justice was witnessed clearly by innumerable demon cultivators, who were struck by the terrifying might of the borrowed sword wielded by Lin Yanhua. Upon seeing their emperor's demise, the demon cultivators within the city began to scatter in a desperate bid for survival. With their emperor fallen, any hope of claiming Border City No. 41 became a distant dream, unless a demon sovereign were to appear. Simultaneously, the shadowy figure behind Lin Yanhua, who also held the spectral blade aloft, gradually faded away. The inhabitants of Border City number 41 bore witness to the tragic scene of a tenacious beast being slain. Just moments ago, many believed the city would fall. Yet in less than half an hour, Lin Yanhua returned, wielding his Tang Dao and forcibly reversing the tide of battle. Indeed, this blade was overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Yanhua plunged the Tang Dao, which had reacted with a fierce energy, into the ground and slowly sat down. The power emanating from the blade felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the shadow of the green-clad figure. Seniorly, Zhao Guan rushed over, intent on offering support. Do not assist this old man. Lin Yanhua gradually closed his weary eyes, wishing to recall the essence of his youthful self, before murmuring in a gravelly voice, I am tired. I wish to sleep. Zhao Guan beheld the skeletal form of Seniorly, drained of life by the Tang Dao, his skin taking on a purplish hue, particularly around the heart. Seniorly had been afflicted by a lethal poison. Even if his vitality had not been completely extinguished, the poison would surely claim him. He knelt upon the ground, forever to slumber, never to awaken again. Lin Yanhua beheaded the 9 Poisons Emperor Serpent at 7:51 p.m. on September 28th. And by 7:53 p.m., he sat in meditation within Border City number 41. His desolate figure lay exposed to all eyes. The martial artists along the street aligned themselves in reverence to Lin Yanhua. Zhao Guan stood at the forefront, chest held high, gazing at the lifeless body of Lin Yanhua with profound respect. The entire city of martial artists bowed their heads in solemn tribute, mirroring Zhao Guan's reverence. This venerable elder, who lived beyond 80 years, shattered the twilight of his youth on that fateful evening, dedicating his very essence to the frontier. As they gazed upon the myriad of lights from countless homes, they wondered which would shine in his memory, watching Seniorly in his eternal repose. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over everyone, a suffocating feeling that was truly unbearable. How I long for a cigarette. Even though I know it's not the right moment, I can hardly catch my breath. Some martial artists displayed expressions of profound desolation, gasping for air filled with the metallic scent of blood, their chest heaving violently. Just as all eyes turned to Lin Yanhua, the Tang Dao embedded in the ground was lifted by the sword spirit. Do not touch that sword. Zhao Guan barked in immediate warning. Li Qingyi, unable to articulate, grasped the sword, and prepared to move in a certain direction. I repeat, do not move that Tang Dao. It belongs to Wang Jing'an. Did you not hear me? Zhao Guan positioned himself before Li Qingyi, but upon recognizing the young man's visage, he paused, taken aback. Qingyi, is that you? Captain, I have always heard that Tang Daos possess spirits. After Qingyi's sacrifice, could he have become the spirit of this sword? A team member inquired. Zhao Guan furrowed his brow, recalling the spectral figure behind Senior Li, who wielded a similar shadowy blade, striking down the 9 poisons Emperor Serpent. The outline of that shadow bore a striking resemblance to Qingyi. Having grasped this realization, Zhao Guan sheathed his intent to harm and watched as Li Qingyi, sword in hand, gradually faded from view. Amidst the collective sorrow, the slain 9 poisons Emperor Serpent's demonic energy was absorbed by the blood moon hanging in the sky. The crimson orb grew increasingly vibrant, casting a deep red light that intensified the radiance around it. All martial artists illuminated by the moonlight felt their powers stirring uncontrollably. My abilities, they are becoming restless, as if they no longer heed my command. Damn, this moonlight is overwhelming. Earlier, I had doubted the claims that this so-called blood moon could affect the awakening of our descendants' talents, but now I feel the human race is truly in a dire predicament. Meanwhile, in the northern region, outside border city number 1, the gun Emperor Zhao Gang advanced with lethal intent. Behind him, Guan Rong commanded the situation, consistently aiding with the powers of the Hourglass of Time and the Time Walker. Meanwhile, Yang Ping bore the coffin of banishment, ready to subdue their foes. Zhao Gang pierced the already crippled Lingxi Emperor with a single shot, lifting the creature into the air before the coffin of banishment sealed it within. After swiftly dispatching the Lingxi Emperor, the trio turned their attention toward the ominous blood moon above. The radiation emanating from it grew ever more terrifying. At this rate, the human race would surely face defeat. Chapter 141. The heavens remained silent, indicating their faith in humanity. Old Zhao, the situation is not optimistic. After Yang Pingyan suppressed the Lingxi Emperor with a coffin, he continued to carry it, soaring over the open seas. The ominous red moon above is a transformation of the ancestors of the demon ape clan, who previously boasted of having reached the divine realm. However, I sense that their power has yet to attain true divinity. Zhao Gang aimed his spear at the red moon suspended in the sky, brimming with combat spirit. At best, it can be considered as a pseudo-divine state, not a genuine deity. Guan Rong, holding the Hourglass of Time, wore a grave expression as well. My concerns extend beyond this. Zhao Gang's words enlightened both of them. That so-called ancestor of the demon ape has lived for an extended period, possessing little vitality left to ascend to that realm. I suspect there are others aiding its breakthrough, yet they have only achieved a half-hearted divine state. Guan Rong and Yang Pingyan exchanged glances, simultaneously recalling the celestial doors in the depths of the demon realm, exclaiming in unison, "Has the celestial door in the depths of the demon realm become unsettled?" Guan Rong's mood began to darken. It is impossible. Centuries ago, the venerable emperor of humanity sacrificed himself, completely collapsing that door, and moreover, our side celestial door remains intact, preventing the extraterritorial demons from entering. Though skeptical about the disturbance of the celestial door, they could not shake the chilling implications. Just as the three conversed, they became aware that the open sea beneath them began to churn violently. Countless waves converged toward a specific direction. Zhao Gang grew vigilant. The waves are gathering towards border city number 3. Yang Pingyan glanced in that direction. It is old Wang mobilizing the power of the ocean. Old Yang, you and old Guan stay here to guard city number 1 while I rush over to investigate. Zhao Gang cast a glance at the red moon above, fully aware that the current situation was urgent. In the northern region, outside border city number 3, Sword Saint Wang Dingtian suspended the Qingfeng sword in midair, channeling his immense energy to command the 1,000-kilometer expanse of the open sea. He unleashed a series of formidable sword energies. Wang Dingtian did not slay anyone, nor did he encounter any obstacles. He was focusing on the high-hanging red moon. A pseudo-deity, you say? You wish to influence the descendants of humanity? It shall not be so easy. Exhausting much of his energy, He compressed the boundless ocean onto the Qifeng sword, the resulting sword energy reaching an unparalleled level of power. Grasping the Qifeng sword, he stood upon the open sea. Defying gravity, and before all the inhabitants of Border City Number 3, he pointed his sword at the red moon, proclaiming loudly, "Today, I, Wang Jing'an, question the heavens with this sword. Can this sword slay a god?" The heavens remained silent. Wang Jing'an laughed heartily. The silence of the heavens signifies their faith in humanity. His resonant voice echoed in all directions as he unleashed the sword energy condensed from the ocean. The deadly intent became apparent, and wherever the sword energy passed, it produced explosive sounds, compressing the air into visible arcs. To all onlookers, that sword seemed to soar into the clouds, aiming to cleave the red moon that hung over the world. Alas, when the sword energy reached the heights, it had already been significantly weakened under the moon's radiance. Upon striking the moon's core, it merely caused a slight tremor. This sword could not fell the red moon. Wang Jing'an had failed. Give it up. In this battle, our demon clan has already secured an invincible position. In the distance, a lightning leopard appeared, having arrived here unbeknownst to anyone. Wang Jing'an regarded it without a word, raising the Qingfeng sword, his aura unwavering. The lightning leopard sneered. "Even if we concede 1,000 steps, should your people win, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory, while the red moon will continue to loom, perpetually influencing your descendants." Before Wang Jing'an could respond, the lightning leopard continued, "Surrender and yield to the demon clan. I assure you, should humanity submit to the demon clan, when the celestial door is fully established, all clans will respect you, and your great Xia will emerge as the foremost general under the demon clan, while other human nations shall become slaves to the demon clan." "Fool," Wang Jing'an spat, preparing to slay this incessantly prattling lightning leopard. Sensing Wang Jing'an's murderous intent, the lightning leopard was eager to engage the renowned sword saint. However, it soon noticed Jiang appearing from another direction. Seeing this, the lightning leopard's eyes narrowed slightly, transforming into a lightning leopard, ready to flee at any moment. It did not wish to be slain by the joint efforts of the Gun Emperor and the Sword Saint. At present, 4 of the 10 fiends had already been slain. At noon, the Sword Saint decapitated the fire ape with the Qingfeng sword. Sun Dingwa sacrificed himself, incorporating the Firebird Emperor into the realm of ice and fire. Chun Yuanzhou utilized his soul contract ability to replace the Redhorn Tiger Emperor. Just moments ago, Zhao Gang, Guan Rong, and Yang Pinyin, in a swift alliance, shattered the defenses of the Xian Gui Emperor, forcing him back and burying the Lingxi Emperor. When Zhao Gang appeared, his murderous aura was palpable, exchanging a knowing glance with old Wang. "Today we hunt the leopard. P.S. A brief note regarding the situation. My cousin is getting married in a couple of days. I initially planned to request 2 days off from the editor, but given the plot's progression, I felt it would be difficult for readers to pause here. Therefore, I will not take a break, and instead, I will expedite the writing process, providing 3 updates daily on the 17th and 18th. Chapter 142. Attempting to capture the Crimson Moon in a painting. However, before the two could draw their swords or fire their guns, they were startled to witness the sky above erupting with intense upheaval, reminiscent of an earthquake at high altitudes, imparting an utterly surreal sensation. Following the tumultuous tremors, the heavens gradually morphed into a stunningly exquisite ancient painting. As Wang Jing'an and Zhao Gang exchanged glances upon witnessing the sky's transformation into an ancient artwork, Wang Jing'an exclaimed, "Jiaomei has made her move." He pondered whether Jiaomei would succeed. Zhao Gang remained fixated on the sky as it slowly evolved into a painting. Is that Chiruru, the 6th among the 10 saints? The lightning leopard, aware of its opponent, reflected on Chiruru's abilities as a level 6, SSS-rated phantom painter, capable of depicting living beings or objects into her artwork. Once the painting was completed, the corresponding entities in reality would vanish from existence. A higher rank signifies enhanced capabilities, yet it does not necessarily denote superior overall strength compared to the other 10 saints. The ranking of the 10 saints is determined by their combat prowess. For instance, Lin Hanyuan is invincible in long-range formations, but falters in close combat. Her defeat is inevitable. Suddenly, a celestial rat king emerged from the depths beneath the border city. Presently, city number 3 had gathered 2 of the 10 saints and 2 of the 10 fiends, and should conflict arise, one side would undoubtedly suffer a devastating defeat. They tacitly refrained from immediate combat, instead focusing their attention on the crimson moon above, throughout city number 3, or perhaps across the entire human race. Warriors who gazed up at the crimson moon were united in their fervent hopes for its success. As the celestial painting began to take shape and approach the crimson moon, it ceased its advance. The sky, once transformed into a magnificent painting, began to collapse under the deep crimson moonlight, reverting to the stillness of a quiet night. Many warriors who had held on to hope let out silent sighs. Another failure. Haha, humanity is destined to become the slaves of the demon race. There is no need to resist. The celestial rat king glanced at the gun sovereign and the sword saint. Let the battle commence. I have yet to slay the leader of the 10 saints. Just as the 2 sides were on the brink of confrontation, the ground beneath them trembled violently. The lightning leopard sensed the loss of its lightning power in its tail, which began to morph into a painting. Once the transformation was complete, the lightning leopard would cease to exist in reality. Reacting swiftly, it channeled immense demonic energy to counteract the phantom painter's abilities. Rat King, provide me with a target. I shall first eliminate that woman named Qi. In order to engage with the gun sovereign and the sword saint, the lightning leopard knew it must first vanquish Qi. Although the phantom painter's overall strength may not match that of the sword saint and the gun sovereign, her ability to erase existence was formidable and could not be neglected. The celestial rat king perked up its long ears, attempting to locate Qi's position. Upon noticing this, Wang Jing'an brandished his Qi Feng sword and vanished from his spot, leaving behind a series of afterimages. When he reappeared, he aimed to strike at the celestial rat king's head. The lightning leopard immediately unleashed its swiftest speed, enveloping the surrounding space with an overwhelming electric force to withstand the sword saint's attack. Zhao Gang was not to be underestimated. As the leader of the 10 saints, he thrust his spear forward, and a radius of several hundred meters around him trembled violently under the sheer force of his intent. As this space collapsed, the lightning leopard realized that no matter how fast it moved, it could not reach the rat king in time. It could only watch as the celestial rat king was struck by the sword. After the blow, the rat king cried out in agony, clutching its head. One of its ears severed and pointed towards the depths of the city. Brother leopard, the woman who paints is hiding in the far eastern depths of this city. No sooner had the rat king's words left its mouth than an endless flash of lightning surged towards the border city. The lightning leopard was determined to eliminate that woman named Qi at all costs, fearing that it might inexplicably become a painting during the ensuing battle. As the electric glow faded, the rat king cautioned, Brother leopard, be careful. That painting woman previously killed the bat king. The bat king was also one of the 10 fiends. Zhao Gang wasted no time and charged into the city. Like Jiao Mei, Old Lin, and Old Guan, they lacked close combat capabilities, and if the lightning leopard pursued them, it would spell trouble. Previously, Old Lin was unable to be rescued due to the distance, but now, within the confines of the city, Zhao Gang could not remain idle. He did not even caution Old Wang to be careful, as he trusted in Old Wang's sword to slay the Rat King. Perhaps you should be more cautious of yourself. Wang Jing'an had already regarded the Rat King as a corpse, bringing his Qingfeng sword down once more. Suddenly, a tail, stretching over 1,000 meters, swept towards the Rat King. The tail barely missed the Rat King's head. Seeing this tail, imbued with a terrifying tremor, Wang Jing'an swung his sword. The tail struck the ground, just 3 centimeters from the Rat King's head, creating a massive fissure that extended all the way to the city gates. Wang Jing'an took a few steps back and gazed in that direction. The tail belonged to the ancestral spirit of the Spirit Tail Sacred Elephant Clan, also one of the 10 fiends, the Spirit Emperor. Let us unite to eliminate this Sword Saint first, and then assist Brother Leopard in defeating the Gun Sovereign. The Rat King swiftly leapt into the newly formed fissure, channeling a surge of power from the ground. Wang Jing'an did not underestimate his opponents. He summoned his sword energy, enveloping himself in a protective aura. Currently, Wang Jing'an had already expended over half of his strength, He had yet to fully recover from slaying a fire ape at noon. But he unleashed his most potent strike aimed at the descending crimson moon. Faced with both the Rat King and the Spirit Emperor, he dared not be careless. Gathering the powers of the ocean. Boom. The Spirit Emperor would not grant the Sword Saint the opportunity to summon oceanic forces. A tail swept towards him, conjuring a violent gale that distorted the very air around them. Should such an attack land, even if it did not result in immediate death, it would surely inflict severe injury. The Spirit Emperor and the Rat King underestimated the Sword Saint. They sought to collaborate and eliminate him with utmost speed. Yet, after several exchanges, having engaged in nearly 100 rounds, the Sword Saint managed to hold his ground against both the Spirit Emperor and the Rat King. In a moment of opportunity, he began to channel the power of the ocean, subtly exhibiting signs of suppressing the two Ten Fiends. After approximately half an hour of relentless combat, Wang Jing'an was struck by the Spirit Emperor's tail twice, leaving him with a numbing sensation in his chest and back. The Spirit Emperor and the Rat King were also feeling the strain. However, defeating the Sword Saint together should not pose a significant challenge. It merely required some time. After engaging in combat for about an hour, a flash of lightning burst forth from the city gates. At that moment, the lightning leopard had already dashed a kilometer away from the city. Wang Jing'an's heart sank. Had the Leopard King succeeded, and had Jiang met her demise? Chapter 143. The human race still has hope. In mere seconds, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Zhao Gang, advancing with swift determination, surged forth from the city. His weapon stained with blood. Has Rome been harmed? Wang Jing'an inquired. Zhao Gang shook his head. Rome was gravely injured by the lightning leopard. But she is not dead. The primary concern is the leopard's incredible speed. We can no longer afford to delay. The energy absorbed by the blood moon is becoming increasingly formidable, and my abilities are clearly affected. As Wang Jing'an contemplated his response, the ominous presence of the blood moon cast a dark influence above. At that moment, Yang Ping'an and Guanrong also arrived at border city number 3. With the main forces concentrated here, their continued defense of border city number 1 seemed futile. What are our next steps? Yang Ping'an asked, carrying the coffin of the god of death. I am at the pinnacle of the 9th realm. I believe I can sacrifice my life to bring that blood moon down. Just 5 minutes prior, in the eastern region at border city number 2, Yu Fenglan stood within the city, observing as Qi Ru's efforts to create a masterpiece collapsed in failure. With the vibrant sky now in ruins, she had already resigned herself to death. Yu Fenglan approached the warriors tasked with documenting the war and asked, "You are broadcasting live, correct?" The warriors nodded. "Senior Yu, what would you like to convey? We will capture your words." Facing the cameras, Yu Fenglan proclaimed, "The human race still has hope." This broadcast was intended for the entire nation and indeed for all of humanity. Anyone logged into the highest security network could witness her message. The human race still has hope? The warrior responsible for the broadcast queried. "What do you mean, Senior Yu?" Yu Fenglan faced the camera and articulated her abilities. "I possess the power of illusion, designated as number 3. Through the projection of my thoughts, I can transform the false into the true within a certain conceptual framework. If I ascend and manifest a blazing sun, it would suffice to negate the radiation from the blood moon." At this juncture in the live feed, the operators of the highest security network abruptly halted the broadcast, forcibly extracting all viewers from the scene featuring Senior Yu. Instantly, everyone became acutely aware of her subsequent plan. Yu Fenglan continued, "However, even if I can conjure a blazing sun, my own energy is insufficient to counteract the deep crimson radiation. The adversary is, after all, a quasi-deity. I require an immense amount of power, so vast it is almost unfathomable." The warrior in charge of the broadcast pressed further. "Then, Senior Yu, if you can transform the false into the true within a certain concept, might it be possible to erase the blood moon from existence?" Yu Fenglan paused for 2 seconds before responding. "Theoretically, it is achievable, but the energy required to obliterate the blood moon exceeds that needed to manifest a sun, reaching astronomical proportions." With that, Yu Fenglan ceased her explanations, leaping into the air. From her waist, she retrieved a formation plate, an artifact given to her by Lin Hanyun at the moment the blood moon rose. Lin Hanyun had stated, If I die and humanity has yet to find a way to contend with the blood moon, I implore you, Fenglan, to ascend and become the sun, using your life to withstand the deep crimson radiation and save our kind. This formation plate conceals a grand array I have set up, capable of absorbing the residual energy of heaven and earth. The strength of those fallen warriors will be drawn forth for your use. Hanyan entrusts this to you. Yu Fenglan summoned a portion of her energy to activate the hidden grand array within the formation plate. In an instant, the array materialized in the skies above, shaped by the gazes of all assembled. There were no intricate formations or excessive symbols, only a pure power to absorb the lingering energies of the world. As the array activated, remnants of energy from fallen warriors nearby were drawn into it. Hanyan, you were right. We truly possess no better means to confront the blood moon. With those words, Yu Fenglan ascended, her energy gradually elevating as she crossed the threshold of the grand array. The array siphoned power and transmitted it to her in its most refined form. The ability to blur the lines between reality and illusion began to surge within her. With my soul, I shall thwart the descent of the blood moon. For the sake of humanity's peace and prosperity, Yu Fenglan had resolved to face death, her hesitation fading as she ascended. Her eyes transformed into radiant beams of golden light. Upon reaching the heavens, her form gradually morphed, evolving into a warm sun. Below, the grand array continuously supplied her with energy. Yet, unexpectedly, Yu Fenglan discovered that the power required to embody a blazing sun through the force of concept was overwhelmingly vast. The energy absorbed by the array proved insufficient. When her form finally dissipated, her consciousness extinguished, leaving behind only a fraction of the blazing sun. Power was lacking. The live broadcast captured the moment when countless warriors beheld Yu Fenglan's ascent into the sun, and one by one, they set aside their devices, gazing skyward. The night sky, once cloaked in darkness, was now graced with a sliver of light from the small sun. Beneath this border city, the warriors grew anxious. The power was still insufficient. It seemed the time had come to contribute to humanity's cause. Brothers, there are thousands of demon cultivators outside the city. Shall we engage in a contest? Let us see who can slay more demons. Even in death, our residual energy will aid Senior Yu in manifesting the sun, a win-win situation. In an instant, the warriors of the border city, previously weary, rallied with fervor, grasping their weapons and charging forth from the city. Outside the borders, the demon cultivators, initially poised and watchful, now witnessed the human warriors rushing at them with wild fervor, as though under the influence of a potent elixir. In less than 10 minutes, similar scenes unfolded in various border cities. Upon learning of Senior Yu's grand plan, weary bodies that should have been incapacitated sprang back into combat readiness. In their hearts, a singular thought emerged. 1 kill breaks even, 2 kills yield profit. Even if we perish, we can still contribute our strength. Chapter 144. The Reckoning of the Spirit of Chaos City in a mere 10 minutes. The martial artists of the human race exhibited an overwhelming military might. The rekindled flame of hope became the spiritual pillar for all. The prospect of victory in this battle was no longer a mere illusion. At least there was a glimmer of expectation. When hope emerges amidst the chaos of war, every human warrior transforms into a formidable deity of battle, invincible in their resolve. In the northern region, at border city number 3, Zhaogang, Wang Jing'an, Yang Ping and Guan Rong gazed upwards at the arc of the blazing sun, exchanging knowing glances. There is indeed hope. Guan Rong's withered body trembled slightly, tears welling in his eyes. Previously, they had been anxious, fearing that even if they repelled the demonic forces, there would be no better way to confront the looming blood moon. Yet now, a new sense of hope ignited within them, rekindling the flame of aspiration in their hearts. Let us unite and vanquish the 10 fiends of the demon clan. The sword energy flowing from Wang Jing'an's Qingfeng sword grew increasingly sharp. Where was the spirit of Chaos City? After the lightning leopard had slain the array master, the spirit had already taken action, eliminating Sun Dingguo. Even if that entity sought vengeance against Wang Jing'an, it should have returned to assist by now. Could it be that the spirit, after dispatching Wang Jing'an, chose to abandon its mission and return to Chaos City? Before long, Border City number 3 in the northern region became the final battlefield. Martial artists from all nations converged here. Aside from the few fallen 10 saints and some elder veterans, there were still 14 ninth-level martial artists on the human side, with Zhao Gang being the most formidable, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, followed closely by Sword Saint Wang Jing'an, who was at the later stage of the 9th level. On the demon side, counting the 5-10 fiends, there were a total of 16 9th-level beings. Should the spirit of Chaos City arrive swiftly, the human race would face inevitable defeat. Where has Liao gone? Yang Ping'an inquired. That fellow's 9th-tier knife technique could match old Zhao evenly. Could he have fallen as well? Apart from this battlefield, the second front lay at the southern border where 3 8th-level demon emperors led over 10,000 demon cultivators in an assault. If the southern region constituted the second battlefield, then the northwest border city represented the third, as the spirit of Chaos City prepared to confront Wang Jing'an inside the city. Wang Jing'an was attentively monitoring the live broadcast on the highest security network. Witnessing the sacrifices of his predecessors, he felt compelled to take action, even if it was just to lend a hand. Initially, he checked his prestige balance, which stood at 410 million, a fortune amassed from the extermination of demon forces and looting alongside the Great Fool Bird. To end this war, the compatibility of the Southern Ming Fire must reach 100. Yet whether there was an opportunity to fully elevate the 400 million prestige remained uncertain. Presently, the compatibility of the Southern Ming Fire was at 92. The remaining 8 would be challenging to enhance in a short span. 100 draws would only increase it by 0, 1, and 1,000 draws would yield just 1, with the lottery also enhancing other abilities' compatibilities, making it impossible to solely enhance the Southern Ming Fire. Regardless, he resolved to expend the 400 million prestige to see if he could fully elevate the Southern Ming Fire. If not, he would then engage the demons in battle. Previously, when his prestige was insufficient, he hadn't considered fully enhancing the Southern Ming Fire. However, the precarious situation of the human race demanded immediate action. If he did not maximize the Southern Ming Fire soon, the remaining elders might fall one after another. Time was of the essence for Wang Jing'an. When the compatibility of the Southern Ming Fire reached 94, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Teacher, look quickly, the demons are commencing their assault." A male student, responsible for scouting the external situation, began to report. This border city now hosted 3 additional small teams, totaling 6 alongside the previous 3. With the presence of the students and faculty from the Zhulong Martial Academy, it should suffice to guard the city. Wait, that's not the demons. The captain of one of the teams, while gazing at the blood moon, focused on a feminine figure approaching the city gates. It was a woman, presumably a human warrior. Gaokao, however, the Great Fool Bird instantly recognized the woman. "Boss, things do not bode," while having exited the system interface. Wang Jing'an could discern without the Great Fool Bird's warning that the woman was indeed the spirit of Chaos City. Lin Hanyun's words had proven accurate. After his death, the god-binding array surrounding that solitary island would gradually lose its efficacy. She had come to seek retribution. Wang Jing'an surveyed the multitude within the city. Truth be told, had it been elsewhere, he would not have followed the main force to defend the city. This woman was ruthless in her killings, displaying no hesitation whatsoever. Wang Jing'an began to fear the reoccurrence of that harrowing scene within Chaos City. "She has come for you?" The captains, unfamiliar with the spirit of Chaos City, had initially assumed she was a human warrior as well. "She is the spirit of Chaos City. The one who killed Captain Chun Tai was this woman." Wang Jing'an articulated each word with precision. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the captains turned frosty, a palpable aura of vengeance rising among them. They had been bottling up their anger, and now they had a chance to avenge Captain Chun. "We cannot defeat her. This woman can unleash peak 9th level strength within Chaos City. Even outside, she is at least mid to late 9th level." The Great Fool Bird, despite its fear, did not falter. "What? 9th level?" The captains suddenly felt the weight of pressure descend upon them. A few seconds later, the barefoot woman stood beneath the city gates. Approximately 10 seconds later, the demons lurking in the open seas surged forth in a grand assault, led by the previously encountered Scarlet Horn General. At this moment, no words were necessary. All martial artists could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the barefoot woman. I have proclaimed that I shall flay your skin, extract your tendons, and scatter your bones. The barefoot woman delicately raised her jade hand, and the city gates instantly shattered into a fine powder. Warriors stationed atop the city walls either perished on the spot or suffered grievous injuries. Those behind the walls fared better, evading most of the impact. Damn the spirit of Chaos City. The great fool bird's feathers were rattled, losing a few in the process. As it soared, it hurriedly shielded 5 or 6 warriors, including its master. With a resounding crack, the barefoot woman, from a considerable distance, struck with a palm, sending the great fool bird hurtling backward, causing another of its wings to fracture. Team 091, all units, prepare to intercept this woman, the captain bellowed. The captain of Team 099 quickly retrieved his communicator and switched to a specific channel. This is the Slayer Emperor, team calling board Chapter 145, an irreparable chasm captain. Several members of Squad 099 hastened over. However, before they could reach their captain, the barefoot woman extended her jade hands, and terrifying forces of law manifested as a series of conical spikes, homing in on their eyes. Shush! 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 The deadly projectiles were unleashed, and in a heartbeat, they pierced the eyes of the squad members. Inevitably, blood spurted from their sockets as they clutched their faces and screamed in agony. Aya, my eyes! It hurts! The barefoot woman disregarded their suffering and turned her gaze upon Wang Jing'an, uttering coldly, I told you. The ultimate tragedy is to witness the unfolding of calamity while being powerless to intervene. I intend for you to watch as everyone around you meets a gruesome end. One by one, Wang Jing'an remained silent, the Nanmingli fire around him gradually coalescing into a spectral vermilion. He knew that this apparition was no match for the barefoot woman, but the urgency of the situation demanded a desperate gambit. With a burst of energy, Wang Jing'an instinctively mimicked the motion of drawing his tang blade, only to realize that he had lent it to Senior Li. Left with no other option, he prepared to fight with his bare hands. Boom! A fist tempered with flames hurtled toward the barefoot woman. She didn't even bother to evade, taking the blow head-on. Yet, the vermilion bird's aura managed to push her back several steps. She was surprised by the wisp of energy emanating from Wang Jing'an. As a cultivator of the 9th realm, she was taken aback that the apparition conjured by his Nanmingli fire could force her back. What divine entity is this wisp of energy? The vermilion bird's afterimage piqued the barefoot woman's curiosity, and she wielded the chaotic demon city to suppress it, eager to discern the nature of this enigmatic entity. Boom! Under the suppression of the chaotic demon city artifact, the afterimage was forcefully pinned down, accompanied by a faint vermilion bird's roar. Thump! Though not the vermilion bird itself, the wisp of energy was formidable. It instantly broke free from the chaotic demon city's grasp and assailed the barefoot woman. I shall claim this afterimage. The barefoot woman unleashed a torrent of law power, forming hand seals as the chaotic demon city transformed into a towering structure thousands of meters high, attempting to completely engulf the vermilion bird's afterimage. Thud! Under the city's suppression, the vermilion bird's afterimage dissipated into fragments. It was meant to be captured within the city and forcefully subdued with the power of law. Instead, the fragments vanished upon scattering. Wang Jing'an had no intention of allowing her to seize the afterimage, one of his trump cards. Cease your struggles. I deliberately waited until all of humanity's top combatants were engaged before seeking you out. The barefoot woman was unconcerned about capturing the wisp of energy. With a flick of her jade hand, she unleashed a strand of law power. Wisps of this power began to descend upon the heads of a nearby squad. Without uttering a threat, she transformed the strands into conical spikes that pierced the soldiers' skulls. The spikes penetrated their skulls, entered the ground from their lower bodies, and their bodies exploded into clouds of blood mist. 17 people perished instantly. The residual power was absorbed by the grand formation, fueling the sliver of the blazing sun. Squad leader son, many cried out, feeling the pressure. The woman's power was terrifying. Those in the 5th and 6th realms had no chance against her. Despairing, are you? The barefoot woman looked at Wang Jing'an with amusement. This is tragedy. Just as you failed to rescue the guild leader that day, He expended his last ounce of strength to pile earth into a mountain, only for me to unearth him, personally skin him to make leather clothes for my subordinates. Use his tendons as ropes, carve his bones into art to adorn the gates of my divine palace, and feed the rest of his flesh to the dogs. As she spoke, one of Wang Jing'an's female classmates collapsed, a conical spike piercing from her left eye to the back of her head. Wang Jing'an felt rage, but suppressed it, knowing this was the barefoot woman's ploy to provoke him. Boss, save me, the big dumb bird croaked, targeted by the Crimson Horn General. The Crimson Horn General said nonchalantly, ungrateful wretch, weren't you the one who reached out from that door to slap me? Slap, slap. The Crimson Horn General struck the big dumb bird 5 times, causing it to cough up blood. Nearby, demon cultivators began their slaughter. People were impaled by conical spikes formed from the power of law, while others were pierced in their bodies. The barefoot woman targeted eyes and skulls, demonstrating extreme cruelty. Wang Jing'an checked his reputation points and the compatibility of the Nanmingli fire, which was at 94. He needed more. He knew that even with reinforcements from the Slay the Emperor squad, they could only delay the inevitable. Only a 9th realm expert could change the outcome. He had one last chance to summon the Vermilion Bird before nightfall, which meant gathering spiritual artifacts by slaying demons. As Wang Jing'an pondered, the barefoot woman pierced his palm with a conical spike. To suppress your anger and remain calm in my presence, I'm tempted to make you my subordinate. But alas, she grabbed its Songlong martial school teacher and crushed him, turning him into a cloud of blood mist. Get angry. Don't hold back. The barefoot woman reveled in Wang Jing'an's frustration. I'll get you. A student charged, seeking revenge for his teacher, only to have his throat pierced by a conical spike. Collapsing and emitting muffled cries. How dull. The barefoot woman ordered, kill them all. The Crimson Horn General obeyed, wielding his glaive with renewed ferocity. At that moment, the second main force of the Slay the Emperor squad arrived, numbering over 50, led by Li Xiaohua of the Li Conglomerate, Qingyi's uncle. 9th realm late stage, Li Xiaohua, at the 7th realm peak, felt the pressure from the barefoot woman and faltered. She's the spirit of the chaotic demon city. The Slay the Emperor squad recognized the woman in simple black robes. Why is she here? I thought there was a grand formation around the isolated island where the chaotic demon city is. Li Xiaohua realized Senior Lin might be dead. Aya. Conical spikes immediately pierced 7 members of the Slay the Emperor squad, their throats crushed, killing them instantly. Their energy was absorbed by the grand formation, fueling the sliver of the blazing sun. Li Xiaohua acted quickly. Charge squad, hold her back. Assault squad, cover our retreat. Support squad, evacuate everyone. Abandon this border city. Abandoning the city was the best option. The woman was too powerful and could use the chaotic demon city. Continuing the fight would lead to total annihilation. They Slay the Emperor squad moved, the charge squad attacking the woman with Li Xiaohua. The battlefield quickly turned one-sided. As one faction of warriors commenced their retreat, the opposing faction of demon cultivators seized the opportunity to pursue relentlessly. During this withdrawal, numerous warriors met their demise. However, upon the arrival of Li Xiaohua, Wang Jing'an began to fervently slay demons and scavenge for spiritual artifacts and treasures. With utmost urgency, he continued to amass his reputation. Chapter 146. Hurry, Jing'an. Flee. Is this really the time to be thinking about plundering treasures? Yangzhen bellowed from behind. Escape was no longer an option. Wang Jing'an contemplated a desperate gamble. Retreat would mean the demise of at least 90% of the nearly 1,000 individuals present. It's too late. You and the professor must leave first. He hastily retrieved the jade flute bestowed upon him by his father, and the spectral image of the sword saint began to materialize. However, fortune may not have been on Wang Jing'an's side this time. The previous eruption of the sword saint's phantom was due to Wang Dingtian's personal manipulation via his will, coupled with the possession of a 9th-grade Tang sword, which allowed him to almost completely overwhelm the barefoot woman. Now, without the 9th-grade Tang sword and his father preoccupied, the Sword Saint's phantom could not unleash its former peak power. Of course, he did not expect the Sword Saint's phantom to dominate the barefoot woman, merely to delay her for a sufficient duration. The perceptive barefoot woman, Upon hearing Wang Jing'an's address, fixed her gaze on Chu Xiao, Guan Linlin, Yang Zhan, Lin Jiaoyang, Lin Jiangxue, Yu Qi Wan, and the other students. Beside these students stood a middle-aged man. Is he your teacher? A sinister smile crept across the barefoot woman's face as she launched her cone-shaped weapon without hesitation, revealing her utter ruthlessness. The cone-shaped weapon locked onto Song Tianqi's shoulder like a homing missile. A sudden crack echoed through the air. Song Tianqi's left shoulder blade was instantly pierced. Yet he suppressed his agony. Just as the barefoot woman was about to pierce Song Tianqi's eyes, a surge of righteous sword energy erupted. Sensing this sword energy, the barefoot woman instinctively retreated, recoiling at least a dozen meters. She was intimately familiar with this sword energy. It was this very energy that had shattered her painstakingly reconstructed perfect body the last time. After retreating a dozen meters, she realized that this sword saint's phantom seemed less potent than before. I see. The barefoot woman understood the reason. The sword saint was currently preoccupied and could no longer spare the energy to manipulate this phantom. If it were merely a sword saint's phantom, the barefoot woman would naturally not fear it. The power of the law surged, pressing down like a towering city reaching into the clouds. Dong! The sword saint's phantom and the barefoot woman clashed. Wang Jing'an seized this opportunity to support the form master and retreat into the city. Simultaneously, he devoted some energy to instructing the system to initiate a fully automated continuous draw, all while retreating and drawing prizes. Wang Jing'an's plan was to exhaust the remaining 400 million to see if he could raise the compatibility of the Southern Bright leaving fire to 100. Unfortunately, Wang Jing'an underestimated the deadly woman's murderous intent. He could not spare enough power to slay demons. She exploited the chaotic demon city to entangle the sword saint's phantom, quickly breaking free and pursuing him from behind. Weren't Captain Li Xiaohua and the others supposed to hold her back? How could she be so fast? Professor, take them and leave first. Wang Jing'an instructed Yang Zhan to support the form master. There's no logic in students covering the retreat while the teacher escapes. Song Tianqi retorted coldly. In my presence, only teachers protect students. Can that big dumb bird still fly? Take your boss and my students away first. The big dumb bird waddled over, its face still throbbing from the slaps it had received from General Redhorn. It transformed into a firebird and flew over, preparing to carry away its boss and his classmates. Boss, be careful. However, as the big dumb bird flew over, it saw the deadly woman condensing more than a dozen terrifying cone-shaped weapons, locking onto Song Tianqi and its boss. It swiftly used its massive firebird body, shaking its last wing to block them all. Puff, 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 puff. Sharp and terrifying cone-shaped weapons pierced the big dumb bird, leaving wounds all over its body, penetrating through the heart, eyes, shoulders, abdomen, and other vital areas. Simultaneously, 4 or 5 cone-shaped weapons struck the students behind it. Yang Zhan's arm was crippled by the piercing cone-shaped weapons, and blood flowed uncontrollably. The barefoot woman raised her hand and delivered a palm strike. A massive palm print, imbued with the terrifying power of the law, struck the big dumb bird. The big dumb bird's body instantly shattered, unable to utter even a single word of farewell, and died without a complete corpse. Wang Jing'an was also affected. A ghastly wound was torn into his chest, and his murderous intent reached its peak, his rage surging. He continued to observe the lottery process, his mind racing. Southern Bright leaving fire compatibility 97. Prestige is only 190 million left. He had replenished at least 30 million earlier. Finally, unable to suppress your anger? The barefoot woman, seeing Wang Jing'an's rage etched on his face, became even more ruthless and raised her hand for another palm strike. The palm print struck Yu Qingwan, and her delicate body was reduced to a bloody mist. Qingwan, Yang Zhan roared. He had been dating Qingwan for less than a month before she died before his eyes. After a few seconds of stunned silence, his anger erupted. I curse your ancestors. Yang Zhan erupted, unleashing the full power of his equalization domain. However, his ability was forcibly suppressed by Song Tianqi, who grabbed his shoulder and pushed him towards Chu Xiao. Take him away, everyone leave. As soon as Song Tianqi finished speaking, both of his knees were shattered by cone-shaped weapons, and he collapsed to the ground with a painful groan. The barefoot woman did not forget to glance at Wang Jing'an, suppressing him with the power of the law, and said, "See how your teacher dies miserably before your eyes." She seemed to relish the process of brutally torturing the human race. In her eyes, slaughtering the human race was a form of pleasure. At the same time, just as the barefoot woman walked in front of Song Tianqi, preparing to torture him, she was held tightly by Song Tianqi, and the strength in his body began to stir restlessly. Song Tianqi's ability was A-grade imprisonment, effectively preventing the target from using various abilities. Although the level was not too high, if he used his life as the price, draining all his strength, he could still delay for a dozen seconds. "Jing'an, take a message back to my wife. When our daughter grows up and marries, I won't be able to attend." The veins on Song Tianqi's neck and arms bulged, and his strength rapidly drained. "Go back and tell your wife yourself." Wang Jing'an refused to help deliver the message, and the vermilion bird phantom was condensed again. The burning of the southern bright leaving fire became even more terrifying. Compatibility has reached 98. But it's not enough, not nearly enough. Die! Wang Jing'an roared as he attacked with his bare hands. The barefoot woman retracted the chaotic demon city and suppressed Wang Jing'an beneath it. Although I am curious about that wisp of phantom, there is no need to rush to deliver it to me. After I slaughter everyone, I will personally come and take it. Chapter 147. Your final lesson. As the chaos of ruinous demon city unfolded, the Sword Saint's remnant rushed over with utmost urgency. Alongside Li Shaohua, which originally comprised over 20 members, only 6 remained after a mere few minutes, thanks to the devastation they had endured. Had the Sword Saint not absorbed the brunt of the damage from ruinous demon city, Li Shaohua might have been gravely injured, or worse. However, the imposing structure of ruinous demon city loomed ahead, effectively severing their path. The city's walls extended for no less than 5 or 6 kilometers. The barefoot woman had her powers restrained by Song Tianqi. Although she was unfazed by this confinement, she preferred no interruptions during her macabre feast. Sharp, conical projectiles targeted Song Tianqi's back, suddenly impaling him. This time, the projectiles did not pierce through his body as he clung desperately to the barefoot woman. Utilizing his binding powers, a complete penetration would have inflicted harm upon her flawless form as well. Song Tianqi coughed up blood, the excruciating pain radiating from his spine surpassing the human threshold, rendering him paralyzed. He cast one last glance at Wang Jing'an, suppressed beneath ruinous demon city, an inkling of reluctance flickering within him. As a teacher, nothing was more distressing than failing to protect his own students. In the waning moments of his strength, Song Tianqi finally comprehended the magnitude of this woman's power. Across the vast expanse of the world, only the 30 esteemed elders of the human race could contend with her. The rest were utterly powerless. Upon realizing this, Song Tianqi lifted his gaze toward the grand formation that absorbed the residual energies of the heavens and the earth. His voice suddenly soaring, "If the weapons in our hands cannot carve a path through blood, then we shall use our own blood to pave a celestial road for humanity." Turning back to glance at his students, Chu Xiao, Yang Zhan, and the others retreating, his expression twisted with madness before erupting into a maniacal laugh. "Here today, many of my students stand with me, for have perished, one is crippled, and another grievously injured. They are all my pride. Today, I shall impart to you this final lesson. When faced with an irreversible death in war, do everything in your power to minimize civilian losses, and then face death with composure. In this life, I have no regrets entering Great Xia. In the next life, I shall remain in the land of Zhonghua." Younger generation, Song Tianqi, aids the elder in ascending to the heavens, standing against the crimson moon. His resounding voice abruptly ceased as he was overwhelmed by torrents of immense law power that shattered his body. The residual energies and unleashed forces were incessantly absorbed by the lofty formation, transforming into pure strength, which was conveyed to the half-risen sun suspended above the world. Even in the face of impending death, the warriors responsible for capturing the moment stood steadfast at their posts, determined to document the unfolding spectacle, whether broadcasted or not. These recordings would become invaluable relics for future generations to behold. Within the highest security network, A portion of observers focused on the primary battlefield, while others remained transfixed on this dire situation. Hearing the final words of their teacher, tears flowed uncontrollably. His students would take immense pride in having such a mentor. An insignificant ant. The barefoot woman obliterated Qiongqi, leaving no remains, not even ashes. She continued her revelry, relentlessly pursuing and intending to eliminate every student and member of the Slaying Demon Pavilion. Before long, the Slaying Emperor team, tasked with breaching the encirclement, returned to provide cover. The barefoot woman chuckled lightly, flicking her finger, and a conical projectile crushed the skull of a young female team member, displaying her ruthlessness. Junior Mu Yuan. Assist the elder in ascending to the heavens, standing against the crimson moon. The team leader charged forward, resolute in his fatal determination. They were warriors. Even at the cost of their lives, they would strive to buy even a moment for their retreating comrades. Under the violent surge of law power, Mu Yuan met an untimely demise, his remaining strength drawn into the formation, subsequently feeding the half-risen sun. Captain, the members of the breakout team cried out, their faces etched with determination. You vile woman, damn you. The entire breakout team united, sacrificing their lives for their students' escape, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. The vice captain, in a fervent outburst, declared, Junior Zheng Engjia. Assist the elder in ascending to the heavens, standing against the crimson moon. Father, mother, I have been unfilial. Junior Su Pingjing. Assist the elder in ascending to the heavens, standing against the crimson moon. A male team member, filled with the resolve of death, surged toward the barefoot woman, striving to secure even a fleeting moment for the fleeing individuals. Junior Yun Guangyao. Assist the elder in ascending to the heavens, standing against the crimson moon. Junior Duan Tianming. Assist the elder in ascending to the heavens, standing against the crimson moon. Junior Zhang Daoud. Assist the elder in ascending to the heavens, standing against the crimson moon. Junior Lin Zhueki. Assist the elder in ascending to the heavens, standing against the crimson moon. One after another, the children of Great Xia sacrificed themselves, their faces devoid of retreat or fear, embodying only tenacity and the resolve to face death. If a teacher could exhibit such valor for his students, how could these warriors possibly falter? Even knowing they were moths drawn to a flame, they harbored no trace of fear. In the distance, the three warriors responsible for filming trembled, their fists clenched tightly. One of them exerted too much force, inadvertently crushing a corner of the camera in his grip. Across the highest security network, countless human warriors were riveted to the live broadcast from Border City No. 1 in the Northwest region, observing the brave warriors falling one after another. Many were just barely in their 20s, the beloved children of their parents, brimming with youthful promise. In that instant, the emotions of the masses erupted. Some pounded their tables in fury, while others seethed with indignation. Across the nation, anyone witnessing this live broadcast felt a profound shock. In their hearts, a singular thought arose. If all our people are like this, what fear do we have of the demon race? P.S. May I inquire who sent the blades yesterday? Chapter 148. The compatibility of the Southern Mings leaving fire. The Transformation Path squad stationed at the 19th border city in the southern region, known as the Demon Slayer Pavilion No. 6, belongs to the Yu family consortium. Yu Fenglan is also a member of this family. Due to the absence of formidable demonic tribes pursuing them, many martial artists in this border city found themselves with a moment to spare, allowing them to watch the live broadcast. They observed one after another of the great Xia youths heading toward their demise, while the grand formation above continued to absorb energy. A fleeting glance at the small blazing sun conjured by Yu Fenglan followed. The captain of the Transformation Path squad, Yuan, took a puff from his cigarette and then stood before all his teammates. Transformation Path squad, assemble. He then pointed to the sky. Do you see that small blazing sun? It is a manifestation of our Yu family. In this battle, we shall not yield to anyone. With that, he commanded, all members of the Transformation Path squad, follow me. To slay demons. Under Yuan's leadership, 300 to 400 warriors surged out of the border city, causing a wave of alarm among the previously peaceful demonic tribes. This group of martial artists, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, raised their arms in unison. Within the city, countless individuals were stirred by the fierce spirit of the transformation path squad, rising to arms and preparing to join the fray. Even some residents of the city rushed out to fight. Elderly figures pulled their younger kin back, kicking them away, exclaiming, "Get back! It is not your time to march toward death. Preserve your lives for the continuation of our lineage." Foolishness. The barefoot woman observed the hapless souls marching toward their demise. Her mischievous smile deepening. Without hesitation, she resumed her slaughter. In merely 2 minutes, she reached the location where Chu Ziyou and his companions were retreating. Sharp, conical weapons coalesced behind the barefoot woman. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ziyou called Lin Jiaoyang to support Yang Zhan and immediately sat down, unleashing his energy. Before the onslaught of the sharp weapons could strike, Chu Ziyou pulled the barefoot woman into his spiritual realm. His ability as an SS-level mentalist allowed him to create his own spiritual world, where he held dominion. This ability could also influence the mental state of the target. For instance, a fleeting silhouette of the vermilion bird gradually dissipated, giving way to a magnificent colossal avian figure formed entirely of fiery feathers. The entire realm quaked violently due to the convergence of these flames. The vermilion bird has descended upon this world for the very first time. Chapter 149. A fraction of power. Wang Jing'an's gaze took on an eerie, stark, white luminescence, concealing within it a boundless conflagration. This pristine white southern fire, hailed as the sovereign of all flames, commanded reverence from every other fire. The encroaching demonic horde was reduced to ashes under its incandescent embrace. The previously shattered behemoth of a bird, once seemingly obliterated, was now reigniting in a blaze of pure white fire, materializing a divine egg adorned with "Who dares awaken me?" The colossal vermilion bird, now fully manifested above Wang Jing'an, emanated an irresistible aura of majesty. Its fiery plumage inspired a sense of awe and trepidation. With an imperious tone, the vermilion bird inquired, "This realm feels alien. It can only withstand a fraction of my true power." Witnessing the descent of this magnificent avian deity, Wang Jing'an respectfully bowed. "I am Wang Jing'an, hailing from China, the same world as you. This realm is a parallel one." The vermilion bird's eyes blazed with intense flames as its power surged, only to gradually subside upon reaching the limits of this world's capacity. "This realm can only endure power equivalent to the 10th stage," the vermilion bird stated. "It is woefully weak." Wang Jing'an was taken aback. "The 10th stage? Is that not the pinnacle?" The demonic progenitor barely managed to set foot into the 10th stage, and its manifestation of the crimson moon was already terrifying. Yet, the vermilion bird claimed that this realm could only withstand power equivalent to the 10th stage. Could there be even greater heights beyond that? "The 10th stage is merely the limit of this world, not my own," the vermilion bird clarified. "Were I to fully manifest, this realm would collapse entirely." Ancient China once ushered in an era of unparalleled prosperity, with countless deities ascending to their rightful places. They mended the heavens, sculpted mankind, forged the earth, established time and space, and decreed the laws of creation. The cultivation system they devised far surpasses anything this world can conceive. Though awestruck, Wang Jing'an knew that this was not the time for esoteric discussions. The immediate priority was to vanquish the ruthless adversary before him. He implored, "Please, lend me your power to overcome this predicament." "Very well," the vermilion bird responded. "Since you have awakened me, it signifies that you are the chosen one of that tome. I shall assist you." With a resounding roar, the southern fire, under the vermilion bird's influence, exemplified its title as the monarch of all flames. The pristine white fire vaguely conjured an image of a palace. "Your mortal vessel cannot withstand my power for long, perhaps an hour at most." The vermilion bird's majestic voice echoed through the flames. "Go forth, leave no lingering doubts, and with my power, eradicate all enemies in your path." The vermilion bird's true form could not fully descend upon this world, for it was too insignificant. It could only withstand a fraction of the vermilion bird's full power. Yet even that fraction was enough to reach the apex of this world's capabilities. Wang Jing'an's eyes, already suffused with pure white, now possessed an even deeper, more profound luminescence. His once black hair had morphed into a pristine white, as if consumed by flames. The sheer magnitude of the power coursing through his veins left him in awe. Was this truly a mere fraction of the vermilion bird's peak strength? He felt capable of slaying even gods. Suddenly, a fiery trail blazed across the sky outside the city gates, penetrating deep within. The moment this fiery path was forged, every demon in its vicinity, including the Crimson Horn General, was incinerated into nothingness. The surviving members of the team, who had resigned themselves to their fate, were astounded by Wang Jing'an's sudden display of immense power. His power seems to rival even the 10 saints. Not just rival, but surpass. The pressure I felt from the pavilion master pales in comparison to the intensity of Wang Jing'an's flames. Did you all see that divine bird just now? Its entire plumage was composed of flames. Who exactly is Wang Jing'an? How can he command such terrifying power? Wang Jing'an now possesses the ability to turn the tide. Regardless of his true identity, he is, in my eyes, a member of the great Xia race. Inside the city, as Li Xiaohua led a contingent of reinforcements, Li Qingyi's sword spirit form was already in tatters. Her limbs were gone, or rather, riddled with holes. Even her eyes had been rendered blind. Li Qingyi crawled on the ground, devoid of pain, yearning only to wield her blade once more. "Qingyi, hold on," Li Xiaohua exclaimed, overjoyed to see Li Qingyi when he arrived. It mattered not that she was a sword spirit. So long as the Li family embraced Qingyi as one of their own, that was all that mattered. "Captain, we can't win. That woman is too powerful, and she's been torturing Qingyi." A teammate cried out in anguish. "Insolent," the barefoot woman sneered, glancing at Li Xiaohua's team behind her. "You pests are like flies." With a casual gesture, she unleashed a palm strike, scattering Li Xiaohua's force. She then conjured a long, conical weapon, aiming it at Li Qingyi's throat. With a piercing sound, the weapon plunged down, impaling Qingyi's throat and pinning her to the ground. Having done that, the barefoot woman raised her palm, preparing to obliterate the sword spirit's form and spirit. This Tang blade spirit is remarkably resilient, providing me with ample amusement. Once I refine this blade, I shall conjure the sword spirit anew. The barefoot woman coveted the Tang blade spirit. By annihilating the current spirit, she could then mold the next one according to her desires. However, plans are ever subject to change. Just as the barefoot woman was about to obliterate Li Qingyi, a fiery trail suddenly erupted behind her. Sensing the malice and terrifying power emanating from behind, she instinctively dodged. But the barefoot woman had underestimated the vermilion bird's power. Even a fraction of its peak strength was beyond her ability to withstand. As the fiery trail surged forth, Wang Jing'an unleashed a devastating punch. The blow struck the barefoot woman's spine, shattering it instantly and sending her flying. Having done that, Wang Jing'an retrieved the Tang blade and, gazing at Qingyi impaled on the ground, her limbs mutilated and her throat pierced, his murderous intent reached its zenith. With a voice filled with tenderness, he said, "Qingyi, wait for me to slay this woman and use her life essence to reconstruct your spiritual form." Wang Jing'an turned, the Tang blade radiating a power that seemed to defy the limits of this world. The ground around them trembled with a low hum. Wang Jing'an. After Li Xiaohua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression was one of profound shock. Just moments ago, Wang Jing'an's single punch had shattered the barefoot woman's spine. What terrifying power could possibly be contained within that strike? Chapter 150. The Turn of the Tide. In the distance, the barefoot woman, propelled hundreds of meters by a single punch, cast an astonished gaze forward as she felt her back disintegrate further. From whence do you derive such power? Like Li Qingyi, the barefoot woman was a spirit of an artifact, impervious to physical pain. However, she had evolved her own consciousness and inherited the cultivation of her previous master, rendering her deeply shaken by the power now emanating from Wang Jing'an. His punch transcended the boundaries of the sixth realm, even the ninth. Wang Jing'an's expression remained frigid. It matters not its origin. Suffice it to say, this power is mine to command. With these words, Wang Jing'an conjured a translocational portal. In the blink of an eye, less than a second, he materialized behind the barefoot woman, cleaving at her with his blade. Caught completely off guard, the barefoot woman suffered the blow, her left arm severed. "Dare you defile my flesh?" she exclaimed, still incensed by the Sword Saint's phantom shattering her meticulously crafted form. Thwack! Wang Jing'an, disdaining conversation, delivered a kick, impacting the barefoot woman's right shoulder with such force that it caved inward, bones pulverized. "How dare you?" she roared, her power surging as she prepared to retaliate. "Sever!" Wang Jing'an countered, his blade a whirlwind of destruction, forcing her into retreat. The pent-up frustration of the past now fueled his relentless assault. Using his blade as a bludgeon, Wang Jing'an hammered the barefoot woman, sending her reeling. Before she could regain her footing, he traversed the distance via his portal, delivering another devastating blow. Her right shoulder was obliterated, the remnants of bone reduced to nothing. In a mere 10 seconds, her perfect vessel had been ravaged. Speechless, she recognized the power now wielded by Wang Jing'an as capable of extinguishing her existence. A desire to flee took root. Recalling the Chaos Demon City, she summoned a miniature city gate. Boom! Before she could escape, an even more formidable portal engulfed the smaller gate. Wang Jing'an, his intent absolute, surged forth. A bone-shattering punch landed, obliterating half of her skull. Yet, Wang Jing'an had no desire for a swift end. He intended to extract vengeance for his fallen comrades, teachers, and classmates, making her understand the unattainable luxury of death. Boom! Sheathing his blade, Wang Jing'an unleashed a kick, imbued with the raw, unyielding force of the southern blazing fire. Her chest caved inward, the inferno dancing upon her form. With a snap of his fingers, Wang Jing'an amplified his power of manipulation. Sensation flooded her being. The barefoot woman, previously devoid of pain, now experienced excruciating agony under the influence of his power. Aya, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of sensation, the agony of her ravaged body reached a fever pitch, drenching her in sweat. In a desperate act, she detonated her physical form, her essence absorbed by the Chaos Demon City before vanishing. Wang Jing'an, witnessing her decisive action, scoffed and addressed a certain direction. "I will not allow this woman to escape." Without a word, the vermilion bird materialized once more in a blaze of southern blazing fire, its immense form visible to all within the border city. A wave of reverence washed over those who beheld it. Wang Jing'an leaped onto the vermilion bird's back, leaving a trail of fire in his wake as they soared through the sky. "Captain Wang Jing'an," a team member began, seeking answers to the inexplicable. "Don't ask me," Li Xiaohua interjected, equally astonished. The power now displayed by Wang Jing'an rivaled that of even the 10 sages. Should a new generation of candidates be considered, Wang Jing'an would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Finally, they could afford to relax, even if only slightly. The evacuating students, sensing the danger had passed, collapsed to the ground, exhausted. "Our teacher's final lesson was not in vain," Lin Jiang muttered, grieving the loss of his instructor while simultaneously marveling at Wang Jing'an's strength. Soaring through the sky, the vermilion bird carried Wang Jing'an across the vast ocean in mere minutes, arriving at the isolated island that housed the Chaos Demon City. Wang Jing'an propelled himself forward, breaching the city's defenses. Boom! The city gates shattered upon impact. "Enemy attack! Alert the city lord!" The guards cried out. However, Wang Jing'an, hovering over the main thoroughfare, merely raised his hand, obliterating the city lord's mansion. "Bring forth the woman." The city lord, initially bewildered, recognized Wang Jing'an and flew into a rage. "Wang Jing'an, you escaped death once. How dare you set foot in the Chaos Demon?" Smack! A telekinetic slap silenced him, obliterating half of his face. 5 seconds. "If the spirit of the Chaos Demon City does not appear, I will raze this entire city." Wang Jing'an began his countdown. Below, the myriad demons whispered amongst themselves. "Isn't that Wang Jing'an? His power surpasses the 6th realm. Such power within the Chaos Demon City? He challenges the very laws of this domain." Countless demons observed Wang Jing'an from the streets below. As Wang Jing'an reached 0, the woman remained hidden. Drawing his blade, he channeled the southern blazing fire into a devastating strike aimed at the heavens. The entire Chaos Demon City trembled. The sun, once a fixture in the sky, began to wane. The heavens themselves seemed to crumble. The demons below were struck dumb, their voices silenced by terror. Even the city lord was in awe. Has Wang Jing'an grown so powerful in such a short time? This child is truly terrifying. As the sky continued to collapse, the barefoot woman emerged from a shrine deep within the city. She was grievously wounded, her power unable to fully recover due to the lingering southern blazing fire. Sensing her presence, Wang Jing'an traversed the distance in an instant, arriving before the shrine. Guarding the entrance was an art installation crafted from bones. As the barefoot woman had revealed, the bones of the guild leader had been used as macabre decorations. Wang Jing'an delivered another kick, the force of which pierced the barefoot woman's chest, sending her crashing down the shrine's 9,000 steps. Cough, cough. Subjected to Wang Jing'an's manipulation, the barefoot woman, once immune to pain, now felt only despair. Wang Jing'an, like a vengeful deity, slowly approached her, gazing down upon her. "Do you know," he began, "that the greatest tragedy is to witness a tragedy unfold and be powerless to stop it?" The same words, yet spoken by a different voice. With a sweeping motion, Wang Jing'an obliterated the shrine's crossroads, reducing the meticulously crafted order and layout to rubble. Hou Yi, haraha. The barefoot woman descended into madness. "Do you see? All the human cultivators within the Chaos Demon City have been slaughtered. What can you possibly do?" Wang Jing'an delivered a fierce kick, shattering the mouth of the barefoot woman, causing her jaw to fall away, which transformed into swirling energies of the law, gradually being absorbed by the chaotic city of demons. Chapter 151. The annihilation of the chaotic demon city's spirit. The existence of the chaotic demon city is to commemorate your previous master, is it not? Wang Jing'an reveled in the torment of the barefoot woman. Death is not terrifying, oblivion is. When the order of the chaotic demon city is completely erased, the streets you've constructed will vanish as well. In time, your master will fade from memory until utter demise. What I can do is ensure that your master is gradually forgotten by this world. Wang Jing'an lashed out, his foot connecting with the barefoot woman's abdomen, sending her hurtling hundreds of meters. A gaping wound tore open, her divine palace collapsing from the impact. Amidst the ruins, she lay on the verge of expiration, the southern blazing fire relentlessly consuming her, hindering any swift recovery. Furthermore, Wang Jing'an, through some arcane ability, could perceive her senses, exacerbating the excruciating agony, plunging her into utter despair. Coupled with Wang Jing'an's final words, "Death is not terrifying, oblivion is," the barefoot woman was driven to complete frenzy. Her anguished roar echoed from the ruins of the divine palace. "Hou Yi, Wang Jing'an, you have thoroughly enraged me. I shall." Before she could finish, Wang Jing'an unleashed a palm strike, the imprint of southern blazing fire obliterating the ruins, reducing them to mere dust. As the smoke cleared, her body riddled with gruesome wounds was exposed to the gazes of onlookers. Along the thoroughfare, countless demon cultivators watched from the shadows, united by a single thought: is this truly Wang Jing'an? The same Wang Jing'an who had been hunted by the chaotic demon cities was now, unbelievably, suppressing it. As the dust settled, Wang Jing'an observed the barefoot woman absorbing vast amounts of surrounding law power. "All of you perish." Her face contorted in rage, half of it decayed, creating a chilling visage. In mere moments, every demon cultivator along the street was obliterated, their flesh exploding into a bloody mist. Their residual demon power absorbed by the chaotic demon city, which in turn channeled torrents of law power to the barefoot woman. "Lord, I am a member of the security force. Spare me." "Lord, I am also with the security force. I am from the Hall of Judgment." Before they could finish their pleas, they were reduced to bloody pulps. The barefoot woman cackled maniacally. "It matters not. You sacrificed yourselves for my sake, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. Grant me your power." Instantly, across the chaotic demon city, encompassing thousands of districts and housing at least 5 million demon cultivators, a staggering 500,000 exploded into bloody fragments, their power devoured by the city. This city, steeped in countless obsessions, resentments, and various negative emotions, could also utilize the demon cultivator's flesh as sacrificial offerings. Within its boundaries, the barefoot woman was invincible, for the power was inexhaustible, an existence nearing the divine realm. The barefoot woman's body finally regenerated, though the southern blazing fire still burned upon her. Wang Jing'an, kneel, she bellowed, ready to pounce and cripple him. But a void gate materialized beside her. As the void gate formed, the surrounding space shattered, and Wang Jing'an seized the opportunity, tearing apart her throat. Clang! Wang Jing'an, wielding his tang blade, refrained from using its sharp edge, instead striking her with the flat of the blade, inflicting the most excruciating pain. The barefoot woman's newly restored body was once again shattered, her face etched with fury. Kneel before you? Are you worthy? Wang Jing'an retorted icily, reveling in the torment. The flame-tempered blade struck again and again, hundreds of times, as she sacrificed over 3 million demon cultivators to shield herself. Yet their power was futile against Wang Jing'an. Despite the vast amount of law power absorbed, the barefoot woman was aghast that Wang Jing'an could sustain such peak condition for so long. Overwhelmed by anger, she began to feel dread. Where do you draw this power? She stammered, her face a mask of fear and confusion. Wang Jing'an, no longer willing to prolong the ordeal, unleashed his killing intent. Go to the netherworld and pray. Swish! Wang Jing'an raised his tang blade. A vortex of vital essence swirling around him, along with the southern blazing fire. The barefoot woman felt the icy hand of death upon her. She had no doubt that if she faced this strike head-on, even the chaotic demon city could not save her. Instantly, her form weakened, preparing to retreat to the city's core. Boom! A blade's aura crashed down, causing the entire chaotic demon city to tremble. The sky collapsed, and the earth split asunder. With this strike, Wang Jing'an exhausted all the vital essence the Tang blade had absorbed, filling the barefoot woman with the terror of mortality. Despite sacrificing the remaining populace of the chaotic demon city, she could not escape death. Without the endless replenishment of law power, her body crumbled. She could not comprehend how Wang Jing'an had gained such terrifying power. If he possessed it all along, why had he not used it before? Instead of fleeing the city like a wounded cur, your previous master loathed humans, didn't he? Wang Jing'an added before her demise. I will refine the chaotic demon city and use it to save humans. If I ever reach the pinnacle, this city will be inhabited by countless humans, the very beings you despised. It will be a place of new, peaceful order. The human race is not extinct. I am not reconciled. I am not. Consumed by the southern blazing fire, the barefoot woman's face twisted with agony, rage, resentment, despair, and a host of other emotions. Finally, she succumbed to those negative feelings, burned alive by the southern blazing fire. Never again would she draw upon the city's law power. The raging flames resembled a dynamic portrait, dazzling to the extreme. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the barefoot woman, who had lived for centuries, perished completely. However, Wang Jing'an's mood did not improve. That vile woman was merely a city spirit. Her death means nothing. But my teachers, classmates, comrades, they are gone forever. He gazed at the suddenly empty street, then at the Tang blade absorbing vital essence, and finally at the ruins. The vile woman had said that the guild leader's bones had been carved into art and displayed at the entrance, but the entire divine palace was gone. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and he asked, Senior, if the affinity between the void gate and deception reaches a certain level, can it truly bring back those who have died? Though the abilities were described as such, Wang Jing'an was uncertain. If he later discovered that he could not revive them, his resolve might crumble. The vermilion bird responded, everything in this world is merely a concept. If you become powerful enough, you won't need the void gate or deception to revive your fallen comrades. While those abilities can bring back the dead, what returns is merely a conceptual body, devoid of thought. How is that different from a corpse? A glimmer of hope flickered amidst Wang Jing'an's sorrow. How powerful must I become to revive them? Zhu Ke pointed to the chaotic city of demons beneath his feet. This city of chaos can harbor the souls of the departed. Should you ascend to the immortal platform in the future, you would be able to summon those who sacrificed themselves to manifest within this city, achieving a resurrection in its truest sense. They will retain the thoughts, spirits, beliefs, and emotions they held during their mortal lives. Chapter 152. The Chaos of All Directions and the Return to Rebirth. Upon hearing Zhu Chue's words, Wang Jing'an instantaneously developed a slight fondness for the City of Chaos. Yet his aversion towards its spirit lingered. "However, I am not fond of the spirit of this city," he stated. Zhuge replied, "The spirit of this city has been completely extinguished. It is now a masterless entity. You need not worry about its return. I can assist you in refining it. But as a condition of exchange, should you reach the celestial platform realm in the future, you must perform a task for me." "What task?" Wang Jing'an inquired. Zhuge responded, "When you attain that realm, I shall reveal it to you." Confounded, Wang Jing'an asked, "What is the celestial platform realm? Is it the 11th realm beyond the 10 realms?" Zhuge clarified, "No, the realm system you currently inhabit is mortal dust, which comprises 10 stages. You are presently at the 6th stage, which is referred to as the 6th realm in your world. Above mortal dust lies sea of suffering, other shore, divine transformation, divine platform, divine monarch, and finally, celestial platform. All beings begin from mortal dust. Traverse the sea of suffering, reach the other shore, begin to shape the divine form, establish the divine platform, and ultimately, transform from a deity into a divine monarch, culminating at the pinnacle of the celestial platform." Upon absorbing this revelation, Wang Jing'an was profoundly shaken. He had initially believed that the 10 realms of this world were the utmost limit, only to discover that the 10th realm was merely the final stage of mortal dust. Attaining the 10 realms of mortal dust would grant him the qualification to traverse the sea of suffering. After the initial shock, Wang Jing'an wished to further inquire about whether there existed another world above this one. However, recalling the ongoing war outside, he curbed his curiosity. Deciding to postpone his questions until after the battle, "I feel as though my body can barely withstand this. The battle outside is still not over." Zhuge reassured him. "There remains ample time to quell this turmoil. Once this upheaval concludes, I shall assist you in refining this city." Nodding in agreement, Wang Jing'an leaped onto Zhu Chue's back and surged out of the city, leaving behind the desolate chaos. Who could have imagined that moments ago? Millions of demon cultivators had resided here, only to be exterminated in the fierce eruption of conflict. In the northern region, at border city number 3, the entire city lay in ruins. It had become the final battleground, swarming with powerful beings of the 9 realms, their numbers beyond counting. Here, the finest forces from both sides clashed, and it appeared that the human faction was beginning to falter. This shift was due to the emergence of a formidable ally for the demon race, who claimed to be a messenger of the gods. Having traversed from the depths of the demon domain through a celestial portal, "We cannot continue fighting like this. Their reinforcements are too powerful. They seem to be of the true 10th realm." Yang Pingan relentlessly wielded the demon burial coffin to vanquish demons, having already laid to rest 2 demon gods of the 9 realms. Yet, his efforts bore little fruit. Zhao Gang, propping himself up with his spear, wore a grave expression. "This divine envoy is of the 10th realm, having emerged from the celestial portal. That gateway from the depths of the demon domain has truly been established. Old Zhao, we must persist. Even if the blazing sun conjured by Feng Lan takes full form and blocks the red moon, we shall still be slain by that divine envoy." Guan Rong, clutching the hourglass of time, felt his hands tremble. It was evident that he had expended an extraordinary amount of energy in this battle. Old Wang's last strike, though it fell the demon god of the 9 realms, had left him cast into the depths of the open sea, his fate uncertain. Our chances of victory stand at 0. As Yang Pingan spoke, he surveyed the scene around him, which was transforming into a painting. Whether it was Qi Ruru, who concealed herself while painting from the shadows, Guan Rong, who manipulated time to assist on the battlefield, or Yang Pingan himself, despite their nearly depleted strength, none dared utter a word of fatigue. They understood that if they were to falter, the human race would face defeat in this war. Such a defeat would be a catastrophic blow to their kind. Thus, these venerable warriors of humanity refused to relent, even if it meant rising again after collapsing. It must come to an end. The divine envoy hovered in the air, mercilessly slaughtering human warriors from a position of superiority. Unlike the humans or demons, it possessed 8 eyes, smooth skin, and radiated a glimmer of starlight, claiming to be of the divine race. Yet, it was merely another form of demon. The demons had always boasted bizarre appearances, And when they had descended upon this world, they too proclaimed themselves as divine. As the words of the divine envoy echoed, a massive light curtain descended from the heavens, slowly descending to execute its lethal intent. This was its unique cultivation technique, devoid of innate enhancements or the so-called demon bloodline. Merely an exquisite manifestation of magic that stained the entire sky. Zhao sensed the murderous intent emanating from the light curtain, before it could fully desk many years ago. In a fierce battle, I ensnared 4 of the 10 formidable beasts from the demon clan, gravely wounding 2 of them. Now, as war has erupted once more, it stands to reason that if the demon clan possesses any sense, they would rush forth to eliminate me. Indeed, the leader of the 10 formidable beasts, the lightning leopard, has come personally to hunt me down. Anticipating this, I had already concealed the 10 directions of chaos formation in the northern region. Anyone who perishes on the borders of the north shall be granted rebirth. My essence has merged with the 10 directions of chaos. And as long as the core of the formation remains intact, I can achieve true immortality. Lin Hanyun openly explained, smiling at these old comrades. I am a master of formations. I orchestrate the plots against others, while no one dares to scheme against me. Old friends, let us unite and slay the demons, just as we did together many years ago. Chapter 153. A nation witnesses Old Lin. Has your true form already merged with the 10 directions chaos? Guan Rong and the others were taken aback. 10 directions chaos is also a 9th grade spiritual weapon, albeit of the formation type. Once merged with chaos, it signifies that Old Lin has now become a formation spirit. Lin Hanyun preferred not to respond to this query. While forming seals, he gazed into the distance and shifted the topic. The formation I set up on the outskirts of the demon domain sensed the presence of that old fellow, Lu. Quite early on. He is not dead. He has ventured deep into the demon domain. Lu is not dead? Why did he go to the demon domain? Upon hearing Old Lin's words, Zhao Gang felt a surge of joy. They should have suspected it. How could a mortal swordsman die so easily? So that rascal went to steal from others. On the other side of the battlefield, the lightning leopard and the heavenly mouse, among other formidable beasts and 9th-tier demon cultivators, witnessed Lin Hanyun's arrival. Many previously fallen warriors were resurrected. As the potent power of the formation coursed through the entire border city, the heavenly mouse began to feel uneasy. Brother Leopard, the situation is dire. The lightning leopard was also frustrated. It distinctly remembered slaying this human formation master itself. How could he come back to life? Looking at their side, the demon power had been mostly depleted, yet Zhao Gang's side had all regained their peak states. In a moment of urgency, the lightning leopard glanced at the deity hovering above. This deity, with a fierce gaze and a smiling face, blinked all 8 eyes simultaneously. Have they all been resurrected? No matter. Beneath the 10th tier, they are all mere ants. Mortals can never resist the divine. With that, the light curtain above began to gather power once more, aiming to annihilate the entire border town. Zhao Gang, wielding the 9th grade spiritual weapon, Qingfeng's sword, had successfully fused his unparalleled lance intent with Lao Wang's mighty sword aura, showcasing his strongest form. Old Lin, if I perish in battle, will I be able to resurrect once more? Lin Hanyun nodded. As long as my strength is not entirely expended, there will be no problem. Zhao Gang smirked, raising the Qingfeng sword. The 2 distinct intents of lance and sword intertwined, forcibly manifesting a soul form. This soul form resembled Zhao Gang and Wang Jing'an, with a unique mark of the sword and lance at their foreheads, nearly grasping the secrets of the 10th tier, a half-step into the Emperor realm. Lin Hanyun remarked, if we can merge with Old Lu's 9-stage knife flow, we might just be able to fully comprehend that realm. Death. The deity activated the light curtain at full power, faintly generating a weapon spirit. When the light curtain encountered the soul form, it began to halt its annihilation. The true essence born from the fusion of lance intent and sword aura struck a breach in the curtain. However, while everyone was focused on the clash between the deity and Zhao Gang, a blazing flame suddenly surged from the distance. This flame blazed a pure white. At the core of the blazing sun, a terrifying blade intent brewed, striking towards the deity. Bang! Without warning, the deity was hit, and his whole figure was sent flying from the air, crashing against the light curtain, which shattered under the onslaught of murderous intent. The soul form seized the opportunity, swinging a sword that sent the deity hurtling towards the open sea. The deity's face contorted in rage as he fell with a cry into the depths of the sea. Who is it? Yang Ping'an instinctively looked towards the high sky, noticing the unexpected aid. Initially, they thought it was that fellow Liu Yao returning from the demon domain. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear it was not Liu Yao but old Wang's son. Guan Rong stared intently into the distance. As the gigantic vermilion bird vanished, Wang Jing'an charged into the open sea with his Tang Dao. A second later, dozens of blade flashes erupted from the sea's surface, accompanied by a violent surge of flames. 5 seconds later, the ocean began to churn with massive waves. 10 seconds later, the terrifying blade flashes conjured a storm upon the sea. Boom! The deity was blasted from the depths of the sea into the air. Then everyone witnessed a scene where a blade intent, forged from the storm, slashed across the sea surface, instantly engulfing the deity. Bang, bang, bang. In but a brief moment, the deity was knocked back to the ground, half of his body mangled. Originally possessing 8 eyeballs, he was somewhat afflicted with cataracts, yet now only 3 remained open, the others shut, with blood seeping from the gaps. Who are you? The deity, in a panic, looked towards the figure emerging from beneath the sea, surrounded by a terrifying flame. How could a warrior of the 10th tier exist in this world? The one who will slay you. Wang Jing'an raised his Tang Dao, allowing it to absorb the residual life essence around him. It's Jing'an. Guan Rong exclaimed in astonishment. How has he become so powerful? Zhao Gang's brows furrowed tightly. This is more than just powerful. I felt that strike just now, and I doubt even I could withstand it. The others were expressions of disbelief. Those tasked with recording the battlefield immediately focused their lenses on the distant Wang Jing'an. As this border city became the final battlefield, the highest security network suspended all feeds. Upon entering this site, one would directly witness the events at border city number 3. Oh my, isn't that Senior Jing'an? Someone slapped me. I suspect I am mistaken. Just moments ago, the deity was pressing down on our seniors. And now Senior Jing'an appears and severely injures that 8-eyed cataract-ridden deity? Do not tell me Senior Jing'an has already reached the 10th tier. I was already shocked when he broke through 3 tiers in a single summer. The scene at Border City No. 3 in the northern region was witnessed by the entire human race, a spectacle observed by the nation. They were all deeply impressed by the strength Wang Jing'an now exhibited. Chapter 154. Slaying the divine envoy Wang Jing'an, with his feet firmly planted on the sea's surface and his blade pointed towards the divine envoy, addressed the valiant predecessors who had fought tirelessly for humanity. Esteemed seniors, your efforts have been exhaustive. Rest now, and allow this junior to vanquish the fiend. As his words echoed, Wang Jing'an vanished, leaving behind a mere afterimage. Before the illusion could dissipate, he materialized behind the divine envoy, emerging from a spatial portal, and with a swift strike, obliterated the remaining 3 eyes. The envoy's head was narrowly spared a fatal blow. To think such grotesque beings exist among the demon race. I suffer from trypophobia and cannot abide so many eyes. I hope you don't mind my removing them, Wang Jing'an quipped. He then delivered a forceful kick, causing the divine envoy's chest to cave in as it coughed up blood. The lightning leopard, the sky-penetrating rat, the triangular ant, and all the other demonic cultivators were utterly stunned by Wang Jing'an's power. You dare injure me? The divine envoy howled, clutching at the 8 empty sockets where its eyes had been. With a resounding crack, Wang Jing'an swung the flat of his Tang blade, obliterating half of the envoy's face. When you were assaulting my compatriots, where was this concern? Now that I strike you, you invoke such notions? What bandit logic is this? Wang Jing'an, infusing his blade with refined flames, unleashed another strike, cleaving away half of the divine envoy's body in a shower of blood. Yet, astonishingly, it remained alive. This resilience puzzled Wang Jing'an. Something is amiss. It is not of the demon race. Though unseen, Vermilion Bird's voice resonated in Wang Jing'an's mind. It hails from the upper realm, a member of the 8-eyed clan from the 101st world of the star domain. These upper realm dregs revel in flaunting their power in lower planes. They are mere cowards, hardly divine. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. No wonder it looks so bizarre. Are all the races in that world so unsightly? But what is its purpose in our world? Vermilion Bird responded, there are myriad reasons. But I suspect they seek to conquer this world and cultivate its martial artists. Wang Jing'an frowned. Why cultivate martial artists? The word cultivate brought to mind the city of Chaos Demon. He recalled the barefoot woman's sacrifice of all the demon cultivators within the city in a final act. A form of cultivation, perhaps? Vermilion Bird explained, to seize resources. Once denizens of the lower realms encounter the upper realms, they no longer wish to return. And those of the upper realms rack their brains to ascend to the god realm. They devised a scheme to cultivate martial artists in the lower realms, harvesting their resources when necessary. However, rest assured that there is an unwritten rule in the star domain. The cultivation of those who descend cannot exceed the plane's inherent limit. For example, if this world's limit is the 10th stage of the mortal dust realm, the arrival of a bitter sea realm martial artist would cause the world to collapse under the weight of such profound loss. Correspondingly, anyone who causes a world to collapse faces the extermination of their 9 generations. He would risk such a fate by dispatching stronger martial artists. Wang Jing'an nodded. Gaining a deeper understanding of the so-called star domain rules, he resolved to inquire further after the battle. Without another word, Wang Jing'an resumed his relentless assault. The more tenacious the divine envoy's life force, the more invigorated Wang Jing'an became. It meant that Qiongqi would have no shortage of life essence in the future and would not need to retreat into the Tang Blade for recuperation after every serious injury. With this in mind, Wang Jing'an's attacks became even more ferocious, each strike aimed for a fatal blow. The divine envoy, who had initially exuded such arrogance, now faced a miserable plight. I am a divine envoy. Do you not fear my 8-eyed clan? Thud. Wang Jing'an silenced the envoy, sweeping the Tang Blade across, severing its mouth and tongue. One should not speak during battle. It makes one an easy target. From the moment Wang Jing'an appeared, the tide of battle had turned dramatically. Everyone watched as he pummeled the divine envoy, like beating a dog in the water. The more astute demons had already begun to flee in secret. The lightning leopard darted towards the open sea, while the sky-penetrating rat burrowed underground, vanishing without a trace. They were not fools. Wang Jing'an's power now rivaled that of a 10th realm divine envoy. Remaining would only make them cannon fodder. As Zhao Gang and the others attempted to intercept, a torrent of intense southern Ming fire descended from the distant sky, accompanied by a flurry of blade light, creating a storm centered on the open sea. The Leopard Emperor, having torn through a lightning barrier, was dismembered by the blade. Ah! The lightning leopard cried out in agony. The leader of the 10 fiends had been grievously wounded by a mere human youth. It was unbelievable. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, no one would have believed that a human youth could unleash power surpassing that of the 10 saints. Wang Jing'an felt the restless energy surging within him, and his skin began to shimmer with a faint radiance. He was reaching the limits of his ability to contain Vermilion Bird's power. He needed to end this quickly. The Tang Blade began to absorb all the surrounding life essence, leaving nothing behind. With a final, devastating strike, he would end this war. The divine envoy sensed the overwhelming presence of death and hastily tore through space, attempting to escape back through the Stargate deep within the demon realm. It could not afford to fail in this lowly world. To die here would bring shame upon the 8-eyed clan. But as the divine envoy tore through space, it was horrified to find that the spatial fluctuations had been shattered by a spatial portal. Yet, its leap had already begun. As it entered the spatial portal, it was astonished to find itself standing before Wang Jing'an. The divine envoy was dumbfounded. What sorcery is this? This spatial portal is beyond the power of this inferior world. Could this blade-wielding youth be the ward of some great figure from the upper realms? I couldn't be that unlucky, could I? Wang Jing'an sneered. Since you have delivered yourself to me, it would be impolite not to strike. With a deafening roar, the blade, infused with terrifying power, unleashed a simple, brutal strike, cleaving the divine envoy into pieces. Before dissipating, the divine envoy cried out in anguish, daring to destroy my physical form. Your mortal race will be blacklisted by my 8-eyed clan. Before Wang Jing'an could respond, Vermilion Bird's power erupted, incinerating the divine envoy with a terrifying flame. In a distant world, The eight-eyed martial artist seated beneath the 8 pillars had already suffered a grievous blow from the destruction of its physical form. But the flame followed its essence back to this world, igniting a raging inferno. The surrounding members of the eight-eyed clan were shocked and tried to extinguish the blaze. But their efforts were futile, for the flame would not be quenched. The divine envoy who had descended upon Wang Jing'an's world was burned alive. The higher echelons of the eight-eyed clan, upon learning of this news, fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 155. The Taste of Victory. Upon witnessing Qiongqi take action personally, Wang Jing'an sensed that something was amiss and inquired, "What is going on?" Qiongqi replied, "We cannot allow it to relay information from this place back home. Only with its complete annihilation can the eight-eyed clan be deprived of evidence to trouble your world." Wang Jing'an asked, "Is the eight-eyed clan formidable?" Qiongqi responded, "Not particularly strong. If their clan leader has yet to break through, they are merely at the 9th stage of the Bitter Sea realm." Wang Jing'an was momentarily struck dumb. Wasn't the 9th stage of the Bitter Sea realm considered strong? However, upon reflection, he realized that even with merely 1/10 or 1/12 of Zhuchua's peak power, he had already attained the pinnacle of the mortal realm. What unfathomable heights would one reach at true peak strength? As he continued to question, the power within him gradually waned, signaling that he had reached a threshold beyond which he could no longer wield Zhuchua's strength. Qiongqi, exhibiting gentleness, refrained from allowing Wang Jing'an to enter a state of weakness when he reached his limits. This was a protective state, rather than a descent into frailty after reaching physical limits. Though Wang Jing'an had intended to eliminate the remaining 9-stage demon cultivators, he ultimately found himself powerless to do so. Yet, with the divine envoy slain and the lightning leopard severely injured, the demon clan's momentum had been irreparably diminished. Humanity had risen triumphantly. Zhao Gang and his companions, keenly perceptive, noticed the dissipating power from Wang Jing'an and rushed toward the public sea to shield him, preventing any reckless 9-stage demon cultivators from returning to slay this human hero. "Old Zhao, old Yang, you two pursue the enemy. I shall handle things here." Guanrong brandished the hourglass of time, fully capable of protecting the weakened Wang Jing'an. They, being among the 10 saints, surmised that Wang Jing'an had harnessed some peculiar means to summon such immense power. But they also understood that such strength was ephemeral and would lead to a state of weakness once it faded. However, they were only partially correct. After the power within Wang Jing'an dissipated, he did not enter a state of weakness at all, instead recovering to a state of unparalleled vigor. Clang, clang, clang. As Zhao Gang and Yang Pingan began their pursuit, they discovered that the triangular ants attempting to retreat from the depths of the public sea were suddenly struck aloft. The triangular ants were enveloped in countless glimmers of blade light, exuding a fierce intensity. With a splash, a figure wielding a long knife leaped from the depths of the public sea, clad in black and donning a straw hat, executing a low crouch midair. With this crouch, a powerful column of air surged forth, crashing down in a fierce strike. The 9-fold blade flow danced in the air, shattering the triangular ant's physical defenses and tearing its body asunder. "Everyone, I have returned late." The straw-hatted El Yao glided through the air, sheathing his long knife at his waist, resting his arm upon the hilt. "Old Zhao, that rat has burrowed away. Cut it down and let me see if your marksmanship has been surpassed by my blade flow over the years." "Your blade flow is indeed the swiftest of this era. Yet in terms of power, it falls just short." Zhao Gang shook his head, pointing at the ground beneath the path leading to Border City No. 2, where a beam of gun intent descended from the heavens, crashing into the earth and erupting into a radiant pillar. This pillar was suffused with unparalleled gun intent, accompanied by a faint aura of righteous sword chi. The tunneling Rat King was utterly vanquished beneath that one shot. This strike, infused with righteous sword chi, had been intended for the divine envoy, but upon witnessing Wang Jing'an's emergence, Zhao Gang had restrained himself. Thus, he had no choice but to offer this fusion of righteous sword chi as a parting gift to the Rat King, a gesture of mutual respect. In the distance, Yang Pingan subdued a nascent 9-stage demon with the coffin of the demon burial. Chiruru, not to be outdone, remained in the shadows, similarly eliminating a nascent 9-stage demon. El Yao scanned the crowd, Noticing the absence of Wang Jing'an, and upon seeing the Qingfeng sword held by old Zhao, was taken aback. Old Wang has fallen? Old Wang's righteous sword Qi, while not as swift as the ninefold blade flow, nor as powerful as the unparalleled gun intent, showcased a remarkable comprehensive ability with its wide range and far-reaching impact. Among the 10 fiends of the demon clan, who could truly contend with old Wang's life, the 10 directions of chaos did not bring old Wang back, indicating he was not yet dead. Lin Hanyun clarified. Where has he gone? Liao pressed on. Zhao Gang pointed toward the public sea. Previously gravely injured by the divine envoy, he fought valiantly against a 9-stage demon as he was thrust beneath the public sea. Now that the human predicament has been alleviated, you all remain here to manage the aftermath. I shall search for him beneath the public sea. No need. You all stay here. I shall go. Liao leaped, plunging into the depths of the public sea. As the demon clan's momentum waned, demon cultivators across the various borders were systematically eradicated. Particularly, the demon domain had become devoid of significant combat power to provide reinforcements. This was due to Liao's earlier foray into the demon domain, where he had slain 9 8th-stage demon emperors and 21 7th-stage demon kings. That night, the entire nation was captivated. That night, all rejoiced, for humanity had achieved a resounding victory. This was not a mere repeat of the war from over a decade ago, where a truce was brokered post-battle. This time, they had utterly exterminated all invading demon forces. Even among the 10 fiends, only one remained. The lightning leopard had been incapacitated and could scarcely stir up any waves should it return to the demon domain. Before long, news of Wang Jing'an's prior slaying of the chaotic magic city's weapon spirit spread, particularly the shocking scene of him overpowering the divine envoy. Outside border city number 3, Wang Jing'an sheathed his tang knife, having absorbed an astronomical amount of life essence. Upon reconstituting Qiongqi, he was astonished to find his power had surged. Were it not for the restriction of not surpassing his master, Qiongqi's strength would likely approach the 7th stage. Weapon spirit type, blade spirit, life essence, 1,712 days, based on a state of truce. Name, Li Qiongqi. Age, 21. Gender, male. Cultivation level, 6th stage, increased due to the current master's advancements. Talent, SS-level jade burning. The blade spirit possesses characteristics of this talent, such as a significant consumption of life essence to extract the utmost strength when activated. The life force from that divine envoy condensed into such a vast amount of life essence sparked Wang Jing'an's curiosity about what lay beyond his world. His worldview expanded, and the thought of exploring the outer realms began to take root in his mind. Had this battle truly concluded so swiftly? The rapid end left him in disbelief. The air was thick with the scent of blood, sharp and acrid, yet he felt no discomfort. Why was that? Perhaps it bore the essence of his predecessors. In every border city, eastern, southern, northwestern, and northern, all warriors guarding the borders, members of the demon-slaying pavilion, remained vigilant, keeping a close eye on the highest safety net. As they witnessed the demon forces retreat from the battlefield, jubilant cheers erupted all around. The air was not permeated with the stench of blood, but rather the taste of victory. P.S. I have encountered a writer's block. I had laid the groundwork too extensively, and in my enthusiasm, I became overly ambitious. Thus, I am contemplating how best to conclude this narrative. For today, well, 3 updates. Just yesterday, I mentioned returning to 5 updates, and today I am already back to 3. I feel somewhat embarrassed to post this PS, but I shall resume with 5 updates tomorrow. Chapter 156, Cleansing the Battlefield and Settling Affairs. Old Guan, please take charge of organizing the 9-grade spiritual artifacts. Once the war has fully concluded, Zhao Gang began to instruct. Old Sun has passed away in a border city in the western region. Retrieve the soul-devouring bell and await the arrival of the next individual who can resonate with it. After Guanrong nodded, he picked up the hourglass and left the northern region, journeying westward. Although the war had ended, the affairs of those who had sacrificed themselves must be handled with care. Before long, Liao returned from beneath the open sea and observed Old Lin still arranging the formations. He approached and inquired, "Old Lin, I can no longer find any trace of old Wang. Could you set up a formation to locate him? Given the vastness of the open sea, if he is not in this vicinity, finding Wang Jing'an would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin Hanyan replied, I am already in the process of setting up the formation. As a formation was inscribed upon the surface of the sea, several minutes passed, and the formation sensed waves of vibrant life energy. Soon, Lin Hanyan smiled and said, Old Wang is in the farthest western part of the open sea, where the Sea Demon clan resides. He is safe. Upon hearing that he was with the Sea Demon clan, El Yao felt a wave of relief. Speaking of which, that Sea Demon leader was old Wang's first love. Do you think she might take advantage of the situation? Lin Hanyan shot him a glance. Let us first clear the battlefield before discussing such matters. Meanwhile, the voice of Zhuge echoed in Wang Jing'an's ear. By the way, I forgot to mention earlier, your little companion possesses quite remarkable innate qualities. Wang Jing'an frowned. Which little companion? Is it Qiongqi? Zhuge replied. Qiongqi is that firebird? Wang Jing'an was further perplexed. No, Qiongqi is the sword spirit. Zhuge continued. Then it is not Qiongqi. I am referring to that firebird. Its physical form was already shattered, yet the flames within it signify a potential revival. At the moment I was awakened, it could enter a state of perfect revival by harnessing my flames. Wang Jing'an gasped. The big, foolish bird is still alive? This was undoubtedly good news for him. At that moment, the big, foolish bird had sacrificed itself to shield him from a fatal blow, causing its body to collapse. Zhuge stated, not only is it alive, but after this revival, it is highly likely to undergo a transformation and ascend to become a true immortal bird. Wang Jing'an's mouth formed a Na shape. So, after its transformation, will it resemble you? Zhuge fell silent for several seconds, unsure of how to respond to the question. It felt as if Wang Jing'an were inquiring about a personal child. The question was rather peculiar. After a minute, Zhuge replied, it will certainly look different, but it will inherit some of my characteristics, such as flames and appearance. One thing is certain, it will become your right-hand companion, your foremost warrior. Wang Jing'an nodded in understanding. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Shortly thereafter, Zhuge exchanged a few more words with him. After this battle, I shall aid you in refining the Chaos Demon City before returning to slumber. If you have any further questions, you may ask now. You will be sleeping? Wang Jing'an asked. My true form cannot descend into this world, otherwise this realm would collapse entirely, Zhuge explained. Should you face a moment of life and death again, summon me once more. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Before Zhuge fell into slumber, Wang Jing'an asked but one question. Is the star realm vast? It is, Zhuge replied before departing from Wang Jing'an's side, likely heading towards the isolated island to refine the Chaos Demon City. Meanwhile, Wang Jing'an began to assist in the battlefield cleanup. Many teammates urged Wang Jing'an to take a rest, implying that he had already made significant contributions and need not exert himself further alongside them. What do you take me for? Wang Jing'an protested. Contributions? It is my duty to assist, while helping to clean the battlefield. This marked his first encounter with numerous spiritual artifacts and treasures, devoid of any thoughts of plundering. These spiritual artifacts must be stored, for this conflict had claimed many lives and rendered many artifacts unusable. After an hour of labor, Wang Jing'an approached Zhao Gang. Uncle Zhao, is my father seriously injured? Zhao Gang shook his head. There are no grave injuries. Your father was rescued by his first love. Wang Jing'an was taken aback. First love? My father had a first love? Wasn't my mother his first love? Zhao Gang nodded. The leader of the Sea Demon clan was saved by your father long ago. That Sea Demon leader was enchanted by our sword saint. At that time, your father was not yet a sword saint, but he possessed a righteous spirit, attracting admiration and affection from young maidens. During that period, they shared a forbidden romance. Yet alas, a human and a demon are destined to part ways. Eventually, during a selection exam for the 10 saints, your father excelled and caught your mother's attention, leading to her relentless pursuit, and thus, you came into being. Before Wang Jing'an could ponder this revelation, Zhao Gang glanced around to ensure no one was watching before asking, you summoned a power not from this realm. Do you know any predecessors from other realms? Upon hearing this, Wang Jing'an's curiosity surged. Uncle Zhao knows about the realms? Zhao Gang's expression grew peculiar. It seems you have gained a preliminary understanding of the world beyond the Stargate. I shall not beat around the bush. The power you summoned, I have encountered in texts, eternal flame, capable of incinerating all, reborn from the ashes in dire straits. I once failed to comprehend the meaning of these 16 words until I saw a colossal divine bird's shadow within you. Pausing briefly, Zhao Gang continued, the power you summoned could obliterate our realm, yet it ultimately saved humanity. I shall refrain from elaborating further to avoid troubling you. But I must advise you, do not become overly reliant on that predecessor's power. Your path must be forged through your own efforts. Wang Jing'an solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, I will not become overly dependent on that power. Once Zhao Gang finished his admonition and turned to leave, he added, do you wish to learn about the Star Realm? If so, after settling the affairs of those heroes, seek me out at the largest library in Fengjing City. Wang Jing'an's curiosity was piqued. He had previously thought these predecessors were unaware of the world beyond the Stargate. Judging by Zhao Gang's demeanor, it was evident he had long been informed. He wondered if Zhao Gang possessed knowledge beyond the mortal realm. Regardless, he would inquire further after handling these affairs. Once Zhao Gang returned to his old friends, they began discussing the matter of the crimson moon hanging in the sky. Although it was clearly night, the presence of a blazing sun cast an unusual radiance upon the darkness. Chapter 157, Standing in Darkness. Struggling for light, the blazing sun conjured by Feng Lan had taken form, capable of counteracting the radiation emitted by the red moon. Guanrong remarked, once someone among us steps into the 10th realm, we shall sever that red moon, without the need for old Zhao's reminder. The seasoned practitioners at the 9th realm understood all too well that none possessed the strength to dismantle the red moon. As the blazing sun could mitigate the radiation from the red moon, there was no immediate need to address the issue. However, the existence of the blazing sun deprived them of their night, a concern that weighed heavily on Guanrong's mind. That will not happen. Feng Lan has already contemplated this. He reassured himself. At that moment, Lin Hanyun approached and stated, when the red moon rose, I promptly handed the formation plate to her. I had not anticipated that old Wang's child could summon such formidable power, thus placing all hope of obstructing the red moon upon Feng Lan. This blazing sun will exist in the form of night at specific intervals, and under the guise of night, it can still shield against the radiation of the red moon. With the matters of the blazing sun and the red moon temporarily settled, Zhao Gang suddenly inquired, Old Lin, tell us about your situation. You mentioned that your true self has perished? Lin Hanyun had no intention of concealing the truth. I fell in battle over a decade ago. My essence residing within the 9th grade spirit artifact, Shifang Huoluan. It is a testament to the heaven's compassion towards humanity that I secretly concealed the core of the chaos formation in a location known only to Commander Chun and myself. Now that Commander Chen has returned to the Qingfeng sword, I alone know the position of that core. As long as the core remains intact, I can achieve a true form of immortality. After uttering these words, Lin Hanyun cast a glance at the sun, which was gradually dimming, preparing to continue its guardianship over humanity in the form of night. A sense of quiet sorrow welled up within him. It was profoundly unfair for Feng Lan to sacrifice herself for the protection of humanity. From the moment I began to plan this, I understood the burdens borne by Commander Chun in her high position. Sometimes, a single decision requires a lifetime of remorse. Lin Hanyun recalled that before Commander Chun returned to the Qingfeng sword, she had sought him out, predicting where the final battlefield would manifest. The formation of the final battlefield had a 40% probability of erupting in a border city to the north, 30% in the south, 20% in the northeast, and the remaining 10% in the northwest. Thus, Lin Hanyun had gambled on that 40% chance. Regrettably, Sun Dinghua, Lin Yanhua, Chen Yuanzhou, and other esteemed practitioners of the 9th realm could not be brought back. The reason Shifang Huoluan could resurrect the deceased was not true rebirth. This formation artifact was named Huoluan because it could confound the enemy's mind and disrupt their willpower. It appeared as though the fallen were resurrected by Shifang Huoluan, but in reality, it was a grand illusion. This illusion differed from other illusory formations, as it existed from a realistic perspective. If the manipulator did not appear in time to uphold the core, the deceased could not be reclaimed. It was a merging of reality and illusion. Upon hearing Lin Hanyun's account, Zhao Gang's emotions grew complex, and he turned his gaze toward Wang Jing'an, who was assisting in clearing the battlefield. Jing'an is a good child. When Commander Chun made the decision to send him to the Chaos Demon City, she must have felt a deep sense of guilt. No one had anticipated that even after Wang Jing'an was sent to the Chaos Demon City, the battle would still ensue. After all, Commander Chun was not a deity. She could not predict when the war would ignite. Given the circumstances, sending Wang Jing'an to the Chaos Demon City was indeed the best choice. With the Death Substitute Jade Pendant and the Jade Flute among other treasures, and a small team covertly protecting him within the city. As long as he kept a low profile, he would be quite safe. It can only be said that human calculations are no match for heavenly ones. In the end, Zhao Gang, Guan Rong, Lu Yao, Yang Pingyun, Lin Hanyun, and others all gazed up at the sun, which was gradually transforming into night. Zhao Gang finally expressed a profound sentiment. To dare to uphold the heavens alone, standing in darkness, struggling for light. The future generations of humanity will remember Feng Lan's grand deeds, as well as those heroes who sacrificed for our kind. On this day, many were busy clearing the battlefield, while others began to arrange posthumous matters, including the management of cemeteries. Some fallen comrades had not left behind complete remains, and their significant possessions were interred alongside them. In the northwest region, Border City No. 1, Li Xiaohua was also leading the surviving team members in cleaning the battlefield. Yang Zhen lay in a pile of grass, receiving bandaging from Lin Jiayang, occasionally lamenting, "Why did Xingtian die instead of me? Once a life is lost, it cannot return." "There is no point in lamenting," Lin Jiayang replied, observing the severity of Yang Zhen's arm injury. "This arm has been severely pierced. It may be rendered useless." Yang Zhen paid little heed to his arm. Compared to the deaths of Chu Xiao and Yu Qingshan, losing an arm was trivial. However, before Yang Zhen could marvel at Jing'an's sudden surge in power, he spotted a divine egg outside the city gates. This egg was roughly the size of a human head and initially went unnoticed by others. At this moment, it began to ignite with pure white flames. Jiang looked quickly. "What is that?" Yang Zhen exclaimed, despite the pain in his arm, urging those nearby to take a look. Upon glancing outside the city gates, everyone turned to see the divine egg cracking open. Emerging from within was a chick. Ga, the little bird emitted a soft, squeaky sound. Its body was enveloped in divine patterns, lacking feathers, and appeared somewhat slick. At first glance, it resembled a newly hatched chick, but no chick could be this large. A closer inspection revealed it to be a bird. Ga, once the chick emerged from its shell, several team members approached to investigate the situation. "Captain, there's something unusual," one team member reported via the intercom. When Li Xiaohua arrived and frowned, he inquired, "Was this egg laid by that demon cultivator during the battle?" At that moment, numerous students from the Zhulong Martial Academy had gathered at the city gates, along with a few small teams originally stationed at Border City No. 1. One of the captains recognized the little bird. "Doesn't this little bird resemble Wang Jing'an's mount?" "Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance," another agreed. While the group debated, the little bird waddled over to Yang Zhen, fixating on his feet and incessantly chirping, as if hungry. "Why does its cultivation seem rather high?" Li Xiaohua was astonished. He sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the bird's body. Its cultivation was at least above the third realm, and the flame coursing through it appeared powerful enough to incinerate even a fourth realm practitioner. For Li Xiaohua, a third realm being might not seem particularly formidable, yet being born at such a level was rather extraordinary. Finally, Li Xiaohua summoned a team member and instructed, "Find something to feed this little bird." Chapter 158. The history book is too small, however. Li Xiaohua called for some provisions, yet the small bird, no larger than a head, did not eat. After a couple of caws, it astonished them all by asking, "Have you seen my boss?" Li Xiaohua wore an odd expression, and the other team members echoed his sentiments. With one inquiring, "Captain, this newly hatched bird can already speak, and in Chinese no less. It's quite extraordinary." This was the first time Li Xiaohua had encountered such a phenomenon, speculating that it must have inherited all its memories from its previous life. Subsequently, they were amazed to observe that this little bird was rapidly growing feathers, which were forged from flames, their hues translucent. Once the feathers fully developed, the bird had also grown considerably in size. After we clear the battlefield, I will take you to find your boss, Li Xiaohua reassured. Already aware of who the little bird's superior was, but they could not spare the time to search for Wang Jing'an until their tasks were complete. 3 days later, in various cities such as Fengjing, Beijiang, Chang'an, Linan, and Guangzhou, the heroes who had sacrificed their lives were laid to rest. These fallen heroes were posthumously honored as martyrs. Although their tombstones bore different names, the epitaphs were identical. Each tombstone inscribed the same words: "A single sword cannot save everyone. Thus, I shall start with one, until this sword can protect the multitude." The ultimate aspiration of the demon-slaying pavilion was to save lives and usher in a prosperous era. On this day, Wang Jing'an visited the Grand Taiping Shushi Cemetery in Fengjing to pay his respects to his homeroom teacher and the predecessors who had sacrificed themselves for humanity. Accompanying him were Yang Zhan, Lin Jiayang, Guan Linlin, as well as students Lin Wanqing, Lin Jinfeng, Chen Yance, and Han Xiaoyan. Upon seeing Chen Yance, Wang Jing'an's expression flickered with concern, for the latter had lost a leg. Lin Jiayang explained, "During the rescue mission, we were dispersed by a demon king, leading to numerous casualties among the students, and Yan suffered a broken leg." "Do you have a cigarette?" "I would like to smoke one," Yang Zhan inquired. The others shook their heads. Most of the students did not smoke. However, standing in the cemetery and gazing at the honored heroes, they saw some survivors with amputated limbs, others blinded, some with decaying bodies, and a few with shattered jaws. Witnessing this scene, many felt the urge to smoke. It is said that tobacco and alcohol can alleviate sorrow. In truth, those who survived bore the greatest anguish. Lin Jiayang stared at the tombstone of Song Tianqi, his chest heaving. Our teacher had just become a father. He never even heard his daughter call him dad. In the middle row stood Zhao Gang and Guan Rong, both fixated on the screen displaying Sun Dinghua, and they spoke in unison. The era of the older generation is about to become a relic of the past. The descendants who will uphold this nation will soon fully mature, and they will take the place of their grandfathers to guard the new SSS grade. Zhao Gang observed the many young individuals present in the cemetery, including students, members in their 20s who had joined the demon-slaying pavilion, and various martial artists who had come to mourn the predecessors. All present, salute. Zhao Gang, standing in the center, bowed deeply before the countless tombstones. The multitude, including Wang Jing'an, paid their respects to the heroes who had peacefully departed. After the war, every position played a vital role. Those tasked with recording the war's events began editing and archiving these documentaries, assigning them numbers for future reference. In a confidential archives office at the headquarters of the demon-slaying pavilion, the room was filled with personnel responsible for documenting all records. Some names within these archives would eventually grace the pages of history books. They donned radio headsets as they commenced their duties. Among them, a male officer named Zhang Dazheng meticulously recorded an account by hand. During the border defense mission in the western region, demon-slaying pavilion No. 002, 10 Saints. Team member Sun Dinghua fought valiantly, carrying the divine bell westward, battling at 10 fiends and the chaotic magic of a city spirit, fighting until his last drop of blood to protect the citizens of the entire border town from harm. When he fell, he left behind a Pure Land, demon-slaying pavilion top secret archive. Demon-slaying pavilion No. 002, 10 Saints. Team member Li Nianhua journeyed south to fend off the 9 venomous royal serpent, but was gravely injured. At the same time, Li Nianhua set westward, only to be accused of cowardice. He sought out Wang Jing'an, borrowed strength, and once more journeyed south, expending his last breath to behead the 9 venomous royal serpent in a border town in the southern region. As the thousands of lights behind him burned bright in his honor, demon-slaying pavilion top secret archive. Demon-slaying pavilion number 010 team. At the outbreak of war, all members surged northward to reinforce border town number 12, confronting an apex demon emperor. The entire team sacrificed themselves to buy precious time for the subsequent rescue mission of team number 003, Nightfall. Upon the complete arrival of team Nightfall at border town No. 12. All 45 members of Team 010 perished, with no survivors. After the war, all units regrouped to tally the numbers. Team 010 was supposed to have 45 members, but the actual count was 0. Demon Slaying Pavilion Top Secret Archive. Demon Slaying Pavilion number 002, 10 Saints. Team member Yu Fenglan, when all were powerless against the Red Moon. Ascended on foot, transforming herself into the sun, blocking the red moon that hung above the world, daring to uphold the heavens and earth alone. Securing a glimmer of hope for humanity amidst darkness. A female general, unmatched by any man. Demon Slaying Pavilion Top Secret Archive. Retired Demon Slaying Pavilion team member Xingtian from Team No. 033, in border town number 1 in the northwest region, sacrificed his life to buy precious seconds, awakening the national spirit in countless children before his death. Witnessed by the nation as numerous children gave their lives for the country. Assisting Elder Yu Fenglan in ascending to the heavens and blocking the red moon. Demon Slaying Pavilion Top Secret Archive. Demon Slaying Pavilion number 002, 10 Saints. Team member Chen Yuanzhou. Aware he could not defeat the Red-Horned Tiger Emperor, made a soul contract of SSS grade, trading one life for another, eradicating one of the 10 fiends. The Red-Horned Tiger Emperor, in border town number 15 in the northeast. Demon Slaying Pavilion Top Secret Archive. In the archives office, all personnel meticulously recorded the accounts, their hands trembling as they wrote. A female officer named Bian Hanhai rubbed her tear-stained eyes, laid down her pen, and, in a hoarse voice, lamented. The history book is too small to contain the greatness of these individuals. Chapter 159. Candidates for the 10 Saints. Once the war had subsided and the fallen heroes had been mourned, it fell upon the designated officials to arrange compensation for the families of those heroes. This responsibility did not extend to Wang Jing'an, a mere student. So he lingered for only half a day before returning to the Zhulong martial school. Now, whenever Wang Jing'an lifted his gaze, he was greeted by 2 blazing suns. One large and one small, a truly magnificent sight. The crimson moon, illuminated by the 2 suns, appeared increasingly dim under their brilliant light. Upon his return to the Zhulong martial school, the voice of Zhuge echoed once more in his ears. The Chaos Demon City has been refined for you. It has vanished from the isolated island and merely requires your blood to claim it as your own. Additionally, I have gathered numerous souls within. Wang Jing'an felt no trepidation regarding the blood oath, but he was puzzled by the souls. Whose souls have you collected? Zhuge appeared outside Wang Jing'an's solitary dormitory in an imperceptible manner, cradling the Chaos Demon City and projecting the scenes within. Wang Jing'an beheld the desolate streets of the city, from which dozens of souls began to disperse. Many of these souls belonged to students, while a portion were members of the Demon Slaying Pavilion. Among the souls, he recognized his homeroom teacher, Xingtian, the homeroom teacher, and Chu Xiao and the others. Zhuge explained, the moment you awakened me, their souls flocked to me, refusing to dissipate into the ether. At that time, I could not discern their identities, so I collected them first. Now, these souls reside within the Chaos Demon City. How to proceed is entirely up to you. Wang Jing'an inquired, will their souls dissipate? Zhuge shook her head. After the refinement of the Chaos Demon City, its malevolent energy has vanished. Its inherent properties can nourish those within, souls included. Wang Jing'an reflected on the predecessors interred in the cemetery, as well as some of the heroes from his generation. If I were to gather all the souls from the cemetery into the Chaos Demon City, would that cause any issues? Zhuge replied, no, but reviving those souls will not be so simple. You must at least ascend to the immortal platform. Wang Jing'an pressed further. What if the Void Gate and the trickery reach full compatibility? Can't they resurrect them? Zhuge responded, in theory, it is possible, as the Void Gate combined with trickery allows for a traversal to a certain period in the past. However, you may only reclaim their conceptual forms to fully revive them. You must establish the immortal platform. Wang Jing'an understood. This was monumental news for him. The Chaos Demon City could harbor the souls of the deceased, providing at least a glimmer of hope. After a while, he continued to pose questions, but Zhuge offered no further response, likely having succumbed to slumber. Not long after, several classmates visited Wang Jing'an in his dormitory. Yang Zhen and Lin Jiaoyang personally brought along the little fool bird to meet him. "This is your big brother." Yang Zhen pointed to the bird nearby. "Quack, quack, quack. Big brother, I'm back." The little fool bird flew towards Wang Jing'an, only to realize that its tiny wings were insufficient for flight, so it scampered over like a rooster. Seeing the little fool bird astonished Wang Jing'an. Zhu Ke had spoken the truth. This creature possessed remarkable innate talent, and if it were to mature, it could become his most formidable ally. "Big brother, I thought you had perished," the little fool bird chirped, landing on Wang Jing'an's shoulder. "The power you summoned was overwhelming. When that flame blazed, my primal flame began to awaken and evolve. I thought I would never see you again." Wang Jing'an placed the little fool bird on the ground. Despite its small size, it was as large as his head, making it somewhat comical perched on his shoulder. "By the way, big brother, we're second brother." The little fool bird spoke fluent Mandarin, astonishing some passing classmates. "He's sleeping inside the sword," Wang Jing'an replied, patting the hilt of his Tang sword. "I plan to visit the largest library in Fengjing City soon, so you all should head back to rest, especially you, Yang Zhen. You haven't been out and about these past few days." Yang Zhen leaned closer and asked, "Seriously, Jing'an, whose power was that which you unleashed? I heard you even chased that woman to the Chaos Demon City and killed her." Since it was no longer a secret, Wang Jing'an decided to speak the truth. "Talent and effort get lost," Yang Zhen exclaimed. Afterward, Wang Jing'an and the little fool bird took a taxi to the largest library in Fengjing City. However, they waited for several hours without encountering Senior Zhao Gang. Wang Jing'an even inquired if Zhao Shu had arrived at the library. It wasn't until the next morning that Zhao Shu, having learned of Wang Jing'an's number from someone, called to ask, "When are you coming to the library to find me?" Wang Jing'an was astonished. "I've been waiting for you here all night." Zhao Gang asked, "Wait, which library are you at?" Wang Jing'an replied, "The largest library in Fengjing." Zhao Gang inquired, "What's it called?" Wang Jing'an answered, "Jingyuan Library." After a long silence, Zhao Gang finally said, "I apologize. I was too busy with previous matters to notice that Jingyuan Library has surpassed the National Library in scale. Come to the National Library right now." After hanging up, Wang Jing'an took a deity to the National Road, grumbling along the way. Upon arriving at the entrance of the National Library, he spotted Zhao Shu waiting outside. As Wang Jing'an approached, he immediately asked, "By the way, shouldn't we send someone to find my father?" He had heard about his father's unfortunate incident at sea and the severe injuries he sustained. With Zhao Shu keeping the Qingfeng sword safe, Zhao Gang waved his hand dismissively. "As long as we confirm that the sea demon leader saved your father, the rest can wait until he recovers and returns on his own." Wang Jing'an nodded, refraining from further questions. Since Zhao Shu had assured him there was no cause for concern, Zhao Gang added, "By the way, I have something else to tell you." Wang Jing'an replied, "Go ahead, Zhao Shu." As Zhao Gang led the pair into the library, he continued, "Tomorrow, I will convene the remaining high-ranking officials to initiate a meeting regarding the Human Alliance, nominating Han Yun for the position of commander." Wang Jing'an was puzzled. "Such matters should be decided by you seniors. There's no need to involve me." Zhao Gang shifted his tone and elaborated. "Han Yun wishes to launch the candidates for the 10 Saints initiative at this meeting." "Candidates for the 10 Saints?" Wang Jing'an echoed, astonished. Chapter 160. The Past of Humanity. Indeed, the candidates should soon be finalized. The era of our predecessors is gradually coming to an end. The new epoch belongs to the youth of your generation, Zhao Gang remarked. In fact, prior to this, candidates have already been discreetly evaluated. You are among the candidates, and you are classified as a Grade A candidate. Historically, before the candidate program is fully initiated, there are designated officials who observe promising individuals in secret. The candidate program is divided into 3 tiers: Grade A, Grade B, and Grade C. Ultimately, the final candidates are typically selected from Grade A, although some may also emerge from Grade B or even Grade C. Zhao Gang continued. In the previous generation, once the candidate program was launched, it involved rigorous selection during the Great Examination of Humanity. However, your generation's situation is different. The battlefield will be set directly in the demon realm. Wang Jing'an sensed that the higher-ups were planning something significant. What does Uncle Zhao mean? Zhao Gang nodded. What you were contemplating aligns with the higher-ups' thoughts. The demon race is willing to wage war against us, believing that a defeat resolves the matter. However, things are far from simple. We, as humanity, must also settle accounts with the demon race. In due time, all candidates will be thrown into the demon realm, and those who perform best there will ascend to the ranks of the new 10 saints. Wang Jing'an inquired further, Uncle Zhao, both you and my father are still young. Shouldn't we refrain from hastily electing the new 10 saints? What if someone surpasses the rest? This battle has already claimed so many lives. Surely, there will be those who awaken SSS-level talents in the future. Zhao Gang replied, that is a matter for the future. For now, we must focus on your generation. Wang Jing'an ceased his inquiries and followed Zhao Gang into the library. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhao Gang retrieved several books and placed them on the table. These tomes document the genuine experiences of some predecessors who journeyed to other star realms. Wang Jing'an asked, are there no restrictions on traveling to other star realms? Zhao Gang shook his head. There are indeed restrictions. One must at least attain the 10th realm. Turn to the 7th page of the second book. It contains a new cultivation system that will undoubtedly challenge your worldview. Wang Jing'an flipped to that page, and the cultivation system detailed therein was identical to what Zhu Ke had described. All beings commence from the mortal realm. The mortal realm is merely the limit of many lower-tier realms, and beyond it lies the sea of suffering. However, this book only records up to the divine transformation realm. What about the realms following the divine transformation? Wang Jing'an inquired. Zhao Gang explained. The divine transformation realm is likely the pinnacle of the star realms, or perhaps the highest level encountered by that predecessor. He found it curious that Wang Jing'an appeared so calm after encountering such numerous realms. Zhao Gang recalled his own experience as a candidate when those predecessors had brought them to this very place. The initial revelation of worlds beyond was overwhelmingly shocking, leaving one feeling insignificantly small. Wang Jing'an declared, the realm following the divine transformation is the Saint King realm. Zhao Gang instinctively thought of the mysterious predecessor behind Wang Jing'an. Did that predecessor from another realm impart this knowledge to you? Wang Jing'an nodded. Indeed. The predecessor who brought back and recorded this crucial information must have surpassed the 10th stage of the mortal realm. If they had transcended the mortal realm, how could they return to our realm? Zhao Gang divulged the secrets of humanity. The star realm comprises countless realms, as recorded in the book. There are 10 divine realms. Beneath the divine realms lies the upper realm. The rules established by the divine realms delineate classes among these myriad realms. Only those above the 100th tier are deemed upper realms. The rest are considered lower realms, synonymous with the lower realm. That predecessor reached the 7th stage of the sea of suffering, but later wished to return home, suppressing their cultivation to the 10th stage of the mortal realm. It was only upon hearing about the 100th tier that Wang Jing'an recalled Zhu Ke mentioning the 8-eyed clan, which was situated around 100 tiers. He had forgotten the exact details, yet he knew Zhu Ke had mentioned it. Zhao Gang, fearing that Wang Jing'an might misunderstand these secrets, continued to elaborate at that time. The 10th realm was not referred to as the human emperor. Later, this predecessor received an order from the upper realm, mandating their departure from our realm within 7 days, as those who attain the sea of suffering cannot linger too long in lower realms. As he spoke, Zhao Gang urged Wang Jing'an to open the last page of the first book. You may wish to examine what that predecessor recorded. Wang Jing'an promptly flipped to the final page of the ancient tome, where he read a passage. Those from the upper realm, witnessing my prolonged stay in their world, sought to use this as a pretext to ascend to our realm. Though they feigned intentions to apprehend me, their true aim was to claim dominion over this entire realm, seeking to ensnare all martial artists from this land to provide resources for them. I cannot bear to see my compatriots harmed by my actions, and thus I must sacrifice my life to seal the 10 celestial gates of this realm, preventing future calamities. At the bottom, another passage read, Future generations, remember, should you possess the ability to reach the 10th stage of the mortal realm, do not attempt to venture into the star realm, for its rules are perilous. Once you step inside, there is no turning back. Wang Jing'an absorbed this information, realizing that this might be the essence of humanity's past. Zhao Gang patted his shoulder and remarked, "The current demon race consists of those who sought to apprehend that predecessor, and the entities trapped in our world are merely the subordinates of the divine race. After a long passage of time, this realm has evolved into one where humans and demons coexist, which is why we honor that predecessor who sealed the 10 celestial gates as the human emperor. Subsequently, the title of human emperor came to designate the 10th realm. In truth, regardless of the realm, any individual who has made significant contributions to humanity is revered as the human emperor. The title of human emperor transcends mere realm. It symbolizes the utmost honor of the human race." After a prolonged contemplation, Wang Jing'an queried, "Then, if those celestial gates are sealed, how can the eight-eyed clan from beyond still enter our realm?" Zhao Gang responded, "Each realm can open celestial gates. Some can open up to 50, while ours is limited to 10. Though these 10 are sealed, time inevitably erodes them, and there will come a day when they can be breached. The celestial gate deep within the demon realm is gradually being established. The eight-eyed clan is merely testing the waters for now. If they were to fully invade our realm, it would undoubtedly devastate humanity, as we lack the strength to contend with the power of the upper races." At this point, Zhao Gang spoke again of the mysterious predecessor behind Wang Jing'an. "The one who assisted you may also hail from beyond the realms. Although they pose no threat to humanity, even they might struggle against the onslaught of the eight-eyed divine clan." In reality, Zhao Gang faced an information gap, unaware of Zhu Chue's true strength while being cognizant of the eight-eyed divine clan's formidable prowess. The records within the book indicated that the eight-eyed divine clan had warriors abundant at the 10th stage of the mortal realm, while their upper echelons were predominantly at the Sea of Suffering. Such might, if they were to dominate this realm, would render any resistance futile. P.S. The eight-eyed Cataract clan is not a 51-tier realm, but a 101-tier realm. This was previously misstated.